For 5 years of marriage, my wife never let me touch her. On the night before the divorce, I followed the novel's plot and gave her a lecherous smile, ready to claim the 30 million breakup fee. From then on, carefree and happy. Who would have thought she could actually hear the most venomous thoughts in the depths of my heart? My name is Li Hao. Originally just an assembly line worker, he collapsed from exhaustion one day, transmigrated into a novel titled My Ice-Cold Female CEO and became a useless live-in son-in-law. Right after transmigrating, I inherited the original owner's ridiculous memories. I, Li Hao, a live-in son-in-law married for 5 years, made unwelcome advances toward my wife, Mu Qingwan, but was promptly stopped by her secretary. And tonight at the banquet, Mu Qingwan will be plotted against by a man named Qin Yu, after which she will take the initiative to ask for a divorce. I will receive 30 million. But this is not the end, both of us will meet a tragic death in the end. She was tricked by Qin Yu into losing her organs, while I had all my organs harvested by him. To survive, I decided to follow the plot, take the 30 million, and live a carefree life, staying far away from this madwoman. Following my memory, I arrived at Mu Qingwan's room. She was dressed in office attire, her slender figure wrapped in black stockings. Even while sleeping, there's no letting up. Following the script, I gave her a lecherous smile, my eyes wandering over her black stockings and body-hugging skirt. Mu Qingwan, today I'll make you experience what it means to be a woman. I tried to stay in character while screaming internally, hurry up. Go attend your damn banquet already, serves you right to get your kidneys and lungs harvested. The sooner we divorce tomorrow, the sooner I get my 30 million. Mu Qingwan looked at me, her eyes flashing with fear, but soon replaced by coldness. Li Hao, you shameless live-in son-in-law. Who do you think you are? Just a parasite in our family. I continued to advance according to the script, while inwardly urging, why hasn't the secretary arrived yet? Don't delay me from getting the 30 million. Suddenly, Mu Qingwan froze, her expression shifting from shock to anger, then to bewilderment. There was a knock at the door. It was Mu Qingwan's secretary. Perfect. As long as I cut ties with this crazy woman and get the 30 million, I'll move to a county town full of beauties and live a carefree life. I shouted excitedly in my heart. However, just when I thought everything would go according to plan, Mu Qingwan suddenly said, Li Hao, you're coming with me to the banquet. My mind went blank, this wasn't how the plot was supposed to go. What the hell got into this crazy woman today? If she had gone with me, she wouldn't have fallen into Qin Yu's trap, and then we couldn't get divorced tomorrow, my 30 million would be gone. Mu Qingwan stared at me coldly, as if she could hear my thoughts, her gaze growing even frostier. Isn't it inappropriate for me to go? I stammered in refusal. This is me informing you, not discussing it with you. Now, immediately, right away, get dressed and wait for me in the car. Mu Qingwan said decisively before turning to touch up her makeup. Reluctantly, I put on the suit and waited in the car. Half an hour later, Mu Qingwan arrived gracefully in a black slit dress, looking stunningly sexy. This woman finally showed up. But this crazy woman is extraordinarily beautiful. What a shame she's going to be ruined by that jerk Qin Yu tonight. I muttered to myself. Mu Qingwan got into the car and looked at me coldly. Don't you dare say a word when we get inside. The crazy woman is being unreasonable, telling me to come but not allowing me to speak. What's wrong with her? For my 30 million, I'll endure it. I took a deep breath and stopped speaking. Mu Qingwan threw out another line. Li Hao, from now on, you'll come to work at the company with me. Why should I, a live-in son-in-law, go to work? I'd rather stay idle. This crazy woman must be deliberately making things difficult for me. Shut up. Mu Qingwan couldn't take it anymore and punched me on the shoulder. Urgent. Red hot. Taking action now. For 30 million, I'll endure it. I gripped the steering wheel tightly, not daring to have any more thoughts. When we arrived at the banquet entrance, Mu Qingwan regained her aloof female CEO demeanor and stepped out of the car gracefully. I took a deep breath, straightened my suit, and mustered the courage to follow along. Chapter 4, Brainless, Deserving to be Trampled by Pigs. When Mu Qingwan extended her arm, he naturally slipped his through hers, his face graced with a perfectly measured smile. Together they stepped onto the red carpet. Mu Qingwan walked tall and proud, her stride steady, her eyes radiating confidence and composure. She nodded slightly to the surrounding guests, radiating the poise of a CEO. Li Hao matched her rhythm, standing tall with a gentle smile fixed on his face, striving to play the role of the perfect husband. Admiring glances followed them from the surrounding guests, captivated by the affection and nobility they radiated. As Mu Qingwan and Li Hao entered the banquet hall, they instantly became the center of attention. All eyes were fixed on them, some filled with envy, others with jealousy, and still others murmuring in discussion. When Li Hao and Mu Qingwan entered the banquet together, Qin Yu froze in shock. That useless son-in-law had actually come along too. How was he supposed to carry out his plan now? A flicker of panic crossed Qin Yu's eyes, but he quickly masked it. What was there to fear from a worthless son-in-law? Why feel uneasy? He regained his composure, stepping forward with a smile. Qin Yu strode forward, his face radiating warmth, though his gaze swiftly swept over Li Hao. Qingwan, it's been ages. You look absolutely stunning tonight. Then, he turned his gaze to Li Hao. Li Hao, I didn't expect you to be here tonight. Mu Qingwan lifted her chin slightly, her expression cool and distant. She merely gave Qin Yu a fleeting glance, saying nothing. Qin Yu showed no sign of awkwardness. He extended his hand elegantly and said politely, "Qingwan, this banquet is to celebrate our upcoming collaboration. Your presence truly graces this gathering. MHM." Mu Qingwan looked at Qin Yu's outstretched hand, merely nodding lightly without extending her own. Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't refuse such a friendly handshake. Qin Yu's appearance genuinely exuded the refined, scholarly charm that made girls secretly admire their senior classmates back in school. At this moment, though uncertain whether Li Hao's words were true or false, her cautious nature instinctively activated her protective mode, leading to this reaction. Qin Yu's hand hovered in midair, his smile faltering slightly before quickly returning to normal. His gaze shifted to Li Hao, a fleeting, barely perceptible hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Nevertheless, he extended his hand and said, "Li Hao, I've long admired your reputation. It's truly an honor to meet you today." Li Hao frowned slightly, eyeing Qin Yu's outstretched hand. Considering it impolite to refuse in such a setting, he gave Qin Yu's hand a light shake before withdrawing his own. This guy is truly a wolf in sheep's clothing. Mu Qingwan, what on earth do you see in him? Does honey come out of his mouth? But it's none of my business. Don't drag me into this mess. As for Qin Yu, what's your game? Why are you wasting time here? Get on with the plan. Ha? Aren't those 6 people standing in the corner the ones Qin Yu invited? Looks like he's all set. Alright, don't let me down. As Li Hao escorted Mu Qingwan into the banquet, he had already scanned the entire room. Confirming everything unfolded according to the plot, he finally relaxed. He'd been terrified his book jumping might alter the storyline and jeopardize his future happiness. Mu Qingwan, you're such a fool. Those 6 guys are all ogling you with lecherous eyes, and you don't have a shred of caution. Serves you right if they take advantage of you, you're just too stupid. Even a pig would know that being surrounded by so many men feels different. And Qin Yu? He doesn't look like the kind of stud who can go 7 times in one night. Once a woman falls in love, does she lose her brain? Standing nearby, Mu Qingwan listened to Li Hao's incessant ranting, grinding her teeth in fury as her hands clenched tightly. If this weren't a public place, she'd beat the crap out of him for spouting such nonsense. But when she glanced in the direction Li Hao pointed, she saw a group of men standing there, their eyes darting her way every so often. Having navigated the business world for years, Mu Qingwan wasn't without her own skills. She clearly sensed their determination to target her tonight, like wolves spotting a rabbit. Could this useless fool actually be telling the truth? Could he really foresee what was about to happen? Mu Qingwan found it hard to believe. Could someone as sharp and cautious as herself really become that naive and clueless? Even if Qin Yu had successfully set her up, she wouldn't have completely lost herself. At that moment, Qin Yu glanced at Li Hao, the corners of his mouth curling upward in a meaningful smile. Li Hao, you're truly blessed to have won the hand of a beauty like Qingwan. Li Hao sneered inwardly. He knew exactly what Qin Yu was implying and responded coolly, "Young Master Qin, you flatter me." Qin Yu was displeased with Li Hao's reaction, a shadow of gloom flickering in his eyes. But he quickly composed himself, smiling as he said, "Well then, enjoy the banquet first. We'll discuss the partnership later. Let's go." Mu Qingwan remained cold-faced as she uttered 2 words. Qin Yu observed Mu Qingwan's icy demeanor toward him and understood it was unwise to press the issue further at this moment. He watched their retreating figures with a sinister gaze, as if plotting something, but quickly resumed his seemingly warm smile, quietly observing Mu Qingwan and Li Hao's every move from the sidelines. Mu Qingwan glided gracefully, leading Li Hao toward a group of chatting guests. The guests, noticing her approach, all offered respectful smiles. "Ms. Mu, we've long admired your reputation. It's truly an honor to meet you here today." Mu Qingwan gave a slight nod and replied politely, "You're too kind." The guests continued their conversation with Mu Qingwan, topics revolving around business developments and industry trends. Mu Qingwan responded with composure, her words concise yet impactful, showcasing her poise as a female CEO. At that moment, a guest raised his glass and smiled, saying, "President Mu, we've long heard of your remarkable achievements in business. It's truly an honor to meet you today. I raise my glass to you, hoping for future opportunities to collaborate." The other guests echoed the sentiment, raising their glasses in toast to Mu Qingwan. "Crazy woman, just drink this stuff. Once you start, you won't say a word. Where the hell is that bastard Qin Yu? The timing is perfect, why isn't he here yet? My lucky day is almost here. With 30 million, I can finally pursue my dream girl." Mu Qingwan glared at Li Hao with icy fury, her rage nearly consuming her. She wanted nothing more than to smash her glass into his face. That despicable man was utterly despicable, spending the entire evening hoping his own wife would lose her virtue to another. But with so many guests present, she forced herself to control her emotions. She still picked up her wine glass politely and took a small sip. Round after round of toasts flowed from the guests, yet Mu Qingwan maintained her graceful composure, handling each with effortless poise. Amidst the lively atmosphere, Qin Yu's gaze grew increasingly dark from a nearby spot. Watching Mu Qingwan surrounded by admirers and Li Hao constantly guarding her side, the jealousy and resentment in his heart grew stronger. Unable to contain himself any longer, Qin Yu could wait no further. He resolved to shatter this dynamic and bring Mu Qingwan under his control. He strode forward with deliberate steps, his face still wearing that seemingly warm smile. Qingwan, let's sit over there and discuss the partnership. Some things are better kept from outsiders. Seeing Qin Yu finally make his move, Li Hao knew the melodramatic plot was about to unfold and his moment of glory was approaching. He played along perfectly. I'll step aside while you two discuss business. Honey, I'll wait for you in the car. After saying this, he silently prayed for Qin Yu, don't let me down. Chapter 5, Is there something in the drink? Can he really preview the future? Afterward, Li Hao feigned a deep, loving gaze at Mu Qingwan. Without waiting for her consent, he immediately turned and prepared to leave the banquet hall with great enthusiasm. Ha! So you were setting this trap, were you? Qin Yu, I've given you the chance. Whether you seize it is up to you. You two chat away. The partnership is just a cover. Tomorrow I'll be divorced from that crazy woman. Once I get my hands on the 30 million, my life will truly begin. Barring surprises, once the crazy woman agrees to the deal, she'll soon be drowsy from that drink Qin Yu gave her. Mu Qingwan nearly kicked Li Hao twice right in front of everyone. This despicable man. His own wife was about to be violated, yet he still looked so smug. The bastard was dreaming big, thinking he could take 30 million and live it up in some small county after the divorce. She would never agree to divorce him in this lifetime. Yet the next moment, a wave of guilt and disappointment washed over Mu Qingwan. After all, Li Hao had silently devoted himself these past 5 years. 5 years of wholehearted devotion, even a stone would have warmed up by now. If she truly followed Li Hao's suggestion, using the 30 million as compensation to divorce him under Qin Yu's persuasion and manipulation. In Li Hao's eyes, she would truly become a heartless, ungrateful person, a madwoman. But Mu Qingwan quickly regained her composure and called after Li Hao, who had only taken a few steps. We're family. You should have a say in our business partnership too. What's going on? Why isn't she following the original story script? If I stay here, it'll interfere with Qin Yu's plan. He won't be able to go after you then. What about my 30 million? Let me go, please let me go. I really don't want to interrupt your little show. I'm feeling a bit dizzy. I don't really understand any of this anyway, staying won't help much. Mu Qingwan frowned slightly. After a moment of silence, she said, fine. Go. She was utterly speechless inside. Didn't he have the slightest desire to protect her? Was she really that repulsive? No choice. She'd have to handle this herself. Mu Qingwan offered a faint smile. Qin Yu, I hope you understand I've always been cautious about partnerships. Qin Yu nodded quickly, his face still wearing an enthusiastic smile. I understand, Qingwan. Precisely because of that, we should talk properly so you can fully grasp the advantages of this partnership. After speaking, Qin Yu promptly led the way, guiding Mu Qingwan to a quieter corner where they sat down. With graceful movements, he picked up the pre-prepared materials from the nearby table and handed them to Mu Qingwan. Qingwan, take a look at these materials. They contain the detailed planning and market analysis for our collaborative project. I'm confident you'll feel fully assured about this project. Here is the contract we drafted. The terms are clear and reasonable. I'm confident you'll be satisfied. As he spoke, Qin Yu tapped the contract lightly with his fingers. Mu Qingwan took the materials, lowered her head slightly, and began to carefully review them. Watching Mu Qingwan's focused expression as she studied the documents, Qin Yu couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. He was confident that with the immense appeal of this project, Mu Qingwan would find it hard to resist. After a moment, Mu Qingwan looked up, her expression radiating uncontrollable delight. Qin Yu, this project truly seems to have tremendous potential. It could even propel our company to a new level of growth. Though her company wasn't facing any immediate crises lately, it had hit a bottleneck. She desperately needed a breakthrough opportunity, and Qin Yu's project was undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime chance. In that moment, her mind was consumed with one thought: no matter what it took, she had to secure this project. But suddenly, Li Hao's words echoed in her mind, and Mu Qingwan instantly grew wary. She swiftly scanned the project contract again. Though she still couldn't pinpoint any issues, a nagging question arose: why would Qin Yu simply hand over such a prime project to her? Qin Yu had the capability to go solo. Unaware of Mu Qingwan's inner turmoil, Qin Yu assumed she was so captivated by the project that she was lost for words. Qin Yu couldn't help but feel overjoyed, his face breaking into a dazzling smile. Qingwan, you truly have an eye for opportunity. I knew you'd recognize this project's potential. After speaking, Qin Yu promptly beckoned to the hostess. The hostess promptly approached with a tray of drinks. Qin Yu picked up a glass and offered it to Mu Qingwan. Qingwan, here, let's toast to our successful partnership about to begin. Mu Qingwan looked at the wine Qin Yu offered, her brow furrowing slightly. She wondered inwardly, is this the wine Li Hao mentioned that's been drugged? Was Qin Yu truly a wolf in sheep's clothing? If I drink this, will those men outside really come in and do that kind of thing to me with Qin Yu? But then Mu Qingwan thought of the substantial benefits that would come from sealing the deal. The project's authenticity was hard to verify at this moment, and she felt reluctant to refuse. Hesitating for a moment, she ultimately reached out and accepted the glass. Qin Yu raised his own glass, beaming as he said, "Qingwan, let's toast to the brilliant success of this project. Cheers." Qin Yu gently tapped Mu Qingwan's glass before raising his own to his lips and downing it in one gulp. He intended to use his own straightforwardness to dispel Mu Qingwan's suspicions. Sure enough, seeing his example, Mu Qingwan felt too embarrassed to refuse. She lifted her glass and took a small sip, thinking a tiny amount should be harmless. But even that single sip sent a fiery sting down her throat. This was different from the usual strong liquor. Within moments, her body was consumed by an intense heat. Mu Qingwan shook her head, trying to clear her mind, and fought to suppress the uncomfortable sensations. Qin Yu watched Mu Qingwan drink, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He was confident in what he'd added to the drink. Not just a sip, even the slightest touch would drive a woman utterly mad. He was about to say something else to fully activate the drug's effects, paving the way for his next move. But then he heard Mu Qingwan say, "Regarding the partnership, I think we need to deliberate more carefully." By now, Mu Qingwan had realized the wine was indeed laced. Li Hao's inner thoughts had been entirely accurate. That Qin Yu was nothing but a beast. The thought of what might happen next sent a chill down Mu Qingwan's spine. She had to leave immediately. "Qingwan, don't rush off," Qin Yu hurriedly tried to detain her. "No need. Let's call it a day. Li Hao is waiting for me." After saying that, Mu Qingwan rose without hesitation, her movements sharp and decisive. Perhaps it was her own urgency, or perhaps the aphrodisiac slipped into her wine was beginning to take effect. Her sudden rise left her reeling with dizziness. She shook her head slightly, struggling to steady herself. Biting back the physical discomfort, she turned and walked away. Though her steps were slightly unsteady, they betrayed a resolve and determination. Seeing this, Qin Yu grew anxious and reached out to stop her. "Qingwan, don't rush off like this. Think it over a little longer." Mu Qingwan sidestepped Qin Yu's hand, giving him a cold glance. "Qin Yu, I said today ends here. There's no need for further persuasion." Mu Qingwan struggled to maintain her balance, moving step by step toward the door. With each step, she felt her strength ebbing away, her head growing increasingly foggy. Chapter 6, Something's Off About the Madwoman. People bustled around her, yet no one seemed to notice her unusual state. Qin Yu stood not far away, watching Mu Qingwan's struggling figure with a heart full of anxiety, yet he dared not make a rash move. He knew that making a move in front of so many people would only bring trouble upon himself, and besides, Li Hao was waiting outside. Damn it! Qin Yu was utterly perplexed. How could the pigeon he was about to catch suddenly fly away? He had specifically investigated Mu Qingwan for today. Based on his analysis of her personality, she should have downed tonight's drink without hesitation. Why did she only take a tiny sip? Watching Mu Qingwan's receding figure, Qin Yu's heart brimmed with resentment and fury. He silently vowed to find a way to bring Mu Qingwan back under his control. Mu Qingwan's vision began to blur, as if a haze had settled over the surrounding scene. Her steps grew unsteady, each one feeling like treading on cotton. Yet her resolve remained unshakable. She must escape this place and thwart Qin Yu's schemes. She struggled forward, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. The drug's effects were taking over her body, the burning heat raging uncontrollably within her. Mu Qingwan finally reached the doorway. Pushing the door open, the outside air washed over her, bringing a momentary clarity. Seeing Li Hao waiting nearby, a wave of warmth washed over her. Inside the car, Li Hao seemed to have shed all restraints, fully unleashing his true self. He slowly lit a cigarette, drew a deep drag, letting the smoke coil like silk in his mouth before performing an epic lung hit. He exhaled slowly, the smoke curling upward inside the car, creating an atmosphere of unbridled freedom. The top-of-the-line Berlin sound system blasted his cheesy DJ mix, its powerful beats vibrating the car body. Li Hao swayed gently to the rhythm, lost in his own solo celebration. Women, however, tend to fall deeply in love, always ensnared by their emotions, eventually sinking deeper and deeper. But love is a woman's soul. She can devote her entire life to the one she loves. A thick plume of smoke exhaled, heralding a beautiful tomorrow. What kind of bull son-in-law? What nonsense about not sharing a bed with her? Love stirs with the tolling bell, yet when the bell falls silent, the heart remains restless. Should my soaring ambitions ever be fulfilled, I'll explore all of Chang'an's blossoms in a single night. Severing yesterday's shackles, today I know I am truly myself. 30 million. With this fortune, I could live comfortably for the rest of my days. Life spans but 30,000 days. This is the life I truly desire. Life must be lived freely and enjoyed to the fullest. The music blared loudly, and Li Hao didn't notice that Mu Qingwan, struggling against her discomfort, had painstakingly made her way to the car. She opened the door and climbed inside. Her face was flushed crimson, yet her gaze remained icy cold. Home. Mu Qingwan murmured the two words weakly. Qingwan, how did you wrap things up so quickly? What's going on? It's supposed to take all night. How could it be over in just a few minutes? Something's off with that crazy woman. Her face is flushed, her eyes glazed over. Did she wake up midway and escape from those beasts? Qin Yu gave you a chance, and you blew it. Did you buy fake drugs? How else could that crazy woman snap out of it midway and escape? Fine. As long as it doesn't mess up my divorce tomorrow. Once I'm gone, you and Qin Yu can do whatever you want. This lifetime, I won't donate any organs to you. You're on your own. Li Hao. Li Hao froze for a moment before snapping to attention. He hurriedly turned off the music and started the car. The rage boiling inside her, how could she have ended up with a freak like Li Hao for a husband? He practically wished his own wife would be ravaged by beasts. Endure. Don't let it get to you. But then again, if it weren't for Li Hao, I might have really been violated by that pack of beasts. This was all her own doing, she couldn't blame Li Hao. And for some reason, Li Hao seemed different today. His energy and spirit had changed, and he didn't feel as repulsive as before. Especially after he just said he'd donate his organs for her. He must truly love her deeply. Why hadn't she noticed this before? She'd always believed this marriage was a mistake, merely fulfilling her family's expectations. One day, she'd find her true love. But she never imagined her true love had been right beside her all along. Mu Qingwan took a deep breath, struggling to calm the turbulent emotions churning within her. The atmosphere inside the car was tense, and Li Hao's gaze inadvertently fell upon Mu Qingwan's faintly flushed cheeks. That touch of delicate beauty made his heart skip a beat. He quickly averted his gaze, yet found himself stealing another glance. Throughout the journey, Mu Qingwan bit her lip tightly, struggling to suppress the unfamiliar heat rising within her. Her eyes were half closed, her brows furrowed, a look that was both heartbreaking and strangely alluring. As the potion's effects gradually took hold, Mu Qingwan began to fidget restlessly. Her body shifted slightly, one hand unconsciously tugging at her clothing. Suddenly, Mu Qingwan's hand reached out toward Li Hao. Her fingers brushed against his arm like soft feathers, the delicate touch causing his body to tense instantly. Though Li Hao was still driving, Mu Qingwan's unexpected touch caused his focus to waver for a moment. He steadied the steering wheel with effort, eyes fixed on the road ahead, yet his mind churned like a stormy sea. Her fingers slowly moved upward, caressing his arm before sliding over his neck and finally gently pinching his earlobe. Mu Qingwan's movements were gentle yet yearning. Her soft body drew closer to Li Hao involuntarily. The warm sensation nearly shattered his rationality, his focus growing hazy. The next moment, the car suddenly veered out of control. Fortunately, he grabbed the steering wheel in time, averting a crash. Qingwan, stop this. Hold on, we'll be home soon. Holy, is that crazy woman's drug still kicking in? Stop groping me. I'm driving. You want to die, but I don't. Crazy woman, calm down. We'll talk when we get home. This crazy woman, right now, her cheeks are as rosy and juicy as ripe apples, her eyes like pools of spring water, shimmering and sparkling. She looks damn beautiful, but in this situation, it's a real headache. But Mu Qingwan seemed oblivious to Li Hao's words, her actions growing bolder by the second. Li Hao fought the fluttering in his heart, forcing his focus back to the road. He pressed harder on the accelerator, desperate to reach home. Finally, the car pulled into the driveway. Li Hao swiftly parked, unbuckled his seatbelt, and swept the already flustered Mu Qingwan into a princess carry, carrying her toward the house. Her soft body pressed tightly against his, her warm breath making his heart pound like a drum. The moment they stepped inside, Mu Qingwan wrapped her arms even tighter around his neck, her hands already taking liberties. Li Hao sighed helplessly, carrying Mu Qingwan into the bedroom and gently laying her on the bed. Gazing at Mu Qingwan's ravishingly beautiful appearance, a wave of tenderness washed over Li Hao. Damn, that crazy woman's legs are so long and white. Never mind that now tomorrow we'll be divorced. He turned to head back to his own room. But the moment he turned, Mu Qingwan grabbed his hand, her eyes brimming with longing and pleading. Husband, don't go. Mu Qingwan's voice was soft and sweet, laced with temptation. Chapter 7, Li Hao, you're so stupid. At that moment, Mu Qingwan's cheeks were flushed crimson, her gaze hazy, her heart overflowing with longing for Li Hao. He gently slipped free of her grasp and said softly, I'll go get you a glass of water first. The moment Li Hao stepped out of the bedroom, he heard a soft moan echo from within. At the same time, Mu Qingwan inside the bedroom felt as though she were engulfed in a raging inferno. Her consciousness blurred as her body writhed uncontrollably on the bed, craving even a hint of coolness to ease this unbearable heat. Her lips kept murmuring Li Hao's name, the sound filled with helplessness and longing. The moment Li Hao turned and pushed open the bedroom door, the room plunged into darkness. Why did the lights go out? What's going on? Confusion filled Li Hao's mind as his brow furrowed slightly. He groped his way into the room in the darkness, just about to turn on the bedroom light. Suddenly, a soft, delicate figure threw herself at him from ahead, her slender arms wrapping tightly around his neck. The rich scent of alcohol mingled with a woman's unique fragrance instantly enveloped him. Li Hao, don't you think it's time we had a baby? Li Hao was held tightly by Mu Qingwan, her soft, delicate body pressed close to his, making his breathing grow erratic. He tried to gently pull Mu Qingwan's arms away, but she only held him tighter. Qingwan, please don't do this. Li Hao's voice was hoarse, tinged with a barely perceptible flicker of panic. Mu Qingwan seemed oblivious, her face pressed against his chest, her warm breath tickling his skin. I'm so hot. Mu Qingwan's voice was soft and seductive as she shifted her body slightly, as if searching for a hint of coolness. You're drunk. Li Hao sighed softly, his gaze drifting involuntarily to Mu Qingwan in his arms beneath the hazy moonlight. She wore a red silk nightgown, its left strap slipping down her arm, revealing a vast expanse of skin as pure and white as snow. It was impossible for Li Hao's heart not to stir. I'm not drunk. The sun's risen in the west? This crazy woman is actually talking to me about having a child. Does she mistake me for Qin Yu? Disgusting. I've served you for 5 years and never seen you like this. Yet with outsiders, you're so open. Look at me clearly. Who do you think I am? Li Hao released one hand and switched on the light by the door. Now, he felt nothing at all. In an instant, the bright light flooded the entire room. Mu Qingwan squinted slightly at the sudden glare, her cheeks flushed with an alluring blush from the alcohol. Li Hao looked down at the woman in his arms. Her dazed eyes and slightly parted red lips made his icy heart beat wildly once more. Mu Qingwan met Li Hao's gaze without fear, her eyes hazy and fiery. She lifted her chin slightly, her petal-soft red lips curving into a seductive smile. You? Li Hao, my useless husband. Her voice softened as she added, we're husband and wife. Isn't it only natural for things to happen? At that moment, her sheer silk nightgown, as thin as a cicada's wing, could barely conceal her stunningly graceful figure. Especially the faintly visible S-curve, 2 mounds of soft fullness swaying slightly beneath the nightgown. As if they might burst through that thin barrier at any moment. As the nightgown swayed gently, it traced an irresistibly alluring silhouette, showcasing her curvaceous figure to perfection. Li Hao, could it be, you can't? Mu Qingwan was taken aback. She hadn't expected that even in this state, Li Hao would remain unmoved, his gaze as cold as ever. Oof. You wouldn't let me touch you once in 5 years, and now you suddenly act like this and say I can't? Li Hao retorted. The original host had been married to Mu Qingwan for 5 years, yet they had always slept in separate rooms. Thinking of this, a complex wave of emotion surged through Li Hao. He understood that the helplessness in the original host's heart was something few could comprehend. Compounded by the fact that Li Hao was a transmigrated soul with no emotional foundation with her, plus his profound disgust for the melodramatic plot twists, even Superman wouldn't have reacted. Without further hesitation, Li Hao took Mu Qingwan by the hand and steered her toward the bathroom. Mu Qingwan clung to Li Hao like a docile kitten, her gaze hazy and unfocused as she obediently followed his lead. When she recognized their destination as the bathroom, a faint smile touched Mu Qingwan's lips. The bathroom? You really have an imagination. Her voice carried a hint of teasing. This crazy woman used to be as cold as ice. Why is she acting so out of character today? Could she be possessed by a fox spirit? No, the mad woman must have lost her virtue to someone. Now she's deliberately seducing me, surely hoping I'll be her fall guy. Playing the fall guy isn't out of the question, but it'll cost extra. That mad woman in her red silk nightgown is incredibly sexy. Look at that full, rounded figure, utterly tempting. Honestly, if you ignore the plot, it's actually quite acceptable. Li Hao felt a slight tightening in his chest at Mu Qingwan's teasing words, but he didn't respond. His hands, however, didn't stop moving. He continued pulling Mu Qingwan toward the bathroom, reaching out to turn on the faucet above the sink. Qingwan, snap out of it. Cold water splashed violently against Mu Qingwan's face. She instinctively gasped, instantly sobering up a bit. The smile vanished from Mu Qingwan's lips. Her eyes widened slightly, her face filled with astonishment as she stared straight at Li Hao. Shaking the water droplets from her face, her damp strands clung to her cheeks, adding an extra touch of alluring charm. She glared at Li Hao, her voice trembling slightly as she demanded, Li Hao, what are you doing? A wave of resentment surged within Mu Qingwan. What kind of scapegoat is this? Does he want to be cuckolded so badly? Am I that kind of woman? But she quickly forced herself to suppress the rage boiling within. To win back Li Hao's heart and mend their marriage, she began to console herself, reasoning that after years of pent-up resentment, it was only human for him to want to vent. Mu Qingwan understood that as Li Hao's wife, she needed to be reasonable and stop bickering with this unfortunate husband. Only by doing so could she dispel his resentment, gradually mend their relationship, and slowly make amends to the man who loved her most. Thus, Mu Qingwan fought desperately to suppress the rage boiling within her. Finally, she took a deep breath and said coldly, husband, go take a shower first. Li Hao paused slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes as he looked at Mu Qingwan. He paused for a moment, then nodded. All right. Something's off with that crazy woman, she's not even angry at me. Totally a Sigma male. I'm just that impressive. After showering, I'll just sleep. No need to think about this stuff. Tomorrow morning, I'll wake up and file for divorce. My 30 million is as good as mine. After that, Li Hao headed back to his room to shower. Li Hao, you're so stupid. After Li Hao left, Mu Qingwan, soaking in the bathtub, trembled with rage. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, until she finally stood up from the tub, sending water splashing everywhere. Damn Li Hao. I've gone this far, and he still isn't moved? What kind of wife asks her husband to bathe together but insists on separate baths? Chapter 8, if you want me to be your scapegoat, you'll have to pay up. Fuming with rage, she scanned the room. Her gaze landed on the sink counter, where she snatched a glass and hurled it at the mirror with all her might. Only this could ease the rage Li Hao had stirred in her. Li Hao emerged from his room after showering. "Ha? Honey, you're done showering? Did something just break?" Typical crazy woman, she smashed it after realizing she lost her virginity. Freaking out, huh? Scared the pregnancy will expose her and ruin her image, right? But I'm not stupid, I won't be your fall guy. Who knows who the father really is? Mu Qingwan grew even angrier upon hearing this, but she immediately put on a sweet expression and said to Li Hao, "Honey, sleep with me tonight." Mu Qingwan's words left Li Hao momentarily dumbfounded. He stared at her with a look that seemed to question the very meaning of life. "Honey, are you serious or just messing with me?" If this were his previous self, he'd likely be lying in bed right now, moved to tears. After 5 whole years of marriage, today was finally the day he got the chance to share a bed with his own wife. But now? He had no such desire. "It's true," Mu Qingwan answered with certainty. Li Hao hesitated for a moment before finally taking steps toward the bedside. If he refused, Mu Qingwan might just give him that icy stare again. "I never slept in this bed in my past life. Now this crazy woman wants to share it with me, she must have ulterior motives. Is that crazy woman trying to seduce me again? Making me unable to resist sleeping with her just to cement my role as the fall guy? If she wants me to take the fall, just say it straight out. All this beating around the bush? That'll cost extra. It absolutely has to cost extra." Hearing this, Mu Qingwan genuinely wanted to kick him off the bed. Li Hao, this guy was infuriating. She'd been so proactive, yet he still hesitated and overanalyzed? Doesn't he understand my feelings at all? I just want to mend our relationship, but his mind is filled with all these strange ideas. Don't lose your temper. Don't let this hard-won chance slip away. I must hold back, I can't let my emotions control me. Mu Qingwan's heart was filled with resentment. Night. A subtle tension hung in the air of the room. Mu Qingwan forced down the rage in her heart and slowly lay down beside Li Hao, her gaze as cold as ice blades fixed on him. She bit her lip tightly, struggling to calm herself. After a moment, she ground out between clenched teeth, "Close your eyes. Go to sleep." The next morning, sunlight streamed through the curtain slits into the room. Li Hao slowly opened his eyes, his head still feeling groggy. He turned his head slightly, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over Mu Qingwan. His eyes were immediately drawn to the slender, pale thigh exposed beneath the covers. "Why isn't that crazy woman awake yet? Hurry up and wake up to file for divorce with me." "Ha? Those long legs really are beautiful, so white and smooth. That figure is truly amazing. This crazy woman keeps kicking off the covers. While she's still asleep, I should cover her up. Touching her should be fine, right?" Li Hao gently lifted the blanket to cover Mu Qingwan's smooth, fair thigh. After a moment's hesitation, he couldn't resist lightly touching it. "This crazy woman's skin is so smooth. But I was just helping her cover up, it was an accident. Should be fine, right?" Mu Qingwan had actually woken up. Though furious inside, she forced herself to stay calm. Her fingers twitched slightly as she fought the urge to open her eyes and kick Li Hao. "This useless husband of mine, his nerve just keeps growing." Looking was one thing, but daring to touch her was another. Last night, she'd been so forward, yet Li Hao hadn't reacted at all. It was infuriating. Mu Qingwan silently grumbled to herself, but then reminded herself not to blow her top over such a minor issue. So he touched her, so be it. After all, she was his wife in name. Getting up to physically abuse him over this wasn't worth it. Besides, he was just trying to be considerate by covering her with the blanket. Mu Qingwan continued feigning deep sleep, waiting to see what Li Hao would do next. Why was he just standing there frozen? Was that blockhead still clueless? Was he not planning to take things further? Mu Qingwan cautiously opened her eyes and peeked at Li Hao, only to find him frozen like a wooden statue, staring blankly without moving. What was going on? That crazy woman was so furious last night, clearly about to explode, yet she didn't erupt in the end. How bizarre. What the hell is that crazy woman up to? We just slept together one night, nothing special happened. This calm is giving me the creeps. Could it be she genuinely just wanted to share a bed? No. It must be because I refused to be her fall guy last night. What the hell is Li Hao thinking? I humbled myself and kindly let him sleep in my bed, yet he didn't react at all. Could he have a problem? Impotent? Mu Qingwan dropped her act, sat up, and shot Li Hao a cold, piercing glance. Then, without a second thought for what Li Hao might be thinking as he stood there frozen, she walked into the bathroom to wash up. That crazy woman gave me that look first thing in the morning. Did she notice me touching her leg? Will that crazy woman break my legs when she comes out? Inside the bathroom, Mu Qingwan trembled with rage. She turned on the faucet, splashing cold water gently on her cheeks in an attempt to calm herself. Damn Li Hao. He actually wants to divorce me like this. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. After finishing her routine, Mu Qingwan stepped out of the bathroom. She shot a cold glance at Li Hao, who was still standing there in a daze, said nothing, and turned toward the dining room. Li Hao watched Mu Qingwan's retreating figure, his heart racing with uncertainty, unsure what she was thinking. After a moment's hesitation, Li Hao followed her to the dining room. At the table, the two ate breakfast in silence. "Come with me to the office later." Li Hao looked up in surprise, about to refuse, but when he met Mu Qingwan's icy, piercing gaze, the words died on his lips. Li Hao nodded reluctantly, his heart filled with unwillingness. What's this crazy woman up to now? Going to work at the company? I'm not going. But judging by her attitude, if I refuse, I'll definitely get a taste of her wrath. Why isn't that crazy woman bringing up the divorce already? I can't wait. Does she really think I'm her fall guy? Maybe I should just come out and say it? Once that crazy woman agrees to the divorce, I'll take my 30 million and run. Damn Li Hao, all he can think about is divorce. Divorce? Not a chance. Divorce is impossible, not in this lifetime. Want money? Fine, I'll give it to you. Mu Qingwan fought back her rage, pulled out her phone, and promptly transferred 2 million yuan to Li Hao. Li Hao's phone suddenly buzzed with a notification. He pulled it out in confusion and saw a 2 million yuan transfer. His eyes widened in shock as he stared at Mu Qingwan. What the hell is this crazy woman playing at? Sending me 2 million out of nowhere? Looks like she's dead set on not divorcing me. She really intends to make me the fall guy. Money talks. Not divorcing isn't out of the question. But this amount is a bit stingy, not quite enough. Tonight I'll sneak off to the foot spa to unwind. Am I washing my feet? No, I'm washing away the mud and thorns on my life's path. A gambling dad, a sick mom, a brother in school, and her broken heart. If I don't help her, who will? Chapter 9, You little punk, you think you can talk back to me? Mu Qingwan listened to Li Hao muttering under his breath, her anger boiling over. That damn Li Hao was utterly outrageous. He actually complained about the amount of money I gave him. How could anyone be so shameless? It was infuriating. Her heart ached with rage. I'll transfer you money every week from now on. Now come with me to work at the company. Mu Qingwan forced her anger down, but her tone still carried a hint of irritation. She shot Li Hao a fierce glare, as if warning him not to push his luck any further. After speaking, Mu Qingwan turned and headed toward the bedroom to change clothes. However, the thought of 2 million yuan landing in his hands every week silenced Li Hao. He returned to his room, quickly changed, and prepared to accompany Mu Qingwan to the company. Once both were dressed, they got into the car together. Li Hao glanced up and immediately noticed Mu Qingwan's outfit, a sophisticated business ensemble that was simple yet elegant. The tailored blazer accentuated her slender waist, paired with a knee-length skirt. Beneath that skirt, a pair of alluring black stockings encased her long, beautiful legs. Li Hao's gaze was involuntarily drawn to those black stockings. This crazy woman actually looks pretty good when she dresses up. No wonder she's a natural-born young wife with a divine physique. But no matter how good she looks, it won't change her crazy streak. Hee, those black stockings are quite alluring. Can I tear them off? Outside Qingwan Company headquarters. Mu Qingwan walked ahead, Li Hao trailing slowly behind. His eyes kept darting toward Mu Qingwan's long, shapely legs encased in the black stockings. Qingwan Company? Just look at that name, it's so tacky it's cringeworthy. What was she thinking? Couldn't she have picked something more stylish? Walking ahead, Mu Qingwan wanted to turn around and kick Li Hao to death right then and there. This guy was like Tang Seng, endlessly droning on. He even had to bring up a company name and chew it over repeatedly. As they entered the company building, they drew numerous glances from employees along the way. Everyone in the company knew Li Hao was nothing more than the CEO's son-in-law. Previously, whenever Li Hao came to the company, he was confined to waiting alone in the reception room. Mu Qingwan wore a stone-cold expression, radiating an imposing aura, while Li Hao looked distinctly uncomfortable. Follow me to the office. Mu Qingwan said coldly. Front desk, issue him a pass later and have Secretary Jiang escort him here. As they approached the elevator and waited for it to arrive, Li Hao's gaze continued to linger on Mu Qingwan. The elevator doors opened. Mu Qingwan stepped inside first and Li Hao quickly followed. The elevator was so quiet it felt awkward. Li Hao cleared his throat, trying to break the silence. However, Mu Qingwan remained impassive, offering no response. Upon reaching their floor, Mu Qingwan strode directly toward her office, with Li Hao trailing behind like a little sidekick. Sis. You're here. I'm a bit strapped for cash lately. Ha? Why is that useless brother-in-law here too? Mu Qingming stared in shock at Li Hao trailing behind her sister. Shut up. I told him to come. Mu Qingwan shot Mu Qingming a piercing glare. Mu Qingming immediately fell silent under his sister's glare, though his eyes still betrayed his resentment toward Li Hao. Damn, Li Hao had been complaining non-stop from the moment they left the company. Now Mu Qingming greeted him by calling him useless. Wasn't he this just inviting more nagging? Oh my, you call me useless the moment I arrive, yet look at yourself, you're no better. No wonder you got sold abroad as a slave. And you have the nerve to come asking for money? I thought you were so great. Shut up. Those two cold, ruthless words made Mu Qingming's face go green. Li Hao didn't bother arguing with Mu Qingming. He simply ignored him, strode straight to the sofa, and slumped down onto it. Li Hao was seething inside. This brother-in-law had been hostile toward him from the start, and now it was only getting worse. He couldn't be bothered to argue with such a person. He'd rather spend that time figuring out how to squeeze more benefits out of Mu Qingwan. Watching Li Hao's relaxed demeanor only made Mu Qingming's anger boil over. Sis, look at him, he has no manners whatsoever. Mu Qingming tried once more to get his sister's attention. Mu Qingwan ignored him, instead walking to her desk and beginning to organize documents. Seeing his sister ignore him, Mu Qingming's resentment grew. Seeing Li Hao remain silent, he assumed the man was intimidated and grew even more arrogant. You useless piece of trash, get the hell out of here. Stop being an eyesore. Mu Qingming spat venomously. Li Hao's lips curled slightly, revealing a mocking smile. Oh, who do you think you are? All this anger? I'm a good-for-nothing, but what are you? A spoiled brat who only knows how to rely on his family? After pausing, Li Hao continued, and you know what? I'd advise you not to act so cocky. Your sister can't live without me right now. If you push me too far, I'll divorce her. Mu Qingming's face turned ashen with rage at Li Hao's words, but he dared not truly harm Li Hao. After all, he knew his sister's feelings toward Li Hao had changed. Still, he hadn't forgotten his purpose. Seeing Mu Qingming rendered speechless by his retort, Li Hao felt a secret thrill of satisfaction. You little punk, thinking you can talk back to me? Don't you know your place? Crazy woman, don't you dare interrupt. Let me teach him a lesson. Mu Qingwan had intended to intervene, but upon hearing Li Hao's inner thoughts, she chose silence. A faint, almost imperceptible smile played at the corners of Mu Qingwan's lips. She hadn't expected the usually timid Li Hao to deliver such a sharp retort when provoked by Mu Qingming. This gave her a new perspective on Li Hao. She continued watching the two, not intending to intervene immediately. She wanted to see what else Li Hao could do, and also hoped to use this chance to rein in Mu Qingming's arrogance. After all, Mu Qingming had been spoiled rotten all this time. It was high time he learned a lesson. Oh, right, Li Hao said, deliberately raising his voice so Mu Qingming could hear clearly, I came here to ask your sister for some money. Mu Qingming's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Li Hao. You dare ask for money? You freeloader, how thick-skinned can you be? Li Hao shrugged indifferently. Why wouldn't I? If you dare, why shouldn't I? I'm her husband. If your sister gives me money, it's her choice. Mu Qingming stomped her foot in fury, yet felt utterly helpless. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Mu Qingwan frowned slightly, her tone cold as she said, hold on. She then turned to Mu Qingming, expressionless. All right. Go to the finance department, collect your money, and leave. Mu Qingming's eyes widened in disbelief. Could his sister really be defending this good-for-nothing today? And with such a cold gaze? He opened his mouth to protest, but seeing her icy expression, the words died on his lips. In the past, whenever he came asking for money, his sister had always given it to him with indulgence. What had changed now? Had he fallen out of favor? That damn Li Hao had stolen his sister. He shot Li Hao a vicious glare before stomping off toward the finance office. Hey, rich kid, hurry up and get your money before it's gone. Watching Mu Qingming's furious retreat, Li Hao's lips curled into a faint, mocking smile. Come in. After Mu Qingming left, Mu Qingwan's cool voice rang out. The door opened gently, and Secretary Jiang stepped inside. President, Mr. Li's pass has been processed. Secretary Jiang's voice rang out like a silver bell, clear, pleasant, and gentle, yet brimming with utmost respect. Secretary Jiang lifted her gaze slightly, fixing her eyes on Li Hao, who was sprawled lazily on the sofa, his face beaming with smug satisfaction. Her lips then curved upward into a captivating smile as she held the pass in both hands and slowly extended it toward Li Hao. In that instant, she leaned forward slightly, inadvertently revealing her proud, curvaceous figure without reservation. Chapter 10. This wicked woman is definitely doing it on purpose. As Li Hao accepted the pass, his gaze involuntarily locked onto Jiang Xiaodong's figure. Thank you, Secretary Jiang. That beautiful secretary's posture while handing over the card is so professional. Was it intentional or accidental? Her figure is even more voluptuous and stunning than that crazy woman's. I've always loved DGA, and now I love D just as much. Her voice is so sweet, and she carries a subtle fragrance. Mu Qingwan watched Li Hao's expression and was utterly speechless. Couldn't he tear his eyes away from the pretty secretary? Am I, the esteemed female CEO, really no match for a mere secretary? I've got a D-cup figure, for crying out loud. Thinking this, Mu Qingwan couldn't help but glance at the secretary. She had to admit she really did seem slightly outmatched. It was infuriating. Damn, Li Hao had just stabbed her heart with another knife. Mu Qingwan forced down the rage boiling inside her. Then, she shot Li Hao a glare and said coldly, Secretary Jiang, arrange an office for him and give him a tour of the company. Yet the icy glare in her eyes could freeze blood in its veins. Certainly, Mr. Li. Please follow me. Secretary Jiang said with a smile. As they stepped out of the office, Secretary Jiang asked softly, Mr. Li, shall we go to the office first or take the tour? Li Hao answered without hesitation, let's go straight to the office. As they walked, Zhang's slender waist swayed. She wore a white blouse made of chiffon, light and elegant, with a low neckline. Her lower body was clad in a black, form-fitting skirt that hugged her curves perfectly, showcasing her stunning figure. Girls these days all loved wearing this style of clothing. Li Hao recalled Mu Qingwan owning a similar piece. Her distinctive gait made her body sway to some unseen rhythm, each sway seeming to tease the heart. As for the prominent curves of her body, they seemed poised to burst through the thin fabric at any moment. Her legs were long and straight, glowing with a mysterious and beautiful sheen under the lights. Her feet were encased in black stiletto heels with red soles, each step producing a crisp, rhythmic click. Li Hao found himself utterly captivated by the secretary. Secretary Zhang seemed to sense his gaze. She tilted her head slightly, her hair swaying gently as the corners of her mouth lifted into a confident smile. Secretary's sister is practically a siren, hee hee. Is she smiling at me because she likes me? Dragon 2 blushing emoji JPG. Her waist isn't a waist, it's the scythe of the Grim Reaper. Her legs aren't legs, they're the waters of the Seine. Wait, I remember now, isn't this secretary the mole that bastard Qin Yu planted in the company? My previous self couldn't resist her charms and let her lure me to a hotel, turned out to be a trap. Didn't accomplish a single thing. She even took photos and blackmailed me for ages. No wonder she keeps tempting me now. No surprise she'll try to lure me to a hotel tonight. Mom was right, never trust women. The prettier they are, the better they are at deceiving. If you want to play games, I'll play along. Soon, they arrived at an office door. Secretary Zhang turned slightly, a gentle smile on her face. With an elegant gesture, she reached out and turned the doorknob, opening the door for Li Hao. Li Hao gave a slight nod and stepped inside the office. Secretary Zhang followed behind him, quietly closing the door. The office interior was simple and tasteful, yet exuded an understated luxury. Li Hao surveyed the space, inwardly marveling. Hee hee. Dreams come true, never thought I'd have my own office. Secretary Zhang observed Li Hao's satisfied expression and smiled as she spoke. Mr. Li, please take a seat for a moment. I'll get you a glass of water. Thank you, Secretary Zhang. Li Hao nodded slightly. He then slowly walked to the office chair and sat down with composure. He leaned back slightly, savoring the comfortable support of the chair. Then, without restraint, he casually propped his legs up on the desk, his posture exuding an air of nonchalance and unrestraint. Secretary Zhang turned and walked over to the water dispenser nearby. Moments later, she returned carrying a glass of water toward Li Hao. However, as she approached him, she suddenly pretended to twist her ankle. The cup tilted, and water instantly splashed onto Li Hao. I'm so sorry, Mr. Li. Secretary Zhang exclaimed in panic, her face filled with apology. She quickly set down the cup, picked up tissues from the desk, and with her delicate, bone-soft hands, gently touched Li Hao, carefully wiping the water stains from his clothes. A strand of her hair fell softly, brushing against Li Hao's cheek and carrying a faint, elusive fragrance. Li Hao paused, his gaze fixed on the Secretary Zhang mere inches away. Her exquisite features and the flustered, shy look in her eyes stirred a ripple of emotion within him. Secretary Zhang continued wiping while surreptitiously observing Li Hao's expression. Her eyes betrayed a mix of nervousness and anticipation, as if waiting for his reaction. Yet Li Hao remained expressionless, leaving her somewhat baffled. Li Hao looked at Secretary Zhang and said softly, I can handle it. Secretary Zhang paused, her hand frozen mid-motion. Mr. Li, how can that be? I was the one who accidentally spilled water on you. Secretary Zhang murmured, a hint of urgency in her tone. It's fine. It wasn't your fault. Li Hao lifted the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile. This wicked woman definitely did it on purpose, trying to trick me. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Then I'll just play along, a fool would pass up a free ride. Li Hao's gaze lingered on Secretary Zhang for a moment. He noticed she seemed to be deliberately positioning her collar closer to his line of sight. Though he knew it was a trick, his heartbeat still quickened involuntarily. Secretary Zhang seemed to sense his gaze, her cheeks instantly flushing crimson, though she made no effort to conceal it. A hint of allure flickered in her eyes as she gently bit her lip and murmured softly, Mr. Li, when you look at me like that, it makes me feel shy. Li Hao cleared his throat and looked away. Testing officials with this? What official could withstand such a test? But sorry, only the party and the people can test me. But honestly? It's beautiful and I love to look. Am I lustful? Not sure. But the flowers are in full bloom. Wouldn't it be unromantic of me not to admire them? Secretary Zhang's hand lightly brushed Li Hao's arm once more. The soft touch made Li Hao's body stiffen slightly. Secretary Zhang seemed to sense his reaction, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing at the corners of her lips. Her touch grew even gentler, deliberately teasing him. Secretary Zhang leaned closer to Li Hao and whispered softly into his ear, Mr. Li, are you harboring some thoughts about me? Chapter 11, Tonight, I'll give you all the pleasure you crave. Hearing Zhang's words, Li Hao quickly feigned composure, his tone stiff as he replied, No. His eyes darted nervously, avoiding Zhang's gaze. Secretary Zhang's lips curved upward in a smug smile. She knew he was lying, but she had no intention of calling him out. Mr. Li, I accidentally twisted my ankle just now and it still hurts. Could you please massage it for me? Standing is uncomfortable too. Why don't we go to the sofa? You can massage my foot there. Secretary Jiang instantly adopted a pitiful expression, her eyes filled with pleading. Li Hao paused, hesitation flickering in his mind. Yet, seeing the pain etched on Zhang's face, his resolve softened. All right, he murmured softly. Li Hao carefully helped Zhang up, one arm around her waist while his other hand firmly grasped her arm. Secretary Jiang deliberately leaned into him, her soft body pressing close. Her ample curves pressed against his chest, teasingly close yet just out of reach. A wave of heat instantly washed over Li Hao. He steadied himself and guided Secretary Jiang to the edge of the sofa. Seeing the pain etched on her face, Li Hao hesitated briefly before kneeling down. He gently slipped her high-heeled shoes off her feet. As the shoes slipped off, her jade-like feet, encased in black stockings, came into view. Li Hao's gaze lingered involuntarily on those delicate feet. The sheer stockings enveloping her slender ankles exuded an aura of mysterious allure. Li Hao felt his throat go dry and swallowed involuntarily. But he quickly realized his lapse in composure, hastily averting his gaze and forcing himself to calm down. Li Hao's fingers gently massaged Secretary Zhang's ankle, the soft sensation making his heartbeat quicken involuntarily. Heh, so smooth. I could play with these legs for a year. Such long legs, it'd be a shame not to pedal a tricycle. Though I admit your legs are long, the roads of New China are even longer. Does this wicked woman really think she's got me hooked after just one time? Secretary Jiang gazed at Li Hao, her face radiating pure bliss, as if immersed in an indescribable pleasure. Her lips curved upward slightly, her eyes sparkling with contentment. Mr. Li, your hands are so gentle. Secretary Jiang murmured softly, her voice tinged with a hint of shyness. Li Hao's face flushed slightly. Secretary Jiang, don't look at me like that. His voice betrayed a hint of flustered panic and his gaze instinctively darted away. Secretary Jiang watched Li Hao's flustered state, still gazing at him with that look of pure enjoyment. Then, she gently shifted her delicate foot, lightly brushing her toes against Li Hao's arm. Secretary Jiang had no intention of stopping there. She lifted her other foot slightly, and the delicate black stockinged foot slowly brushed against Li Hao's thigh. The delicate black stockings rubbed against Li Hao's trousers, producing a faint rustling sound. Li Hao's body stiffened abruptly, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes. Secretary Jiang slowly withdrew her foot, then moved even closer to Li Hao, wrapping her arms gently around his neck. Her gaze was soft and seductive, her voice dripping with temptation. Mr. Li, I wonder if you might have some time tonight? Li Hao sneered inwardly. Just as he'd expected, Secretary Jiang was initiating her seduction plan. Finally playing your trump card. You're finally saying what you really think. I thought you'd never speak up. You like to play, enjoy yourself, right? Tonight, I'll make sure you get your fill. Don't you know that high-end hunters always appear in the guise of prey? But outwardly, he remained composed, merely observing Secretary Jiang with a faint expression as he replied, Oh? Where might that be? Secretary Jiang's face lit up with a mysterious smile as she whispered softly, How about the hotel tonight? The ambience is elegant, perfect for unwinding. Her eyes locked onto Li Hao, brimming with anticipation and allure. Li Hao felt a flicker of stir within him as he met Secretary Jiang's alluring gaze and seductive expression. After a brief silence, a faint, almost imperceptible smile curved his lips. Very well. I'll take Secretary Jiang up on her suggestion. A flicker of delight crossed Zhang's eyes. She rose slowly, adjusting her attire with a graceful movement. Her legs, encased in black stockings, appeared exceptionally long and alluring. Secretary Jiang glanced back at Li Hao, a smug smile playing on her lips, before turning and gliding gracefully toward the door. Just as she was about to step out of the office, she suddenly halted, turning slowly to look back at Li Hao. Her eyes brimmed with allure and anticipation, her lips curving into a captivating smile. Then, Secretary Jiang playfully batted her eyelashes, sending him a highly seductive wink. After that, she puckered her lips slightly and blew Li Hao a kiss. Mr. Li, you must come. Her voice, like heavenly music, lingered in the air. Li Hao looked at Secretary Jiang, his eyes reflecting determination and anticipation. How about I pick you up tonight? A flicker of delight danced in Zhang's eyes as her smile broadened. Yes, Mr. Li, she replied softly. I'll be waiting. With that, Secretary Jiang turned and walked away with grace. Li Hao watched her departing figure, a meaningful expression crossing his face. Rest assured, I'll definitely be there. How could I not? A gentleman's revenge can wait a decade. While you've been scheming against me, I've been scheming against you too. What goes around comes around. Every cause has its effect, your retribution is me. Li Hao returned home. His gaze fell upon his wife, Mu Qingwan, seated on the sofa, a fleeting, almost imperceptible flicker of something unusual passing through his eyes. Qingwan, I have to step out tonight. Li Hao forced his voice to sound calm. Mu Qingwan lifted her head slightly, a flicker of confusion crossing her icy gaze. What's Li Hao up to? He's actually going out tonight. Could he be sneaking off to meet Secretary Jiang? No, that blockhead. He didn't react at all to what I did yesterday. He's probably just going to soak his feet. Right. Stop overthinking. So Mu Qingwan softly replied, alright, come back early. Hearing his wife's reply, Li Hao felt a slight relief wash over him and an almost imperceptible flicker of joy crossed his face. He quickly turned and walked briskly toward the garage. Li Hao sped through the night, soon arriving at the entrance of the residential complex where Secretary Jiang lived. Seated in his car, Li Hao fixed his gaze intently on the entrance. Soon, Secretary Jiang's figure appeared in his line of sight. She wore a form-fitting red miniskirt, its hem swaying gently with each step, revealing her long, fair legs. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall, the slightly curled ends adding an extra touch of allure. She approached Li Hao's car with light steps, a captivating smile on her face and her eyes full of allure. Secretary Jiang gently pulled open the door and slid inside, instantly filling the air with a rich perfume scent. She turned slightly and cooed to Li Hao, Mr. Li, I'm afraid I kept you waiting. Her voice was so soft and seductive it felt like it could melt a man's bones. Chapter 12, Just enjoy yourself, beauty. Li Hao's heart skipped a beat. Regaining his composure, he replied, no problem. Then he started the car. Soon, it glided into a hotel. After parking, Li Hao turned to Secretary Jiang and said, you go up first. I need to grab something. All right. Secretary Jiang gave a slight nod, a hint of anticipation in her eyes. She elegantly pushed open the car door and walked with light steps toward the elevator. Go ahead up. I've got a huge surprise waiting for you. This surprise will be unforgettable. Tonight will be a wonderful night. Hee, hurry up and finish this, then we can go get a foot massage later. After retrieving the bag from the trunk, Li Hao swiftly pulled out his phone. His fingers danced swiftly across the screen, sending several messages before he tucked the phone away. A barely perceptible flicker of excitement crossed his face, as if the bag held something he was eagerly anticipating. With this joy in his heart, yet still carrying an air of mystery, he headed toward the elevator. His steps seemed lighter, filled with anticipation for what was to come. Meanwhile, in the hotel room, Secretary Jiang had already laced the wine glass with a drug. She had meticulously arranged everything, waiting for Li Hao's arrival. She imagined Li Hao's mix of nervousness and excitement after drinking the wine. Finally, the elevator reached the floor where Secretary Jiang was waiting. Li Hao took a deep breath, stepped out of the elevator, and headed toward the room number Jiang had given him. Each step seemed to carry an indescribable mix of tension and excitement. When he stood before the door, his hand trembled slightly as he knocked. The door opened quickly, revealing Secretary Jiang standing there with a captivating smile. Mr. Li, you're here. Secretary Jiang's voice was soft and melodious. Li Hao entered the room somewhat awkwardly, his gaze instinctively drawn to the interior decor. Soft lighting, warm decor, everything felt so suggestive. Secretary Jiang glanced at the bag in Li Hao's hand, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Mr. Li, what's this? Li Hao paused slightly, a mysterious smile curling his lips. You guess. Jiang furrowed her brow slightly, her gaze shifting between Li Hao and the bag as she tentatively ventured, is it a gift for me? Li Hao smiled without answering. Secretary Jiang bit her lip lightly, a flicker of disappointment crossing her eyes before she regained her charming smile. She walked to the table, picked up the glass of wine that had been prepared earlier, and offered it to Li Hao, saying softly, let's have a drink first. Relax. Li Hao watched the drink in Jiang's hand, slowly reaching out to take it. But he didn't drink it immediately. Instead, he gripped the glass tightly, his eyes filled with complex emotions. So eager to frame me, are you? Take it step by step. Haste makes waste. You'll stumble yet. Drinking it? No way. You expect me to swallow this, then use it to blackmail me forever? What the hell is wrong with you? Do you think I'm a child? I'm 28 years old. Secretary Jiang watched Li Hao take the wine glass and silently breathed a sigh of relief. She hoped he would drink it, for then her plan could proceed smoothly. However, Li Hao gently set the glass down and smiled. No rush. Let's see the gift I brought you first. With that, he opened his bag and pulled out a rope, a bunny girl costume, and other items. Secretary Jiang's face flushed slightly at the sight, yet her eyes betrayed a hint of excitement. Secretary Jiang playfully punched Li Hao's chest. You're so naughty. Then, holding the bunny girl costume, she turned and walked into the bathroom to change. While Secretary Jiang was changing, Li Hao swiftly swapped his own glass with the drugged drink she had prepared. Secretary Jiang emerged from the bathroom wearing the bunny girl costume, her face flushed and her eyes glistening with anticipation. She asked softly, do you like it? Li Hao paused slightly, his gaze lingering on Secretary Jiang for a moment. Looks good, love it. If that crazy woman could wear this for me, that'd be great. I'm not much of a person, but I'm definitely unique. Oi, kid, you seem a bit hot-headed. It really is quite something beautifully irresistible. But what a shame. Li Hao spoke slowly, I like it. Secretary Jiang's face blossomed into a radiant smile, as vibrant and captivating as spring flowers in full bloom. She glided over to Li Hao's side and murmured softly. Since you like it, let's have a drink to celebrate this wonderful moment. She picked up the wine glass from the table and held it out to Li Hao, her eyes full of allure. He raised his glass and said to Secretary Jiang, "Yes, let's have a drink to celebrate this special moment." Secretary Jiang smiled shyly, took her glass, and gently clinked it against Li Hao's. At that moment, she was completely unaware that the glasses had been switched, her heart still filled with anticipation for what was to come. Without a word, both men drained their glasses in one gulp. After drinking, the flush on Secretary Jiang's face grew more pronounced, and her eyes took on a dreamy haze. Seeing her state, Li Hao felt a surge of satisfaction and joy. He gently supported her and asked, "Are you okay?" Leaning against Li Hao, she murmured softly, "I feel a bit warm and kinda dizzy." Her voice was soft, seductive, and languid, making Li Hao feel even more certain he had the situation firmly under his control. A confident smile spread across his lips as he silently congratulated himself for successfully switching the glasses, thwarting Zhang's scheme. Observing her bewildered expression, a deep sense of triumph welled up within him. Li Hao lifted his chin slightly, his eyes sparkling with pride at his own cleverness. He gave Zhang's shoulder a light pat, his tone tinged with teasing. "Secretary Jiang, this wine packs quite a punch, doesn't it?" Leaning against Li Hao, the dizziness in Zhang's head intensified. Suddenly, she realized something was terribly wrong. She'd been played by Li Hao. Secretary Jiang's eyes widened. She opened her mouth to confront Li Hao, but before the words could escape, the potent effects of the drug swept through her body. Her vision blurred, her limbs grew limp, and she collapsed onto the bed. Li Hao gazed at Secretary Jiang, unconscious on the bed, a faint, enigmatic smile curling the corners of his mouth. "Enjoy yourself, beauty. So-called beauty, in the end, is nothing but a pink-skinned skeleton. Hee, I'm off to soak my feet. I wonder how Qin Yu's people will fare next. Truly something to look forward to. Though a monk by choice, I linger in this world for a footbath. Even penniless, I won't let down the charming girl in the alley. Once you step through the footbath door, there'll be no more heart's desire." Chapter 13, What's with this perfume? Li Hao swiftly installed a miniature surveillance camera in the room, then walked to the door and knocked lightly on the adjacent room. In an instant, several burly men emerged from inside. Li Hao raised his hand slightly, patting one of the burly men on the shoulder. A sly, mischievous grin spread across his face as he spoke slowly, "Enjoy yourselves." The man nodded solemnly, then rubbed his hands together vigorously. A gleam of eager anticipation flashed in his eyes. Then, like ravenous wolves and fierce tigers, they stormed into the room with fierce momentum. In an instant, the room erupted with a cacophony of noise. Li Hao stood firmly at the doorway, an inscrutable smile never leaving the corners of his mouth. He turned and stepped into the elevator, pressing the down button. The elevator doors slowly closed, shutting out the clamor from the room. Before long, the elevator reached the ground floor and the doors slid open. The moment Li Hao stepped out, he saw three people rushing toward the elevator, their faces lit with excitement. "Already here? I wonder why Qin Yu sent three of you skinny guys. I'm cheering you on. Clapping and cheering for you." Li Hao watched them, the corners of his mouth curving into a faint smile. He then walked away with steady steps, heading toward a bathhouse. He intended to enjoy a moment of relaxation, temporarily casting the tension and turmoil of the past few moments far from his mind. Bathhouse. Li Hao soaked his feet in the warm water, his eyes fixed intently on the surveillance feed on his phone. He shook his head slightly, murmuring in admiration, "Damn, that's intense. Never expected Qin Yu's people would get involved too. Interesting, truly interesting. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Adopting the principle of joining the fight when you can't beat it, well done. I admire your approach. Those who recognize the times are the wise ones. Clearly, these three are exceptionally wise. Wonder if that woman can handle it." After washing his feet, Li Hao stepped out of the bathhouse feeling refreshed and invigorated. All the way home, he hummed a tune, his mood light and cheerful. As soon as Li Hao pushed open the door, his joy still fresh, he unexpectedly saw Mu Qingwan and her younger sister Mu Qingwan sitting inside, deep in conversation. Mu Qingwan spotted Li Hao and greeted him with a gentle smile. "Honey, you're back." Then she turned to introduce someone to Li Hao. "Come, let me introduce you. This is my younger sister, Mu Qingwan." Li Hao paused slightly, nodded, and said, "Hello. Like I don't know who she is? I don't need an introduction. This is your adorable little sister, Mu Qingwan. She's no angel anyway." Mu Qingwan smiled sweetly, her voice clear and crisp. "Hello, brother-in-law. My sister has told me so much about you." Mu Qingwan patted the seat beside her and said, "Honey, come sit with us and chat." Li Hao hesitated for a moment before slowly walking over and sitting down. His heart raced with anxiety, unsure what Mu Qingwan and Mu Qingwan might discuss. Just then, Mu Qingwan remarked casually, "Oh dear, brother-in-law, there's a faint fragrance on you. How peculiar, it seems like a woman's perfume." Her tone carried a hint of curiosity, yet her eyes held a subtle, unusual gleam, as if she were merely posing a simple question. Li Hao's heart tightened, and he quickly explained, "I probably picked it up accidentally somewhere outside." Mu Qingwan tilted her head slightly, her eyes clear and innocent as she said, "Oh, I see. But sis, you really need to keep a closer eye on your brother-in-law. There are so many temptations out there these days. Mu Qingwan frowned slightly, a flicker of doubt rising in her heart. She leaned closer to Li Hao and gently sniffed. There was indeed a scent of perfume, and it definitely wasn't the one she usually wore. Her mind raced to identify the source of this scent. She remembered it was the secretary's scent. Her expression darkened instantly, her eyes flashing with anger and disappointment. She lifted her eyes slightly, her gaze as cold as ice, demanding sharply, "What's this perfume about? Tell me honestly what you've been up to." Her tone carried a biting chill that instantly sent a jolt through Li Hao's heart, a powerful sense of oppression washing over him. Li Hao hastily forced a slightly strained smile and urgently replied, "Nothing." A flicker of nervousness slipped into his eyes as he tried to ease the awkward tension. "Oh, right. On my way here, I saw someone who looked just like my brother-in-law enter the hotel. Not sure if it was him though." Mu Qingwan finished speaking, her face breaking into a smug expression as she looked at Li Hao. At her words, Li Hao's expression instantly darkened. But he quickly regained his composure, forcing a smile as he said, "Qingwan, you must have mistaken someone for him. Why would I go to a hotel? Perfect opportunity to divorce that crazy woman. Mu Qingwan, you've done me a huge favor. I'll be forever grateful. That crazy woman better file for divorce ASAP. And hand over a hefty settlement. Then I'll stay out of your business and go find my true love." "Ha! You won't listen when I tell you, you won't believe me when I explain, and you'll just get upset when I say it." Mu Qingwan, however, wouldn't let it go, pouting slightly. "Brother-in-law, I really hope I'm mistaken. After all, my sister is such a wonderful person. If you've done anything to hurt her, that would be utterly unforgivable." Li Hao hastily denied it. "Qingwan, it's getting late. We should rest." His tone was filled with urgency, as if he wanted to escape this awkward situation as quickly as possible. But Mu Qingwan, that scheming, wasn't about to let this opportunity slip away. She tilted her lips slightly, her meaningful smile growing more pronounced. "Oh my, what time is it? Could it be that my brother-in-law has been playing too hard?" Her words were thick with innuendo, causing Mu Qingwan's expression to darken further. Provoked by Mu Qingwan's words, Mu Qingwan immediately demanded an explanation for the scent of perfume on Li Hao's body. Her eyes blazed with fury and suspicion as she yanked Li Hao's ear. "Li Hao, that perfume scent on you is from that young secretary this morning, isn't it? You better explain yourself clearly today." Li Hao sighed helplessly, "I did go to the hotel, but it wasn't what you think. Do you believe me? Fine. Damn Li Hao, you're infuriating. Still making excuses. Li Hao, you're getting bolder by the day. I never thought you'd actually go to a hotel with that. And you're still reeking of her perfume. Damn Li Hao, you're not human. How could you do such a thing? You reject a respectable female CEO and go for some trashy woman. This is infuriating. I'll beat you to a pulp." Chapter 14, How about tonight? "Crazy woman, stop yanking my ear. Let go of me. It hurts. You'll pay for my medical bills." This crazy woman really is the type with big boobs and no-brainer scheming who believes every word you say. You scheming. Look all innocent and harmless, but secretly you've been hooking up with Qin Yu all along. Crazy woman, when you get framed, don't expect me to give you any organs. You're on your own. Oh, and that secretary? She's another mole Qin Yu sent. Crazy woman, you're so naive, utterly brainless. Tonight I just got back at the secretary and had a simple foot soak. Oh, and I've got video proof. It's so thrilling. Want to see? What proof do you have? Mu Qingwan glared at Li Hao, her tone dripping with skepticism. Li Hao's lips curled into a faint smirk, tinged with smugness. Proof, huh? Fine, I'll show you. With that, he pulled out his phone and played the hotel footage for them. In the footage, Secretary Jiang stood alone in the hotel room, confronting 7 burly men. The scene was tense and intense, utterly jaw-dropping. The 2 women watched, their faces flushing crimson instantly. Mu Qingwan snatched the phone away and declared resolutely, "I believe you." Her unwavering gaze conveyed absolute certainty. In that moment, she had completely cast aside her doubts. Just then, Mu Qingwan stamped her foot in frustration. Furrowing her delicate brows, she protested innocently, "Sis, how could you believe him so easily? Maybe he called them after he was done." Mu Qingwan turned her head slightly, her gaze cool and unwavering as she fixed it on Mu Qingwan. Her voice was as crisp and resolute as the winter air. "Qingwan, the evidence is right here." Mu Qingwan's face twisted with frustration as she persisted, "Sister, you can't trust him so easily. Maybe he's still thinking about that woman right now." Her tone carried a hint of grievance, as if she were wholeheartedly defending Mu Qingwan. Mu Qingwan shook her head gently, her expression serious. "Qingwan, say no more. I trust Li Hao, and I hope you won't harbor such baseless suspicions in the future." Mu Qingwan bit her lip, her eyes reddening slightly as she said pitifully, "Sister, you're just too kind-hearted, that's why he deceived you. I'm only looking out for you, you know. Of course I trust my husband. Without him, I'd be finished. Ugh. This is infuriating. So you, Mu Qingwan, were also sent by Qin Yu. You really are my dear little sister. I'll see what other tricks you can pull." Thank goodness for Li Hao, otherwise, I truly would have fallen into the trap you all set. How could the Mu family have ever taken you in? And I've never treated you badly. This is outrageous. My chest hurts from the rage. You traitorous thing, colluding with outsiders to frame me. Damn it, I almost blamed Li Hao wrongly. Who knew he had such a clever side? Mu Qingwan's earlier raging fury had vanished without a trace, replaced by a growing sense of self-reproach and regret. Mu Fengxue was stunned. She never imagined Mu Qingwan would believe Li Hao so quickly. In her mind, her sister had always despised this useless son-in-law. And that stupid woman, Secretary Jiang. She actually got played by that useless son-in-law. Looks like this Li Hao isn't as simple as she thought. Mu Fengxue stood frozen for a moment, a fleeting, almost imperceptible glint of malice flashing in her eyes. But she quickly composed herself, feigning resignation as she said, "All right, sister. Since you trust him so much, I suppose I can't say anything more." Mu Qingwan glanced at the time and said expressionlessly, "It's getting late. Time to rest." Mu Qingwan turned and headed toward the bedroom. Seeing this, Li Hao also prepared to go to his own room. Just then, Mu Qingwan abruptly halted, spinning around to fix Li Hao with an icy stare. "Honey, you're going to the wrong place. You should be coming to me." Li Hao froze slightly, looking at Mu Qingwan with surprise. He had assumed that after what had just happened, Mu Qingwan would be even colder toward him. He hadn't expected her to suggest they sleep together. Something's off with this crazy woman. Why does she want to sleep with me now? Did I fail to be her fall guy last night? Is she trying to seduce me again tonight? No way. Sigma men never fall into women's traps. At that moment, Mu Qingwan furrowed her brow slightly. "What are you standing there for?" Her tone carried a hint of urgency and displeasure, as if chiding Li Hao for his slowness. Li Hao snapped back to reality, gave an awkward chuckle, then slowly followed Mu Qingwan into the bedroom. Inside, Mu Qingwan turned around, her usual coldness replaced by a gentle gaze fixed on Li Hao. "Honey, what's really going on?" Li Hao shrugged helplessly. "Didn't I show you the video? What else could it be?" Mu Qingwan tilted her head slightly, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. "Honey, you've really surprised and delighted me." Her eyes sparkled with an unusual light. Mu Qingwan drew closer to Li Hao, her subtle fragrance lingering around him. "Honey, I never knew you were such a playful one. What kind of reward do you want?" Her voice was soft, tinged with a hint of allure. Li Hao's heartbeat quickened involuntarily, and he shifted his gaze away in a fluster. "Qingwan, I didn't expect any reward." Mu Qingwan's lips curved upward, revealing a captivating smile. Her fingertips traced circles lightly across Li Hao's chest, her eyes brimming with teasing. A tingling sensation spread through Li Hao's chest, and he nervously swallowed. "Qingwan, isn't this what I should do? Why would I need any reward?" Mu Qingwan wouldn't let it go. "No, there absolutely must be a reward." Her eyes were utterly mesmerizing as she bit her lips lightly and whispered softly, "How about tonight?" Her cheeks flushed crimson as she spoke, yet her gaze remained fixed on Li Hao, seemingly awaiting his response. Something's definitely off. Crazy woman acting like this again. Can she stop with this borderline nonsense day after day? Give me something real. Mu Qingwan's eyes twinkled mischievously. She suddenly stepped forward and planted a soft kiss on Li Hao's cheek. Li Hao froze instantly, a faint blush spreading across his face. Then, Mu Qingwan pulled out her phone, quickly tapped a few buttons, and smiled at Li Hao. "Honey, this is your reward." Li Hao's phone buzzed with a notification. He opened it to find Mu Qingwan had transferred him 5 million yuan. Before Li Hao could process it, Mu Qingwan batted her eyelashes playfully and said, "Honey, I'm going to take a shower. Want to join me?" Chapter 15, Playing the Emotional Card? Li Hao stared in astonishment as Mu Qingwan slipped off her outer garment. Her figure and those eyes were utterly captivating. He couldn't help but swallow hard. Mu Qingwan felt a surge of satisfaction, her lips curving into a subtle smile. She refused to believe she couldn't get to him. She'd already gone this far. If Li Hao was a real man, he couldn't possibly hold back any longer. Mu Qingwan's gaze didn't seem playful at all, it felt like a sincere invitation. This is never ending. Can't this crazy woman just chill for a second? Could she actually be into me? That can't be right, I'm just a deadbeat freeloader. She must be carrying someone else's child. Hearing Li Hao's inner monologue, Mu Qingwan was utterly speechless. When would Li Hao finally realize he'd never slept with anyone else? And certainly wasn't pregnant. All he could think about was his wife cheating on him. Li Hao, you're something else." Mu Qingwan had intended to take a shower, but now she suddenly lost interest. She began walking toward Li Hao, step by step. At this very moment, she wore only a shirt to cover her body. Before, she wouldn't let Li Hao touch her because she genuinely disliked him. But after everything they'd been through, she found herself starting to care about him. Even if he was spouting nonsense, even if he harbored 1,000 grievances against her in his heart. But somehow, this made her feel strangely at ease. And the more he tried to escape, the more Mu Qingwan wanted to cling to him. Li Hao forced himself to stay calm, his tone detached. "Honey, what are you doing? Weren't you going to take a shower? Mu Qingwan shook her head with a smile, her slender fingers resting on Li Hao's shoulder before she lifted her leg and straddled him. A faint smile played at the corners of her lips, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes radiating tenderness, a stark contrast to the decisive, no-nonsense woman he knew at the office. You're insane. Completely mad. So you'll stop at nothing to get what you want, huh? You're the one who looked down on me before. Don't get any ideas. I'm not interested in you. I still want to pursue my true love. For 5 years, I've always been the one making the first move. Now I'll see just how far you're willing to go. I won't touch you. If I touch you today, I'll be your grandson. Mu Qingwan lowered her head and chuckled softly, leaning close to whisper in his ear. Honey, I know you can't perform, but I don't mind. A little discomfort is understandable for a man. Rest assured, I won't let you touch me. Mu Qingwan's hand slowly reached out toward him, warm breath tickling his ear. Or is it that you lack confidence in yourself? Hearing this, a man's pride was brutally trampled underfoot by her. Li Hao. This crazy woman wants to provoke me into sleeping with her? Then use the child to blackmail me, play the emotional card? Make me donate organs to you? Crazy woman, I won't fall for your tricks. Think I'll be your keyboard warrior? No way. But since she says I'm no good, then I'll just be no good. Go find that bastard Qin Yu, he's got deep pockets. Li Hao pulled away from her. Qingwan, you guessed right, I really am a bit useless. My heart wants to, but my body can't. So go take a shower. You'll catch a chill without clothes on. I'm going to the living room to smoke. With that, before Mu Qingwan could react, Li Hao bolted out of the bedroom. The next day. The moment Mu Qingwan arrived at the company, she fired the female secretary who had seduced Li Hao. Li Hao sat in her office, idly twiddling his thumbs. Mu Qingwan spent the entire morning either in meetings or handling paperwork. By noon, Li Hao still hadn't had a chance to eat. That crazy woman never brought me to the office before. She thought I was embarrassing. Now she drags me around every day. Must be lonely without a man, huh? I'd rather be at home sleeping right now, daydreaming about a blissful life with my true love. I need to eat. No wonder her health kept deteriorating. With Qin Yu's persecution on top of that, she didn't even have the strength left to manage the company. If she doesn't get scammed, who will? She doesn't even care about her own health. Might as well just die and donate her organs to Qin Yu. Upon hearing Li Hao's inner thoughts, Mu Qingwan's lips twitched slightly and her grip on the pen tightened. Ever since Li Hao entered the office today, he'd been cursing her internally, each insult uglier than the last. Never in her life had she been spoken to like this. She lifted her gaze, having suppressed the dark emotions from moments ago. Forcing a gentle tone, she asked, "Husband, do you have any grievances against me?" Admittedly, she hadn't treated him well in the past, but hadn't she changed recently? And that night, Li Hao had tried to force himself on her. Clearly he still loved her. So why was he suddenly fixated on divorce? She pressed her lips together, a pang of guilt washing over her. Her husband must be deeply hurt. All these years of marriage, she had never once looked at Li Hao with genuine regard. Li Hao observed her unusual behavior and immediately plastered on a fake smile. He knew she was hopelessly infatuated. A little sweet talk would fix everything. Not at all, honey. How could I possibly have any complaints? I was just bored at work, and besides, it's past dinner time now. Are you hungry? Should I go downstairs and get you something to eat? I'll bring it up. How could I dare to hold a grudge against you? You're about to die. Even if I feel resentment, I'll swallow it. After all, the dead take precedence. What's the point of quarreling with a corpse? Before I die, hurry up and divorce me. Mu Qingwan said nothing. She rose and walked over to Li Hao, sitting down on the sofa beside him. Her gentle frown made her look as if she were apologizing to him. She reached to take his hand, but he reflexively pulled away, creating an awkward moment. But she didn't care. She grabbed Li Hao's hand and explained. Husband, I know these years of marriage have caused you much pain. I neglected you and failed to return your love, but... Before Mu Qingwan could finish, a knock interrupted her, forcing her to swallow the rest of her words. Mr. Wang from Tianmei Group is here. She shot Li Hao a slightly guilty glance. Honey, I called you to the company to offer you a position. Having you shadow me these past few days was to familiarize you with the company's operations. Starting today, you'll be the supervisor of the jewelry design department. If you're hungry, go grab lunch first. Then Xiaoxue will show you around your new position. If you have any questions, feel free to ask her. What? The sky's falling. Li Hao nearly lost control of his facial expression. Has she completely lost her mind? Making me work at the company outright and giving me a supervisor position? Doesn't she realize how humiliating this is? This crazy woman was trying to divorce me, and now she's compensating me? No, really, it's not necessary. I just want to slack off and avoid all this drama. Crazy woman, can't you just follow the original plot? Chapter 16, My ex-girlfriend claims the child is mine? Li Hao tried to refuse, but Mu Qingwan looked at him with unwavering determination. Trust me, you can do this. Staring at the pre-signed employment offer, Li Hao sensed a trap. He absolutely couldn't sign it. If he really started working at her company, wouldn't he be tied to Mu Qingwan for life? Honey, I don't think I'm qualified. If you give me this position, I won't manage it well. Besides causing you trouble, it won't benefit you in any way. Let's just forget it. This position should go to someone more capable. Mu Qingwan dismissed his concerns, leaning close to whisper in his ear, "Honey, I believe in you. You're the one I chose, how could you possibly be inadequate? If you're willing to take the role and do well, I'll give you 2 million yuan in personal bonuses every month." Li Hao's lips instantly curved upward. What? 2 million? This crazy woman wants to trap me in the company with 2 million, squeezing every last drop of value out of me, right? Impossible. I swear I won't compromise for 2 million. She must be carrying someone else's child and feels guilty toward me, trying to win me over to accept this kid. Mu Qingwan's face darkened. 5 million. Fine. Deal. Li Hao's smile was now harder to suppress than an AK-47. Turning down free money? Does she think he's a saint? Since my wife says so, what reason do I have to refuse? I'll take the job. If I don't manage it well, don't blame me. This crazy woman might be stupid, but her money sure isn't. 5 million in my world, that could buy my life. Plus, I've thought of a quicker way to get divorced. If I just screw up at work and make her look bad or disappoint her, won't the divorce papers just come naturally? This manager position? She made me take it, I didn't ask for it. Mu Qingwan's smile gradually stiffened. Fearing Li Hao might truly do something foolish and irreversible, she hurriedly emphasized the financial terms once more. Honey, if you can close deals totaling over 100 million yuan within 3 months, I'll give you 30 million yuan as a reward. Since Li Hao was so fixated on that 30 million divorce settlement, she would drown him in money before the divorce was finalized. Make him unwilling to leave her. Li Hao couldn't resist such an offer. Mu Qingwan was practically throwing money around. If he turned down free money, he'd be a complete idiot. Alright, deal. My wife is so generous. I'll go buy you lunch now. You go ahead and discuss the project with Mr. Wang. Li Hao hummed cheerfully as he left the office, thinking to himself that staying put to milk her for a while sounded pretty good. Once they divorced, he'd never have to work for a living again. If he could close a few more 100 million yuan deals, wouldn't that mean multiple 30 million yuan windfalls? That would be more than enough for him and his white moonlight for the rest of their lives. But he'd never managed a company before, let alone led a team. In real life, Li Hao was just another lowly employee. How was he supposed to manage such a massive operation when Mu Qingwan suddenly handed him this huge responsibility? Li Hao walked hundreds of meters before finding a restaurant with flavors that suited his palate. Or perhaps to celebrate the days ahead of living it up and spending money like water, he ordered a table full of dishes. After finishing my own meal, I'll pack a portion for that crazy woman. Just as the food arrived, a woman in white sat down before Li Hao, accompanied by a child of 5 or 6. Her features were delicate, her demeanor decent, and her figure slender, though her only flaw was a rather flat chest. She removed her sunglasses and reached straight for a pastry to give to the little boy. Eat up, sweetie. We found Daddy. Daddy? No, who are you? Li Hao set down his chopsticks and watched her dig in without hesitation. He couldn't help but speak up. Miss, do we know each other? It wasn't about the food itself, but her sheer lack of manners. Hearing Li Hao speak, the woman rudely grabbed the water bottle from his table and downed it in one gulp. Li Hao, don't you remember me? I'm Shanshan Song Shanshan. Forgot? Your ex-girlfriend. What? Ex-girlfriend? Buried memories raced through his mind, and he seemed to have unearthed some recollections of his ex-girlfriend. Song Shanshan and the original host had been university classmates. They'd dated for 4 years. The original host couldn't exactly say he liked her, but during their relationship, he hadn't treated her badly. He handed over nearly all his salary, and the next day, Song Shanshan would spend it all without a trace left. He never uttered a single complaint. But then, on their 4th anniversary, when the original owner had meticulously planned a surprise for her, Song Shanshan took the opportunity to drug his drink. She brought a wealthy but married man to sleep with him right beside him. Perhaps the drug wasn't potent enough, as the original owner regained consciousness midway. Undeterred, Song Shanshan decided to go down fighting. Figuring he'd discovered her secret, she threw caution to the wind, kicking Li Hao out of the house and flinging his luggage out the door. Just as Li Hao was wallowing in despair, a twist of fate led him to marry Mu Qingwan, who needed a stand-in partner on paper. Oh, so it's you. You're not the one stealing people? Li Hao couldn't fathom how Song Shanshan had the nerve to show her face before him. The original owner was timid and prone to swallowing her pride, but he certainly wouldn't tolerate it. If she dared utter another word, he'd slap her across the face. She had no curves, and now he realized she wasn't even that attractive, not a fraction as good as that crazy woman. Song Shanshan's expression stiffened for a moment, but only for an instant. Her smile returned to her face. Li Hao, I've been looking everywhere for you. I heard you're already married. Li Hao scratched his ear, wanting nothing to do with this polite small talk. Do you really think, given our history, you have the right to sit here and chat about family matters with me? What happened? Did your rich boyfriend dump you? Or did his wife find out about you, forcing you to leave while pregnant? He recalled a plot point from the original story where the ex-girlfriend tracked down the protagonist, threatening him with the child to extort child support. But that wasn't supposed to happen at this point in time. According to the original story, she had also been bribed by Qin Yu. The original protagonist only learned of this fact before her death. Faced with Li Hao's sharp words, she didn't seem the least bit annoyed. None of that matters. Fine, since you don't want to listen, I'll get straight to the point. I'm here to show you something. She pulled a white document from her bag and held it out to Li Hao. Seeing he didn't take it, she waved it in front of him. Li Hao didn't even glance at it before flinging it into the trash can. A paternity test, huh? I'm quite familiar with that. He glanced at the child sitting beside Song Shanshan, who stared back at him with wide eyes. Mom said you're my dad, so you have to take care of me. I want to eat good food too, these dishes aren't enough. Just then, the child spotted a passing customer holding a Big Mac ice cream. His eyes instantly turned red. Pointing at the ice cream, he threw a tantrum in the restaurant, demanding to buy it. I want ice cream. Daddy, I want ice cream. Li Hao grew irritated by the commotion. He hadn't touched a single bite of the food here. Keep this up, and I'll throw you out. Chapter 17, the crazy woman finally shows some sense. Li Hao knew they were here to extort him just sooner than he'd anticipated. Li Hao, he really is your son. The month before we broke up, you came home drunk, and we had sex. Don't you remember? Ping Ping really is your son. This is the paternity test from First Hospital, with an official seal stamped below. It can't be faked. Her tone softened, yet the smile on her face was unmistakably sharp. Li Hao, don't blame me. Who's to blame but yourself for marrying into a wealthy family and living it up now? Would it hurt to support your ex-girlfriend after 4 years together? If it weren't for Li Hao's good looks and honest nature back then, how could she have ever ended up with a country bumpkin like him? In those 4 years together, she never spent a single penny on Li Hao, nor went hungry a single day. A man like that was perfect for marriage. But perfect for marriage didn't mean she liked him, which was why she treated him like a servant day in and day out. She kept the rich heir on the hook while maintaining a stable life with Li Hao. As soon as she found a richer, better-looking replacement, she de-dumped Li Hao without a second thought. Li Hao was utterly speechless. What the hell did this have to do with him? The original owner had been drunk that night. Who even knew if anything had happened? Seeing Li Hao's skeptical expression, she deliberately lifted the child beside her a bit higher. Look, he resembles you, doesn't he? That nose, those eyes as if carved from your own face. Like hell it does. This chubby thing was probably born from some random guy she hooked up with. Why was she trying to drag him into this mess like that crazy woman? Song Shanshan, we broke up 5 years ago. I'm married now. You suddenly show up claiming we have a child together? Add in all the Thai things you've done, do you seriously think I'd believe you? Or just ask any random person on the street who'd believe a like you? Li Hao didn't hold back. When dealing with scum, cursing them was just par for the course. He wasn't playing the saint, nor was he pretending to be some upstanding gentleman. Why should he sacrifice his own happiness to accommodate others? If he couldn't have it easy, neither would they. Song Shanshan's face drained of color. The word stung like a knife. Li Hao had never spoken to her like this before. Even on the night they broke up, he'd been meek and timid, unable to utter a word. Even when she thrown his belongings out the door and treated him like a dog, he'd never uttered a single vicious or hurtful word. Li Hao, you've gone too far. Now that you're married, you won't even support your own son? She deliberately raised her voice, determined to make everyone see him as an irresponsible, cheating husband who abandoned his wife and child. Song Shanshan had no shame, so what did Li Hao want? Li Hao matched her volume, determined to let the entire restaurant here let them see who was truly at fault. Not my son, right? He must be yours and that bastard's. Ugly as sin, he's definitely your biological child, but he's not mine. On our 4th anniversary night, you drugged me unconscious and brought your bastard lover to pant and moan beside me. If this is my son, I'll run into traffic and let a car kill me. The entire restaurant was drawn to the commotion. Song Shanshan was dumbfounded, never expecting him to be so ruthless. Does she still think I love her? Characters in these brainless stories are all narcissistic lunatics. They ruined this meal so badly I lost all appetite. The chubby kid Song Shanshan brought grease all over his hands and mouth. When he saw Li Hao glaring at him, he burst into tears. Daddy doesn't want me and mommy anymore. Daddy's a bad guy. Holy crap, the little tough guy's acting all cute. Don't be ridiculous. Faced with this situation, what should we do? Call the waiter, of course. Waiter. This place may not be a 5-star hotel, but it's still a high-end establishment. The people dining here are either business owners or employees of well-established companies. If the service were truly terrible, this place wouldn't have a 49-point rating. When the server approached, Li Hao explained the situation truthfully. I don't know these women. They disrupted my meal. I haven't touched a single bite from this table. You can check if you don't believe me. I won't be paying for this bill. Song Shanshan's expression turned icy before his eyes. She slammed her hand down on the table. Li Hao, how could you disown me? Abandoning me for another woman was bad enough, but now you slander me and spread rumors. I thought you were a man of integrity and even considered reconciling with you. But I never imagined you'd become this kind of person. Oomph. Rest assured, I'll raise this child myself. Not a single penny will come from you or that mistress. The moment these words left her mouth, every pair of eyes in the room turned to Li Hao. A bone-chilling coldness surged up Li Hao's spine. The moment he turned, he met Mu Qingwan's face, cold as ice. Mu Qingwan sat down beside Li Hao with the commanding presence of a queen descending upon her throne. Her gaze was sharp as an eagle's, utterly devoid of warmth, and a powerful aura instantly radiated from her. Li Hao had expected her to throw a tantrum, to rage, to misunderstand, but never imagined she would remain so composed and calm. Mu Qingwan calmly raised her phone, activated the recording function, and spoke in a cold, clear voice. Miss, do you dare to confirm once more in front of this camera that this child is my husband's son? And you must guarantee that the paternity test report you brought is absolutely genuine. Furthermore, you must promise that if your statement proves false, you will bear full legal responsibility. Do you dare? Song Shanshan's face darkened to an extreme. She hadn't anticipated Mu Qingwan would be this formidable. Before coming to confront Li Hao, she had believed she had thoroughly investigated every detail about his wife. Yet now she found herself in this impossible predicament. Under everyone's gaze, if she didn't respond, all her plans would come to nothing. But if she agreed, and something went wrong with Qin Yu, she would be sent to prison. Seeing the other party's hesitation, Mu Qingwan had already reached her conclusion. This child was absolutely not Li Hao's. Li Hao watched her, filled with admiration for this woman. This time, she had finally shown some intelligence, even going out of her way to protect his reputation in front of outsiders. Well done. If this crazy woman had always been this smart, she wouldn't have ended up ruined and her family destroyed. If I had a son like that, I'd jump off a building. Ugly enough, but he also loves to spew filth, perfectly matched with that Tai Hor Song Shanshan. Like mother, like son. Honey, thank you for believing in me. I don't have such an ugly son, do I? Mu Qingwan nodded slightly, her gaze filled with tenderness as she looked at Li Hao, yet her tone was unwaveringly firm. I believe you, husband. You don't need to explain anything to me. Amidst the crowd's suspicion, Song Shanshan, forced by the pressure, gritted her teeth and admitted. These things are real. If I've fabricated evidence or lied, let the police punish me. Mu Qingwan swiftly shut off the recording, her gaze as sharp as an ice pick piercing Song Shanshan. Very well, Ms. Song. Let me kindly remind you, defamation carries legal consequences. As for whether this child is my husband's, I'll go to the hospital and get it tested to find out. If you dare to lie, this video will immediately be sent to my lawyer. Then you can wait to face the full force of the law. And as for your so-called other woman, utter nonsense. I, Mu Qingwan, conduct myself with integrity. I will not tolerate your baseless slander. My husband and I are a legally married couple. It's you who's stirring up trouble for no reason, with ulterior motives. Chapter 18, This goddess is actually a born masochist? The two arranged a time, bringing the chubby boy and Li Hao to the hospital to undergo a new paternity test. This hospital was arranged by Mu Qingwan, so there was no need to worry about tampering. The results would take 2 days to come back. Watching Li Hao and Mu Qingwan walk away calmly, Song Shanshan felt a surge of resentment. Damn it! Just because you have money, you think you're so great. Song Shanshan was naturally jealous of Mu Qingwan. Both were women, why did she get to possess so much wealth? Later, she pulled out her phone and dialed a number. After 2 or 3 rings, Qin Yu finally answered. All your brilliant idea. Now Mu Qingwan has arranged for a new paternity test report. If they discover I faked it and arrest me, rest assured I'll turn you in too. She knew Qin Yu was the only one capable of covering this up for her now, so her words carried a threatening tone. Don't worry. With me here, how could I let you suffer? Hearing Qin Yu's reassurance, Song Shanshan finally hung up the phone with a sense of relief. She stroked Ping Ping's head beside her, a mischievous smile flickering in her eyes. Ping Ping, don't worry. In just a few days, Mommy will take you to a better life. Her visit to confront Li Hao wasn't about reconciling with him. Instead, Qin Yu had promised her a substantial reward once this matter was settled. Beyond that payment, she could also ensure Li Hao would continue providing child support for Ping Ping. Deep down, she still harbored some fear toward Mu Qingwan. After all, she came from a wealthy family. But when it came to Li Hao, she felt no fear whatsoever. Back when he was with her, he was nothing but a pathetic sycophant. All these years later, he's still the same. Moreover, rumors swirled that Li Hao and Mu Qingwan's marriage was strained. As a son-in-law who had married into the Mu family, few would genuinely stand by him. Including Mu Qingwan. His intervention this time was purely for appearances. The moment he tarnished her reputation, she'd discard this useless man without hesitation. Inside the office, Mu Qingwan sat at her desk, continuing her work with an expressionless calm, showing no inclination whatsoever to question Li Hao. What if she asked and Li Hao didn't believe her? Besides, Li Hao didn't seem the type to do such a thing. When they decided to register their marriage, Mu Qingwan never once inquired about any of Li Hao's past relationships. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Li Hao tentatively inquired. Honey, what's wrong? Is this matter upsetting you? Song Shanshan is being so brazen, insisting that child is mine. That means Qin Yu's people will definitely tamper with this paternity test report. The outcome will be inevitable that crazy woman won't tolerate betrayal and will definitely divorce me. The thought that he had no evidence to back up his claims made Li Hao abandon his plan to explain. Forget it. We're getting divorced anyway. Whether I clear my name or not makes no difference. I can always explain things to my true love later. Maybe this whole thing will finally let me escape this crazy woman completely. Ha! Off to live happily ever after with my true love, simple, peaceful days with 3 square meals a day. How sweet. These words reached Mu Qingwan's ears, causing her expression to freeze momentarily. This wasn't the first time she'd heard Li Hao mentally recite his white moonlight. Each mention of his white moonlight felt like fine needles, stabbing her heart again and again. So who exactly was this woman? Speculations swirled relentlessly in her mind. Perhaps Li Hao's first love? Someone who left an indelible mark during their youthful years. Or maybe a mysterious woman with whom Li Hao had shared a profoundly unforgettable experience. So profound that even after 5 years apart, Li Hao still couldn't stop thinking about her. But if Li Hao missed her so much, why had he never once mentioned this moonlight to her during their 5 years together? Moreover, he showered me with endless kindness. He meticulously managed the household chores, and almost every meal was carefully prepared by him. When she was sick, no matter how sour her expression, he would tend to her with gentle care, constantly checking if she'd eaten and worrying about her staying up late. So to say Li Hao never felt even a shred of affection for her, she refused to believe it. If all of this was fake, if it was all a lie and an illusion woven by Li Hao, if he was just acting, then the thought of it was terrifying. Lately, ever since she gained the ability to hear Li Hao's inner thoughts, she realized he wasn't the person she'd imagined. He seemed like a completely different man from the one she'd known before. She had once believed Li Hao was merely someone clinging to her for money. But now, the contradictions and inner turmoil in his thoughts forced her to re-examine this man who had lived with her for 5 years. She had dismissed him as a freeloader, endlessly dragging her into conversations of the most tedious kind. They had been playing the roles of a husband and wife without a shred of genuine affection, and she had long grown weary of it. So when Li Hao tried to win her favor, she felt not joy but irritation. She never disclosed any details about Li Hao to others, only mentioning that she had a husband. Because in her eyes, Li Hao's existence was an embarrassment. I'm not angry, husband. Everything I just said to you is sincere. I trust you unconditionally. Even if this child is yours, so what? That happened before we were married. Rest assured, today I'll announce to the world that you're my husband. Let's see who dares to gossip now. At these words, Li Hao's mouth twitched. He hadn't expected Mu Qingwan to act this way. It was completely different from what he'd imagined, and it wasn't following the script at all. Honey, I'm not really that trustworthy. Maybe you should still doubt me? What the hell is wrong with this crazy woman? She doesn't doubt or care. How am I supposed to get a divorce now? Crazy woman, she really is love-struck. Her husband suddenly has another child, yet she's the one caring about me? The original owner was such a suck-up, and she never seemed to care. Sigh, what a waste. Such a gorgeous goddess, and she's actually a natural masochist? No wonder Qin Yu can manipulate crazy woman. She's the one primarily responsible. Why would I ever doubt my own husband? I was the one at fault before. I didn't cherish you enough and was always harsh with you. But that one happened again. Mu Qingwan smiled with unusual tenderness, as if genuinely apologizing for her past actions. Li Hao was taken aback. No. You don't need to apologize. It's wise to be cautious. If this child is truly mine, I'll initiate the divorce myself. I'm not the same Li Hao who used to indulge your every whim. There's no need for this. We should divorce immediately. You take your sunny path, I'll cross my own narrow bridge. I refuse to be dragged down with you, only to have Qin Yu swindle away my organs and everything else. You want to be brain dead? You crave melodrama? But I'm not the original owner. If it comes down to it, I can find you someone who resembles the original? Mu Qingwan was at a loss for words. Could it be that Li Hao truly felt nothing towards her display of weakness? Did he genuinely not care? He'd even brought up divorce himself. And what was this about not being Li Hao? What original owner? Mu Qingwan couldn't make heads or tails of it. Within her limited understanding, she could only conclude that Li Hao was spouting nonsense, talking complete rubbish. When she lifted her gaze again, the smile on her face had turned stiff. Li Hao wanted a divorce, did he? She would never let him have his way. I absolutely refuse to agree to a divorce. Even if this child is yours, I won't consent. Besides, you didn't even know this child existed. It's likely Song Shanshan kept it hidden from you. You're a victim too. As husband and wife, we are one. How could I possibly divorce you over this? If I did, wouldn't that make me utterly unreasonable? Chapter 19, Money Talks. Mu Qingwan wanted to wrap up the topic quickly and handed Li Hao a document. 1 month from now, Lanjiu Jewelry, the division under Mu Group that you oversee, will launch a new women's jewelry line. This marks your first assignment since taking charge. Ensure the design and release of this new collection are executed flawlessly. Good luck. Li Hao. Seeing Li Hao standing motionless, Mu Qingwan said with a smile. If you can successfully manage Blue Jewelry, I'll give you shares and transfer ownership to you. Even if our relationship sours in the future, it will remain your private property. Hearing this, Li Hao stared straight at Mu Qingwan. She really has lost her mind, bordering on insanity. Giving away her company's assets so casually, what else could it be but madness? No wonder she fell for Qin Yu's smooth talk so easily, willingly handing over her company to him. Still, Lanjiu Jewelry is worth hundreds of millions, right? Even if it's not the top seller now, it's still in the top 10. This inheritance is too good to pass up. This isn't me compromising with that crazy woman, I'm just looking out for the money. Seeing Li Hao abandon his divorce plans, Mu Qingwan finally relaxed a bit. Money was the only thing that could truly attract Li Hao. And she had plenty of it. And she didn't think she was crazy. If not for Li Hao, she might have truly fallen for Qin Yu's schemes. Perhaps then, as Li Hao had warned, her own foolishness would have ruined her family. Honey, you really don't need to be this kind to me. It's kind of embarrassing. We're an old married couple, what's there to be embarrassed about? You're my husband, this is what you deserve. Li Hao, who loved money, no longer refused. Later, with his mood lifted, Li Hao took the documents to Lanjiu Jewelry. The entire office building belonged to the Mu family. Lanjiu Jewelry was located on the ground floor. All employees inside Lanjiu Jewelry knew a new manager was being transferred in from outside. They were all speculating about who this manager could be. Until Li Hao arrived, and they were stunned. Wasn't this the useless son-in-law who followed Mu Qingwan around all day? It's him? I never imagined he'd be parachuted in as our supervisor. I refuse to accept this. What good does it do to be upset? This is General Manager Mu's decision. Or did you want Manager Wang's brother to be the supervisor? Long before Mu Qingwan transferred Li Hao to this position, Lanjiu Jewelry's managers had already internally selected their candidate. That was Manager Wang's younger brother, and the entire Lanjiu Jewelry knew it. That's why everyone addressed Manager Wang's brother as supervisor whenever they saw him. But now Li Hao has been parachuted in, snatching the manager position meant for Manager Wang's brother. This turn of events came far too suddenly. Manager Wang would undoubtedly vent all his anger on Li Hao. But I doubt this son-in-law will fare much better. He got in through back channels, has no experience in this field besides squeezing us dry and acting high and mighty around the office. What else could he possibly accomplish? I reckon this is going to be quite the spectacle. Manager Wang won't let him off the hook. Li Hao sensed the strange atmosphere the moment he arrived. Everyone looked at him with mockery, not a shred of respect in their eyes. Looks like his professional life here won't be much fun. Li Hao had just arrived at Lanjiu Jewelry and intended to greet the manager first to report for duty. But before he could find the office, the manager came out to greet him. You must be Li Hao, the newly transferred supervisor from headquarters? Li Hao looked at the slightly overweight man before him, his face plastered with a professional smile, and thought to himself that this must be the manager. A manager personally greeting a supervisor? That was quite the show of respect. Judging by his appearance, he must be raking in quite the kickbacks at the company. That crazy woman just doesn't have a brain. To outsiders, she seems smart and capable, but to me, she's downright stupid. If I were the boss, I'd have fired this corporate parasite ages ago. Though Li Hao sensed ill intent, he extended his hand to shake the one offered across the table out of courtesy. Good afternoon, manager. I'm busy today, so I can't personally show you around Blue Jewelry. As the head of the jewelry design department, I'll have my colleagues give you the tour. The manager spoke politely, but his eyes clearly betrayed a hint of contempt. Behind Manager Wang stood his younger brother, Wang Juanhao. It seemed these two brothers were preparing to intimidate Li Hao. Oh, and Li, if you have any questions, feel free to ask Juanhao or come find me. After all, you're just starting out and have a lot to learn. Plus, since you're close to Mr. Mu, we'll definitely look out for you like a younger brother. Li Hao sneered inwardly. So that's what this was about. Why not just say outright in front of everyone that he got in through connections? Manager Wang's attitude reflected that of the entire group. He was indirectly telling everyone not to help him. Alright, thank you for your advice, manager. Li Hao feigned ignorance, smiling as he expressed his gratitude. Seeing him play the fool while snatching his position, Wang Juanhao standing behind Manager Wang felt a surge of irritation. This is still a company, Li. Everything here is decided by ability. Even though you're Mr. Mu's man, you should know your place. This is Blue Jewelry, we don't tolerate petty tyrants who lord it over others. Between the lines, it implied he was a freeloader incapable of handling the role. The word stung Li Hao, but he quickly suppressed the irritation. Upset that I took your supervisor position? I know you're anxious, but what good does that do? You two brothers playing off each other like this is quite amusing. Li Hao's lips curled into a dismissive smile. He shot Wang Juanhao a cold glance before shifting his gaze. He addressed Manager Wang. Manager Wang, I must say, your younger brother is far more candid than you. Wang Juanhao was the team leader of Design Department Group 1, holding a lower position than Li Hao. Yet, relying on his brother's status as manager, he had the audacity to lecture and warn his superior. Truly a first. But he couldn't care less. He returned to his office afterward, not bothering to engage with them. Not long after, a knock sounded at the door of Li Hao's office. The visitor was Qin Xiaoxiao, the assistant Mu Qingwan had assigned to support Li Hao. The moment she stepped inside, she gave Li Hao a thorough once-over before shaking her head in disappointment. If it weren't for Ms. Mu instructing me to assist you, I wouldn't have come. Qin Xiaoxiao had always looked down on Li Hao. In her eyes, he was nothing but a freeloader. She couldn't fathom why Mu Qingwan would expend so much time and effort on him. She was a top-tier executive assistant. This was a complete waste of her talents. After all, countless major corporations had offered her lucrative positions, which she had declined. Normally, Mu Qingwan wouldn't play her trump card until the absolute last moment. But this time, for Li Hao's sake, Mu Qingwan had offered such generous terms just to have her assist a freeloader. Here were all the employee records from the design headquarters and details on every project currently underway. Despite Qin Xiaoxiao's deep disdain for Li Hao, she would never go back on her word to Mu Qingwan. Li Hao saw the disdain in her eyes, but he didn't care. After all, how many people in this company truly respected him? People need face, trees need bark, but he had neither. Aside from money, Li Hao could do without everything else. Chapter 20. So what if he's a kept man? So what if he's living off someone else? Pretty efficient. Li Hao chuckled softly as he picked up the documents Qin Xiaoxiao had tossed onto the desk. Li Hao hadn't expected Qin Xiaoxiao's work efficiency to be this high. She had meticulously compiled every detail about Blue Jewelry, all ongoing projects, down to each employee's contact number and the progress of every assigned task. It seemed Mu Qingwan had sent Li Hao a capable person, truly believing he could handle this position. Uncertain whether Li Hao understood the contents, Qin Xiaoxiao reminded him, if anything is unclear, feel free to ask me anytime. As long as you follow my lead and do as I say during this period, I guarantee you'll excel in this role. Li Hao chuckled. Whether he could handle the job was entirely up to him. Whatever. Let them think what they want. Backdoor connections? So what? That's my skill. These people are so funny. What's so great about them? Think I'm not up to it? I think they're the ones with no discernment. Handle the job? Piece of cake. I've got this down pat. Just wait till I show them what I can do. Their jaws will drop to the floor. Heck, just thinking about it is hilarious. Though Li Hao had never worked in the jewelry industry, years of being a laborer and consuming countless TV dramas and novels had given him some familiarity with the field. Plus, he'd self-taught some financial management during college, so it shouldn't be too difficult. For now, the top priority is the upcoming launch event for Blue Jewelry's new collection. The designs would be inspired by a feminine theme, and the design department was already hard at work. The initial drafts should be finalized soon. Qin Xiaoxiao continued her briefing. But at that very moment, Wang Juanhao barged into the office without a word, slamming all the design drafts onto Li Hao's desk. Contempt was written all over his face as he casually remarked, "These are all the designs from the department. Take a look, pick one, and finalize the draft." Li Hao shot him a cold glance. Clearly, he hadn't come with good intentions. After barely a minute of review, Wang Juanhao began causing trouble again. "Manager, I hear you've never studied jewelry design, let alone e-commerce management. Do you even understand these designs?" Li Hao remained silent, flipping through them casually. "Are you kidding me? They actually dare to present this? If designs like this ever made it into production, Blue Jewelry would be out of business before long. In my world, even designs from random street vendors are better than this." Li Hao lifted his gaze, calmly observing Wang Juanhao before him, a man showing him no respect whatsoever. "Are you sure this is what you want for the initial draft? I thought this jewelry design was themed around women, not about carving the words women and feminism onto the pieces. I may not have studied jewelry design, but as a consumer, I absolutely would not buy this. How does this relate to women? It lacks technical skill, and the entire design is utterly tacky." Li Hao's bluntness instantly turned Wang Juanhao's face dark. You're the team leader of Group 1. This is your team's design draft, right? How dare you submit something like this? Looks like I need to consider replacing you in that position." Li Hao attempting to replace the team leader on his very first day. If word got out, it would inevitably invite gossip. Who do you think you are to replace me? I'm the manager's hand-picked choice. You know nothing about jewelry. What gives you the right to call our designs tacky?" Li Hao smiled. It seemed he wasn't the only one who'd gotten in through connections. "Am I the supervisor, or are you? Since that's the case, why not just hand these designs directly to your brother? If you think I'm incompetent, why bother bringing them to me in the first place? Bypassing your direct supervisor is a cardinal sin in this industry. If you think I'm incompetent, tell your brother let him fire me. But would manager Wang dare? Everyone knows he got his position through connections, and everyone looks down on him. It'd be better to leverage his relationship with Mu Qingwan, it'd make things much smoother. He's nothing like those protagonists in idol novels, talented and well-connected, sitting in high positions yet still needing to prove to their subordinates they didn't get there through connections. He's not that stupid. You. Wang Juanhao was furious at Li Hao's words. In his eyes, Li Hao was nothing but a freeloader riding Mu Qingwan's coattails. If not for her, how could he possibly have landed this position? He was nothing but an incompetent sycophant who got in through backdoor connections. What right did he have to tell him what to do? Even if he joined Blue Jewelry, as long as his brother was around, who would truly respect this manager Li Hao? If it came down to it, he'd rather go down fighting. Once Li Hao couldn't stand it anymore, he'd leave on his own. I've never seen anyone as shameless as you. Do you really think your relationship as general manager Mu's kept man is something you can flaunt? Still shamelessly exploiting Mu Zong here, as if you're afraid people don't know you're her freeloading son-in-law? Even if you are Mu Zong's man, how many people here truly respect you? Wang Jun's eyes blazed with fury as he poured out these words, finally feeling a surge of relief. If it weren't for Li Hao, that supervisor position would have been his. How could he not seethe with hatred when some freeloader beat him to the punch and now sat above him? Hearing this, Li Hao felt not anger but amusement. Hey, let him talk all he wants. So what if I'm a kept man? So what if I live off someone else? I couldn't care less about such empty titles. I just need to do what I'm supposed to do and achieve my own goals. Wang Juanhao can do whatever he wants, it won't affect me in the slightest. This guy is so childish, thinking he can provoke me like this? He's nothing but a clown. Sure enough, on my very first day on the job, I run into some idiots. Every single character in this novel must be modeled after lunatics and morons. Since you never saw them before, it's not too late to see them now. As if this position wasn't handed to you by your brother. Looking at these design drafts, even I, a complete amateur, can tell they're trash. You're truly incompetent. If you hand in another subpar, low-grade jewelry design like this next time, you'd better step down as team leader voluntarily. Rest assured, if your brother objects, I'll make sure he agrees. Wang Juanhao gritted his teeth in fury. Li Hao's veiled threat meant he must deliver flawless designs next time. Otherwise, he'd tell CEO Mu to replace him. You. Before Wang Juanhao could finish his sentence, Li Hao hurled the discarded draft at him. Wang Juanhao stormed out in a huff. Qin Xiaoxiao watched the scene unfold, utterly dumbfounded. She had assumed that after taking office, Li Hao would be clueless and get bullied by everyone in the company. But now she realized her worries were unnecessary. While some would shy away from such connections, Li Hao was different. He boldly admitted to using connections to get his position and openly acknowledged his lack of expertise and ability. Yet here he sat in this position, silencing Wang Juanhao's resentment with his words. She had underestimated Li Hao. Wang Juanhao was manager Wang's younger brother. Before you took office, he had been the internal candidate for design department supervisor. Given manager Wang's position, everyone treated Wang Juanhao as the future supervisor, addressing him as supervisor with perfect familiarity. It was unexpected that you suddenly demoted him to this position. It's understandable that he harbors resentment toward you. Seeing Li Hao remain silent, Qin Xiaoxiao continued her warning. You've already alienated Wang Juanhao. Your future colleagues will likely be even less cooperative. Li Hao smiled. If they won't cooperate, I'll find a way to make them. Mu Group has no shortage of employees. Chapter 21, For the sake of money, I won't hold it against you. Talent abounds in this world, and what we have most of all are hardworking, ambitious people. So tell me, do you think the company needs them, or do they need the company? Li Hao propped his head up with one hand, staring down at the detailed dossier Qin Xiaoxiao had compiled for him. Not only did he discover Wang Juanhao had pulled strings to get hired that alone was bad enough, but he also uncovered that his older brother, Wang Yong, had similarly secured his position through backdoor connections. True, the previous manager was also a Wang family member. Wang Yong's competence fell far short of his predecessors. The previous manager had run Blue Jewelry to a position that, while not number 1 in the city, was at least in the top 5. But now, Blue Jewelry had plummeted to the 15th spot. I thought that crazy woman gave me a good position, but it turned out to be a complete mess. If I don't turn Lanzhou Jewelry around, combined with my reputation as a useless son-in-law, won't people laugh their heads off and curse me to the ground? But whatever. 30 million. If I turn this around, that's 30 million. Combined, isn't that more than a divorce settlement? For the sake of the money, I'll reluctantly let it slide. Design Department Office Area. Colleagues watched Wang Juanhao emerge with a cold expression, none daring to speak. He must have clashed with the new manager. What are you afraid of? He's no longer the supervisor. Let's see how he can abuse his authority now. Lulu, an intern in design team 2, muttered under her breath. She'd always despised those who abused their power at the company. Back when Wang Juanhao was rumored to be the next supervisor, she'd endured it as an intern. But now Wang Juanhao was gone, and the new supervisor had already taken office. Judging by the new supervisor's expression, he clearly disapproved of such behavior too. So what was there left to fear? The moment those words left her mouth, the hairs on everyone's necks in Group 2 stood on end. They immediately grabbed Lulu's arm. Keep your voice down. Haven't you forgotten? Even though Wang Juanhao isn't the supervisor anymore, his brother is the manager. Isn't the manager's position higher than the new supervisor's? Even before he was supervisor, didn't he use his brother's influence to berate us? He practically walked all over the company. Exactly. Even without the supervisor title, he's still not someone to mess with. If we really upset him and he complains to the manager, we'll get fired. Those two brothers are a pair of crooks, neither of them is any good. Lulu, your probation ends this month. You need money urgently, right? Your salary will double after probation. Lulu pressed her lips together. She'd been counting on getting through the probation period to earn more money to support her family. After all, she had a daughter to raise. But she couldn't bring herself to compromise her principles by sucking up to two incompetent supervisors. She couldn't swallow her pride. He routinely abused his authority at the company, verbally harassing female colleagues without restraint. Did that make you feel good inside? Are you really just going to let him run wild in the company? These words reached Wang Juanhao's ears. He furrowed his brow slightly, his eyes narrowing sharply as he glared at Lulu. Then, Wang Juanhao openly lit a cigarette in the office area and sneered coldly, "Humph. I thought the new manager's arrival might bring some new blood, but it turns out it's just a lapdog like you. Even if you harbor endless resentment, do you really think the new supervisor will treat you any better? Don't even dream about it. He's a complete outsider who dared to call our Group 1's design drafts garbage. Do you really think your Groups 2 and 3 are any better?" Hearing this, all the colleagues lowered their heads. It seemed this new manager was even tougher to deal with than Wang Juanhao. They couldn't help but worry about how they'd survive their days at the company from now on. These days, the industry is fiercely competitive. Finding a new job is incredibly difficult, and they might not even get the same salary they have now. Naturally, they didn't want to antagonize the supervisor or manager. Sacrificing their jobs over a petty grievance was out of the question. Lulu gave a cold smile. Even if the new supervisor treats us poorly, he's still better than you and your brother. You've been abusing your brother's authority in the company to harass female colleagues and dump your own tasks onto other teams. Otherwise, would your team really be the top performer? Team 1 had always been hailed as the gold standard design team, with every member proclaiming themselves elite among elites. But for the past 3 years, Team 1's work has actually been designed by other teams. Whenever Wang Juanhao bullied them, they felt miserable but dared not speak up. Lulu, now that a new supervisor has arrived, you've gotten bold. Don't you want this job anymore? Wang Juanhao threatened fiercely. Lulu slammed her fist on the table and leapt to her feet. I don't want it anymore. Fine, I'll quit. I refuse to be touched by your filthy hands any longer. Today, she would vent every ounce of resentment she held. I don't know if the new supervisor is a good person, but at least they can't be worse than you. You haven't even officially taken the position yet, and you're already acting like you own the place. Where in this company haven't I seen you groping colleagues? Last time in the jewelry materials warehouse, you touched me inappropriately. I have a recording of it. Do you want everyone to hear what you said and see your scummy face? She hadn't planned to bring out the recording. Needing the job, she'd endured Wang Juanhao until now, hoping someday a better manager would come along. But now she realized no matter who replaced him, they'd probably be cut from the same cloth. Why should she keep putting up with this abuse at the company? If need be, she could just take on a few extra jobs. She'd make up the money somehow. Wang Juanhao's face turned ashen, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Lulu. When did I ever molest you? You think too highly of yourself. Don't you have any idea what you look like? Go take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror. I'd molest anyone but you. The entire team burst into laughter. Is that so? So you're admitting you molested a female colleague? Before Wang Juanhao could bask in his triumph for long, Li Hao's voice rang out from behind him. Wang Juanhao sneered coldly, his face once again twisted with arrogance. How could I dare? Do you have any evidence? You don't seriously think Lulu's recording can convict me, do you? Supervisor, I'm afraid you've been a caged canary for too long. It's made you forget how complex this society really is. Even if Lulu hands over the recording, what difference would it make? Her brother can buy his way out of anything. Lulu, isn't your family short on cash? Didn't you get divorced and end up with a daughter? I recall your daughter's sick too. Apologize to me nicely today, and I'll let it slide. It's obvious Wang Juanhao is used to being arrogant. He dares to threaten an employee right in front of Li Hao. You. Lulu felt her emotions crumbling. Her daughter was her Achilles heel. Chapter 22, Don't blame me for rewarding the good and punishing the evil. Right, I could be merciful and let it slide. You're short on cash, aren't you? I could talk to my brother and apply for a hardship grant for you through the company. Pretty generous of me, huh? Wang Juanhao wore a wickedly charming smile, his gaze toward Lulu dripping with scorn. What a scumbag! Keeping someone like this in that crazy woman's company is exactly why Lanjiao jewelry can't grow. I overheard the entire argument between colleagues earlier. I never imagined that all the famous jewelry pieces from before were actually designed by other teams. In that case, don't blame me for exposing the truth. Hand over the recording to me, and I guarantee you won't get fired. There may be hierarchical distinctions within the company, but people are not divided by status. A beast who sexually harasses colleagues has no place here. Li Hao pointed sternly at Wang Juanhao. Wang Juanhao's face turned ashen. Hearing this, he found it utterly laughable. So you mean to fire me? What right do you have to fire me? My brother hired me. Did you get his approval? I hear you're a son-in-law of the Mu family. Why don't you go beg Ms. Mu for support? Go pout and act cute to get her backing. Wang Juanhao's words were pure sarcasm. The entire team burst into laughter, but Li Hao remained completely unfazed. Exactly. That's right, I am a son-in-law. But I don't need to act cute or play the fool. This supervisor position is mine by right. But you're different. You constantly bring up your brother, relying on playing cute and charming him to get your Group 1 leader position. TSK. How pathetic. Besides bringing up the fact that I'm a son-in-law, what else can they possibly say about me? Even if I am a son-in-law, so what? I don't see anything shameful about it. It's all about the money. I can sit here as a leader, but they can't. You. Li Hao, you've only been here 1 day and already you're picking a fight with the manager. Seeing he couldn't out-argue Li Hao, Wang Juanhao brought up his brother to intimidate him. If the manager knew he had a brother like you, he wouldn't dare cover for you unless he wants to lose his job. Manager Wang rushed over upon hearing the commotion, arriving just as Li Hao spoke. What's this nonsense? Quitting work? Planning a rebellion? Though he maintained a polite facade toward Li Hao, it was merely for show in his heart. He'd already cursed Li Hao 1,000 times over. Bro, that supervisor looks down on you and even threatened to fire me. He really thinks he's hot stuff. Wang Juanhao was the first to complain. Li Hao shrugged it off, plopping down in an office chair and glaring at Manager Wang with utter disdain. What? I helped Manager Wang deal with his unscrupulous, immoral brother who harassed colleagues. Shouldn't Manager Wang be thanking me? Manager Wang, ever the schemer, narrowed his eyes slightly and flashed a phony smile. Supervisor Li, you've misunderstood. My brother has always been honest and hardworking. How could he possibly harass colleagues outside of work? Someone in the company must be spreading rumors. Hearing Manager Wang shield Wang Juanhao, Lulu immediately played the recording. The audio captured Wang Juanhao's utterly repulsive romantic advances. Lulu, I've wanted to say this before, even after having a child, your figure is still amazing. Your butt could probably hold up a soda bottle. I know you have a daughter and that you're divorced. If you come with me, I'll talk to my brother and guarantee you'll get promoted early. You're short on cash, right? I can help you out. Come on, come on. Li Hao couldn't help but let out a sigh of disbelief. Damn, good thing Lulu's smart. Otherwise she'd have really taken this silent loss. Wang Juanhao is such a scumbag. Every company seems to have disgusting employees like him. Wang Juanhao, let's see how you wriggle out of this one now. Manager Wang's face turned ashen. He shot a look at his assistant, who swiftly moved toward Lulu, preparing to snatch her phone. Fortunately, Lulu was quick-witted. She promptly tucked the phone back into her pocket and clutched it tightly. This was the only evidence of Wang Juanhao's crime. Having just heard Li Hao speak up for them, she surmised that this new manager and Wang Juanhao weren't cut from the same cloth. Manager, this recording is genuine. We can have the legal department verify it. Besides me, many other colleagues have been sexually harassed by Wang Juanhao. They even threatened the female employees, saying if anyone dared to speak up, they'd ruin their careers in this industry. Produce it now. Fabricating such recordings carries jail time. Manager Wang's face twisted into an ugly grimace as his assistant lunged toward Lulu again, trying to snatch it. Li Hao frowned and kicked the chair in front of him violently, sending the desk crashing with a loud clatter. What the hell? I'm still sitting here. Manager Wang, whether this recording is fake or not, I'll naturally have it forensically examined with CEO Mu. This is a conflict between colleagues, how could I possibly trouble you with it? Li Hao deliberately brought up Mu Qingwan's name. Manager Wang gritted his teeth but dared not press further. Rest assured, I'll thoroughly investigate whatever your brother has done to restore integrity to this company. As a manager, you should lead by example, shouldn't you? Li Hao's words were nothing short of a threat. Dare to intervene, and he'd be investigated too. Manager Wang shot Wang Juanhao a helpless glance. This younger brother was likely finished. He couldn't possibly stay in the company. Manager Wang sighed deeply, realizing there was no room for maneuver. He said no more, silently turning to leave. Manager Wang in such a hurry to leave? Your brother's sexual harassment of a female colleague could land him in jail. But rest assured, I'll make sure he gets proper discipline behind bars. I won't let you pull him out early to spare you the headache. Li Hao retorted sarcastically. Team 2 colleagues stifled giggles. Wang Juanhao's face darkened further, all traces of his earlier arrogance vanished. I'll make sure he serves his full sentence. He's not afraid of prison, is he? Thinking his brother can buy his way out? Not a chance. I'll make him rot in prison until the walls crumble. It's not just about rewarding good and punishing evil. Sitting in this position, I have to take some action. Who knew I'd walk in and find this company such a cesspool? These two brothers have turned it into a complete mess. How could I just stand by? Seeing things escalate to this point, the team members began to panic. They plastered on smiles and fawned over Li Hao. Manager, this was just a joke between colleagues. It doesn't need to be blown out of proportion. What if Lulu was the one who seduced Juanhao? Exactly. Wang Juanhao's always been nice to us, not like Lulu described him. There must be some misunderstanding here. Hearing so many defend him, Wang Juanhao suddenly found his confidence. He snorted coldly and shot a glance at Lulu. This woman seduced me. She was always flirting with me, batting her eyelashes. I thought she was interested in me, so? Ridiculous. Could your excuse be any more pathetic? Did Lulu practically strip down to seduce you? Chapter 23, just wait until you rot in jail. If Lulu wore miniskirts and short shorts daily, exposing everything she shouldn't, then such an excuse might hold water. But she was wearing long sleeves and pants, with only her arms and face exposed. How could she seduce you? With her soul? Bull. How could I possibly be attracted to a shameless person like you? Me seduce you? As if. Like you said, take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror. You're all crooked and twisted, yet you think you're a heartthrob. Standing at 5 feet 5 inches and weighing 280 pounds, you actually have the nerve to say that. Lulu tore the scumbag to shreds, showing no mercy whatsoever. Seeing Lulu backed up, other female colleagues who'd been bullied and threatened by Wang Juanhao also stepped forward. Wang Juanhao would often take advantage of me working late when the office was empty to deliberately get close to me, touch my legs, and say lewd things. Yeah, I've been through it too. Once when I was working late at the office, it was just me and Wang Juanhao. He acted all friendly, then tackled me to the ground. Good thing I managed to escape. Moreover, the female colleagues in his team were only assigned there because they complied with Wang Juanhao. All the workload of Team 1 was dumped on us. They did nothing, relying on Wang Juanhao and manager Wang to bully us constantly. They even forced us to work overtime without any compensation. Supervisor, I see you're different from them. If this culture persists, the company will eventually collapse. Please help us. Hearing this, Li Hao felt a pang of emotion. Qin Xiao glared coldly at Wang Juanhao. If Li Hao hadn't stepped in today, she would have taken matters into her own hands to deal with this scumbag. Holy, if I hadn't come, I'd never have known this crazy woman's company had such scum. In my past life, I, Li Hao, was a lowly worker who endured countless hardships. Back then, I toiled daily for meager wages, witnessing all manner of injustice and helplessness. I thought this life would be easier, but no sooner had I arrived than I stumbled into this mess. Wang Juanhao, just wait until you rot in jail. Did you hear that? Multiple people have reported him, and now we have evidence. Qin Xiao, go report it to the police. Qin Xiao immediately pulled out her phone and dialed the emergency number. The entire team instantly turned against him. It's not like that, manager. We had nothing to do with Wang Juanhao. He forced us to do it or else he'd fire us. I was also sexually harassed by Wang Juanhao, manager. This really has nothing to do with me. Wang Juanhao watched his opportunistic colleagues turn on him, and rage surged through him. You backstabbers. I've given you plenty of perks over the years. When disaster strikes, everyone flees. You can't drag us down with you now that you're finished. Besides, we never threatened or harassed colleagues. We're law-abiding citizens who never break the rules. Wang Juanhao's face turned ashen. You, he roared. But after a long pause, he couldn't think of a good retort. He turned to Li Hao instead. What gives you the right to fire me? I've been with this company for years. If not for my contributions, then for my dedication. What authority do you have to dismiss me? Before Li Hao could respond, Mu Qingwan who appeared out of nowhere strode up behind him with her long legs. He has no right. But I do. Wang Juanhao froze in shock. Manager Wang rushed out of his office. Ms. Mu, why are you here? Facing the smooth-talking manager, Mu Qingwan merely gave him a cold glance before handing the boxed lunch to Li Hao in an exceptionally gentle voice. Honey, you eat first. I'll handle the rest. A smug smile touched Li Hao's lips. He took the boxed meal, placed it on the table, opened it, and began eating immediately. Since this crazy woman showed up, I don't need to worry anymore. Wang Juanhao is as good as dead this time. Though I never expected this crazy woman to actually come deliver food to me herself. What on earth has gotten into her? And all these dishes are my favorites. Well, I've got this crazy woman backing me up, but Wang Juanhao doesn't. No matter how crazy she is, she's still the company's boss. Who's brave enough to cross her? Li Hao ate his meal while playing the role of a bystander. Honey, is it good? Mu Qingwan's voice was incredibly gentle, leaving everyone present utterly dumbfounded. Aren't they saying Li Hao is a kept son-in-law? Why is it Mu Qingwan who's currying favor with Manager Li? Exactly. And today she even brought him lunch herself. Unbelievable. His status at home is rock solid. Li's supervisor isn't a son-in-law at all, he's clearly a winner in life. If I could have a wife like that, I'd gladly take it. Though the colleagues' murmurs were low, Li Hao's ears were sharp, he caught every word. For some reason, he felt a surge of satisfaction. This is undoubtedly a life winner. As long as that crazy woman doesn't do anything stupid, she can be quite useful sometimes. Hee, this dish is really delicious. Delicious. Honey, have you eaten? Why don't you sit down and have some? Mu Qingwan shook her head. I've already eaten. You go ahead. As she spoke, Mu Qingwan turned her gaze toward Wang Juanhao and Manager Wang. The gentleness that had flickered in her eyes moments before had vanished, replaced by a look that was downright terrifying. Manager Wang broke out in a cold sweat, utterly stunned that Mu Qingwan would treat this in-law so kindly. Wasn't it widely rumored that CEO Mu and Li Hao were estranged? With both showing signs of divorce, why did they now appear like a newlywed couple deeply in love? Could the intelligence be false? Manager Wang swallowed hard. My apologies, Ms. Mu. Wang Juanhao is my younger brother. He's young and doesn't know any better. Please don't take it personally. Li Hao burst out laughing upon hearing this. Good grief, he's over 20 and still immature? Is he a giant baby? They say the eldest brother is like a father. Is Wang Juanhao his son? Immature? He's in his 20s, not some greenhorn just entering society. What, did his parents fail to raise him properly? Is the company supposed to take on that responsibility? Harassing female colleagues, abusing his authority to run roughshod over others. Not only is he lazy at work, but his character is utterly ruined. Did your brother get hired through connections after going through the company's screening process? Or are you saying you don't even want to be the manager anymore? Mu Qingwan was clearly furious, her expression stern as her words stabbed at Manager Wang like knives. Don't give me that nonsense. If Wang Juanhao doesn't leave today, you're the one who's out. She lacked evidence to fire an experienced manager, but wrongdoers always slip up eventually. Sooner or later, Manager Wang would meet the same fate. Ms. Mu, I'm sorry. There must be some misunderstanding. Please let me explain. The moment he met Mu Qingwan's icy glare, he dared not utter another word. His last hope now rested solely on his brother. Brother, I don't want to leave the company. Jobs are hard to come by these days. Li Hao, who had been eating, suddenly spoke up. No worries. You won't need to look for work anytime soon. I'll send you in for a few years of free prison meals. Chapter 24, Who blames this crazy woman for paying more? Wang Juanhao's face twisted in shock as he collapsed to the floor, frantically shouting, Brother, save me. I'm still so young. I don't want to go to jail. You've done some things too. The other team members watched the scene with glee. Lulu handed the evidence to Mu Qingwan. Wang Juanhao rushed over, begging Lulu to show mercy. I'm sorry, Lulu. It's my fault. I apologize. I'll never do this again. Please forgive me. Don't call the police. Let's settle this between us. My brother has money. Isn't your family short on cash? I can give it to you. Li Hao heard this and his lips curled slightly. This guy really was a complete fool, beyond redemption. In the face of disaster, he actually ratted out his own brother. Does he think his brother's life is too long? Even if he talks himself hoarse, not even the King of Heaven himself could save him now. He brought this upon himself. This fool, if that crazy woman actually forgives him, she'd be unstoppable. The company might as well shut down. Upon hearing Li Hao's inner thoughts, Mu Qingwan's lips curved into a faint smile. Li Hao was right. If she truly forgave this man, the company might as well shut its doors and declare bankruptcy. The quality of a company's employees is paramount. I won't tolerate such trash in this company. Wang Yang, since he's your brother and you're too busy in your high position to discipline him, I'll personally send him to the police station. You won't object, will you? Wang Yang was drenched in sweat. How could he possibly object? The president was clearly taking his anger out on him this time. With Wang Juanhao's dirty deeds exposed, not even the heavens themselves could save him now. Wang Yang could only bow and scrape, fawning, no problem, no problem. That good-for-nothing brat did such despicable things. He definitely needs a good lesson to teach him a lesson. He had warned Wang Juanhao long ago to be cautious in his actions, not to abuse his position as manager to treat subordinates however he pleased. Well, now look at him. The truth was out in the open. But Mr. Mu, he is still my younger brother. How could I bear to see him taken away by the police? How about this, Miss Lulu and any other colleagues who were bullied by my brother can come to me. No matter what, I will actively compensate them. Wang Yang thought to himself, as long as I can protect Wang Juanhao, even if it means leaving the company, spending some money is better than seeing him go to jail. Li Hao ate while sarcastically remarking, Manager Wang sure knows how to play the game. But even if you agree, have the victims agreed? So many colleagues have suffered at your brother's hands. If someone like him doesn't learn his lesson, trouble is bound to happen sooner or later. General Manager Mu and I are helping you here. Don't wait until something truly serious happens before you regret it. Wang Yang just wants to buy his way out of trouble. But what decent woman working here would trade her integrity for money? He really doesn't treat people like human beings, does he? I guarantee Lulu won't agree. Sure enough, the next second, Lulu's eyes flashed with resolve as she firmly refused. Thank you for your kindness, Manager Wang. But even if my colleagues accept mediation, I won't. Yes, I need money, but I can earn it myself. I have hands and feet, I don't need your pittance. As for your brother? I'd actually love to see him locked up in jail. Seeing this, Mu Qingwan also made her stance clear. After the police arrived and handled the necessary procedures, Wang Juanhao was taken away. In Li Hao's office, Mu Qingwan handed him a cup of coffee. Husband, you did well. Seems this position suits you perfectly. That crazy woman must have known about the pair of living demons at Blue Jewelry all along. Sending me here was intentional. She wants me to clean up this mess for her. No wonder I'm the only one in a supervisory role. Turns out the manager's been with the company for years. Firing him abruptly could cause a public scandal and seriously damage the company's reputation. That crazy woman's got some serious scheming going on. She wants to use me to push Manager Wang out? Fine, but that'll cost extra. Li Hao curled his lips, his gaze toward Mu Qingwan growing strangely intense. It felt as if she were trying to see right through him. Mu Qingwan, of course, heard Li Hao's inner thoughts. She thought to herself, as expected, nothing could be hidden from him. He'd figured it out so quickly. At that moment, only the two of them remained in the office. Qin Xiaoxiao had been sent out to handle other work matters. Mu Qingwan thoughtfully used a tissue to wipe the grease from the corner of Li Hao's mouth. Husband, I know you're sharp, but there's something I must confess. Lanjiao Jewelry hasn't been the same for a while now, and I've long known things aren't right here. That's why I wanted you to help me uncover Wang Yang's shady dealings behind the scenes, so I'd have grounds to fire him. He is a long-time employee after all. I hope you won't be upset that I kept this from you. Mu Qingwan feigned hurt. Li Hao knew all this already, she didn't need to explain it so thoroughly. Seeing Mu Qingwan's apparent candor, he let out a cold, mocking laugh. Just as I suspected, this crazy woman is using me. Though inwardly displeased with this madwoman, Li Hao could only smile on the surface. Since my wife has been so open with me, how could I possibly stay angry? I'm a man, after all. It's not that I'm compromising or weak, it's just that this crazy woman pays well. Why turn down free money? I knew my husband was the best. With that, Mu Qingwan threw herself at him, planting a warm kiss on his cheek. You focus on your work first. I've got things to attend to. If anything comes up, just come find me. Before Li Hao could respond, Mu Qingwan turned and strode out, leaving him standing there, utterly dumbfounded. No way. This crazy woman, has she really lost her mind? Li Hao seriously wondered if Mu Qingwan had fallen for him. To get him to accept the child in her womb, she'd actually gone this far. Hadn't she always been completely indifferent toward him? After composing himself, Li Hao reshuffled the personnel assignments for teams 1 through 3. He reassigned the team leaders. With the task at hand, I expect everyone to perform to their true potential. I won't show favoritism. If anyone is pulling underhanded tricks in the company or facing unfair treatment, come to me, whether through anonymous letters or direct messages. Only when colleagues feel secure can we create truly valuable work. Inside Wang Yang's office, he was seething with rage. If it weren't for Li Hao having Mu Qingwan backing him, he would have been kicked out of the company long ago. What a pity my brother was so young when that sent him to prison. Chapter 25. It's a shame you don't act. His secretary sat beside him, trying to calm him down. Manager, this might not be entirely bad. President Mu has been eyeing us greedily. Sending Li Hao down here was clearly targeting you. Having Wang Juanhao take the fall for you is a way of repaying all you've done for him over the years. The secretary had a point. But Wang Juanhao was his own flesh and blood. How could he possibly bear to send his own brother to the police station? He had already reached out to pull strings. If possible, no matter the cost, he would secure his brother's release. It was nearing quitting time. Outside the door, a commotion erupted as a crowd of reporters gathered. Li Hao had long since finished work and was now waiting for her in Mu Qingwan's office. He was, after all, Mu Qingwan's husband in name. Since she hadn't done anything wrong to warrant divorce, he would fulfill his duties as a husband. Hearing the commotion below, he peered down through the window. He saw Song Shanshan standing amidst the crowd, playing the victim for the reporters. Even from upstairs, he could hear her shamelessly hurling slanderous accusations. I'm truly sorry for taking up everyone's time, but I just want justice for myself and my child. Mu Qingwan of the Mu Group's husband is the father of my child. I once raised our child alone to support his career, but now that he's wealthy, he refuses to pay child support. Song Shanshan, tears streaming down her face and snot running, clutched her chubby little boy to her chest, her words sounding particularly pitiful. Whether she was exaggerating or embellishing, she painted herself as the victim. Damn, she's such a convincing actress. Song Shanshan should be in the movies, what a waste. Looks like she's really out to get me. That Qin Yu again? As long as I don't divorce this crazy woman, Qin Yu will keep finding ways to target me. Crazy woman, I'm begging you, just get a divorce already. I don't want to be dragged into this mess anymore. What if my dream girl finds out about all this negative press and dumps me? Then my love would be gone. Every word reached Mu Qingwan's ears. She walked to the window and looked down. Honey, don't worry. I won't blame you for this. It's not your fault. I'd never divorce you over this. Come on, let's go meet them. Li Hao felt like crying when he heard this. Honey, maybe we should just get divorced. I don't want my mess to drag you and the company down. Grandma probably won't approve either. Before he could finish, the words stuck in his throat. Mu Qingwan gently covered his mouth. How could she not know what Li Hao was scheming? If he wanted a divorce, she would refuse to grant it. Husband, I won't let you say that. We're married now, your problems are my problems. If your ex-girlfriend is deliberately slandering you, I'll make her pay for it. If she's innocent, we'll just pay her child support. In short, we're bound together, we rise and fall as one. Li Hao was helpless. Qin Yu is so refined, he'd be so much better suited for you. We're not even in the same class, let alone on the same intellectual level. Crazy woman, can't you just leave me alone? Logically speaking, shouldn't you be drawn to Qin Yu? Why are you clinging to me? What on earth has changed? Li Hao was baffled, replaying his every word and action from recent days. He followed the original protagonist's script to the letter, so why wasn't he working anymore? The plot deviation was this severe. Mu Qingwan grabbed Li Hao's hand and pulled him toward Song Shanshan. The moment they emerged, reporters swarmed them. Song Shanshan dropped to her knees with a thud, clutching her child as she knelt before Mu Qingwan. Miss Mu, I beg you. My child and I have nowhere else to turn. Otherwise, we wouldn't have come to Li Hao. I've raised Ping Ping all by myself. If not for my efforts, then at least for my hardship. Here is the paternity test report. I went to the hospital to get it this morning. Mu Qingwan took the paternity test report from her hand, staring at the 99% genetic match. The test report was indeed from the hospital she had arranged. Her mind buzzed. Mu Qingwan wasn't unprepared to accept the truth, but... No, I must believe my husband. Li Hao absolutely couldn't be such an irresponsible person. If this child really belonged to Li Hao, why hadn't he reacted at all? He doesn't even know anything about this child. Miss Son, is this how you conduct yourself? Threatening me by sending reporters to my doorstep, do you think I'll cave in? Song Shanshan knelt before Mu Qingwan, tears and snot streaming down her face, with no intention of getting up. She refused to believe that a company as large as Mu Group wouldn't see its stock price plummet with such negative publicity. Mu Qingwan couldn't possibly be indifferent. Sacrificing her company's reputation for a son-in-law? Not worth it. Li Hao took the paternity test report and stared dumbfounded at the 99% result. This child absolutely isn't mine. That paternity test report was probably rigged by Qin Yu. I have a child this old and I didn't even know. Moreover, the original host was a man of integrity. Having been with Song Shanshan for 3 years, even if they had been intimate, he would have taken precautions. As for accidentally touching Song Shanshan after getting drunk? Absolutely impossible. Moreover, the plot twist in this book reveals that the child in Song Shanshan's womb was actually from her affair partner back then. Now she wants to pin this child on him? No way. Are you sure this paternity test report is genuine? Song Shanshan, let me warn you, spreading rumors, defamation, and forgery carry criminal liability. For the sake of the person behind you, for that measly little bit of money, getting yourself thrown in jail? Not worth it. Song Shanshan's expression froze. She swallowed hard. Li Hao, I know you might not believe me. I kept this from you because I didn't want to disrupt your life. But now both my child and I are at the end of our rope. Could you really bear to watch your own child starve to death? Song Shanshan choked back tears as the surrounding reporters captured the scene. As it was nearing quitting time, many people were leaving the office building and gathered around upon seeing the scene. Hearing Song Shanshan's words, the looks they gave Li Hao were tinged with disgust. Who would have thought that a man of his standing, a son-in-law by marriage, would do something so shameless? Even if she was his ex-girlfriend, that child was still his. And yet he refused to take any responsibility. Chapter 26, these despicable tactics are each more disgusting than the last. He really is a scumbag. Our CEO is so outstanding, no wonder she wouldn't settle for someone like Li Hao. They say the couple's relationship was strained, and it seems that's true. If I had a husband as trashy as him, I wouldn't treat him well either. A son-in-law is a son-in-law. Mr. Mu, hurry up and divorce him. Don't let this upstart ruin your life. These words all reached the ears of Li Hao and Mu Qingwan. Li Hao was about to retort, but Mu Qingwan beat him to it. Her gaze was sharp as she fixed it on the gossiping onlookers. If you can't speak properly, keep your mouth shut. My husband and I have a perfectly good relationship, how could we possibly be estranged? I can't outtalk all 10 of you, but if this child is truly my husband's, he will take full responsibility. But my husband doesn't even know how this child came to be. He broke up with Miss Song because she was the one who cheated first. What does that have to do with him? Putting on this act of victimhood now is simply too much. Li Hao's eyes widened in surprise as he glanced at Mu Qingwan. For some reason, a wave of warmth washed over him. So this is what it feels like to be protected by a woman. This crazy woman is unusually pleasing to the eye today. She hasn't been blinded by this crowd. Since she's defending me so fiercely today, I'll just have to rip her off a little less in the future. Wait, what do you mean cheat? This is clearly what I deserve. Seeing Mu Qingwan about to argue with the crowd, Li Hao instantly stepped forward and gripped her hand tightly. Honey, don't stoop to their level. Leave it to me. Mu Qingwan paused slightly, pressed her lips together, and obediently chose to remain silent. He turned his gaze back to Song Shanshan, who was still kneeling before him. You claim this child is mine? Fine. Then let me ask, when was this child conceived? Back then, you and your lover got me drunk and drugged, then committed that shameful act beside me. You two didn't take any precautions, did you? Li Hao recalled how the original host had awakened to witness this scene clearly. The two of them were still clinging together, moaning in unison, completely unaware that the original owner had woken up after the drugs wore off. Song Shanshan's face turned ashen. Li Hao, how dare you spread slanderous rumors to shirk responsibility? When did I ever cheat on you? You're the only one in my heart. No? Fine. I have an old phone with evidence of your infidelity, photos of the hotels you checked into, the men you met, the luxury cars you rode in. How about I print them out and show the reporters later? Those reporters were probably hired by you and Qin Yu too, right? No sooner had Li Hao finished speaking than Qin Yu stepped out of a black car. Looking frantic, he rushed to Mu Qingwan's side and pretended to shield her protectively. What's going on? Qin Yu asked innocently, though he knew perfectly well. Li Hao was utterly speechless, glaring at him coldly. What's going on? Don't you know? This is just the little show you and Song Shanshan are putting on. You're like a persistent ghost. Will you ever stop resorting to any means necessary to achieve your goals? You drugged her before too. Can't you come up with something new for your despicable tricks? Each one is more disgusting than the last. Forget it. Qin Yu, just take this crazy woman away already, okay? Stop targeting me. I really don't care. Your happiness is what matters most. I just want to hurry up and find my true love. Mu Qingwan's lips twitched. Li Hao actually intended to push her toward Qin Yu. What kind of husband pushes his own wife onto someone else? Mu Qingwan took a step back, positioning herself beside Li Hao and maintaining a distance from Qin Yu. Qin Yu, this has nothing to do with you. To avoid getting dragged into this, you should leave immediately. Reporters swarmed around them, leaving no way out. Qingwan, we've known each other for so long. I genuinely admire you building such a massive company single-handedly. I've long considered you a close friend. Your problems are my problems. Tisk, you've got me all choked up. I do admire this crazy woman so much that I'd send her straight to sell her organs. If I didn't know your true colors, I might have actually believed you. This so-called admiration is truly ulterior, so much so that you'd admire her even if it meant the Mu family's ruin. Mu Qingwan reacted with extreme sensitivity to the word sell organs, promptly rejecting Qin Yu. Qin Yu, this truly has nothing to do with you. Please leave. Qin Yu's expression stiffened momentarily, but he pretended not to hear a word and helped Song Shanshan up from the ground. What happened? Qin Yu continued his act. Song Shanshan exaggeratedly recounted the entire incident once more. Reporters scrambled to push their way in, vying for the best camera angles. This was major news. It was bound to trend on the hot search list tomorrow. Mr. Li, is this child truly yours? Did you have a previous marriage before marrying Mu Qingwan? Li Hao, please answer our questions directly. How do you intend to handle this child? Did you cheat? Song Shanshan felt utterly triumphant seeing the reporters go wild. It seemed her plan was succeeding today. Not only could she bring down Li Hao, but she could also affect this woman who seemed so high and mighty. Qin Yu turned to Li Hao with feigned concern, his eyes betraying disbelief. Qingwan, keeping such an irresponsible man by your side will only lead to your downfall sooner or later. He can be irresponsible toward his own child now, and he'll be the same toward you later. To me, this man is utterly unworthy of you. Qin Yu's words were exceptionally sharp. After hearing just one version of Song Shanshan's story, he had already placed all the blame squarely on Li Hao. Holy crap, you didn't even mention Song Shanshan's affair. Selective acceptance, huh? He brought this on himself. I didn't want to be his enemy, but he kept trying to frame me. I'm not a pushover. Li Hao gave a cold laugh, his eyes tinged with sarcasm. Mr. Qin just heard this woman's story once and believed it? I'm not worthy of Mu Qingwan, but does that make you worthy? Sorry, but Mu Qingwan's husband is me now. You can step aside. He pulled Mu Qingwan into his embrace. Even if I wanted to divorce this crazy woman, now isn't the time. Making Qin Yu uncomfortable is good enough. Think I'm some pushover to be pushed around? Dream on. Mu Qingwan's eyes widened in shock, yet warmth filled her heart. Song Shanshan, I'll ask you one last time, is this child mine or not? Song Shanshan thought Li Hao was in deep trouble, yet he still tried to wriggle out of it. I said this child is yours, so it is yours. Back when you were making 5 or 6,000 a month, I was the one who shared your hardships. You told me you wanted to go out and make it big, that we'd take a break for a while, and that you'd come back once you'd earned enough money working for Mu Qingwan. But what did you do? Now you're protecting some other woman? What do you take me for? Song Shanshan's words exploded like a bomb. Great, now she's turning the tables on me, huh? But sorry, it wasn't me who sought out Mu Qingwan for marriage, it was this crazy woman who came after me. If I had truly married her just to swindle her money and then come back to live happily with you, wouldn't that make me the real lunatic? Chapter 27, Me, a faithless husband? As if you were my one true love. Li Hao was utterly speechless at Song Shanshan's words, utterly irrelevant. How credible could mere words be? But in this situation, the reporters would only see her as the most pitiful victim. Then, with some embellishments, the whole story would become increasingly absurd. Song Shanshan, have you lost your mind? Claiming I conspired with you to swindle Mu Qingwan out of her money? You must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. Li Hao couldn't help but curse out loud. Yet Song Shanshan only acted more intensely. Seeing Li Hao lose his temper filled her with delight, and she turned her gaze toward Mu Qingwan. Ms. Mu, Li Hao and I truly love each other. I'm his one true love. We've shared 3 years of deep affection, and he's always taken such meticulous care of me. Think about it, why did he rush into marriage with you right after breaking up with me? I never wanted to expose him because I love him. But now that he's abandoned his own son, why should I spare his dignity? He's nothing but a faithless bastard. Unfaithful, my ass. You think you're his white moonlight? He must have been blind to ever notice you. Could you make up a more ridiculous excuse? I married Mu Qingwan on the spur of the moment because she initiated it. What the hell does that have to do with you? Your fabricated excuses are beyond ridiculous. Hearing Li Hao's inner thoughts, Mu Qingwan didn't believe a word Song Shanshan said. How could Li Hao possibly like someone like this? Absolutely impossible. Yet hearing the words white moonlight still stung her heart a little. Why had she chosen to marry Li Hao back then? The first reason was that he had saved her grandmother, who held a soft spot for him. The second reason was her family's constant pressure for her to marry. She had no other choice. She needed to find a man willing to marry into her family so she could keep her position at the company. If the Mu Group fell into the hands of her relatives, it would undoubtedly spell its own demise. Reporters bickered incessantly, hurling absurd questions at Mu Qingwan and Li Hao. Qin Yu frowned slightly, feigning deep concern as he looked at Mu Qingwan. Qingwan, come with me. Leave this mess for that useless son-in-law to handle himself. He only approached you for your money so he could live it up with his ex-girlfriend. Qingwan, just listen to me. If you stay here, Mu Corporation will suffer severe repercussions because of this useless son-in-law. This has nothing to do with you. You only married this man to appease your parents. As he spoke, Qin Yu's gaze locked onto Mu Qingwan, his eyes brimming with expectation. Slowly, he reached out and seized her hand. But Mu Qingwan's eyes instantly hardened. With lightning speed, she wrenched her hand free and without hesitation, raised her palm and delivered a sharp slap across Qin Yu's face. Qin Yu, are you getting a little too nosy? Do you live by the sea? Why are you meddling in my affairs? I can handle my own business. We're not even remotely related. Why are you touching me? If you do this again, I'll report you for sexual harassment. Mu Qingwan's gaze was unwavering, her voice brimming with fury. Qin Yu froze, stunned by the blow. He hadn't anticipated such a fierce reaction from Mu Qingwan. He clutched his face, his expression darkening with a mix of fury and helplessness. After all, Li Hao was now Mu Qingwan's lawful husband, he couldn't forcefully interfere anymore. Qin Yu shot Song Shanshan a meaningful glance, signaling her to step up her efforts. But just as Song Shanshan opened her mouth to speak, Mu Qingwan raised her hand again and delivered a sharp, resounding slap across Song Shanshan's face. Shut your mouth too. Today, in front of all these reporters and media, I'll teach you a lesson. You slander my husband and spread lies. Let me tell you this, if I, Mu Qingwan, can't even protect my own husband, then I have no business sitting in this CEO's chair. Li Hao was taken aback, watching Mu Qingwan stand before him. A faint stir of emotion stirred within him. This crazy woman looks surprisingly good when she's being bossy. But making such a statement under the current circumstances will surely impact Mu Corporation tomorrow. Isn't she a workaholic? How could she possibly let me affect her company? This was what puzzled Li Hao the most. After being slapped, Song Shanshan clutched her face and began crying even harder. The child beside her began wailing like a spoiled brat on the ground. Someone hit me. Someone hit my mom. I'm going to find the police. I don't like daddy. I want to go home. Bystanders began gathering around to watch. Why are all the Mu family members like this? That woman is so pitiful, deceived by Li Hao, raising her son alone all these years. Even if she hasn't earned any credit, she deserves respect for her hardship. Yet Li Hao doesn't care at all. How heartless. Mu Qingwan too, how could she hit someone? Exactly. She's the CEO of Mu Group. Before getting the facts straight, she shouldn't have hit anyone. And they've even presented the paternity test results right in front of her. What kind of charm does this man possess? How could he make President Mu defend him like this? He's just a freeloading son-in-law, useless and penniless. What on earth did Mu Qingwan ever see in him? The onlookers buzzed with gossip. Hearing the public sentiment swaying in their favor, Song Shanshan and Qin Yu's expressions finally eased. Mr. Mu, if you continue defending this man, Mu Group will face a wave of malicious rumors tomorrow. A stock plunge is inevitable. Qin Yu emphasized, unwilling to let Li Hao slip away so easily. Li Hao sneered sarcastically. Originally, he hadn't planned to confront Qin Yu head-on, but now that Qin Yu had come to pick a fight with him, he wasn't one to back down. Li Hao fixed his gaze on Qin Yu, his tone dripping with disdain. Mr. Qin, this is my personal matter. It seems none of your business, doesn't it? Do you really think showing up here, stirring up trouble, and bad-mouthing me will make Mu Qingwan look at you with newfound respect? What you're up to, do you really think I don't know? The female secretary last time, Song Shanshan this time, which one wasn't orchestrated by you? Li Hao laid it all out in the open. The reporters might not understand. But Qin Yu couldn't possibly be unaware. What nonsense are you spouting? You're morally corrupt yourself, yet you dare to frame others. You're just a son-in-law by marriage. Mr. Mu treated you so well, yet you go around doing things like this? You're not even human. Qin Yu's eyes blazed with fury, directing every ounce of malice at Li Hao. Chapter 28, Reluctantly Protecting the Madwoman. Li Hao laughed in exasperation. No way, no way. Does he actually think he's handsome and manly? This act only works on this crazy woman. But now the crazy woman doesn't believe him at all. Who is he putting on this fake innocent act for? This whole group really is a bunch of lunatics. Where the hell is Qin Xiao? What are you laughing at? You've got nothing to say now, huh? If you still have even a shred of feeling for CEO Mu, then take the initiative to divorce him. Don't let your stinking affairs affect her and the company. Qin Yu made his intentions crystal clear. Mu Qingwan finally realized that everything Li Hao had said earlier was true. Qin Yu had ulterior motives. Thankfully, she could hear Li Hao's thoughts. Otherwise, she would have fallen for Qin Yu's tricks sooner or later. Qin Yu, aren't you leaving? This is my family's business. I trust my husband isn't that kind of person. Since you can't offer an objective assessment and only see things from Song Shanshan's perspective, then go ahead and sympathize with her, take her in as your wife. Besides, with your heart of gold, taking in a vulnerable woman with a child shouldn't be too much trouble, right? Don't push my limits. This is the last time. Mu Qingwan's voice rose slightly, her eyes flashing with a fierce warning. Qin Yu's face darkened with anger. Perhaps feeling humiliated, he turned and walked away from the crowd. But just as he took a step, Qin Xiao burst in, clutching something. Qin Yu's footsteps halted for a split second. Li Hao's lips curved into a faint smile. Finally, the moment had arrived. Perfect timing. Just in the nick of time. Qin Yu and Song Shanshan are screwed now. Let's see how you'll slander me later. This is the newly prepared paternity test report. I've been watching the entire time, and no one else has touched it. Song Shanshan's face immediately darkened. She lunged to snatch the paternity test, but Li Hao easily dodged her. What are you doing? Didn't you keep insisting this child was mine? I merely had another paternity test done. Why are you so nervous? Song Shanshan's eyes betrayed her guilt. I already said this child is yours. Why did you get another test? Who knows if this paternity report is even real? Li Hao dismissed her with disdain. He opened the paternity test report and confirmed the child was not his. He handed the report to everyone. A clear national seal was stamped on it. Do you think a report from an institution like this could be fake? This is a paternity test from the National Institute of Genetics, complete with an official seal. Who in their right mind would risk their life by faking results at the National Institute of Genetics? Song Shanshan's remark was undoubtedly the most ridiculous. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances as the paternity report circulated among them. The onlookers all turned their gaze toward Song Shanshan. So it was all a farce. How utterly despicable. The child wasn't Li Hao's at all, she just wanted to extort child support. I despise such despicable women. She made a mistake by cheating in the first place, but now that she regrets it, she shows up with a kid to extort Li Hao? Nothing in this world comes that easily. Faking a paternity report to extort money? That's truly despicable. Thankfully, CEO Mu remained steadfast in her trust of her husband. Otherwise, this would have escalated into a complete disaster. Mu Qingwan's heart leapt with joy. She never imagined Li Hao had this ace up his sleeve. She'd clearly underestimated him. She hadn't known how to resolve this matter satisfactorily, especially without any evidence. The original paternity test had indeed shown the child was Li Hao's. It turned out Song Shanshan had tampered with it. Honey, you did amazing. But how did you suspect the paternity test was tampered with? Li Hao lowered his gaze and explained carefully. Because I know my limits when it comes to drinking. Even if I were drunk, I wouldn't take advantage of someone. Besides, I couldn't possibly get drunk. Song Shanshan's face turned ashen as passers-by hurled accusations of shamelessness at her. Just as she tried to flee the scene, the police called by Mu Qingwan had already surrounded them. Miss Song, you were the one who said last time that if even one word of your testimony was false, I'd have the right to report you. You'll be spending the next little while reforming yourself inside. As for your son, he'll either be sent to a welfare institution or reunited with his biological father. Song Shanshan panicked and was apprehended by the police shortly after attempting to flee. No, I can't go to prison. Please, I beg you, let me go. I truly regret what I did. I was desperate, I just wanted to get some money from you. Our 3 years together. I know how much you loved me. Wait. So what? So you thought I was easy to manipulate? Song Shanshan, let me tell you this, the moment you slept with other men while you were with me, you should have known our 3 years together were long gone. Li Hao cut her off with a sharp retort. Officer, thank you for your hard work. Take her away. This absurd affair was finally resolved. In the office. Whenever Li Hao recalled Mu Qingwan's words defending him just now, his heart felt complicated. Sometimes he realized this crazy woman wasn't as stupid as she seemed. Honey, why are you staring at me like that? Is there something on my face? Li Hao quickly averted his gaze. Nothing. Just wondering when you'll be off work. Since we're in a good mood today, let's grab dinner out. Sure. They arrived at a restaurant and chose a window seat. Night had fallen, and below, the streets bustled with traffic, the streetlights glistening brightly. Honey, what's wrong? Are you upset? Li Hao snapped out of his thoughts. Nothing. Just feeling a bit annoyed thinking about all the ridiculous things that happened today. After all this, when will that crazy woman finally divorce me? She doesn't seem to have any special feelings for Qin Yu either. When will I finally be able to pursue my true love? Forget it, forget it. I'll plan for the long term. Come to think of it, working at Mu Qingwan's company could bring in a decent paycheck. That would be money earned through my own labor. When the time comes to divorce Mu Qingwan amicably, having earned that much from her, I'll have a clear conscience. I'll keep protecting that crazy woman from now on. At least when I take her money, I won't feel guilty or indebted to her. Mu Qingwan was overjoyed to learn Li Hao's change of heart. As long as Li Hao didn't divorce her, she could do whatever she wanted. Before, she hadn't realized how good Li Hao was. Now she knew. Li Hao was different from other men. Oh, Grandma wants us to come back for dinner tomorrow. Alright, let's go then. They rarely returned to the old house for meals. This time, Grandma probably found out about the online incident and wanted to question them. Chapter 29, Marrying an Alcoholic Son Would Satisfy You? The next day. Li Hao and the others returned to the old house right after work, carrying gifts of all sizes. Grandma, we're back. Mu Qingwan's parents managed overseas businesses and rarely returned home. She also had an older brother who lived abroad with them. Her parents had always believed that, as a girl, she should never join the family business. They simply felt she had reached marriageable age and arranged for her to marry. The patriarchal mindset of favoring sons over daughters was vividly embodied in her parents. Her grandmother, however, had always supported her, and as it turned out, she was doing quite well. So Mu Qingwan grew closer to her grandmother. You're back. Li Hao placed all the gifts in the corner and whispered, Grandma. Little Hao is back too. Come sit down. Grandma's shoulders have been aching lately. Use that amazing technique of yours and give Grandma a shoulder massage. Li Hao washed his hands and proceeded to massage the elderly lady himself. Both of Li Hao's parents were prodigies in traditional Chinese medicine, yet they vanished when he was very young. He was only 10 years old at the time. Everything since then, he'd earned it all himself. He worked washing dishes at a relative's restaurant, earning 20 yuan a day, and kept at it for 6 years. He shouldered nearly all his living expenses and tuition fees himself. His life was even harder than that of other impoverished children. Possessing all the memories of the original protagonist in the book, Li Hao's massage skills were second to none. I still remember when we first met. I was suffering from a chronic illness and had just been in a car accident. No one dared to help me, but you, young man, weren't afraid I'd take advantage of you. You went out of your way to get me to the hospital. Li Hao smiled. He knew Grandma was a good person. Little Li, I didn't misjudge you. It was the right thing to do. If I hadn't helped, I'd have lived with that guilt forever. The original protagonist had merely taken her to the hospital and helped prepare some herbal remedies to clear heat and detoxify. But who would have thought that this stubborn illness would actually show improvement after just a few doses of the original owner's herbs? It was nothing short of a medical miracle. Grandma wanted to give the original owner money, but he refused, accepting only 1,000 yuan for the treatment. The original owner hadn't studied traditional Chinese medicine. They majored in computer science in college, though they inherited their parents' talent for it. However, the original owner had only thoroughly studied the notes her parents left at home and could occasionally treat a few ailments. The original owner had been deeply affected by their parents' disappearance and didn't want to follow in their footsteps, which is why they avoided traditional Chinese medicine, fearing it would only deepen their longing. Mu Qingwan had once asked about this, but the original owner remained silent without answering. Today's family gathering wasn't just for Mu Qingwan and her companion Mu Yuankai. Mu Qingwan's eldest uncle was also present. I could hear your lively chatter from outside. Oh, Qingwan, you're back. With the company so busy today, I thought you might not make it back. Mu Yuankai didn't appear overweight but rather sturdy, accompanied by his wife. Both pairs of eyes settled on Li Hao, and they both let out a sneer at the same time. He's back too, Qingwan. How many times have I told you? Our Mu family isn't open to just anyone. That useless son-in-law isn't on the same intellectual level as you. You're out there working your fingers to the bone every day, and he can't even lift a finger to help. You really have it rough. Why not listen to your uncle? Divorce him and find a decent man to marry someone who'll cherish you. That's far better than staying with a good-for-nothing. Every time he returned, Li Hao faced Mu Yuankai's icy glare. That's why, in their 5 years of marriage, Mu Qingwan rarely brought him back to spare herself the heartache. Uncle, he's my husband. Your words are going too far. Li Hao massaged his grandmother's shoulders while asking if the pressure was right, completely ignoring Mu Yuankai's sarcastic remarks. Seeing Mu Qingwan visibly upset, her aunt finally stepped in to placate her, though the benevolent expression on her face was clearly feigned. Qingwan, your uncle didn't mean it that way. You're his niece, and he cares deeply for you. Think about it, sitting in the CEO's seat, you have to deal with all sorts of people every day. And being a woman, you inevitably face disadvantages at work. Li Hao can't help you with that, and your uncle doesn't want to see you so exhausted. Why not just say he looks down on me? All this nonsense. This aunt isn't a good person either, just a smiling tiger. She puts on a kind face, but who knows what evil schemes she's plotting inside. One spews venomous remarks while the other soothes the madwoman's emotions, preventing the two from falling out. Truly a loving family. Ha, they work together so seamlessly. Do they really think others can't see through their schemes? Well done, you two lovebirds. One playing the good cop, the other the bad cop. What a splendidly staged performance. Who says Li Hao can't help me? Did you see it with your own eyes, uncle? Auntie, even with uncle being so capable, aren't you still just a homemaker? You haven't exactly been helping him much either. Mu Qingwan fired back without mercy. All these years, they've relentlessly targeted her in business. Though it's all Mu family property, her uncle has always coveted her position. Mu Qingwan's current position was earned through her own relentless effort, recognized and approved by grandmother. Back when they competed, Mu Yuankai never won against Mu Qingwan. That's why he currently oversees the second company of the Mu Group. Its primary business was real estate. Mu Yuankai snorted coldly, his gaze shifting to Li Hao, who was busily fawning over the old lady. Yes, you're right. He does have some use. He can massage grandma's shoulders. Hey, you, my shoulders are a bit sore too. Give me a massage later. The matriarch shook her head helplessly. Though she resided at home, she was well aware of the rivalry between Mu Qingwan and Mu Yuankai within the company. Yuankai, your words are a bit harsh. Young Li is now part of the Mu family and works at the company. How can you say he's useless? Mind your own company affairs. Don't meddle in Qingwan's family matters. Hearing the matriarch's words, Mu Yuankai finally reined himself in, though his tone still dripped with contempt for Li Hao. I know, but you're being far too lenient with this useless son-in-law. How does he compare to Qingwan in any way? Qingwan is my niece. How could I possibly stand by and watch her be ruined by such a man? With Qingwan's abilities and family background, she could have had any man she wanted. Yet she chose a useless son-in-law. Uncle. Mu Qingwan's expression instantly turned cold. What kind of man I choose seems to have nothing to do with you, uncle. Would you only be satisfied if I married the drunkard son you tried to set me up with before? At these words, Mu Yuankai's expression darkened considerably. Li Hao had no desire to get involved in their family affairs. Earlier, Mu Qingwan had mentioned that Mu Yuankai wanted to set her up with his alcoholic son to force her out of Mu Corporation. Chapter 30, I might not be up to it, but my wife is. Wasn't I doing that for your own good? His son is still young, barely out of his teens. With your intelligence, what's to say you wouldn't have a good life after marrying him? It's certainly better than marrying a good-for-nothing deadbeat, right? Mu Yuankai showed no mercy, framing everything as being for Mu Qingwan's own good. He sneered disdainfully, sizing up Li Hao once more. No matter how he looked at him, he couldn't bring himself to respect Li Hao. He believed a man should stand tall and independent in the world, not live entirely off a woman. What good could come of a man who only knew how to curry favor with women? Li Hao hadn't intended to speak up. After all, he rarely visited this family and was only close to his grandmother. But now that someone had dared to bully him, if he didn't say a word, how would he be any different from a coward? Uncle, I may not be up to the task, but my wife certainly is. My wife is so capable, but yours is nothing but a smiling tiger who loves to put on a show. And unless you resort to underhanded tactics, you'll never measure up to Mu Qingwan. How did you even rise to power? Don't you have any self-awareness? The Mu Group was built from the ground up by the old madam and the old master. The old madam herself runs the company with decisive authority, yet you're now spouting this misogynistic nonsense. Qingwan, look at him. See for yourself what kind of person he is. He can't do anything without you. What kind of useless loser is that? In my opinion, you should stop exhausting yourself. Hand the company over to me, go home, get married, and have children. That's the path you should take in the future. You work yourself to the bone at the company, but Mu Group will never truly be yours. You'll marry someday. Do you really want to spend your life with this good for nothing? Besides, your parents never approved of you meddling in company affairs. This was clearly mocking Li Hao. Mu Qingwan had already married him, yet Mu Yuankai kept insisting on remarrying. What else could this be but contempt? Mu Yuankai had never regarded Li Hao as family. He saw Li Hao as nothing more than a tool Mu Qingwan used to appease her family. Having watched her grow up, how could he not know what she truly desired? Wasn't it to inherit the company? Wasn't it to claim a share of the inheritance? He could give her that. But she insisted on opposing him at every turn. Mu Qingwan's face remained cold. Gender was a sore point in her heart, yet she felt no shame about it. Uncle, I don't know what prejudice you hold against me that makes you nitpick even the man I chose for myself. I can't help but wonder, is this my marriage or yours? How could she not know Mu Yuankai's ambition? She and Mu Yuankai had competed fairly to reach their current positions. She was in charge of the headquarters. Mu Yuankai is in charge of the second company. This outcome was indisputable and had grandma's approval. This crazy woman seems unusually low-spirited today. What's going on? On any other day, she'd have already shot down the other party until they had nothing left to say. Could it be that with the old lady present, she doesn't want to tear the mask off? But this crazy woman staying silent just makes me furious. Uncle, I know you care about Qingwan, but her current position is something she earned through her own hard work. She competed against you back then, and she won. Now you're bringing up gender again. Are you dissatisfied with the outcome back then? Do you resent that a woman has surpassed you in every way and want Qingwan to give up this position for you? Li Hao's lips curved into a faint smile, his deep pupils revealing utter coldness. The wealthier the family, the more complicated its inner workings. He was finally seeing that firsthand. Mu Qingwan's capabilities were undeniable. Even grandmother acknowledged that. Even if her parents disagreed. She remained a daughter of the Mu family, entitled to control her own destiny. Whether she chose to marry and start a family or carve out a path in the business world, it was entirely her decision. His uncle needn't concern himself with it anymore. After all, it had nothing to do with him. Wasn't this all just about his pride, feeling overshadowed by Mu Qingwan in every way? Now he resorts to gender-based mockery. Where was his noble spirit when he made that wager? Li Hao and Mu Qingwan's wedding coincided with the time she and Mu Yuankai made their wager. Needless to say, Mu Yuankai suffered a crushing defeat. He'd even resorted to underhanded tricks behind the scenes. Had Mu Qingwan not caught him in time, this very seat might truly belong to Mu Yuankai today. After Li Hao defended her, Mu Qingwan's eyes glistened with tears. It felt so good to be protected. Why hadn't she noticed how wonderful he was before? Why? Was it because she had thrown herself entirely into her work, neglecting Li Hao's feelings? Or was it that her former self had only ever prioritized her career, never truly valuing Li Hao? Deep down, had she merely seen him as a tool to appease her parents? The more she thought about it, the deeper her guilt grew. So much so that even if Li Hao cursed her in her heart now, she wouldn't feel angry. Enough! Stop arguing. Grandma's face remained cold, showing no trace of warmth. Today is a family gathering. We're here to eat together, not watch you two bicker. Yuan Kai, as Qingwan's eldest uncle, how could you speak to her like that? Li Hao and Qingwan are legally married now. We're family. Stop constantly demanding she remarry someone else. You've gone too far. With the matriarch speaking up, Mu Yuankai dared say no more, only letting out a dismissive snort to show his displeasure. Fine, Mom. I understand. This old woman hasn't just started favoring Mu Qingwan and Li Hao today. Otherwise, how could she possibly let a woman sit in the CEO's chair? I'm only doing this for Qingwan's sake. Even if I don't say it now, once second brother returns, he'll look down on this son-in-law just the same. Enough. If you won't eat, then get out. Do you think we're spoiling you? The old lady was thoroughly enraged, her face devoid of any trace of kindness. Mu Yuankai finally shut his mouth, but the lingering sarcasm still hung over Li Hao and Mu Qingwan. Li Hao, don't take it to heart. Ignore what he says. As long as you two young people live happily together, that matters more than anything else. As for whatever path Mu Qingwan chooses to walk, whatever decision she makes, I respect her completely. Li Hao nodded. Rest assured, Grandma. I'm not that petty. I'm sure my uncle won't be angry either. I'm already working at the company now. I'll do my best to help her so she doesn't have to work so hard. But you know, Grandma, I'm still new to this line of work. For now, Qingwan is the one guiding me. Grandma clasped Li Hao's hand, her face radiant with satisfaction. You're more dependable than my own two sons. It's good you're ambitious. I know Qingwan's capabilities, anyone she mentors won't be half bad. Chapter 31, I'm not good at flattery, how about a hug? Keep it up, Grandma. I'm counting on you to make a name for yourself in this industry and help the Mu family thrive. That night, Mu Qingwan and Li Hao stayed at the ancestral home. Outside the door, Mu Qingwan sat quietly on the garden swing, gazing up at the sky thick with stars. Her heart was a whirlwind of conflicting emotions, her feelings utterly chaotic. Li Hao searched for her for quite some time before finally finding her. What the hell was this crazy woman doing out here alone? Could it be because Mu Yuankai upset her earlier? Women really are troublesome. Not only are they thin-skinned, but they're also prone to emotional instability. Forget it. I won't scold her today. Li Hao sat down beside her and handed her a cup of warm milk. He remembered Mu Qingwan's habit of drinking warm milk every night before bed. Why is she here alone? Mu Qingwan heard Li Hao's inner thoughts, turned her head, and looked at him with slightly reddened eyes. Do you think I shouldn't be competing in the business world like men? That I should choose marriage and children, live the traditional life expected of a woman, and follow the path women are supposed to take? A bitter smile played on Mu Qingwan's lips, her eyes red-rimmed, clearly having cried. Her path has nothing to do with me anyway. We'll just end up divorcing eventually. As long as she doesn't do anything foolish like running off to donate her organs for free, I'll still think highly of her. After all, she's not the sharpest tool in the shed, otherwise, how could she have been fooled by Qin Yu? Before Li Hao could speak, she continued on her own. From childhood, our family favored sons over daughters. My parents poured all their affection and attention into my younger brother. I was only a year older than him, yet I might as well have been invisible to them. If not for Grandma, I would have died from that high fever when I was 8. They always said daughters were useless anyway. Sooner or later, they'd marry out and become someone else's wife, no longer part of the Mu family. Mu Qingwan smiled bitterly as a single tear rolled down her cheek. Li Hao watched her silently. This was the first time he had ever seen Mu Qingwan shed tears in front of him. He always thought Mu Qingwan was invulnerable to sorrow, a force to be reckoned with in business, with few rivals to match her. Li Hao said nothing, even losing the urge to scold her. He pulled a stack of tissues from his pocket and pressed them into her hand. Once I grew up and became an adult, they couldn't wait to marry me off. Every day I had to deal with countless matches they introduced. I tried every trick to sabotage the blind dates, but what about the next one? Mom and Dad just kept introducing me to their business partners, trying to squeeze every last drop of value out of me. They never once asked whether I was willing or not. I fought my way to this point, enduring their pressure, waiting for them to leave the country, earning Grandma's approval, and finally reaching this position. Why should I just hand it over? What exactly is wrong with me? What haven't I done well enough? She lowered her head, tears rolling down one by one. Don't cry. What am I supposed to do if this crazy woman cries? I'm no good at comforting people. How about a hug? Her parents may favor sons over daughters, but they're loaded. If I had a family as rich as hers, I'd just give up. Who cares about managing the company? As long as I have money to spend, why bother with all that hassle? Isn't life just about eating, sleeping, and having fun? Living it up? Stop crying. Isn't everything better now? No one's asking you to give up your dreams. Li Hao gently touched Mu Qingwan's shoulder, still lacking the courage to pull her into his arms. After all, things had gotten so ugly between them before. He'd long prepared himself for divorce. If his white moonlight found out he was thinking of her while holding another woman, how would he be any different from a scumbag? But the next second, Mu Qingwan threw herself at him, burying her face in his neck. Fighting back her heartache, she began to sob, her voice choked with tears. Her entire body trembled as she clutched his sleeve tightly, venting the injustice she felt from this family. Wait, this feels weird. Is this crazy woman actually falling for me? No, she's just using me as a venting toy. That crazy woman despised me before. How could she suddenly be so gentle now? What the hell is this crazy woman's game? But seeing a woman so distressed beside him, could he, as a man, remain silent and coldly watch without a word? That didn't seem quite right. So he slowly reached out, gently patting her shoulder. Don't be sad. You still have Grandma, don't you? Mu Qingwan suddenly lifted her head, her eyes brimming with tears, looking utterly aggrieved as she choked out. What about you? Do you want to divorce me? Li Hao's mouth twitched slightly. Wasn't it this crazy woman who wanted to divorce me before? Why is it suddenly my fault now? Didn't she think I was useless and a disgrace? Hey, you're the one who wanted the divorce, okay? She knew it. If not for the lure of money, Li Hao would have divorced her ages ago. In an instant, Mu Qingwan felt the sadness welling up again. She burst into tears with a wail. I knew it. You just want to divorce me, abandon me, and don't want me anymore. You don't want me anymore. I hate you. When had Li Hao ever seen Mu Qingwan like this? Before, he always thought she was exceptionally strong-willed, capable of standing on her own 2 feet, as if nothing could ever faze her. But now it seemed she was no different from other women. Her heart remained fragile forever. It was just that, having no one to lean on, she had learned to shoulder everything alone. No. If you won't divorce me, how could I possibly divorce you? I'm telling the truth. If I initiate the divorce now, won't I get nothing? What would those 5 years have meant then? All wasted. At the very least, I need to save enough money to live it up with my white moonlight. Hearing Li Hao still thinking about his white moonlight at this very moment, Mu Qingwan's emotions became incredibly complex. Tears surged forth like a burst dam. You just want to divorce me so you can be with another woman. How could you be so heartless, Li Hao? I hate you. Mu Qingwan turned away, crouching alone on the chair with her head bowed, not uttering a single word. Gradually, her sobs grew quieter. Feeling at a loss, Li Hao lifted her into his arms and carried her toward the bedroom. Stop this. It's too late. You have work tomorrow. Chapter 32, Why Won't You Touch Me? Held like this by him, Mu Qingwan felt an unprecedented sense of security for the first time in her life. Since they were at the old house, Grandma had only arranged one room for them. After placing her on the bed, Li Hao had no intention of sharing it with her. He planned to make do on the balcony for the night. But unexpectedly, Mu Qingwan clutched his hand tightly. She lifted her head slightly, her face looking especially pitiful, perhaps because she had just been crying. She gazed at Li Hao and murmured a few awkward words. Could you please not leave? Could you hold me while I sleep tonight? I'm scared. She knew Li Hao didn't want to touch her again after what happened last time. Over these past 5 years, she had indeed disappointed him. Otherwise, Li Hao wouldn't be thinking about divorcing her every day. Now, she only had her grandmother and Li Hao. She never wanted to lose another person who cared for her. Seeing Mu Qingwan pleading like this, Li Hao felt guilty and could only nod in agreement. I'm going to take a shower. You go ahead and sleep. Li Hao was drenched in sweat from her antics. Stepping into the bathroom, the icy water hitting his skin finally cooled the heat in his heart. I'm a man too, how could I stand a woman acting all coy and submissive in front of me? This crazy woman is getting wilder by the day. Why isn't she acting indifferent toward the original owner like before? It's actually making me feel a bit uncomfortable. Perhaps the sound of the shower drowned out the footsteps outside. Only when the bathroom door opened and a pair of warm hands slowly wrapped around his waist from behind did he snap back to reality. He knew exactly who it was without even thinking. But when he turned around, the crazy woman wasn't wearing a single piece of clothing. Thankfully, the bathroom light was off. Li Hao, I thought you might feel lonely showering alone, so I came to keep you company. Li Hao. I'm a grown man, how could I be lonely? I don't need your company. Crazy woman, get out. What woman is this forward? Where's your aloof, bossy CEO persona? But damn, she really does have an amazing body. Li Hao swallowed hard, feeling the soft friction against his back, his heart gradually growing restless. He was a man, how could his body not react in this situation? The next second, Mu Qingwan's hands began to creep toward his private area. Li Hao swiftly and decisively grabbed her hands, pinning both of her restless hands tightly together. Stop messing around. I'm not messing around. Why won't you touch me? Just touch me. I'm willing. It's not that I don't want to, I'm afraid. If I get enchanted by you, the plot will unfold just like in the original book and then my organs will be gone. This crazy woman had a little wine tonight and is acting even wilder than before. Before he could respond, Mu Qingwan tiptoed closer, her warm kiss leaving him momentarily overwhelmed. At the critical moment, Li Hao finally regained his senses, bundling her up and tossing her onto the bed. Stop this. You've had too much to drink tonight. I won't take advantage of you. Mu Qingwan's lips twitched. She'd gone this far, yet this stubborn straight guy still wouldn't touch her. Would it kill him to touch her? Li Hao, you're not a real man. Li Hao quickly pulled his clothes back on, but Mu Qingwan's hand reached up again. Her eyes were brimming with tears, her face etched with hurt. Don't you love me anymore? Do you despise me? I knew it. I won't force you anymore. Go. With that, Mu Qingwan gently released her grip and retreated beneath the covers, trembling softly. Li Hao scratched his head, feeling uneasy inside. What the hell is this crazy woman up to tonight? If she doesn't like the original owner, why act like this? Could it be guilt over these past 5 years? Trying to make amends this way, at least she has some conscience. But if I leave now, won't that make me look like a real coward? Right, exactly. I'm not feeling sorry for her, she begged me. The next moment, Li Hao slowly lifted the blanket and embraced her from behind. Stop crying. Shall we sleep now? Mu Qingwan's body stopped trembling. With tears still in her eyes, she gradually drifted off to sleep in his arms. The next morning, Li Hao was still beside her, the two of them sleeping in each other's arms. She opened her eyes slightly and gently traced the contours of Li Hao's chiseled features before her. How had she never noticed before how handsome her husband was? What had she been thinking all this time? With such a handsome husband at home, she had treated him like he was invisible. Thinking of all Li Hao had done for her, she felt deeply indebted to him. Every time she came home from work, the house was filled with the aroma of dinner, and every dish was her favorite. When she caught a cold, Li Hao was the first to worry. If she mentioned a stomachache, he'd dash out in the pouring rain to buy medicine, refusing to let her stop him from going to work. He'd wait downstairs. What more could she possibly want from a husband who went to such lengths? Li Hao wasn't the useless person others made him out to be. From Qin Xiaoxiao's feedback, she realized he had his own way of working and handling matters, and he was no less capable than anyone else. She was the one who had wronged Li Hao. She was the one who was wrong. From now on, as long as Li Hao didn't initiate divorce, she wouldn't leave him. She was determined to win him back. Li Hao stirred awake at the movement in his arms. He opened his eyes slightly to find Mu Qingwan feigning sleep. He lowered his head and chuckled softly, choosing not to call her out. Your eyelashes are twitching like crazy, and you're still pretending to sleep. Honestly, this crazy woman is kinda cute like this. I know my arms are warm, so I'll reluctantly hold you a little longer. The two of them slept until who knows when they finally woke up. Needless to say, they were late. When Li Hao finally arrived at the office, Qin Xiaoxiao wore a look of utter displeasure. What's going on? I praised you just yesterday, and today you're already late. Li Hao scratched his head, feeling a headache coming on just looking at the design drafts and documents on his desk. I stayed up late last night accompanying Mu Qingwan to her family home for dinner and accidentally overslept. You overslept, didn't you? Wait, I remember you used to call her Qingwan or wifey, but now you're using her full name? Did you two have a fight? Qin Xiaoxiao asked, a hint of confusion in her voice. Everyone knew how clingy Li Hao had been to Mu Qingwan before. Now Li completely changed his tune, and honestly, it was a refreshing change. Li Hao offered no explanation, staring at the design draft in his hands. It was infinitely better than the last one. Turns out you really do have to push people a little. Oh, and Manager Wang dropped a tricky project on us. He wants you to handle the negotiations. Qin Zhaozhao placed the documents on the table. This is from Zheng, the CEO of the neighboring fashion company. She wants to commission a batch of distinctive jewelry to integrate into her clothing line. The project is worth 5 million. Alright, let's handle it. Li Hao said casually. Qin Xiaoxiao chuckled. Easy for you to say. Everyone knows Ms. Zhang is notoriously difficult to work with. To collaborate with her, you have to meet her conditions. Some people don't even get the chance to meet her. Chapter 33, What a masterstroke. Li Hao looked up information about this CEO Zhang. Her full name was Zhang Xuejiao, the current CEO of Zhang Group. Both Zhang Xuejia and Mu Qingwan were formidable powerhouse women in the business world. But everyone knew this woman was notoriously difficult to deal with and even harder to get along with. To secure a deal with her, you either had to be someone she took notice of, or possess something that genuinely caught her interest. Zhang Group and Mu Group had never collaborated before. This was their first time. Must we really take this job? Qin Xiaoxiao's research shows this woman has a reputation for promiscuity. Industry gossip even claims she has a particular fondness for young, attractive men. Mu Qingwan really has nerves of steel. But then again, how could she not be indifferent to a man she has zero interest in? No wonder she's been fawning over me lately. Turns out she was just using me. Now I get it. If Mu Qingwan were genuinely kind to him without ulterior motives, that would be the most unsettling thing of all. Manager Wang's office. He held his female secretary in his arms, a smug smile playing on his lips. I've already informed headquarters, if Li Hao fails to deliver results this time, he'll lose his supervisor position no matter how much Mu Qingwan wants to keep him. How could he possibly keep this position without delivering any results? Soon, Li Hao knocked on the door. The woman sitting on the manager's lap stood up, her face clouded with displeasure. Come in. Headquarters is conducting a major evaluation soon. Despite our past disagreements, I still hope you'll remain in your current position. Headquarters evaluations are primarily about weeding out incompetent management, though I'm certainly not referring to you. You're someone President Mu has taken a personal interest in. Your capabilities speak for themselves. It's just unfortunate timing this assessment period. If you don't deliver results, you know what that means. Wang Yong's words were nothing short of a threat. No results meant dismissal. Even if Mu Qingwan intended to protect him, it would be futile. Li Hao smiled. Of course he understood Manager Wang was doing all this for his own good. You old fox, as if I didn't see right through you? Though this plot twist isn't in the original story, workplace sabotage is nothing new. What bad luck to coincide with the headquarters evaluation. He probably suggested it to the higher-ups. If he had nothing to do with this, I'll wash my hair upside down. Wang Yong couldn't wait for Li Hao to be kicked out of the company. Seeing Li Hao so calm and collected, he couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. Looks like you're pretty confident. Wang Yong's eyes held a hint of sarcasm as he exhaled lightly. Young people shouldn't be too arrogant. After all, you have no experience in this industry. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. You are, after all, Mr. Mu's man. Mr. Mu's man? Could Wang Yong's insult be any more obvious? Why must he act like a eunuch, spouting insinuations and double talk? Why bother? Li Hao remained utterly unruffled, finding Wang Yong's flustered demeanor rather amusing. He was clearly cornered and lashing out. Of course. Manager Wang and I are both part of Blue Jewelry now, working under Mr. Mu. Naturally, Manager Wang has my best interests at heart. What I never expected was that Manager Wang would be so unforgiving. I sent your brother away, yet you still greet me with a smile. You truly are the best leader I've ever seen. I nearly threw up last night's dinner. He played dirty with me, so I'll play dirty back. He's clearly targeting me here because of his brother's situation. It's painfully obvious. Wang Yong's smile instantly froze, replaced by a sinister expression. Of course. Li Hao smiled indifferently, having long seen through everything. Just as he was about to step out, Wang Yong's malicious warning echoed from behind. Li Hao, you can't walk along the river without getting your shoes wet. I'll be watching to see how long you can hold on to this position. Someone with zero professional integrity has no place in high society. You're nothing but a kept man by Mu's side at best, a loyal sycophant. Do you really think those aristocratic ladies would ever look down on you? Perhaps because his earlier words had failed to sting Li Hao, Wang Yong couldn't resist adding another jab. Li Hao halted, his tone utterly devoid of emotion. Then let's see who leaves me or you, Manager Wang. Facing a corporate audit like this, in typical novel plots, someone like Wang Yong couldn't possibly be without some shady dealings. It could be embezzling company assets, pocketing kickbacks through company connections, or evading taxes. Any one of these offenses could have cost Wang Yong his current position. But having worked at Mu Corporation for so many years, firing him would require solid evidence. A mere accusation of sexual harassment could easily be dismissed as slander. Moreover, Wang Yang is far more cunning than Wang Juanhao. When engaging in such sordid activities, how could he possibly allow evidence to be left behind? Therefore, without concrete evidence against Wang Yong, Mu Qingwan could only proceed by sending Wang Juanhao to prison first. After all, Wang Juanhao is his own brother and his right-hand man. This provocation would surely force Wang Yong to slip up. Mu Qingwan had truly played a masterful game. Even Li Hao himself was merely a pawn in this chessboard. That same day, Mu Qingwan went to Li Hao's office to speak with him. She explained that during the upcoming headquarters evaluation, she couldn't shield him entirely. If this project fell through, the pressure on her would be immense. Don't push yourself, it's okay if it fails. I know this project with President Zhang is tough to secure. If it were easy, Wang Yang wouldn't have deliberately assigned it to you. While our company doesn't desperately need this project, so far, blue jewelry is the only one that can secure your position. Mu Qingwan spoke earnestly, her tone devoid of any harshness, instead brimming with concern for Li Hao. She desperately wanted Li Hao to establish himself firmly within the company, unwilling to let the outside world perceive him as incompetent. She was an astute judge of character. She knew perfectly well whether Li Hao was capable and suited for this position. But her understanding alone wasn't enough, it still needed to be proven to everyone. I'll do my utmost. Even if this project falls through, you shouldn't feel pressured. At worst, I'll simply step down from this position. Besides, I've saved up some money. Starting my own business isn't out of the question if it comes to that. In Li Hao's view, talent didn't necessarily mean staying at Mu Corporation. Chapter 34. If we won't divorce, then let's live separate lives. Mu Qingwan couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. She had never once allowed Li Hao to get involved in company affairs, keeping him almost exclusively as a full-time homemaker at home. Now she realized how wrong she'd been, knowing he'd endured so much scorn and ridicule daily. Bringing Li Hao into the company now was merely an attempt to make amends, to offer him a different way of life. Li Hao had mentioned before that he was bored at home and wanted to find a job. But she had never imagined he would pull strings to get a job at Mu Corporation. Therefore, Mu Qingwan knew that at his core, Li Hao remained exceptionally strong-willed. Now, forcing him to bear the shame of being labeled a useless son-in-law while assigning him such a difficult project, all while she couldn't protect him, left her filled with guilt toward Li Hao. Li Hao sat leisurely on the sofa, completely oblivious to Mu Qingwan's expression at that moment. Unaware of her thoughts, he remained irritated that she treated him like a pawn. Staying here only made him feel utterly uncomfortable. This crazy woman was merely using him as a pawn. If divorce isn't an option, then we'll just live separate lives. I won't interfere with your lovey-dovey moments with other men, and you won't disrupt my mundane existence with my true love. That's only fair for both of us. When the time comes and you get scammed, whether you sell your organs or whatever, it won't concern me in the slightest. Though this approach somewhat disappoints the old lady's expectations. In the original story, the old Madame Mu was a true saint, not only treating him like her own son but always mindful of his feelings. Now that I've joined the Mu group, the one most delighted is likely the old madam herself. While Mu Qingwan's parents inherited the overseas Mu group holdings, the matriarch couldn't entrust the domestic operations to Mu Yuankai with confidence. Mu Qingwan's capabilities, of course, were beyond question. Yet she was still a woman, and in certain matters, she was bound to be at a disadvantage. She hoped Li Hao would support Mu Qingwan well. Hearing Li Hao's inner thoughts, Mu Qingwan felt deeply distressed. She never imagined he would think this way. She had invited Li Hao to the company solely as family, yet now, in his eyes, her kindness toward him seemed like mere exploitation. She had gone to such lengths, yet it seemed she could never truly enter Li Hao's heart. She was doing her utmost to make amends for her past mistakes, yet all Li Hao could think about was his white moonlight. How could anyone not feel heartbroken? Mu Qingwan pressed her lips together, her demeanor growing noticeably colder than before. If you truly don't want to stay in this position, then leave. I won't force you anymore. Seeing Mu Qingwan's sudden coldness, Li Hao felt utterly bewildered. What's gotten into this crazy woman? One moment she's sweet-talking me, the next she's giving me the cold shoulder. I never wanted this position in the first place, she forced it upon me. This is for the best. Let's part ways sooner rather than later. You take your sunny path, I'll cross my own narrow bridge. Li Hao said nothing, but mentally mapped out his future path. But Mu Qingwan overheard it all. Her eyes stung, turning slightly red. She turned away, gently wiping away the tears, and left Li Hao's office. She didn't want Li Hao to see this. And so, that day, the two never exchanged another word. When it was time to leave work, Li Hao sensed something was off. Lately, every time they rode home together, Mu Qingwan had endless things to say. But today, she was unusually quiet. What the hell is wrong with this crazy woman? She was so enthusiastic before. Does she think I'm no longer useful? So there's no need to flatter me like before. Or did she pick a fight with some guy she's been seeing? Li Hao was puzzled. Adopting a better safe than sorry attitude, he didn't press her since she wasn't speaking. The two drove to the old family home. Every week, they almost always returned to their hometown to have dinner with grandma. This time, however, Mu Qingwan went into the kitchen alone. She'd been learning how to make soup from Li Hao for quite some time, and this visit was also an opportunity to let grandma taste her cooking. While Mu Qingwan was occupied in the kitchen, the old lady motioned for Li Hao to sit down, picked up the contract from the nearby table, and handed it to him. Take a look at this. I've already signed it. If you have no objections, just add your name. Li Hao opened the contract and stared in utter shock, his pupils constricting. The matriarch actually transferred 30% of Blue Jewelry's shares to me. This is also part of the Mu Group's assets. It's like I now own shares in Mu Group. Seriously? This is huge. Grandma, I know you care about me, but this is excessive. Transferring shares to me now, aren't you afraid I'll ruin the company? If I converted this 30% stake into cash, it would easily be worth over 100 million. The jewelry industry has huge profit margins, investments are practically measured in hundreds of millions. No way, no way. I absolutely can't accept this. If I take it, won't I be permanently tied to Mu Qingwan? Besides, we don't like each other. Rather than torturing each other for a lifetime, we're better off letting each other go. And I still need to find my true love. Li Hao hastily pushed the contract back. Grandma, I can't accept this. These are shares in Lanzhou Jewelry, and I'm just a supervisor, I'm not qualified to be a shareholder. Besides, I don't have the capability to manage it properly right now. The old lady's brow furrowed slightly, but soon a benevolent smile spread across her face. Little Li, ever since you saved me, I knew you were a good man, someone worthy of trust. I feel at ease entrusting Qingwan to you. As for your abilities, there's no need to elaborate. With Qingwan guiding you, sooner or later you'll surpass anyone. Grandma usually judges people accurately. You and Qingwan have been married for 5 years, and I've been waiting every day for you to join the company. Now, the day has finally come. Because I recognize your abilities, this share should rightfully be transferred to you. It's what you deserve. Li Hao felt a pang of unease. Taking on this project wasn't about serving the company, it was purely for the 30 million. But now that these shares were truly placed on his shoulders, he had no choice but to fight for the company. Indeed, this old lady and Mu Qingwan are grandmother and granddaughter, they always act with such decisive efficiency. Grandma, I truly cannot accept this. Even if you recognize my worth, I don't recognize my own. Please take it back. I haven't even solidified my position as manager yet, and I'm not sure I'll pass the headquarters evaluation this time. The matriarch understood Li Hao's concerns. Though she remained at home, she was well informed about most company matters. Don't worry about the company assessment. You're just starting out and still have much to learn. Transferring the shares to you is simply to give you peace of mind. Li Hao finally understood why his grandmother had gone to such lengths. So she gave me this lifeline to ensure I could work at Mu Jewelry with peace of mind. With shares in Lanzhou Jewelry, I'm practically half owner. My position far surpasses that of a manager. Even if they fail me in the evaluation, they have no grounds to fire me. Chapter 35. Is there another woman in your heart? Don't overthink it. Giving you shares means I truly consider you family. All those unpleasant rumors out there? They're just words from others' mouths. Just know this, if you work hard, you deserve this position. Now, listen to Grandma sign the share transfer agreement. Li Hao stared at the contract pushed back across the table, hesitation clouding his mind. Signing it felt wrong, but not signing it felt wrong too. Mu Qingwan emerged from the kitchen just then. She had overheard their entire conversation, including Li Hao's inner thoughts. Her expression remained as cold as ever. It felt like the old days had returned. Just sign it, she urged. Grandma truly treats you as family by doing this. Besides, we've been married for 5 years. Even if things don't work out in the end, those shares are yours. If it comes to it, I'll just buy them back with my own money. Hearing this, Grandma's brow furrowed slightly. What nonsense are you spouting? What do you mean, no outcome? Mu Qingwan pressed her lips together, her gaze calm. Nothing. I just meant, just in case. Li Hao had wanted to leave her for quite some time now. The word divorce had been weighing on his mind. Ever since that night, he seemed like a different person. He no longer cared for or cherished her as he once did, as if he had never truly loved her at all. What about all the kindness and love he'd shown her before? Was it merely a pastime to pass the time? Li Hao remained silent, only sensing that Mu Qingwan seemed odd today. This crazy woman is so strange. Is she trying to make me feel comfortable signing this contract? Her words imply she thinks this contract will tie my hands. Didn't she initiate the divorce before? Wasn't it her idea to postpone it? Why has she changed her mind now? Or is she planning to jump ship and marry some other man? Using these shares as compensation? But then Li Hao thought about it, that didn't make sense at all. Even if that crazy woman thought that, Grandma wouldn't agree. After all, these shares were transferred to me by the old lady. Mu Qingwan wondered when he would finally realize she had no man on the side. And she was still a virgin. Why had Li Hao previously assumed she was pregnant and wanted him to be the fall guy? Was it because she hadn't let him touch her for 5 years? The ache in her heart grew heavier. Looking at Li Hao, the sorrow in her eyes was unmistakable. Noticing the moisture gathering in her eyes, Li Hao found no reason to refuse her any longer. If he kept arguing, this meal would be ruined. Fine, I'll accept it. But let me make this clear, if I truly prove unsuitable for this position, if I lack the capability to lead, I will voluntarily return these shares to Grandma. After all, this is the family business. There's no need to waste it on me. Grandma nodded. That's the spirit. How will you know if you don't try? Giving you shares means I truly consider you family. I also don't want to hear outsiders gossiping about you. Qingwan and I both know exactly what kind of person you are. Do your best. You can do this. After dinner, Mu Qingwan took a shower and sat alone on the sofa for a long time, her laptop open before her, clearly still working. But Li Hao couldn't shake a strange, uneasy feeling. So he took the initiative to brew her a cup of hot milk, then sat beside her as if nothing was wrong. Just as he was about to speak, Mu Qingwan beat him to it. I still have some work to finish. You should go to bed first. Seeing her like this, Li Hao felt a lump in his throat. Damn it, what the hell is wrong with her? If she's going to die, can she at least let me die knowing why? Or is it because the old lady gave me shares today and she's upset? Mu Qingwan was utterly speechless upon hearing Li Hao's inner thoughts. Her mood was low. This wasn't about the share transfer. Mu Qingwan pressed her lips together and lifted her eyes in silence. Is there another woman on your mind? You don't even want to stay by my side, don't want this manager position, and don't want these shares either. If there's another woman in your heart, I'll let you go. Mu Qingwan spoke to him with unprecedented seriousness. Li Hao was momentarily speechless. This crazy woman is acting weird today. I didn't say anything, so how did she know I was thinking about another woman? And how did she know I don't want to get involved with the Mu group? But that's not right either. I only want a divorce to find my true love, and I haven't even found her yet. Besides, why is all the blame suddenly on me? Didn't the original owner treat her well enough before? She worked at the company while the original owner devoted himself entirely to her care. Yet all he got in return over 5 years was her cold indifference. Why should I keep throwing myself at someone who clearly doesn't care? But I can guarantee this, the original owner never wavered in her devotion to Mu Qingwan. And now I've finally seen the gap between us. Leaving is simply letting each other go. Mu Qingwan felt a whirlwind of emotions. Seems like my husband hasn't found his white moonlight yet. Maybe there's still hope for me. Yet, seeing Li Hao's utterly unruffled demeanor, the sorrow welling up inside her was impossible to contain. Tears welled up and spilled over. Forcing herself to remain composed, she turned her gaze to the dense yet blurred text on the computer screen. She didn't know what to say. Facing someone who had long wanted to leave, no matter how hard she tried to hold on, it seemed futile. She hadn't cherished him properly before, and now that he wanted to leave, she couldn't blame anyone else. Seeing her genuine sorrow, Li Hao swallowed the words that had been on the tip of his tongue. A wave of guilt washed over him. No, I just feel like I only got this position because of you. I'm not as good as you. Didn't you tell me before not to meddle in your life? Now that we're together every day, I think you'll get tired of me. To be honest, if he said anything harsh to this crazy woman crying in front of him, he'd truly be heartless. I was wrong before. I was too stupid to see how good you were to me. But now I realize that no matter what I do or how I treat you, you just don't seem interested in me. When I asked you to work at the company, I never once thought of using you. I just believed you deserved a different way of life. Mu Qingwan's eyes were red-rimmed, and the hurt etched on her face pierced Li Hao's heart. Li Hao was momentarily at a loss for words. He could only reach out, pull her close, and hold her as he offered gentle reassurance. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. I've secured my shares and am now part of the company. I promise you, I won't slack off at work, okay? Mu Qingwan finally managed to choke Chapter 36, Your skills are good, but mine are better. Sometimes Mu Qingwan truly felt pathetic. Li Hao had merely soothed her a little, and she already abandoned her resolve to set him free. She knew full well that Li Hao only had eyes for his white moonlight, yet she refused to accept her fate. She had wronged Li Hao before, but now she regretted it and wanted to make amends. Yet it seemed like everything she did was wrong. If she could start over, she would cherish Li Hao. The next day, Qin Xiao knocked on Li Hao's office door. No response from Mr. Zhang, obviously a rejection. I told you this project wouldn't be easy to close. Now Wang Yang and his crew are all waiting to see you fail. If you can't land this project, you'll probably have no way to establish yourself in the company. Qin Xiao remained unaware that Li Hao now held shares in Blue Jewelry. Li Hao hadn't made it public either. No problem. Since she's hard to meet, just find out what Ms. Zhang has been up to lately where she frequents. If need be, I'll go find her myself. Qin Xiao gave a faint nod and soon compiled a list of all the places Zhang Shuejiao frequented weekly. He discovered Zhang Shuejiao frequented the billiards hall nearly every week and possessed impressive skills at the game. On Saturday, Li Hao dressed up carefully, though not overly so. He wore a sports outfit, radiating energy. Combined with the original host's handsome face, he looked like a total heartthrob. Li Hao was quite pleased with the result. Upon arriving at the billiard hall, he spotted Zhang Shuejiao. She must have just arrived, as her cue was still in its case. In the original story, Zhang Shuejiao was described as a stunningly beautiful woman. Seeing her now, she truly lived up to that description. That figure, that face, absolutely top tier. Any man would be helpless. Even the legendary 9-ball queen from my past life would pale in comparison to her. Thankfully, he'd learned to play pool before, otherwise, coming here today would have been nothing but a laughingstock. Li Hao deliberately set up his table next to Zhang Shuejiao's. Both theirs were VIP tables. Only 3 pool tables were placed in the entire private room. Seeing Li Hao practicing alone, Zhang Shuejiao knew exactly why he was there without even asking. Fancy a game? Li Hao met Zhang Shuejiao's gaze, his eyebrows arching slightly as he looked at her with a calm expression. Zhang Shuejiao glanced at Li Hao and paused for a moment. Sure. But I'd like to ask, you came here alone to play pool, and the moment you saw me, you reserved a table right next to mine. Is this genuinely about playing pool, or do you have ulterior motives? A faint, enigmatic smile played on Zhang Shuejiao's lips, as if she had already seen through Li Hao. She didn't believe in such coincidences, a man coming alone to play pool and deliberately targeting her. Unless he was here to discuss business, she wouldn't buy it. Li Hao calmly picked up his cue and walked to the opposite end of the table. Ms. Zhang, what do you think? The answer was obvious. Zhang Shuejiao broke off directly, the clatter of billiard balls echoing throughout the private room. A smile played on her face, making her appear exceptionally relaxed and flamboyant. Indeed, a successful woman is truly different. Zhang Shuejiao's eyes held a carefree passion Mu Qingwan never displayed at work. She was naturally cheerful, but Mu Qingwan was not. But I must admit, Zhang Shuejiao and that crazy woman bore a striking resemblance, both decisive and uncompromising in their actions. She even instantly guessed why I was here. Looks like this collaboration won't be as smooth as I thought. Before Li Hao could speak, Zhang Shuejiao smiled. Today is the weekend, and I hadn't planned on handling work matters, so you've probably come at a bad time. Since we're not discussing business, handsome, how about we play some pool? Seeing her eyes crinkle with a mischievous smile, Li Hao didn't back down. Sure thing. I don't feel like working this weekend either. We can handle other stuff when we're back at the office. The two exchanged glances. After several rounds of pool, Zhang Shuejiao hadn't managed to win a single game. Li Hao felt a bit helpless. He'd actually let her win several times on purpose, yet she still couldn't manage a single victory. Characters in novels really are different. The book described her as such a skilled billiards player, but in actual play, she's nothing special. Could it be that I'm just too strong? Is it the protagonist's aura? Or is this woman deliberately holding back? Ms. Zhang, if you don't start playing seriously, this game is going to be pointless. Honestly, you don't need to go easy on me. Since we're not discussing work, let's just play normally, no need for all that nonsense. Seeing Li Hao's frankness, Zhang Shuejiao picked up her cue again. Truth be told, she hadn't been holding back at all, she simply couldn't win. She, Zhang Shuejiao, was always the one dominating others. Never in her wildest dreams did she imagine being utterly crushed by this stranger. She refused to accept it. So she played a few more games, but still didn't win a single one. Exhausted, Zhang Shuejiao sat down and gulped down a mouthful of water. Do you even want to talk about this partnership anymore? What do you mean? What does wanting to discuss a partnership have to do with playing pool? Zhang Shuejiao couldn't tell if Li Hao was genuinely clueless or just playing dumb. Truth is, every weekend I get people like you who come looking for a game to discuss business. They usually go easy on me, I'm the one who wins, not the other way around. If you want to partner with me, shouldn't you give me some leeway at the table? Cut me some slack? But Zhang Shuejiao showed no sign of displeasure, she was merely teasing Li Hao. Li Hao smiled, his gaze calm as he watched her. He took the water she offered and drank it in one gulp. Mr. Zhang himself said we shouldn't discuss work on weekends, so I see no need to intentionally let others win at the pool table like some people do. That would actually be disrespectful. For me, pool is a game to be taken seriously. That's the best way to show respect to your opponent. Besides, Mr. Zhang's skills aren't bad, it's just that I'm too strong. Zhang Xuezhou's lips twitched. For the first time, she realized a man could be this self-assured and utterly devoid of emotional intelligence. In all her years in the industry, she'd seen countless arrogant men, but Li Hao felt different. Was this innate nonchalance, or was he deliberately putting on an act to confuse women? Which company are you with? Mu's Lanjiu Jewelry. Hearing this, Zhang Xuezhou's brows furrowed slightly. That company had been embroiled in more than a few scandals lately. Mu Qingwan's son-in-law had suddenly been linked to another child, though later clarified, and the incident had undoubtedly taken a toll on the company. Moreover, it seemed the rival company had recently approached her for a business meeting. The more Zhang Xuezhou thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. She tentatively asked, "You wouldn't happen to be the son-in-law who married Mu Qingwan, would you?" Li Hao showed no particular emotion at the mention of those two words, instead growing increasingly calm. Chapter 37. If I'd married her, I wouldn't have cheated. You could say that. Li Hao no longer felt the need to defend this identity. The outside world saw him this way, and since it was essentially true, there was little to explain. Zhang Xuezhou furrowed her brow slightly, staring at Li Hao in disbelief. This man was so handsome, yet he was Mu Qingwan's kept man and they were even married. But just that face was undeniably captivating. They'd only played a few games of pool, yet she found Li Hao different from the negative rumors circulating about him. Zhang Xuezhou found interacting with him quite pleasant. Don't get me wrong, I'm not looking down on you. I'm just surprised. People say he and Mu Qingwan are estranged, I wonder if it's true. Well, if that's the case, she might as well enjoy herself. Since we're discussing a partnership, I'm not denying you this chance. You know your company has been embroiled in some online scandals lately. Regardless of whether they've been clarified, the outcome will undoubtedly impact the company. Zhang Xuezhou crossed her legs, her eyes fixed on Li Hao like a fox's. The entire billiard hall was quiet except for their conversation. That's precisely why I've been hesitant to agree to discuss cooperation with your representative. But since you played a few games with me today, I have one more round tonight. If you can keep up with me in drinks, I'll choose you for the partnership. So it's the same old routine. This Zhang Zong is just as rumored a womanizer who flirts with countless women without ever getting serious. And I hear she's still unmarried. For a successful woman like her, staying unmarried well into her 30s is perfectly normal. Zhang Xuezhou looks like she's only just turned 30. Why so quiet? Afraid? How much did Mu Qingwan pay you to willingly stay by her side, working tirelessly for her? How about I double your pay? Come work for me instead. I'm particularly fond of your face. A hint of seduction flickered in Zhang Xuezhou's eyes as she offered a faint, composed smile. Li Hao knew she was joking, so he didn't take it seriously. How could that work? Work is work, friends are friends, and wife is wife, they must be kept separate. Otherwise, wouldn't I just be a scumbag? What do you think, Ms. Zhang? Trying to trick me out of an answer? Not a chance. I'm a man of principles. Though I have no feelings for Mu Qingwan, since I married her, I won't cheat physically. I'm not getting involved in anything that could backfire on me. Zhang Xuezhou stood up and left Li Hao her contact information. As the workday drew to a close, Li Hao finally received Zhang Xuezhou's message, the address of a nightclub. After tidying up, he told Mu Qingwan he was heading out to discuss a business deal and left. Mu Qingwan learned through her assistant that Li Hao was meeting with Ms. Zhang, and she felt a pang of irritation. Why did the meeting have to be at night? Couldn't they discuss it during the day? But this was Li Hao's first project, and she couldn't bring herself to stop him. She couldn't very well say she minded and then expect him to abandon the deal. Encouraging him to push forward was her choice, and telling him to give up would be hers too. That would be utterly absurd. Let him go. I trust he knows his limits. With that, Mu Qingwan hung up the phone. Mu Fengxue happened to visit her that day and stayed in her office for quite some time. Overhearing the entire conversation, she couldn't help but voice her discontent. Sis, men are always lustful. And you know Mr. Sang's character, he's always after those young, handsome guys. Trusting him like this, you'll get hurt sooner or later. Facing Mu Fengshue's attempts to sow discord, Mu Qingwan felt a twinge of irritation but refused to fall for her tricks. Since everyone knew Mu Fengxue harbored ill intentions, her words were naturally untrustworthy. I trust my brother-in-law. He always acts with discretion and would never betray me. Your prejudice against him seems rather excessive. Mu Qingwan's face remained cold, her piercing gaze fixed directly on Mu Fengxue. Mu Fengxue pursed her lips. She hadn't expected Mu Qingwan to trust Li Hao so deeply. It seemed undermining their relationship wouldn't be easy. Sister, you misunderstand me. I didn't say those things to target him intentionally. I just truly believe Li Hao isn't worthy of you. Seeing Mu Qingwan's silence, she blurted out the rest of her thoughts in one breath. Think about it, Li Hao is just a kept man. How could he possibly be worthy of you? You're the esteemed CEO of the Mu Group. You could have any high-caliber man you desire, yet you choose to believe in this deadbeat freeloader. Sister, what kind of love potion did he slip you to make you trust him so blindly? Mu Qingwan grew more agitated as she spoke. In my opinion, you should divorce Li Hao immediately and find a man who truly deserves you, someone who can support you professionally. That's the only way to achieve a perfect life. Why must you fixate on Li Hao? Mu Qingwan pursed her lips, but unexpectedly, Mu Qingwan suddenly set down her pen and fixed her gaze directly on her. Startled, the smile froze on her face. Sis, what's wrong? Did I say something wrong? She'd never seen this look in Mu Qingwan's eyes before. Her sister had always been gentle and kind to her. Could it really be that she'd turned against her over some Li Hao? Impossible. Mu Qingwan snorted coldly, her eyes flashing with disdain. Li Hao had been right after all. Mu Qingwan truly had ulterior motives. Looking back over the years, she couldn't recall ever wronging Mu Qingwan. So why would she conspire with others to scheme against her? Last time, she'd overheard Li Hao's thoughts suggesting Mu Qingwan might be involved with Qin Yu. Seems Qin Yu intends to corner me completely. He's even bribed those close to me. He really has some skills. There are some things I'll only emphasize to you one last time. Li Hao is now your brother-in-law and my husband. Whether I trust him or choose to divorce and remarry is none of your business. Just focus on your own responsibilities. If you're so bored, you'd be better off finding yourself a man to marry. Spending your days gossiping like a bitter old woman, criticizing this and that you really have nothing better to do. After Mu Qingwan's sharp retort, Mu Qingwan felt not just embarrassed, but more than anything, utterly bewildered. This wasn't the first time she'd brought up his faults in front of Mu Qingwan. Why was the reaction so intense this time? Previously, Mu Qingwan would always agree, even listing Li Hao's flaws and sharing her detailed divorce plans for the future. Chapter 38, Not After Anything? I'm not an idiot. What's gotten into Mu Qingwan today? Sis, why have you been acting so out of character lately? Didn't you tell me before that you didn't really have feelings for him? That you were only putting up with it to appease the elders? Mu Qingwan was dumbfounded. Who wouldn't feel hurt after being snapped at out of the blue like that? Mu Qingwan gave a cold laugh. At this moment, facing Mu Qingwan, not a shred of goodwill remained in her heart. She had genuinely treated her like family before, showering her with care. But now that she knew this person wanted to harm her, Mu Qingwan wasn't a complete fool. Mu Qingwan, all these years, the Mu family hasn't treated you badly. You know full well how I've treated you. You should see clearly enough whether your brother-in-law treated me well or not. Every time you came to me, you started sowing discord. Many times, if not for you, I wouldn't have harbored such deep misunderstandings toward my husband. You needn't come to my company anymore. Go about your business. Mu Qingwan gritted her teeth, but there was no point in speaking anymore. Mu Qingwan was now fully absorbed in her work, showing no interest in engaging with her, effectively issuing a dismissal. Rage welled up inside Mu Qingwan. Just you wait, Mu Qingwan. Your company will be mine sooner or later. Furious, Mu Qingwan stormed out of the company. Since she couldn't find a way in through Mu Qingwan, she'd go after Li Hao instead. Men were inherently philanderers. True devotion was impossible. Besides, she didn't believe Li Hao truly cherished Mu Qingwan that much. Isn't Li Hao supposed to be meeting with President Zhang at the nightclub today to discuss the partnership? A smile slowly spread across her lips. What kind of place is a nightclub? A den of mixed company, teeming with women. She laid out the evidence of Li Hao's infidelity and wild escapades before Mu Qingwan. She refused to believe Mu Qingwan was truly that blind and would continue living with Li Hao. Royal Nightclub. Li Hao located the private room number, pushed open the door, and found not only Zhang Shuajiao inside, but also several of her business partners and female associates. Spotting Li Hao, Zhang Shuajiao beckoned him over, gesturing for him to sit beside her. Li Hao's expression remained impassive, showing little surprise. I knew coming here today wouldn't end well. I usually avoid places like this not just because they're expensive, but because they're full of shady characters and reek of corruption. Looks like Zhang Shuajiao has an agenda today. If Mu Qingwan finds out, I have no idea how I'll explain it. That crazy woman's thought process is utterly bizarre. But Zhang Shuajiao really underestimates me. I know my limits even drunk, I keep my wits about me. Surveying the dazzling array of drinks on the table, Li Hao grabbed a bottle and downed it in one gulp. Sorry everyone, I'm late. Zhang Shuajiao gazed at Li Hao with a hint of indulgence in her eyes. She was already feeling a bit tipsy, and the more she looked at Li Hao's face, the more she liked it. Though Li Hao belonged to Mu Qingwan, she clearly didn't care for him. So she'd simply called him over to keep her company. Handsome, she murmured, I know things aren't working out with Mu Qingwan. Why don't you come keep me company instead? I'll pay you double. Perhaps because the room was too noisy, only Li Hao could hear Zhang Shuajiao's words. She gently placed her hand on Li Hao's shoulder. He glanced at it briefly before politely but firmly removing her hand. Ms. Zhang, you're joking. How could I possibly be worthy of you? Mu Qingwan and I are a proper married couple. True, I married into her family, but she holds my heart. Ms. Zhang, please refrain from such jokes. They could easily be misunderstood. Hearing this, Zhang Xuejiao's brows furrowed slightly, yet she showed no displeasure at his refusal. She assumed Li Hao was playing hard to get. After all, they'd only known each other briefly, and appearances still mattered. With a faint, ambiguous smile, she raised her wine glass, ready to pour it down Li Hao's throat. I get it, I totally get it. In your line of work, you just have to make a good impression, right? But rest assured, I'm already smitten with your face. No need to keep up appearances. Tell Mu Qingwan this: if you're willing to come with me, I'll make Mu Corporation my first choice for every single project from now on. Damn it, this woman can't be genuinely drunk, can she? I really shouldn't have come here today. She clearly has ulterior motives. She wasn't here to discuss business at all, she just fancied my looks. I'm not even the top-tier escort, and she's offering double the price? How ironic. He didn't understand the world of the wealthy. He steadied Zhang Xuejiao, maintaining a proper distance between them. But since she already made her intentions clear, why not play along and put on a show of deep affection? It would also help him extricate himself and dissuade her. Mr. Zhang, please don't joke like that. If my wife heard this, she'd be heartbroken. I truly love her, so I could never do anything to betray her. You, Ms. Zhang, have money and power. You can have any man you want. Please don't waste your efforts on me. Seeing Li Hao was serious this time, Zhang Xuejiao's expression showed a hint of displeasure. She promptly ignored him and turned her attention elsewhere. He didn't mind, quietly drinking by himself. Zhang Xuejiao finally couldn't hold back. After gulping down several more shots, she leaned in to speak. Seems you're not quite what I imagined. She always believed men were all the same, do anything for money. After all, nearly every man she'd encountered in her life had only been after her wealth. No one had ever truly cared for her. How did you and Mu Qingwan meet? People say you two don't get along. If that's the case, why keep entangling yourselves? You could just come with me. Before Zhang Xuejiao could finish, Li Hao's expression instantly turned cold as he cut her off. Mr. Zhang, if you invited me here today to socialize and drink with you, I'd be more than happy to oblige, even if it means drinking until we're both tipsy. But if you intend to say things that would upset my wife or make either of us uncomfortable, then there's no need to speak further. After all, Mu Corporation doesn't need this project from Zhang Group. As for friendship, we needn't bother cultivating it any further. Seeing Li Hao's anger, Zhang Xuejiao immediately grabbed his hand and pulled him back onto the sofa. Alright, I was wrong. I won't say another word. I just find it surprising that someone like you exists in this world, a man who marries into a family yet seems to want nothing in return. No, it's not that he wants nothing. It's just that what Li Hao wants isn't merely money. Want nothing? Impossible. I'm not that fool of an original owner who gave up everything for a woman. That would never happen to me. Who can't play the role of a devoted lover? Being with Mu Qingwan, money is certainly one aspect, but it's not solely about the money. He also wanted to see if his presence could alter that poor woman's fate. That crazy woman actually had many admirable qualities. Chapter 39, with 30 million in hand, who cares who you are? Zhang Xuejiao believed that someone like Li Hao would simply follow whoever offered the most money. But now it seemed Li Hao wasn't like those other rotten men. Zhang Xuejiao couldn't tell if his words were genuine or not, but so far, she found their interactions surprisingly comfortable. Perhaps because the air conditioning in the private room was too cold, goosebumps broke out all over her body, and she sneezed repeatedly. Seeing this, Li Hao took off his jacket and gently draped it over her. Zhang Xuejiao was slightly taken aback. Li Hao's jacket carried an inexplicably refreshing fragrance that felt soothing to inhale. Though she was only 30, she'd navigated the business world for years and encountered all kinds of men. Yet she found herself genuinely touched by Li Hao's selfless gesture. She felt that Li Hao was truly different from those other, more worldly men. That was the only impression he left on her. A faint smile touched Zhang Xuejiao's lips. Who would have thought Mu Qingwan had such an innocent husband? That was indeed a rare find in their industry. Li Hao returned her smile with a polite one of his own. Otherwise, what would Ms. Zhang think of me? I may be a son-in-law by marriage, but I'm not foolish. I won't recklessly test the boundaries of the law, nor do I want to do anything that would embarrass myself. Though I'm a time traveler with no emotional foundation with Mu Qingwan, we're still publicly husband and wife. If I actually took your advice and cheated for money, who knows how others would ostracize me? Besides, I don't actually need that much money. Wouldn't a few million or tens of millions be enough to last me a lifetime? He harbored considerable resentment toward wealthy women like her. Zhang Xuejiao and Mu Qingwan shared many similarities, yet they were also quite different in many ways. Mu Qingwan seemed utterly absorbed in her career. Aside from acting strangely lately, she mostly treated him like he was invisible. Zhang Xuejiao, however, was different. She juggled work with a string of men, living a carefree and indulgent life. Mu Qingwan lacked her carefree spirit. Zhang Xuejiao raised her glass and clinked it against Li Hao's. Nothing much. You want to sign that contract, right? Finish all this liquor with me and I'll have you sign the deal. Li Hao glanced at the bottles of high-proof liquor displayed on the table. His lips twitched. If I finish all this, I'll be passed out here tonight. While I'm confident in my drinking capacity, she can't just push me around like this. This isn't signing a deal. It's clearly trying to kill me. Mr. Zhang, you're really overestimating me. If I could down all this liquor today, I'd brag about it for the rest of my life. Zhang Xuejiao, however, didn't seem to care. Her drunken eyes held a playful glint. Well, it's up to you. I've made my position clear. Many people come to me for partnerships, and almost all of them show genuine sincerity. You didn't let me win at pool, and your words didn't cheer me up. At least your drinking should be up to par. It seemed Zhang Xuejiao wasn't going to let him off today. Staring at the high-proof liquors lined up on the table, Li Hao swallowed hard. Drinking alone is no fun. My main goal today is to drink my fill with President Zhang. Li Hao picked up the bottle and poured her another full glass. He'd learned how to dodge drinks in his previous life. If need be, he'd just drink his fill with her tonight. He didn't believe a woman could hold her liquor that well. Whoever gets drunk first loses. As the two began drinking, the executives watching nearby burst into laughter and teased them. Mr. Zhang, you two sneaking drinks behind our backs? That's not fair. Come on, let's all drink together. Want to play some drinking games? Wow, the guy next to Mr. Zhang is quite handsome. No wonder he gets such a warm welcome from Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang, don't get too drunk. You've got to go back and sleep with the handsome guy later. Handsome guy, our boss doesn't bring just anyone to these drinking gatherings. You better make the most of this opportunity. They all assumed Li Hao was just some good-for-nothing freeloader, Zhang Xuejiao's latest fling. A cold smile flashed across Li Hao's face, his gaze carrying a hint of indifference as he looked at them. He paid no heed to their words, not even bothering to acknowledge them. Zhang Xuejiao sensed Li Hao's discomfort and stepped in to explain. What nonsense are you talking about? He's the husband of Mu Qingwan from Mu Group, here to sign a cooperation agreement with me. Saying things like that, well, I might be willing, but the handsome guy here wouldn't be, and certainly not Ms. Mu herself. Zhang Xuejiao delivered this in a joking tone, offending no one. Including Li Hao. What? He's actually from Mu Group? And he's Mu Qingwan's husband? Come to think of it, I remember now, that's exactly what happened. It's been all over the internet lately. So it was you. Little buddy, have you sorted things out with your ex-girlfriend's child yet? Brotherly sure is impressive. So young and already in such a position, hooked up with a rich woman. That's an achievement most people could never reach in a lifetime. I bet you earn in a day what others earn in several lifetimes. How much does Mu Qingwan usually give you for living expenses? The executives exchanged glances, their faces twisted with derision as they scrutinized Li Hao from head to toe. They already looked down on this kind of son-in-law, especially one who'd climbed to the top by riding a woman's coattails. Even though Li Hao was now part of the Mu Group, they still looked down on him. Though they didn't say it outright, the scorn in their eyes was plain to see. Zhang Xuejiao didn't defend Li Hao this time. Instead, she wanted to see how he'd handle these smooth-talking executives. I knew this dinner wouldn't be simple. As a son-in-law, going out to negotiate deals means everyone wants to kick me while I'm down. But I couldn't care less. Once I seal a 30 million yuan deal, who cares what kind of boss you are? I'm not some sycophant like the original owner spending money recklessly and risking my life for it. You're all joking, aren't you? My ex and I never had a child. You're missing the whole story. Li Hao silently took a sip of wine, then refilled Zhang Xuejiao's empty glass. Besides, who doesn't have a few romantic escapades? One face in this private room, he'd seen him online before. That's Mr. Yuan from real estate, right? Take Mr. Yuan, for instance. Didn't he make headlines recently? Something about having an affair and his wife threatening to jump into the river. How could that be? Mr. Yuan would never cheat on his wife. I'm sure you're the most devoted man around. But I'm curious, did you manage to sweet-talk her back in the end? No need to rush, Mr. Yuan. Women? Just give them a little more sweet-talking. Chapter 40, that figure definitely S-class goddess material. Mr. Yuan's expression instantly darkened, his gaze toward Li Hao tinged with malice. He had only meant to tease Li Hao lightly, never expecting the young man to snap back so sharply, showing him no respect whatsoever. What young man in his early 20s would be so clueless? They were, after all, the company's executives. A modicum of respect was expected. Yet Li Hao spoke bluntly, showing no regard for anyone present, including Zhang Xuejiao. Go on, you love to talk, don't you? Keep it up. I could easily find a mountain of scandals about you two online with just a quick search. Compared to you, what's mine even worth mentioning? And mine are just slander, not facts. Yours, though? Every single one is a guaranteed hit. I'm only saying this to warn you. If you keep this up, I can't guarantee I won't dig up other people's scandals to expose. Let's make it a free-for-all. The other executives kept their smiles plastered on their faces but dared not provoke Li Hao further. That incident with CEO Yuan is ancient history. His wife was appeased ages ago. Still, gotta hand it to brotherly bringing that up right in front of him? That takes guts. Youth really has its perks, foolhardy and fearless, willing to say, do, and dream anything. Li Hao's lips curled slightly. Watching the CEO's hypocritical expressions, he finally felt a bit better. What's there to be afraid of? Didn't you just say it yourselves? Every family has its own set of problems, and everyone has something to talk about. What do you say? Zhang Xuejiao held her glass of wine, yet her gaze was entirely fixed on Li Hao. Staring into his piercing eyes, she seemed lost in thought. After an unknown amount of time, she realized Li Hao had poured nearly all the wine into her glass. He hadn't drunk many cups himself, only pouring for her. You sure know how to dodge drinks. I've never seen a man as shameless as you. Their voices were low enough for only the two of them to hear, and Li Hao's lips curved into a faint smile. Ms. Zhang, I wasn't dodging drinks. You just drank faster than I did. Overall, I was keeping you company. You can't deny that, can you? Zhang Xuejia was at a loss for words. As the alcohol began to take hold, she opened up to Li Hao, revealing how she had clawed her way to this position over the years. Unlike Mu Qingwan, I didn't have a privileged family background or startup capital. Everything I have now, this position and my company, I built with my own hands, bit by bit. Back then, I was just scraping by on a salary of around 10,000 yuan. But Mu Qingwan? Her family was already wealthy. Inheriting the company was practically a walk in the park for her. But for Zhang Xuejiao, the hardships and suffering she endured along the way were unknown to anyone, and no one could truly empathize. Sometimes she felt that life didn't necessarily require great achievements or vast wealth. Perhaps having a normal family, marrying, having children, and spending a lifetime together seemed like a decent alternative. In her career, she'd seen too many types of people and witnessed too many instances of greed trumping morality. She had no real friends outside of work. Relationships were defined solely by perpetual self-interest. Now in her 30s, with her family urging her to marry, she still hadn't met a man who could truly settle her heart enough to tie the knot. Now, when she finally met someone interesting, she discovered he was already taken and utterly devoted to his wife, unwavering in his commitment. How ironic. Li Hao's gaze gradually dimmed. He understood. He understood everything. Back in his old life, he worked day in and day out, living a miserable existence, dreaming of becoming a boss. So he pushed himself relentlessly every day. But after a while, he gradually realized that no matter how hard he pushed, he could never seem to reach the position he desired. Some things are two-sided. They say you can't have both family and career. Choose one path, and the other becomes strewn with thorns. Try to climb back, and you'll inevitably scrape your skin raw. Your journey has been arduous, but it has earned you the achievements you have now, achievements that surpass many others. People must learn to be content. The more you desire, the more unhappy you become. Li Hao spoke calmly, every word coming from the heart. But isn't the workplace full of people who say one thing to one person and another to another? But he despised that kind of smooth talk, the spineless pandering to please the boss. That's why, after years of coasting along, he remained stuck in an ordinary position. As Zhang Xuejiao spoke, her consciousness began to blur. Perhaps under the influence of alcohol, she leaned slightly toward Li Hao's shoulder. Li Hao instantly tensed up. He consumed so much high-proof liquor that he was clearly feeling tipsy himself. If he drank anymore, he might actually pass out. Thankfully, this woman was getting drunk before him. Honestly, her already striking features were now flushed with a rosy glow. She looked downright stunning. Especially that figure, absolutely S-grade goddess material. And that soft, snow-white skin brushing against me, teasingly close. Doesn't she fear I might make a mistake? After all, I'm a man in the prime of his youth. Ms. Zhang? He tentatively nudged her, but Zhang Xuejiao showed no reaction whatsoever. When he asked for her home address, he got no answer either. He had no choice but to carry Zhang Xuejiao out and book her a room nearby. But this scene was captured by Mu Fengxue, who had been hiding nearby, along with countless photos taken from different angles. A faint smile played at the corners of her lips as she sent all the photos to Qin Yu. Now she finally had the chance to ruin his reputation. If Mu Qingwan saw these, she would surely be utterly disappointed in him. Our plan could finally proceed. Mu Fengshue's smile was eerily unsettling. Qin Yu, upon receiving the photos, was quite pleased. He had previously suffered a setback with Mu Qingwan, failing to leave a favorable impression on her. But this time was different. As long as she divorced Li Hao, he would have endless opportunities to get close to her. Wouldn't Mu Qingwan then be like fish in his bowl? Where could she possibly run? He promptly sold the photos to journalists and hired numerous online trolls to gradually escalate the scandal. Tomorrow, the winds would shift at the Mu Corporation. After bringing her to the hotel, Li Hao could finally sit back and rest. But before long, urgent knocking sounded at the door. When Li Hao opened it, he was stunned to see Mu Qingwan standing there. His heart skipped a beat. Damn it, how did that crazy woman find out I was here? She hasn't misunderstood, has she? I didn't do anything. If it weren't for that Zhang boss insisting I finish all the liquor on the table today, I wouldn't have gotten her this drunk. But if Mr. Zhang hadn't gotten drunk, I'd be the one lying in the hospital right now. How could I possibly down over a dozen bottles of high-proof liquor? Don't get the wrong idea, I didn't cheat. I didn't do that. Chapter 41, Is she jealous? For some reason, a pang of guilt surged in Li Hao's heart. Qingwan, why are you here? His tone faltered. Mu Qingwan's face darkened to the extreme, as if she might explode at any moment. Gritting her teeth, she knew Li Hao's whereabouts had been revealed by Mu Fingxue. She hadn't intended to come, but driven by her intuition, she had followed him here. Watching Li Hao and Zhang Xuejiao chatting and laughing heartily in the private room, Mu Qingwan felt intensely annoyed. Li Hao had never once shown such a smile when speaking with her. How could that not make her jealous? She wanted to storm in right then and there, but out of respect for Li Hao and her own dignity, she couldn't do that. Such a breach of etiquette would invite endless gossip later. So she stood outside, watching every move inside. She watched as Li Hao took off his jacket and gave it to Zhang Xuejiao. She watched her lean against her husband's shoulder. She watched Li Hao carry the drunken Zhang Xuejiao step by step back to the hotel. Her heart churned with mixed emotions, and a flicker of distrust toward Li Hao began to take root. But just now, after hearing Li Hao's inner thoughts, she finally relaxed. She had overthought it. How could Li Hao betray her? Yet his tender gestures toward Zhang Xuejiao still made her uneasy. Seeing Mu Qingwan's stern expression, Li Hao knew he was in trouble. No need to overthink it. This crazy woman must have misunderstood. Wasn't I just trying to seal the deal quickly to shut up those company executives? I had to finish the drinks before we could talk. Did I have to sleep with them instead? Better placate this crazy woman, otherwise, this won't end well. Honey, don't misunderstand. I was just negotiating the deal. Ms. Zhang got drunk, and I didn't know where she lived, so I had to book her a hotel room. Mu Qingwan's brows furrowed slightly. Then, a bitter smile finally appeared on her expressionless face. I trust you. Let's go home. Since Ms. Zhang is drunk, she should rest properly. Li Hao froze, his brow furrowing slightly. Mu Qingwan was far too forgiving. What woman would remain this calm seeing her husband with another woman at a hotel? And I only offered one explanation and this crazy woman just believed me? Is this crazy woman really this emotionally stable? She didn't even throw a fit. Her trust in me is actually surprising. Li Hao swallowed hard, glanced at Zhang Xuejiao, then turned and walked out with Mu Qingwan. Neither spoke a word in the car. Only upon returning home did Li Hao notice Mu Qingwan's eyes were slightly reddened. Had she been crying in the car? Go take a shower first. You reek of alcohol. Wash up before bed tonight. I won't bother you tonight. I'll sleep next door. As soon as Mu Qingwan finished speaking, she started to leave, but Li Hao grabbed her hand. An inexplicable emptiness filled his heart. Seeing Mu Qingwan like this left him feeling uneasy. He pulled her toward him, perhaps because of the alcohol. His grip was too strong, sending her tumbling straight into his arms. He didn't know what was happening to him. His heart pounded wildly, as if he'd truly done something to betray Mu Qingwan, as if he desperately needed to explain. Don't misunderstand me. I really didn't do anything. Drinking with her was purely to secure the project partnership. Taking her to the hotel was just to make sure she was safe. If I'd left her there alone, not only would the deal have fallen through, but I'd have been a complete jerk. Listening to Li Hao's gentle, detailed explanation, Mu Qingwan's face instantly flushed crimson, a wave of hurt welling up inside her. The last time Li Hao had spoken to her in that tone was the night he'd held her close to lull her to sleep. Now, her heart felt bitterly sour. Li Hao had always harbored reservations about her, so after hearing his explanation tonight, she didn't want to pursue the matter further. She didn't want this incident to affect their relationship. But now that Li Hao had taken the initiative to explain, she couldn't hold back any longer. Mu Qingwan buried her face in Li Hao's chest, her voice trembling with tears. It's not about that. I know you wouldn't betray me. It's just, seeing you two laughing and chatting, watching you lend her your jacket, noticing how you treat her better than you treat me, it makes my heart ache. Though Li Hao was drunk, he wasn't completely out of it. A flicker of shock pierced his heart, his mind going blank as Mu Qingwan's words echoed relentlessly. Is she jealous? It doesn't seem fake. Could this crazy woman actually have feelings for me? Then why did she despise me before? Does she enjoy self-torture? Hearing his inner thoughts, Mu Qingwan's sobs intensified. Li Hao instinctively pulled her close so naturally, he didn't even notice the ease of his embrace. Alright, I know I was wrong. I won't be nice to others anymore, okay? I'll only smile at you from now on. Mu Qingwan nodded, her voice choked with emotion. Okay. Will you sleep with me tonight? There's thunder outside. Just as they returned, a torrential downpour had already begun outside, thunder rumbling incessantly. Li Hao chuckled softly, lowering his head. So you were waiting here for me. Fine. You said you couldn't stand the smell of alcohol on me, right? I'll go take a shower first. Is that okay? Sure. Mu Qingwan finally stopped crying. Watching Li Hao grab his clothes and head into the bathroom, she felt an inexplicable flicker of secret delight. It felt like her relationship with Li Hao had eased considerably. If things kept going like this, she was sure she could win him back. After all, they'd been married for so long there had to be some lingering affection between them. Inside the bathroom, Li Hao doused himself with cold water. Perhaps it was the alcohol talking, but he found himself unable to utter those harsh words to Mu Qingwan. Instead, he felt a pang of pity for her. When she had thrown herself into his arms just now, sobbing as she poured out her grievances, a flicker of emotion had stirred within him. Maybe things could work out this way. Mu Qingwan really had changed. Perhaps before, it was the original story's portrayal of her that had made me hold such deep prejudice against her? But now, my presence had altered the course of events? But if all of this was just Mu Qingwan putting on a show, that would be another story. After Li Hao emerged, Mu Qingwan sat obediently on the bed, her face flushed as she waited for him. Still dizzy from the alcohol, his head felt light. Seeing this, Mu Qingwan proactively went to the bathroom, fetched the hairdryer, and began drying his dripping wet hair. In that moment, the atmosphere between them felt distinctly different. Thanks. What are you thanking me for? I'm your wife, what's the big deal about drying your hair? I remember you used to do the same for me. But back then, she was too spoiled to ever appreciate his kindness, and gradually, such treatment ceased. Chapter 42, Is this crazy woman trying to seduce me? Li Hao felt a surge of bewilderment, yet he couldn't help but revel in Mu Qingwan's affection for him. Exactly. The original owner was far too kind to her, endlessly trying to please her like pressing a warm cheek against a cold buttock, all just to earn a shred of warmth or a favorable glance from her. Now, this crazy woman merely blow-dried my hair. What's that compared to even 1/10,000th of what the original owner did back then? I should enjoy this. For some reason, watching Mu Qingwan blow-dry his hair, a warm current gradually surged within him. It felt so comforting that he even began to believe Mu Qingwan had genuinely taken a liking to him. Husband, was there anyone else you really liked before we got married? She wanted to probe who this Moonlight was, to see what the person Li Hao had been pining for all this time actually looked like. Li Hao hesitated for a moment, unsure whether to speak. But since Mu Qingwan had asked, there was no need to hide it. I suppose there was someone back then. We met when we were kids. She probably doesn't even remember me anymore. In Li Hao's memory, there had indeed been a beautiful childhood memory. His white moonlight seemed very young in his recollection, her innocent face flushed with a soft pink, her high pin bun making her look exceptionally pure. Mu Qingwan looked slightly taken aback. So they had grown up together after all. What could she possibly compare to that? Are you still in touch with her, honey? If I let you go, would you go find her? She had steeled herself countless times before asking this question, terrified that Li Hao would nod and give an answer she dreaded. Li Hao scoffed. What nonsense are you talking about? Even if I wanted to find her, how could I? We only met once when we were kids. After that, she moved away. It'd be like looking for a needle in a haystack. The novel's plot never revealed how this white moonlight was ultimately found, only that the original protagonist had such a figure. It was merely a promise between two sheltered teenagers in Wutong Town, untouched by life's storms. He couldn't even recall her name. To call her his white moonlight, he didn't even know if she remembered him at all. Mu Qingwan felt a pang of bitterness in her heart after hearing this. After all, she was the one who had asked, so whatever Li Hao said, she was already mentally prepared for it. Honey, I wasn't making things up. I meant it. If you feel. Seeing Mu Qingwan's earnest expression, Li Hao was taken aback. He pulled her closer and had her sit beside his bed. What's gotten into this crazy woman lately? She's been suspicious about everything, asking about this and that, like she's afraid I'll cheat on her? I knew she was acting strange today. Could it be she wants to let me go? Does she think if I tell her I have someone I truly love, she'll agree to divorce me? Mu Qingwan lowered her head and pursed her lips. Husband, of course I trust you. But I also have to consider what's best for you. If there's someone you truly love, I can let you go. Isn't it said that true love means letting go? If being with her truly caused Li Hao such agony, why should she force him to stay? Besides, Li Hao now had more money than he could ever spend in a lifetime. Seeing the disappointment in Mu Qingwan's eyes, Li Hao was momentarily at a loss for words. The thought that had just crossed his mind vanished completely. To be completely honest with you, there was someone I truly loved in the past. They occupied my youth, but we don't even remember each other's names after all, we only met once. We were so young back then. Now, so much time has passed and we've both grown up in our 20s. Who would remember who? In the end, it was just an obsession of my own. After all, she was the only one who ever chose to be near me. Everything he said was the original owner's true experience. It all depended on how Mu Qingwan interpreted it. It was truly strange. Mu Qingwan hadn't always been like this. She'd always been cold toward him, never once offering a friendly glance. After all these years of marriage, they'd barely exchanged a few words back and forth. Even when they sat together at the dinner table, there was hardly any conversation. Whenever he tried to bring up everyday matters, Mu Qingwan would put down her chopsticks with an annoyed look and retreat to her study to work. Gradually, he stopped trying to engage. Every evening, he prepared dinner and waited for Mu Qingwan to return from work. He handled everything at home, yet still couldn't earn a single kind glance from Mu Qingwan. He wasn't the original owner, that fool who'd gone mad over a woman. From this angle, Mu Qingwan truly possessed breathtaking beauty, a rare gem among 10,000. Whether it was her figure, her looks, her abilities, or her financial standing, Mu Qingwan was flawless. But this woman had once been cold and ruthless, throwing herself entirely into her career. She never harbored any expectations for the original owner. Don't be fooled by this crazy woman's current affection. She's paranoid, terrified I'll cheat and divorce her. Who knows what schemes she's plotting behind my back? How could someone change so drastically? After that night, she became a completely different person, fawning over me in every way. It's utterly impossible. Either Mu Qingwan took the wrong medicine, or her fever fried her brain, or she's scheming behind the scenes, forcing her to curry favor and prevent divorce. Beyond these possibilities, I can't imagine anything else that would drive Mu Qingwan to such extremes. Mu Qingwan's mood had actually improved considerably, but upon hearing these inner thoughts, her face instantly fell again. No matter how much she explained to Li Hao, he wouldn't believe her. He'd lost all hope in her, replaced only by endless suspicion and doubt. How could he possibly trust her now? She consoled herself that she could only take it slowly. Someday, they would return to how they once were. She would gradually change for Li Hao's sake, to become a truly understanding and considerate wife. Her gaze held a hint of depth as she stared straight at Li Hao. If only we'd met later, she murmured. How did I never notice how wonderful you are before? Her words made Li Hao feel a little embarrassed, and by then, her hair was already dry. Mu Qingwan smiled, her eyes slightly moist. She reached out her hand to Li Hao. Honey, carry me to the bathroom, okay? I want to take a shower. She tilted her head slightly, adopting a coquettishly alluring demeanor completely at odds with her status. Wait, is this crazy woman actually trying to seduce me? He stared at her blankly, watching her trembling hands suspended mid-air. He found himself without a reason to refuse. After all, no man could resist such temptation. Chapter 43, What kind of person are you to criticize others? Li Hao gently lifted Mu Qingwan and carried her into the bathroom. Perhaps fueled by the alcohol, the sight of the snow-white expanse at her chest stirred an unmistakable reaction within him. Though he considered himself a man of integrity, even he couldn't resist such an enticing sight. Could this crazy woman pay attention? Wasn't she so resistant before? She used to cover herself up completely around me, never undressing in front of me. Now she's being so proactive. Does she really not fear me? Wait, could she actually like it when I force myself on her? Didn't they say online that women all like that? Playing hard to get. His gaze turned slightly distant, yet when he looked at Mu Qingwan again, his eyes softened completely. So even though Mu Qingwan heard Li Hao's inner thoughts, she remained uncertain whether he still held any place for her in his heart. Thanks, honey. She wrapped her arms around Li Hao's neck, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes fixed on him, showing no intention of letting him go. This left Li Hao momentarily speechless, his face flushing involuntarily. Seeing this, Mu Qingwan refrained from further teasing. That night, as Li Hao lay in bed, Mu Qingwan instinctively burrowed into his embrace. Nestled against his arm, she gradually drifted off to sleep. Has she truly changed, or is there some ulterior motive? Li Hao, you mustn't be too careless. Stay vigilant at all times. Who knows what kind of ending this story will end up with? What if she pulls off a wild card? But undeniably, her body felt incredibly soft, and she smelled so sweet. As long as she doesn't cause any melodramatic plot twists, she'd make a pretty decent wife. The next day, the two rode to the company in the same car. She seemed to have reverted to her former aloof CEO persona, though she always spoke to Li Hao with a smile. This made him doubt whether Mu Qingwan had truly changed. Honey, I'm heading to work now. Let's grab lunch together. I booked a place with great food. I'll come find you after work. Li Hao nodded, his mood lifted, and turned to walk into Blue Jewelry. Wang Yang, however, had witnessed the entire scene. A sneer of contempt curled his lips as he quipped. Supervisor Li seems in a rather good mood today, unlike his usual sour expression. Looks like Mu Qingwan's been buttering you up again. He couldn't fathom how this man had the nerve to show his face at the company. If he were a woman's kept husband, he'd never be so brazen he wouldn't even step outside the door. Hearing this, Li Hao scoffed dismissively. What nonsense! If I don't laugh, am I supposed to go mourn your brother instead? Wang Yang's expression instantly turned icy. He hadn't expected Li Hao to completely disregard his face, speaking so bluntly and even starting to confront him. Manager Li, you're really losing your temper. Regardless, I'm still your manager. How dare you speak to your superior like this? Is this your professional conduct? Where's your professionalism? Manners? What manners do I need when talking to someone like you? If you two brothers had any decency, how could you pull off such dirty tricks at the company? And how could your brother end up eating free meals at the police station? This is getting ridiculous. Sour grapes. If Wang Yang ever got a chance, he'd probably be more eager than anyone. Exactly. I never denied you're my manager. But when you let your brother run amok in the company and harass women, why didn't you call him out for lacking professionalism? Manager Wang calling you that makes you think you're something special. You're right, I got in through connections. I'm only daring to speak to you like this because of Mu Qingwan. Fire me if you dare. Li Hao's words signaled a complete breakdown in relations with Wang Yang. Since Mu Qingwan said Wang Yang couldn't stay either, why should Li Hao bother pretending to be polite to him? At this moment, Li Hao couldn't be bothered to put on a show. Sooner or later, Wang Yang would be fired. If that was the case, why bother putting on a show of being close and respectful? His brother had been sent to the police station and an indelible hatred now existed between them. Manager Wang, I sent your brother to the police station. I know you're unhappy about it, that you resent me, and that you've been deliberately or inadvertently badmouthing me to our superiors, making things difficult for me. None of that matters to me, because you can't fire me anyway. Since you can't stand me and I can't stand you, why pretend we're best buds? This whole charade of bantering back and forth is exhausting. Wang Yang's face darkened completely, utterly unprepared for Li Hao's infuriating words. Think you're some kind of saint? You only got this position because of General Manager Mu. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Li Hao laughed contemptuously, his eyes brimming with sarcasm. As if Manager Wang earned this position through his own hard work? Without your brother from the Wang family, would you even be in this company? True, your brother did excel here, taking Lanzhou jewelry to new heights. But over all these years, in what way have you ever surpassed him? Manager Wang, if your brother hadn't pulled strings upstairs, this position would never have been yours. By all accounts, I owe my position to my wife, while you owe yours to your brother. What's the fundamental difference between us? Everyone can accuse him of pulling strings and look down on him. But Wang Yang is the one exception. What kind of person are you to have the nerve to accuse others? Get your own personal life in order first. Every time he went to the office, he caught him having an affair with that secretary. What's more, Wang Yang was a married man, and his wife was no pushover. You. Manager Wang's eyes turned bloodshot. Rage sent waves of pain through his chest. Clutching his chest tightly, he was momentarily speechless. Several people witnessed the scene, and soon the story of Li Hao and Wang Yang arguing in the office early that morning spread throughout the company. Our supervisor is seriously badass. He actually dared to yell right in Manager Wang's face, and every word hit the nail on the head. Anyone could accuse Supervisor Li of getting his job through connections, anyone could look down on him, but Wang Yang certainly didn't have the right to say it. The supervisor was right, Wang Yang got his position through connections too. He only became manager because of his brother. Without his brother's backing, he'd have had to struggle for over a decade. Exactly. Supervisor Li is awesome. I'm cheering him on all the way. Before, I was exploited and bullied by the Wang brothers, and I couldn't stand spending another day at this company. But ever since Supervisor Li arrived, going to work has actually become something I genuinely look forward to. Seeing Li Hao confront the very people who'd bullied them for so long, how could that not feel satisfying? What's even more satisfying is that Wang Yang holds a higher position than the supervisor, yet Li Hao openly undermines and weakens him. Having been used to others fawning over him, how could Wang Yang possibly tolerate Li Hao's attitude? Xin Zhaozhao had been waiting in the office for quite some time, standing nearby with a cigarette in hand. Li Hao hadn't realized Xin Zhaozhao smoked before. He kindly reminded her. Smoking isn't a good habit for a young lady. Is something troubling you, Secretary Qin? Chapter 44, He who walks by the river can't help getting his shoes wet. Nothing. Hearing Li Hao's words, Xin Zhaozhao stubbed out her cigarette and replied. How could she possibly bring her personal matters to work, especially not in front of her best friend's man? She couldn't voice it, yet the turmoil within kept her distracted. Work first. Any word from President Zhen? A high-level meeting is in 2 days. Though it's for the entire Mu Group, all executives from Lanzhou Jewelry must attend, including you. Li Hao remained completely unflustered, glancing at his phone as Zhang Xuejiao's message failed to arrive. Perhaps the woman had changed her mind. But it didn't matter. This wasn't his final card anyway. There were still 2 days left. He could look into other projects more suitable for Lanzhou Jewelry. All right. Xin Xiaoxiao turned and walked out, her expression grim. What's gotten into this woman? Women's hearts are like needles at the bottom of the sea. Yesterday she was perfectly fine, but today she's dead silent, as if something major happened. Before he could ponder further, the office door swung open. Lulu walked in with a smile, holding a stack of revised drafts. Manager, these are our team's design drafts for the women-themed project. I incorporated some of my own insights into them. Women have never had true equality in the workplace, yet they still shine and make their mark. They aren't mere appendages to men. In this society, it seems everyone's understanding of women is deeply skewed. In some countries, women are treated as slaves, mere tools for men to carry on their bloodlines and serve their needs. They must wear black hoods during the day, concealing every inch of skin, and can only leave the house accompanied by their husbands. Otherwise, it's considered a violation of the law. Lulu declared emphatically that although she was still an intern, her responsibilities were indistinguishable from those of a full-time employee. Li Hao looked down at her design draft. Keep going. So I added some rubies to the jewelry. After over half an hour, Lulu finally finished presenting all her ideas. Manager, I'm done. Looking at the design in his hands, Li Hao was satisfied. At least it was far superior to the previous trash submissions. Alright, no need for revisions. We'll announce which team's proposal is selected at tomorrow's group meeting. Lulu nodded happily and left the office. Wang Yong watched the scene unfold from his office. Though he didn't know what Lulu had discussed with Li Hao, he couldn't help but feel a pang of caution. The woman behind him massaged his shoulders seductively, her voice laced with allure. Don't worry, manager. I hear Li Hao hasn't secured the partnership with Zhang Group yet. When the high-level meeting convenes, facing so many shareholders from Mu Group, even if Mu Qingwan tried to protect him, Li Hao wouldn't be able to stay in the company. This time, he couldn't reverse the tide. Wang Yong's lips curved into a faint smile at this, pulling the woman into his embrace. Of course I know, darling. We'll just sit back and watch him make a fool of himself. The truth is, with manager Wang here, no one can recklessly disrupt the company's order. Li Hao was in the wrong from the start. Who told him to go head-to-head with you? Getting fired was his just desserts. But the next second, both of them lost their cheer. Manager Wang's assistant reported that Zhang Xuejiao had arrived. What? Wang Yong's eyes widened in disbelief. He never imagined someone as difficult as Zhang Xuejiao could be won over by Li Hao overnight. How could that be? He couldn't believe it. He immediately stood up from his chair, quickly adjusted his attire, and hurried out, determined to greet Zhang Xuejiao before Li Hao could. Spotting Ms. Zhang, he greeted her with eager deference and ushered her into his office. Ms. Zhang, we're honored by your visit. Are you interested in collaborating with our company? Rest assured, blue everlasting jewelry will never disappoint you. Zhang Xuejiao's gaze remained impassive, a faint, disdainful smile playing on her cool, composed face. She was well accustomed to executives like this, smooth-talking and utterly insincere, so her heart remained utterly unruffled. She had long since seen him for what he truly was. Indeed, I'm here to sign a partnership agreement. She sat down on the sofa, her gaze fixed directly on him. But not with you. Call Li Hao over. Wang Yong's expression stiffened momentarily before he forced a smile. It doesn't matter who signs the agreement. I had to send Li Hao to handle some urgent company matters. He won't be available to meet with you anytime soon. Hearing this, Zhang Xuejiao chuckled softly. Then I'll come another day. Mr. Zhang. Before Wang Yong could finish, the office door swung open. How dare you spread rumors, Manager Wang? I never said I was unavailable. Seems you're quite attentive to me. Li Hao's gaze nearly swept lightly over Wang Yong before settling on Zhang Xuejiao. Long time no see, Ms. Zhang. It has been a while. We just saw each other last night. A faint smile played on Zhang Xuejiao's lips, yet the gaze she directed at Li Hao was entirely different from the one she'd just given Wang Yong. Wang Yong's eyes widened in shock, utterly baffled by the sudden shift. Could it be that Li Hao secured the deal by selling himself? Sleeping with Zhang Xuejiao, rolling around in bed. No wonder the deal was discussed at night. The thought darkly surfaced in Wang Yong's mind. Li Hao, you really are something. You're stringing Mu Qingwan along while flirting with Ms. Zhang, engaging in such dirty, sleazy deeds. For the sake of this deal, you've thrown all morality to the wind. If Mu Qingwan ever found out about this, I doubt you'd have the right to stay in the company. You might even lose your status as a son-in-law. Wang Yong forced a fake smile. Since you're done with your work, why don't you entertain Mr. Zhang? Even if Li Hao seals the deal now, so what? If everyone in the company finds out how he secured it, that'll be quite the spectacle. I have matters to attend to. I shan't keep you longer. Li Hao, see to it you properly entertain Mr. Zhang. Don't neglect our distinguished guest. With that, Manager Wang turned and left the office. You're something else, kid. Last night at the hotel. Wang Yong had barely stepped out of the office when he heard those last two words. Hotel? Just as he suspected, Li Hao had secured this project partnership through underhanded means. He'd wondered why the notoriously difficult Zhang Xuejiao would approach him for a partnership, never imagining Li Hao would resort to such despicable tactics. Li Hao, you've dug your own grave. Don't blame me. You can't walk along the riverbank without getting your shoes wet. Chapter 45, What did those two women talk about? In the office. Li Hao handed the contract to Zhang Xuejiao. Without hesitation, she signed her name on the document, paying no heed to whether the terms were fair or not. You were the one who took me to the hotel yesterday, right? Thank you. Here are your clothes, I had them cleaned. Zhang Xuejiao handed him a paper bag. Li Hao smiled faintly. Ms. Zhang, you really trust me? You didn't even read the contract. As for the hotel incident, Li Hao kept completely silent. I knew this woman would come. Just from the way she looked at me yesterday, I knew this deal was in the bag. I never thought I'd be good at this industry, but I'm actually pretty strong at it. Closing a deal feels so satisfying. In his previous life, Li Hao had never mingled with high society. He was merely a lowly clerk, working himself to the bone like a beast of burden, toiling away to earn money for others. So when he saw those high-level executives casually discussing projects worth millions upon millions, it seemed utterly baffling. But now that it was happening to him, he found the sensation surprisingly comfortable. It felt as though the money had flowed directly into his own pocket. If I trust you, why would I need to check? Li Hao, you truly are different from other men. If you weren't married, I'd gladly marry you. Hearing this, Li Hao showed little surprise. Of course I'm an exceptional man, it's just that Mu Qingwan doesn't appreciate it. You're joking, Mr. Zhang. A woman like you, what man wouldn't want to marry you? It's just that Before he could finish, the office door swung open. Mu Qingwan walked straight in, a polite smile on her face. The moment the two women locked eyes, the air seemed to crackle with tension. Mr. Zhang. Ms. Mu is here. We were just talking about you. Li Hao's lips twitched, an uneasy premonition instantly rising in his chest. How did Mu Qingwan get wind of this so quickly? The moment he saw Qin Zhaozhao standing outside the office, everything clicked into place. So this was the one who'd been tattling. I'll go get you guys some coffee. You two go ahead and talk. Li Hao walked out holding the contract, approaching Qin Zhaozhao with a sour expression. When did Secretary Qin learn to snitch? She smirked. When did I ever say I was on your side or would cover for you? Don't think I don't know you were discussing business with CEO Zhang at the nightclub last night. Don't forget, you're a married man. People in the company are already gossiping that you secured this deal through improper means. So Mu Qingwan showing up now might not be such a bad thing after all. Li Hao nodded. Then I suppose I should thank you for tattling. Not at all. Li Hao carried 2 cups of coffee back to the office and placed them before the two women. Both pairs of eyes fixed intently on Li Hao. What is it? Don't look at me like that, it's as if I've done something shameful. I haven't done anything. I clearly explained everything to this crazy woman yesterday. I never imagined she'd still be holding a grudge. Women's hearts are truly unpredictable. Could she possibly see Zhang Xuejiao as her rival? Or is this crazy woman just jealous? Mu Qingwan didn't even have time to listen to Li Hao's inner monologue, her attention completely focused on Zhang Xuejiao. I knew why Li Hao was so fixated on you, he never crossed any lines with me. At first, I thought he was that kind of man. My mistake. Seeing you today finally made me realize you two are a perfect match, made for each other. Damn it, what did those two women talk about when I stepped out? How did they go from clashing like that to all smiles now? Mu Qingwan was clearly putting on airs just now. How did she change so much? This is weird. So strange. As expected, he'll never be able to insert himself into a conversation between two women, nor will he ever understand a woman. Soon, Zhang Xuejiao left. Mu Qingwan entered Li Hao's office, a faint smile on her face, looking quite pleased. You've worked so hard, honey. Why are you so happy? What did President Zhang say to you? This was precisely what puzzled Li Hao. Nothing much. She just said you're a good man, true to your principles, someone worthy of entrusting my life to. So I feel very fortunate. And thank you for doing so much for me. Earlier, she'd heard everything Li Hao had said and done last night from Zhang Xuejiao. There really wasn't a single instance of crossing the line. Even when helping Zhang Xuejiao put on her coat, he was extremely gentlemanly and cautious, as if afraid the slightest misstep would betray her trust. She had thought Li Hao no longer loved her, that his heart belonged to that white moonlight. But now it seemed she had misunderstood. Li Hao had always held her in his heart, it was only her own coldness and neglect that had forced him to hide that love. These were Zhang Xuejiao's exact words. She and Zhang Xuejiao hit it off instantly, as if they'd been sisters from the start, with endless things to talk about. She recounted every detail of her encounter with Li Hao and their marriage. After hearing her story, Zhang Xuejiao abandoned her intentions and harbored no further thoughts about Li Hao. Mu Qingwan had always believed Li Hao was the type to shift allegiances with the wind and chase after money. She thought that if someone offered enough, he'd be gone in the blink of an eye. But now it seemed she was wrong. At that moment, Li Hao lifted his gaze slightly, feeling Mu Qingwan's gentle kneading on his shoulder. His office had transparent walls, allowing everyone outside to see every move the two inside made. Holy crap, Ms. Mu is personally massaging our manager's shoulders. Our manager isn't some useless husband, I want that kind of treatment too. So what if people look down on a husband with a wife like that? A calm mind brings clarity. If you don't care, why should you care what others think? Exactly. And our manager and Ms. Mu are both such wonderful people, they deserve to be together. Our manager totally deserves to be chosen by Mu Qingwan. Did you see Manager Wang's face when he left the office just now? It was absolutely grim. And I heard he's trying to take credit for Li Hao's work, claiming this project was all his doing. Whispers spread through the room, and even some unfounded rumors began circulating around the company. Don't be fooled by how close those two seem, it's all an act. Otherwise, they'd be laughingstocks. And you know what I just heard? Li Hao and President Zhang sealed this deal at a nightclub. They even went to a hotel that night. President Mu personally went to arrest them. And it all happened just last night. Hearing this, those who had just praised Li Hao instantly frowned. Lu was the first to speak up in displeasure. Who told you that? Or did you actually see it with your own eyes? Chapter 46, now you know how good the original owner was? Too late. Faced with Lulu's hostile expression, the woman who had spoken earlier instantly panicked. I didn't say it myself. Why are you taking it out on me? I'm just repeating what I heard. Lulu sneered coldly. Do you think I don't know about your shady dealings with Manager Wang? Just now in the break room, the secretary by Manager Wang's side seemed to be talking to you, didn't she? The moment you two split up, you start bad-mouthing the supervisor here, even spreading slanderous rumors. Do you know that's defamation? Every accusation sticks. Have you forgotten how Wang Juanhao ended up behind bars? Lulu's words were undoubtedly a warning and a reminder. Since Supervisor Li joined the company, has he ever disrespected us like the Wang brothers did? How dare you now criticize his management? When their marriage is happy, you claim it's all an act. When it's unhappy, you mock them. It's utterly ridiculous. Lulu was sticking up for Li Hao. The woman who had just spoken instantly turned cold. How could she possibly feel good about being confronted like that? Lulu, this is break time. Mind your own business. Don't try to intimidate me with legal threats. Don't think I don't know you and the supervisor have been flirting for ages. Otherwise, how else would you be smiling like that when you came out of his office? That grin practically reached the sky. You prattle on about your high morals, yet you're still up to these shady schemes. Wang Juanhao was right all along, you're the shameless one who seduced him. The next second, Lulu raised her hand and slapped the woman across the face. The woman's eyes widened in shock. Clutching her stinging cheek, she stared at Lulu in disbelief. How dare you hit me? So what if I hit you? Do I need permission? Who do you think you are, expecting everyone to tolerate you? Don't get too full of yourself. You publicly humiliated me and spread slanderous rumors about me and my supervisor. If I sue you, you'll face legal consequences. This slap was actually too light. Everyone present knew Lulu had a fiery temper and wasn't someone to mess with. But she was genuinely kind-hearted. Those who got along well with her were generally decent people. Those who dislike her are usually the ones she's confronted. She's blunt by nature, and her colleagues have grown accustomed to it. We're all colleagues, there's no need for this. Besides, Lulu's right, spreading slanderous rumors about someone to their face is completely over the line. How would you feel if someone said that about you? You can't jump to conclusions. Maybe that secretary is just using you as a pawn. Everyone in this company knows that Manager Wang and his secretary are having an affair. The only thing is, their improper relationship hasn't been discovered by Manager Wang's wife yet. Once she finds out, both of them will be in big trouble. Wang Yong's wife once visited the company. She had an air of wealth about her, was slightly plump, and wore expensive jewelry. It made Manager Wang look like he'd married into the family. What right does he have to criticize Li Hao? As Mu Qingwan stepped out of her office, she happened to hear the commotion outside. She hadn't turned on the frosted glass panel earlier precisely to let these colleagues see how deeply in love they were, not the disgraceful mess others claimed them to be. What's going on? The faint smile that had graced Mu Qingwan's face vanished, replaced by her ever-present icy expression. The woman slapped by Lulu remained silent, lowering her head before turning back to her own desk. She knew she was in the wrong about this. As the workday drew to a close, Li Hao waited for Mu Qingwan to finish work as usual. His work had long been finished, and he now held an ice cream cone in his hand. Lying in Mu Qingwan's office, he watched videos while eating. What do you want to eat tonight? Li Hao asked. Mu Qingwan's eyes widened slightly in surprise as she set down the documents she was holding. Are you going to cook for me? Watching Li Hao scroll through cooking videos on the sofa for so long, she realized he wanted to cook for her. Yeah, it's been a while since I cooked. In my past life, whenever I cooked at home, I had to consult countless recipes and instructional videos. For me, cooking was always such a hassle. But now, every time I get off work, we eat out together. After indulging in delicacies so often, I've grown a bit tired of them. I want braised pork belly, the kind you used to make for me all the time. Sure. Tonight. Mu Qingwan returned home, took an early shower, and then watched Li Hao bustling about in the kitchen. She walked in, saw the vegetables laid out on the counter, and smiled. Let me help you out. Sure. This was her first time helping Li Hao in the kitchen. Before, he always cooked for her. Now that she thought about it, it seemed like it had been a long time since he last made her a meal. Every time I came home from work before, you'd have a table full of dishes waiting for me. I didn't know how to cherish it. When you have so much, you start to think these things don't matter. I was wrong. Please forgive me, okay? Mu Qingwan wrapped her arms around Li Hao's waist from behind, her eyes glistening, lashes fluttering slightly, her voice soft and gentle. Humph, now you realize how good the original owner was? Too late. Now that I'm working, I don't have the time or energy to cook for you every day. I don't blame you. I'll cook for you when I have time later. Things are a bit hectic at the company right now. Mu Qingwan felt exceptionally pleased inside. All right. As long as Li Hao still cares for her, what does it matter if she has to be a little more humble? Life is meant to be lived together. Whatever feels right. Sweetie, go wait outside. It'll be ready soon. Mu Qingwan's good mood lasted only until she took a bite of the braised pork. She just popped a piece into her mouth when she realized the flavor wasn't the same as before. A pang of disappointment washed over her. They say when someone's heart changes, the food they cook changes too. She lowered her head. Seeing her stop eating, Li Hao felt awkward and asked, "What's wrong? Doesn't it taste good?" "No. It just doesn't taste quite the same as before." Li Hao himself wasn't the same as before either. Mu Qingwan kept this thought to herself, not voicing it aloud. Li Hao looked slightly taken aback. Of course it wasn't the same as before. He wasn't the original owner, how could he possibly replicate the taste exactly? "I heard that when a man changes, the taste of his cooking changes too. So, honey, do you not love me anymore?" This crazy woman has been so paranoid lately, constantly questioning whether I love her. Truthfully, after overlapping with the original host's memories, sometimes I don't know either whether it's love or not. Every time she asks me questions, I just want to avoid them because I don't know how to answer. I'm not the Li Hao from the book, and she doesn't seem like the Mu Qingwan from before either. I just tried a new recipe today. Don't read too much into it. Chapter 47, How can you even leave the house with that thick skin? Li Hao could see the faint redness in Mu Qingwan's eyes. If he didn't explain, it felt like she might burst into tears any second. He reached out and gently wiped her face. "What's been going on lately? Why are you so down? I remember you never used to dwell on things like this." Li Hao voiced the question weighing on his mind. Mu Qingwan swallowed hard, lifting her slightly reddened eyes a look that made anyone watching feel her pain. "I don't know. I just feel like you're not as good to me as before. You're so cold toward me. I feel like you don't love me anymore. It feels like you want to divorce me at any moment. I just feel like I don't matter anymore. Or like I'm being ignored." If she'd known Li Hao was this good, she shouldn't have treated him that way back then. For her career, for her pride, she repeatedly trampled on his self-respect. Time and again, she shattered his warm heart. This outcome is simply her just desserts, he bears no blame. Li Hao set down his bowl and chopsticks, his gaze fixed intently on Mu Qingwan. Gradually, the harshness in his eyes softened. "This crazy woman's melancholy is killing me. Her reddened eyes are making me feel guilty. But I haven't done anything. I just don't fawn over her like the original host did, and now she can't handle it." Back then, her attitude toward the original host was 100 times worse than this. Truthfully, I still harbor resentment toward the original host. Every time I want to snap back at her, I just can't bring myself to do it. Perhaps because he inhabited Li Hao's body, the original host's memories kept surfacing in his mind, preventing him from fading the instinctive affection this body felt for Mu Qingwan. It must be said, the original host genuinely loved Mu Qingwan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths for her. Even after being repeatedly rebuffed, even after years of her indifference, even after she later abandoned him for Qin Yu, deeming him useless, the original owner held almost no resentment. Even when reduced to cannon fodder, he willingly offered his life with both hands. Such profound love had been utterly trampled by Mu Qingwan. She truly deserved it. They say those who betray true love must swallow 10,000 needles. The outcome was clear. Mu Qingwan ended up deceived by scum and sold her organs. It was a fitting atonement for the betrayal of the original owner's profound devotion. 2 days later, at the Mu Group executive meeting, Wang Yong had assumed Li Hao had failed to secure the project, so he'd been waiting for Li Hao to leave the company. But unexpectedly, Zhang Xueji personally handed over the cooperation deal the day before yesterday, giving Li Hao another chance to stay with the company. Manager Li had done well this time. Though young, he was both courageous and resourceful, securing the partnership with Zhang Group a rare achievement. Lanzhou Jewelry hadn't produced a hit piece in ages. To earn President Zhang's approval, Manager Li must be quite capable. Exactly. Such a promising young talent. I hope all colleagues in the company can learn from Li Hao. Securing a multi-million-dollar partnership overnight, that kind of capability is truly worth emulating. Mu Yuankai smiled at these remarks. Learning from him? Not really. Everyone knew the deal was sealed overnight and understood just how stringent Mr. Shang's criteria for selecting partners were. I heard you chose to negotiate the deal at a nightclub. Everyone knows exactly what kind of people frequent such places. If we really started promoting Li Hao's approach, the whole world would be turned upside down. What kind of professional boundaries would even exist? So basically, you're saying I have no boundaries? Right, you, Mu Yuankai, are the paragon of integrity, so principled you're jealous your niece outranks you. Why resort to dirty tricks when competing with Mu Qingwan if you have such high standards? You're truly the epitome of integrity. No one in the world can match you. How thick-skinned are you? How do you even walk out the door? What does Mr. Mu mean by that? Could it be that Li Hao secured the deal through underhanded means? These people are putting on a show for no reason. Anyone with eyes can see they're in cahoots. How could Li Hao and Mu Qingwan not notice? The entire Mu Group spans multiple industries from jewelry and apparel to real estate and beyond. Mu Yuankai oversees the real estate division. After all these years at the company, if not for Mu Qingwan, he would be the chairman of Mu Group right now. For this reason, he began to stir up trouble, rallying shareholders within the company and suppressing Mu Qingwan at every turn. She could endure all that, but now they were working together to flatter Li Hao to death. Mu Qingwan's hands clenched tightly, her gaze sharpening slightly. I can't agree with what you said, uncle. After all, he's family. Some things shouldn't be said openly. Aren't you being overly biased against Li Hao? Mu Yuankai snorted coldly. This useless son-in-law? When did I ever acknowledge him as part of the Mu family? Only you and the old lady find him acceptable. Once your parents return, they'll see things my way. They'll never consent to you spending your life with Li Hao. Do you think I'm unaware of Li Hao's conduct at the company? He abuses your authority to bully superiors, oversteps his bounds, and speaks with utter disrespect. And you dare shield such a man, even keep him in the company? Mu Yuankai's voice grew louder and louder, as if he wanted everyone present to hear him loud and clear. His gaze swept over Li Hao with utter contempt, his smug satisfaction written all over his face. He never liked Li Hao to begin with. Without Li Hao, Mu Qingwan would have no choice but to marry obediently. Even if the old lady didn't say anything, Mu Qingwan's parents would. He was merely hastening the inevitable. What was wrong with that? Uncle, if you insist on bringing this matter into the company, then I must remind you, I am the one sitting in the chairman's seat now. You lost to me. This has absolutely nothing to do with Li Hao. She knew Mu Yuankai couldn't touch her, so she vented all her fury on Li Hao. But this was undoubtedly the most unfair thing for Li Hao. Since I hold this position, you should address me as President Mu. If you don't consider me family, why should I treat you as such? Li Hao and I are already married. Grandmother herself said he belongs to the Mu family. You may not accept him, but Li Hao certainly doesn't accept you either. Uncle, you'd do well to mind your own business. Besides, I know exactly how Li Hao secured this project. I witnessed it firsthand. So spare yourselves the trouble. Focusing on your own duties is what truly matters. Stop gossiping like some street corner busybody. Chapter 48. No matter how much resentment you harbor, you must swallow it. Mu Qingwan's words were razor sharp, her eyes brimming with murderous intent, cold as ice with not a shred of warmth. The assembled directors all fell silent. Yet several clearly harbored resentment toward Mu Qingwan. How could they truly accept being dominated by a woman? Mu Yuankai watched as Mu Qingwan, in her defense of Li Hao, confronted him relentlessly during the meeting. His brow furrowed, his expression stern as he declared, Mu Qingwan, I am your eldest uncle. Is this how you speak to me? You've indeed become chairman, so you've gotten too big for your britches, haven't you? Don't forget how you rose to this position step by step. Without my nurturing, would you be where you are today? Don't be an ungrateful, disloyal wolf. I told you Li Hao isn't right for you. As a young woman, you should heed your elders' advice. I told you use professional titles at work. Mu Qingwan gritted her teeth in fury. Why can't a woman dominate the workplace? Ever since she took the chairman's seat, Mu Yuankai had relentlessly targeted her. At every major meeting, he either criticized her performance or compared her unfavorably to her father. Oof. All excuses. All bull. He was just jealous. Li Hao kept his head bowed, his face hidden in shadow, his emotions unreadable. So it was jealousy after all. That old fool targets me because he envies Mu Qingwan. Unable to harm her, he takes it all out on me. What did I ever do to deserve this? But his words were too much. For his own gain, he disowned his own niece and didn't even spare this crazy woman any dignity. What a wonderful uncle indeed. This family is full of hidden dangers. Mu Fengshui is cunning and ruthless, and Mu Yuankai isn't much better either. He's always playing petty tricks at work, actually thinking people fear him. Oomph. I think you've been blinded by Li Hao. You've forgotten who you are. You're a member of the Mu family. To constantly oppose me just for a man, do you think that's right? I'm giving you a piece of my mind. What's wrong with that? Li Hao, who had remained silent until now, finally couldn't hold back any longer. He lifted his head slightly, his gaze calm, clearly suppressing the rage boiling within him. Mu Yuankai, the company is the company, and the family is the family. Have you ever heard of the phrase keep business and family separate? Mu Qingwan is now the chairwoman of Mu Corporation. No matter how much you resent it, you have to swallow your pride. Since you refuse to give her any face, she owes you none in return. Respect is mutual. You repeatedly humiliate her in front of everyone. Does she really owe you gratitude? What does he think he is? Of course, if you were sitting in the chairman's seat right now, you'd have every right to disregard anyone's dignity. Back when you competed with Qingwan, do you really think no one saw the dirty tricks you pulled behind the scenes? Li Hao knows every single one of them. Back then, the bet was simple. Over 2 months, whoever secured the most projects would prove superior management skills and claim the chairman's seat. Why was Mu Qingwan turned away when she went to pitch projects? Why did Mu Yuankai always know her every move? Why did deals she'd already secured suddenly shift to Mu Yuankai overnight? The truth was that Mu Yuankai had planted a mole within Mu Qingwan's inner circle. He even leveraged his own business connections, cultivated over years of hard work, to deliberately sabotage Mu Qingwan. Playing these petty tricks and scheming, this is what he meant by treating Mu Qingwan like family. Don't be ridiculous. You. Mu Yuankai's eyes bulged wide, bloodshot veins crisscrossing his pupils. His face darkened to a terrifying, ink-like blackness. Mu Qingwan. Look at the kind of person you've brought into the company. Allowing someone like this to join is a disgrace to the Mu group. The others remained silent, watching the family bicker endlessly. They could only shake their heads helplessly and stand by as spectators. After all, this was the Mu family's private affair. They had no right to interfere. I think the one who should be ashamed is you, uncle. This is clearly a private matter for the Mu family, yet you insisted on dragging it out into the open. If it's not you who's bringing shame upon yourself, then who is it? Mu Qingwan. Mu Yuankai shouted. But Mu Qingwan wore nothing but contempt on her face, refusing to give him any more respect. In the past, she had always yielded and valued the family bond, so there was no need to quarrel with Mu Yuankai. But his actions had grown increasingly outrageous, now even insulting her personally and sparing no one, not even Li Hao. If this continued, Mu Yuankai would only grow more brazen. Uncle Mu, this is my final warning. This is the company. Address issues objectively. Stop jumping to conclusions and stop using underhanded tactics to slander others. In the workplace, such behavior is nothing short of despicable. A person without integrity cannot stand. Mu Yuankai was a cunning old fox. Hadn't he already played enough dirty tricks behind the scenes? That's why, despite his years of hard work and established industry connections, people still despise him and refuse to collaborate. That's the primary reason. Continue the meeting. Mu Qingwan's face remained cold, her tone leaving no room for argument. You have to admit, this crazy woman can be pretty cool sometimes. I just love seeing her like this, decisive and in control. But she used to be too forceful and cold, making people feel she was hard to get along with and difficult to approach. But now it's perfect at home. Mu Qingwan is the gentle, understanding little wife at the company. She's the uncompromising chairwoman Mu. Anyone who could rise to this position couldn't possibly be lacking in any way. The way she shut Mu Yuankai down, leaving him speechless just thinking about it, is hilarious. But just now, Mu Qingwan stood up for me in front of everyone, choosing to believe me. That's truly touching. Tonight, I'll prepare a lavish feast for her to show my appreciation. After the meeting dispersed, Mu Yuankai remained seated, his face betraying deep displeasure toward Mu Qingwan. Qingwan, you're becoming quite the little powerhouse, aren't you? Now you've learned to publicly humiliate your uncle. With your sharp tongue, if these words reach your parents' ears, do you really think that would be wise? I doubt you'd want them returning home anytime soon. Do you know why your parents dislike you and always take your younger brother with them? Because you're too much like your grandfather. A woman should walk the path a woman should walk, supporting her husband in raising children. There are things men should handle outside the home, yet you insist on wading into murky waters. Do you truly believe the Mu family is so incompetent that we must have a woman take the chairman's seat? Just as Li Hao was about to leave, he heard these resentful words. Who says a woman can't run a company and pursue her own career? Did you, uncle, make that rule? Why is no one gossiping about Zhang Shuajia like they do about Mu Qingwan? And why, after all these years of climbing the corporate ladder, does your reputation outside the company remain so tarnished? It's because you're a cunning old fox with no integrity whatsoever. These petty tricks will eventually be exposed. After all this backstabbing, who would dare to work with you anymore? Chapter 49. If his wife finds out, he'll probably lose a layer of skin. What business is it of yours, you useless son-in-law, when I'm speaking with Qingwan? Do you think marrying into the Mu family makes you one of us? A toad dreaming of being a prince. Li Hao, you're the most shameless person I've ever met in my life. Watching Mu Yuankai's eyes bulge with rage, Li Hao felt not a ripple of emotion, only a touch of amusement. Whether I'm part of the Mu family isn't really for you to decide, is it? Besides, isn't it just jealousy over Mu Qingwan's CEO position? You think it's within your grasp, but have you ever considered whether you have the capability to sit in that seat? Mu Qingwan earned her position through merit. What about you? Is it through connections and schemes? Or just your thick skin? No offense, uncle, but you should know your place. Think I'm afraid to speak my mind? Your words grate on my ears, and I won't give you any face. Who does he think he is? I only call him uncle out of respect for that crazy woman and grandma. Otherwise, I wouldn't waste another word on him. The original owner might have let you push her around, but I'm not someone to be trifled with. Since I've been transported into this story, I'll take this chance to vent the original owner's frustrations and change the world's perception of her as a pushover. Otherwise, if I don't show my teeth, will people think my woman is easy to bully? A faint warmth flowed through Mu Qingwan's heart. Watching Li Hao shield her, even causing a rift between him and Mu Yuankai, stirred an indescribable emotion within her. Indescribable. Mu Yuankai slammed his fist on the table in fury. At that moment, the conference room was empty except for the three of them. Seeing his fury, Li Hao pressed his advantage, launching another attack. Why are you so upset? You only bully the weak and fear the strong. Mu Qingwan is easy to push around and talk to. She treats you like family. But I won't. You're right. I do wield authority in the company because of Mu Qingwan's status. So what if I do? The fact that my colleagues never reported me, don't you think that's infuriating? Mu Yuankai glared at him with bloodshot eyes, his expression twisted with ugliness. How much longer do you think you'll last here? Mu Qingwan's parents are coming back. Do you really believe they'll ever respect a useless son-in-law like you? As a man, I'm ashamed of you. Oh? And as a woman, you actually think you can look down on me? Li Hao laughed, completely dismissing his words. Whether her parents respect me is their business. Who are you to overstep your bounds? You live by the sea, yet you meddle in matters that aren't yours to concern yourself with. Mu Qingwan burst out laughing, showing no intention of stopping Li Hao. Mu Yuankai was rendered speechless by his retort. How had he never realized Li Hao's tongue could be so sharp? At home, he'd always seemed quiet and reserved, the kind of easy target who looked like he'd be pushed around. No matter what he said, Li Hao would just stay silent. But now it was clear, Li Hao was no pushover. He played one game in front of the old lady and another in front of them. He figured out how to manipulate people in public and private. You think I don't know how Li Hao secured this project? Mu Qingwan, wake up. Look at the creature beside you, someone who'd sell his body to Zhang Xuejiao just to stay in the company and land a deal. Mu Yuankai had expected Mu Qingwan to explode upon learning this, but instead, the two shared a knowing smile, utterly unconcerned. Is that so? Seems uncle has his spies everywhere. How many people did he plant around me? Mu Qingwan retorted. Mu Yuankai's face turned cold. Are you out of your mind? I'm telling you, he betrayed you and cheated to secure that contract, and this is what you're fixated on? Mu Qingwan, don't be ridiculous. Mu Qingwan was utterly speechless. I know my husband's character better than you do. Uncle, your mind is filthy, don't assume everyone else is as depraved as you are. As for that secretary lurking by your side, I needn't tell auntie what your relationship with her is, do I? If we don't cross paths, uncle, I won't meddle in your family's affairs. The road is wide enough for us to walk our separate ways without interfering with each other. Mu Qingwan, now that's a real threat. I knew she wouldn't let Mu Yuankai run rampant like this. He planted spies around Mu Qingwan, does that mean she can't plant spies around him? Seems every wealthy person has a personal assistant. The richer they are, the more hypocritical they become and the less responsible they act. If Mu Yuankai's wife found out, he'd be in big trouble. Mu Yuankai's expression instantly turned cold, his eyes betraying a hint of panic as he stared at Mu Qingwan in disbelief. You actually planted your people around me? Who is it? Mu Qingwan, I truly underestimated you. Mu Qingwan smiled, thoroughly pleased with his reaction. If my uncle can plant his people around me, then I can certainly make a few adjustments within your company. We're even. Of course, if my uncle had been open and honest, I wouldn't have resorted to such tactics. Mu Yuankai snorted coldly and turned to walk out. You'll reap what you sow. The office fell silent once more, and the two shared a knowing smile. Mu Qingwan said with emotion, thank you, husband, for standing up for me just now. But Mu Yuankai isn't someone to be trifled with. You've likely offended him deeply this time. He might just sabotage you behind the scenes in the future. Li Hao remained calm, showing no signs of panic. I confronted him today fully prepared to sever ties. He's just one Mu Yuankai, what's so difficult about dealing with him? Back at his company, Mu Yuankai smashed the teacup in front of him to pieces on the office floor. His secretary entered and froze in shock at the sight. She approached Mu Yuankai cautiously, her voice soft and soothing. What's wrong? Who made you so angry? Was the meeting today not going well? Mu Yuankai took a deep breath, his chest tight with frustration. That Mu Qingwan actually dared to contradict me in front of everyone, humiliating me. And the old lady actually transferred Blue Jewelry shares to Li Hao. Now he's the largest shareholder. Just how much does she value Li Hao? Mu Yuankai clenched his fists tightly, his eyes blazing with pure defiance. Seeing Mu Yuankai in this state, his secretary gently offered comfort. Please don't get so angry. Anger is bad for your health. But Mu Yuankai was consumed by rage. How could he heed his secretary's words? Mu Yuankai abruptly forced the secretary to kneel down, his voice brimming with irritation. I'm extremely angry right now. Then, sounds of pleasure filled the office. Chapter 50, more of that cheesy plot twist straight out of a novel. Honey, tonight I'll take you somewhere. Mu Qingwan's smile was exceptionally captivating. Wait for me after work today. Okay. As if he never waited for her before. Li Hao returned to Blue Jewelry, where his colleagues had bought him a special confetti cannon. Congratulations, manager. Supervisor, we were worried sick about you today. Turns out we heard you were debating fiercely at the board meeting. We were all thrilled. Yeah. Supervisor Li, you're amazing. Manager Wang must be fuming. They spoke in hushed tones, careful not to disturb Manager Wang in his office. Li Hao glanced toward Wang Yang's office and locked eyes with his furious gaze. He was about to submit the design draft to him anyway. How could he not seize such a golden opportunity? Li Hao pushed open Wang Yang's office door. Seeing him gnashing his teeth in fury, he couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. That old codger must be grinding his molars to dust right now. Does he really think I'll lose the project, leave the company in disgrace, and let him reap the rewards? What a pipe dream. Manager Wang, why do you look so grim? We'll be colleagues again soon, aren't you happy about that? Oh, I forgot Manager Wang spends every waking moment plotting my ouster. Naturally, seeing me back here would sour his mood. Wang Yang shot Li Hao a cold, dismissive glance. Don't get cocky after getting lucky. It's just a project you snagged by sleeping your way to the top. How many people in this company actually respect you? TSK. Bringing that up again? Wang Yang, what else can you do besides bring this up? Let me tell you, being a son-in-law doesn't embarrass me, I actually enjoy it. Of course, I can't compare to Manager Wang, who snagged a fiery, straightforward wife. I doubt you'll ever see her treat you with tenderness. Wang Yang's face darkened considerably. He hadn't expected Li Hao to have investigated so thoroughly. You're just lucky. Don't forget you still have one project left unfinished. The top priority now is the new jewelry collection launch focused on women's themes. If anything goes wrong, I'll still report you to the board. Then you'll still have to slink out of the company with your tail between your legs. Li Hao, you know what I hate most about you? It's that self-important attitude of yours. You're clearly just a kept man, yet you think you're something special. Wang Yang snorted coldly, and Li Hao couldn't help but laugh at his remark. I do think I'm great. You're not even qualified to be like me. Even if I don't land this project, so what? I'm not leaving the company. Wang Yang couldn't fathom the meaning behind those words. Seeing Li Hao's smug expression, anger surged within him. A boiling rage welled up inside him. Before leaving, Li Hao couldn't resist one last jab. Oh, and I almost forgot to tell you I own 30% of blue jewelry. Hearing this, Wang Yang felt like the sky was falling. Impossible. How could Li Hao possibly hold 30% of the company's shares? He opened his computer to check and found that the current shareholder information now included Li Hao's 30% stake. This meant Li Hao now held the largest stake in Lanzhou Jewelry, making him his own boss. No wonder Blue Everlasting Jewelry had never appointed a general manager. It was all Mu Qingwan's plan to hand it over to this useless son-in-law. Wang Yang grew increasingly furious as he thought about it, his fists clenched so tightly they trembled uncontrollably. After Li Hao stepped outside, he felt an extraordinary sense of relief wash over him. After work. To his surprise, Mu Qingwan was already waiting for him. Today, Mu Qingwan was driving. Feeling drowsy, he dozed off briefly in the passenger seat. Upon arriving at their destination, Mu Qingwan gently tapped his shoulder. We're here. Let's get out. Li Hao rubbed his eyes groggily. After stepping out, he glanced around and realized Mu Qingwan had brought him to a Mercedes-Benz dealership. Why did you bring me here? Are you buying a car? Of course not. I'm buying you a car. Li Hao's brow furrowed slightly. Instead of feeling delighted that Mu Qingwan was buying him a car, a hint of skepticism surfaced. Why would this crazy woman suddenly want to buy me a car? Doesn't make sense. There are so many cars parked in the underground garage. I could just take any one of them. It can't be that she's worried about my transportation. He never treated the original owner this well before. Could he be hiding something? Have you been hiding something bad from me? Or done something to betray my trust? Li Hao asked suspiciously. Mu Qingwan giggled. Of course not. My love for my husband is as clear as day. This is just a reward for you. While the underground garage is full of cars, none of them are the kind you'd actually like. Didn't you say you liked Mercedes-Benz? Today we'll go take a look. Rewarding my husband for landing the project. Keep up the hard work and keep pushing forward. Hearing this, Li Hao followed Mu Qingwan inside, half convinced. Both dressed casually, they hadn't dressed up since they planned to return to the ancestral home for dinner that evening. Two female salespeople stood by the Mercedes display. Seeing Li Hao's appearance, they assumed he'd brought his girlfriend here to show off his wealth. They'd encountered too many such people lately. A man's true worth, whether he could actually afford a car here, was evident from his attire alone. One saleswoman, too lazy to bother, simply turned and walked away. The one who stayed didn't give them a friendly look either. Sir, are you here to look at cars? What kind of vehicle are you interested in? What's your budget? I can help you find something. Her tone was flat, devoid of any warmth. We'll just look around ourselves. Mu Qingwan said softly. Li Hao sensed the saleswoman's hostility and raised an eyebrow slightly. Why does this have to be another cliché plot twist straight out of a novel? This is bound to be one of those scenes where they look down on you. No surprise here, this salesperson will humiliate me first, then get utterly humiliated themselves after Mu Qingwan pays. I'm sick of this cliché even in novels. My outfit's decent today even if it weren't. Mu Qingwan's head-to-toe designer gear should make her unassailable. How could anyone look down on her? Makes no sense. Li Hao glanced down at his own outfit. Aside from being a bit casual, it wasn't exactly sloppy, was it? Sorry, ma'am, but before we show you the cars, we need to verify your financial standing. The implication was clear, they wanted to see how much money she had. Could she afford a car here? It would save everyone's time. Chapter 51, Can I afford a car worth a paltry 2 million? Mu Qingwan's brows furrowed slightly as she shot the salesperson a surprised look. She hadn't needed to prove her funds when buying cars before. Was this a new policy? Just as she reached for her phone, the salesperson muttered under his breath with obvious disdain. What kind of people dare come here to buy cars? This is a Mercedes-Benz, not some knockoff brand. Dressed like that, they're probably just here to snap photos for their social media feeds. Mu Qingwan had initially thought it was a new policy, but now it was clear it wasn't that at all. It was just these salespeople looking down their noses at people, assuming they couldn't afford the car. Mu Qingwan was so infuriated she laughed. What did you just say? Say that again. The saleswoman, seemingly fearless, repeated herself. I said this isn't a place just anyone can afford to come to. We're a Mercedes-Benz A-class dealership, and the cars inside are almost all in the million yuan range. If you just want to snap photos for social media or even try to score some fancy complimentary pastries, that's just embarrassing. Let's not make things awkward for either of us. The saleswoman sneered coldly, lifting her chin high as if she truly owned the cars inside. She'd seen too many people like them to even give them a proper glance. Spending another word on them felt like a waste of time and energy. Shannan, what are you doing? Li Hao looked up at the source of the voice and saw a stunningly beautiful woman with fair skin and long legs approaching. A gold badge, the hallmark of a top salesperson, hung prominently on her chest. A top salesperson's aura really is something else. Back when I couldn't afford a car, I'd still come to dealerships to look around. Especially the salespeople at luxury car shops, they were top-notch. But I never imagined the conditions would be beyond my wildest expectations. That condescending attitude from the salespeople? Nothing like the aura of this gold medal salesperson. Li Hao said nothing, choosing to act on the situation. Mu Qingwan heard Li Hao's inner thoughts and glanced at the badge on her chest. It was indeed a gold medal sales badge. But a hint of jealousy surfaced, and she couldn't help but ask coldly. Do I need to prove my financial status just to look at cars in your dealership? Can't I afford a mere 2 million plus? Gold medal salesperson Li Shui was momentarily confused by the situation. She glanced sideways at Zhang Nannan beside her and instantly understood. My apologies, miss. We don't require financial verification here. She's new to the job, please bear with me a moment while I take you to view the cars. Li Shui wore a faint smile, gentle and courteous, exuding an air of refined elegance from head to toe. How was she any different from the young miss? Mu Qingwan snorted coldly, turned, and walked into the store. Another salesperson assigned by Li Shui led her to the VIP area. The table was laden with an array of pastries and tea. Li Hao glanced at them, then decisively picked up a pastry and took a bite. Didn't that salesperson say we were just here for snacks? Well, I'll give it a proper taste and see just how delicious this stuff really is. The taste isn't anything special. What's the point of coming here just to post on WeChat moments and get people giving you dirty looks? I just don't get it, I really don't. Mu Qingwan had no appetite whatsoever, so she simply handed the pastry in front of her to him. Honey, have this one. It's better. She didn't think Li Hao had done anything wrong, it was that salesperson looking down on people. Li Hao sensed her unusual mood and said with a faint smile. You should eat too. Don't let what some people say get to you. We know what we can afford, and whether she looks down on us is none of our business. Listen to me, stop being upset and eat something. Mu Qingwan pursed her lips, her mood finally easing somewhat. Facing the salesperson who had just been so arrogant, Li Shui's expression instantly turned cold. Zhang Nannan, how many times have I told you? Every customer is a guest. You can't judge whether someone can afford it based on their clothes. The customer is always right, that's our sales philosophy. Have you forgotten everything from training? Li Shui forced her tone to remain as gentle as possible. They'd already received 3 or 5 complaint reports this month, all about poor service attitude. If things keep going this way, the store's profits will definitely decline. Eventually, even her job might become unstable. Li Shui desperately needed money, but she refused to gamble. So she worked harder than anyone else, giving her all. Whether customers had money or not, she made every effort to introduce them to every car displayed in the shop. But this month alone, Zhang Nannan had already ruined several deals. Either her words made customers uncomfortable, or she outright turned them away. Li Shui had reported this to the manager countless times, but to her surprise, the manager not only ignored her complaints but also praised Zhang Nannan for doing an excellent job. He claimed that the crowd coming here to buy cars was a mixed bag, and most people were just here to take pictures. As if there were that many wealthy people in the world. If everyone who came to look at cars could actually afford them, they'd be rolling in money. But plenty of people came to look at cars every day. If they could all afford to buy, wouldn't that mean they'd be rich? Zhang Nannan scratched his ear, completely unfazed by Li Shui's words, even showing signs of annoyance. Li Shui, you're out of your mind. If you want to serve these broke jerks, go serve them yourself. Who cares about my service attitude? I'll do whatever I want, and I'll serve whoever I want. The manager thinks I'm doing the right thing. You're just a top salesperson, do you really think the company can't survive without you? Zhang Nannan sneered coldly, his eyes brimming with scorn for Li Shui. Li Shui swallowed hard, swallowing her anger. But if you keep this up, you'll ruin the company's reputation sooner or later. Then who's going to come to our dealership to look at cars? Are you out of your mind? What brand are we? Mercedes-Benz. And we're an A-level dealership. How many like us exist nationwide? We sell brand prestige, not service attitude. This is an international brand who cares about service attitude? If you can afford it, buy it. If not, get lost. That's how this society works. And look at how those two are dressed. Do they even look like they have money? You must be so desperate for cash you mistake these nobodies for customers. But rest assured, starting this month, the top sales position won't be yours anymore. A mocking smile flickered in Zhang Nannan's eyes. Women still rely on looks. As long as you have a pretty face, money won't be a problem. Her man said it himself. This month's top sales spot is reserved for her. All the deals Li Shui closed would be credited to her. She wasn't in a hurry. Li Shui clenched her jaw, her gaze fixed intently on Zhang Nannan. She knew Zhang Nannan and the manager had been having an affair for a long time. At work, the two of them spent all day in the office flirting and showing affection. It was impossible for others not to notice. Chapter 52, Pretending to be rich when you can't afford it. Yet even those who knew dared not expose them. Once, Li Shui had accidentally entered the office for an urgent matter and caught them in the act. Since then, Zhang Nannan had targeted her with impunity. The manager was a married man, and his wife frequently visited the company. Yet the manager chose to act right in the eye of the storm. The moment his wife arrived, they would pretend nothing was amiss. The moment she left, they resumed their clandestine affair behind her back. She wanted nothing to do with such morally corrupt, depraved individuals. She simply needed a stable job. She'd worked at this store for 3 years, climbing to her current position over that time, earning over 50,000 yuan monthly. Everything she had achieved was through her own hard work. But what did Zhang Nannan mean just now? That the top sales position wouldn't belong to her anymore? She wasn't stupid. She understood workplace rivalries and knew some things were inherently unfair. What do you mean by that? Seeing her ask outright, Zhang Nannan saw no point in beating around the bush. What else could it mean? It means you're getting fired. You're so arrogant and self-important, and so many colleagues are jealous of you. They don't want you here anymore. Sure, you're a veteran here, having worked for 3 years and trained many excellent salespeople. But so what? Zhang Nannan grew more animated as she spoke, her smile gradually turning into a wild grin. My man is the manager. Getting your sales figures transferred to me is no big deal. Li Shui was merely a stepping stone for her promotion. If anyone's to blame, it's Li Shui for catching her and the manager in the act. Once, Li Shui even tried to tell his wife about their affair. How could she possibly let this woman ruin her happiness? So she had to make sure Li Shui left the company. Li Shui's brows furrowed slightly, her eyes flashing with uncontrollable anger. How dare you do this to me? This isn't fair to me. Fair? This is the workplace. Have you ever seen fairness in the workplace? Li Shui, what good does striving so hard do? You'd be better off using that face of yours. Why play the chaste heroine here, pretending to be so high and mighty? A trace of sarcasm flickered in Zhang Nannan's eyes. If she had Li Shui's looks and qualifications, she could easily land a job at a better company and snag a richer husband. In that case, her annual earnings would multiply several times over. Why stay here? It was a complete waste of time and energy, utterly foolish. Blame yourself for not keeping your mouth shut. Don't think I don't know what you were planning last time. The manager's wife is coming today, so you'd better behave yourself. If you play your cards right, I might reluctantly let you stay. You need a stable job, right? And you've been here for 3 years. This year you should be promoted to supervisor or transferred to a higher level store as management. If you get fired now, what future do you think you have? Zhang Nannan laughed wildly, completely dismissing Li Shui. So what if she's a top salesperson? The company sells brand prestige. There are plenty more top sellers who can replace her. Li Shui gritted her teeth and turned to leave. She felt utterly resentful, yet there was nothing she could do. Zhang Nannan and the manager had been colluding for ages. Reporting her actions to the manager would be like throwing herself to the wolves. For now, she had no choice but to endure. After composing herself, Li Shui finally approached the two customers. My apologies, ma'am, for the delay. Here are all the models in our brand's lineup. You can take a look first. If any model catches your interest, we can arrange a visit to the showroom anytime. Li Hao had been watching Li Shui and that snobbish salesperson the entire time. That top salesperson looked absolutely furious earlier, clearly called out by that snobbish salesperson. Yet here he is now, calmly and politely addressing us. Now that's true professionalism. What was that guy at the entrance even thinking? No wonder he's a top salesperson. Though I'm curious, how does a gold medal salesperson end up taking cues from a regular salesperson? This whole scenario feels straight out of a novel. If I'm not mistaken, that ordinary salesperson must have some shady connection with someone high up in this store. Mu Qingwan had already composed herself and accepted the brochure Li Shui handed her with a smile. Honey, take a look and see which car you like. Li Hao snapped back to reality, glancing down at the catalog where prices were clearly marked. Now that he had money, it was indeed time to buy a car. The money Mu Qingwan had transferred to him earlier remained largely untouched, more than enough for a car purchase. Li Hao flipped through the pages casually before settling on a Mercedes-Benz S-Class. The price tag hovered around 2 million yuan. He didn't want to drive anything too expensive, he felt it wasn't necessary. This one it is. Great choice, honey. It looks sharp. But isn't it a bit too cheap? Maybe we should get something pricier? Li Hao smiled softly. No need. This price is just right, and I've had my eye on this car for a long time. It handles well and is comfortable to ride in. Besides, you've got all those luxury cars in the garage below. If I want to drive one, I can just grab the keys and take it. Mu Qingwan relented. Then please show us this car. Li Shui nodded. Certainly. Please follow me, honored guests. As soon as they followed Li Shuigang to the car showroom, Zhang Nannan approached with 2 or 3 salespeople in tow. Each of these salespeople seemed to be waiting to see Li Hao make a fool of himself. Zhang Nannan stood with her arms crossed over her chest, her eyes brimming with contempt, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Well, you sure talk big. These cars cost over 2 million yuan. You can't even afford designer clothes, yet you claim to have money for a car? No offense, but us salespeople hate people like you the most. You clearly can't afford it, yet you insist on pretending to be rich. You come here to take pictures, then say you'll come back another day to buy it, claiming the car isn't quite right. Are you just waiting to make excuses after snapping your photos? A burst of laughter erupted from Zhang Nannan's side. They all knew Zhang Nannan didn't close many deals each month, but thanks to the manager, her bonuses were only slightly less than Li Shui's. Though they resented it, they had to swallow their pride and reluctantly suck up to her because of her connection to the manager. Chapter 53, You're in pain all over? Why don't you just fly to the moon? Li Shui's expression darkened considerably. Li Hao's brow also furrowed slightly. If this keeps up, I won't be able to hold back. But this ordinary salesperson really has some nerve. Without someone backing her up, she wouldn't dare act so brazenly. It's only because this top salesperson has such a good temper that they've gotten so bold. I recall Mu Qingwan's garage housed 7 or 8 Mercedes-Benz vehicles, each priced over 2 million yuan. Moreover, all these cars were directly shipped from Mercedes-Benz headquarters, and she even holds a Mercedes-Benz SVIP black card. Reporting her with that card would implicate not just the sales staff here, but even the manager and higher-ups in management. That's why Li Hao planned to teach this arrogant salesperson a lesson. Li Shui gritted her teeth, suppressing her anger. Zhang Nannan, have you finished causing trouble? We have customers here. Discuss whatever it is later. Don't interrupt my work. Take your people and leave immediately. Zhang Nannan snorted. What did you just say? You called them your guests? Only those who can afford the car are guests. When I asked them to verify their funds earlier, you should have seen this woman's face, utterly disgusted. If you can't afford it, just admit it. Why pretend to be rich? If you own up now that you can't buy it, I'll let you take photos for free to post on your social media. Faced with Zhang Nannan's arrogance and tyranny, Mu Qingwan finally reached her limit. Call your manager over here. Li Shui pursed her lips, then nodded immediately. Yes. She couldn't do anything about Zhang Nannan, but if customers kept complaining, she was sure the manager would step in to resolve the issue. Just as Li Shui turned to leave and fetch the manager, Zhang Nannan grabbed her arm. Where do you think you're going? Do you just waltz into the manager's office whenever you please? People like them poor folks, what right do they have to call the manager? They should just go chill somewhere else. People like them no money but acting like big shots. Today, I'm going to teach them a lesson. No sooner had Zhang Nannan finished speaking than Li Shui opened her mouth to retort, only to be met by Zhang Nannan's raised hand, which landed squarely across her cheek. Li Hao watched the scene unfold, feeling a slight stir within him. Sure enough, when women fight, it's all about slapping and hair pulling. Could they come up with something more original? She's just a lowly salesperson, yet she dares to speak for the manager. Looks like she and the manager are definitely having an affair. That top salesperson is kind of pitiful, having to deal with such a trashy woman. If it were me, I'd have returned that slap in a heartbeat. Upon hearing Li Hao's inner thoughts, Mu Qingwan's eyes also revealed sympathy for the top salesperson. I said call the manager over, I'm filing a complaint. I want to see exactly how your store handles customer service. What kind of manager could possibly train such arrogant salespeople? Mu Qingwan was clearly suppressing her anger. If not for her composure, she would have already shouted at them. Some people lack manners, but she couldn't afford to do the same. Zhang Nannan remained silent, his grin growing even more insolent. Who do you think you are? Talking as if you could actually afford a car from us. If you want to file a complaint, you'd better buy a car first. You can't even afford one, yet you complain so casually. Our manager doesn't have time to deal with a bunch of haters like you. Zhang Nannan stood her ground, her eyes brimming with sarcasm as she examined her manicured nails. Exactly. We've already seen 3 or 4 people like you this month. You might have even been here before. The salesperson aligned with Zhang Nannan chimed in with mockery from the side. Mu Qingwan was about to speak when Li Hao stopped her. Honey, you don't need to worry about this. I'll handle it. Don't let people like this ruin your mood. If this keeps up, I swear that crazy woman will throw a fit. As the esteemed CEO of Mu Group, if I were to get into a fight with some ignorant salesperson, wouldn't that be laughable if it got out? But I couldn't care less. I'm not famous anyway, I'm the perfect one to deal with this snobby fool. Even if I go a bit overboard, it won't blow up into a major scandal. Oh, the lowly man protecting his wife, what a sight to behold. Doesn't he feel embarrassed? If I were you, I'd grab your wife and get out of here fast. Stop embarrassing yourself and disrupting our business. Li Hao's expression darkened. He'd been planning to have a proper argument with this ignorant salesperson. But now it seemed pointless. Hearing the woman's words, he felt an intense surge of anger. Without hesitation, Li Hao raised his hand and lashed out at the woman. A red handprint instantly appeared on Zhang Nannan's face as she stared at Li Hao in utter disbelief. I'll say it again, call the manager. Don't push me to my limit. Zhang Nannan gritted her teeth. How dare you hit me? So what if I hit you? You verbally abused us. Not only will we hit you, but we'll file a complaint and even sue you. Cameras are everywhere. Everything you say and do is crystal clear to the police. Gathering a crowd to verbally abuse us, if that's not illegal, what is? Lady, are you ignorant of the law? Li Hao fired back, leaving her speechless. Li Shui seized the moment to fetch the manager. The manager surveyed the situation, his expression turning cold as he fixed his gaze on Li Hao, who was causing the disturbance. You're the one who hit him? What do you take this place for? How dare you lay a hand on my staff? Li Hao's indifferent gaze held no warmth as he appraised the manager's hypocritical demeanor. Zhang Nannan instantly looked utterly wronged, tears welling up in her eyes. Brother Tian, you have to get justice for me. I was just following company policy, and this loser actually slapped me hard across the face. My whole body hurts now. Impressive. One slap and you're feeling it all over? My whole body hurts? Why don't you just fly to the moon? Brother Tian, how disgusting. These two are definitely having an affair behind the scenes. Mu Qingwan couldn't help but chuckle softly. You're the manager? Li Hao asked coldly. That's me. I've seen plenty of broke losers like you. You bullied my staff, you'll pay for it. Don't even think about leaving. We weren't planning on leaving. Li Hao pulled Mu Qingwan back to the rest area and sat down as if it were his right. Manager, Zhang Nannan verbally abused the customer first. It has nothing to do with the customer. And our company has no rule requiring a deposit to view the cars, right? Seeing Li Shui speak up for them, the manager shot her a fierce glare. Who's the manager here, me or you? How many incidents have you caused this month? Do you even want to keep your job? Chapter 54, Belated affection is cheaper than dirt. He had already intended to get rid of Li Shui, the root cause being that she had stumbled upon his scandal with a female employee. Any sensible person would have kept quiet, pretending they saw nothing. But this woman wouldn't listen to reason and even tried to go complain to his wife. And to his surprise, Li Shui had been causing trouble non-stop this past month. It was as if she deliberately sought to antagonize him. How could someone like that be kept around? Under these circumstances, we must find a way to fire her. Manager, I'm just stating the facts. If this keeps up, our store will face constant complaints, and your position could be at risk. My insistence stems solely from wanting to secure this stable job. Li Shui's eyes betrayed a hint of disappointment. It seemed that her persistence alone couldn't change the company's current state. At worst, she'd find a new job. She wasn't about to put up with this nonsense any longer. The manager ignored Li Shui's words and turned his furious gaze toward Li Hao. Security. They're causing a disturbance. Get them out of here. No sooner had the manager spoken than Mu Qingwan produced the Mercedes-Benz SVIP black card. His pupils contracted sharply upon recognizing the card, and he stared at the two of them in utter disbelief. Impossible. This absolutely can't be. How could they possibly be SVIP VIPs? Cold sweat instantly beaded on the manager's forehead. His demeanor did a complete 180-degree turn, bowing and scraping as he fawned and explained. All traces of his earlier arrogance vanished. My deepest apologies, ma'am. It was our oversight not to recognize you as our VIP guest. Rest assured, I will personally handle this matter and ensure you receive a satisfactory resolution. Please don't file a complaint, okay? A complaint or bad review from an ordinary customer might not significantly impact their company. But a complaint from an SVIP VIP could shake his position to its core. And there are fewer than 1,000 people worldwide who possess this card. There are many wealthy people in this world, but possessing this card requires more than just money. Mu Qingwan actually possessing this card came as a surprise to him. The manager swallowed hard, fearing Mu Qingwan might refuse, and immediately slapped Zhang Nannan across the face. Apologize to her now. You've caused such a huge mess. If this lady and gentleman don't forgive you, you won't be coming back here starting today. Forget about working in car sales, see if any dealership dares hire you now. Zhang Nannan instantly went blank. During training, the instructor had warned them about the rights of black card holders. If someone like this files a complaint, the entire company will be thoroughly investigated. Her scandalous affair with the manager would be exposed. She'd never work in car sales again, no one would hire her. Zhang Nannan panicked, immediately bowing and scraping. I'm sorry. It's my fault. I didn't recognize your importance and offended you. Please forgive me. Mu Qingwan's face remained cold as she retrieved the black card. Then, in front of everyone, she pulled out her phone and dialed Mercedes-Benz headquarters. The surrounding environment fell into an eerie silence. Both the manager and Zhang Nannan felt their hearts leap to their throats. When the call connected, the manager's legs went weak. After Mu Qingwan briefly and clearly recounted the incident to the person on the other end, she explicitly stated her intention to file a formal complaint. The manager knew he was finished. After hanging up, Mu Qingwan's expression softened slightly. Your name is Li Shui, correct? This sale is credited to you. We'll take this car. Li Shui's eyes lit up. She promptly led them to the VIP area and handed Mu Qingwan the purchase contract. Just fill out the purchase details. Mu Qingwan handed over her card, but the salesperson declined it. Li Shui smiled and explained, the gentleman just paid the full amount. Mu Qingwan froze slightly, glancing toward Li Hao, who stood smoking in the designated area. She had never truly looked at Li Hao before, and now she realized how good he really was. She deeply regretted her past actions. At the same time, recalling Li Hao's endless attentions toward her, a flicker of pity for him flickered in her eyes. Earlier, frustrated by work troubles, she had taken all her anger out on Li Hao. She even refused to eat the meals he prepared, dumping the entire table of delicious dishes he'd painstakingly cooked straight into the trash. She'd even kicked him out of the house for no reason. Back then, he had little money himself, yet he never spent a single penny of hers. Instead, he worked multiple part-time jobs to buy her gifts. A single handbag costing 10 to 20,000 yuan would take Li Hao several months of part-time wages to afford. As the saying goes, belated affection is worth less than weeds. Yet she refused to let Li Hao go, or rather, she let him slip away. If she lost Li Hao, she doubted she'd ever find someone as good as him again. She lacked the courage and the desire to do so. When Li Hao returned from smoking, she handed him the contract. Sign here. This car is yours, completely yours. After a moment of silence, Li Hao wrote his name on the purchase contract, including Mu Qingwan's. Mu Qingwan was taken aback, not expecting Li Hao to add her name as well. Why did you write mine? Li Hao asked in confusion. Naturally, you have a share too. What's the matter? Don't you want it? Truthfully, I didn't know what I was thinking. When I saw that crazy woman smiling at me, I inexplicably felt compelled to add her name. But the moment I added it, I felt a twinge of regret. What if she divorces me someday? Would this car still be mine? Ah, whatever. It was bought with her money anyway. Doesn't matter. Just for peace of mind. Mu Qingwan gazed at the two names side by side on the contract, a warmth she couldn't explain spreading through her heart. Thank you, husband. Having you is truly wonderful. Li Shui watched from the side, filled with envy. What a loving couple. Just as the couple was about to leave, they bumped into the manager's wife in the lobby. Seeing her husband looking so distraught, she called out loudly, "Honey, what's wrong?" As Mu Qingwan passed by, she couldn't resist adding, "Go check the surveillance footage. See how your husband usually protects that stunning saleswoman on the sofa." At these words, the manager's wife turned ashen. "You dog can't change its spots, can you?" she screamed, slapping the manager across the face. Mu Qingwan was in high spirits as the two drove back to the old family home. After dinner, Li Hao's phone buzzed incessantly. He opened it to find messages flooding in from a long-dormant high school alumni group chat. The chat was buzzing with excitement. Let's set a date next week and get together for a reunion. Chapter 55, Flattering the Rich and Disrespecting the Poor. Li Hao happened to be smoking on the balcony at that moment and found the idea intriguing. The entire alumni group only had a few hundred members, with over 60 from his class alone. Li Hao was deeply surprised. After lying dormant for so many years, this high school alumni group had suddenly come alive. Don't tell me this is about strengthening friendships at a reunion. It's clearly just a bunch of people showing off their current success and wealth while favoring the rich and mocking the poor. They'll flatter the rich and mock the poor, crawling up to whoever has money and sneering at whoever doesn't. I couldn't care less about attending this kind of reunion. But the next second, Zhang Jidong, the original owner's brother, sent him a private message. Li Hao, stop playing dead and come out. It's been ages. You're coming to the high school reunion, right? Zhang Jidong was the original host's high school and college classmate. The two were as close as brothers, having even shared the same pair of pants and eaten from the same bowl. Li Hao hadn't held any deep impressions of him before, but soon, fragments unique to Zhang Jidong surfaced from the depths of the original host's memory. They hadn't kept in regular touch, and their last meeting had been over 2 years ago. Depends. Not really feeling it. After all, everyone's so busy with work these days, who has time for class reunions? Besides, these people had little to do with him, they were merely the original host's classmates. Who knows if he'd embarrass himself at the banquet or become a target? Besides, class reunions are just a front for showing off wealth anyway. Ah, right. Remember Zhou Qiansheng, the guy you fought in high school? The one everyone called Brother Joe? Li Hao's brow furrowed slightly as he stared at the text message, lost in thought. Who the hell is Zhou Qiansheng? He searched his memory for this person and finally recalled. Zhou Qiansheng? That loser. Used to be a school thug. Knew some troublemakers outside campus, so he acted like he was the big shot around here. Plus, he once set his sights on the childhood sweetheart who was betrothed to the original owner. The moment this thought crossed his mind, Li Hao recalled that the original story seemed to have included this plot point. But it was strange the class reunion was supposed to happen later, so why was it happening now? Could it be that his time travel had accelerated the entire plot? Li Hao felt a bit puzzled. Remember? What about it? Li Hao replied. Earlier, I was watching them chat in the group. I heard Zhou Qiansheng would be attending this time, and that he was actually the one organizing the reunion. At that moment, another fragment of the original host's high school memories surfaced, growing increasingly vivid. Back when the original host was in high school, calling him a pushover wasn't entirely accurate, he was just an ordinary high school student. He and his neighbor Qin Xiaomei had attended the same school from elementary through high school, they were practically childhood sweethearts. Back then, he was still young and had no clue about marriage, love, novelty, or affection. So he simply accepted the arranged marriage his family had set up. Originally, Qin Xiaomei had always followed the protagonist around like a shadow. They ate together, studied together, and even walked home together. But because Qin Xiaomei was beautiful, Zhou Qiansheng took a fancy to her and often pestered her. The original owner couldn't tolerate this, so he called on Zhang Jidong and confronted Zhou Qiansheng, intending to teach him a lesson. But Zhou Qiansheng got wind of it beforehand and hired a group of thugs to beat them up badly. As a result, the original owner spent her entire senior year living under Zhou Qiansheng's shadow. Ironically, not long after, Qin Xiaomei and Zhou Qiansheng announced they were dating. They even distributed wedding candies throughout the class. From that moment on, Li Hao saw through her completely. Though every time they met afterward, Qin Xiaomei would insist she only tolerated Zhou Qiansheng to protect him from harm, otherwise, the original owner would have been beaten to death. In reality, Qin Xiaomei despised his family's decline. When the original owner was just a teenager, his parents were swept away by a flood triggered by a torrential downpour. When his parents were still alive, the family had been relatively well off, and their old house even had the potential for demolition compensation. But after turning 10, he had to earn every penny for his living expenses through odd jobs. Washing dishes earned him 20 yuan a day. Combined with village subsidies, he managed to scrape by. Qin Xiaomei, unaware of this as a child, became snobbish after meeting Zhou Qiansheng in high school. She felt the original owner couldn't give her what she wanted, which is why she ended up with Zhou Qiansheng. The irony was that she played the whore yet still tried to maintain a virtuous facade with Li Hao. How could Li Hao possibly believe her? The original owner also had a younger sister. Not only did he have to save up for his own tuition and living expenses, but he also had to support his sister's education. But her sister had always been sensible. Beyond fixed expenses, she never asked the original owner for a single penny. She'd wear a single dress for 5 years, mending it when it tore before putting it back on. Things are much better now, though. His sister had gotten into a prestigious university in the city, and the original owner now had money to spare, completely free from such worries. Though his sister probably still didn't know he was wealthy. She likely doesn't even know her brother is married. The original owner never mentioned marrying into a wealthy family to her. After all, everything depended on the female lead's mood, so there was no need to tell his sister and cause her worry. Why aren't you saying anything? Reply to my message. You hesitated, you're giving me the silent treatment. After 2 years apart, our brotherly bond is completely gone. The real heartbreak isn't loud arguments, but a brother's silent treatment. Li Hao was utterly speechless. Staring at Zhang Jidong's relentless stream of messages, he simply chose to selectively acknowledge them. Since you say we haven't seen each other in 2 years, then let's meet at the class reunion. Zhang Jidong froze. Wait, I was just saying that. You're actually going? Aren't you afraid Zhou Qiansheng will give you a hard time again? What's there to fear? If he wants to come, let him come. What does it have to do with me? Besides, we're adults now. How could we possibly be as childish as we were back then? Truth be told, Li Hao was also curious to see what Zhou Qiansheng had become these days. He might as well settle the score for the original owner while he was at it. After all, this memory made Li Hao feel deeply sorry for the original owner. This melodramatic plot makes me feel sick to my stomach. If I don't help the original owner get even, I'll never get over this. Qin Xiaomei was so snobbish, right? I can't wait to see her regret. Mu Qingwan is an absolute goddess. If Chen Xiaomei were next to her, she probably wouldn't dare lift her head. When Chen Xiaomei sees the original owner has money, she might dump Zhou Qianqing and come chasing after her. But mark my words, I'll make her pay dearly for it. Chapter 56, You're clearly teasing me on purpose. Fine, we'll see then. I'm planning to return to City A for work anyway. Being a chef these days is no picnic. Li Hao recalled their last conversation when Zhang Jidong had just finished his apprenticeship and become a chef at a wildly popular restaurant. His monthly salary was around 7 or 8,000. Promotion to sous chef could bring his salary up to 10,000, and becoming head chef would mean 15,000. There was still hope. As long as he stuck with the job, he'd eventually become head chef. But sometimes he found it strange. Zhang Jidong had graduated from the same university as him, so why had he ended up becoming a chef? He had studied computer science back then. At the very least, he could have become a programmer, yet he chose to become a chef instead. Wasn't that surprising? Mu Qingwan watched Li Hao standing alone by the window, smoking. After a long while, she walked over to him. Truth be told, the gentle breeze blowing against her face felt quite pleasant. Noticing her approach, Li Hao quickly stubbed out his cigarette. "Honey, what's wrong?" Li Hao replied calmly, "Nothing. Just catching up with an old classmate." "Really? What did you talk about?" Mu Qingwan was filled with curiosity. After all, judging by Li Hao's current expression, something must have just happened. Since Mu Qingwan had asked, Li Hao saw no need to hide anything. After all, it was just an ordinary class reunion. He would have told Mu Qingwan about it eventually anyway. Some high school classmates wanted to get together sometime. After all, they hadn't seen each other in years and wanted to strengthen their friendships. Purely to strengthen friendships? That's impossible. It's just a chance to show off their wealth. Oh, I see. Well, go ahead then. If my husband's willing, bring me along too, I can help you save face. Li Hao was a bit surprised by this. Support you? You actually care about that? I thought work was all you cared about. Li Hao meant no harm with his words, but he hadn't anticipated Mu Qingwan would misinterpret them as if he were accusing her of neglecting him for her career. Mu Qingwan's lips curved slightly, her smile serene. Of course I care. After all, it's your matter. My husband can't let others look down on him. What if all your classmates bring their girlfriends, and you're the only one alone? What if people think you're single? Truthfully, that wasn't what Mu Qingwan was concerned about. Her words were merely playful banter. She simply wanted to see if the white moonlight Li Hao had spoken of would appear at this reunion. She was dying to know what this person who had occupied Li Hao's thoughts for so many years actually looked like. Li Hao didn't refuse. Alright, if you're free then, I'll take you along. Alright, it's settled. I'll definitely go with you. Oh, and one more thing. My grandfather's birthday is coming up soon. Even though he's passed away, we still celebrate it every year. It's really just an excuse for everyone to gather and spend more time with Grandma. I have 2 invitations to the auction house. Tomorrow, you can come with me to see if there's anything nice. We can bid on it and give it to Grandma as a gift. Li Hao nodded. After all, tomorrow was the weekend, and neither of them had any work commitments. The next day, they both dressed up carefully. After all, formal attire was appropriate for such an occasion. The moment Mu Qingwan and Li Hao entered the venue, Qin Yu noticed them. That look of jealousy made Li Hao, who hadn't spotted Qin Yu, feel inexplicably watched, even getting a chill down his spine. He quickly regained his composure, found their seats, and they settled down. Qin Yu followed, taking a seat not far behind them, his gaze fixed intently on the pair. He had received the invitation from the organizers long ago and knew both Li Hao and Mu Qingwan would attend. Having watched Mu Qingwan for so long, he would never let some useless son-in-law beat him to the punch and gain an advantage. Mu Qingwan's family background and every other aspect perfectly matched his own. Her abilities were even on par with his. Why on earth would she be with this good-for-nothing? Where exactly did he fall short? Qin Yu gritted his teeth and dialed a number. The auction officially commenced. Li Hao hadn't noticed that sitting next to Mu Qingwan was none other than Zhang Xuejiao. Zhang Xuejiao had spotted them long ago and greeted them with a smile. Long time no see. I never expected to see you here, Ms. Mu. I heard there's a priceless ruby ring up for auction this time, a true collector's item. Is that what you came to see, Ms. Mu? Zhang Xuejiao's attire today made her appear exceptionally amiable. Mu Qingwan returned a polite smile. Although they had some misunderstandings in the past, they had cleared things up during their last conversation. No, I'm here to pick out a gift for my grandmother. Zhang Xuejiao nodded, her gaze shifting to Li Hao. Manager Li was dressed quite elegantly today. Li Hao felt a bit awkward. Describing a man in his 20s as still full of charm seems a bit off, doesn't it? She's clearly teasing me on purpose. Talk about running into the wrong person at the wrong time. Never thought I'd bump into Zhang Xuejiao here. But this crazy woman probably won't hold it against me, since we had such a great chat last time. Mu Qingwan overheard Li Hao's thoughts, and a faint smile touched her lips. Truth be told, she really wasn't as petty as Li Hao imagined. Because she truly trusted her husband, she no longer felt overly sensitive about any woman approaching him. Soon, the auction commenced. True to her word, Zhang Shuejiao bid on the valuable red jewel she had mentioned. A single red jeweled ring fetched a staggering 3 million yuan. Zhang Shuejiao snapped it up without hesitation. It was Li Hao's first time at such an auction, and it was just like what he'd seen on TV. Over 3 million for a single ruby? The world of the wealthy is beyond me. Honey, is there anything you like? Mu Qingwan lifted her eyes slightly, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes fixed directly on Li Hao. Not yet. No worries, you look around first. Honestly, I'm not great at picking gifts for grandma anyway. I'll leave it all to you, just get whatever catches your eye. Honestly, my preferences are pretty standard, and I wasn't planning to buy anything anyway, but there's a beautiful ink-wash landscape bracelet that caught my eye. When the item came up for auction, Li Hao decisively raised his paddle. 2 million. The car he bought last time only cost a little over 2 million. He still had 7 or 8 million in his account, plus the money Mu Qingwan had transferred in bit by bit, adding up to nearly 10 million. Securing this bracelet should be more than manageable. Mu Qingwan hadn't expected Li Hao to take a liking to this bracelet. It was indeed somewhat unexpected. Moreover, it wasn't just one bracelet but a pair, both carved from the same piece of jade. The clean, translucent bracelets were dotted with specks of light, like floating green leaves on a lake, truly beautiful. Chapter 57, What an utter fool. A spendthrift's son. 3 million. Someone quickly raised the bid. Li Hao turned to see it was Qin Yu, and his brows furrowed slightly. Didn't expect you'd fancy this bracelet too, but I've got my eye on it as well. No way I'm letting you have it. Qin Yu was utterly arrogant. This bracelet is worth 4 million tops anymore and you'd be getting ripped off. Li Hao chuckled lightly. With his net worth, there was no need to go head to head with Qin Yu. After all, he didn't have much cash on hand. But he certainly didn't want Qin Yu to get it so easily. He was determined to make him pay. He raised his bid card, 5 million. Qin Yu didn't hesitate for a second. 6 million. Li Hao remained silent. Mu Qingwan looked at him. Honey, do you really like this bracelet? I'll bid for you. Just as Mu Qingwan was about to raise her bid card, Li Hao stopped her. No need. I have my own plan. He slowly raised his paddle. 7 million. This was the highest price he could offer. Whether Qin Yu won the bid or not, it didn't matter to him. But he was betting that Qin Yu's temperament would inevitably drive him to follow suit. No matter how high the price climbed, Qin Yu would keep raising it without batting an eye. 2 bracelets fetching 7 million? That's pure loss. These pieces are worth 4 million tops, absolutely max. If Qin Yu raised his bid, he'd be no different from a sucker. He'd regret it later. Upon learning Li Hao's scheme, Mu Qingwan had no intention of helping him bid further. Instead, a faint smile curved her lips, and her gaze toward Qin Yu held a hint of mockery. Qin Yu really was a fool, not nearly as clever as her husband. Just as Li Hao had anticipated, Qin Yu raised his paddle. 10 million. Qin Yu looked at Li Hao smugly, his eyes carrying a hint of provocation. He refused to believe this useless son-in-law had any money left. 7 million must be his last desperate stand. Since Mr. Qin is so fond of it, I shan't stand in the way of love. This bracelet is yours, Mr. Qin. Li Hao's voice was cool and detached, his eyes tinged with mockery. Only when whispers of discussion reached his ears did Qin Yu realize he'd been toyed with by Li Hao. Are you out of your mind? Even if you're rich, you can't just throw money around like that. That pair of bracelets is worth 4 million tops, yet this Qin family heir paid 10 million? He's got money to burn and is a total sucker. Exactly. If his father finds out, he'll break his legs for sure. What an idiot. If I had a son who wasted money like that, I'd have beaten him to death long ago. What do you know? So what if he's rich? If I had money, I'd do the same. Qin Yu might be foolish, but his father certainly isn't. The Qin family's entire fortune today is built on his father's hard work. This Qin Yu is way too gullible. If I'd known, I would have bid even higher. That fool might have kept chasing it. A scheming bastard like him deserves to be screwed over completely. Spend 10 million on a pair of bracelets. By the time he realizes it, his heart will be bleeding. Li Hao turned to look at Qin Yu. His expression had darkened to an extreme, his face bearing an indescribable emotion. His eyes burned with fierce hatred toward Li Hao. What's gotten into young Master Qin? I'm letting you have the bracelet, and you're still unhappy? Hearing this, Qin Yu grew even more furious. This time, he was clearly being toyed with by Li Hao. After all the auctions concluded, the winning bidders had to pay for their items. But Qin Yu's card didn't have 10 million yuan. His father kept a tight grip on the finances. At best, he had 7 million yuan on hand. He gritted his teeth, his face darkening to a frightening shade. Who wants these matching bracelets? I'll sell them. Qin Yu shouted. He needed to resell them to cover the 3 million shortfall, otherwise, today would be an even greater embarrassment. Just as Li Hao had anticipated, he chuckled softly to himself. Mu Qingwan's face also bore a trace of a sarcastic smile, as if looking at a fool. Mu Qingwan remarked coolly, young Master Qin just bought it and now wants to resell it? Young Master Qin certainly knows how to do business. We can't hold a candle to him. The remark was undeniably a jab at him. Qin Yu gritted his teeth. Being humiliated in front of Mu Qingwan was embarrassing enough, but the murderous glare he shot at Li Hao was enough to kill. Li Hao, you just wait. Sooner or later, I'll settle every single debt between us. But for now, he had to find a way to sell those matching bracelets. Otherwise, if word reached his father tomorrow, it wouldn't end with just a beating. Li Hao knew the original story's trajectory and understood exactly what kind of man Qin Yu's father was. Qin Yu's father retired from the military and went into business. Having such a spendthrift son was truly pitiful. I bet he doesn't have 10 million on hand unless he doesn't mind his father begging friends and relatives for loans. But tomorrow, the news of him spending 10 million on a pair of bracelets will be public, and he'll become the laughingstock of the entire city. Li Hao, didn't you just say you like this pair of bracelets? I'll sell them to you for 7 million. Interested? Qin Yu's face darkened. He just wanted to sell those bracelets as quickly as possible. Li Hao chuckled. Young Master Qin, you were so fond of those matching bracelets, weren't you? Why are you now parting with them at a loss of 3 million? Or is it that you can't come up with the 10 million? Li Hao's words hit the nail on the head. Seeing Qin Yu's expression, he realized he'd guessed correctly. But I don't fancy these matching bracelets anymore. If you're selling this pair to me, I can only offer 2 million. Otherwise, forget it. Seeing Li Hao's smug, arrogant expression, Qin Yu's anger flared even more. You're clearly toying with me. I didn't force you. You're the one who kept driving up the price. Did I force your hand to bid? Li Hao's face remained utterly expressionless, his gaze cold and distant as he stared straight at Qin Yu, as if looking at a joke. Zhang Xuejiao observed Li Hao. This man was indeed different from what she had imagined. His manner of doing things was exceptionally intriguing. Qin Yu gritted his teeth, watching as Li Hao prepared to pull Mu Qingwan away. He signaled to the thugs lurking in the shadows to make their move. The next moment, a group of men wielding machetes burst in. Mu Qingwan was startled, and chaos erupted instantly within the auction house. Everyone rushed toward the exit. Chaos erupted as people jostled and collided with one another. Mu Qingwan and Li Hao were swept up in the surging crowd. Amidst the chaotic shoving, Mu Qingwan was pushed to the side by the crowd. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, echoing throughout the auction house. Everyone froze in place. As a female CEO, Mu Qingwan was usually decisive and unflappable, but even she felt her heart race in this tense situation. She tried desperately to stay calm, but her trembling hands betrayed her inner fear. Nobody move. One more move and I'll shoot. The main entrance was clearly blocked by the criminal's accomplices, trapping everyone inside. Only after everything had quieted down did Li Hao clearly see Mu Qingwan's position. She had never faced a situation like this before, and the panic on her face was unmistakable. Li Hao gritted his teeth. At that moment, there was still some distance between him and Mu Qingwan. Everyone, get down on your knees with your hands on your heads. No calling the police. Throw every valuable item you have onto the counter. Anyone who disobeys, I'll cut them down one by one. Chapter 58, I'm the protagonist, I won't die. Li Hao assessed the group of thugs, roughly 4 or 5 of them. Damn it, the novel world really has it all, even guns. How am I supposed to enjoy this? I was holding on to that crazy woman the whole time, how did she end up over there? The thugs won't let me move. How am I supposed to get over there? Li Hao gritted his teeth, just as he was about to move toward Mu Qingwan. But one of the thugs wielding a knife spotted him. What the hell are you doing, moving around? I'm talking to you. Move again and I'll slice you to pieces, you believe me or not. Li Hao froze instantly. Seeing this, Mu Qingwan felt an overwhelming panic. As everyone began tossing their valuables onto the stage, Qin Yu gave them a subtle nod. The thugs understood immediately. At that moment, the thugs' gaze fell upon Mu Qingwan. Get over here. 2 of them dragged her onto the stage. Hey, you're the prettiest one in the whole auction house. How about being my wife? You look like a rich family's daughter, perfect for me. I'll treat you well. Mu Qingwan's face remained cold. Though terrified inside, she refused to show weakness. Let me go. I'll give you whatever money you want, just don't hurt us. Whatever amount you want, I have it. The thugs heard this and let out a cold laugh. We've already made enough from this job, but we're short on women. And you? You just happen to be my type. When we leave, I'll take you with us. After pausing, the criminal quickly changed his mind. Forget it. I'll stay here and let my brothers have a taste too. The next second, the thug leaned close to Mu Qingwan, sniffed beside her, and said with a lecherous grin, You smell so good, beauty. Mu Qingwan panicked instantly, yet forced herself to remain composed. She tried invoking legal rights, but these thugs wouldn't listen. If they dared to rob her, why would they fear the law? To protect her honor, Mu Qingwan ignored the knives in their hands. Let me go. She bit down hard on the man's arm. The pain made him jerk her violently to the ground. Dazed and disoriented, Mu Qingwan twisted her ankle in the fall. Unable to stand, she lay helplessly on the ground. Li Hao, unable to bear seeing Mu Qingwan bullied, strode out from the crowd. Let her go, now. You animals! But unexpectedly, Qin Yu beat into it, rushing straight to Mu Qingwan's side to help her up. However, the thug raised the knife in his hand, then lowered it, delivering a brutal kick straight into Qin Yu's body. You criminals! This is a crime. I'm the eldest son of the Qin group. Whatever money you want, I'll give it to you. Please let us go immediately. Otherwise, the Qin family is not to be trifled with. We will fight you to the bitter end. Qin Yu shot the criminal a meaningful glance. But Li Hao saw every single thing. So what if you've got stinking money? Do you think we're short on cash? If we weren't short on cash, what the hell would you be doing right now? Qin Yu and the thug played off each other's lines. The sleazy criminal shot Qin Yu a cold glance. Though they had indeed colluded, now that the criminal was blinded by greed, with so much money in hand, he saw no need to heed Qin Yu's words anymore. Besides, who knew if Qin Yu would keep his word? Better to rely on themselves. Qin Yu tried to put on a show, clenching his fist as if to strike, only to be kicked flying again by the thug. Qin Yu's eyes widened in shock. What the hell were these people playing at? Even a charade should have ended by now. He tried signaling with his eyes, but the thugs completely ignored him. Young Master Qin, it's best you don't make any rash moves. If you play nice, we might spare your life. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to take you out too. Qin Yu was instantly dumbfounded. He hadn't expected this group to turn on him. The men he'd hastily recruited were nothing more than petty thugs, usually only involved in petty theft and minor crimes. He'd assumed paying them handsomely would secure their loyalty, but their betrayal shattered that trust. Seeing Mu Qingwan's panicked expression, Qin Yu felt his own anxiety rise. But with his own life hanging in the balance, how could he possibly risk stepping forward to play the hero? Come on, baby. Let the boys give you a proper welcome. Mu Qingwan's figure was the finest he'd ever seen on a woman. What difference was there between her and a TV star? He wasn't about to let a woman like this slip away. Stop it! Li Hao roared. Don't you dare move. You want to die? Stay right there. Don't move, or I'll shoot. But Li Hao showed no sign of stopping. Suddenly, a pair of hands gripped him tightly. Li Hao glanced down to see Zhang Xuejiao shaking her head at him, signaling him not to act rashly. If I don't act now, this crazy woman will really be ruined by these bastards. Even though I'm not the original protagonist, I can't just stand by and watch his wife get bullied. Besides, I'm a book jump. I should come with a protagonist aura. I refuse to believe I'd die here otherwise. The author of this novel is a complete idiot. Li Hao shook off Zhang Xuejiao's hand and strode over. Watching his actions, Mu Qingwan felt tears welling up in her eyes as a wave of injustice swelled within her. But she knew that Li Hao approaching now was nothing short of suicide. Don't go over there, I beg you. But Li Hao didn't stop. The aura radiating from him unsettled the thugs. So much so that when he fired, his hand trembled slightly and the bullet veered off course. Li Hao had guessed correctly. He was born with a protagonist's aura. Nothing bad could possibly happen to him. Though in the story, the original protagonist was merely cannon fodder, now everything seemed to have reversed course because of me. Mu Qingwan is the protagonist, and the one she loves will inevitably become a protagonist too. In other words, Mu Qingwan has truly taken an interest in him. Now she genuinely likes him. Li Hao finally realized this. Each of these thugs held a knife, but only the leader carried a gun. Handguns usually don't hold many bullets. We just need to stall them here until the police arrive. Let her go. Li Hao kept his head down, his face buried in shadow, yet his gaze remained fixed on Mu Qingwan. The next instant, a sharp blade slashed viciously toward him. Li Hao dodged it at the last moment, but his arm was still cut. Mu Qingwan gasped in shock, watching his pristine white shirt gradually stain crimson. Her heart ached with pity. No, no. You must leave. None of them had anticipated this auction would escalate to such a chaotic state. Li Hao gave a bitter smile. The pain in his arm felt like it was killing him. Damn it, I never imagined it would hurt this much. Can the police hurry up? I'm going to die here. Turns out being a hero isn't all it's cracked up to be. But for Mu Qingwan, it was worth it. He didn't know what came over him just now. Seeing Mu Qingwan being bullied had filled him with rage, making him want to charge forward and fight that man to the death. Gritting his teeth to endure the searing pain in his arm, Li Hao kicked the thug standing beside him aside and seized the knife from their grasp. Chapter 59, It would be a waste not to be a cop. What are you doing? You've got some nerve, charging in alone like that. You must not value your life. What's your connection to this woman? Throwing your life away just to intervene? Think this is some TV show where heroes rescue damsels in distress? The thug sneered sarcastically. The biggest misfortune of his life was love. Ever since his wife ran off with another man, he'd stopped trusting any woman. And in this line of work, if you weren't ruthless, how could you possibly survive? But Li Hao ignored them, continuing toward Mu Qingwan. Mu Qingwan's eyes were already red from crying. She had never wept like this before. She swallowed hard, her throat dry. Seeing Li Hao lift her up and shield her behind him, she felt deeply moved. Only then did Li Hao speak calmly. The police have already surrounded the building outside. Fighting here to buy time would undoubtedly be the most unwise choice for you. I know your actions today stem either from being manipulated or bribed. Here's the deal, I'll be your hostage. I'll go with you and cover for you. In return, you release everyone here." No sooner had Li Hao finished speaking than the wail of police sirens echoed from outside. The moment he spotted this group of criminals, Li Hao had already dialed 911 and sent the location to the police dispatch center. The police would arrive within 15 minutes. It seemed the timing was perfect, just in the nick of time. The sleazy criminal frowned and roared in anger. "How the hell is that possible? The signal here is clearly jammed. Who the hell called the cops? I'll chop them to pieces." Everyone exchanged nervous glances, none daring to step forward and admit it. Does it even matter who called the police now? Just listen to me, let them go. I'll be the hostage. Mu Qingwan's heart felt as though it had been gripped by an invisible hand. She knew Li Hao had sacrificed himself to save her. In that moment, she desperately wanted to stop his bleeding immediately, yet she feared causing him pain. Her hand, suspended mid-air, trembled slightly. This man had rushed to protect her without hesitation in such a perilous moment, even at the cost of his own life. She had never imagined anyone would risk everything for her like this. She clutched Li Hao's hand tightly, afraid to let go for even a moment, as if releasing it would make him vanish. "Kid, do you really think we're stupid enough to take you hostage? Fine, whatever. But don't try any tricks on us." They knew there was a back door, so they could leave from the rear. The next second, Li Hao tossed aside his weapon and prepared to move. Just as Mu Qingwan was about to speak, Li Hao silenced her with a single glance. Faced with life or death stakes, these criminals clearly didn't care much about the woman. Their sole focus was on escaping. Bringing too many people would only slow down their escape. They dragged Li Hao to the back door and set it ablaze. "Sorry, but we're not planning on killing anyone today. We don't need your cover, we just want the money. This fire won't spread far, nor will it take your life. You can stay here and wait for the police. Bro, I respect you as a man. Watch out for that guy surnamed Qin." He didn't believe much in love himself, but he didn't oppose others believing in it. They'd already prepared every escape route, otherwise, they wouldn't have pulled off such a brazen robbery. But Li Hao had no intention of letting him go. The moment the criminal turned, Li Hao lunged at the leader, yanking him straight into the flames. With their boss trapped, the henchmen naturally panicked even more. Seizing the moment, Li Hao slammed the door shut and locked it from the inside out. The criminal gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Li Hao. "You really aren't afraid of death? Then I'll grant you your wish." The next second, gunfire echoed throughout the auction house. Li Hao was already considerably larger than the criminal. Spotting an iron bar nearby, he grabbed it and swung it hard at the criminal's gun-wielding hand. The gun was knocked from his grasp. "You!" Seizing the moment, Li Hao swung the iron rod directly at the man's head. "You!" Having that protagonist aura really makes a difference. When luck's on your side, even paper money can be spent like real cash. This inexplicably appearing iron rod, isn't that the protagonist aura? The author won't let me die in this story. What can you do to me? At worst, I'll just get a few scrapes and bleed a little, nothing more than a painful experience. The auction house fire didn't burn long. Li Hao and the criminal were eventually escorted out by the police. Li Hao was utterly exhausted now, covered in scrapes and bruises, his clothes scorched with several gaping holes from the flames. Blood still seeped from the wounds on his arms. Mu Qingwan spotted Li Hao in the crowd, and the weight on her heart finally lifted. Her eyes brimmed with heartache. Li Hao looked up at Mu Qingwan, who was crying her eyes out. His vision blurred, and he collapsed to the ground. "It's over. Too much blood loss. It hurts so much. Has the protagonist's aura worn off? Is this the end?" The criminal, now in police custody, stared at Li Hao with terror etched across his face. His body was already beaten beyond recognition by Li Hao. Later, when the police came to take Mu Qingwan's statement, they exclaimed in astonishment, "So this guy is your husband? When we found him, he was in the middle of a fierce fight with that criminal. You should have seen how fierce he was. It's a shame he's not a cop. Look at the injuries on that criminal. We sent him for examination, and he has several broken ribs. We had to pull him away. He wasn't about to stop." Mu Qingwan knew deep down that he was afraid if he let go, the criminal would come back to bully her again. Li Hao actually cares about me this much. At that very moment, Li Hao lay in the hospital. She had stayed by his side all night long. It wasn't until the next day that Li Hao finally woke up. He wanted water, but seeing Mu Qingwan sleeping beside the bed, her arms wrapped around him, he couldn't bear to wake her. He could only stretch his injured arm out to grope at the water cup on the table beside him. Suddenly, a piercing pain shot through him. He hissed sharply and quickly withdrew his hand. Mu Qingwan stirred awake at that moment. Seeing Li Hao had regained consciousness, a wave of bitterness welled up in her nose. "Husband, you're finally awake." She couldn't find the words, only repeating the 3 words over and over. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have gotten hurt. I'm the one who dragged you into this." Mu Qingwan still wore the same dress she'd worn at the auction house yesterday, her face covered in a layer of gray dust. He remembered how fastidiously clean she usually was. How could she possibly tolerate looking so disheveled? She must be truly terrified. Li Hao swallowed hard. I'm not blaming you. As long as you're safe, that's the greatest comfort to me. So could you pour me a glass of water now? I'm really thirsty. Mu Qingwan snapped out of it and poured him a glass. My arm hurts so bad, I thought I was gonna die. And it's not just my arm, my whole body aches. Guess saving the damsel in distress isn't all it's cracked up to be. Never doing that again, it's killing me. In real life, he'd never endured such suffering. Seeing he was unharmed, Mu Qingwan smiled through her tears. Husband, you looked so handsome yesterday. Thank you. Li Hao cleared his throat and said, nah, no big deal. I'm fine now. Go wash your face and get some rest. Don't worry about me, look at your tear-stained face. Chapter 60, I'll go pursue my white moonlight after all. When had Li Hao ever seen Mu Qingwan like this? An inexplicable pang of unease stirred in his heart. Who would have thought this crazy woman would actually stay here all night waiting for me? It really caught me off guard. Logically speaking, she shouldn't be this kind to me. But the worry in her eyes back then didn't seem fake. Could this crazy woman actually like me? Back then, even if the original owner had donated an organ to her, she wouldn't have cared. Before Li Hao could process it, Mu Qingwan leaned in close and pressed a cool kiss to his lips. Li Hao froze in shock, staring blankly at the slightly bashful Mu Qingwan. The pain in her eyes didn't seem fake. Women's hearts truly are like needles at the bottom of the sea. He'd never truly understand what women were thinking. Mu Qingwan's face was still smudged with dirt, her eyes slightly red and puffy. Perhaps it was because she had stayed awake all night watching over him yesterday. Yet Li Hao couldn't help but wonder, why did Mu Qingwan care so much about him? Was it simply because he had saved her yesterday? Your face is all smudged. I'm fine now. You should go rest. Li Hao's tone was flat. After his injury, the dynamic between them seemed strangely altered. But then, Li Hao stayed in the hospital for 3 days, and not once did Mu Qingwan come to visit him during that time. He'd been overthinking it after all. How could Mu Qingwan possibly care about him? Just as Li Hao was feeling a bit down, his secretary Qin Zhaozhao entered the hospital room. Qin Zhaozhao informed Li Hao that Mu Qingwan had been incredibly busy these past few days. A critically important project required Ms. Mu's personal oversight, leaving her overwhelmed with work every single day. She didn't even have a moment to rest. Even so, Mu Qingwan remained constantly concerned about Li Hao's condition. Whenever she found a moment, she would call the doctor to inquire about his progress and had even thoughtfully prepared a recovery gift for him. Hearing this, Li Hao's sense of disappointment dissipated considerably. After Qin Zhaozhao left, Li Hao opened his phone to find the high school alumni chat group buzzing with excitement. Zhou Qiancheng had already set the restaurant location at an upscale establishment, and everyone was gushing about it. After all, the average per-person cost at this restaurant was already a hefty 1,000 yuan. Qin Dong, Zhou Qiancheng's right-hand man, was particularly active in the group chat. Qin Dong, don't worry, everyone. This won't be a wasted trip. After so many years apart, we deserve to eat well. Qin Dong, no matter how many of you come, bring your girlfriends. Brother Zhou said he's treating, and we'll definitely eat well. Qin Dong, how about we take sign-ups? Anyone coming, just pop up. Li Hao chuckled softly, a faint trace of sarcasm curling his lips. Zhou Qiancheng's treating, yet Qin Dong's more eager than anyone. Sounds like he's the one footing the bill. All these years, acting like Zhou Qiancheng's lapdog, fawning over him at every turn. Doesn't he ever get sick of it? Probably revels in being his beast of burden. If Brother Zhou says 1, he dares not say 2. If Brother Zhou heads east, he dares not go west. After the final guest list was tallied, Qin Dong spotted Li Hao's name and immediately sent a barrage of mocking emojis. Qin Dong, did I see that right? Li Hao actually dares to show up. Ha! Haven't seen him in years, and his nerve sure has grown. Qin Dong, come on, come on. Li Hao, don't just sign up and stay silent. It's been ages since we last met. All those past misunderstandings, let's just have a proper meal together this time. Qin Dong, heard you're in Cydia too. What's your fancy job? Still doing manual labor? No offense, but if you're really struggling, just tell us at the reunion. We'll hook you up with a high-paying gig. Li Hao read these taunts without a flicker of emotion. If he'd been broke, he probably wouldn't have bothered with the reunion. But now that he had a little cash, why indulge these people? After a moment of silence, Li Hao casually typed a line on his keyboard. Li Hao, sure thing. I was just worried about not having a high-paying job and struggling to make ends meet. Though no one openly mocked him in the group chat, the underlying tone of every comment was undeniably sarcastic. They all looked down on him, plain and simple. Li Hao shut off his phone. His injuries were nearly healed, and the class reunion was just around the corner. He checked himself out of the hospital and returned home alone. The house was empty. Not even Mu Qingwan was around. Normally, she should have been home from work by now. A moment passed. Sitting on the sofa, Li Hao found himself oddly curious about where Mu Qingwan had gone. He couldn't resist and dialed her number. The line was filled with noise, and he could faintly make out several men's voices. After a moment, the noise on Mu Qingwan's end finally subsided. Where are you? Sorry, honey. I've been swamped these past few days and haven't had time to visit you at the hospital. How's your injury? Li Hao's intuition was spot on. Mu Qingwan had completely ignored his question, suggesting that her current location and activities were inconvenient to disclose. But he didn't want to press her further. I've been discharged already. I'm fine. You go ahead and focus on your work. No need to rush back. I'll grab something to eat out on my own. All right. Once I finish this busy period, I'll come back and spend quality time with you. With that, Li Hao hung up the phone. That crazy woman probably isn't with some new guy she just met? Given the original story's melodramatic twists, this kind of plot development wouldn't surprise me. Judging by her voice, Mu Qingwan sounds like she's at a KTV or bar. Whatever. Let her be. I can't change Mu Qingwan's storyline anyway, so don't blame me. I softened toward her because of her once-in-a-million looks and recent changes. But now, I'll just go pursue my true love. Yet the more he thought this, the emptier Li Hao felt inside. It was as if something had clenched his heart tightly, making it hard to breathe. It wasn't until 2 or 3 in the morning that Mu Qingwan stumbled back, reeking of alcohol. The dim light inside the room flickered as she took a shower, her noise waking Li Hao from his slumber. Li Hao opened his eyes slightly and caught a glimpse of a faint red mark on Mu Qingwan's neck. His brow furrowed slightly. Perhaps it was the encroaching drowsiness, or perhaps he simply didn't want to speculate. He chose to fall back asleep. When he woke the next morning, Mu Qingwan was no longer beside him. In the living room, the aroma of breakfast filled the air. Mu Qingwan had risen earlier and eaten breakfast. Li Hao glanced at her neck and could still see traces of foundation used to cover it. So I was right after all. I mean nothing to this crazy woman. I overthought it yesterday. I actually let myself get carried away. Thinking about it now, it's ridiculous. Chapter 61. Do you have a partner yet? Oh, and honey, I've arranged for you to take over half a month off. Just rest at home. Xin Xiaoxiao is covering for you at the company, so you don't need to worry. Right now, your recovery is the top priority. Mu Qingwan wore a gentle smile on her face. But for some reason, whenever Li Hao saw the red marks on her neck, he couldn't help but suspect she'd spent the night with some other man, and it made him feel uneasy. Got it. You focus on your work. Don't worry about me. Li Hao shrugged it off. It was always like this before, except now Mu Qingwan was just putting on a show of caring for him. All right. I've been so busy lately that I might neglect you. Please don't blame me, honey. Once I'm done, I'll definitely spend quality time with you, okay? Mu Qingwan apologized softly, took a few sips of porridge, and hurried out the door. Before leaving, she glanced back at Li Hao and frowned slightly. She thought he might be prone to overthinking since he'd only recently recovered. But she was simply too busy now to spare the energy to delve into his emotional fluctuations. She'd make it up to Li Hao properly once this busy period passed. Li Hao, meanwhile, leisurely savored the lavish breakfast spread before him. She slept with other men yesterday, yet this morning she's feigning affection with sweet talk. That crazy woman really is cunning. No, you're even more hypocritical than before. After doing such a despicable thing, you still pretend to care about me, even put on this virtuous act. She's quite the expert at this. If I'd known, I shouldn't have rushed to save you at the auction that day. I should have just let Qin Yu have his way. Just thinking about the heart-pounding drama at the auction house that day made him regret it. Why did he have to charge in headlong like that? What could be more important than life itself? Nothing, of course. Li Hao had long seen through it. The entire incident at the auction house had been meticulously orchestrated by Qin Yu. Otherwise, how could he have coordinated so seamlessly with those thugs? His goal was simply to stage a heroic rescue for Mu Qingwan and win her heart. Even a peacock's display couldn't rival Qin Yu's grandstanding. What he hadn't anticipated, however, was that the criminals would renege on their deal right then and there. The police investigation results should have been released by now. Qin Yu was indeed a suspect, but the Qin family pulled strings to get him off with just a month's detention. These days, every member of the wealthy elite has deep pockets. Pulling strings and buying influence? That's a piece of cake. Just as Li Hao was deep in thought, the phone rang at the most inopportune moment. Seeing the caller ID displayed as Zhang Jidong, he immediately pressed the answer button. I'll be at City A Airport in half an hour. Bro, could you pick me up? I don't know anyone here. I'm counting on you. Unfamiliar territory? Didn't you attend university here? Li Hao questioned casually. Zhang Jidong chuckled softly. I just miss you too much. Wanted to see you the moment I step off the plane. What's the matter? After 2 years apart, can't you pick up your good brother? Time has truly dulled everything. You really are a cold-hearted man. We practically grew up together, sharing the same pants. How could you bear to see your brother standing here all alone? Before he could finish, Li Hao cut him off. Fine, I'll come over later. Stop playing the victim. I'm not exactly in a better state myself. In his world, there were almost no friends he could truly confide in. Much less the kind of lifelong brotherhood he shared with the original owner and Zhang Jidong. In real life, his days were nothing but work, a monotonous existence devoid of social connections or hobbies. Sigh. Arriving here unexpectedly gave him a good brother in Zhang Jidong. Half an hour later, Li Hao drove to the airport. In the original host's memories, Zhang Jidong was rather short, barely reaching his shoulders, and plump. Yet, despite waiting in the car for ages, he saw no sign of him. It wasn't until Zhang Jidong video called him that he learned the other man's location. What surprised Li Hao was that the once short and plump Zhang Jidong had actually slimmed down considerably. Li Hao got out of the car and called out to Zhang Jidong, "Over here." Zhang Jidong immediately turned his head at the sound. His expression froze the moment he saw the luxury car beside Li Hao. "Holy crap, bro! How'd you get a Mercedes? That must be worth over $1 million. Tell me, did you secretly win some big lottery prize or something?" Just as Li Hao was about to explain, Zhang Jidong cut him off again. "No way, you must have rented this. You really went all out renting a luxury car just to pick me up. Turns out you're a brother worth having." He racked his brain and could only come up with this possibility. Li Hao had been just an ordinary worker before, earning $5,000 or $6,000 a month. How could he possibly afford such an expensive car? Either Li Hao won the lottery, or this car is rented. The latter seemed far more likely. Li Hao shook his head helplessly and went along with it. "Yeah, pretty touching, huh?" He'd never told Zhang Jidong about his marriage. The main reason was that his relationship with Mu Qingwan had never been stable to begin with. It was a whirlwind marriage, so there was no need to inform Zhang Jidong. He probably still thought Li Hao was single. Besides, the guy never paid attention to the news. He was always buried in video games, so he probably hadn't seen any of the online buzz about him and his ex-girlfriend either. Never mind. He'd explain it later. He'd already booked Zhang Jidong a hotel. Holy crap, a sea view king room. Li Hao, you didn't have to go all out like this. Did you suddenly strike it rich? Zhang Jidong stared in disbelief. In his mind, Li Hao was just as strapped for cash as he was. Scraping together 10 or 20,000 yuan was already pushing it. Made a little money, huh? Didn't you say you were coming to City A to develop your career? Stay here first, then look for work. With that, Zhang Jidong accepted Li Hao's offer without hesitation. No wonder you had the confidence to attend the class reunion. What was there to be afraid of? So many years had passed. But this reunion will be packed. You saw the group list, right? Besides our class, some of the school's notorious figures will be there too. Li Hao lit a cigarette absent-mindedly. Who cares who they are? What does it matter to me? It's just another class reunion full of snobbery, mutual flattery, and flaunting wealth. I've seen this plot play out countless times in novels, but I've never experienced it firsthand. This time, I'm going to savor the feeling of putting on airs and getting my ass kicked. By the way, have you found a partner yet? This was the question Zhang Jidong was most curious about. He was already 26 and still single, so he wouldn't let his buddy beat him to experiencing the hardships of love. I have someone. But it might as well not exist. Chapter 62, Are you just trying to flatter me to death? What? Zhang Jidong shot upright from the hotel sofa. How could you have a girlfriend? When did this happen? Why didn't you tell me? And in these past 2 years, you never once reached out to me. Every single time, I was the one contacting you. Li Hao, ask yourself honestly, did you forget about me? Faced with Zhang Jidong's sudden barrage of nagging, Li Hao pressed his hand to his forehead, feeling utterly speechless. That's not important. What matters is you get some sleep. Aren't you going to the party tonight? Zhang Jidong pouted. Fine. The two stayed in the hotel all afternoon, sleeping until 6 o'clock. The class reunion was set for 6:30. Leaving now would probably be too late. Li Hao kicked Zhang Jidong, who was fast asleep. Startled, he shot upright in bed. What the hell? Look at the time. Zhang Jidong glanced at the time and gasped in shock. Let's go. We're leaving now. After quickly gathering their things, Li Hao and Zhang Jidong drove to the restaurant address Zhou Qiansheng had booked. Li Hao found a street parking spot, parked the car, and followed Zhang Jidong inside without hesitation. This restaurant was no ordinary place. Though the average per-person cost was no less than 1,000 yuan, hosting a gathering here and renting a private room meant the total bill for the evening would be astronomical. Who would have thought that after all these years, Zhou Qiansheng, once a lowlife, had made it so big? He actually had the means to treat all of us to dinner. Tonight's bill would easily top 100,000 yuan. Not drinking would be one thing, but if they did drink, the bill would likely be even higher. Li Hao, however, shrugged it off. A place like this is meant for the wealthy, right? Otherwise, why would any ordinary person casually spend a month's salary on a single meal? Whatever. If he says he's treating, then we'll just freeload. If he doesn't treat, we'll split the bill. He certainly had the means to cover that 100,000. Zhang Jidong curled his lip. He hadn't expected that after 2 years apart, his good buddy would become so confident. Big cities really do breed confidence. I don't have much cash on me. My savings over these 2 years barely add up to 30,000. I need to save up for my wedding. Zhang Jidong muttered to himself. Sure enough, every melodramatic novel features a poor, loyal, chatty brother. I'm already curious to see what happens at the class reunion. Back in high school, Zhou Qiancheng's bullying and oppression had turned the entire class against the original host. It wasn't so much hostility as outright disdain and contempt. But I came here today to vent the original owner's frustrations. I'm eager to see how these hypocritical faces have evolved. When Li Hao and the others pushed open the private room door, it was already packed. Aside from Zhou Qiancheng and a few other classmates who hadn't shown up, nearly everyone was there. The private room could easily seat 50 or 60 people. 2 large tables were set up in the private room, each accommodating 30 people. The interior was far more luxurious than Zhang Jidong had imagined. It was his first time dining in such a place, and he was afraid of embarrassing himself. By now, only a few seats remained. Qin Yu spotted Li Hao's arrival, a sneer curling his lips. He deliberately clapped his hands to silence the students. He deliberately raised his voice. Li Hao is here. Come, take your seat. I hear you're doing quite well for yourself these days. There aren't many seats left, so you can sit here. As the big boss and wealthy individual, the main seat is naturally reserved for our star guest, Li Hao. Qin Yu scrutinized Li Hao from head to toe. Not a single designer label was visible on his entire outfit, not even a watch. He was probably still the same broke loser as before, just here to score a free meal. As soon as Qin Yu spoke, many others chimed in. Yeah. We've been waiting for you. Take the head seat. After all these years apart, who knows where you struck it rich? Back in the day, Li Hao was full of ambition. He was the top student in our class. You must be doing well now. Don't be modest, take the head seat. A wave of boisterous laughter swept through the room, each pair of eyes flashing a hint of mocking amusement. According to the original host's memories, these people looked completely different from their childhood selves. Yet upon closer inspection, faint resemblances could still be discerned. Some faces, however, Li Hao simply couldn't recognize. The original host's memories of certain classmates were blurred. How could he possibly remember everyone's names? But Qin Yu? That he remembered vividly. He couldn't forget him, no matter who else he forgot. Alright then. Since everyone's inviting me to sit, I might as well take a seat. After all, I'm all about being considerate. Besides, there's no other seat anyway, might as well give them what they want. They just want to flatter me to death, huh? Let's see what these people are made of. Qin Yu watched Li Hao sit down at the head seat without a flicker of embarrassment, and a wave of sarcasm washed over him. That's right, the seat was reserved just for you. So, where are you working these days? How much do you make? Got a car and a house? Married yet? Qin Yu fired off a barrage of questions the moment he sat down. All eyes in the private room turned to Li Hao, many glances laced with mockery. Li Hao glanced around. This group clearly came prepared, each dressed impeccably, some even sporting expensive luxury watches. Especially Qin Yu, his watch alone cost tens of thousands, his hair slicked back with gel, and he was dressed in a full suit. He clearly placed immense importance on this class reunion. In contrast, Li Hao wore casual clothes, his hair simply falling over his forehead. Aside from a youthful vibe and good looks, he had no other distinguishing features. Not a single trace of wealth was visible anywhere on him. Li Hao chuckled softly. No need to answer personal questions. We're here to eat, not interrogate each other, right? Qin Yu wasn't having it. What kind of talk is that? Aren't I just showing concern for an old classmate? I honestly didn't expect you to show up this time. I thought you were doing well, but you're still dressed like a pauper. Bro, if you're struggling financially, just let me know. I can hook you up with a high-paying job. Guaranteed easy money. How about this? Our company building needs a security guard. I'll talk to the boss and get you hired. You'd make $8,000 a month. How much are you making now? Chapter 63, sitting here is already doing you a favor. Qin Yu mocked Li Hao without restraint, not caring whether Li Hao wanted to engage with him or not. He seemed completely oblivious to Li Hao's expression. Li Hao, however, remained utterly unruffled. Facing Qin Yu's flattery and mockery, he found it all rather laughable. Sure enough, this class reunion was exactly as he'd imagined. Everyone was here to flaunt their wealth, competing to show who was living better. No need, Li Hao replied flatly. My current job is perfectly fine. Li Hao's voice was flat, showing no desire to engage. Dealing with people like this would only cause him unnecessary frustration. Pretty good? Then tell us exactly what's so great about your job. How much do you make a month? It's not that I look down on you, but after all these years, you're still this broke. Look at the clothes you're wearing. You didn't even bother to dress up for such an important occasion. You just showed up like this, all sloppy. As the ancients wisely said, once a person's attire becomes careless, their entire life follows suit. Zhang Jidong, sitting nearby, clenched his jaw as his expression darkened. He knew this reunion would be a mixed bag, but he hadn't expected to be looked down upon like this. He assumed everyone had matured and wouldn't act as childishly as they did back then. Yet Qin Yu remained unchanged, targeting Li Hao with the same reckless abandon as ever. Li Hao lowered his gaze. This doesn't concern you. Please show some restraint. As the words left his lips, the private room door swung open. Zhou Qiancheng entered, accompanied by his girlfriend. And the woman standing beside him was none other than Li Hao's childhood sweetheart, Chen Xiaomei. The one he'd been betrothed to his children. Li Hao lifted his gaze slightly, his eyes landing on the pair. Zhou Qiancheng stopped in his tracks when he saw his seat occupied, his gaze locking directly onto Li Hao. Their eyes locked, neither showing any sign of backing down. Qin Yu chuckled out loud. Li Hao, you really plan to sit here and not budge? This seat was reserved for brother Zhou. Do you think you're worthy? Back in high school we looked down on you, and we still do. This reunion is just me coming to humiliate you on purpose. I've never seen anyone with such thick skin. You just sat down when I told you to? Did you actually think I was complimenting you? Qin Yu's merciless sarcasm reached Li Hao's ears, yet his expression remained calm, showing not a hint of anger at the taunts. Since I've taken this seat, I have no intention of leaving. You, his lackey, specifically had me sit here. Looks like I'm more important to him than you are. Li Hao's sickening words instantly enraged Qin Yu. He leapt to his feet and roared at Li Hao, "What the hell did you just say? Have you no shame? Know your place. I'll always be loyal to brother Zhou." Li Hao remained impassive, showing no emotion. He sat motionless in his seat, showing no intention of giving up the spot. Sitting here is already me giving you face. You're all just fawning over Zhou Qiancheng, thinking you're somehow elevating yourselves? I'll play along with them and see who has the last laugh. I'm sitting here today, and I doubt Zhou Qiancheng would hold it against me after all. It's just a seat. We're all old classmates. Besides, he's a big-time businessman. Why would he compete with an ordinary person like me over a seat? Li Hao spoke casually, his demeanor relaxed and unfazed, showing no trace of fear. Zhou Qiancheng's brow furrowed slightly. After all these years, this kid remains just as irritating as ever. Fine. I'll give you that seat. As Zhou Qiancheng finished speaking, Chen Xiaomei beside him slowly interjected. But on one condition, you're buying today's bill. Over the years, Chen Xiaomei had transformed from a blank slate into her current alluring and seductive self. She wasn't naturally stunning, and with such heavy makeup on her face, she just looked like a gold digger. Fine, I'll cover the bill. Let's all sit down in order. Frowning, Chen Xiaomei added, Li Hao, stop fooling around. With your salary, there's no way you can afford the bill here. With all of us, tonight's expenses will be a huge sum. Don't embarrass yourself. Give up your seat. It doesn't belong to you. Zhou Qiancheng was probably the wealthiest among them. She'd been following Zhou Qiancheng around, but their relationship wasn't exactly close. But they certainly weren't living in poverty. When it came to spending money, Zhou Qiancheng was quite generous. Li Hao lifted his gaze slightly, completely ignoring Chen Xiaomei. Don't speak to me, you utterly hypocritical woman. You disgust me. If it weren't for this woman back then, my high school life wouldn't have been so miserable. She complained to me about Zhou Qiancheng's faults while stringing him along, thinking she could lord over the school with a powerful big brother by her side. No one would dare cross her. Looking back now, that was precisely Chen Xiaomei's mindset back then. Upon hearing Li Hao offer to pay, Zhou Qiancheng let out a light laugh, his eyes brimming with undisguised scorn. Qin Yu gave up his seat for Zhou Qiancheng, who now sat beside him. As soon as Zhou Qiancheng sat down, he casually tossed his car keys onto the table, an act that seemed effortless but was deliberately calculated. Who would make such a big fuss over dropping keys for no reason? Wasn't this blatant showing off? Qin Yu shot Li Hao a cold, disdainful look. How shameless. I'll be watching to see how you foot this bill today. If you can't afford it, don't expect us to chip in. Li Hao said nothing, merely picking up the menu and marking every dish he desired. The dishes for both tables were nearly identical. Seeing the selections nearly complete, Zhou Qiancheng casually checked off several bottles of premium red wine. Qin Yu, seeing this, chuckled. Of course we need wine for a class reunion. Li Hao, you're treating everyone to a few bottles of fine wine, surely you won't mind, right? A little wine? Why would I mind? Order whatever you like. All right. Qin Yu chuckled softly. Seeing Li Hao's magnanimity, he no longer hesitated and directly called the waiter to bring 20 bottles of premium Frantis. Most classmates watched with schadenfreude, though a few felt it was excessive. Dong, you don't need to order that much. A single bottle of Frantis costs around 10,000 yuan. We won't be able to finish all that. Won't it just go to waste? Chapter 64, Don't let her come provoke me, or I'll insult her. Plus, they don't store leftover wine here, and you definitely can't take it out. If we don't finish it, it'll just stay here, that's a waste. Exactly. And those of us driving can't drink anyway. Qin Yu laughed heartily. Li Hao isn't worried about the cost, so we shouldn't be either. Let's drink freely. If you can't make it back, I'll personally drive you home. Brother Zhou's driver is waiting outside too. Chen Xiaomei chimed in with a smile, exactly. My driver's waiting outside. If anyone gets too tipsy, he can take them back to their hotel. Zhang Jidong watched the scene unfold, then lowered his voice to whisper in Li Hao's ear. A single bottle costs 10,000 yuan. I just saw the menu, the dishes ordered already total tens of thousands, and that's for 2 tables. This meal will easily run into hundreds of thousands. I only have 30 grand in my account right now. Don't try to play the big shot with me, I can't afford this. We'll end up stuck here washing dishes later. Zhang Jidong's well-meaning warning only made Li Hao chuckle. Li Hao patted his shoulder reassuringly. You came all this way, I have to treat you to a proper meal. Don't worry, I can cover this. Zhang Jidong swallowed hard, his eyes lingering on Li Hao's resolute gaze, half convinced, half skeptical. His car was rented, where would he find that kind of spare cash? Even if he did, he only had 100,000 or so on him. Blowing his life savings on a single meal just wasn't worth it. I know you're here to redeem yourself, but it's completely unnecessary. What happened in the past is over. Spending over 100,000 on these people just isn't worth it. Zhang Jidong tried to say more, but Zhou Qianqing cut him off. What are you whispering about? Don't tell us you can't afford it after we've ordered. Li Hao, I'll give you one chance. Step down from this seat now and admit you can't afford it. I'll cover the bill for you. Zhou Qianqing couldn't wait to see Li Hao humiliated and hand over his seat. But Li Hao simply opened the bottle of red wine on the table. With practiced ease, he aerated it before pouring a glass for Zhang Jidong and himself. Wishing you smooth sailing in your future endeavors in City A. It's been years since we last met, brothers. Consider this toast my gift to you. Zhang Jidong looked stunned but raised his glass and downed it in one gulp. Zhou Qianqing's expression instantly turned cold. So Li Hao hadn't taken his words seriously at all. Fine, then he'd see how he made a fool of himself later. There are ladies here who can't drink. Order some beverages and desserts. Since you're picking up the tab today, Li Hao, you handle the arrangements. Zhou Qianqing requested a menu from the waitstaff and handed it back to Li Hao. Sure, no problem. Li Hao scribbled on the menu. Ordering based on the number of people, this should be enough. There were only about a dozen girls between the 2 tables, so they wouldn't eat much. Just as he was about to hand the menu to the waiter, Qin Yu snatched it back. Let me see what you ordered. This won't be enough. Let me order. The girls' choices are what I like too. You don't mind, do you, Li Hao? No problem. Half an hour later, nearly all the dishes and drinks had arrived, piled high across the entire table until not a single empty spot remained. The classmates present were utterly dumbfounded. This is way too much. We'll never finish it all. The food here isn't cheap, and we shouldn't waste Li Hao's money like this. Exactly. His money didn't grow on trees. Maybe we should send back a few bottles of wine? They're still unopened, and the dinner's just starting. The waitstaff should understand. The alcohol here is strong. We can manage 10 bottles at most. You ordered 20 bottles per table, there's no way we'll finish it all. The classmates all voiced their doubts about the amount of food. Qin Yu, however, shrugged it off. No big deal. Li Hao's got money, he's treating us. He definitely won't mind. At this, Li Hao smiled indifferently. Of course I'm treating. Everyone, eat and drink freely, don't worry about the cost. But I'm no sucker. Qin Yu ordered all this liquor himself. If we don't finish it, I'll cover the food bill, but I won't pay a cent for the drinks. If we do finish it, I won't begrudge the cost of those bottles. The implication was clear: if Qin Yu didn't finish the liquor on the table, he'd foot the bill himself. Qin Yu's smile instantly froze. Great, if we don't finish it, I'll foot the bill. Chen Xiaomei's gaze fixed squarely on Li Hao. After all these years, he'd grown even more handsome than before. Zhou Qianqing's looks couldn't hold a candle to his. If Li Hao hadn't been so poor, she never would have ended up with Zhou Qianqing. Perhaps he had earned some money over the years, but there was no need to spend all his savings on a single meal just for the sake of appearances. The total for the drinks, beverages, and desserts had already surpassed 500,000 yuan. That amount could even cover the down payment on an apartment in the city center. Li Hao, you're such a spendthrift. If your late aunt and uncle knew how extravagant you were being, they'd never forgive you. Hearing this, Li Hao's brow furrowed slightly. Who said his parents were dead? They were merely missing. Who do you think you are, meddling in my business? What does it matter to you if my parents blame me? Who do you think you are, meddling in things that aren't your business? And all this food still can't shut you up? You just have to keep gossiping. His tone was icy cold, and his eyes held not a trace of the tenderness he once showed her. Zhou Qianqing, seeing his wife rebuffed, frowned, his eyes narrowing into fierce glare as he fixed Li Hao with a deathly stare. So you've grown up and think you're hot stuff now, huh? Don't forget how pathetic you were getting through senior year. Just because you've got a little stink of money now, you think you can act all high and mighty? And you think you can talk trash about Xiaomei? 666, I can only say this plot twist is truly unbeatable. Who knew I'd run into such a weirdo these days? Fine, I won't insult your Xiaomei. Just keep an eye on her. Don't let her run around like a headless chicken. If she ends up bothering me, don't blame me for being rude. I seriously don't want to talk to brain-dead people like you. It's so IQ draining, every extra word I say to you makes me feel like my own IQ is plummeting. And don't let her come bother me either, or I'll curse her out. Chen Xiaomei instantly looked hurt. Brother Zhou, it's nothing. Maybe Li Hao blames me for breaking off our arranged marriage, but I couldn't help it, my heart was only for you, Brother Zhou. There was no room for anyone else. Li Hao. For God's sake, stop disgusting me. Chapter 65. After all, humans and dogs are different. Back then, Li Hao's parents had gone missing, leaving him in dire financial straits with a younger sister to support. He was still very young at the time, and even attending school was a struggle. His parents would never have allowed him to be with Li Hao, even if she had genuinely liked Li Hao back then. But so what? Love couldn't put food on the table. She certainly didn't want to live in poverty with Li Hao. But who would have thought Li Hao would actually show up at the reunion today, pretending to be rich? Is he trying to redeem himself? Li Hao, the more you act like this, the more everyone will look down on you. Fine, I wish you and Zhou Qianqing a long and happy life together, and may you have children soon. Don't joke about him, he finds it disgusting. Mu Group. President's office. Mu Qingwan dialed a number but only heard the unanswered ringtone. Where could Li Hao be? It was almost 8 o'clock now. Li Hao would never go to bed this early. And his phone shouldn't be unreachable either. She had left a document at home and had intended to call Li Hao to bring it over, but now she couldn't get through no matter how many times she tried. A vague unease gnawed at her, compelling her to rush home herself. Sure enough, Li Hao was nowhere to be found. She sat on the sofa, dialing one call after another, but there was no answer. Finally, with no other options, she had her secretary investigate. Ever since the incident at the auction house, she couldn't shake this inexplicable worry, constantly fearing something might happen to Li Hao. With the company facing a crisis these past few days, she'd been running herself ragged at work, leaving her no time or energy to look after Li Hao. She felt guilty about it, especially since she had to attend social engagements every night. She returned to the company. The secretary reported, Ms. Mu, we've confirmed it. Your husband went to the station, picked up a man, and then proceeded to the Morong Hotel. After that, the two of them entered the Li Fu restaurant together. Mu Qingwan furrowed her brow slightly, suddenly recalling that not long ago, Li Hao had mentioned he was going to attend a high school reunion. Today must be the day. She pressed her lips together. She had even agreed to accompany him last time, but with her busy schedule lately, she had completely forgotten about it. Li Hao hadn't mentioned it to her either. But thinking about it, it wasn't his fault. After all, she'd rushed out this morning in such a hurry that even if he'd wanted to say something, he wouldn't have had the chance. Cancel all your evening engagements. Then you go home first. No overtime today. Compared to these never-ending work tasks, Mu Qingwan was far more eager to attend the class reunion and see what Li Hao's white moonlight actually looked like. She sank into her chair, trying to relax as much as possible to wash away the fatigue of the entire day. In the VIP room of Li Fu restaurant, Li Hao ate by himself, completely unwilling to engage with these hypocritical faces. But unexpectedly, Qin Dong redirected the hostility toward Zhang Jidong. I hear you're still slaving away as a chef? Have you broken the 10,000 yuan monthly salary mark yet? Qin Dong ate his hairy crab, his eyes glinting with sarcasm. Don't get me wrong, what I mean is, why don't you stick around? Our brother Joe just happens to be looking for a driver. We'll pay you 10 grand a month. All you'd do is drive brother Joe to and from work every day. Easy job. We're all classmates. Don't blame us for looking out for you. Seize this chance if you value it. Back then, you were working yourself to death for just a few thousand a month. And I hear you're stuck in a second-tier city, might as well come up here. You wouldn't have to live so hard. You're already in your 20s and still not married. Stop hanging around with Li Hao all the time, it's got no future. Zhang Jidong had been holding back his frustration, but now an awkward smile spread across his face as he kept his head down, eating in silence. Li Hao snorted with laughter. Why didn't you grab this golden opportunity yourself? At least Zhang Jidong earns his own money with his hands, while you just trail behind Zhou Qianqing fawning and flattering. You know what you remind me of? Those treacherous ministers from ancient times. You. Qin Dong gritted his teeth. I'm telling the truth. Are you upset because I didn't hook you up with a better job? Why does it bother you so much to see your good buddy doing better than you? Have you even scraped together enough for your sister's living expenses? If you really can't manage, just ask me, I'll give you a little. Instead of standing here criticizing me, you'd be better off figuring out how to cover the bill later. Go get the money together. Zhou Qianqing's crew heard this and all wore mocking smiles. Because in their eyes, they never believed Li Hao could afford the bill here. He must have borrowed it. Trying to act rich when you're broke, Li Hao, you're such a phony. If you had money, pretending would be one thing. But you have none and still put on airs? Do you really think we don't know how poor your family used to be? Right, only you guys have money, and I'm the one pretending to be rich. I admit I don't have much, but I still have a bit more than you. This meal is well within my means. Seeing Li Hao silent, Qin Dong pressed on, Zhang Jidong, listen to me. Just come work under me. I won't let you lose out. Li Hao's just jealous of you. See those car keys on our table? They're worth hundreds of thousands. If you join us, you'll get to drive all these cars and enjoy the air conditioning. How great is that? Qin Yu pretended to offer Zhang Jidong a job opportunity, but under the guise of helping, he shamelessly mocked others. It was nothing more than a display of wealth. Li Hao chuckled. He actually has the nerve to flaunt a car worth a few $100,000? His own car wasn't anything special, but it was still better than these. No thanks. I earn my own money with my own hands. It's not shameful. I won't compete with you for work. Zhang Jidong, pushed to his limit, flatly refused. You don't recognize a good person when you see one. You deserve to be poor your whole life. Li Hao wore a look of utter indifference. Right. You'd jump at any bone Zhou Qianqing tosses your way. Not everyone craves scraps. You can gnaw on yours alone. I won't compete for your food. After all, humans and dogs are fundamentally different. Qin Yu gritted his teeth. Will you ever shut up? Li Hao, you're asking for it. Li Hao lifted his gaze slightly, meeting Qin Yu's eyes. His cold stare held not a shred of warmth, like that of a lone wolf. Why are you getting so worked up? I was just telling the truth, trying to have a laugh. Just as Qin Yu opened his mouth to speak, Zhou Qianqing raised a hand to silence him, signaling for calm. Qin Yu reluctantly sat back down. His face was now twisted with displeasure. He never imagined that after all these years, Li Hao's tongue would have grown so sharp. Back in school, though they constantly picked on Li Hao, he'd just endure it without protest. Even if he resented it inwardly, he lacked the means to cover medical expenses if he ever hurt someone. Chapter 66, Whose wife is this beauty? After years of enduring humiliation, he'd grown arrogant now. Qin Yu sneered, Li Hao, you must be out of your mind. A few stinking bucks make you think you're hot stuff? Don't forget you were just a penniless loser back then, and you always will be. I bet you can't even pull out 100,000 yuan right now. No woman would ever want to be with you. Good thing Chen Xiaomei ended up with brother Zhou back then, otherwise she'd be starving with you. Chen Xiaomei's lips slowly curved upward. Being with Zhou Qianqing was the best decision she'd ever made. They were getting older, and it was time to talk about marriage. Though every time she brought it up with Zhou Qianqing, he always found ways to put it off. But none of that mattered. As long as she could get her share of the money, whether they got married or not made little difference. From the very beginning, she'd only ever wanted to find a wealthy man to live with. Who that wealthy person was truly didn't matter. Why can't you keep your mouth shut even during a meal? Blah blah blah, never ending. There's still so much wine left, drink up already. I told you I won't pay the bill until you finish it. What a waste of time acting like a shrew and embarrassing yourself. Everyone knows you're loaded, okay? Can you just shut up already? Li Hao set down his chopsticks and shot back with utter disdain. With people like this, you have to be quick, precise, and ruthless. Qin Yu has no real talent, but he leans on Zhou Qianqing to run wild here. Does he really think he's above everyone else? A couple of words should suffice, but you just won't let it go. I won't put up with your nonsense. Just as Qin Yu opened his mouth to speak, Li Hao cut him off again. Shut your mouth. Those car keys on your table are from a vehicle that's years old, top of the line, maybe worth 500 grand. After all this time, that car's value has plummeted. You've got some nerve, relying on Zhou Qianqing to act like you're something special. Zhou Qianqing must be envious to have a loyal dog like you. Li Hao had no desire to continue eating. His entire mood had been ruined by these two. He'd braced himself for mockery when he came over, but they were taking it way too far. You! Li Hao, you're asking for it. He immediately grabbed the wine bottle on the table and slammed it down with tremendous force, his rage so palpable that all eyes turned to him. An instant dent gouged into the jade stone tabletop. No one noticed the damage. Instead, they rushed forward to intervene. Qin Yu looked like he was about to throw a punch. All right. We're all classmates. Why make such a scene? Li Hao, you should hold your tongue too. Exactly. Qin Yu probably didn't mean it the way you think. He genuinely wanted to help Zhang Jidong find a job. You're overthinking it, assuming everyone looks down on you. Insecurity often distorts one's true self. You don't have to pay for this round either, let's all go Dutch. This suggestion immediately ruffled some feathers. Why split the bill? We didn't drink any of that booze. That stuff cost hundreds of thousands. If we all chip in, each person will have to pay 10 or 20,000. 10 or 20,000 for one meal? Are we gods? We can split the food bill, but I won't pay a cent for the liquor. I didn't drink any. Qin Yu insisted on ordering all that himself. Now it's too late to return it, so he should cover it. Exactly. I won't cover it either. Let whoever wants to pay, pay. They're right. Qin Yu insisted on ordering all this alcohol without their consent, never even asking their opinion. Why should they be the ones to foot the bill for his drinks? Qin Yu was held back and sat down again. He kept ranting arrogantly, they really don't know their place. I gave them face. He's poor enough, but he won't even let people speak up? Pretending to be a big shot? Disgusting. Just then, a waiter pushed open the door. They had observed every move on the surveillance feed, including the crack China Dong had smashed into the table with a wine bottle. The waiter stood solemnly beside them and said, "Excuse me, distinguished guests, we apologize for the interruption." Then he turned his gaze to China Dong. "Sir, you just damaged our jade stone table with a wine bottle. This table is priced at 19,260,000 yuan. As a 5-star restaurant, we require compensation for any damage. We offer 2 options. The first is to pay 3 million yuan for repairs, and the second is to purchase the entire table outright." The waiter's words struck China Dong like a bolt of lightning. His face instantly turned grim, betraying utter shock. "You're telling me this table is worth 19,260,000 yuan? Our stone table is carved from premium jadeite. Obtaining a piece of jadeite this large is extremely difficult. We kindly ask for your understanding, sir. Before your meal, we explicitly stated that no tableware was to be damaged, including this valuable table." China Dong stared in disbelief at the large chip he had knocked out of the tabletop. He instantly regretted it so much he could have kicked himself. He didn't have 3 million in his entire life. How could he possibly pay for this? But refusing to pay might land him in court. Li Hao wore a sneer on his face. "You really went too far, and you deserve it. Arrogant? Keep being arrogant. This is what 3 million bought you. One moment of bravery, a lifetime of regret. China Dong, you certainly spent those 3 million well. Let me witness your magnificent grandeur. I'm truly impressed." Li Hao's words were pure mockery. China Dong's face darkened as he stared straight at him. "If it weren't for you, I'd never pay a cent. Go ask him for compensation. This whole mess started because of him." "Exactly. Li Hao should bear full responsibility," China Dong declared shamelessly. Li Hao chuckled at the remark, but before he could respond, the private room door swung open from the outside. Mu Qingwan, dressed in a bespoke gown, strode in with long, elegant strides. "What exactly does my husband owe you?" All eyes instantly turned to Mu Qingwan, erupting in a collective gasp. "Who is she? China Dong's wife? When did China Dong get such a stunning wife? Holy crap! This woman is absolutely stunning. She has both beauty and elegance. Whose wife is she, anyway?" As she approached Li Hao, disbelief flickered in everyone's eyes. Li Hao was taken aback. He hadn't expected Mu Qingwan to show up here. He hadn't even sent her the address. Chapter 67. My husband doesn't need this kind of money. Watching Mu Qingwan sit beside him, he forced himself to remain calm, his face betraying no emotion. But inside, he was already panicking. Holy, how did this crazy woman show up? And she even knows the address. Did she hire someone to track me down? That must be it. Could she be any crazier? Isn't she supposed to be busy? How does she even have time to show up at a meaningless event like this? Besides, didn't she used to completely ignore the original owner? Treat him like he was invisible. Mu Qingwan heard Li Hao's inner thoughts but didn't seem annoyed. She really hadn't cared about him before. "Honey, why didn't you wait for me? I rushed over right after finishing work just in time." Everyone was stunned, especially Zhang Jidong, whose expression was particularly strange. "Holy crap, what did you just say? You called him your husband?" Zhang Jidong stared at Li Hao in utter disbelief. Mu Qingwan nodded, a polite smile curving her lips. "Yes, he's my husband. We've been married for many years." Hearing this, jealousy nearly overflowed from Zhang Jidong's pupils. "You're not joking, are you? With your background, how could you possibly be interested in Li Hao?" China Dong exclaimed in disbelief. "Why wouldn't I? My husband is outstanding and treats me wonderfully. Having him is my honor. What's wrong with that?" Though Mu Qingwan's words carried no hostility, they were enough to leave many present feeling distinctly displeased. Zhou Qianqing gritted his teeth beside her, his face cold and expressionless. From the moment he entered the private room, only China Dong had been making a scene. He couldn't be bothered to acknowledge Li Hao, much less stoop to mocking him. He believed that with his current achievements, he had no need to compare himself to a penniless nobody like Li Hao. But he never imagined Li Hao would have such a fair-skinned, beautiful wife. She was 1,000 times better than Chen Xiaomei. He glanced sideways at Chen Xiaomei beside him, observing the thick foundation and makeup on her face. For some reason, a wave of shame washed over him. The waiter was still waiting nearby. After roughly grasping the situation, Mu Qingwan spoke quietly. "Honey, did you do this?" Li Hao replied softly, "No, it had nothing to do with me." "How is it not my fault? If you hadn't provoked me, I wouldn't have wrecked the table like this. If we're assigning blame, then it's both of our responsibility. You have to pay for it too." Li Hao chuckled at the remark. "Why should I pay? Which eye of yours saw me touch it?" Accusing someone requires evidence. If it comes down to it, we'll show the surveillance footage to the police and let them decide. China Dong fell silent for a moment. Seeing the situation, Zhou Qianqing finally spoke up. "We're classmates. Don't go around threatening to call the police. It just hurts our relationship. This is a class reunion, not a fight. Why make such a scene? Do me a favor. Since this started because of both of you, split the cost evenly. If Qin Dong can't cover his share, I'll lend him the money. That's the fairest solution. Fair? I didn't tell him to smash it. What does this have to do with me? Do I look like a sucker? And you want me to give you face? Who do you think you are? Still treating me like the original owner, some pushover? Don't think popping up now with a few words makes you the peacemaker? Your words grate on my ears. I won't give you any face. Forget giving you face. Even if the King of Heaven himself showed up today, I wouldn't pay a cent. I'm not responsible at all. He was the one groping around and spouting all that filth. What, should I get angry and wreck the place? He deserves his share of the blame. I'm putting this out there today, I won't pay a single cent. Qin Dong's face darkened at these words. What gives you the right to refuse? Oh right, you're broke. Naturally, you can't cough up this massive sum of 1.5 million. After a moment of silence, Mu Qingwan slowly lifted her gaze. No money? What led you to misunderstand my husband? He drives a car worth millions and holds shares in listed companies. Forget 1.5 million, even 15 million, he could afford to give if he wanted to. Mu Qingwan's voice was calm, her expression cold. She hadn't expected things to turn out this way after coming here. Li Hao's classmates didn't seem like easy people to deal with. Their every word and action appeared to be targeting Li Hao. Upon hearing the staggering sum, Chen Xiaomei's face instantly betrayed shock, a look of utter disbelief spreading across her features. How could that be? How could he possibly own shares in a publicly listed company? Could it be that his earlier generosity wasn't an act at all? That he was genuinely wealthy, and this small sum meant nothing to him? Zhou Qianqing's face wore a look of skepticism. Well then, just pay the 1.5 million in compensation. Anyone can talk big. Hey, sweetheart, you've probably been fooled. He's notorious for being a broke loser. A few years back, I even saw him working for someone else, making only 5 or 6,000 a month. Honestly, with your looks, he's not worthy of you. Zhou Qianqing's words seemed to praise Mu Qingwan, but they were actually a veiled jab at Li Hao. Qin Dong's expression finally softened slightly. Exactly. Li Hao couldn't possibly be rich. Just look at what he's wearing. You're so naive. With looks like yours, you're trading your brains for this? Mu Qingwan chuckled softly. Fooled? Why would I be fooled? Whether he has money or not is none of your business. Anyway, my husband won't pay that money. It's not his responsibility. No one's going to be a sucker. If all else fails, we'll just call the police. We don't mind going to the station to give statements. Besides, there's surveillance everywhere here, the evidence is right in front of us. It won't change the outcome anyway. Mu Qingwan had made herself perfectly clear. If Qin Dong still didn't get it, he was beyond help. Qin Dong could only pin his last hope on Zhou Qianqing. Brother Zhou, I don't have that much cash on me right now. Could you cover it for me? I'll pay you back gradually later. Zhou Qianqing fell silent for a moment. I can't give you that much. My company's working on a project that needs funding. 50,000 is the absolute most I can cover. After knowing Qin Dong for so many years, he was used to the man fawning over him. But 500,000 was his absolute limit. After all, his own bank account held only a few 100,000 yuan. It was nowhere near enough for the compensation. Qin Dong's eyes widened in shock, utterly at a loss. He'd never even seen 3 million yuan in his entire life. All of this was the fault of that despicable Li Hao. Li Hao, you'll pay this money whether you want to or not. Chapter 68, That Damned Woman, Only After Money. Qin Dong's eyes burned crimson with rage as he fixed Li Hao with a deathly stare. If Li Hao wouldn't pay up, he certainly wouldn't. Zhou Qianqing's $500,000 was a mere fraction compared to this million-plus sum. Even emptying Qin Dong's entire fortune wouldn't fill this gaping hole. Hearing this, Li Hao couldn't help but laugh. Why should I pay? What evidence proves this is my responsibility? I sat here motionless. You were the one who lost your temper, acting impulsively without thinking things through. The surveillance footage shows it crystal clear, Qin Dong. Do you think the police are fools? Or do you take me for one? Not a single penny of this money will I pay today. At most, I'll cover the bill. Back in high school, they always bullied others with their power. This time, I'll avenge the original owner. People always pay the price for their actions. But what a surprise, Mu Qingwan actually showed up. Shouldn't she be with some other guy right now? I doubt that man is Qin Yu. If that crazy woman sets her sights on Qin Yu now, I'll have nothing left to say. Mu Qingwan stood nearby, her expression as calm as still water. Hearing his inner thoughts finally stirred a ripple in her heart. No wonder Li Hao had been so cold toward her today, not even answering her calls. He'd misunderstood her business dinner last night. He thought she was cheating, fooling around with other men. After the banquet ended, she absolutely had to explain everything to Li Hao. Classmates turned their gaze toward them, their faces flushing with awkwardness. Though it wasn't their business, they knew they couldn't leave until this matter was resolved. Oh my, we're all classmates, why make things so tense? Li Hao, aren't you loaded? If you've got the cash, just help Qin Dong out. Exactly. Your wife said you're loaded. What's a little compensation? It won't hurt you. Don't ruin our years of friendship over this. Exactly. Qin Xiaomei spoke up slowly. How? Why don't you pay this money for my sake? Qin Yu can pay you back when he has the money. Hearing the name Hao, Zhou Qianqing's gaze instantly shifted. A complex emotion flickered in his eyes. Upon hearing the name Hao, Mu Qingwan immediately fixed her gaze on the woman. Could this woman be Li Hao's white moonlight? Impossible. Her looks and figure were nothing special, and her makeup was even overly dramatic. How could Li Hao possibly like this kind of woman? She seemed utterly unremarkable. Could it be because of her inner beauty? But no matter how she looked at it, this woman was clearly involved with the man beside him. Could it be that Li Hao had been unable to win her over when they were young, leaving him harboring lingering resentment? A flicker of suspicion instantly surged in Mu Qingwan's heart, her gaze sharpening with scrutiny. When their eyes met, Qin Xiaomei's gaze shifted uncomfortably, as if a flash of malice had crossed her eyes. She eyed Mu Qingwan with a hint of jealousy. If it was truly as this woman claimed that Li Hao was now wealthy, casually pulling out 3 million yuan without batting an eye, then the current Li Hao would be entirely worthy of her. It was she who was no longer good enough for him. Having not seen him for so many years, how could she possibly know where Li Hao had ended up? Now, she had to take another look at Li Hao. Though his clothes weren't designer labels, the quality of the fabric alone suggested they weren't ordinary. It seemed Mu Qingwan hadn't been exaggerating. Noticing Li Hao's guarded gaze but no sign of contradiction, Qin Xiaomei continued. Hao, we grew up together as childhood sweethearts. I know you're not a cold-hearted person. Maybe Qin Yu made a mistake, offended you, and said some harsh words. But you shouldn't dwell on it. Everyone came here today to enjoy the reunion. You wouldn't want to ruin the mood for everyone, would you? Do it for me, okay? We were really close when we were kids. If it weren't for this misunderstanding, things wouldn't be like this. She completely ignored the woman sitting beside Li Hao, instead putting on an affected act all by herself. Even her voice had softened considerably compared to earlier. Zhou Qianqing's brow furrowed slightly. After all, Qin Xiaomei was his nominal girlfriend now. Though he felt some distaste toward her, such blatant attempts to curry favor with Li Hao were simply unacceptable. Zhou Qianqing gritted his teeth, his piercing gaze fixing on Qin Xiaomei. That damn woman, only after money after all. When Li Hao was penniless, her words still carried a hint of scorn. Now that she knew he was wealthy, her voice had turned soft and seductive. She was practically fluttering her feathers like a peacock eager to climb up the social ladder. Mu Qingwan frowned slightly and turned to look at Li Hao. This lady says she and you had a special relationship when you were young. What kind of relationship was that? Mu Qingwan's voice was soft, yet Li Hao heard every word with crystal clarity. What else could it be? Just childhood acquaintances who were betrothed as children. But we stopped being on the same path ages ago. Everyone knows why Qin Xiaomei ended up with Zhou Qianqing. She was after his family's wealth and his connections with those troublemakers at school. Didn't we all enjoy being called Big Sister when chased around as kids? Qin Xiaomei reveled in it, even became somewhat addicted. What I never expected was they'd stay together all these years without breaking up. Is that true love, or true love of money? It doesn't really matter. Just ordinary neighbors and classmates. We haven't been in touch for over a decade. Li Hao's voice was flat, unconcerned about Mu Qingwan's misunderstanding. Even if she did misunderstand, so what? After all, they were merely putting on a show of being a married couple now. Whether at the company or at home. He'd thought his relationship with Mu Qingwan had improved, but it turned out to be just as strained as ever. Seeing Li Hao seemingly ignore Mu Qingwan, Qin Xiaomei felt a surge of delight. Judging by his reaction to Mu Qingwan just now, it seemed there was no real affection between them. The other classmates chimed in one after another, completely disregarding Mu Qingwan's legitimate position. Yeah, we remember you and Qin Xiaomei were betrothed as children. Our families were very close, and even in freshman year, you two were inseparable. Even though Qin Xiaomei is Zhou Qianqing's girlfriend now, the bond you shared as children shouldn't change. Don't ruin this perfectly good reunion over a little money. Chapter 69. If it were me, I would have cut ties with her right then and there. Watching these ridiculous classmates, Li Hao gave a cold laugh. Friendship? What bond could possibly exist between us? Is there any bond? Of course not. He remembered how, throughout high school, everyone except Zhang Jidong treated the original host like a joke. Now that he can't afford to pay up, he's suddenly talking about bonds of friendship? Don't be ridiculous. I'm not some sucker. Do you really think I'm that easy to fool? When they look down on me, they didn't hesitate to lash out. Now that they need something, they're all trying to morally blackmail me. What does a class reunion have to do with me? At Li Hao's words, everyone's faces turned deathly pale, utterly grim. A few female classmates even spoke up quietly. Li Hao, are you even a man? You can't even pay a little money without whining. And your wife is right there beside you. If I were your wife, I'd be mortified. You've got the money, just pay up. What's the big deal? Qin Yu will give it back to you later. Exactly. We're classmates, do we really need to be so stingy? Hearing this, Qin Yu silently lowered his head, grinding his molars until they nearly shattered. Don't be fooled. While they were criticizing Li Hao, it sounded like they were making him look even more pathetic. Every word seemed to scream that he was just a broke loser. He was filled with regret. If only he hadn't taken the bottle, he wouldn't be facing this humiliation now. His fists clenched tightly, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. He could only turn his gaze back to Zhou Qianqing and whispered, "Brother Zhou, could you lend me the money? I'll pay you back as soon as I can. I know you have the funds." Zhou Qianqing's expression instantly darkened to the extreme, his icy eyes fixed intently on him. "I said I don't have it, and I don't. The most I can offer is 500,000. That's the best I can do to save face between us brothers. If I didn't have any investment projects lately, I could have paid you in full. I wouldn't be so stingy. After all, we're classmates. Haggling over a payment? What kind of nonsense is that?" This was clearly a veiled dig at Li Hao, signaling Qin Yu to take it up with Li Hao. But when Zhou Qianqing saw Qin Yu remain silent, he felt a surge of frustration, like a parent disappointed in an uncooperative child. He could only turn his attention to Li Hao himself. "Besides, if it weren't for your bickering with Qin Yu, how could this argument have even started? And without the argument, how could this table have been damaged? You may not bear primary responsibility, but you share secondary blame. At the very least, you should compensate for the damage." Before Li Hao could respond, Mu Qingwan spoke up slowly. "Everything requires evidence. My husband has never been the type to pick fights for no reason at home. By your logic, if two people get into a fight and my husband ends up killing the other guy, he should be held responsible too?" She knew this incident wasn't something Li Hao had instigated. This group had deliberately targeted him. Otherwise, Li Hao wouldn't have ended up like this. He rarely lost his temper with others. At that moment, Li Hao needed to use the restroom. After informing Mu Qingwan, he turned and left. Seeing her chance, Chen Xiaomei also made an excuse to leave the private room. She lingered outside the restroom until Li Hao emerged. A hint of allure flashed across her face. Seeing Li Hao approach, her expression softened. She drew near and spoke. "Hao, it's been ages. I think we should talk. It was too noisy inside. I never got a chance to catch up with you." "Catch up? What exactly is there to reminisce about between us?" Does she want to recall how she stabbed the original owner in the back, then twisted and turned to push her into a living hell, making the entire senior year unbearably difficult? When we were kids, she was okay to the original owner. But looking back now, even that was just an act. That's just her nature. The moment she finds someone better, she kicks the original owner to the curb. Now that she thinks he's better, she wants nothing to do with that Joe guy. Her nature truly never changes. Just thinking about all the foolish things the original owner said and did as a child left Li Hao speechless. Original owner, how could you be this foolish? With such a good-looking face, how could you keep tripping over women time and again? Li Hao chose to ignore Chen Xiaomei. He wanted to see what kind of mischief this woman was up to. So, he played along with her, staring right at her. Chen Xiaomei pressed her lips together, a flicker of excitement dancing across her face. "I knew it. You must have feelings for me. Otherwise, how could you be so cold toward your wife in front of me? Are you really married? MHM. Li Hao lit a cigarette, leaning casually against the wall as he listened to Chen Xiaomei chatter on with meaningless small talk and attempts to get close. Observing Li Hao's current demeanor, Chen Xiaomei's admiration for him surged once more. She'd always thought he was handsome, but his poverty had stripped away that filter. But now, he truly seemed like an exceptional man. "I'm starting to regret it now. If I'd listened to you back then and not gotten involved with Zhou Qianqing, I probably would have gotten married by now. Truthfully, the life I want is the same as yours, just finding someone ordinary to share everyday life with. All these years, I've actually felt quite guilty toward you." Chen Xiaomei's brows furrowed slightly, yet her expression remained unnaturally insincere. Li Hao scoffed coldly. "Guilty toward me? What exactly do you have to feel guilty about? There was never anything between us to begin with. Does it mean nothing to you? I remember you were always so kind to me when we were kids. You'd think of me whenever you got something nice. Do you remember that time I insisted on going mushroom picking in the mountains? I got lost, and you carried me step by step all night long to get us down safely." Chen Xiaomei's eyes held a trace of lingering affection, as if she truly pulled that memory back to that night. She shouldn't have brought it up. Li Hao wouldn't have remembered otherwise. But now that she did, it was like a bomb had exploded in his mind. How could he not remember? According to the plot, that night's incident nearly killed the original host. Even after successfully carrying Chen Xiaomei down the mountain, her parents still wouldn't let the original host off the hook. With the original hostess' own parents missing and no relatives willing to stand up for them, everyone was just looking out for themselves. They ended up getting beaten by Chen Xiaomei's parents. But the original owner was foolish enough to feel she was at fault afterward, truly a licking dog to the end. If it were me, I would have cut ties with her right then and there. In this short span, Li Hao had already smoked 2 cigarettes. "Good to know you remember. I thought you'd forgotten. We were so close as kids." Chen Xiaomei stepped forward, reaching out to grab Li Hao, but he sidestepped her. Talk is one thing, but hands off. Chapter 70. My white moonlight would never be that kind of person. Seeing Li Hao's reaction, Chen Xiaomei's brows furrowed slightly. Sure enough, he was still holding a grudge over what happened back then. We can go back to how things were. I know you don't like that woman sitting next to you. It's fine. I can wait for you to get divorced. After all, I'm still your white moonlight. Zhou Qiansheng and I have no feelings left for each other. I've only stayed with him for his money. All these years, I've been thinking of you. The only person I, Chen Xiaomei, have ever truly loved in this lifetime is you, Li Hao. Chen Xiaomei swore solemnly, her words sounding almost genuine. She probably repeated them so often she'd forgotten their meaning herself, uttering them effortlessly without a trace of guilt. Li Hao heard this and was so furious he wanted to laugh. Love me? How much do you love me? Enough to slap Zhou Qiansheng to death right now? Don't forget how miserable high school was for me because of you. Now you think a casual remark will make me come back? Dream on. Li Hao didn't want to confront her immediately. After all, some things were better savored slowly. That way, he could better vent the original owner's pent-up frustration. Chen Xiaomei lowered her head, biting her lip tightly. But the next second, she heard Li Hao change his mind. Though his tone remained cold, it was still a significant improvement over his earlier barbs. How about this, break up with Zhou Qiansheng right now, and explain everything clearly. I might reluctantly consider it. You know I'm sensitive. While I do hold on to the past, I don't want to be deceived. I only held back from confronting Qin Yu because of you. A hint of sarcasm laced Li Hao's words, yet Chen Xiaomei showed no trace of doubt, solemnly promising him. Don't worry, Hao. With your word, no one will dare bully you today. I'll go straight to them and set the record straight. This whole thing has nothing to do with you in the first place. Why should you pay? And why should you pay with money meant for our future? I won't stand for it. She walked back with unwavering conviction, leaving Li Hao standing there. She resolved to make a strong impression this time, to win back Li Hao's heart. All she needed was Li Hao's word. The moment Chen Xiaomei entered the private room, Mu Qingwan, who had been listening from the corner for some time, stepped out. Tears glistened faintly in her eyes as she stared straight at him. The moment Li Hao met her gaze, his mind went blank. Damn it, what is this crazy woman doing here? She must have completely misunderstood everything I just said. No way, I don't want the hassle of explaining. But why should I panic? She has been getting cozy with other guys anyway. What's a little verbal expression from me? Besides, why are her eyes red and puffy? She looks like she's about to cry. Mu Qingwan has become so much more fragile lately. Back in the day, no matter what happened, she never cried. Before Li Hao could speak, a pained smile appeared on Mu Qingwan's face. She forced her lips into a strained curve, trying to pretend nothing had happened. Finished? So she's the white moonlight you always talk about. Finally met her. Before Mu Qingwan could finish her sentence, Li Hao stubbed out his cigarette. For some reason, he desperately wanted to explain. No. Hearing this, Mu Qingwan froze. Not? Then what was that earlier? Just tricking her? A misunderstanding. What we said was the truth. How could my white moonlight possibly be trash like her? Unless you're blind. I knew this crazy woman would misunderstand, but what exactly is there to misunderstand? Does she plan to play the field? I don't mind, I'm not spending my life with her or touching her anyway. But what about the man she's seeing? Won't he mind? Hearing this, Mu Qingwan's heart skipped a beat. So this was what he'd always cared about. Mu Qingwan felt flustered, lowering her head and averting her gaze as much as possible to avoid looking at him. Sometimes I feel like you've grown distant from me, and I wonder if it's because I haven't been doing enough lately. She swallowed hard, trying desperately to stay calm, but the sense of injustice welling up inside her only grew stronger as Li Hao's inner thoughts echoed through her mind. I haven't visited you in the hospital these past few days because of issues at work. I had to fix a critical problem, so I've been working overtime and attending meetings non-stop. When you called me that day, I was in the middle of negotiations with a business partner. Hearing this, Li Hao paused in surprise. You don't need to explain all this to me. But if I don't explain, you'll truly misunderstand me. I don't want you to misunderstand me, and I especially don't want it to affect our relationship. Li Hao stared straight at her, unable to utter a word. At that moment, he didn't know what to say either. Is she actually serious about all this explanation? No, I absolutely won't trust her again. What business meetings? Our statuses are completely mismatched. What on earth could possibly attract her to me? Why bother explaining all this to me? I don't care anyway. Mu Qingwan felt a pang of hurt, her eyes dimming with sorrow. How could he not care? She remembered Li Hao used to be quite sensitive. But even at his most sensitive, he never meddled in her life. Even if he cared deeply, he'd only ask once. And after receiving her dismissive answers, he'd still swallow his pride to run her bath and cook dinner. Why had this man changed so drastically overnight? No. None of this happened suddenly. It was her own accumulated coldness and neglect toward Li Hao that gradually eroded his patience and love for her. Her mistakes were beyond the pale. What man could endure this for so many years? Only Li Hao. Terrified he would leave, she clutched his hand tightly. We're married now. I would never betray you. Why can't you trust me just this once? Then where did those red marks on your neck come from? The moment the words left his mouth, Li Hao regretted them. How had he blurted that question out of nowhere? Even if the red mark on her neck was from a man's kiss, what business was it of his? His heart was consumed by thoughts of his white moonlight. It's from a mosquito bite. No excuses, all mosquito bites. See for yourself, there's even a bump. Saying this, Mu Qingwan pulled her collar aside to show Li Hao. Sure enough, there was a small bump. But because Mu Qingwan kept rubbing it, the redness had spread, making it look misleading. Li Hao was taken aback. Watching Mu Qingwan go to such lengths to explain, he found himself feeling somewhat unsettled. Alright, I believe you now. He didn't want to dwell on it any longer. If she said it was a mosquito bite, then it was a mosquito bite. Chapter 71, Think I'm rich, so you come lick my boots? The two returned to their private room. Chen Xiaomei felt a bit giddy from Li Hao's earlier words. Seeing Zhou Qianxing's sulky, slouching posture now, a wave of disgust welled up inside her. After all these years, she'd grown utterly tired of him. If it weren't for his money and her lack of better options, she never would have wasted so many years on the same man. Besides, she knew perfectly well that Zhou Qianxing was playing around with other women. Now that Li Hao had money and seemed to still care about her, even if he hadn't divorced that woman, she could probably squeeze a decent sum out of him. That was the worst-case scenario. If possible, she'd naturally prefer to marry Li Hao and claim joint ownership of their assets. But she knew exactly how much Zhou Qianxing was worth. There was no way he could cover Qin Yudong's 3 million yuan debt. Forget about saving face, he simply didn't have that kind of money. When Zhou Qianxing saw Chen Xiaomei return, he was unusually cold. What took you so long in the bathroom? Zhou Qianxing seemed to have already guessed this woman's intentions. Otherwise, why would she have followed Li Hao out the moment he left to use the restroom? Something had definitely happened between those two. Now that Li Hao had returned, Chen Xiaomei's gaze remained fixed on him. Zhou Qianxing snorted coldly, not particularly bothered. The waiter was still waiting outside. If this money wasn't paid, Qin Yudong wouldn't be leaving. Qin Yudong hung his head completely, his earlier arrogance vanished. He sat motionless, like a pool of stagnant water. Even the wine and delicious food on the table seemed unpalatable. Li Hao watched this scene unfold, feeling immense satisfaction. Just moments ago he was strutting around like a god, now he looks like Zhu Beiji banished to earth. He dared to be so arrogant, demanding I pay him back? He must be dreaming. Not even in his wildest dreams. I stepped out for a smoke and came back to this dead silence. What, no one's targeting me anymore? Just as he thought this, Zhou Qianxing spoke up, unhurried and calm. Li Hao, take my advice. This is a rare class reunion, why make things so tense? Besides, we've got another round coming up. Just pay up already. At worst, I'll vouch for Qin Yudong. We can't just leave him here at the restaurant. Why not? We can just pick up where we left off next time. If someone messed up and said the wrong thing, they should pay the price. Besides, is this how you ask for help? He wants my assistance, yet he needs you to speak for him? Li Hao looked utterly unconcerned. The one who should be panicking now wasn't him, it was Qin Yudong. Zhou Qianxing's expression turned cold upon hearing this, a flash of anger in his eyes as he stared straight at Li Hao. He'd never seen anyone become so cocky after getting their hands on a little filthy lucre. The old Li Hao wouldn't have stood up to them even when bullied. Now, however, he'd undergone a complete transformation, growing utterly fearless. But Zhou Qianxing had no grounds to speak up now, nor any position to take. Still, Qin Yudong had been by his side for so many years. Ignoring him completely would be hard to justify. I relish seeing their frustrated expressions. The more resentment in their eyes, the more they hate me, yet they still have to beg me in public. Otherwise, Qin Yudong wouldn't have been able to cough up that much money, and he'd have ended up behind bars. Original owner, I've avenged you. This is how life should be, so satisfying. Mu Qingwan hadn't yet recovered from her earlier emotions when, the very next moment, Li Hao placed a large piece of her favorite braised pork into her bowl. Only then did she feel a flicker of comfort. Qin Yudong was already irritable, and hearing this only made his anger flare up again. Zhou Qianxing not only failed to help when it mattered most, but now he was spouting useless, cold-hearted remarks. After all, if he truly intended to help, he would have produced the money earlier. What was the point of that hypocritical talk about guarantees? Now, by saying this, he only made himself look even more ridiculous in front of everyone. Wasn't his targeting of Li Hao today precisely following Zhou Qianxing's lead? Why did it suddenly seem like it was all his fault? But what could he do? Li Hao was the only one who could come up with the 3 million yuan. Qin Yudong had no choice but to swallow his pride and beg Li Hao. I'll pay you back. Qin Yudong seemed to utter these words with great effort, bearing the humiliation. Rest assured, I'm now working at Mu Group. Soon I'll get a promotion and raise, and my annual salary will easily hit the $1 million mark. I won't keep you waiting long for this money. Xina Dong's tone carried a distinct hint of defiance. Despite begging for help, he still felt compelled to flaunt his current salary. Upon hearing Mu Group, both Li Hao and Mu Qingwan's eyebrows lifted slightly in unison. Li Hao glanced at Mu Qingwan, his eyes seeming to ask, is this person in the company? How could he know nothing about it? If this person exists, Xina Dong must have heard of me. Could he be at the headquarters? That's the only possibility. After all, the commotion downstairs at headquarters was all over the news. Nearly everyone in the company knows who I am and my relationship with Mu Qingwan. Earning $1 million annual salary at Mu Group means he's at least upper management, overseeing hundreds of people. The two exchanged a knowing smile. Mu Qingwan understood Li Hao's meaning and remained silent. Is that so? The Mu Group truly is an impressive company. I work at Mu Group too. I wonder which department or branch you're in. Upon hearing Li Hao say this, Xina Dong froze. You work at Mu Group too? The others heard this and their eyes betrayed a hint of skepticism. He used to be just a lowly worker. How could he possibly land a job at Mu Group now? Zhou Qianqing and Xina Dong were utterly perplexed. Chen Xiaomei paused briefly, then spoke with a gentle smile, testing the waters. How, I knew you'd make it. Working at Mu Group must mean a great salary. Which department are you in? Li Hao's eyes lifted slightly. Did I ask you? Why are you talking? I have no idea what the original owner ever saw in you. No physique, no looks. Now that I have money, you suddenly want to suck up to me? You're such a turncoat. If you don't speak up, no one will think you're mute. At Lanjiu Jewelry under the Mu Group. Hearing this, Xina Dong seemed to feel he'd won a round. So it was the headquarters after all. But I heard Blue Jewelry has been declining steadily, nowhere near its former glory. If this keeps up, it'll probably shut down. The Mu Corporation will never venture into this field again. Chapter 72, fine, I'll grant your wish, drink your fill. Since you're at headquarters, you naturally haven't seen me. I'm currently at the branch office and will soon be transferred to headquarters. My primary focus is Mu Group's real estate projects. Upon hearing this, Li Hao raised his gaze slightly. Real estate projects? Mu Qingwan opened her phone and searched for information on this man. Sure enough, she found him listed among the recommended candidates for this personnel transfer. After comparing the photos, Mu Qingwan confirmed Xina Dong's identity. As long as I complete this project, I can repay you the 3 million with my year-end bonus. Is that acceptable? He thought that with such a promise, Li Hao would surely pay the money for him. But the next second, Li Hao decisively spread his hands. Oh, but I never said I'd lend it to you. I'm begging you. What more do you want? Xina Dong was getting annoyed. But Li Hao remained perfectly composed, responding with a cold smile. Just because you begged me, does that mean I have to lend it to you? Have you forgotten what you just said? You said I'm just a lowly nobody. How could I possibly come up with that much money? The remark sent a ripple of shock through the crowd. Zhou Qianqing chimed in, this isn't exactly fair. We're all classmates here. If you keep acting like this, don't be surprised if we won't help you when you're in trouble later. In today's society, connections and relationships matter. Who knows? One day, your business partner might be one of us here. As if they could afford 3 million themselves. Why single him out to pay? If everyone here is so capable, why not just pay the money yourselves? Still trying to talk me out of it? As if solving this for him will suddenly earn me respect or future favors. Don't be ridiculous. If everyone here has the means, let's just split the 3 million evenly. Oh, and by the way, this wine today was all Xina Dong's idea. I'm not paying the bill until it's finished. 10 more minutes. After 10 minutes, I'll probably head back too. His unspoken warning to Xina Dong was that dozens of bottles remained untouched on the table, urging him to hurry up. Otherwise, this 3 million yuan debt would only keep growing. Xina Dong's face turned ashen, utterly grim. Ignoring the strange stares from everyone present, he grabbed the bottle opener on the table, popped open every bottle, and started chugging furiously. Li Hao watched the scene unfold and sneered coldly, isn't he your good brother? Why aren't you helping him shoulder some of this? Zhou Qianqing basked in Xina Dong's flattery, yet when trouble struck, he wouldn't lift a finger. All that talk about deep brotherhood and classmate camaraderie, now it all seems utterly hollow. I'm no sucker. Not a penny more for this unfinished booze. You love being flattered to death? You love drinking? You love ordering? I'll grant your wish, drink your fill. Xina Dong probably won't want to touch alcohol again after this round. Zhou Qianqing, gritting his teeth at Li Hao's words, grabbed the bottle on the table and started chugging furiously. Who knows how long they drank, for 3 or 4 bottles still sat untouched on the table. Xina Dong lay passed out on the floor, while Zhou Qianqing's face was flushed crimson, his expression utterly grim. Chen Xiaomei instantly felt a pang of embarrassment and snapped, stop drinking. You've had enough. But the next second, her hand was violently flung away by Zhou Qianqing. You filthy woman, get lost. Chen Xiaomei gritted her teeth at the words. After all these years with Zhou Qianqing, she'd heard him tell her to get lost countless times, words that were both hurtful and crushing to her pride. Since she'd already found a new partner today, she was determined to make a good impression in front of Li Hao. Zhou Qiansheng, you want me to leave? Fine. I don't want you anymore. Starting today, I, Qin Xiaomei, am breaking up with you. I'm the one dumping you. You and your bunch of good-for-nothing friends just fool around all day, never amounting to anything. You look down on this and that, but the truth is, you're the most useless one of all. Being with you makes me feel ashamed. I should never have gotten involved with you in the first place. Chen Xiaomei finished speaking and stormed off, desperate to escape this mess and even more desperate to avoid paying a single penny of the money on the table. Zhou Qiansheng watched Chen Xiaomei's unusual behavior, his brow furrowing slightly. She'd never once raised her voice at him like this before, always swallowing her pride and endlessly trying to please him. Why this sudden change now? Something must have been said between them in the restroom earlier. A vague sense of foreboding began to stir within Zhou Qiansheng. He looked at Li Hao's smug expression and said, "Don't get too cocky. You work at Blue Jewelry, right? I'm good friends with the CEO of Mu Corporation. With just one word from me, I could have you kicked out of your current position in no time." No sooner had Zhou Qiansheng finished speaking than Mu Qingwan burst out laughing, handing him her business card. "Is that so?" She smiled meaningfully. Li Hao stood up, settled the bill he was responsible for, and then the two of them turned and walked out of the private room. Zhou Qiansheng stared at the business card left on his table, his pupils instantly contracting in shock. How could she possibly be the president of Mu Group? Mu Qingwan. For a moment, his mind felt like it had exploded, and a wave of shame washed over him. He clutched the card tightly, unwilling to let go. If any of his classmates saw it, it would become a colossal laughingstock. Xina Dawn was now unconscious, and the other classmates, wanting to avoid trouble, had all left the private room. Zhou Qiansheng had no choice but to borrow money to repay the 3 million yuan, finally managing to drag Xina Dawn away in disarray. Night. The atmosphere between the two felt awkward. Li Hao, however, seemed unaffected, flipping through his phone on the bed as usual. After showering, Mu Qingwan handed Li Hao the hairdryer. "Honey, would you mind drying my hair?" Li Hao paused slightly, then set down his phone and gently gathered her silky hair. The hairdryer hummed loudly. Mu Qingwan suddenly spoke in a calm tone, "I heard they borrowed money to pay off that 3 million. When are they going to fire Xina Dawn?" Li Hao wasn't ready to let it go so easily. No rush. Didn't he take pride in this job? Why not transfer him to the jewelry department? A faint smile touched Li Hao's lips as his expression remained calm and composed. Mu Qingwan instantly understood his meaning. "I'll follow whatever my husband says." Chapter 73. Do you even have the credibility to threaten me? The class reunion ended in discord, and the once bustling high school alumni group fell silent. A few days passed. Xina Dawn received a personnel transfer notice from the Mu Corporation. He had waited for this moment for so long. Now, he was just a lowly employee. After working at Mu's for so many years, he was finally being transferred to headquarters. He was filled with anticipation, expecting to at least land a supervisor or manager position. Once he got promoted, he knew he'd eventually pay off that 3 million. But the moment he saw the position listed on the transfer notice, his expression stiffened. He was being transferred to Blue Jewelry. And it wasn't even in the real estate division. Xina Dawn was filled with confusion. She recalled Li Hao mentioning he also worked at Lanzhou Jewelry. This was too much of a coincidence. Could Li Hao have orchestrated this? Impossible. He recalled that during high school chats, Li Hao had mentioned majoring in computer science. How could he possibly be involved in jewelry design? Most likely, he was just a low-level assistant or someone insignificant. But what could possibly have enabled Li Hao to earn so much money in such a short time? Either he was really pretending to be loaded that day, or he won some kind of lottery. Xina Dawn, still harboring his doubts, made his way to Blue Jewelry. As soon as he entered the store and reported to the HR department, he was ushered into the manager's office. "Manager, the person is here." Wang Yang was smoking a cigarette, not even glancing at him. "He's here?" Xina Dawn nodded. "Manager, I needn't say anything more. I know you've worked at Mu Group for so many years. This time, a higher-up sent you here because the real estate division is already fully staffed. So we'll have to inconvenience you by having you work here for now. But they also said that entering a new field means you won't be familiar with the work at first. Someone needs to properly mentor you. Once you're up to speed, you'll get promoted immediately." Hearing this, a wave of irritation surged through Xina Dawn. He'd been with Mu Group for so many years, and now that he'd finally been transferred to headquarters, he was being made to start from the bottom again. Why the hell? But earlier, headquarters said they were transferring me too. Regardless of what they said, the real estate division is already fully staffed. You either stay here or return to your original branch office. It's up to you. Xina Dawn was at a loss for words, his expression torn between protest and resignation, the frustration palpable. Xina Dawn, right? Report to the management department later. Listen to me, staying here is better than going to a branch office. Both the salary and resources here are significantly better than what you had at your previous branch. Keep your options open. Besides, headquarters said this is just an evaluation. Once you adapt to the work environment, they'll promote you immediately. Alright. I've got work to do. You can leave now. After being shown the door, Qin Dong could only resign himself to his fate. He gathered his things and exited, guided by Wang Yong's secretary to the supervisor's office. Watching him leave, Wang Yong shook his head helplessly, his eyes tinged with a hint of sarcasm. Young people these days really think the workplace is that easy to navigate. Think a few more years on the job will get you promoted? How naive. Being transferred to such an unfamiliar field was nothing more than cutting off their future path. This person would never be able to make a comeback. Having navigated the corporate world for so many years, how could he not understand how personnel transfers were orchestrated at headquarters and what their underlying motives were? His earlier words were merely empty promises, nothing more than a pie in the sky. And by pushing this person onto Li Hao, he's given him enough headaches. For the time being, he probably won't oppose me. Li Hao held shares in the company. For now, he'd have to play it safe and avoid confrontation. The thought filled him with seething anger. Qin Dong knocked on the door before pushing it open. But when he saw who was sitting at the desk, he froze in shock. Li Hao. What was he doing here? He was actually the manager at Blue Jewelry. How could someone with zero jewelry experience possibly rise to such a position? He clenched his jaw, a surge of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Last time, Li Hao had humiliated him in front of all their classmates. He hadn't settled the score with Li Hao yet. Li Hao lifted his gaze slightly. Here? Qin Dong, haven't seen you in a few days. You've lost quite a bit of weight. Seems that wine you drank last time has some slimming effects. I should go buy a few more bottles to try myself. I've been eating too well lately and gained some weight. Li Hao's words were laced with sarcasm, clearly mocking him. Qin Dong's face darkened, a wave of shame washing over him. What are you doing here? Logically speaking, with zero jewelry design experience, how could you possibly land a supervisory position? You didn't pull strings to get in, did you? I knew everything was too coincidental. I was transferred to the real estate department, and now I'm suddenly in your department. Looks like you've been pulling strings behind the scenes. Li Hao slowly raised his head, his gaze utterly impassive, showing no sign of acknowledging Qin's anger. What proof do you have that I transferred you here? The real estate department was already fully staffed, so they made an exception to bring you here. Qin Dong, even as a regular employee here, your salary is significantly higher than what you'd earn at the branch office. What more could you possibly want? I just love seeing you look so frustrated right now. You always prided yourself on your work, didn't you? Now that you're working under me, let's see how long that pride lasts. Li Hao. Qin Dong roared angrily. Don't push your luck. I'm telling you, transfer me back immediately, or else I'll never let this go. I haven't settled the score with you from last time. Li Hao scoffed dismissively at these words. What exactly do you plan to settle with me? Have you even settled your own debts? That 3 million must be crushing you, yet here you are threatening me. Do you even have the right? Indeed, it was he who had Mu Qingwan transferred Qin Dong here. After all, the game had to be played slowly. In the original host's memories, Qin Dong's scenes of bullying him at school were far from rare. For now, he's only saddled with 3 million in debt, but that's still far too lenient. The original owner was weak, but Li Hao was no pushover. Qin Dong gritted his teeth in fury, yet Li Hao was right, he still had debts to repay. Without this job, he'd never pay it off. After all, this was high-interest debt. Chapter 74, Your sister, I'll pamper her properly for you. Qin Dong clenched his jaw, his eyes flashing with a mix of frustration and fierce determination. His hands clenched tightly, momentarily at a loss for words. Li Hao was, after all, his supervisor, so he could only silently lower his head. Seeing his demeanor, Li Hao felt quite satisfied. Since you've reported for duty, don't just stand around here. Get to work. After all, you're new here and unfamiliar with many things. You'll need to learn the ropes. A trace of mockery flickered in Li Hao's eyes. Watching Qin Dong storm out, teeth gritted and face flushed with shame, he felt nothing but satisfaction. The thought of all those extra memories from the original host flooding his mind, every single one about Qin Dong, and not a single good one at that, filled him with indignation. How could a man be so utterly spineless? Now that he had the means, putting Qin Dong in his place wasn't out of the question. But then he remembered the original owner's circumstances: penniless, parents missing, surviving on welfare and dishwashing wages to feed himself and his sister. He'd never had the means to confront them head-on. Even a small sum of compensation could have crushed him. But now that he had money, no one would ever bully him again. Winter was approaching, and the night air carried a chill. Li Qingyao was about to start her winter break. Now a freshman attending college in the neighboring city, she usually returned home during summer and winter breaks. But the house back home was always leaking, the conditions were extremely harsh, and she had to endure all the outside noise and commotion. This made Li Hao feel a bit sorry for her. After all, in the original story, Li Qingyao seemed to always consider the original owner's needs. She showed none of the rebelliousness typical of children her age and never competed with others. Whatever allowance the original owner provided, Li Qingyan used exactly that amount, almost never proactively asking for more money. Back in high school, she commuted to class and worked nights at a late-night snack shop after her day job. Since the shop provided room and board, she stayed there. The original owner knew the owner of that snack shop, so arrangements had been made beforehand. Knowing about the Li Hao family's situation, the owner gave her special consideration. Now that she was in college, she had found another job outside campus, balancing both studies and work. In the 5 years since the original owner married Mu Qingwan, he had scarcely returned to their hometown. Their usual contact with Li Qingyan was limited to video or voice calls. Li Hao couldn't bear to see her like this and resolved to take good care of this sensible younger sister on behalf of the original owner. It seemed he'd have to find time to make a trip back soon. Or bring my sister to live here, just rent her an apartment locally. Or he could buy another place himself. He had enough money to purchase a decent apartment in City A. Nighttime. While Mu Qingwan was taking a shower, Li Hao made a video call to Li Qingyan. She should be off work by now. Despite the bitter cold, Li Qingyan was drenched in sweat, looking as though she'd just finished a hectic task. Brother. Her voice was crisp, carrying a maturity and aloofness uncommon for her age. Whenever she spoke with the original host, Li Qingyan always wore a faint smile, as if unwilling to cause the original host any worry. Damn it. Since I've been here in this book, I've never once called Li Qingyan. My only image of her comes from the original host's memories, and even she rarely video called her, maybe once a month at most. Sometimes it was only once every 6 months. Who knew that at 18, Li Qingyan would blossom into such a graceful beauty? She's absolutely stunning. For some reason, even though she's not my sister, I genuinely feel a pang of heartache. In the video, Li Qingyan wore thin clothing, her hair matted with sweat. The sleeves of her shirt had shrunk noticeably, yet she still wore it. The setting remained the same hotpot restaurant where she worked. So late, is something wrong? Nothing, I just wanted to see you. This new year, I'll bring you to City A. I'll be heading back to our hometown in a few days. Hearing Li Hao's words, Li Qingyan paused in surprise. Her brother hadn't returned home for the new year in 5 years. Every time she called during the holidays, he always seemed too busy. That he would actually consider this now. It genuinely surprised her. Why? I'm doing just fine back home. University is a crucial time for me now. Bringing me over would cost a lot. Just the round-trip transportation alone is expensive. Let's just video chat like we always have. If you want, I can send you some New Year's treats. Li Qingyan smiled faintly, a look that tugged at the heartstrings. Li Hao swallowed hard. Brother, I have money now. Once I move over, you can quit your job and focus on college. I've heard about the house back home. After all these years, it's uninhabitable. With the roof leaking like that, how could a young girl like you possibly climb up to fix it? We won't live there anymore. I can afford it now. Li Qingyan believed him, of course. Original owner, you deserve to rot. You have such a wonderful sister to dote on, yet you choose to spoil a crazy woman instead. You don't even see your sister once a year. If you just spared 1/10 of your attention to care for your sister, she'd have lived a good life. Never mind. Since I've come here and taken over your body, your sister is now my sister. I'll spoil her properly for you. After Mu Qingwan finished her shower, the two were still on the phone. She dried her hair and slowly walked up behind Li Hao. Just then, Li Hao ended the call. Her gaze fixed on his phone as she spoke calmly. Honey, who were you talking to? Li Hao replied nonchalantly. Talking to my sister. Mu Qingwan paused in surprise. She knew Li Hao had a biological younger sister, but he had never introduced her or brought her to City A. She had always stayed in their hometown. Li Hao sent money back every year. Today was the first time she'd ever seen him talking to her on the phone. Oh, so it's your sister. How old is she now? Is she managing well on her own back home? Maybe we should bring her here? Ever since meeting Li Hao, she knew he had no parents. They had disappeared when he was young. Now learning he had a biological sister back home meant she must be without care. Li Hao's eyes widened slightly at this. I had planned to bring her here this year to celebrate the new year with us. After all, I've left her alone back home for 5 years now. I haven't even gone back to see her once in all that time. I feel guilty about that. He'd initially worried Mu Qingwan might object, but to his surprise, she was very supportive. She just smiled and said, sure, I'd love to have dinner with my little sister too. Alright, I'll bring her to dine with you during the new year. Chapter 75, I'm just waiting to see you make a fool of yourself. Li Hao couldn't detect the slightest hint of reluctance on Mu Qingwan's face. Her expression was calm and composed, as if she was actually pleased about it. What's gotten into this crazy woman? The original owner had mentioned her sister to Mu Qingwan before, but she never seemed to care, even appeared annoyed. After all, this crazy woman never cared about the original owner before. Now she's acting unusually. Could she be up to something else? Li Hao's eyes held a hint of suspicion. To say Mu Qingwan had genuinely accepted the younger sister, he found that rather hard to believe. Upon hearing these thoughts, Mu Qingwan's expression stiffened slightly, but she remained silent. She understood clearly that Li Hao had been deeply hurt by her, so his guardedness was understandable. But this wariness was too intense. She had gone to such lengths, yet he still kept his distance. That was what hurt her the most. "Honey, will you blow dry my hair for me again tonight?" Mu Qingwan crouched before Li Hao, her face glowing with an unusually bright smile, as if all their past barriers had vanished. "Sure." Li Hao silently picked up the hairdryer Mu Qingwan had already prepared beside him, switched it on, and directed the warm air toward her. She felt that this kind of life wasn't so bad after all. Before, she had always been alone, shouldering everything by herself, enduring everything on her own. But now, she felt this was what a real home should be, filled with a touch of domestic warmth. She cherished this feeling deeply. It was infinitely better than her solitary past. Now that she'd shed her facade, she felt unusually light. But if Li Hao still loved her as he once did, her life now would surely be even better than before. She firmly believed she could win Li Hao's heart back. As long as they didn't divorce, there was still a chance. The next day, Li Hao arrived at the office to find Qin Yu sitting at his desk with a dark expression. His face was etched with resentment and helplessness. Constant setbacks at work were driving him to the brink of madness. After all, this was a new field. Having never worked in jewelry design, he naturally lacked understanding. Even when he asked others for help, they gave him nothing but cold shoulders. How much goodwill could an arrogant person possibly command from his colleagues? Qin Yu blamed it all on Li Hao. He was convinced Li Hao was deliberately targeting him, making his life miserable on purpose. Fuming, Qin Yu stormed into Li Hao's office and angrily accused him. "We're classmates. Why make things so tense? You went out of your way to transfer me to the jewelry department, only to sabotage me behind my back. No one plays dirty like you. Li Hao, mark my words, if I report this to upper management, you won't last a day in this company. Mu Group is a publicly traded firm. We won't tolerate troublemakers like you stirring up trouble." Qin Yu swallowed hard, his eyes blazing with malice. "And President Mu despises people like you who scheme behind the scenes." Qin Yu grew increasingly agitated, but Li Hao remained utterly unmoved, his face devoid of any emotion. Then, he gave a faint, mocking smile. "Fine. Go ahead and report me. The upcoming twist will slap you right in the face. After all, you've met this madwoman yourself, the very Mu Corporation's CEO you've long admired. I'm just waiting to see you make a fool of yourself." Qin Yu gritted his teeth. From Li Hao's expression, he seemed utterly unconcerned. Qin Yu had already learned the headquarters was located on the upper floors. President Mu was at work now, sitting in her office. If he went up and told President Mu everything Li Hao had done, Li Hao wouldn't last another day in this company. Since Li Hao didn't care, Qin Yu saw no need to hold back any longer. "Fine, I'll go right now. Don't regret it later. I'll see how you keep your supervisor position." With that, Qin Yu strode out of the office. Since the office door hadn't been closed, many people had witnessed the entire scene. "What's going on? That new guy actually argued with the supervisor? Are you kidding me? Our supervisor has such a patient temperament. If it were me, I'd have fired an employee like that long ago. He's been here for years and acts all high and mighty, too proud to learn properly. Jewelry design is a field he's never touched before, yet he refuses to be humble and study. Instead, he shifts all the blame onto others." "Exactly. Serves him right." Qin Yu stormed into the headquarters. Without an appointment, he couldn't see President Mu at all, so he notified the front desk, hoping to secure a meeting. But to his surprise, the receptionist, seeing his state, refused to engage. "Do you think Mr. Mu meets just anyone? You're just an employee. If you have business, go to your supervisor. If that doesn't work, go to the manager. Only then can the manager approach Mr. Mu. Bypassing the chain of command like this violates industry taboos. Think carefully about what you're doing." Qin Yu knew this rule well, but he absolutely had to see President Mu now. "Please make an exception. I'm a company employee with urgent business, otherwise I wouldn't be here like this. Besides, I'm here to report my supervisor, Li Hao. He's been abusing his power, even making my life miserable. I can't stand working here anymore. I've worked diligently for this company for so many years. Even if I haven't earned major achievements, I've certainly put in the hard work. How can the company treat me this way? Subjecting me to such injustice? President Mu will surely see justice done for me." As Qin Yu spoke, his eyes gradually reddened. But it wasn't because he wanted to cry, it was a surge of anger welling up inside him. Given his seniority, he should be advancing to supervisor or manager positions by now. Yet, with a single word from Li Hao, he was being forced to start over as a lowly entry-level employee. Who could possibly accept that? He had to see President Mu today. Hearing this, the front desk clerk's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of mockery flickering in her eyes. Surely this man knew about Li Hao and Mu Qingwan's relationship. Coming here to complain was utterly ridiculous. He was nothing but a clown. No need to get involved. If we say he can't be seen, he can't be seen. Without an appointment, you won't get in. Mr. Mu is still in a meeting right now. Even if you went up, you wouldn't see anyone. You might just lose your job over this. And who cares how many years you've worked for the company? There are so many employees here, are you the only one? After being rebuffed by the receptionist, Qin Yu's expression darkened. His fists clenched tightly. If he lost this job, how would he ever repay the 3 million yuan debt? That's high-interest debt. Chapter 76, Why should I care about your respect? If he couldn't repay it, his life would be over. His family might even face threats. He could vividly picture his father flying into a rage upon learning the truth, furious enough to beat him to death. Qin Yu's anger boiled over. His clenched fists trembled slightly, his eyes reddened, and his hatred for Li Hao burned fiercely in his gaze. But the next second, a voice as cold as ice cut through the air behind him. What's wrong? Mu Qingwan walked in from outside. She'd heard the commotion from outside the door. When had the company ever been this lively? It sounded like someone was arguing. The front desk staff's attitude did an immediate 180-degree turn. Ms. Mu, you're here. This person has been insisting on seeing you, saying they want to report supervisorly. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingwan's brows furrowed slightly. But the instant Qin Yu turned around, he saw that familiar face and his pupils instantly contracted. Every nerve in his body tensed at that moment. He never imagined this woman would be the one Li Hao had brought to their class reunion last time. Last time, that woman had mentioned Li Hao seemed to be her husband. And now Mu Qingwan was the president of Mu Group. Only then did he realize that coming here to complain was utterly futile. Qin Yu's mind buzzed as he stared at the scene before him in disbelief. Mu Qingwan seemed to notice his unease and coldly ordered, "Follow me. We'll discuss this in the office." Having come this far, Qin Yu had no choice but to grit his teeth and follow Mu Qingwan into the office. Mu Qingwan slowly sat down at her desk, lifting her gaze slightly. Her icy eyes held not a shred of warmth. How could she not recognize this man? The fool who had publicly humiliated Li Hao at the class reunion, then destroyed the dining table, resulting in a 3 million yuan compensation. What? Surprised to see me here? What did you just say? Who are you going to sue? Qin Yu's brow furrowed slightly. The words that had risen to his throat sank back down. He never imagined that the CEO of the prestigious Mu Group would be Li Hao's wife. So this woman was Mu Qingwan. For a moment, he seemed unable to accept it, but none of this could be changed now. Since he was already here, he might as well push through. After all, he'd worked for the company for so many years. If Mu Qingwan fired him on a whim, she'd have to give him a proper explanation. I've dedicated so many years to this company. If not for my achievements, then at least for my hard work. I should have been promoted to supervisor or manager and transferred to the real estate division. Instead, I'm working under Li Hao, starting from the bottom as a junior employee. Is this fair to me? Mu Qingwan lifted her gaze slightly upon hearing this, propping her head up with one hand. A hint of sarcasm flickered in her eyes. It seemed like ages since she'd encountered such a ridiculous spectacle. Fair? What fairness is there to speak of? This company is mine. I do as I please. And given your abilities and character, I don't believe you're qualified for the position you covet. I don't hire based on how long you've been here. I look at whether your abilities meet my standards. Even if they do, character matters and yours leaves much to be desired. Mu Qingwan spoke without flinching, leaving Qin Yu speechless. After all, this was someone else's company. No matter how much he protested, it seemed futile. Mu Qingwan and Li Hao were clearly targeting him. This couple was obviously against him. This is blatant targeting. I refuse to accept it. Why should I care if you accept it? You're nothing but a clown. Just as you look down on my husband, I now look down on you. How did you treat him back then? I've only just begun to retaliate, and you can't even handle it? She had overheard Li Hao's inner thoughts, knowing how difficult his life had been back in high school, all thanks to him and Zhou Qianxing's gang of brothers. So now, the word fairness on her lips felt utterly ridiculous. I'll give you two options. I can't be bothered wasting my breath on your nonsense. Either go to HR yourself, resign, and get the hell out of this company. Or you can keep your head down and work under Li Hao. Who knows? Once you've familiarized yourself with the jewelry design department and Li Hao's temper has cooled, he might even promote you to supervisor. Oh, right, I forgot to mention. Li Hao isn't just a supervisor. He's the largest shareholder of Blue Jewelry. In other words, Li Hao is now the head of Blue Jewelry. Mu Qingwan's words were nothing more than a warning to Qin Yu, a warning not to run amok in the company and not to look down on Li Hao. The man he looked down on was, in fact, his boss. Qin Yu's face darkened to an extreme degree. Gritting his teeth, he turned and stormed out. The other party had already decided he would stay with the company, so shouting himself hoarse here would be pointless. The moment he stepped out of the office, he collided head-on with Li Hao coming the other way. Qin Yu's eyes burned crimson, his fury simmering beneath the surface. Li Hao wore a faint, mocking smile. Leaving so soon? Did you file that complaint? Didn't get it done? Need me to help you? Qin Yu said nothing, turning and walking away immediately. Mu Qingwan, seeing Li Hao arrive, instantly wore a different expression. Her earlier frustration vanished in that moment. After the office door closed, she propped her head up with one hand, looking as docile as a little lamb, ready to ask Li Hao for a reward. Didn't I do a good job? Don't you think I deserve some praise? After all, I really got back at that jerk for you. Li Hao stepped forward and placed the boxed meal on the desk. I bought this downstairs. Let's eat together. Don't always go hungry. Usually, they ate lunch separately because work was often too hectic. Mu Qingwan walked over to the sofa, watching Li Hao open all the dishes. A wave of warmth gradually filled her heart. So you still remember my favorite dishes? Li Hao merely smiled faintly, saying nothing. Of course I remember. How could I forget? The original owner cooked countless dishes for her before. I know exactly what this crazy woman loves and hates to eat. Though this time was genuinely satisfying if only I'd caught what Mu Qingwan and Qin Yu were discussing. But judging by his expression just now, he must have been put in his place by Mu Qingwan. Not only is he hitting roadblocks at work, but he can't even get his complaints across properly. If she could be like this every time, the crazy woman wouldn't be so bad. Honestly, when she's moved, she rivals the heartwarming moments of a Korean drama heroine. Chapter 77, Crazy Woman, Why So Sweet Lately? Oh, and honey, we really need to prioritize the design drafts for Lanzhou Jewelry's new collection this time. It might be a great chance to turn things around. Lanzhou Jewelry hadn't produced a hit product in ages. Under Wang Yong's management, sales had only declined, leading outsiders to believe the company was on the brink of collapse. But Li Hao had only just taken over, and to demand so much of him already was unreasonable. Still, she was willing to trust him. I'll do my best. The design drafts are currently being finalized. Li Hao lifted his gaze slightly. Crazy woman, why so sweet lately? Is this some beauty trap? Think I'm finally useful? Go ahead and exploit me? Digging into Wang Yong's shady dealings isn't exactly a pleasant task, but whatever, you're paying well. Step up your game, get this sorted ASAP. Once you get paid, you can go find your dream girl. Mu Corporation. Everyone watched Qin Yu storm up the stairs to his desk, his face dark with anger. They all knew exactly why he'd gone upstairs. Now that he'd returned with that grim expression, everyone naturally knew what had happened. Failing to handle things with his supervisor properly, even resorting to complaining to the supervisor's wife. What kind of fool does that make him? Who could possibly respect him? If he didn't bother to learn new skills, that was one thing. But to spend all day complaining about this and that, imagining everyone's out to get him, wasn't that just pointless fussing? I knew he'd come back with a sour look on his face. You could give someone like him all the perks in the world, and he'd never be satisfied. Besides, company headquarters has explicitly stated that if he completes his assignment in the jewelry sector, he'll get promoted. Won't the supervisor manager position be his then? He's only faced a minor setback. To give up now would be far too rash. Qin Yu couldn't possibly miss the whispers around him. With so many people mocking him, giving him the cold shoulder, and making jokes, how could he possibly keep his face and stay at the company? Even if he stayed, Li Hao wouldn't let him off the hook. Sooner or later, he'd face dismissal. Gritting his teeth, he pushed through and finished all his tasks, even if his work wasn't up to par. After all, he needed this job to make a living. There was no other choice. Qin Group. Is that so? Schedule a meeting with him. Have him come over. Qin Yu's lips curved into a faint smile. On the other end of the line was his mole within the Mu Group. Having learned that Qin Yu harbored a grudge against Li Hao, he naturally sought to win him over. As dusk approached, Qin Yu was ushered into Qin Yu's office. Qin Yu held a cigarette between his lips, his gaze calm as he studied Huang. A lingering smile played at the corners of his mouth, his eyes betraying an indescribable emotion. Here you are. I've been waiting for you for quite some time. Qin Yu felt somewhat flustered, but the exhaustion from work had dulled his sense of caution. We're not exactly close, are we? Why did you call me here? Qin Yu smiled indifferently and had his secretary pour him a cup of coffee. Don't be in such a hurry. I called you here to discuss a business partnership. Business? Qin Yu's brow furrowed slightly. They didn't even know each other. What kind of partnership could there be? Besides, he had nothing this man could possibly use. You and Li Hao don't get along, right? In that case, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. And I know you're desperate for money. Am I right? Qin Yu lifted his head slightly, his eyes now bloodshot. Working at this company was already suffocating enough, now he had to deal with this lunatic too. So what? What exactly do you want me to do? We don't even know each other. What kind of cooperation could there be? Besides, I'm just an ordinary employee at Mu Group. If you want to talk business, find someone else. Qin Yu had no clue what this man was up to. But judging by the scale of this company, though it couldn't compare to Mu Group, it was still a publicly listed entity. Don't you know exactly what I want? Stay at Mu Group and help me take down Li Hao. I'll pay you 500,000 yuan a month. With that money, you'll likely pay off your debts in no time. Qin Yu seemed convinced the man would cave for the money. Upon hearing the staggering sum of 500,000 yuan, Qin Dong's eyes lit up instantly. His current salary barely exceeded 10,000 yuan, yet the other party was offering him 500,000 yuan, and that was just for 1 month. With his current mountain of debt, how could he not be tempted? But then he thought, how could such a good thing as free lunch possibly exist in this world? So what exactly do you want me to do? It's not something illegal, is it? Qin Yu smiled faintly. Of course not. Do I look like some brainless fool? I know you dislike Li Hao, and I don't like him either. He's just a son-in-law who married into the Mu family. Why should he get to look so polished and impressive in front of outsiders? At the word son-in-law, a look of surprise flashed across Qin Dong's face. He hadn't realized Li Hao was a son-in-law in the Mu family. But now that he thought about it, it made sense. Everyone knew the state of Li Hao's family. He'd assumed Li Hao had invested in Blue Century jewelry, meaning he wasn't technically a son-in-law. But now, everything seemed suspicious. How could Mu Qingwan, a prominent female CEO of a wealthy family, possibly take a fancy to such a penniless young man? It was even more unthinkable that she would marry him. Moreover, with Mu Qingwan firmly entrenched as CEO of the Mu Corporation, the only plausible explanation was that Li Hao had married into the family. His pupils contracted, revealing a sense of shame as if he'd been played by Li Hao. He never imagined things could turn out this way. His fists clenched tightly. Just a son-in-law. What right did he have to sit in the director's seat and act so arrogant toward him? Qin Dong gritted his teeth, his gaze hardening. I'll cooperate with you. Qin Yu's lips curved into a faint smile upon hearing this. He had anticipated the other party's agreement all along. With that, he calmly handed a card to Qin Dong. In Qin Yu's view, many people in this world despised Li Hao. He wasn't the only one. A mere son-in-law was hardly worthy of such deference. Qin Yu firmly believed that sooner or later, he would claim Mu Qingwan as his own, win her heart, and ultimately seize control of the entire Mu group. I'm glad you see it my way. Our goals align. I won't hide it, I like Mu Qingwan. Such an exceptional woman married to a good-for-nothing. I refuse to let Li Hao drag her down for the rest of her life. Qin Dong didn't care about these matters. He only wanted to pull Li Hao down from his pedestal, to see him fall into the mud and bark like a dog, utterly disgraced. Only then would he be satisfied. The next day, upon arriving at the company, Qin Dong instantly transformed, shedding all traces of his previous gloom. Chapter 78, The Plagiarism Scandal. After speaking with Qin Yu yesterday, he had already transferred 2 months' worth of salary into his account. With the debt issue settled, he could now focus on dealing with Li Hao. Li Hao was deeply invested in the jewelry designs for this new product launch. If he wasn't going to make things easy for Qin Dong, then Qin Dong wouldn't make things easy for him either. The company had now finalized the design drafts, even securing approval from headquarters. The new products were in development and would soon enter the pre-sale phase. Yet as soon as the product launched, a storm of controversy erupted online. Li Hao looked at the tablet Qin Zhaozhao handed him, its screen filled with scathing criticism of Blue Everlasting jewelry. Lanzhou jewelry plagiarizing? This is unprecedented. While their designs aren't exactly hot sellers, they're still considered an established brand. I actually enjoy shopping there, but this time I'm truly disappointed I ended up with a fake. Yeah, same here. I got fakes too. This design clearly rips off a small studio. No wonder they don't copy big studios, they only target smaller ones to avoid getting caught. Lanzhou jewelry has finally met its match. This small studio isn't one to mess with, they've publicly exposed Lanzhou's plagiarism. I'll never buy from them again. Li Hao frowned slightly as he read these comments. Comparing the two design drafts, there were indeed many strikingly similar elements. However, it was clear that Blue Long Jewelry's design draft was more meticulously detailed. The other party had merely made minor modifications to it, and they even produced the design drawings. They also photoshopped the design draft's creation date and the release date of the final product. Lanzhou Jewelry's plagiarism seemed undeniable. Qin Xiaoxiao stood with her hands on her hips, leaning against the window and watching the undercover reporters below. She feared that as soon as anyone from the company stepped outside, they would be swarmed by the press. Before Li Hao could step outside, Wang Yang was already downstairs explaining. Why don't you come over and see for yourself how he's spouting nonsense? Qin Zhaozhao was, of course, referring to Wang Yang. Li Hao rose unhurriedly from his desk and approached the window, observing the bustling scene below. From their vantage point, the faint voices of the reporters below could be heard. Facing the throng of reporters, Wang Yang remained unflappable, his expression showing not a hint of panic. I know what everyone is most curious about right now. Our company will resolve many of these matters, and we will issue an official statement shortly. If we discover any designer has committed plagiarism, we will not tolerate such behavior that harms the collective interests of the company. He will pay the price he deserves. Since I wasn't responsible for this design draft, I ask everyone to remain patient until I've thoroughly investigated the matter. Please give us some time, okay? But the reporters weren't buying it. Who approved this design draft? As a senior manager at Blue Jewelry, Manager Wang certainly had access to this design. Did he not privately investigate his employees' design work? Why plagiarize a small studio? What is your stance on this matter? Is this truly plagiarism? How will you address the skepticism of countless jewelry enthusiasts? People say Lanzhou jewelry has stagnated since you took office. Is this the shortcut you wanted to take? Wang Yang smiled faintly. I was away on business recently. I'll address the specifics upon my return to the company. I assure you I will provide a satisfactory explanation. Lanzhou jewelry has never made such a major error before. Please remain calm. This matter falls under the responsibility of Li Hao, the supervisor. Once I've thoroughly investigated, I will provide everyone with a clear explanation. Wang Yang stepped away from the crowd and headed toward the office building. Li Hao listened to the tricky questions and Wang Yang's responses. A vague, indescribable emotion stirred within him. Something about this situation feels off. Why were reporters already lined up downstairs when the incident happened? And how did they know exactly when Wang Yang would arrive for work? Someone must have orchestrated this. And the design draft leak definitely means there's a mole within the company. Who do you think is connected to this design draft leak? Wang Yang himself works at Blue Jewelry. If he truly wanted to see the company collapse completely, he could indeed do something like this. But once he left, he wouldn't have any other better job options. Besides, Lanzhou jewelry is already in such a state that it poses no competition whatsoever in the jewelry design industry. No one even considers it a rival anymore. Lanzhou jewelry only survives by leaning on the Mu Group. Otherwise, with its current management and conditions, it would have gone bankrupt long ago. How many years had it been since they produced a hit product? How many times has its revenue declined instead of growing, even turning into a money-losing venture? Both Li Hao and Mu Qingwan knew this all too well. Seeing he remained silent, Qin Zhaozhao continued, if Qin Adong was behind this, what reason would he have to ruin his own job? You mentioned he's racked up so much debt outside the company. He needs a stable job to pay it off. If he loses this job, how could he possibly repay his debts? That scenario seems pretty unlikely too. Qin Zhaozhao analyzed. Li Hao didn't see it that way. But put yourself in Qin Adong's shoes. He faced hostility everywhere in the company, disliked by his colleagues. He hit a brick wall at every turn. If someone outside the company approached him with an offer to betray the Mu Group and promised a huge sum of money enough to clear all his debts, do you think he might betray them? If it were me, I'd make the same choice. The temptation is simply too great. Qin Zhaozhao found his reasoning plausible, yet the current situation was extremely unfavorable for them. If they didn't issue a statement soon and uncover the root cause, Lanzhou jewelry might truly come to an end. Li Hao calmly returned to his desk, propping his head up with one hand as he pondered everything that had transpired recently. He had a strong hunch Qin Adong was involved, so he had Qin Zhaozhao track his movements. Sure enough, records showed Qin Adong had entered Qin Yu's office building not long ago, emerging only an hour later. Li Hao felt his suspicions were confirmed. This definitely involved Qin Yu. Qin Yu, oh Qin Yu, why must you be so fixated on Mu Qingwan? If you're going to be stubborn, just be stubborn. Why pick a fight with me? Don't come bothering me, I have no time to meddle in your affairs. If you can trick that crazy woman away, that's your skill. I won't stand in your way at all. Chapter 79, a scumbag is a scumbag. But Mu Qingwan wasn't falling for it at all. Everything had already slipped beyond the original book's control, as if all the recent events were entirely new plotlines. Soon, a knock sounded at the door. A colleague announced that Wang Yang was calling a meeting, and everyone moved to the conference room. Wang Yang's face was grim, his expression cold as his gaze fixed directly on Li Hao. Yet his gaze held no trace of concern for Li Hao. Nor did it convey anger, it seemed more like he was waiting to see him fail. Li Hao had anticipated this long ago, so he took his seat unhurriedly, completely unfazed. Wang Yang spoke first. Everyone has worked here for years. I won't dwell on the recent online incident. The plagiarism scandal has dealt the most severe blow to our company. Who in their right mind would make such a stupid mistake? Are you all trying to get yourselves fired? Do you really think leaking company secrets will bring us down? Dream on. Since the culprit has come forward voluntarily, I can offer leniency. If the police get involved later, it won't just be a matter of serving jail time. Qin Adong scoffed dismissively. Having worked in real estate and studied art as a child, he possessed photographic memory. He'd seen the final draft on Li Hao's desk. After returning home, he spent just half an hour sketching out the draft's general outline. Thus, no one in the company from top to bottom would ever suspect him of leaking the design draft. No one would suspect him unless Qin Yu personally came forward to accuse him. Otherwise, no one could pin anything on him. This time, he was eager to see how Li Hao would resolve the situation. Lanzhou jewelry faced closure because of him, and it even caused considerable repercussions for the Mu Group. Who would shoulder this responsibility? Naturally, only Li Hao himself. So what if he married into the Mu family? A son-in-law who achieved nothing and caused nothing but trouble. How could a wealthy family like the Mu's possibly hold him in high regard? Qin Adong raised an eyebrow in disdain. What did this have to do with them? They worked diligently at Mu Group. Hadn't the management leaked the design drafts? What reason would they have to do so? Besides, none of us saw the final draft. Only Team 1 did. If you want to suspect someone, suspect Team 1. A hint of sarcasm flickered in Qin Yudong's eyes, a stark contrast to his earlier dejected, downtrodden demeanor. Wang Yang turned his gaze back to Li Hao. Surely he couldn't fail to recognize that remark was aimed squarely at him. The feud between Qin Yudong and Li Hao was common knowledge throughout the entire company. He couldn't help but know. Li Hao lifted his head slightly, his gaze cold and devoid of any warmth. "Do you really think our senior management is stupid?" he said. "I've already reviewed the surveillance footage and found nothing unusual." It seemed Qin Yudong was still cautious enough to know that pulling such a stunt within the company would quickly be exposed. Still, he couldn't help but wonder, where exactly had Qin Yudong obtained that finalized design? Had he stolen a glance during a design session and copied it, or had he found a discarded draft? "I know there's a mole within the company, but once someone crosses the line, they'll inevitably slip up. They'll leave behind clues and evidence, possibly even being used as a pawn without even realizing it." Li Hao's words were unmistakably a warning. His gaze fixed on Qin Yudong, scrutinizing him from head to toe. A flicker of guilt flickered in his eyes. Though it lasted only a moment, Li Hao had noticed it. Qin Yudong's current arrogance must mean he knows about this. "I'm certain he's behind it. My instincts are usually spot on. But I still lack concrete evidence." Qin Yudong dismissed the matter with disdain. Wang Yang interjected, "Li Hao, since you're in charge of this case, you'll handle the investigation. This incident has significant implications for the company. I'll also report it to CEO Mu. Prepare your countermeasures and resolve this promptly. After all, you're the supervisor now, you should have the capability to handle this." Wang Yang had called this meeting merely to issue a warning to mock him with utter disregard. Soon after the meeting ended, only Qin Yudong and Li Hao remained in the office. Li Hao's gaze was indifferent as he prepared to leave, but Qin Yudong called out to him. "Li Hao, you're nothing but a son-in-law of the Mu family. What gives you the right to strut around in front of me? Think you're so great? Think you're really some rich second-generation heir now? Don't be ridiculous. People shouldn't forget their roots. You know better than anyone what you really are." Li Hao stopped with a dismissive look. "So what do you consider yourself to be? This matter concerns you, doesn't it? You joined Qin Yu's company a couple days ago, yet the Mu Group has never collaborated with the Qin Group. Though our two groups usually keep to ourselves, there's still some under-the-table competition. Qin Group is practically a rival to Mu Group." Qin Yudong crossed his arms, showing no intention of hiding anything. "That's right, it was me. Tell me, if Mu Qingwan found out, no, if the entire Mu family discovered their son-in-law was such a useless piece of trash who botched everything, do you think they'd still trust you? You must be miserable at Mu Group, right? After all, you're just a son-in-law by marriage. How many people could possibly respect you? You really are a dog that can't change its spots, still as lowly as ever." Qin Yudong hurled venomous words, unleashing all the pent-up fury he'd suppressed these past days onto Li Hao. After all, everything he was going through now was Li Hao's doing. His eyes glowed crimson as he declared, "You won't let me live in peace, so neither will I. Mark my words, Lanzhou jewelry won't last long. Why don't you beg me? Beg me, and I might offer you a solution. After all, for someone as inexperienced as you, I still know more about this business than you do." He had already thoroughly investigated Li Hao. Li Hao hadn't studied jewelry design in college. Sitting in his managerial position now, he must have gotten in through connections. He lacked the ability to manage the company, yet had risen to his current position. Resolving this matter would undoubtedly be difficult. Plus, he could tell the manager disliked Li Hao. Were the two secretly at odds? Li Hao was so exasperated he laughed. "Don't you find all this utterly ridiculous? A rotten person will always be rotten. Mark my words. People must pay for their actions. I will thoroughly investigate everything you've done. When the time comes, I'll return these exact words to you." Chapter 80, Just Looking for a Scapegoat? The design leak scandal was causing a huge stir online. Both new brands hadn't even officially launched yet, but their design drafts were already circulating everywhere. Qin Yu explained to reporters and media outlets how crucial these designs were to the small studio, exaggerating the immense effort they'd poured into them. He even painted them as the underdog, victimized and bullied by big corporations. In this society, small studios can no longer survive. They begged me to help them, so I took on this case. Our family also started from scratch and endured much skepticism, so I feel a certain sympathy for them. We will thoroughly investigate this matter. As a long-standing leader in the jewelry industry, Qin Group absolutely cannot tolerate such plagiarism. Qin Yu declared with unwavering conviction, his gaze resolute, while Bai Xiaojing, head of Baiyang Studio, stood beside him. Her entire outfit was demure and cute, yet the overly voluptuous curves at her chest were strikingly noticeable, seeming somewhat incongruous with her current style. "I heard their design drafts resemble those of the Mu Group. I believe there must be some misunderstanding here. The president of the Mu Group is a close friend of mine. She would never do something so absurd. There must be more to this story." Qin Yu faced all the reporters with solemn conviction, seemingly intent on pinning all the blame on Li Hao while exonerating Mu Qingwan completely. Li Hao watched Qin Group's clarification speech. A wave of deep irony surged within him. This entire spectacle was nothing more than a play staged by Qin Yu and Qin Adong. He'd see just how long these two could keep up their smug act. Qin Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow slightly, her tone flat. This matter has already escalated to this point. If left unresolved, it will affect the Mu Group, or perhaps it already has. Are you still planning to sit idly by? Li Hao sat at his desk, propping his head up with one hand. His eyes held an unreadable mix of emotions as his thoughts wandered. If I wanted to handle this, it would be easy enough. Just review the surveillance footage, find a suitable opportunity to draw out the truth, and everything would come to light. After all, Qin Adong is no saint. That dog won't change its ways. Qin Yu probably just sees him as a pawn to exploit. How could Qin Yu genuinely help Qin Adong? It's purely a matter of mutual benefit. Once Qin Adong loses his usefulness, Qin Yu will undoubtedly discard him without hesitation. If he finds out Qin Yu never intended to help him, he'll turn against him for sure. I just need to sit back and reap the rewards. All I have to do is find the right moment. Let them fight it out for now. I'll watch and wait. When the time is right, I'll make my move. No rush. Let things simmer first. We'll step in only when they reach a certain peak. After all, the higher you climb, the harder you fall. A truth secretary Qin surely understands better than I do. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow, momentarily baffled by Li Hao's true intentions. If they didn't step in to manage the PR soon, not only would the new product launch be jeopardized, but Blue Eternity jewelry might vanish entirely in this storm. Qin Adong sat at his desk, a faint smile playing on his lips. He couldn't wait to see how Li Hao would handle this crisis. They had absolutely no evidence to back their claims. He only had himself to blame for being so arrogant. As a son-in-law, he should have kept his head down and kept a low profile. Li Hao remained holed up in his office all day. At the board meeting chaired by Mu Qingwan, Li Hao was present while Mu Yuankai sat with a cold expression, waiting for this moment. Look at the mess Lanzhou Jewelry has created. Manager Wang, I recall you never used to be so careless in your work. While you may not have achieved outstanding results, you at least kept Lanzhou Jewelry running smoothly. Now look at the online backlash this has severely impacted Mu Corporation stock. Mu Yuankai said coldly. His allies, who knew him well, began unrestrainedly picking holes in Li Hao's work. Exactly. If we don't find a solution soon, that measly basketball jewelry could bring down our entire Mu Corporation. Mr. Mu, you're still young, don't let personal feelings cloud your judgment. Mu Qingwan frowned slightly, fully understanding their meaning. Yet she remained silent. In her heart, she trusted Li Hao. The man she had chosen would never do something so foolish. Wouldn't that be like shooting oneself in the foot? This couldn't possibly be Li Hao's doing. Yet this group seemed determined to pin the blame squarely on him. Wang Yang lifted his gaze slightly, his eyes tinged with mockery and resignation. Truthfully, I had no choice. Li Hao was solely responsible for this matter. He's the manager at Blue Jewelry, the man Mu Qingwan has her eye on, and he even holds shares in the company. How could I dare to interfere? At these words, all eyes turned to Li Hao. What? He actually holds shares in Blue Everlasting Jewelry? How could that be possible? The old lady actually gave him shares. Exactly. Even if I wanted to interfere, I couldn't. He's now the largest shareholder of Blue Everlasting Jewelry, effectively its manager in person in charge. How could I possibly have the authority to question my own boss? And even if he weren't a shareholder, Li Hao had taken on this task with such conviction. I truly believed he could handle it perfectly. As soon as Wang Yang spoke, the murmurs about Li Hao grew even louder. Li Hao lifted his gaze slightly, locking eyes with Wang Yang and Mu Yuankai's smug, triumphant expressions. They were probably gloating over this mess. What a predicament. Those without the capability shouldn't be put in charge of the company. Now he's caused such a huge mess, and we have to clean up his mess. In my opinion, we should send someone out immediately for emergency PR and an apology. Otherwise, the damage to the Mu Group will be even greater. Exactly. Blue Jewelry has been one of our Mu Group's longest-standing ventures. To see it destroyed like this, who wouldn't be heartbroken? Hearing this, Li Hao's gaze lingered briefly before he let out a soft chuckle. Shareholders, you truly amaze me. Your words show no sign of thoughtful consideration. This incident wasn't orchestrated by our company. Why should we apologize? What a bunch of weirdos. They all jumped straight to pinning all the blame on me without even bothering to figure out the facts. Blindly accusing without discernment, just looking for a scapegoat? Chapter 81, Ignorance. Shouldn't the priority now be uncovering the truth and clearing Mu Group's name? Looks like they've got something to hide. Mu Yuankai probably knew about this all along. Why are these people so eager to push me under the bus? What role is Mu Yuankai playing in this? Does he think he can manipulate everyone into blaming me and make me take the fall? That's utterly delusional. At this very moment, this is my only thought. The harder they try to drag me down, the more resolutely I must stand my ground. You're talking nonsense, Li Hao. Enough. Don't abuse your relationship with Ms. Mu to run wild here, thinking she'll back you up. You must accept the consequences of your mistakes. You personally oversaw this project and approved the final draft, didn't you check for plagiarism? This is a clear dereliction of your professional duties. Almost everyone's gaze fell on Li Hao. Everyone knew about his relationship with Mu Qingwan. They also knew he'd pulled strings to get into Mu Group and climb to his current position because of her. Even the smallest mistake could be dragged into the spotlight. The moment he faltered, he'd be drowned in a torrent of verbal abuse. With so many people seated here who truly respected a man who entered through the back door, Li Hao let out a cold laugh. Shareholders, you've all spoken at length. I merely stated a simple truth, and yet you're all so agitated. This incident wasn't Mu Group's doing. Mistakes like this are bound to happen in the workplace. Yet all you can think about is dodging responsibility and covering up the lie, without a single thought on how to help Mu Group weather this crisis without damaging its interests. Spouting nonsense here, so eager to pin the blame on me, wouldn't that be letting the real culprits off too easily? Wang Yang responded calmly, that's not entirely accurate. After all, the problem originated within our company. We bear responsibility for inadequate oversight. Even if the leak originated from our company, we still need a solution. The current external turmoil isn't just affecting Blue Jewelry, it's impacting the Mu Group as well. All fingers pointed squarely at Li Hao. In the entire conference room, aside from the few people speaking, not a single other sound could be heard. Li Hao, you're still too young and overreaching. You've never managed before, so naturally you've shown some shortcomings in management and problem solving. But rest assured, directors, since I hold the position of manager at Blue Everlasting Jewelry, I will lead by example. If Supervisor Li is unwilling to apologize publicly, then I will do so myself. Wang Yang was using a strategic retreat to advance his position, implying that Li Hao had clearly made a mistake and was now attempting to shift the blame onto others. Mu Qingwan, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up. I understand everyone's concerns. But as fellow shareholders of the Mu Group, instead of focusing on protecting our own interests, we're allowing those who commit wrongdoing to exploit opportunities. Is this truly the behavior expected of a good leader? I don't believe Li Hao's words were problematic. Professionally speaking, we cannot prevent any employee from engaging in improper conduct that could harm the company. Personally speaking, he is my husband, my man, and above all, a member of the Mu family. He would never do anything to harm our own enterprise. Mu Qingwan stated her position, and everyone understood her stance. The shareholders who had been whispering moments ago instantly fell silent. Adhering to the principle of better safe than sorry, they simply watched the internal conflict within the Mu family unfold. Mu Yuankai snorted coldly. As your eldest uncle, I must remind you, perhaps you've occupied this position too long, allowing men to cloud your judgment. If this matter isn't resolved promptly, it could jeopardize the entire Mu Group. Before Mu Yuankai could finish, Li Hao felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Fine. Give me 3 days. Within that time, I will resolve this matter without causing any trouble for Mu Group. Now this group has no grounds to spout nonsense. I've set a deadline. If they persist, it will only make them look exceptionally suspicious and deliberately antagonistic. Mu Yuankai and Wang Yang must have colluded long ago. Otherwise, how could they be so blatantly in sync, not even bothering to hide it? Utterly ridiculous. Now I have to deal with this mess. After the meeting adjourned, Mu Qingwan kept Li Hao behind. She trusted him implicitly, but certain matters still needed to be brought to his attention to keep him vigilant. Is there a ringleader behind this? I know you've asked Qin Xiaoxiao to investigate. Is it connected to Qin Adong? Li Hao gave a faint smile and nodded slightly. Besides him, I can't think of anyone else. And recently, he's been coming and going from Qin Group. I thought Qin Yu had given up on Mu Qingwan after the last auction, but now it seems he hasn't abandoned her at all. After all, only through her can he swallow the Mu Group whole. His ambition is truly vast. Using Mu Qingwan to swallow the Mu Group? With such massive ambition, can he even handle it? Doesn't he fear overreading himself? Upon hearing Li Hao's inner thoughts, Mu Qingwan's brows furrowed slightly. The business world is like a battlefield. It's inevitable that rivals would resort to such petty schemes out of jealousy. What she hadn't anticipated was that this time, it was Qin Yu again. The Qin and Mu families had always kept to themselves, occasionally crossing paths in business collaborations. The two families had never engaged in any similar business wars. Yet now, the opposition was targeting Mu Group at every turn, their true aim being to swallow the entire Mu Group whole. What immense ambition! Had it not been for Li Hao's words, she would never have realized it. She might have fallen into his trap from the very beginning. The more Mu Qingwan thought about it, the more terrified she became, her eyes gradually clouding with panic. Is 3 days enough? You could rely on me entirely. Li Hao shook his head slightly. I've already been pushed into this position. Everyone knows I got here through backdoor connections. If I were to depend on you now, how could I possibly hold this position for long? People would gossip me to death. Besides, how could I possibly depend on you for everything? Mu Qingwan pressed her lips together. She realized Li Hao had a point. Then I'll leave it to you, dear. Sort this out and we'll go out for fancy dinners and trips. I'll have annual leave soon. Once everyone in the company takes their holidays, we'll have plenty of time to enjoy some quality time together. Li Hao showed no reaction. He waved his hand dismissively before turning and striding out the conference room door. Chapter 82, Closing the Net. Inside Lanzhou Jewelry. Xina Dong had been waiting for Li Hao's return, a faint smirk of satisfaction playing on his face. From the manager, he had already learned about Li Hao's difficulties at the meeting. If he'd known this would happen, why bother in the first place? If you hadn't provoked me, I never would have targeted you. Li Hao, you're utterly foolish. You've only yourself to blame. News of the 3-day ultimatum had spread throughout the entire company. All employees at Lanzhou Jewelry were watching Li Hao's every move. 2 days had passed, yet he still hadn't made a move, seemingly not investigating the matter at all. Was he just throwing in the towel? What the hell is going on with the supervisor? It's already the 2nd day, and he still hasn't found out who leaked it. He hasn't even done any PR online. Is he just not planning to resolve this? I want to ask too, we finally got a supervisor who doesn't exploit employees or bully female colleagues. We don't want another replacement. If Li Hao leaves, we'll probably be crushed under the manager's exploitation again. Manager Wang is just like his brother, running rampant in the company, harassing us. I can't stand seeing him. If Supervisor Li leaves, I'll just quit too. Exactly. If it comes to it, I'll just find another job with lower pay. It's better than enduring abuse and swallowing my pride here. Xina Dong couldn't help but laugh at his colleague's naive remarks. What a bunch of foolish idiots. You think you can just do whatever you want? Do you really believe it's that easy to get hired by a company or find another job? The sudden voice made their faces turn grim. Who the hell was talking to him? Xina Dong, what do you mean? Did we even speak to you? Maybe you're the one who leaked this design draft. What does that have to do with me? I'm not even on Team 1. This design draft was done by Team 1. We barely saw the drafts, let alone the final version. There's no way they'd suspect me. As Xina Dong grew increasingly defiant, the others were rendered speechless. Yet deep down, they sensed something fishy about the whole affair. Ever since Li Hao joined the company, all teams had been reassigned, and each group had been given roughly equal workloads. Could it be that someone harbored resentment toward Li Hao, or perhaps incited by the manager, deliberately leaked the design drafts to frame Supervisor Li? Anything was possible. They wanted to help Li Hao, but on their own, their influence was negligible. It was practically impossible to make a difference. It could very well be you. In this entire company, only you, the manager, and Supervisor Li have a grudge against each other. It wouldn't be surprising if someone was pulling strings behind the scenes to frame him. Xina Dong said nothing more, nonchalantly sipping his coffee while feeling quite pleased with himself. It wasn't until the next day, near the end of the workday, that his colleagues saw Li Hao emerge from the office. They hesitated before asking, Supervisor, have you made any progress on this? Have you found out who's behind it? We really don't want you to leave. If you leave, we might as well quit too. Li Hao gave a slight twitch of his lips. Everyone, relax. I promised 3 days, and it's already quitting time. No need to stay late for my sake. Go home. We'll have results tomorrow. Trust me. Rest assured, I never take on tasks I'm not confident about. I, Li Hao, always keep my word. If I promised results in 3 days, I will deliver. Hearing Li Hao speak thus, everyone's heart settled. If the supervisor said it, he'd make it happen. When had he ever lied? Qin Xiaoxiao entered from outside, holding a document and an invitation. It was an invitation to the upcoming jewelry charity gala. The Qin family would be attending, including old Qin. Li Hao nodded, shifting his gaze to Xina Dong. Since you're still here, stick around for some overtime. Join me for the event. You're so diligent and capable, surely you won't refuse? Xina Dong turned slightly at the sound, his gaze locking directly on Li Hao. He couldn't fathom what kind of scheme Li Hao was cooking up. His face remained cold, but he nodded in agreement. After all, as a supervisor, asking him to work overtime and attend social engagements was reasonable. He had no grounds to refuse. Besides, he wanted to see how Li Hao would handle tonight. Tomorrow marked the end of the agreed 3-day period. Fine, I certainly have time. I'd be delighted. After all, I'm quite looking forward to seeing how you fall. Just treating it like a sideshow. Li Hao merely smiled faintly, then turned and let him out. Xina Dong, you think you'll have the last laugh? Don't get ahead of yourself. You're like a frog in a well, gazing at the sky and thinking that tiny patch of blue is the entire world. Do you really think I'd fall for your petty tricks? That's laughable. You're nothing but a clown, yet you dare hope to see me fall? When the car stopped, Xina Dong looked up and realized they had arrived at the jewelry charity gala. A faint smirk crept across his face. Li Hao clearly had no management experience. With the online uproar raging like this, he still had the nerve to show up at an offline event. He'd probably drown in a sea of spit the moment he stepped inside. He sneered dismissively. Li Hao, you've got some nerve. I thought you were just stupid, but turns out you're not only dumb, you don't even think before you act. You should have just followed orders instead of spouting all that nonsense. Qin Xiaoxiao stood coldly beside Li Hao, glancing at him with the utmost indifference in her eyes utterly devoid of warmth. She and Li Hao had long identified the source of the leak. Bringing him here today was merely to ensure his utter defeat. As they neared the entrance, Li Hao paused slightly. Qin Dong, you don't seriously think I brought you here just for a token appearance, do you? You're actually going to accompany me to this social event. Take a look at this. Li Hao flung the papers at him. Qin Dong shrugged it off, opening the file and skimming it from top to bottom. His pupils suddenly contracted. He stared at Li Hao in disbelief. This must be fake. You're lying to me. Why would I deceive you? What benefit would I gain? You're merely a pawn Qin Yu is using. You think he planted people in our company, but do you think we have no one in his? The surveillance footage of you entering and leaving Qin Corporation that day has already been sent to my phone. You think working for him will earn you proper compensation? Forget 500,000, he'll just sue you for extortion and wash his hands of it. After all, you did everything yourself, along with that obscure little studio that popped up out of nowhere. For Qin's company, there will be no harm whatsoever. Qin Dong's brow furrowed deeply as he stared at the detailed evidence and confessions, along with the documents proving Qin Yu had absolved himself of all responsibility. A faint surge of anger welled up within him. He actually dared to deceive me. Yet regarding the authenticity of these documents, he couldn't help but maintain a skeptical stance. Don't try to bluff me here. If you truly had evidence, why bring me to this banquet? You just don't have proof and want me to switch sides, right? Let me tell you, it's impossible. I despise you more than him. I loathe you. If it weren't for you, how could I have racked up that 3 million yuan debt? How could I possibly be starting from scratch as a low-level employee now? Li Hao sneered with disdain. None of that has anything to do with me. I brought you here today just to show you how badly you've lost and how you've been used. Society is treacherous. Trusting others only invites suffering. Chapter 83, The Truth Comes Out. Li Hao stood at the banquet hall entrance, watching Qin Dong as if seeing his former self reflected in him. Back then, he'd been far too trusting, only to end up paying the price. At that grand charity jewelry gala, those who thought themselves clever only looked like clowns. The Qin family's reputation was probably ruined. I won't betray you, Qin Dong declared stubbornly. Every debt I owe is thanks to you. Don't try to lord it over me here. At least that's better than being a brainless pawn used as a tool by others, first as a dog, then as a gun. With that, Li Hao walked inside. Sure enough, just as he'd imagined, the moment he entered, all eyes turned to him, and murmurs filled the room. Isn't that Mu's Lanjiu jewelry? Didn't he just sign that 3-day military pledge? If you ask me, it's just that kind of thing. Who doesn't have some connections inside? Li Hao watched them coldly, every last one of them driven purely by greed. These individuals, cloaked in the guise of charitable jewelry, are nothing more than role models within their carefully crafted personas. Each is a master at feigning disinterest, so engrossed in their own affairs that they might not even notice if their own backyard were on fire. At that moment, the host's voice rang out, "Thank you to all the corporate representatives for joining us at this charity jewelry event." Next, representatives from major corporations would take the stage to speak. The news about Mu jewelry had made headlines, undoubtedly impacting the jewelry industry. The organizers had adjusted the speaking order for the major corporations. Mu Group was scheduled after Qin Group, which was the first to speak. Qin Yu was present today, no doubt hoping to witness the spectacle. After all, before arriving, they were utterly convinced Li Hao held no evidence. Li Hao inwardly sneered. Well, even after I threw the evidence right in Qin Dong's face, he still thought I was bluffing. Sometimes, people get played like monkeys when they're too arrogant. This bait-and-switch tactic, Qin Yu will be the one walking right into it today. I am Qin Yu of the Qin Group. Contributing to charitable causes is my unshirkable duty. I hope all the groups present today will stay true to our original aspirations and do our best in philanthropy. Qin Yu paused after speaking. Applause erupted from the audience. The young master of Qin Group certainly showed promise. I especially hope our jewelry industry can reach new heights. Qin Yu finished and turned to Li Hao. Li Hao raised an eyebrow, knowing the show was about to begin. I'm sure everyone is aware of the incident involving Mu Group's jewelry. Seeing their group manager here today, the 3-day deadline has passed. I wonder if Mu Group has a reasonable explanation. Li Hao's thin lips curved upward, his smile tinged with mockery. If you don't want to save face, don't blame me for not giving you any. You brainless fool, you've bitten off more than you can chew. Pfft, your little schemes are about to backfire. Li Hao stepped forward. I am the director of the Mu Group, responsible for the jewelry division. First, I deeply apologize for this incident. Second, I find the actions of the mastermind behind this utterly disgusting. It's an insult to the entire industry. The moment Li Hao spoke, the audience erupted in shock. No way, there really was an inside job. Exclamations rippled through the crowd like a bomb had been dropped, instantly setting the venue ablaze. Qin Dong stood frozen in place below the stage. Only when Qin Yu's piercing gaze fixed on him did he snap back to reality. Has Qin Dong lost his mind? What a useless fool, what's he standing there for? If Li Hao can't find evidence, Qin Dong will have to take the fall. Besides, once this game is over, Qin Dong will be of no further use. Qin Yu thought to himself. Ladies and gentlemen, you may not be aware that this incident was triggered by an employee of our company who, driven by petty greed, betrayed and leaked our trade secrets. Furthermore, there are companies engaging in malicious business warfare, bribing our own personnel. Li Hao didn't want to tear off the mask in public. He felt that would spoil the fun. He preferred watching them tear each other apart. It's true there are industry secrets, but this kind of thing is truly unbelievable. Yeah. To put it bluntly, this borders on criminal activity. If what that Mu Group executive said was true, it would be enough to take down the mastermind behind the scenes. Whispers rippled through the crowd, exactly the reaction Li Hao had sought. He doubted Qin Yu could maintain his previous composure. Qin Yu clearly no longer radiated the confidence he had at the start. Yet, being a scheming individual, he forced himself to maintain a facade of composure despite his inner turmoil and the situation spiraling out of control. Li Hao shot Qin Yu a glance, his lips curling slightly. Oof. I'll see just how much I need to reveal before you finally lose your cool. You'd better keep up this act. Otherwise, it'd be a waste of your clever scheme. Having made a 3-day pledge, I will deliver results. Our company's employees have already been brought here today. Everything will soon be revealed. This must be the son-in-law of the Mu Group, right? He doesn't seem like someone incapable of getting things done. He handles things with lightning speed, not a bit inferior to the Qin family's young master. Qin Yu turned to glare at Qin Dong, his eyes burning with venom. Li Hao recognized that look all too well, the contemptuous gaze of a high-ranking figure looking down on an insignificant insect, disgusted that the task hadn't been handled properly. Li Hao chuckled. Qin Yu was, after all, a scumbag. But for him to covet that mad woman? A toad dreaming of swallowing a swan. To make the most of this event, I propose that the groups behind us contribute to this jewelry charity first. Once everything is concluded, we'll address this matter. With that, Li Hao stepped down from the stage. He needed to give Qin Yu time to stew in his fury. If this scandal were truly exposed, who knew how furious his own old man would become? Over at the Mu Group, Mu Qingwan had long suspected Wang Yang's involvement. Even if he wasn't the traitor or mastermind behind the scheme, he was certainly an accomplice. Mu Qingwan was now somewhat baffled by Li Hao's maneuvers, though she could tentatively understand the military pledge. With Li Hao remaining as steady as a rock within the 3-day deadline, she chose to trust him. Manager Li has taken Qin Dong to attend the jewelry charity event, the assistant reported. Check if I have any other commitments. If not, we'll attend as well. Mu Qingwan knew such events inevitably drew gossip, but she worried about Li Hao. Hearing her boss's request, the assistant quietly rescheduled the small meeting for the following day. Mu Qingwan arrived at the venue as the jewelry charity event was underway. She spotted Li Hao in the crowd at once. She walked toward him. Why did you come? Li Hao asked when he saw her. I was worried about you, Mu Qingwan replied, already taking her seat. Her aura radiated confidence. To outsiders, at least in today's setting, they looked utterly perfect together. Crazy woman, and she still knows to worry about me. Probably just feeling guilty after running wild. Oh wait, no, this woman never felt guilty toward me. The sun must be rising in the west. Mu Qingwan tugged at the corner of her mouth, a flicker of resignation in her eyes. She sighed inwardly, who could have foreseen this unexpected turn of events? Without these complications, everything would surely be progressing rapidly by now. At that moment, the host tactfully announced, the jewelry charity gala has now concluded successfully. Should any matters remain unresolved, please feel free to address them privately. It must be said that such events were always the domain of the wealthy. The intricate workings and complex relationships within them were far beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Chapter 84, Don't Treat Everyone Like Fools. Mr. Mu, any progress on your company's jewelry matter? Inquired a young heir from a conglomerate. He'd come purely out of curiosity, otherwise, this young master would have left long ago. Li Hao understood these people's true colors, but he genuinely hoped they'd donate more and engage in more charitable work. Mu Qingwan smiled. She knew Li Hao's little scheme was working perfectly. Qin Yu was already seething with rage, but he couldn't vent his fury at Qin Dong in today's setting. He simply couldn't get close enough. Qin Yu was gambling, Qin Dong was gambling, and even Mu Qingwan was gambling. This employee of our company came to the event with me today. The Mu Group's jewelry business has been struggling lately, and the plagiarism scandal only made matters worse. As the supervisor, I bear responsibility for this series of consequences. Ever since that incident at the class reunion, Li Hao had known about his relationship with Qin Dong. Bringing him along today was essentially using him as a pawn. Where's the evidence? Qin Yu couldn't sit still any longer. Li Hao shot him a glance. Playing the big shot? I'll be watching to see how it feels when you treat others like fools and end up digging your own grave. I'm just waiting to see your face contort with rage. Best if you dogs turn on each other, trip up this big idiot and let him fall to his death. Evidence? Of course we have it. If Mr. Qin wishes to see it, I can project it right here. In that case, I'd ask the group representatives to notify the media. We Mu Group will clear our name ourselves, saving the trouble of holding a special press conference. Qin Yu clenched his fists tightly. He hadn't expected Li Hao to become so capable. This counterattack was brilliantly executed. Veins bulged on Qin Yu's knuckles. Even old Qin had pieced together the gist of the situation. His gaze on Qin Yu held a hint of disappointment, and he silently made a mental note. In these wealthy families, big and small, illegitimate children kept appearing one after another. Since this is an internal matter for your group, there's no need to occupy public resources, stated a representative from a smaller company. Li Hao shot the representative a meaningful glance. Does he think this will make Qin Yu favor them more? The more Qin Yu gets entangled in his schemes, the harder it is for him to extricate himself. Sacrificing a small company like theirs won't make a difference. Any clear-eyed observer knew this company was merely speaking for the mastermind behind the scenes. A thorough investigation would reveal everything, but that's how this circle operated. Everyone turned a blind eye, protecting their own slice of the pie. Since public resources have been occupied, we won't elaborate further here. We possess evidence documenting the entire sequence of events, the methods, and the means of plagiarism. We will hold a press conference in due course. Other companies, even if they wanted to watch the spectacle, couldn't stay any longer. It was too risky. No matter whose interests they touched or whose turf they encroached upon, making enemies was inevitable. Adopting the mindset of better safe than sorry, everyone quietly left the scene. Mu Qingwan understood this wasn't the time to confront the Qins. First, they lacked concrete evidence. Even the photos proved Qin Dong had hand-drawn the designs. Second, this move wouldn't topple them and could backfire, especially since Mu Corporation's public image was already teetering on the edge. Li Hao came down to find her. She beckoned him with a flick of her finger, signaling for him to take her hand. What's this crazy woman up to now? Playing the part of a respectful couple again? She sure knows how to put on a show. Desperate as hell, considering how much she used to despise me. Now they're all sweet and blissful, the media's model couple. Before Li Hao could react, Mu Qingwan had already hooked her finger around his pinky. To outsiders, they looked like a young couple flirting playfully. Of course, Qin Yu had no time to notice this scene. Seeing the situation escalate, he was on the verge of losing his temper again. Qin Yu wanted to strangle that brainless Qin Dong. While there was no proof of plagiarism, Li Hao wouldn't have dared make such accusations without evidence. Qin Yu couldn't afford to gamble. His standing with his father was already shaky. Didn't you claim your work was flawless and airtight? Who wouldn't take meat handed to them on a platter? You set this massive trap, and because of you, how many people have been dragged down? Qin Yu stared coldly at Qin Dong, his gaze as if looking at a dead man. Yeah, I didn't leave any traces. I even memorized the drafts in my head before drawing them. Qin Dong was puzzled too. The two of them hadn't left because they were waiting for Li Hao and Mu Qingwan. Qin Yu was indeed a clever man, but he was overly arrogant, ruthless, and cunning. His intelligence was both his strength and his downfall. Li Hao held Mu Qingwan's hand, presenting the perfect picture of a model couple to the outside world. Any close friend knew their relationship had been terrible before, making it remarkable they could maintain such a facade. What they didn't know was that this relationship was quietly shifting. Spotting Qin Yu waiting for them, Li Hao and Mu Qingwan exchanged a knowing smile. Who's Mr. Qin waiting for, bringing along our company staff like this? Li Hao asked innocently. Qin Yu couldn't very well lose his temper now. After all, he needed their help. But he didn't want to appear too submissive either. Let's be clear about this, he said. This concerns both the Qin and Mu families. Regardless of whether you have any evidence, just looking at the market alone, you might not get the upper hand. Qin Yu's gaze fell upon their clasped hands, and in the end, he said nothing more. Qin Yu, you're clever. But in this circle, no one is stupid. The circle is only so big, and the pie is only so large. Whatever you want to get, you'll have to pay tenfold, 100-fold in return. You can be smart, but you can't treat everyone else like fools. Mu Qingwan said solemnly. With that, she pulled Li Hao toward the exit. Li Hao's gaze, however, lingered on their clasped hands. He muttered to himself. Damn, this crazy woman actually called that idiot smart? Is her eyesight failing her? Stupid as a pig, and she calls him smart? And she's speaking to him so gently, reasoning with him, giving him all this face. Wait, Qingwan, are you really going to release that so-called evidence? Qin Yu stared at Mu Qingwan, his eyes betraying a hint of tension and suspicion. That little bit of evidence you have? To me, it doesn't amount to much. Do you really think it'll make a difference? Mutual destruction isn't what I want to see. You know what needs to be done. Handle this in your own way. With that, Mu Qingwan left without another word. She hated this scum of a man just as much as anyone, but the timing wasn't right. When the opportunity arose, she would make him lose face completely. Qin Yu stared blankly at Mu Qingwan's retreating figure. Mu Qingwan held far too much value for him to abandon her, especially with that good-for-nothing in-law standing by her side. Snapping back to reality, Qin Yu murmured to himself, "What I want, I get." Mu Qingwan knew the truth. The surveillance footage was proof, though it couldn't prove anything substantial. But China Dong was in for a world of trouble. Qin Yu wouldn't let him off easy. Arrange for PR to hold a press conference. A target would suffice. This bullet wouldn't pierce that target, but it would keep Qin Yu Dong quiet for a couple of days. It was the perfect opportunity to eliminate the loyal servants working for others. China Dong would naturally be blacklisted from the industry. Chapter 85. Never fall into the trap of beautiful women. Neither Wang Yong nor those sharp-tongued reporters, including Qin Yu, would let this slide easily. Mu Qingwan thought to herself. Li Hao knew that with her ruthless methods, not a single one of them would escape. It's time for dinner. Honey, take me out to eat something. Mu Qingwan slipped her arm through his and whispered softly. What would you like to eat? Anything will do. I just want to go home and get some sleep. Li Hao couldn't help but feel uneasy. Last time things got that heated, and thankfully I kept my head. Sure, I'm pretty handsome, but I can't let myself get that obsessed. Honestly, I can't guarantee how many times it'll take before I lose my mind. It's weird though, you don't really take care of yourself, and you eat whatever you want. How did you get that body? Mu Qingwan felt speechless inside. Sometimes Li Hao seemed like a child, with such a rich inner life. Li Hao surveyed the lavish, high-end restaurant his assistant had booked. He'd already experienced that life of glitz and glamour. Each person had their own choices, their own destiny. Mu Qingwan had been swamped with work lately and hadn't gotten a decent night's sleep. Even high-end cosmetics couldn't hide the dark circles under her eyes. Seeing Mu Qingwan's exhausted state after handling her affairs, Li Hao couldn't help but mentally grumble. If you're tired, stop running around like this, you silly woman. Why bother caring so much about me? Can't I handle these few people on my own? Why do women insist on being so stubborn? Let men handle the dangerous stuff. I'm not weak like the original owner, I'm incredibly strong. Hearing his muttered thoughts, Mu Qingwan felt a flicker of warmth. She knew Li Hao meant well, that his concerns stemmed from caring for her. But one thing puzzled her, why did Li Hao keep mentioning the original host? It wasn't that Mu Qingwan was slow, it was simply that Li Hao's story jumping was an utterly unbelievable concept. Within her worldview, she couldn't comprehend terms like story jumping or original owner. As a result, she simply dismissed his words as nonsense and chose to ignore them, focusing instead on understanding the meaning behind his other statements. Looking back over the past 5 years, Mu Qingwan realized he had truly been a good husband. It was only her pride that had kept her from seeing him that way. Some things could only be resolved with time. Like in the years before, when the gifts he gave her were bought with money earned from odd jobs. He never seemed like a greedy person. After dinner, they drove back home. We should go visit Grandma. Her health isn't what it used to be, and Mu Yuankai keeps upsetting her, Mu Qingwan said in a conciliatory tone. Sure. Let's see when we can find time to visit. Mu Yuankai was a scheming man through and through. Li Hao's thoughts drifted back to the day Grandma had given him shares. The old lady understood Mu Qingwan and genuinely cared for her. Zhang Xuejiao only knew Mu Qingwan came from a wealthy family, but the elite had their own sorrows and unspeakable secrets. With that thought, Li Hao slipped off his jacket. His face truly radiated a youthful charm. Honey, I'm going to take a shower. Come help me blow dry my hair when you're done, Mu Qingwan said, her face showing signs of exhaustion. Li Hao nodded gently. Perhaps he sensed the crazy woman was genuinely exhausted, or maybe it was because today she hadn't insisted he shower with her as usual. In other words, she hadn't teased him today. Li Hao dug out his loungewear and changed, lazily swiping through his phone on the sofa. As he scrolled through Weibo, news about Mu's jewelry kept popping up. At the slightest stir, reporters would rush headlong into the fray, some making wild speculations without any investigation whatsoever. They couldn't care less about the truth. All they cared about was whether it was an exclusive scoop and whether it would bring them exposure. Don't talk about humanity in this society, it's all bull. Mu Qingwan emerged from the shower wearing her pajamas. At least today she wasn't parading around in a white shirt with her legs exposed. Strange, why do I feel a bit of anticipation? Who is she? She's Mu Qingwan. Li Hao, you must stay calm. Don't get caught in the beauty trap, how else will you control the plot? It was clear Li Hao remained rational at all times. He knew that if he became obsessed with Mu Qingwan, the plot would likely spiral into melodrama, just a different kind of melodrama. Though this was merely conjecture. But right now, Li Hao dared not take that gamble. In a way, it was for Mu Qingwan's own good. Li Hao walked straight to the hairdryer. He had grown accustomed to drying this woman's hair. He recalled those years when she despised him, refusing to even let him enter her company, ashamed to be seen with him. Intimate acts like drying her hair? Unthinkable. In a fleeting moment, Mu Qingwan resolved to be twice as kind to Li Hao, to keep him by her side. The distance between them was close. The bathroom was filled with layers of steam, gradually building an intimate atmosphere. Li Hao's fingers swept through her hair, deliberately or accidentally brushing against her earlobe. She turned her head, gave Li Hao a light kiss, then looked away, her expression a mix of guilt and coy shyness. All done. You should go rest. What about you, honey? I'm going to take a shower. With that, Li Hao turned to fetch his pajamas, only to catch sight of her pale hand clutching the hem of his shirt. Her stubborn gaze, in this moment, carried a hint of adorable coquetry. I'll come join you later. Only when Li Hao said this did she let go. Li Hao stared at his reflection in the mirror, recalling countless people, the good and the bad, the liked and the disliked. Seeing Mu Qingwan's expression, he couldn't bring himself to say anything unkind to her. Perhaps maintaining their current relationship was best. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaoxiao was still working overtime at the company. It must be said, Qin Xiaoxiao's methods and abilities were remarkably similar to Mu Qingwan's, equally decisive and swift. At the press conference, she would highlight the advantages and address the disadvantages. Qin Xiaoxiao's instructions were clear: ensure the Qin family remained untouched and prevent any perception that Mu Corporation was hastily trying to distance itself from responsibility. After all, Mu Corporation dominated every industry except jewelry, and damaging its reputation was unthinkable. Qin Xiaoxiao was in an urgent meeting with the PR team. The sooner this matter was resolved, the better, to avoid complications. Qin Yu's situation wasn't much better. The old patriarch knew full well how thick-headed his grandson was and had just summoned him back to the ancestral home for a thorough scolding. I told you before, grow a brain, you useless piece of trash. The look in old Qin's eyes made him feel nothing but irritation. That wasn't the gaze of a father looking at his son, it was the cold stare reserved for an object. Qin Yu couldn't stand that look. Under that gaze, he felt like a complete failure. He wasn't exactly emotionally stable to begin with. After this, that sycophant Qin Dong was going to suffer again. By tomorrow morning, the Mu Group's PR crisis should be resolved, but the future of Mu Jewelry's industry development remained a major concern. Mu Qingwan had played her hand well. She wanted to keep Li Hao, have him root out the corrupt elements, and test his capabilities. After his shower, Li Hao's hair still glistened with droplets of water, each one rolling down slowly. Mu Qingwan hadn't gone to bed yet. Hearing him come out, she rose and walked over. She gently picked up the towel and softly wiped Li Hao's hair. Her slender fingers slid lightly down from his earlobe, finally resting on his Adam's apple. Li Hao lifted his gaze slightly, meeting Mu Qingwan's eyes. In her eyes, he saw reluctance and that pitifully coquettish hint of clinginess. Li Hao gently removed her hand. Go to sleep. Sure, but how? Mu Qingwan clearly saw his ears had flushed slightly, yet she couldn't resist teasing him. Sleep with your eyes closed. Will you carry me to the bedroom? I'm really exhausted today. Li Hao frowned, looking into her eyes filled with exhaustion. He bent down and carefully lifted her up. His hair was still damp, the ends clinging with moisture. Mu Qingwan's arms naturally wrapped around his neck as he carried her to the bedside and gently laid her down. After that, Li Hao went out to blow dry his hair. This time, Mu Qingwan didn't speak. She lay quietly on the bed, her heart craving this feeling, or perhaps what she craved more was Li Hao, this man who had always been so good to her. After drying his hair, Li Hao returned to the room to find Mu Qingwan's eyes closed, her breathing steady. She had likely fallen asleep. Li Hao lay flat on the bed. Before his thoughts could drift far, the person beside him curled up against him like a kitten seeking warmth. Women seemed to be natural iceboxes. She nestled tightly against Li Hao, her dainty, clinging demeanor a world apart from her usual strong-willed persona. Why work yourself so hard? Even though Li Hao tried to keep his emotions in check, he couldn't deny that he truly felt tender toward the person in his arms. In the stillness of the night, they slept in each other's arms, dreaming sweetly through the night. Chapter 86, Workplace Harassment or Appreciation for a Subordinate? The next day, Li Hao slowly opened his eyes and glanced at Mu Qingwan in his arms. The woman truly looked breathtakingly beautiful in her sleep. It was time to go to the group and put those ungrateful people in their place. They claimed to be acting in the group's best interests, yet they were up to all sorts of nonsense. Li Hao closed his eyes, gathering his resolve. Before, it was ignorance. Now that I know, they must understand that traitors don't live so freely and happily. They can't be allowed to strut around biting and barking at will anymore. Might as well make an example of them to stamp out this toxic culture. These people have been living far too comfortably. As Li Hao withdrew his arm and prepared to rise, he heard Mu Qingwan's soft, kitten-like whimper. It felt like a tickle on the tip of his heart, a scene he'd imagined countless times before. Looking back, they hadn't spent much time together before, and their relationship had once hit rock bottom. Mu Qingwan had also awakened. Seeing Li Hao's arm withdrawing, she instinctively rubbed against it. She relished this feeling, craving the comfort of the man beside her. In this moment, her delicate, girlish shyness was displayed to the fullest. Li Hao noticed the change in her. He didn't want to probe deeper, or rather, he relished this feeling of being relied upon by her. The feeling of no longer being ignored or rejected by her. Both Song Shanshan and Chen Xiaomei had deceived and betrayed him. Regardless of whether Qin Yu was involved, they had failed to remain true to their own hearts. Li Hao mused silently. True sincerity is precious indeed. Compared to Song Shanshan and Chen Xiaomei, she truly is exceptional. At least since I crossed over, she has changed. You never know what's in someone's heart. I treated them with sincerity, only to be treated like a lapdog or a spare tire. Seeing through those too early on was actually a blessing. Who knows what fate awaits me and Mu Qingwan in the end. But I'll stay vigilant, I won't let that outcome happen again. Mu Qingwan, of course, heard his inner thoughts, and her heart trembled. She knew Li Hao had suffered greatly in love before, especially because of her own past treatment of him. So she wanted to make amends. But how could she make amends? Wait, didn't he have a younger sister? With that thought, Mu Qingwan spoke up, "Husband, let's bring our little sister to live with us." Li Hao's sister was very sensible. She understood her brother's difficult situation and never asked for anything. Li Hao hadn't told his sister yet because of his status as a son-in-law. Li Hao replied, "I'll bring her over during the next long holiday. Our place is too cramped now, and I'm uneasy about her going back alone as a young woman." "You know me, I support you," Mu Qingwan said. Li Hao nodded, saying nothing more. "We should get up and pack our things for the company. It's time to get organized. You've worked so hard for me, cleaning up this mess I left behind. Thank you for all your trouble." Li Hao looked up at her suspiciously. Who knew she could be so beautiful when she cared about someone? No wonder the original owner was so charmed he volunteered to donate his own body parts. If I didn't know the ending, I doubt I'd survive more than a few episodes myself. No, to change the plot, I still need to make her angry. What should I say? Or maybe call her crazy woman? Stupid woman? But that might not necessarily make her angry. Mu Qingwan was speechless. Was Li Hao genuinely clueless or just playing dumb? Did he genuinely believe that if she was unhappy, he'd automatically be happy? Forget it. Change takes time. After all, I can't change overnight either. They arrived at the company. The moment they stepped inside, they heard Wang Yong's mistress gesturing grandly and showing off. "I just can't stand that phony act. He's only after young, pretty girls to take advantage of them. Just because you have no principles doesn't mean the rest of us do," Lulu said. "Who do you think you are? You're just broke, aren't you? These days, everyone short on cash acts like they own the place." The woman speaking was Wang Yong's mistress, likely one of his many brainless, busty targets. Lulu gritted her teeth, utterly disgusted by that beastly scumbag. Here she was, working diligently in long sleeves and pants on a sweltering summer day, yet she still got targeted. He even spouted arrogant nonsense, putting on a show of false concern. As he talked, his hand drifted onto her shoulder. "Disgusting, that revoltingly obese man. Oh, so you're not short on cash? How much could Wang Yong possibly give you? His family has someone you wouldn't want to mess with." Li Hao chimed in. Seeing it was Li Hao, Lulu felt her heart settle considerably. Not for any other reason, but because of Li Hao's genuine character. He didn't look like a slick operator. She could tell that as long as Li Hao was in this industry, their Mu Group's jewelry business would thrive. You can be inactive, but you can't be corrupt. Oof. That woman was ultimately powerless to speak up, so she fell silent. "So it was you," Wang Yong said, shuffling over with his bulky frame. "I was wondering who it could be. Turns out it's our very own manager Li. So he's got manager Wang backing him up. No wonder he's been acting so high and mighty. Wonder if President Mu even knows about manager Wang's antics." Wang Yong had been bitter ever since Li Hao had his brother locked up last time. Now, even if he wanted to pull strings in prison, it was impossible. Thanks to the Mu family's intervention, his days inside were becoming unbearably difficult. So whenever he got the chance, he'd bark at people like a mad dog. "Supervisor Li, everyone knows you're Mr. Mu's son-in-law. Even if you want to report someone or snitch on them, we can't do anything about it." When Wang Yong opened his mouth, he was quite the smooth talker. In a few words, he shifted the blame onto Mu Qingwan, hinting at backdoor deals and pillow talk. "So, workplace sexual harassment is just admiration for subordinates?" Li Hao raised an eyebrow. The moment those words left his mouth, the room erupted. How dare Supervisor Li say that? By bringing this out into the open, he'd lost all face. Whoever called him useless, I'll get to them. Some female employees desperately needed someone to speak up for them. Li Hao was undoubtedly their lifeline. Mu Group's salaries were indeed generous, most people wouldn't dare leave. Oomph. This is slander and defamation. I have every right to defend my reputation. You'd better apologize to me, or else. Otherwise? Call the police? Perfect, then you and your brother can enjoy a few years of free meals in prison. Saying Wang Yang is smart, he's certainly no fool. But is he really not stupid? Doesn't he realize someone has leverage over him? Otherwise, how dare he expose him in front of so many people? Ha, what a fool. Qin Yu's taste is truly garbage, yet he still deludes himself into thinking he can win Mu Qingwan. He only had any sense when he set his sights on Mu Qingwan. But back in the original story, when Mu Qingwan loved you so deeply, you couldn't even hold on to her. How utterly foolish. Are other women really better than her? I'm sparing you some dignity, I won't release the evidence. Otherwise, this industry would blacklist you. You're a veteran in this field, you know the consequences. What gives you the right to do this? Did Mu Qingwan agree? You can ask her yourself. But I've had enough of your toxic behavior here. Pack up and leave with your lover. You You think you're worthy? Mu Qingwan isn't the only one in the Mu family. Li Hao's lips twisted. Wu Yuankai again. I knew Wang Yang couldn't stir up much trouble on his own. Turns out he's got someone backing him up. Doesn't he deserve it? Just then, Mu Qingwan walked over. Why don't you tell me, am I not even allowed to lay off someone in my own company? Or would you rather sit in that chair? Mu Qingwan said lazily, her arm already casually draped over Li Hao's. No, Ms. Mu, it's Supervisor Li who slandered me. I've been nothing but dedicated to the group. Wang Yang scrambled to defend himself, beads of sweat already forming on his forehead. Well, diligent and responsible, Manager Wang. Is your diligence and responsibility sexually harassing people in the workplace? Li Hao sneered. Chapter 87, Such an Adorable Side. Wang Yang, I detest workplace sexual harassment. You will be fired, along with anyone complicit with you. Mu Qingwan's tone was firm. Firing someone had never been difficult for her. Before, she might have spared her uncle's face, but not anymore. She'd already made enemies countless times, one more wouldn't matter. Ms. Mu, I'm innocent. I'm a victim too. Please let me stay at Mu Corporation. Wang Yang's mistress pleaded desperately. Let you stay? What about those fighting against unethical practices? You can't have your cake and eat it too. You'd better figure out how to deal with the tigress at Wang Yang's house. Mu Qingwan remained completely unmoved. With a single phone call from Mu Qingwan, all those who had bullied others alongside Wang Yang were expelled from Mu Corporation. Li Hao took note of Lulu. She was neither servile nor arrogant. Though short on money, she had her principles. Jewelry design wasn't his specialty, but he understood that Lulu was an exceptionally rare talent. The achievements Wang Yang attributed to his team were actually from other groups, while Lulu's design sketches contained genuine personal creative elements. Even during the company's downturn, she never cut corners. With most of Team 1 gone, the remaining few were reassigned. Hand the roster to Lulu, she'll handle drafts and personnel matters. Report any issues to me. Li Hao made his arrangements methodically. Understood, Manager Li. Lulu's demeanor remained unruffled, clearly a composed individual. Mu Qingwan remained arm in arm with Li Hao, watching him make each step of the arrangements. She knew deep down that Li Hao truly possessed the capability. Even if he had to go it alone for years, with his intellect and integrity, he would still rise to prominence within the company. After the group dispersed, Li Hao received many appreciative glances from his female colleagues. Sexual harassment in the workplace is fundamentally discriminatory against women. It must be eradicated completely. It's almost lunchtime. Are you eating? Li Hao asked Mu Qingwan. I have a meeting later. I'll eat after that. Has Qin Yu lost his mind? Someone who gets angry like this every day, how healthy could his organs be? Going to such lengths to get her organs, is it really just because she's pretty? Mu Qingwan's lips twitched. I'll just order some private-style dishes to be delivered. Want to come over to mine? Just have it delivered downstairs. I'll pick it up later. Li Hao was puzzled. She'd refused to eat earlier, so why was she suddenly changing her mind now? As expected, a woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. Truly unfathomable. Since you ordered it for me, I might as well eat it. Otherwise, I'll end up with stomach problems sooner or later. Mu Qingwan watched Li Hao, her inner world as vivid as a 7 or 8-year-old child's. She hadn't realized he had such an adorable side before. The thought made her smile. Just as they parted ways, Mu Qingwan spotted her eldest uncle, Mu Yuankai, approaching. Ms. Mu, why did you lay off so many people at the jewelry division? After being humiliated at the last board meeting, Mu Yuankai had put on a much friendlier front toward Mu Qingwan publicly. But behind the scenes, well, everyone knew the truth. He was acting shady. Mu Qingwan was stingy with her words and didn't want to say much to him. Laying off so many people at once will cripple operations over there. Uncle, haven't you been reaching a bit too far? You even brought people into my jewelry division. Mu Yuankai's mouth twitched. We're all Mu family. What's this about arranging? Isn't everything I do for the Mu family? For what? I don't know. But one thing is clear, what you covet is my current position. Mu Qingwan exposed him without mercy. Hearing this, Mu Yuankai's pupils dilated with rage as he slammed the door and stormed out. Mu Qingwan didn't even look up, continuing to focus on her work. Qin Group. Qin Yu wasn't idle either, already scheming new plots. He liked Mu Qingwan's face, liked the drive she possessed, but he liked her money even more. His money came from shady sources. On the surface, his companies appeared prestigious, but in reality, they were all involved in underhanded dealings. Once he secured Mu Qingwan, all that money would become legitimate income. No more living in fear, having to bribe connections to keep things under wraps. He sought out Zhou Qiansheng, who still harbored resentment toward Li Hao for humiliating him in front of others. People like them never reflected on their own actions. Zhou Qiansheng spilled everything he knew to Qin Yu, but the example of Qin Dong blacklisted from the industry and beaten into the ICU hung over them. Qin Dong had once strutted about so arrogantly, yet now he ended up like this. These people always blamed others. They saw no fault in themselves, refusing to look inward. They believed a few stinking bucks could make them all powerful. If they couldn't succeed here, they'd strike elsewhere. Mu Group still had his spies. After kicking out so many people, he'd specifically promoted a woman named Lulu. He sensed another opportunity arising. Within minutes, a folder appeared on the desk containing detailed information about Lulu. Qin Yu's gaze fixed on Lulu's daughter. It's time for you to step in. I've arranged everything. You hate her, don't you? Go make her miserable. Whisper sweet nothings in her ear. Qin Yu said into the phone. Alright, came the excited reply. Tell me exactly what to do. Mu Qingwan left for a meeting and texted Li Hao to head straight home afterward, telling him to come back once he finished his work. Li Hao glanced at his watch. He'd probably have to work late tonight. Working late tonight. We'll be home later, Li Hao texted Mu Qingwan. There were no urgent tasks today. Only Lulu and a male colleague were working overtime outside the office, while Li Hao remained inside. After over an hour, the male colleague also left. You should go too. Don't you have a child at home? Li Hao said to Lulu. It's fine, boss. I'll be out soon. Lulu hurried off, clearly eager to finish her work quickly. Hey, Mom. Yeah, I'll be right there. I'll be home soon. What? Xiaowan's unconscious? Lulu's voice shot up several decibels, catching Li Hao's attention. Lulu's high-intensity work, constant stress, and daily struggle to avoid sexual harassment had left her physically and mentally exhausted. Hearing the news, her legs went weak. Her daughter was her whole world. What happened? Xiaowan's unconscious. Lulu stumbled to her feet, ready to rush to the hospital. I'll drive you there. It'll be faster. Li Hao grabbed the keys, turned off the lights, and hurried to the hospital. Lulu's tears flowed like a burst dam, streaming down her face. She seemed to be venting life's injustices, but more than that, she was consumed by worry for her precious daughter. The moment they got out of the car, Lulu dashed toward the hospital, so flustered she hadn't even put on her coat. Li Hao could only hold it for her. Watching this scene, Li Hao felt a pang of emotion. Perhaps this was what it meant to be a mother, to find strength in adversity. For Xiaowan's sake, Lulu endured unfair treatment and worked tirelessly to support her family like a man. The moment she saw Xiaowan's grandmother, the tension that had been stretched to its limit snapped. Her vision darkened, and she collapsed straight down. Xiaowan's grandmother was thrown into a panic by this sudden turn of events. She frantically tried to catch her daughter, but her advanced age left her powerless. Heartbroken for her daughter, tears streamed down her face as she muttered curses at the scoundrel who had deceived her daughter, her heart filled with rage. Li Hao reacted with lightning speed, dashing forward in a single stride to catch Lulu securely. Seeing Lulu unconscious, his heart filled with worry. He urgently asked the nearby nurses if there were any available beds. After making arrangements, he learned the full story. What they didn't know was that hidden cameras were working frantically. Chapter 88, Jumping to Conclusions. A perfectly healthy little girl fainted inexplicably, just as a stranger passed by her side. Then this happened. Today was the day the company was laying people off, and it was also the day Lulu was promoted. Could it all really be such a coincidence? If it were Mu Yuan Kai, he'd be too busy dealing with the loss of his key lieutenant to spare any attention for this. Besides, he'd be unlikely to devise such a meticulously detailed plan. Li Hao propped his head up with his hand, deep in thought. Who could it be then? Qin Yu? Had he started stirring trouble again so soon? What made Qin Yu difficult to deal with wasn't just his cunning ruthlessness and thick-skinned nature, it was his remarkable ability to bounce back. I knew those lackeys hadn't been completely purged. Just then, the doctor emerged. The child was fine, having only inhaled a small amount of the deep sleep-inducing substance. Thank goodness. Thank goodness, doctor. Thank you. Little Nguyen's grandmother wept tears of joy. Because grandma doted on her daughter, she also loved her daughter's child. Li Hao also yearned for this kind of affection, but since his parents went missing, he hadn't experienced this kind of happiness again except from his grandmother. At that moment, Lulu also woke up. She anxiously asked about Xiaowan's condition. Mom, how is Xiaowan? Xiaowan is fine. She just inhaled a little of the substance that induces deep sleep. A muffled sob escaped her. Li Hao understood parents live for their children. He hadn't grasped it before, but now he was beginning to comprehend. Managerly, thank you. Truly, thank you so much. Lulu had never encountered anything like this before. She suspected someone had deliberately targeted her, and Xiaowan had been caught in the crossfire. At least the person had a conscience and didn't harm the child. Li Hao despised those who bullied children and the elderly most of all. Li Hao waved his hand dismissively and instructed, stay home and be with your child. I've approved your paid leave. Come back to work once you've adjusted your state. I'll be going now. Thank you. Thank you. Lulu felt fortunate to have such a considerate boss, then hurried off to check on Xiaowan. Meanwhile, at Mu Qingwan's place. The moment Mu Qingwan stepped into her home, Mu Fingxue followed like a cat drawn by the scent of blood. Sis, I missed you after not seeing you for a few days. Mu Qingwan had little to say to this sister of hers. She was adopted, provided with the best food and care, yet she remained unsatisfied, even going so far as to think of herself as Mu Qingwan. Still, Mu Qingwan wasn't heartless. After all, they'd grown up together since childhood, and some affection remained. Come inside. I haven't seen you in days either, Mu Qingwan said. Sis, I heard your husband got promoted to manager at the company. He even fired a bunch of people today. Yeah, I had him do it. The company's culture was off, Mu Qingwan said, sitting down on the sofa. Mu Fengxue, ever the chatterbox, tugged Mu Qingwan's arm and plopped down beside her, clearly ready to spill her guts. I also heard he gave special authority to one woman. If he's really up to something outside, I wouldn't be surprised what man doesn't have his moments. Just don't ruin our family's reputation and dignity. Mu Fengxue said animatedly. I know that woman. I approved it. Is that all you came here for today? No problem, I don't need you to remind me. I trust him. Mu Qingwan said. Mu Fengxue was met with a cold shoulder, but it didn't dampen her high spirits in the slightest. She took a deep breath, ready to continue her tirade. Did you know my brother-in-law went to the hospital today, sis? Mu Fengxue was testing her. She figured Li Hao wouldn't have had time to tell Mu Qingwan in such an urgent situation. Besides, even if he had time, he might not have reported it. Mu Qingwan glanced at her, and Mu Fengxue immediately understood. Li Hao hadn't told her perfect, that gave her room to maneuver. I happened to have a friend at the hospital today. My friend saw your brother-in-law holding a woman he was clinging to her so tightly, frantically searching for a bed. Oh, and there was a little girl too. You'd better watch out. In the past, Mu Qingwan would have unleashed a torrent of angry accusations at Li Hao without hearing his side, trampling his dignity underfoot. But now, Mu Qingwan knew this sister wasn't exactly pure of heart. What's there to guard against? They're just ordinary friends. Besides, I know that woman, I saw her at the office today. Sis, you can never be too careful. My friend even took a photo for me. I was worried the phone screen wouldn't be clear enough, so I had it professionally printed. After all, I'm part of the Mu family too. I should protect our family's interests. Mu Fengxue spouted lofty principles, every sentence emphasizing her status as a member of the Mu family. Mu Qingwan had no time to deal with such matters. She kept her head down, swiping through her phone until her finger paused on Li Hao's chat interface. She trusted him, but she wished he'd take the initiative to tell her. She, Mu Qingwan, truly disliked feeling passive. The initiative wasn't in her hands, largely because she feared Li Hao might leave. Mu Fengxue quickly produced the photo, which indeed showed Li Hao carrying Lulu and a princess carry. Sis, look at those arms, how tightly he's holding her. Mu Qingwan couldn't miss Mu Fengxue's unusual and unsettling behavior. She usually looked down on Li Hao the most. Now she kept calling him brother-in-law just to remind her that Li Hao had betrayed her. Stop jumping to conclusions. Are your friends paparazzi? I have no idea what he went there for. He just left for the hospital, and you showed up right after him? That's quite a coincidence. Mu Qingwan watched her with keen interest. Overreacting? You're far too gullible. Didn't they teach you anything at the old estate? If you can't handle it, go stay with grandma for a few days. Grandma always favored Mu Qingwan over Mu Fengxue. She found Mu Fengxue petty yet self-righteous, with ambitions as high as the sky, saying one thing to your face and another behind your back. Her intentions were insincere. Mu Qingwan's gaze never lingered on the photo. Even when Mu Fengxue held it up to show her, she merely gave it a fleeting glance. Mu Qingwan wasn't unreasonable. She had genuinely looked down on Li Hao before, finding him embarrassing. Mu Fengxue, determined to make Mu Qingwan's life miserable, had come to stir trouble every other day. This puzzled Mu Fengxue. Under her usual provocation, Mu Qingwan would have exploded in rage long ago. To the media, they appeared as a harmonious couple, but behind closed doors, their home was a complete mess. Now that Mu Qingwan had suddenly changed, Mu Fengxue grew even more jealous. It turned out her brother-in-law wasn't a useless fool after all. He was quite handsome too. Why did Mu Qingwan get to have everything? What gave her the right? The sound of a car engine reached her ears. Li Hao was back. The moment he entered, he spotted Mu Fengxue. Oof. This sister-in-law isn't one to sit idle, but she's not exactly the sharpest tool in the shed. She switched sides. Someone must be pulling the strings behind the scenes. But what does she want? She lacks the brains to run the group, has enough money to live on, and wouldn't help others for no reason. Looks like I'll need to test this sister-in-law properly when the chance arises. Does she just enjoy stirring up trouble to make my life miserable? Chapter 89, I'm no saint, but you're a bit too deadly. Mu Qingwan overheard Li Hao's inner thoughts. She knew this sister had ulterior motives, but she genuinely had no clue who Mu Fengxue had colluded with this time. The Mu family hadn't treated her badly over the years. She'd always had the best food and clothes, living no differently from them, save for not receiving shares. Mu Qingwan couldn't fathom why Mu Fengxue was perpetually dissatisfied, insisting on harming the family like this. Oh my, brother-in-law, back so late? Who were you tending to at the hospital? Mu Fengxue opened with pure sarcasm. How'd you know I went to the hospital? Showing such concern for a worthless brother-in-law like me? Li Hao shot back without mercy. He had no desire to be polite to these people who thought they were something special just because they came from wealthy families, especially someone as scheming and troublesome as Mu Qingwan. Oof. Better not let me find out who you've been flirting with this time, or your life of luxury will come to an end. Sigh, what's going on in your head? The Mu family hasn't treated you badly, yet you're never satisfied and insist on humiliating yourself. Let's be honest, you're just a bully who picks on the weak. The original owner was timid, so you could push her around. But not me. Li Hao recalled from the memories that during those years, she'd constantly report the original owner's misdeeds whenever she had free time. Now it seemed clear it was all malicious scheming. Alright, you should head back too. It's getting late, we need to rest. Mu Qingwan said, leaning back on the sofa. Sis, you really need to keep your husband in line. Shut up. I trust my husband. Let's go. Mu Qingwan didn't bother with pleasantries this time, her eyes flashing with impatience. As Mu Qingwan passed by Li Hao, she shot him a vicious glare. Li Hao, with his handsome face, didn't flinch at all. He raised an eyebrow slightly, looking like he was ready to watch the show. He couldn't fathom that Mu Qingwan had lived the life of a pampered young lady since childhood. What more could she possibly want? Wasn't it better to just relax and enjoy it? But he also knew that a woman's jealousy could sometimes be a force not to be underestimated. Only after Mu Qingwan left did Mu Qingwan's gaze finally land on the photo. It was Lulu from the company. She was working overtime at the office when her daughter fainted. I drove her to the hospital. Li Hao briefly recounted the events. Mu Qingwan looked up. Alright, honey, you go take a shower first. I'm a bit tired and need to rest for a while. Li Hao nodded. He knew that even though Mu Qingwan hadn't said anything, she must still feel a little uncomfortable inside. After all, seeing her husband holding another woman would upset anyone. Mu Qingwan's gaze fell back on the photo. That woman was indeed Lulu, beautiful and highly capable at work. Having heard Li Hao's inner thoughts, she naturally believed him. Yet a heavy weight still settled in her heart. While showering, Li Hao had sensed something was off with Mu Qingwan. Though Mu Qingwan hadn't succeeded in driving a wedge between them, that didn't mean Mu Qingwan didn't care about the incident. I'll explain to her tomorrow when I have time. Li Hao emerged from the shower. You go next. Mu Qingwan raised her arm. Carry me. Li Hao knew that, given her personality, she wouldn't flip through the entire stack of photos, she'd only look at that one. Li Hao said nothing. She stretched out her pale arm, clinging like a child throwing a tantrum. He picked her up from the sofa and carried her to the bathroom. She understood Li Hao and respected him. She wanted to make amends for how she'd treated him badly before. Are you going to help me wash? Come to think of it, you've never helped me wash before. Mu Qingwan slipped back into her old habit of teasing Li Hao. Again? Mu Qingwan, I'm no saint. Do you have any idea how devastating your charm is? But honestly, who wouldn't want to see what's under those clothes? Even with all the reservations, I'd look first and think later. Sigh, no way. Li Hao, stay calm. You can't let your desire to see his body turn you into a beast. If I help her wash now, who knows what else might happen later? I'll blow dry your hair for you later. Li Hao promptly stepped out of the bathroom. Mu Qingwan felt a little disappointed, but mostly happy. At least Li Hao still had a strong desire for her body, and it indirectly proved he was truly a good person. In the living room, Li Hao's gaze also fell upon the photo. They sure know how to frame a shot. Holding each other so tightly, and that off-center angle on the hospital bed looks like they're about to kiss. Is it Qin Yu again? He just won't give up. This Qin Yu is like a persistent, unrelenting specter. He'll stop at nothing for organs. Li Hao inwardly cursed Qin Yu, that hypocritical bastard. After drying her hair, Mu Qingwan burrowed back into his embrace. They were almost forming a habit, cuddling to sleep after blow-drying her hair. This life doesn't seem so bad after all. If only one day, the plot wouldn't turn out so melodramatic. Maybe growing old together like this wouldn't be so bad. But who knows if this is just the calm before the storm. If it's all an illusion and ends up as tragic as the original story, regret will come too late. Li Hao, you must be cautious, and then cautious again. The next day, the two headed to the company together. Li Hao had just entered the office, intending to instruct his assistant to inform HR about Lulu's paid leave. He looked up and saw Lulu already seated at her workstation. Lulu, come in for a moment. Didn't I tell you to take leave? Li Hao sat in his executive chair, assuming she was worried about money. I can take leave, but the work in my hands can't wait. We need to finish it quickly to launch new products and shift focus away from the company's recent incident. Lulu met his gaze, her eyes filled with unwavering resolve. Li Hao said nothing more. An employee reaching this level of dedication was truly rare. Arrange it yourself. Let me know if you need anything. Li Hao waved her off. Mu Qingwan also planned to attend the jewelry department meeting today to encourage those who remained and, by extension, establish her authority. She needed to make it clear to certain people that it was she, Mu Qingwan, who called the shots, not him, Mu Yuan Kai. Before she even reached Li Hao's office door, she saw Lulu emerging from it. Mu Qingwan appraised Lulu from head to toe. This woman seemed calculating, clearly knowing exactly what she wanted. She was attractive, and even with light makeup, she had the makings of a beauty. The thought of Li Hao carrying her princess style made Mu Qingwan's heart ache. Li Hao noticed her arrival too. Here to inspect the work? To hold a meeting, Mu Qingwan replied. Everyone, put down your work for a moment. President Mu has a few words to share. Li Hao addressed the employees. Those who remain are good employees. I, Mu Qingwan, never treat my staff unfairly. But I absolutely will not tolerate anyone lording it over others in my presence. Those who truly dedicate themselves to Mu Corporation will have their year-end bonuses doubled. Those harboring ulterior motives should consider switching industries immediately. Mu Qingwan laid down the law up front, making it clear to her employees that while she managed the company strictly, those who worked diligently would be well rewarded. After her speech, everyone returned to work. Mu Qingwan left, canceling her evening plans. She told her assistant. She wanted solitude to reflect deeply on her relationship with Li Hao. Standing by the high-rise window, Mu Qingwan gazed down at the city below, her mind swirling with thoughts. At lunchtime, it was still Mu Qingwan who thoughtfully ordered food and made sure to bring a portion for Li Hao. Even now, Li Hao remained in her thoughts. Despite her own low spirits, she still cared about his well-being. Well, at least you know to take care of yourself now, silly woman. Time slipped away in the busyness, and soon it was quitting time. Li Hao hadn't received any messages from Mu Qingwan. Assuming she was busy with work as usual, he didn't think much of it. However, Mu Qingwan had arrived at the bar at 5 o'clock that afternoon. The moment she entered, she headed straight for the bar and ordered a strong drink without hesitation. Today, she wanted to unwind and get drunk. Though things seemed calm lately, unresolved issues lingered in her mind. To begin with, the position of CEO alone was immense pressure for a woman. And then there were the troubles at home. So she chose to come here for a drink away to recharge her batteries. Hey, are you alone? A handsome young man in his early 20s approached, a hint of mischief in his eyes. Who are you? Mu Qingwan snapped, her tone still sharp. She had no patience for anyone right now. Let me buy you a drink, sis. The handsome young man exchanged a knowing glance with the bartender, who understood immediately. In this bar, certain things had become routine, like slipping drugs into drinks. They considered it perfectly normal. Meanwhile, Li Hao grew increasingly anxious as Mu Qingwan kept ignoring his calls. He dialed her number again and again, but there was no answer. His heartbeat quickened as a bad feeling washed over him. Do you know where Mu Qingwan went? He called Qin Yu, asking her to check her schedule. Okay. I'll look into it. While waiting for Qin Yu's reply, Li Hao carefully recalled when Mu Qingwan had last been unreachable, trying to find some clues. His mind was in turmoil, swirling with endless possibilities. Ms. Mu left this afternoon and cancelled all her appointments, Qin Xiao reported when she called back. Qin Xiao was puzzled too. Ms. Mu was always a workaholic, extremely strict with herself. Why would she leave so early today? This was completely out of character for her. Chapter 90, I won't hug anyone else, okay? Upon learning Mu Qingwan had driven away alone, Li Hao immediately instructed his assistant to track her movements. In this fast-paced era, efficiency was paramount for the wealthy. Time was money. Within minutes, Li Hao pinpointed Mu Qingwan's exact location. Without pausing to think or even vent his frustration, he hurriedly drove after her. On Mu Qingwan's side, the man was a gigolo who specialized in luring wealthy women, making a living off his looks. He kept trying to get her drunk, which only added to her already foul mood. What are you doing? Mu Qingwan snapped. Though under immense pressure and in a foul mood, she maintained basic caution and firmly refused the drink he offered. Let your little brother take good care of his big sister. The pretty boy wouldn't give up, still pulling out all the stops to seduce her. He looked at the woman before him, dressed in designer labels and radiating luxury, scheming silently about how he could win her over. The moment Li Hao entered the room, he saw this pretty boy pestering Mu Qingwan. His temper flared instantly. Mu Qingwan. Li Hao frowned deeply and called out loudly. Mu Qingwan lifted her dazed gaze and saw Li Hao. A flicker of surprise and delight crossed her face. Husband, why are you here? Get lost. Li Hao glared at the pretty boy and said coldly. My little kitten wandered out to drink. I'm here to take her back. Li Hao said, wrapping his arm around Mu Qingwan. Just keep drinking. Once she's drunk, she won't make a peep. If I hadn't shown up, this crazy woman would have been in danger tonight. That pretty boy isn't as handsome as me. I'm practically triple-layered Lu Dehua, the ultimate man. She was fine all day. Why did she suddenly snap like this? Yes. My husband is the most handsome. Mu Qingwan shouted with full vigor. Li Hao was taken aback. How did she guess what he was thinking again? But he didn't dwell on it. Looking at her flushed cheeks, perhaps she was just acting drunk, maybe she thought her own face looked handsome. Li Hao helped Mu Qingwan into her coat and carried her out the door. Goodbye, sir. The waiter opened the car door, and Li Hao carefully placed Mu Qingwan inside. Mu Qingwan suddenly burst into tears. Husband. Which hand did you use to hold someone else? I'm going back to throw it in the washing machine. Mu Qingwan sobbed as she spoke. Li Hao's mouth twitched. She was laughing just now, and now she's crying? Then I'm not disabled, I'm just useless. I didn't do anything, let alone get involved with another woman. What are you imagining? Of course, Li Hao could guess that this wasn't the only reason Mu Qingwan wanted to get drunk. At most, it was merely the trigger. Upon hearing Li Hao's inner thoughts, Mu Qingwan suddenly burst into laughter again. As the car pulled into the villa, Li Hao carried her into the bedroom. Husband, please don't leave me, okay? Mu Qingwan looked at Li Hao with reddened eyes, her expression pitiful. You're not allowed to carry anyone else princess style. Why, I hate you. Mu Qingwan pouted like a child. Li Hao knew she was acting drunk, so he got up to prepare a sobering soup for her. But as soon as he stood up, Mu Qingwan grabbed hold of him. She clung to him like a pendant. I'll go make you soup. Honey, will you make me some soup? Yes. No way. You're staying with me. Mu Qingwan clung tightly to Li Hao. This crazy woman never acted like this when she was drunk before. How did she get this messed up this time? Must have been fake booze, damn it. Mu Qingwan gazed at his profile, then suddenly sat up and pressed her face against his chest. Then she mischievously lifted her eyes to look at him, gently tracing his eyebrows and eyes. Li Hao was still in a daze. No way, what's this game? Mu Qingwan cradled his head as if holding a priceless treasure, her eyes brimming with love and longing. Her fingers continued to drift downward. When they brushed against his Adam's apple, Li Hao felt as though 10,000 horses were galloping through his chest. His heartbeat instantly quickened, and his breathing grew ragged. He instinctively tried to pull her hand away, only to have her seize his wrist in return. Mu Qingwan seemed to lose all reason. She gazed into his eyes and gently kissed him, leaving no inch of his skin untouched. Her kisses were as light as feathers, yet carried a fiery passion. Li Hao finally snapped back to his senses and pushed Mu Qingwan away. Strange. Why didn't I push this crazy woman away from the very beginning? Mu Qingwan, having been pushed away before she could kiss him enough, was naturally displeased. A hint of hurt and resentment flickered in her eyes as she mumbled indistinct words. Li Hao sighed and tried to placate her. I won't hug anyone else, okay? I only held Lulu because she was unconscious. Be good. The words left him stunned. What the hell? Why do I feel a bit guilty? Like I owe this crazy woman something even though I didn't do anything. Mu Qingwan, whether she heard him or not, had already closed her eyes. Li Hao shook his head helplessly and gently removed her makeup. Meanwhile, Qin Yu was seething at home. Couldn't Mu Qingwan learn a thing or two from her sister? Even if they weren't biological, she shouldn't be this incompetent. She can't accomplish anything, yet she still wants to bring down the Mu Corporation. Useless. Qin Yu's face darkened as he finished his call with his assistant, learning that Mu Qingwan hadn't handled the matter properly. He couldn't fathom it. He had everything: wealth, looks, ability, so why did Mu Qingwan reject him? If it weren't for that damn Li Hao, he would have had her long ago. And Mu Qingwan, what kind of taste does she have? What's so great about Li Hao? Just you wait. I won't let him off the hook. And what was that about everything being taken care of, just needing him to step in and speak? Mu Qingwan fumed angrily. I tried so hard to explain it clearly, but Qin Yu just doesn't get it. This move of his won't work. Why does she get everyone's favoritism? Especially that old hag half buried in the ground and still favoring Mu Qingwan. Jealousy and resentment flashed in Mu Qingwan's eyes. Her eyes darted around as she dialed Qin Yu again. Two kindred spirits naturally hit it off instantly, both equally brainless. Qin Yu was still brooding over the Qin Adong incident. This weakness was a leverage point held by Mu Qingwan and Li Hao. If exposed, it would severely damage the Qin Corporation. He dared not gamble on how much evidence they possessed. Qin Yu kept Qin Adong alive, keeping him on life support in the ICU, hoping to interrogate him once he regained consciousness. He was trying to gauge how much evidence they had, while also suspecting whether Qin Adong had deliberately leaked the information. Qin Yu was inherently self-serving. Once someone posed a threat to him, he would stop at nothing even if they had once been allies. When it came time to discard someone, he did so without hesitation. Nothing could compare to his own interests. Mu Qingwan was no pushover either. Her sole focus was destroying Mu Qingwan, making the Mu Corporation an easy prize. Bring down the Mu Corporation, and Qin Yu would pay her a fortune. This deal was a surefire win for her. Little did she know, this was nothing short of a pipe dream. Each of these individuals was a shrewd operator. Thinking she could manipulate them all with her limited intellect would only lead to her losing everything in the end. Li Hao pondered the incident involving Lulu. Besides Mu Yuankai, only Qin Yu could be pulling the strings behind the scenes. There was no third party involved. Qin Yu truly harbors a deep-seated hatred for us. Even while struggling to save himself, he still schemes. Old Master Qin had long disapproved of his son Qin Yu. In his twilight years, he desperately wanted his son born out of wedlock to acknowledge his lineage and return to the family fold. But Qin Yu dared not utter a word. He could only resort to underhanded tactics, offering perks to shareholders to have them intervene. But these tactics only delayed matters without changing the outcome. He desperately needed to prove his worth. Then this incident happened, giving the old man leverage. Qin Yu had worked hard since childhood yet never received recognition. So there were other sons after all. How ironic. At this moment, Qin Yu believed the most crucial step was to leverage Mu Qingwan. For once, he agreed with Mu Fengshua's suggestion, as the pivotal figure in this scheme was someone Mu Qingwan would inevitably come to hate with a vengeance. Qin Yu also wanted to create conflict between Li Hao and Mu Qingwan. However, as things stood, Mu Fengshua was no longer effective for achieving this goal. He needed to find a new candidate. As the new plan took shape, Qin Yu was already getting carried away with triumph, envisioning the outcome he desired. Chapter 91, Farewell to Chen Xiaomei. Li Hao gazed at Mu Qingwan in his arms, his heart filled with indescribable complexity. Her transformation over these days had stirred profound emotions within him. From his initial intent to simply abscond with the money, his mindset had now changed dramatically. Whenever something happened to her, he felt an uncontrollable panic. She, too, had learned to care for him and show him respect. Perhaps only now did they truly resemble a married couple. But this relationship was never pure. From the start, it had been purely transactional. So, no matter how she treated him initially, he had silently endured it. Mu Qingwan hadn't woken yet. She'd had a bit too much to drink last night. Li Hao rose early and prepared a bowl of hangover soup for her. As it was almost time for work, Li Hao carefully arranged the meal on the table, left a note, and drove off to the office first. It must be said, Li Hao's culinary skills were exceptional, and his dishes looked appealing too. Li Hao stopped to buy coffee downstairs at the office building and happened to run into Zhang Chao, the head of the real estate division at Mu Group. Good morning, Manager Zhang. Good morning, Manager Zhang. After brief pleasantries, Zhang Chao launched into a tirade of praise. I heard your manager Wang Yang got fired. Manager Li really knows how to get things done. That Wang Yang wasn't just running roughshod over the jewelry department, those greedy hands of his reached everywhere. Ever since the last manager left, the jewelry department's performance has been going downhill. Especially after Wang Yang and his cousin showed up, things have been a complete disaster. Poor sales aren't the issue, it's the toxic work environment that's unacceptable. Li Hao raised an eyebrow slightly as he spoke. Manager Li really saw it coming. You could say he cleaned out the trash for the group. With that, Zhang Chao gave a hearty laugh. Li Hao waved his hand dismissively. With the tacit understanding of adults, after downing a cup of coffee, they would soon return to their respective departments to continue the grind. Li Hao gazed out the window. If this Wang Yang is capable of meddling in other departments, could he be tampering with the accounts in the finance department? Most companies wouldn't withstand scrutiny. If he's messing with the finances, that's a real headache. Seems those executives backing Mu Yuan Kai haven't been idle either. With that thought, Li Hao called Qin Xiaoxiao into his office. Go get the financial statements from the company's finance department and have a professional accounting firm thoroughly audit them. This requires Mr. Mu's signature. If the board doesn't approve, it could get complicated. Alright, I'll consider it. You may step out now. At Mu Corporation now, the veteran executives all hold significant shares. If they unite, Mu Qingwan will be in a very vulnerable position. I'll find time to give that crazy woman a little reminder. Mu Qingwan woke up, saw no one beside her, and glanced at the clock. Rubbing her head, she stepped out of the bedroom. Her gaze immediately fell upon the hangover soup and the visually appealing, aromatic breakfast spread on the table. A smile touched Mu Qingwan's lips, giving her the air of a sweet little woman. Mu Qingwan found this emotional journey both strange and wonderful. Li Hao was at the office, reviewing the artwork submitted by Lulu. Her style was distinctive. Each piece carried a unique Chinese aesthetic that appealed to mainstream tastes and would easily integrate into the market. Adding Western elements to the Chinese style opened up foreign markets. By incorporating ethnic elements into the Chinese style, they could tap into ethnic markets. He retrieved the sketches Wang Yang had saved earlier, along with drafts from several other designers. It was obvious these sketches were all quite similar, clearly the work of the same few designers. To re-enter the market, they needed entirely new elements. These designers had to break through the existing framework. After finishing her meal, Mu Qingwan called the housekeeper to clean up. She had previously resented Li Hao for not doing any chores, so she made him cook. He'd been doing it for years, and whenever things didn't go her way, she'd take her frustration out on him. Mu Qingwan's heart was now filled with gratitude and remorse. She drove to the company. Manager Li, there's still a jewelry exhibition today that couldn't be postponed. It's at 2 p.m., Qin Zhaozhao said. Alright, you handle it. After instructing Qin Zhaozhao on the jewelry exhibition, Li Hao sent a message to Mu Qingwan, lunch out today. Are you coming? After sending the message, he closed his phone and immersed himself once more in the jewelry sketches. Mu Qingwan had just arrived at the office when she sat down and saw Li Hao's message. Sure thing, honey. Mu Qingwan replied promptly. Lunchtime arrived soon. Most employees usually ordered takeout. Supervisor, come on, let's grab lunch together. Several designers who had just submitted their drafts called out to Li Hao. During meal breaks and after work, everyone felt more like friends. No, you guys go ahead. Li Hao declined their invitation and then sent Mu Qingwan a message saying he'd be waiting for her downstairs. Mu Qingwan saw the message and came downstairs. Li Hao glanced up casually and spotted Chen Xiaomei. Honey, what should we eat? Mu Qingwan approached, speaking as she followed his gaze. She instantly recognized her as Li Hao's childhood sweetheart, the one he'd always adored. She'd seen her at the class reunion last time, and the person sitting next to her was the one who had bullied Li Hao. Li Hao's brow furrowed slightly. How did she end up here? The Zhou family is wealthy, but not to the extent of owning such a large establishment. She pretends to be aloof, but inside she's intensely proud. She adores simple yet extravagant things. Wait, she's no longer wearing those simple yet extravagant designer clothes. Oof. We're long over. It's none of my business anyway. Mu Qingwan naturally heard Li Hao's inner thoughts and knew about their history. She too wanted to see what this woman intended to do. She chose to stay out of it. This was Li Hao's own business, however he handled it was his choice. She would always support him. Li Hao, can we talk? Chen Xiaomei strode straight over, her eyes fixed intently on Li Hao, completely ignoring Mu Qingwan beside him. Mu Qingwan instantly sensed trouble brewing. Talk about what? What do we have to discuss? Li Hao's tone was flat, devoid of any emotion. Then we'll need to step aside. Chen Xiaomei insisted. Say what you need to say right here. We still need to go eat. Li Hao refused without hesitation. Chen Xiaomei adopted a pitifully helpless expression, leaving Mu Qingwan at a loss for words. But Li Hao wasn't one to be swayed by such tactics. Once, he had offered his sincerity, yet gained nothing in return. Chen Xiaomei hadn't expected Li Hao to be so unyielding, showing her no mercy whatsoever. Ever since that class reunion where Zhou Qianqing misunderstood us, he's been hitting me, accusing me of having an affair with you, saying we've rekindled our old romance. He takes his frustrations out on me whenever he's unhappy. Chen Xiaomei recounted her ordeal. Mu Qingwan finally understood the situation. She'd set her sights on Li Hao because he was rich. That Zhou guy hadn't treated her well, so she was just looking for a new sugar daddy. Li Hao raised an eyebrow slightly. Isn't this the same trick she pulled back then? Because of her twisting the truth like this, I was bullied for 3 years. And now, she's resorting to the same old tactics again. I'll remember what happened back then for the rest of my life. But I'm not the fool I once was. Chapter 92, Live the Life You Want. Mu Qingwan remained silent, watching quietly from the sidelines. After all, this was Li Hao's past, she had never been involved. Isn't this the life you wanted? Besides, are you trying to morally blackmail me now? Is it because I showed up that you're at odds with Zhou Qianqing? Or is it because I've become wealthy, and you now desire a better life? Ever since high school, she'd been indecisive, stringing along this penniless guy while playing hard to get with Zhou Qianqing. From that moment on, Li Hao saw her for who she truly was. No, it was truly because Zhou Qianqing kept pestering me. I had no choice. Chen Xiaomei's tears came flooding out. Yeah, I was such a clueless fool back then, overstepping my bounds by confronting Zhou Qianqing to tell him to leave you alone. The day I confronted him, he was smoking. He flicked ash into my collar and spat phlegm and saliva right onto my face. Because of what you said, I was bullied throughout my entire high school years. Satisfied now, Chen Xiaomei? Li Haofeng said it with a casual air. How could Chen Xiaomei not know? She had felt heartbroken back then too. But she knew Li Hao was a penniless beggar. Driven by her own vanity, she lost every shred of compassion for him. How terrifying reality can be. Because Li Hao couldn't provide her with a comfortable life, she stood by and watched as he was bullied by that group. Truly, the most venomous heart belongs to a woman. Mu Qingwan's hands clenched unconsciously as she stared intently at the woman before her. Having attended elite schools since childhood, she had no idea such dark corners existed in academia. This reality completely shattered her worldview. Her expression hardened into a fierce glare directed at Chen Xiaomei. It was this manipulative green tea in front of her who had caused Li Hao such agonizing suffering. Mu Qingwan couldn't ignore her. A selfish woman like this deserved no peace. No, Li Hao, I truly liked you back then, Chen Xiaomei said through tear-filled eyes. But he threatened me. I had no way to resist. Fine, let's not talk about it. Just live the life you want. Li Hao said, reaching out to pull Mu Qingwan away. Mu Qingwan wanted to confront this woman, but now wasn't the right time. This was a past Li Hao didn't want to revisit. This also made her understand what Li Hao meant when he said true feelings were hard to come by. Unexpectedly, Chen Xiaomei clung to Li Hao like a drowning person grabbing a lifeline. Ever since that last gathering, Zhou Qianqing has suspected we're involved. Whenever he's in a bad mood, he takes it out on me. He's even keeping another woman on the side and threatening me not to leave him. Li Hao scoffed at her story. Oomph, I knew it. So you can't ride his coattails anymore. I know Zhou Qianqing, he's a full-blown playboy. I won't fall into the same trap twice. You keep saying you can't live without me, yet you're carrying that fancy designer bag. Whatever you gain, you're bound to lose. So only your life, Chen Xiaomei, is worth living? Mine doesn't count? Mu Qingwan could sense Li Hao was genuinely furious. You'd better leave now. It'll save everyone some face. My husband isn't holding a grudge right now, but if this keeps up, I can't guarantee what I might do. I'll make Zhou Qianqing a penniless beggar and turn you, the wealthy lady, into a street sweeper. Mu Qingwan knew arguing further with Chen Xiaomei was pointless, so she pulled Li Hao away. Chen Xiaomei naturally dared not cause any more trouble. She knew what kind of man Zhou Qianqing had been, a philanderer at heart. This whole outing was done behind Zhou Qianqing's back. If she caused the Zhou family to suffer losses, she'd be the one to take the fall. She certainly didn't want to end up losing Li Hao and sacrificing herself in the process. Honey, should I step in? Mu Qingwan asked, her voice tinged with concern. No need. That's the life she chose for herself. Whether it turns out well or poorly has nothing to do with us, Li Hao replied indifferently. Unnoticed, the pronouns had shifted from I to we. Neither of them noticed, yet their hearts had grown closer without either realizing it. They chose a restaurant with minimalist decor. Honey, I ordered a few of your favorite dishes. Make sure to eat plenty, Mu Qingwan said. This surprised Li Hao greatly. Wait, what? She actually remembers what I like to eat? Even though things have improved, they haven't improved this much, right? Does she really think of me as her husband now? Is she actually planning to take good care of me? Mu Qingwan wanted to strangle him right then. If he wasn't her real husband, was he her second husband? Li Hao said nothing, just buried his head in his food, feeling a bit uneasy. Having spent his life serving others and reading their expressions, Li Hao now experienced the flip side of being cared for. The dishes were all his favorites: braised spare ribs, steamed carp, sweet and sour pork tenderloin. He knew full well that Mu Qingwan wouldn't even glance at these dishes normally. But back when he was earning money to support himself and his sister, these dishes were considered the finest meals. Now, to accommodate Li Hao, Mu Qingwan ate these dishes alongside him. People really could change. As they neared the end of the meal, Mu Qingwan's phone suddenly rang. Miss, it's bad news, the old lady has fallen. Zhou exclaimed anxiously over the phone. At the news, Mu Qingwan's face instantly paled. Her chopsticks clattered to the floor. Mu Qingwan scrambled to her feet, frantically gathering her things while urgently asking, Did you call the family doctor? I'm heading back now. Notify the family doctor immediately and have them come to Grandma's bedroom right away. Li Hao sensed something was wrong and swiftly stood up, deftly grabbing her bag. The two hurried off to the old house in a flurry. Neither spoke a word along the way. Grandma cherished Mu Qingwan the most. When everyone looked down on Li Hao, only Grandma resolutely gifted him shares. Grandma had given Li Hao the kind of affection and warmth from an elder that he hadn't felt in a long time, allowing him to experience true family love. In Li Hao's heart, Grandma was the kind of elder who never judged others by status or position, but genuinely cared for the younger generation. Both felt a heavy weight of anxiety. Aunt Zhou hadn't had time to explain the specifics over the phone. All they knew was that Grandma had injured her leg. Soon, they arrived at the old house. Grandma! Grandma! Mu Qingwan cried out in panic, rushing toward her grandmother's room. Upon entering, she saw a room full of people in white coats. Besides the familiar family doctor, there was also Dr. Jarek from Germany. Miss Mu, please calm down. Your grandmother fell and injured her leg. Elderly bones are more fragile. It takes 100 days to heal a broken bone, so she needs proper rest, the lead doctor reassured her. But why isn't Grandma waking up? Mu Qingwan asked anxiously, her voice trembling slightly. In this situation, a simple fall alone is unlikely to cause unconsciousness. We've spoken with the household staff, and they all mentioned that the elderly lady usually sleeps very soundly. She shouldn't be asleep at this hour. Therefore, it's possible she experienced some kind of shock or sustained a blow to the head without leaving visible marks. We've already conducted a thorough examination. Apart from the leg injury, there are no signs of impact elsewhere on her body. The doctor patiently explained. Li Hao listened to the doctor's words, his eyes narrowing slightly as a cold glint flashed in his gaze. Whoever dares to target Grandma, I won't let them off the hook. Investigate. I will track down this malicious individual. Why pick on anyone else? They had to target an elderly person. This person must pay a heavy price. I won't rest until I skin them alive. But who could this person be? Who exactly has the freedom to come and go as they please in the Mu household? Are they acting on someone else's orders, or are they doing this of their own accord? Chapter 93, Finding the Culprit. While lost in thought, Li Hao's anxious gaze turned to his grandmother, monitoring her condition. Grandma Mu was a true elder with genuine grace, a stark contrast to Mu Yuankai's mannerisms. The Mu family's current success was inseparable from the matriarch's sharp business acumen. It must be said that Mu Qingwan's parents fell far short in this regard. The Mu elders were the ones who built the empire, their children were merely the guardians. Yet even as guardians, they fell short. Li Hao frowned deeply. If it was a natural fall, then it's simply negligence on the part of the household staff. Hiring a few more servants would suffice. But how could a natural fall without any impact cause unconsciousness? There must be something fishy here. Mu Qingwan overheard Li Hao's thoughts. She rose and left the room, summoning all the Mu household servants. Before Grandma fell, who had entered the Mu residence. The usual kindness Mu Qingwan showed toward the servants caring for her grandmother had vanished from her face. She had hired these people specifically to care for grandmother. Now that grandmother had suffered an accident in her own home, how could she not be furious? The second young miss came, and your eldest uncle also visited, a servant replied. What were they doing here? Did any of you go into the room to check? We didn't. They arrived one after the other, saying they'd call us if needed. We didn't dare go in. The butler replied, trembling. Then what are you all here for? Do they pay your wages? Can't you tell who the master is? Mu Qingwan shouted sternly. The servants fell silent. Let's review the surveillance footage first. I'll pay them a visit shortly, Li Hao reassured her softly. They then retrieved all the surveillance footage. The footage showed Mu Yuankai arriving first, leaving less than half an hour later. Mu Yuankai's expression was grim. No need to guess, he hadn't gotten his way again. Just minutes after Mu Yuankai left, Mu Fengxue arrived. The situation was now clear, the old lady had suffered an accident after both of them had arrived. I'll go find Mu Yuankai first, Li Hao said. Stay here with Grandma. I'll let you know if anything comes up. All right. Mu Qingwan was both furious and terrified. This was her grandmother, the one who had cherished her most when she felt unwanted by both her father and mother. Soon, Li Hao drove to the company and headed straight for Mu Yuankai's office without hesitation. Mr. Li, the president has a guest inside. He can't be disturbed right now. The assistant sensed Li Hao's hostile intent and was quick to react. But Li Hao ignored him completely, pushing the door open and barging in. Mu Yuankai, what were you doing with Grandma? You shameless, wolf in sheep's clothing bastard. Li Hao erupted the moment he entered. There were no guests inside. Mu Yuankai's pupils dilated in fury. Who do you think you are? Now you're insulting me? Do you really believe you're part of the Mu family? Mu Yuankai roared furiously. Judging by Mu Yuankai's reaction, he didn't seem to be putting on an act. But that was fine, it would help Mu Qingwan establish her authority and vent her anger. After you left, Grandma fell into a coma. Li Hao deliberately raised his voice. The image Mu Yuankai had painstakingly built at Mu Corporation was nearly shattered by Li Hao's outburst. Mu Yuankai gritted his teeth in fury, yet he was also worried about the old lady. After all, he didn't know if she had left a will bequeathing all her assets to Mu Qingwan. She's my mother. How could I harm her? Mu Yuankai roared. He vented his humiliation while fretting over the will. He couldn't fathom why, as her biological son, she'd always favored that granddaughter. After that, Mu Yuankai hurried back to the old mansion. Li Hao stepped out of the company. It wasn't Mu Yuankai. That leaves only one person. Could it be connected to Qin Yu? Perhaps this time we can lure him out. Mu Yuankai has left. I'm going to find Mu Fengxue now. Mu Yuankai probably isn't the mastermind behind this. Li Hao pulled out his phone and sent a message to Mu Qingwan. Mu Fengxue isn't the sharpest tool in the shed, and that's precisely why she's the easiest to manipulate. She does whatever others tell her to do, and her status as the second young miss of the Mu family gives her unique advantages. Mu Fengxue, open up. Li Hao arrived at the apartment building where Mu Fengxue lived. Compared to Mu Qingwan's villa, this place was indeed far inferior. Mu Fengxue had enjoyed plenty of the Mu family's resources. She shouldn't be short on money. What are you doing here? Mu Fengxue looked at him with utter disgust, as if he were trash. Li Hao raised an eyebrow. Given how much she despises me, the fact she didn't mock me upon seeing me proves she's hiding something. Then it's time to really grill her. Brainless fool. Grandma, you're upset, aren't you? Li Hao cut straight to the chase. Mu Fengxue flinched at the question, and Li Hao knew instantly it was her. What are you talking about? What happened to Grandma? I have no idea. Mu Fengxue forced herself to sound calm. I've always been curious, what do you gain by going after your sister? All this imported furniture and designer bags, didn't you buy them with Mu family money? Li Hao exposed her without mercy. Mu Fengxue stubbornly denied everything now. I have no idea what you're talking about. Li Hao nodded. Fine. Since Grandma's unconscious now, come with me to the old estate to take a look. You dare go back? Li Hao deliberately provoked Mu Fengxue. Regardless of whether Li Hao provoked her today, Mu Fengxue had to return. After all, it was her grandmother. If no one informed her, she could pretend ignorance. Mu residence. Mu Yuankai, what kind of person are you? Even though Mu Qingwan knew he wasn't responsible, she still resented him for constantly bothering Grandma over money. Mu Yuankai was stunned by the outburst. Can you people tell right from wrong? You better pray Grandma is okay, or you'll be kicked out of Mu Corporation and the Mu family. Mu Qingwan declared furiously. Fine. Fine. The world's gone mad. My dear niece wants her uncle to leave. Mu Yuankai seethed, his liver aching with rage. Yet he knew all too well that Mu Qingwan's words held the weight of prophecy. Setting aside the shares Mu Qingwan held, Li Hao also had his own stake. If the old lady had given her anything else, Mu Qingwan and Li Hao absolutely had the power to force him out of the Mu Corporation. Li Hao was staging an incredible comeback, repeatedly shattering everyone's expectations of him. Li Hao led Mu Qingwan into the Mu residence. Just look at this tense atmosphere. Obviously they've been arguing. You gotta hand it to her, that silly woman can be surprisingly sharp sometimes. Can't curse him at the company? Now's the time to let it all out. This anger? I'll make her pay for every bit of it. Mu Qingwan had calmed down by now. Hearing his inner thoughts, warmth spread through her heart. Mu Qingwan, grandma never treated you badly. Why would you harm her? Mu Qingwan shouted at Mu Qingwan. Mu Qingwan had envied Mu Qingwan since childhood. Whether it came to cunning or ability, she could never measure up to Mu Qingwan. Her jealousy had long burned out of control, threatening to consume her entirely. How is grandma? Let's talk about this later. Li Hao looked at the group, his primary concern being whether grandma had regained consciousness. Chapter 94, I won't let you off the hook this time. She'd been awake for a few minutes. The doctor had her on oxygen and advised more rest, planning to wake her later for neurological tests. Hearing this, Mu Qingwan, who had been on edge the entire time, finally exhaled a small sigh of relief. With the old lady awake, she felt as if she had regained her anchor. Coming to her senses, she resolved to settle accounts with these two scoundrels properly. Mu Yuankai, you came to see grandma just for Li Hao's shares, didn't you? Mu Qingwan stared coldly at Mu Yuankai, her eyes filled with disgust and fury. You dare question me? I'm your elder. Even your father wouldn't speak to me like this if he were here. Mu Yuankai forced himself to remain calm, putting on an air of superiority. I recognize you as my elder. If I don't, what are you? Mu Qingwan retorted fiercely, her aura radiating power. You'd better explain the entire situation clearly to me. Otherwise, I guarantee you won't set foot in the Mu Corporation building tomorrow. Mu Yuankai trembled inwardly. He knew Mu Qingwan was genuinely furious now, and she had the power to make his life unbearable at Mu Corporation. I came to see my mother about Li Hao's shares. I have no objection to you getting them, but I simply don't want her to give them to Li Hao. This is our family's property. Ha, give them to me? That's a nice way of putting it, my dear uncle. If you truly had no objections, you wouldn't constantly target me or dig pits and trip me up at every turn. Continue. Li Hao didn't want them to change the subject and promptly reminded them. Li Hao stood quietly to the side. Though silent, he was the one orchestrating everything. Knowing every Mu family member inside out, he understood precisely how to steer the conversation so Mu Qingwan wouldn't be led astray by Mu Yuankai. Mom won't give it to me. She says it's given if she says it's given, and she tells me to stop arguing with you all the time. Hearing this, Mu Qingwan and Li Hao finally pieced together the gist of the situation. As for Mu Qingwan, she'd long since lost her mind. No wonder they called her brainless. Did you say anything to provoke grandma? Did you push her? She's my mother, the woman who gave birth to me and raised me. How could I possibly lay a hand on her? Mu Qingwan also believed Mu Yuankai wouldn't harm his grandmother. After all, no matter how greedy he was, he wouldn't go so far as to attack his own mother. But she certainly didn't trust Mu Qingwan. That woman was consumed by jealousy and would stop at nothing to achieve her goals. This uncle of mine, he has no redeeming qualities, but he's been decent enough to grandma. Well, you'd better keep your head down and stop causing trouble for me. Otherwise, I mean what I say and I'll make sure it happens. Mu Qingwan finished speaking and didn't look at him again, her gaze as if she were observing someone utterly insignificant. Her gaze, sharp as a sword, turned to Mu Qingwan. Li Hao snorted derisively. If you say she's brainless, she's already lost her mind before it even began. Yet she acts like a dumb pig, daring to do anything. Simple-minded, all muscle. What brings you to grandma? Mu Qingwan fixed her gaze on Mu Qingwan. I want to share too, Mu Qingwan replied softly, her voice tinged with guilt. Mu Qingwan was furious upon hearing this. The Mu family feeds you, clothes you, treats you like a second daughter. What more could you possibly want? Have we shortchanged you? And now you come begging grandma for shares? You have no shame. Mu Qingwan no longer cared about anything else. The rage burning within her had consumed all reason. She never imagined Mu Qingwan could be so greedy and ungrateful. Mu Yuankai sprang to his feet the moment he heard this. His eyes widened, as if he wanted to devour Mu Qingwan whole. His own shares weren't even that substantial, and now this lowly woman, who knows where she crawled out from, wanted a piece of the pie too? In an instant, both men's gazes pierced her like sharp arrows, as if they could bore holes through Mu Qingwan's body. Grandma didn't give you anything, so you pushed her aside. Mu Qingwan gritted out, her fists clenched tightly, her body trembling slightly with rage. Li Hao saw it too. She's not only stupid, she's also cowardly. If she really had to push, she wouldn't dare. What a pathetic excuse. I didn't push her. Then why did grandma fall right after you left? How should I know? Then tell me what you said to grandma. Mu Fengxue remained silent, so Mu Qingwan had to keep pressing. Fine, don't say anything. Your card will be cancelled. You won't be the second young miss of the Mu family anymore either. Looks like you've grown tired of your comfortable life. The moment Mu Qingwan uttered those words, Mu Fengshue's nerves were struck. She glared at Mu Qingwan with eyes brimming with hatred. What I hate most is your high and mighty, scheming attitude. That dead old hag is all you care about, right? Mu Fengshue's voice turned sharp and piercing. I'll make her suffer. I'll drive you mad. Suffer. All these years, who did you think you were? Always pushing me down, with the old hag doting on you. What about me? Mom and Dad always favored the son. I was just an adopted child. What status did I have? Stop acting so high and mighty. I made that old hag give me shares equal to Li Hao's. She refused. Who cares about her? I just said some harsh words. As for you and Li Hao, just wait. Someone will deal with you. We'll make you suffer, make you miserable, make you wish you were dead. Mu Fengxue burst into a wild, unrestrained laugh. Her laughter echoed through the room, sounding utterly deranged. Her face twisted with rage and jealousy, bearing no resemblance to her former self. You really are stupid. Who could possibly stand against the entire Mu family? You provoked your own sister who could protect you now. Li Hao spoke indifferently, a trace of contempt visible in his eyes. Looking at the woman before him, utterly out of her mind, he sneered inwardly. Getting this brainless woman to spill the beans would be child's play. You fools! The jewel heist was orchestrated by others, yet you remain oblivious, still so arrogantly deluded. The only family that can rival the Muse are the Qins. Do you really think the Mu family can control everything? And you, Li Hao, this son-in-law by marriage, what exactly are you so full of yourself about? Mu Fengxue directed her anger at Li Hao, the flames of jealousy burning fiercer in her eyes. Everything Mu Qingwan gets is by riding her coattails. Every time she makes a fool of herself, she somehow walks away unscathed. And you, a good-for-nothing man. I truly believed you were just a useless piece of trash. Who knew you could actually scheme and plot for her? So it was you who pushed grandma over the edge, causing her to fall? Mu Qingwan stared coldly at Mu Fengxue, her eyes brimming with disappointment and rage. Yeah, like I'd ever push her. When a person is suppressed for too long, consumed by jealousy, their psyche becomes utterly unhealthy. They turn mad and deranged. Mu Fengxue was exactly that. Not a single word she spoke showed gratitude toward the Mu family. Instead, her hatred for them only deepened hatred for their favoritism, resentment that they favored Mu Qingwan. Though she shared the same food, clothing, and necessities as Mu Qingwan, her heart was filled with nothing but jealousy. Mu Qingwan gazed at Mu Fengxue before her heart heavy with sorrow. She knew she could never truly communicate with this former sister again. People really could be heartless. Mu Fengxue, I never realized you harbored such resentment toward me. I truly believed I had never wronged you. You've envied me since childhood, holding on to every little thing to this day. Do you even remember the beautiful times we shared together? The Mu family will never forgive you, and neither will I. I know everything you've done. You won't succeed this time. Just wait, you'll pay dearly for your actions. Mu Fengxue never intended this outcome. She merely sought a share of the company, planning to frame Li Hao later. But she never imagined she'd weave her own cocoon, trapping herself in such an awkward predicament. Mu Fengxue panicked. She knew she'd blurted out too many things she shouldn't have in her anger. If Qin Yu found out, she'd be in serious trouble. Falling into his hands would likely mean certain death. Her mind raced, desperately searching for a way out. Chapter 95, How could any man dislike a goddess? The old lady has regained consciousness. The doctor came to the living room to inform them. This time, the old lady had suffered a sudden surge of anger and distress. She couldn't be subjected to any more major shocks. The doctor spoke as he headed upstairs, not forgetting to give everyone instructions along the way. Mu Qingwan nodded, acknowledging the warning. Mu Fengxue had long since shed her earlier arrogance and was now quietly plotting her escape route. There was no way she could go upstairs to see the old lady now. Even if she wanted to, Mu Qingwan wouldn't let her in. Besides, it wasn't her real grandmother, why should she rush? Mu Qingwan never imagined that all that sisterly affection had been a facade. For a mere pittance, Mu Fengxue had disregarded her grandmother's life and death. This left Mu Qingwan both furious and deeply disillusioned. If not for her ability to hear Li Hao's thoughts, she would have been led by the nose by this so-called good sister. After all, they had shared a sisterly bond for over a decade. Mu Wanqing wasn't one to forget old ties. Seeing grandma lying in bed, Li Hao felt a wave of inexplicable sadness wash over him. Whatever her motives, grandma has always been genuinely kind to us. My heart aches for her, and I find myself strangely drawn to this tenderness I've never known. How could they treat such a kind elderly person this way? Grandma, you scared the life out of me. Mu Qingwan pouted, her eyes glistening. It's nothing, just a little fall. Getting old, I can't help but stumble sometimes, grandma reassured her kindly. Xiao Hao's here too. Why all the fuss? It's perfectly normal for an old woman like me to have minor issues. You should just go about your business. It's fine, Grandma. Just focus on getting better. Don't worry about us, Li Hao said, looking at his smiling grandmother. The old lady spotted her second son, Mu Kai, standing silently in the corner. Kai, you came too. Mu Kai stepped forward when his mother called him. Mom, No need to say more. Children have their own destinies. Kai, that position isn't right for you. Don't even think about it anymore. The old lady knew Kai wouldn't listen if he had, she wouldn't need to nag him daily. She was well aware of everything he'd done. Fortunately, Mu Qingwan had shouldered it all. She was capable, and the old lady could turn a blind eye considering it a trial for this strong-willed granddaughter. Though she was old, her mind remained sharp. Mu Fingxue left the ancestral home immediately, knowing she'd gain nothing by staying. The eldest and second young ladies have just left, Zhou Ma reported. Mu Qingwan didn't want to discuss this in front of her grandmother. No matter how Mu Fingxue behaved, Mu Qingwan could endure it, accept it. Whatever she wanted, she got. If she didn't want to work, she traveled every day. And now, her idleness had led to trouble. Li Hao felt even more speechless. What gives her the nerve to be so arrogant and overbearing? If she hadn't been adopted by the Mu family, she'd probably be worse off than I was back then. She already has such a good life, yet she still acts up. Go ahead and act up, it won't kill her. Mu Fingxue returned to her apartment. She knew that even if Mu Qingwan showed mercy this time, she would never treat her the same way again. Knowing Mu Qingwan well, she was certain Mu Qingwan wouldn't push things to the absolute limit. But that Li Hao. Qin Yu's men had been watching outside the entire time, relaying every move inside the house to Qin Yu. What a idiot. Not only did he make one wrong move, but he wouldn't even follow orders. That damn mouth of his deserved to be torn to shreds. This whole affair was never part of Qin Yu's plan. He wouldn't touch old lady Mu unless absolutely necessary. Success would be one thing, but if it blew up in his face, Mu Qingwan would stop at nothing to make the Qin family pay dearly. That would make his relationship with Mu Qingwan completely impossible. Who was Mu Fingxue? Mu Qingwan had grown up with her. No matter what, she was easier to manipulate than others. Previously, every attempt to sow discord had succeeded. But at some point, Mu Qingwan had changed her ways. Qin Yu blamed all the fault on Mu Fingxue. The ruthlessness in Qin Yu's eyes sent a chill down one's spine. Qin Dong's days wouldn't be easy. First, he was beaten into the ICU. As for being blacklisted in the industry, from the moment his involvement was exposed, even if Mu Qingwan didn't issue a warning, Qin Yu would. He wouldn't tolerate anyone posing a threat to him. Qin Dong was beaten bloody, yet still clung to his 50,000. Qin Yu had only ever dangled empty promises before him. The deal hadn't even been properly executed, and now he wanted payment? Qin Yu certainly knew how to torment people. Young master, shall we summon Mu Fingxue tomorrow? Qin Yu's assistant inquired. Yes, Qin Yu replied, clenching his fist. Tell her we'll give her benefits. After Li Hao and Mu Qingwan settled the old lady, they prepared to leave. Grandma, you must be extra careful. If you need anything, just ask Aunt Zhou, Mu Qingwan reminded her with a frown. Alright, you two should head back now. The old lady replied. After stepping out, Mu Qingwan convened a meeting with the servants. From now on, report to me about every person who enters this house and every task they perform. You'd do well to remember who your true master is. You can be careless serving anyone else, but if you neglect my grandmother, you'll regret it. Do a good job and take excellent care of grandma, and you won't be short of bonuses. If you don't do your job properly, get out immediately. Li Hao remained silent. As servants of the old estate, they should heed Mu Qingwan's commands. The two drove home. As Li Hao drove, he noticed the exhaustion in Mu Qingwan's eyes and knew Mu Fingxue had truly crossed the line this time. Recline your seat a bit. Get some rest, Li Hao suggested. Okay, Mu Qingwan replied. She was genuinely exhausted and soon drifted off. Pulling into the garage, Li Hao opened the door and carefully removed her shoes. His gaze fell upon her delicate, pale calves, faintly scented with her natural fragrance. Noticing her hair slightly disheveled, his fingers gently traced through her strands, accidentally brushing against her cheek. She murmured softly. Li Hao froze. Once upon a time, I cared for her daily needs, eating, sleeping purely for money and my own conscience. Even when scolded, I said nothing. Of course, the original owneress' influence might have played a part. Why on earth would I now want to touch her face? I can't tell if this is my true feelings or the original owner's. It's all a bit confusing. Li Hao shook his head. Regardless of whose it was, he'd chalk it up to his own fascination with beautiful women. How could any man dislike a goddess? Especially a goddess with an incredible figure. Li Hao carefully lifted Mu Qingwan into his arms. She felt lighter than before. He frowned slightly, recalling that her meals had been quite adequate lately. How had she grown so thin again? After a quick wash, Li Hao removed her makeup. Exhaustion washed over him, yet a certain part of his body remained alert. Each time he touched the soft Mu Qingwan, Li Hao wondered how much longer he could hold out. Fortunately, he didn't have to endure it for long before he too drifted into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, Mu Qingwan received a call. It was from one of Qin Yu's people, offering to deliver the benefits promised earlier. Though she felt a twinge of suspicion, the sudden windfall clouded her judgment. She comforted herself, thinking perhaps this was a case of planting willows without intent, yet they flourish. Little did she know that Qin Yu now wanted to beat her to death just seeing her. Truly, she feared not formidable opponents but incompetent allies, fools as thick as pigs. Not only were they brainless, but they couldn't keep their mouths shut and acted like clueless donkeys. Chapter 96, One favors sons over daughters, the other has a twisted mind. After a quick touch-up, Mu Qingwan set off in high spirits, utterly unaware of the ordeal awaiting her. Mr. Qin is such a straightforward person, Mu Qingwan remarked to Qin Yu. She hadn't yet realized she'd practically been dragged into Qin Yu's office. Indeed. Miss Mu handled matters splendidly, so naturally I'll be straightforward, Qin Yu replied with a smile. To strangers, the smile radiated warmth, presenting him as a refined gentleman. Yet to those close to him, he was a wolf in sheep's clothing, watching his prey slowly stumble into the trap he'd meticulously laid. Alright, so how will you give it to me? With this money, I could buy an entire building. Mu Qingwan was already lost in her fantasies. The Mu family had given her no small amount of money over the years. Though she lived in an apartment and spent lavishly on handbags, she had few other major expenses. So this was her true motive all along. Qin Yu looked at this woman, utterly devoid of conscience. She used people and discarded them like trash. Even though the Mu family had treated her well, she still resorted to any means necessary. Qin Yu recognized her as his kind, both cold and ruthless, but she was tragically lacking in brains. I'll give it to you soon, haha. Just make sure you can handle it when it comes. Qin Yu suddenly burst into laughter. Mu Qingwan finally sensed something was amiss, especially with two bodyguards still stationed at the door. Miss Mu, I'll give you the money right now. Qin Yu spoke, then slowly pulled out an exquisitely crafted dagger. The dagger bore a distinctive logo, clearly indicating its high value. Qin Yu slowly approached her. She feigned composure, her eyes darting around the room, searching for any tools that might give her an advantage. What's the matter? Looking for tools, huh? Oh, forgot to mention, besides this dagger in my hand, you won't find any other tools. Qin Yu reveled in this feeling of absolute control. Looking down on you from above, making you beg for mercy, offering hope only to crush it with my own hands, letting you struggle while knowing it's futile, until I push you to your absolute breaking point. Normally, this tactic wouldn't work on someone with backbone. But how many people who cross paths with him actually possess integrity and unyielding resolve? Mu Qingwan scanned the room. Even the ornaments and tables were solid wood with rounded edges, not a single item could be picked up and used. Mr. Qin, we can discuss this calmly. Mu Qingwan was terrified. Qin Yu's dagger was pressed against her cheek. Just this face, if it were slashed, oh my, how heartbreaking that would be. No woman is indifferent to her own face, and Mu Qingwan was no exception. Mr. Qin, I don't want the money anymore. My sister, she needs me for something. Mu Qingwan was so terrified she was completely flustered, her speech stuttering. Thinking of Mu Qingwan, she suddenly found her courage. You can tell when someone has backbone just by the way they speak. Ha! You really are a lapdog. You just played a dirty trick on Mu Qingwan, and now you think dragging her name into this will save you? Mu Qingwan wasn't sure how far Mu Qingwan would go for her, but she knew one thing: Mu Qingwan wouldn't stand by and watch her walk into certain death. Qin Yu, even if I die, I'll take someone down with me. I was trying to help you. I never imagined things would escalate to this point. What the hell are you playing at, treating me like this? With newfound confidence, Mu Qingwan's tone had changed completely. Oh? Miss Mu, have you found some new leverage? Your stutter's gone now, huh? Ha ha. Qin Yu mocked her. How can I tell you anything when you treat me like this? Mu Qingwan had suddenly become shrewd. Qin Yu withdrew the dagger, smiling at the faint mark on Mu Qingwan's face. Qin Yu had never intended to harm her, but Mu Qingwan still collapsed to the ground, trembling with lingering fear. Li Hao and Mu Qingwan had just arrived at the company. Mu Qingwan knew her troublesome parents were returning. Mu Qingwan knew them all too well. The empire built through the hard work of old Master Mu and old Madam Mu had produced sons who fell far short of their legacy. One favored sons over daughters, the other harbored ulterior motives. At that moment, Mu Qingwan deeply understood the meaning behind her grandmother's saying, "Children have their own blessings." Their visit to see grandma was merely a pretext. Their true purpose was to check on their precious son. Mu Qingming was no idle second-generation heir who missed anyone. During the time his parents were away, it was doubtful he'd even get a single phone call from their precious son. His parents truly treated Mu Qingming like the apple of their eye, held him in their palms for fear of dropping him, cradled him in their mouths for fear of melting him. They're coming back. Mu Qingwan texted Li Hao. No problem. I'll go pick them up with you. Li Hao could sense Mu Qingwan's unease. Usually, his replies were terse and to the point, just a few words to get by. This time, however, he deliberately replied with a full sentence. Li Hao understood that feeling all too well. The pain caused by sun preference is something no amount of money can ever truly heal. Thankfully, Mom and Dad always loved my little sister dearly. This year, I absolutely must have my sister come stay with us. Mu Qingwan's thoughts drifted back to days gone by. Back then, she and Mu Fengxue would often playfully fight, but there was one ironclad rule: whenever it came to their younger brother, Mu Qingming, they both had to step aside. They couldn't compete with him over anything, couldn't vie for his attention, they had to unconditionally favor him. At first, Grandma treated all three of them equally, constantly reminding them not to show favoritism. But no matter how many times she said it, it made no difference. Seeing this, Grandma treated them exceptionally well, which made their lives bearable. Back then, she and Mu Fengxue were still on reasonably good terms. Yet Mu Fengxue always played both sides, shifting like a fence-sitter, tattling to get their parents to scold Mu Qingwan. The old lady tolerated it at first. But after all, Mu Fengxue was an adopted daughter. The fact that an outsider was treated better than her own legitimate granddaughter left a bitter taste in the old lady's mouth. Over time, the old lady's heart gradually shifted toward Mu Qingwan. Mu Qingwan already harbored resentment toward her parents. Now that they were back, she only hoped nothing would go wrong. Li Hao, exceptionally astute, saw through every twist and turn. He immediately had Qin Xiaoxiao pull the company's financial statements to see how much had been transferred externally and how much Mu Yuankai had transferred. The company's greatest fear was a broken cash flow chain. As long as it could keep circulating and operating, it would be fine. The real fear was these two returning to drain the coffers. Over at Qin Yu's place, the atmosphere was so oppressive it felt suffocating. What a idiot. His earlier smile vanished, replaced by a cold stare fixed on Mu Fengxue. Did I tell you to move? You just went. Did you handle it cleanly? You even ratted me out. What the hell good does that do you ing? Qin Yu erupted in a torrent of curses. Mu Fengxue was furious, but she dared not provoke Qin Yu now. She bit her lip, swallowing her resentment, and silently lowered her head. Money? You won't get a single cent. You'll leave something behind for me, Qin Yu said flatly. His earlier fury had completely dissipated. Mu Fengxue felt he was nothing but a madman now. And you'll leave a mark on your face too. See the bodyguards standing at my door? Reward them for me. At least it won't be a completely wasted partnership. Qin Yu raised an eyebrow, his eyes revealing cruelty and mockery. Chapter 97, The Spendthrift Who Demanded Millions at a Whim. Mu Fengshue's mind went blank upon hearing Qin Yu's words. What? Are you out of your mind? Mu Fengxue screamed, her voice thick with shock and terror. Qin Yu remained utterly unfazed. He relished watching others lose their composure. I'm a member of the Mu family. You remember you're part of the Mu family now? How ridiculous. Qin Yu burst into laughter, his eyes brimming with scorn. Come in. Qin Yu immediately beckoned the two bodyguards waiting outside. Two burly men stepped inside, and Mu Fengxue instantly felt her legs go weak with fear. Gone was her usual haughty demeanor. Her hair hung loosely, her eyes brimming with tears, utterly distraught and at a loss. Two bodyguards approached her without a word and began to wrestle her away. Mu Fengxue struggled fiercely while shouting, "Let me go. I can still help you. If anything happens to me today, I swear my sister won't let you off the hook." Ah! Yet the two bodyguards paid no heed to her cries. They ripped open the front of her clothes, exposing everything in plain view. Stop. Qin Yu hesitated for a moment. After all, he wasn't entirely sure how far Mu Qingwan would go for Mu Fengxue. But he also knew that woman was deeply loyal. He stepped forward, pinched Mu Fengshue's face, and growled, "You better not try any tricks on me. If you do, you'll pay tenfold, 100-fold. Without Qin Yu's orders, the two bodyguards dared not move. But you must guarantee my safety today. Otherwise, forget about Mu Qingwan. Mu Fengxue forced himself to sound calm, though his voice still trembled. Get out. From now on, you follow my orders. Any further insubordination, and I won't hesitate to have more people attend to you." At those words, Mu Fengxue scrambled to her feet and scrambled out of that hellish room. She dared not linger a moment longer, scrambling frantically toward the elevator, her heart filled with humiliation and terror. Staring at her torn clothes, she could only hide in the restroom, waiting for someone to bring her a change. Staring at her reflection in the bathroom mirror, she seethed with rage at Qin Yu for breaking his promise, and hatred at his hypocritical facade. She hated Mu Qingwan. It was all because of her that she had ended up in this situation. All because of her. If it weren't for her, she wouldn't have suffered this. Hopeless people never look inward for answers. Back at the company, Qin Xiaoxiao had just reported the financial statements to Li Hao. On the surface, the accounts appeared flawless. Auditors had already reviewed them. Yet one transaction remained elusive, the transfer made by Mu Qingwan's parents when they left. Just as Li Hao was puzzling over it, Mu Qingming arrived. Give me the money. Mu Qingming was the polar opposite of Mu Qingwan, a true second-generation heir through and through. Without lifting his head, Li Hao replied, "Your sister's in charge." The implication was clear, he should go ask Mu Qingwan. Li Hao knew full well that Mu Qingming had already tried demanding money from Mu Qingwan. The reason he'd come to him was simple: he hadn't gotten it. Cut the bull. This is the Mu family's business, what's it got to do with you, you freeloader? Mu Qingming challenged. Li Hao raised an eyebrow slightly. Just trying to provoke me? I won't fall for it. And you'll never get me to raise a hand. Demanding millions at a snap, what a spendthrift. This is what happens when you're spoiled rotten since childhood. It's your Mu family, but you should go talk to your sister. Coming to me is useless. Li Hao repeated his stance. Mu Qingming had lost a bet with friends and didn't have enough money in his account to splurge, which is why he approached Mu Qingwan. Call Mr. Mu and see if he'll give it. Li Hao instructed Qin Zhaozhao over the landline. Qin Zhaozhao knew exactly why Mu Qingming had come. She also knew Li Hao could handle it, so she didn't intervene. Mu Qingming had already been rebuffed by Mu Qingwan. There was no way he'd just sit there and let her lecture him. He shot Li Hao a glare and slammed the door on his way out. Qin Zhaozhao naturally didn't ask. Li Hao stared at the revised manuscript on his computer, feeling something was still missing. After a full day of work, he kept pondering what exactly was missing. Overall, the manuscript met aesthetic standards. The jewelry design showed innovation, breaking away from the public's previous stereotypical impression of the Mu family. He decided to call a meeting, gathering all the designers to brainstorm freely and spark new inspiration. He wasted no time. Li Hao was a man of action and soon had everyone gathered. After Li Hao shared his thoughts, the group began to speak freely. Only Lulu listened to the discussion while sketching on her paper. Li Hao and the other designers noticed her actions. To allow her inspiration to flow, Li Hao signaled for everyone to leave her undisturbed while they continued their discussion. Half an hour later, Lulu looked up and saw the team's spirits had shifted from initial enthusiasm to current dejection. She couldn't help but laugh. Everyone immediately crowded around to examine Lulu's latest sketch. Li Hao recognized instantly that this sketch captured exactly the effect he had envisioned. This finishing touch is brilliant and genius without being ostentatious, he remarked. This design surpassed the last one in beauty, breaking through previous styles. Exactly. If a jeweler just keeps copying old designs, why would customers buy them? This time, we've finally broken through our own limitations. Everyone was overjoyed, and Li Hao was delighted too. Though the new product is promising, we can't afford complacency. Last time's incident happened precisely because our negligence allowed China Dawn to exploit a loophole. As long as there's progress, it's not too bad. Li Hao instructed them to carve this jewelry piece, strictly controlling diamond selection and color. He emphasized that it must be understated, exquisite, distinctive, and elegant without being flashy. The other side replied they would expedite the process. Li Hao pondered how to successfully organize a jewelry exhibition, his brow slightly furrowed. The Mu Group's jewelry business has already declined significantly. Previously, no one sought to take advantage of their misfortune because Mu Jewelry posed no threat to other groups' jewelry operations. They'd merely joined the spectacle to gloat, but this time we're launching new products that will inevitably cut into their market share. The recent turmoil at Mu Group had only just subsided. A smooth launch of the new collection would mark a significant achievement since I took the helm. But if anything went wrong, the reputation of Mu Jewelry would be irreparably damaged. This jewelry exhibition serves as an opportunity to gauge the sentiments of other jewelry groups while also observing the latest releases and trending items within the industry. Li Hao's thorough consideration was precisely why the matriarch of the Mu family favored him. He was neither arrogant nor rash, handled matters with discretion, remained calm and collected in crises, and could even lend a hand to Mu Qingwan. Li Hao's situation was also precarious. He couldn't afford any missteps. Compounded by his relationship with Mu Qingwan, he understood he represented the Mu family. Any failure would bring shame upon them. His fate was now inextricably linked to the Mu family's honor. He understood the bigger picture, knew his limits, was intelligent, and loyal. Mu Qingwan's judgment was indeed impeccable. Li Hao had Qin Xiaoxiao arrange the exhibition, and the jewelry production progressed swiftly. Though Mu Group jewelry was currently struggling, both seasoned and skilled craftsmen remained. The reason was simple: Mu Qingwan treated her employees well, offering salaries unmatched by other companies. Chapter 98, no big deal, just play it by ear. The exhibition was underway, and Li Hao was busy with company affairs. The jewelry industry evolved rapidly, with novel designs emerging annually and numerous new companies rising to prominence. Li Hao flipped through past records, his gaze lingering on a designer named Zheng Tian. Li Hao frowned deeply. This shows Zheng Tian participated in numerous jewelry design projects, but since Wang Yong took office, he hasn't been involved in a single one. Was he fired? Zheng Tian is truly talented. He even studied abroad. Now is precisely the time to recruit talent. Look into that Zheng Tian, Li Hao instructed Qin Xiaoxiao. Qin Yu also learned that the Mu family was planning a jewelry exhibition. Qin Corporation's recent profits were nowhere near what they used to be. Qin Yu had poured all his energy into dealing with Mu Qingwan and Li Hao. Qin Yu's approach to managing relationships was inadequate. He only thought about getting paid to get things done. But since the money never materialized, naturally, Qin Yu wasn't going to have it easy. Mu Qingwan felt a surge of pride upon learning the jewelry division was preparing to launch new pieces. With other matters occupying her, she hadn't visited the jewelry department yet, intending to go once her current tasks were completed. In truth, Mu Qingwan could have easily had Li Hao come report to her. But she felt sorry for him, realizing she had been too harsh in the past. She no longer wished to use her position to suppress him in any way. Just then, Qin Xiaoxiao announced that the samples and exhibition pieces were ready. Li Hao planned to start by promoting the collection across various platforms to gauge initial sales interest. Li Hao was never one to engage in empty talk. Next up was the exhibition. Whenever the group launched a new product, there would inevitably be discontent. Taking someone else's piece of the pie isn't that easy. Li Hao understood this perfectly well, but standing still meant falling behind. Mu Qingwan finished her tasks and headed straight to the jewelry department. Instead of rushing straight to Li Hao's office, she strolled over, observing the staff as she went. "Good afternoon, Ms. Mu. Good afternoon, Ms. Mu." A few employees approached her, offering greetings. Mu Qingwan's gaze settled on Lulu. In a way, this Lulu bore a striking resemblance to Mu Qingwan, ambitious and unafraid of hard work when driven. Lulu sensed Mu Qingwan's gaze. "Ms. Mu," Lulu greeted her. Mu Qingwan nodded with a smile and then walked toward Li Hao's office. Li Hao had long suspected it was Mu Qingwan arriving. Walking straight into the supervisor's office without knocking, besides Mu Qingwan, there probably wasn't a second person who'd do that. "The boss is here to inspect the work again?" Li Hao murmured without looking up. "Yes, honey." Mu Qingwan gazed at Li Hao with a radiant smile. Mu Qingwan was delighted for 3 reasons. First, Li Hao had achieved results. Second, the jewelry department he led now had a positive atmosphere. And third, his face was undeniably handsome. When we launch new products, other jewelry companies probably won't buy them. Li Hao lifted his head and looked at Mu Qingwan. "I'm here to review the exhibition pieces." Mu Qingwan shed her gentle demeanor, instantly transforming into a formidable businesswoman. "Our jewelry department has already shown the samples and exhibits to the company executives." Li Hao raised an eyebrow slightly. This woman has recently learned to steal moments of leisure amidst her busyness, popping into the jewelry department for any reason, real or imagined. Doesn't the real estate department have matters to handle with other divisions? And she insists on visiting the jewelry department to see the exhibits. What a carefree way to be a president. Li Hao's inner monologue nearly sent Mu Qingwan into a rage. Mu Qingwan had painstakingly carved out time to view the jewelry and catch a glimpse of Li Hao, only to be dismissed with such contempt. Anyone would be furious. Mu Qingwan ignored Li Hao and turned her attention to the exhibits. The jewelry designs were truly breathtaking, breaking away from rigid conventions and incorporating many fresh elements. Mu Qingwan examined them carefully. The jewelry exhibition was a good idea. Once everything was prepared, they would proceed. Mu Qingwan turned to look at Li Hao. "All right." Li Hao nodded in agreement. In this society, the strong prevail. Sliding down from the top is quick, climbing up from the bottom is truly arduous. No big deal, just adapt to whatever comes your way. Whether before or after his transmigration, Li Hao refused to be someone who just coasted through life. Li Hao possessed a vine-like tenacity, clinging and climbing upward. The Mu family was in full swing preparing for the jewelry exhibition, with employees sending out invitations one by one. Since the new manager took over, everyone worked with renewed vigor. Back when Wang Yang was in charge, anything he disliked was rejected outright. His constant sarcastic remarks and passive-aggressive attitude had gradually sapped everyone's motivation. But with a capable leader, the team radiates energy. Soon, preparations for the jewelry exhibition were complete, and it was time to begin. Li Hao had almost finished arranging the traffic diversion routes for the next day, as numerous company representatives and journalists would be attending. To prevent any security issues from arising, every detail had to be ironed out. Night swiftly gave way to the next morning. Li Hao and Mu Qingwan arrived at the company early. The entire Mu Corporation was bustling with preparations for the jewelry exhibition. Invited guests began arriving one after another, with the relentless journalists undoubtedly leading the charge. A journalist who knows how to capitalize on trending topics is a good journalist. The benefits from the last Mu Group event hadn't even been fully enjoyed by the press yet. "Ms. Mu, I hear you have new products launching. I'm looking forward to seeing them later. Let's see how it compares to last time. How soon can they release new jewelry? Wonder where they found inspiration this time." These executives couldn't open their mouths without sarcasm. Li Hao knew this would happen, so he saw no need to engage further. Mu Qingwan maintained a smile throughout, yet when Li Hao met her gaze, his eyes blazed with anger like autumn maple leaves. "Thank you all for attending our jewelry exhibition. Please feel free to share any feedback on areas for improvement. Additionally, exhibits from various companies are on display for your enjoyment," announced the host. Li Hao knew how to handle things. He displayed exhibits from other companies too, creating a small-scale exhibition event. It wasn't solely showcasing Mu's creations, otherwise Mu's would become the target. "Mr. Mu, Manager Li is becoming more and more impressive," Zhang Shuejiao remarked with a hearty laugh. Ms. Zhang, it's been ages, Mu Qingwan smiled as she rose to greet her. This time, I've got a major jewelry order for you. New products? I'll be sure to take a look. Zhang Xuejia was never one to mince words. The business circle is small, and other groups know Zhang Xuejia well. Securing her cooperation is no easy feat. Looks like President Zhang has a major order in hand. If we can partner with her, our second half performance targets are as good as met. If even the elusive Zhang Xuejia has partnered with Mu Group, what future is there for us? Chapter 99, Zhou the Skinflint, Capitalist. Li Hao hadn't expected Zhang Xuejia to show up. Zhang Xuejia is truly loyal, she's really made me proud. Firing the first shot of victory. Go ahead and seethe with envy, no strength, no bragging. Li Hao felt utterly exhilarated inside. Mu Qingwan overheard his inner thoughts and shot him a glance. Zhang Xuejia examined their new collection and clearly looked satisfied. Li Hao really didn't want to cause any more trouble for Mu Jewelry. Ms. Zhang, if you need a larger quantity, you might also want to look at the other jewelry we're exhibiting today. Zhang Xuejia eyed him suspiciously, recalling the earlier situation. She assumed it was just business. She ran a company herself and knew the ropes, but today's turn of events was intriguing. Mu Qingwan understood too. After Li Hao spoke, the public perception had indeed shifted slightly. That speaker must be Mu Qingwan's husband. He doesn't seem like the useless good-for-nothing everyone makes him out to be. Oof. This is clearly just them trying to prevent us from cornering the Mu Corporation. Don't be so harsh. You didn't think to share the broth when you were feasting on the meat. Every one of these companies has clawed their way up through the trenches. Don't try to pull that winning hearts routine on me. Where there's praise, there's criticism, it's an inevitable law. Since we've taken a slice of someone else's pie, we must minimize the damage. Zhang Xuejia had heard about the Mu family incident a couple days ago. She was looking to expand into foreign markets and hadn't decided on a suitable calling card. This exhibition came at the perfect time. Since she needed to break into foreign markets, and foreigners always crave something unique, Zhang Xuejia decided to incorporate Chinese-inspired elements. Zhang Xuejia examined Mu's newly designed jewelry closely and was genuinely impressed. Yet she understood the precarious position Mu Jewelry currently found itself in. Despite its size and solid foundation, the company couldn't sustain a division that was bleeding money daily, especially one that had once been a thriving business. I'll take all of your jewelry, and every single piece featuring Chinese-inspired elements. Zhang Xuejia waved her hand decisively, sealing the deal. Zhang Xuejia's lavish purchase made Mu Qingwan wonder if Zhang Xuejia was still pining for Li Hao. At that thought, Mu Qingwan shot Li Hao another sidelong glare. At that, the group of executives finally fell silent. Ms. Zhang, do you really need this much jewelry? Will you even use it all? Li Hao asked quietly. He worried she might just be putting on a show, but he also knew she wasn't impulsive, especially since she'd helped him. It couldn't hurt to ask. I'll need it all. Let me tell you, these are all my stepping stones. Just focus on your work and deliver when the time comes. Zhang Xuejia kept her eyes on the jewelry. Seeing Zhang Xuejia's extravagant spending, the other executives eagerly began promoting their own company's jewelry collections. Li Hao nearly rolled his eyes skyward. I told you to send over the jewelry exhibits back then, but you all made excuses. Now that you see the profit, you're licking up like dogs. Speechless. Nothing but a bunch of opportunists, money grubbers, capitalists. If we weren't just starting out, we wouldn't give you profit-hungry scoundrels the time of day. Li Hao ranted fiercely in his mind, while Mu Qingwan chuckled and pinched him. What the hell? Why's this crazy woman pinching me? Wait, maybe she's just happy as hell. Yeah. That's it, she's just overjoyed. Wait, no. She's never been sharp to begin with. Also, why is this plot getting so different? Where did it go wrong? Mu Qingwan simply assumed he was happily babbling to himself and paid no mind to the plot twists. After the clamor died down, the jewelry exhibition concluded. Li Hao and Mu Qingwan were utterly exhausted, as if every ounce of strength had been drained from their bodies. Honey, I'm dead tired, Mu Qingwan murmured to Li Hao, her voice thick with exhaustion and a hint of petulance. I'll go get the car. Li Hao knew Mu Qingwan was exhausted. Mu Qingwan crouched down to wait for Li Hao. Soon, Li Hao drove up. As Li Hao stepped out of the car, Mu Qingwan tried to stand up. Suddenly, her legs went numb and weak. Losing her balance, she stumbled and fell straight into Li Hao's arms. In her panic, she instinctively wrapped her arms around him. Li Hao said nothing, simply lifting her up in his arms. Honestly, even when she falls, she's captivating. Most people look awkward or embarrassed when they stumble or panic like crazy. How does she manage to make even a fall look beautiful? Is it that natural female-led aura? If I were the cameraman, I'd definitely zoom in on her face. She's utterly endearing. Mu Qingwan, who had been puzzled moments ago, couldn't help but smile at the comments. Her fatigue vanished instantly as she basked in the warmth of Li Hao carrying her to the car. After returning home and taking a shower, he still dried Mu Qingwan's hair as usual. The next morning, the sun rose slowly. Li Hao pulled his arm out from under Mu Qingwan's head. Ouch! His arm felt a bit numb. Li Hao went to wash up first, then silently walked into the kitchen to make breakfast. When Mu Qingwan woke up and didn't see Li Hao, she rubbed her eyes and stepped out of the bedroom. She saw Li Hao busy cooking in the kitchen. Mu Qingwan smiled. She truly cherished this life. These ordinary yet loving days were exactly what she had always dreamed of. After breakfast, they headed to the company. Ms. Mu, the chairman, and his wife said they'll be here shortly, her assistant informed her. Got it, Mu Qingwan nodded in response, though a hint of resignation flickered in her eyes. Mu Qingwan truly didn't want to face them. She had no fondness left for them. Those past memories were filled with conflict and pain. I'll pick up mom and dad later, Mu Qingwan texted Li Hao. Got it. When are we heading out? In half an hour. Alright, I'll pick you up later. Li Hao knew Mu Qingwan's mood had soured again. The misfortunes of childhood truly took a lifetime to heal. Li Hao personally listened to the progress report on the jewelry order. This was their first major contract. Absolutely no mistakes could be tolerated. After listening, Li Hao gave some final instructions before getting up to pick up Mu Qingwan. Mu Qingwan followed Li Hao out of the building. Even after getting into the car, her mood remained low. Li Hao could see it. He knew Mu Qingwan resented them. Grandma Mu couldn't care less whether she saw them or not. At home, she only engaged in empty talk with the old lady, never doing anything substantial. When it came to respecting elders, Mu Yuanzhang and his wife truly couldn't compare to Mu Yuankai. Do you know what fake filial piety is? Mu Qingwan suddenly asked. Li Hao looked at her. Yes, but don't worry. I'm here. Li Hao knew she cared most about the old lady. She might have resented them before, but now Mu Qingwan had someone she cherished and wanted to protect above all else. Mu Qingwan resented Mu Yuanzhang's attitude and lack of filial devotion toward the old lady most of all. At the airport, Li Hao slowly got out of the car. After closing the door, he turned to look at Mu Qingwan inside the car. She sat there quietly, her face full of reluctance, as if she didn't want to move a muscle. Li Hao smiled helplessly, knowing exactly how Mu Qingwan felt right now. He walked around to her side, opened the door, and gently took her hand, gesturing for her to step out. Li Hao led Mu Qingwan to the arrivals gate, where he immediately spotted Mu Yuanzhang and Wenrong. Dad, Mom, Li Hao spoke first. Mu Yuanzhang nodded. He had initially harbored reservations about this son-in-law. Mu Yuanzhang had sought a family alliance with Mu Qingwan's clan, hoping to solidify the Mu family's foundations through such a union. Yet he failed to grasp a fundamental truth: to forge iron, one must be strong oneself. I heard your grandmother fell. How is she? Mu Yuanzhang inquired. She's resting quietly now. It was just a fall. Grandma's bones are brittle at her age, Li Hao replied. As they exchanged questions and answers, Mu Qingwan quietly approached Wenrong and helped her carry her luggage. Li Hao's performance was acceptable. Though Mu Yuanzhang and Wenrong initially looked down on him, it was largely because Li Hao offered no assistance in elevating the Mu family to a higher social class. But Mu Qingwan was a woman of unwavering conviction. Once she set her mind on something, no amount of persuasion could sway her. Chapter 100, One Step Closer. Dad, Mom, how long are you staying this time? Mu Qingwan asked, her tone tinged with complexity. Your mother and I haven't even returned yet, Mu Yuanzhang replied stiffly. Mu Qingwan's question had hit a nerve, and his expression darkened slightly. Dad, Qingwan didn't mean it that way. She just wanted to arrange the schedule so you two could get some proper rest, Li Hao interjected, smoothly diffusing the tension. We'll likely stay about half a month this time. Mu Yuan closed his eyes and leaned back, looking utterly exhausted. Mu Qingwan couldn't stand Mu Yuanzhang's air of superiority, and a wave of irritation welled up inside her. Qingming? Why didn't he come to pick us up? Wenrong finally spoke up. But the moment she spoke, her question was about her precious son. Mu Qingwan had long grown accustomed to this. Mu Qingming probably doesn't even know you're back yet. Mu Qingwan's tone sharpened. Stabbing people in the back was her specialty. Mu Qingwan and Mu Fingxue had been neglected since childhood. Even the household servants dared to play favorites, treating the two girls with utter contempt. Everyone fawned over the young master. Whenever Mu Qingming cried, the servants would be scolded. Over time, they began instructing Mu Qingwan and Mu Fingxue not to bully Mu Qingming. Mu Yuanzhang and Wenrong weren't just a little biased. Li Hao knew Mu Qingwan was upset, but this wasn't the right moment to vent. He could only deflect each accusation. I haven't seen Qingming lately. I assumed Mom and Dad had notified him, so I didn't call him again, Li Hao replied. Wenrong's expression darkened upon hearing this. At the end of the day, Wenrong firmly believed Mu Qingming was the rightful heir to the Mu group. Mu Yuankai's son was a disappointment, but Mu Qingming, her son, was a promising young talent. This was a classic case of failing to see the pot's own blackened bottom, unable to acknowledge one's own flaws while magnifying others' slightest imperfections a thousandfold. This couple truly was cut from the same cloth. No wonder they ended up together. First, she arranged for Mu Yuanzhang and Wenrong to move into the ancestral home. Mu Qingwan thought it would be a good opportunity to visit her grandmother, so she decided to stay with her as well. If anyone dared to upset the old lady, Mu Qingwan would unleash her thunderous wrath. Grandma Mu's emotions remained largely unruffled upon learning of their return. Perhaps her disappointment had run its course, or perhaps advancing age made her less inclined to meddle. Having a descendant like Mu Qingwan was already a great blessing for the Mu family. Mom, when Rong and I are back, Mu Yuanjing said, kneeling by the old lady's bedside with a look of deep concern. Yuanjing, I'm fine. You two didn't need to make a special trip just to see this old woman. Besides, with these two children by my side, I'm perfectly content, Grandma Mu said kindly. After settling Mu Yuanjing and Wenrong, Mu Qingwan and Li Hao also told Grandma they were leaving. I know you're young, focused on your careers, and busy. Don't feel obligated to visit me so often unless something's wrong. Mu Qingwan knew this was her grandmother's way of showing concern for her. It's fine, Grandma. Just stay happy and content. Nothing matters more than your well-being. Li Hao used the respectful you when addressing her. Regardless of his relationship with Mu Qingwan or the Mu family, he treated the old lady as his own grandmother. It was already late, and with few cars on the road, Li Hao drove swiftly. Li Hao had always loved racing. Even before he crossed over into the novel, he craved the thrill of extreme sports. He was a free-spirited soul who cherished his independence. Mu Qingwan selected a song a rare indulgence for her busy schedule. Lately, she found that no matter how exhausted she felt, having Li Hao by her side brought her an inexplicable sense of peace. Back home, Li Hao suggested Mu Qingwan take a shower. He turned and headed to the kitchen to cook something delicious. It had been ages since he'd had a proper meal, and he'd assumed the fridge was empty. But when he opened it, wow, it was packed full. The housekeeper Mu Qingwan had hired knew Li Hao could cook and that the two of them occasionally ate at home. Each time the housekeeper came to tidy up, she would swap out the ingredients. The leftovers were usually taken home, ensuring nothing went to waste. Li Hao was delighted after all, even the most skilled cook can't work miracles without ingredients. Mu Qingwan loved spicy food really spicy. Li Hao couldn't handle the heat, so he always had to cook 4 separate dishes. Li Hao excelled at cooking with variety, ensuring every dish was visually appealing, fragrant, and delicious. The moment Mu Qingwan stepped outside, the enticing aroma of freshly cooked food greeted her. While she was accustomed to good meals, no one had ever prepared food for her with such dedication, especially food tailored precisely to her tastes. It was hard for Mu Qingwan not to eat more. After dinner, Li Hao proceeded to blow dry Mu Qingwan's hair. By now, this had become an unspoken ritual between them. After her hair was dry, Mu Qingwan sat at her vanity to apply her skincare routine. It had been ages since she'd properly cared for her skin. If not for Li Hao now, she'd sometimes even sleep with her makeup on. Life together had already surpassed the loneliness of living alone. Li Hao was still tidying up in the kitchen. After finishing, he pulled out his phone and sent a transfer to the housekeeper as a reward for her attentiveness. Afterward, Li Hao took a shower himself. Once dressed in his loungewear, he didn't rush straight to the bedroom. Li Hao gazed at the room where he used to sleep, feeling a bit dazed. When exactly did the relationship between Mu Qingwan and me start to change? Probably when that 30 million came into play. Everything went off script. What path should I take now? Li Hao didn't know the answer. By now, Mu Qingwan had already lain down on the bed, waiting for Li Hao to come in. So she stepped out of the room and sat beside Li Hao. Honey, I'm sleepy. Mu Qingwan gently took Li Hao's hand. Li Hao snapped back to reality. He nodded, then took Mu Qingwan back to the bedroom. Li Hao held Mu Qingwan as he had before. Though neither could voice it, they both knew their relationship had deepened. Li Hao drifted into a deep sleep, while Mu Qingwan lay wide awake. During the day, Mu Qingwan had spun like a top, her non-stop schedule leaving little time to reflect on the events of recent days. At that moment, she kept thinking about it, and the more she thought, the less sleepy she felt, the more alert she became. Suddenly, Mu Qingwan noticed Li Hao shaking uncontrollably, beads of sweat as large as soybeans forming on his forehead. Having experienced nightmares herself and heard from Aunt Zhou that the symptoms were exactly what Li Hao was going through now, Mu Qingwan comforted him just as Aunt Zhou had comforted her. She gently patted Li Hao's back, softly rubbed his head, and repeated his name over and over in a tender voice. What kind of nightmare could possibly reduce Li Hao to this state? Mu Qingwan recalled her own childhood, when she too had frequent nightmares, though the causes were always childish disturbances. After growing up, she had hardly ever had such nightmares again. Like soothing a child, Mu Qingwan patiently comforted Li Hao. After a while, she noticed sweat forming on his forehead again and hurried out to fetch a towel. This whole ordeal had completely exhausted Mu Qingwan. Unaccustomed to such tasks, she naturally appeared flustered and disorganized. Chapter 101, Stirring the Pot. Mu Fengshua's specialty. By midnight, Li Hao finally settled into a deep sleep. Mu Qingwan held him like that until dawn. Naturally, Mu Qingwan hadn't slept well either. Glancing at the clock, she prepared to get up and wash. Why are you up so early today? Li Hao felt a slight headache and, sensing the person beside him had risen, asked. You had a nightmare, honey? Mu Qingwan turned to sit on the edge of the bed, looking at Li Hao as she spoke. Mu Qingwan noticed the dark circles under Li Hao's eyes and gently squeezed his palm. Li Hao stared at Mu Qingwan in surprise. It seemed he had realized that his own nightmare had kept her awake too. Have you been under a lot of stress lately? If it's too much, we should make an appointment to see a doctor, Mu Qingwan suggested to Li Hao. Li Hao shook his head. It's fine. I've had nightmares before. No big deal. You didn't sleep well last night either. Why don't you take a nap this morning? I'll head to the office first, Li Hao suggested. Mu Qingwan shook her head again. She had a mountain of work to handle and dared not rest. Li Hao understood how busy Mu Qingwan was and didn't press the matter. Li Hao got up to wash and tidy himself. After getting ready, he went downstairs to buy some breakfast and then drove to the office. Mu Qingwan checked her morning schedule and found it packed solid, with no free time until 5 in the afternoon. Grab something for lunch on your own. I have to meet with a client, Mu Qingwan texted Li Hao. Alright, just remember to eat something yourself, Li Hao replied. Li Hao thought about how Mu Yuan and Wen Rong had just returned. He and Mu Qingwan really ought to go back to the old house for a meal. Though Mu Qingwan would surely be reluctant, Li Hao felt it was something he simply had to arrange. After all, the new jewelry designs had just entered pre-sale. They couldn't afford any more mishaps. What's more, if someone used this to make an issue out of it, it would inevitably damage the Mu family's reputation. Consumers wouldn't care about your reasons, they only saw the outcome. The Mu family mansion. Mu Yuanzhang, mindful of his health, rose early to practice Tai Chi. Grandma Mu also woke up early. She always said that as one aged, one needed less sleep. Upon learning that Mu Yuanzhang and Wen Rong had returned, Mu Fengxue spent the entire night scheming about how to plant the blame on Mu Qingwan. As long as Mu Qingwan lived comfortably, Mu Fengxue's heart ached. Mu Fengxue also exploited Mu Yuanzhang's patriarchal mindset. He refused to let women hold power, fearing the Mu family would fall into the hands of outsiders. Breakfast had just ended at the Mu residence when Mu Fengxue arrived in a flurry. Dad! Mom! I've missed you both so much. Mu Fengxue beamed as she approached Mu Yuanzhang and Wen Rong. Mu Fengxue was indeed smooth-talking, skilled in sweet words. Hearing her call, Wen Rong's thoughts drifted back over 20 years. Outside the Mu residence stood a young girl, not exactly grubby, but with a pair of mischievous eyes. The butler spotted her first, and Mu Yuanzhang went out to investigate. Wen Rong immediately sensed something was off. This girl wasn't dressed in rags. Children raised in poverty were different from those brought up in similar circumstances. Wen Rong immediately informed Mu Yuanzhang, but he waved it off. Back then, both the old master and mistress were still in good health, and the couple held sway over all household matters. The old master scrutinized the girl. She blurted out "Grandpa" without hesitation. He glanced at Mu Yuanzhang and ordered an investigation into whether the child had been abandoned or had wandered here. At the height of the Mu family's influence, adopting a young girl posed little difficulty, yet her origins still warranted thorough investigation. In the end, this little girl Mu Fengxue became part of the Mu family. Throughout this entire process, Wen Rong remained passive. The Wen family also ran a company, but its scale had always been modest, roughly comparable to the Mu Corporation during its early development phase. The Mu family possessed sharp vision and an uncanny ability to seize opportunities, propelling them straight toward a public listing. Wen Rong held little standing within the Mu household, and Mu Yuanzhang didn't particularly cherish her. Why did you come back so early? Mu Yuanzhang asked Mu Fengxue, his tone noticeably softer. I heard you guys were back, Dad, and I just wanted to see you. I couldn't sleep well last night, so I rushed over first thing this morning, Mu Fengxue replied. Mu Yuanzhang looked at her, his thoughts unreadable. After exchanging pleasantries, Mu Fengxue knew her moment had arrived. Just then, Li Hao happened to call Fengxue. Hello? Mu Fengxue never showed her sharp side in front of Mu Yuanzhang and Wen Rong. Mom and Dad are back. Let's have dinner at the old house tonight. Everyone can gather together, Li Hao said. Alright, brother-in-law. Mu Fengxue never liked Li Hao. Whenever he took the initiative to call her brother-in-law, it never meant anything good. Li Hao's gaze lingered on his phone. What does this fool want now? Seems Qin Yu hasn't made a move on that fool Mu Fengxue either. Mu Fengxue must be at the old house. She only puts on such polite airs in front of Mu Yuanzhang and Wen Rong. The elders are probably listening nearby. Good thing I didn't give anything away. But what is she up to? Oh, right, stirring up trouble is exactly what Mu Fengxue excels at. Looks like tonight's dinner won't be peaceful either, with that foolish, mad dog around. After hanging up, Li Hao had someone place some snacks on Mu Qingwan's desk so she could stave off hunger if she got peckish. Mu Yuanzhang and Wen Rong were still unaware that Li Hao had joined the company and become a supervisor. When they left, Li Hao was still just a good-for-nothing. Dad, my brother-in-law called and said he wants to treat our whole family to dinner tonight, Mu Fengxue said playfully. Brother-in-law's been so busy lately, helping sister at the company. Mu Fengxue began to fan the flames. At those words, Mu Yuanzhang's expression immediately turned serious. After pretending to be an honest, unambitious man for so long, Mu Yuanzhang probably even believed he truly was one. Sis is picking on me again, she put a spending limit on my card. Mu Fengxue delivered another blow. Mu Yuanzhang and Wen Rong's reasoning was simple. If Mu Fengxue's spending was restricted, their precious son Mu Qingming certainly wouldn't be spared. Just the other day, Qingming called me asking for money. My card was maxed out too, so I had to scramble to get him some, Mu Fingshui explained. Were Li Hao present, he'd have laughed in disbelief at Mu Fingshui's claims. She was nothing but a spoiled princess who only knew how to spend and scheme, and now she was managing funds? Mu Fingshui's pitiful act was a success. She knew her own plight wouldn't make much of a splash, so she brought in Mu Qingming as her trump card. Mu Fingshui wasn't stupid, after all. The servants in the old mansion couldn't bear to watch any longer, rolling their eyes in exasperation. Zhou, unwilling to meddle in the Mu family's affairs, could only record these events to report them one by one to the matriarch upstairs later. Li Hao adopted an extremely humble demeanor toward the younger generation, doing his utmost to give Mu Yuanzhang and Wenrong no grounds for criticism and thus sparing Mu Qingwan a few harsh words. News of Mu Fingshui's remarks about Mu Qingwan had already reached the matriarch's quarters. Given Mu Qingwan's temperament, it wouldn't be surprising if she not only restricted the spending limit but also cancelled Mu Fingshui's card altogether. As for Mu Qingming, the matriarch understood his situation all too well. Chapter 102, The Calm Before the Storm. The elderly matriarch had some understanding of the overseas enterprises operated by Mu Yuanzhang and Wenrong. It could only be described as barely profitable, ensuring no losses. Mu Yuanzhang lacked innovative thinking, maintaining market share was his priority. Li Hao also called Mu Qingming. He didn't say much, just invited him to dinner at the ancestral home. After all, as his brother-in-law, he had to maintain appearances. He didn't want to give Mu Yuanzhang any unnecessary ammunition for criticism. Though they might seem like minor matters, once brought up at the dinner table, they could become the subject of endless nagging. Truthfully, Li Hao's greatest concern was Mu Qingwan. In the original story, she wasn't cherished as much as the adopted daughter in the family. Once she lost her value, some members of the Mu family switched allegiance to Qin Yu. As if she were the outsider. Honestly, I just don't get it. If they're so patriarchal, why are they so kind to Mu Fingshui? If I hadn't read the original story, I'd suspect Mu Yuanzhang had some shady dealings with this adopted daughter. Right, it must be that Qingwan was too capable, threatening Mu Qingming's position. That has to be it. I really feel sorry for Qingwan. Li Hao shook his head, finding Mu Yuanzhang utterly foolish. With Qingwan controlling the Mu family, at least Mu Qingming would still get his share. But with Mu Fingshui in charge, Mu Qingming might not even get a drop of soup. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. With 3 hours left before dinner at the ancestral home, Li Hao planned to take Mu Qingwan somewhere to unwind. Sometimes, family matters could be far more stressful than company affairs. With the company, it was simply a matter of profit or loss. At worst, they could abandon a project. But no matter how dire family matters became, they had to be faced head-on. After picking up Mu Qingwan from work, they arrived at the Green Manor, renowned as a natural oxygen bar. Get out. Li Hao opened the car door for Mu Qingwan. Wow, it's been ages since I've been to a place like this. It's so relaxing. Mu Qingwan really liked it here. Compared to getting drunk at a bar, there's nothing quite like coming here with your significant other to enjoy nature. Actually, back in my hometown, there's an even better spot. I'll take you there sometime. Li Hao said. Really? Then it's settled. After saying that, Mu Qingwan slipped off her high heels and began skipping across the lawn. Watching her, Li Hao found himself utterly captivated. They say the scenery is like a painting, and Mu Qingwan was like a fairy in that painting. Even more beautiful than a fairy. I hope she stays this way forever. If things still end up like the original story, I, Li Hao, won't stand for it. I must grow stronger myself. At least when that day comes, I'll have the means to face it. I think I finally understand why the original host adored her so foolishly. Actually, it wasn't foolishness to him, Qingwan was his entire world. The only difference between the original protagonist and the current Li Hao was that the original was too weak. That's why Li Hao was confident he could change everything. Mu Qingwan sensed the time was approaching and turned to Li Hao, suggesting they head back for dinner. She didn't need Li Hao to notify her, she'd definitely get the message. Seeing she was prepared to face it, Li Hao nodded, handed Mu Qingwan her coat, and walked toward the car. They sped all the way to the Mu residence. Mu Qingwan remained unchanged. In this household, only the old matriarch held any significance to her, the others held little meaning. Upon entering, Mu Qingwan sought out the matriarch, who happened to be sitting in the downstairs living room, accompanied by Mu Yuan and Wenrong. Grandma, Dad, Mom. However reluctant she felt, Mu Qingwan offered her greetings. She had known since childhood that she must leave no grounds for them to target her. The old matriarch noticed her granddaughter's unease and sought an excuse to send her out for a walk. How could Mu Qingwan not understand the old lady's intentions? But it was already 6 or 7 o'clock and it was getting dark outside. She couldn't bear to see her grandmother catch a chill. It's fine, Grandma. Let's just wait here a little longer. Dinner will be ready soon, Mu Qingwan said with a smile. Soon after, dinner was served. Grandma naturally took the seat of honor. Mu Qingwan caught sight of Mu Fingshui, who was chatting cheerfully with Wenrong. Turning to Wenrong, though Mu Fingshui sat beside her, the grandmother's affectionate gaze settled on Mu Qingming. Grandma Mu, upon seeing Mu Qingwan, recalled how she had apologized to her. Her face showed no particular emotion, as if she had long known Mu Qingwan's temperament and nature were just like this. As the saying goes, what you see in a child at 3, you see in them at 30. Mu Qingwan knew the old lady's words still carried weight. However inept she might be at handling matters, she could still distinguish between what was important and what was not. After greeting Mu Yuanzhang and Wenrong, she went to see the matriarch. Though she said nothing, the old lady harbored displeasure within. The temperaments of Mu Qingwan and Mu Qingwan were worlds apart. Mu Qingwan glanced at Mu Yuanzhang again. He still showed no intention of speaking. What annoyed her most was his attitude of turning a blind eye, especially when it came to grandmother. Mu Yuanzhang couldn't possibly be unaware of Mu Qingwan's actions. Now Mu Qingwan understood clearly he was simply choosing to ignore it. Yet despite the palpable tension, Li Hao and Mu Qingwan's meal proceeded with surprising calm. Not a single argument arose. Both of them even began to wonder if they had overthought the situation. To an outsider, they would have appeared to be a perfectly harmonious family. After the meal, Mu Qingwan and Li Hao exchanged a few brief words with Mu Yuanzhang and Wenrong before driving home. The moment they arrived home, Mu Qingwan asked, "Li Hao, do you think they truly accept me and you? Do you think that's possible?" Li Hao countered, "Yeah, but I was just daydreaming. Right now, it feels more like the calm before the storm. It's okay. No matter what happens, I'll be by your side." That night, Qin Yu was even more restless than Li Hao and the others, barely sleeping a wink. Qin Yu was desperate to crush Li Hao. He couldn't stand seeing Li Hao succeed, because only if Li Hao remained a good-for-nothing would Qin Yu have a chance to get close to Mu Qingwan and achieve his grand ambitions. Qin Yu had hatched a new scheme and was already putting it into motion. He refused to believe Li Hao was truly that capable, always finding solutions effortlessly. The next morning, Li Hao and Mu Qingwan were jolted awake by the urgent ringing of a phone. Mu Qingwan hadn't slept enough, and Li Hao didn't want to disturb her, so he answered the call while walking toward the living room. "Managerly, there's a problem with the jewelry order Mr. Zhang placed with us," reported Zhao, the person responsible for updating Li Hao daily on the shipment's progress, sounding anxious. "What's wrong?" Li Hao immediately grew serious. "The diamonds we set as accents have all turned into glass." The voice on the other end was filled with concern. "Alright, I'll be at the office shortly. Come to my office when I arrive." Li Hao hung up. Instead of rushing to the office, Li Hao stood by the window, lost in thought. Who could it be this time? It probably wasn't those people who came to the jewelry exhibition last time. Zhang Xuejia bought some from other companies too, and if Moose couldn't deliver, it would affect their sales as well. Once at the office, I'll check which companies didn't place orders. It could be a company that didn't get a piece of the pie seeking revenge. Wait. To swap small diamonds for glass shards and pull it off from within Moose, it could only be Mu Yuankai or Qin Yu. Qin Yu had planted quite a few people at Moose before him. With these thoughts forming, Li Hao realized he couldn't cook for Mu Qingwan anymore. He called the housekeeper to prepare her meals. After settling everything, Li Hao hurried to the company himself. Chapter 103, Splitting Forces. Qin Yu's tactics were truly formidable. Even if the small diamonds were discovered, he wouldn't face any criminal liability, just proactive compensation would suffice. But without these small diamonds, Mu Corporation's jewelry collection wouldn't be nearly as stunning. Moreover, Mu Corporation had already completed pre-sales for the jewelry exhibition. If they couldn't deliver the goods, or if the items differed from those displayed earlier, it would become a matter of credibility. Despite Li Hao's repeated warnings and meticulous supervision of the jewelry, someone still managed to slip through the cracks. It's not the thieves who steal you fear, but the ones who keep their eyes on your goods. They caught him completely off guard. Upon arriving at the company, Li Hao found Chen Xiaodong waiting outside his office. Knowing Chen Xiaodong to be a dependable person, otherwise he wouldn't have entrusted him with overseeing the jewelry shipment, Li Hao motioned for him to come in. "Come in," Li Hao beckoned. "Today, I went to check on the progress like usual," Chen Xiaodong said anxiously. "But as soon as I walked in, the custodian told me the diamonds were missing. We checked the surveillance footage, but it didn't capture anything. It was all blind spots." "Alright, I'll figure something out. They can't start work over there now anyway. Have them pause operations for now and keep the staff on duty last night and this morning here." "Hold on. It's work hours now. Have everyone wait. I'll be there shortly." Li Hao pondered. He was certain someone among them was a mole planted by the real mastermind behind this. When Mu Qingwan woke up and came out, she immediately sensed something was wrong. The nanny had prepared her meal, and Li Hao hadn't left her a note. This was highly unusual. "Honey, is something wrong at the company?" Mu Qingwan immediately called Li Hao. "Yeah, the diamond sample is missing. Delivery is in 3 days. Just eat first. We'll talk when I get to the office." Li Hao didn't want Mu Qingwan to rush over on an empty stomach. With the chaos unfolding, he had no idea how long this would take. He'd even forgotten to eat himself. "Okay." Mu Qingwan knew this wasn't something that could be explained over the phone in a few words. Li Hao hung up and immediately called the diamond headquarters. Li Hao had long feared something might go wrong, so all purchases were made in duplicate, one set for immediate shipment, the other as a backup. The diamond headquarters was overseas, meaning the fastest delivery would take at least a day. Add to that the need for extensive jewelry processing. Even if they could make it in time, the local staff would have to rush the work, potentially compromising quality. This truly stumped Li Hao, leaving him no choice but to request shipment from headquarters. Mu Qingwan had also arrived at the company and headed straight for the jewelry department. What happened? The assistant immediately recounted the entire sequence of events. Damn it! Mu Qingwan was furious upon hearing this, but she quickly regained her composure. Solving the problem was now the priority, otherwise, all their hard work would have been for nothing. After that, they split into two teams. Mu Qingwan went to investigate who had taken the diamond. If she could find any clues, perhaps the diamond could be recovered. Li Hao and Shen Xiaodong, meanwhile, sought the quickest way to make amends. How convenient. They must have known time was tight, yet feared finishing early would leave no opportunity. That's why they chose the 3 days before completion. The problematic jewelry isn't something you can just rush through, it all requires meticulous work. Who could have orchestrated this scheme? It couldn't be Mu Yuankai. After Mu Yuanzhang returned, Mu Yuankai was still inquiring about overseas companies and had no interest in this jewelry batch. Li Hao sat down in his chair, his brow furrowed as he analyzed the situation. Meanwhile, Mu Qingwan's investigation had initially yielded no leads. But through reviewing surveillance footage and meticulous timing analysis, one suspect finally slipped up. They were apprehended. Last night was clearly your shift, yet you swapped with the person on duty the day before yesterday. Mu Qingwan paused deliberately during her questioning, speaking slowly as if probing his inner thoughts. Our company finishes work at 6. Jewelry processing isn't suited for overtime, so after packing up, most employees leave the building by 7 at the latest, and that's only the slowest packers. Yet you didn't leave until 8. What were you doing during that extra hour? Mu Qingwan rarely spoke at such length, but despite Li Hao's painstaking vigil over the jewelry, someone had still managed to tamper with it. She couldn't help but feel indignant, and thinking of Li Hao's dedication, Mu Qingwan's heart ached. Of course, Li Hao was also working hard. Interrogations took time, and he couldn't pin all his hopes on this one person. What if he couldn't get anything out of him? But Li Hao had already exhausted every possible approach. His mind raced frantically for alternative solutions. Xiaodong, could we borrow some small diamonds from other jewelry companies? This brand carries most of them, Li Hao suggested. It's possible, but other jewelry companies might not be willing to lend them to us. Plus, if other companies find out, could it make it harder for us to expand our market? Shen Xiaodong spoke up, aware he'd made a mistake in trying to make amends. Li Hao had considered this too. It would be fortunate if other jewelers didn't kick them while they were down. Although Zhang Xuejia was easy to talk to, this shipment was her stepping stone. When faced with a choice between profit and personal favor, no one would sacrifice their company's interests to satisfy a personal connection. Li Hao understood this. If other jewelry companies found out now, not only would they refuse to lend to the Mu family, but they might even lose this first major order. Mu Qingwan pressed on with her questioning. The employee, Zhao Jia, was visibly crumbling under the interrogation. Because Zhao Jia couldn't produce a single witness. He'd evaded all surveillance within the jewelry department, yet somehow managed to avoid the building's external cameras. Under intense pressure and scrutiny, he couldn't fabricate a convincing story. After stammering for a long time, he still couldn't explain what he had done in the jewelry department during that hour. Li Hao frantically scrolled through his social feed when he suddenly recalled a post Zhang Jidong had shared a couple of days prior. It featured a selfie of Zhang standing beneath a jewelry store sign, captioned, "Finally found a place that loves to talk about work." With no other options, Li Hao decided to give Zhang Jidong a shot. Little did he know that Qin Yu had been keeping a close watch on the Mu family. The moment they sought outside help, Qin Yu's people would step forward with revelations, all aimed at forcing Li Hao out of his position. On Mu Qingwan's side, after persistent questioning, Zhao Jia finally cracked under the pressure and spilled the beans. Hearing Zhao Jia personally admit he'd taken the small diamonds, Mu Qingwan instantly flew into a rage. How could you, of all people? You've been in the jewelry department for so many years. Don't you know how crucial this shipment is to the department now? Mu Qingwan couldn't contain her fury. Looking at this once trusted veteran employee before her, her heart was filled with disappointment. Ms. Mu, I know I've made a mistake, but my mother is sick, she has stomach cancer. I desperately needed the money. If I hadn't done this, I would have watched her die right before my eyes. I beg you, anything is better than sending me to jail. Zhao Jia wept bitterly, his face etched with regret and despair. Who did you give the small diamonds to? Mu Qingwan demanded again in a cold, sharp voice. I don't know, Ms. Mu. All I know is he told me to do it and transferred the money to my card. Where he took the diamond, I truly have no idea. Zhao Jia answered frantically, his voice trembling. Zhao Jia, if you're having difficulties, you can talk to me. The company has always treated its employees well. With that, Mu Qingwan turned and walked out, paying no heed to whatever else Zhao Jia said afterward. Meanwhile, Li Hao called Zhang Jidong, who answered promptly. Hey, bro, what brings you calling? Zhang Jidong asked in a lighthearted tone. Just saw your WeChat moments the other day. You're not working as a chef anymore? Li Hao inquired. Chapter 104 Those who deserve pity also deserve blame. Zhang Jidong laughed heartily. Ha! I was really miserable working as a chef at that old place. I wanted a change, so I talked it over with my parents. They're supportive. They say when you're young, you can afford to take a few risks. What do you think, bro? Li Hao frowned slightly at this. Zhang Jidong wasn't one to shy away from hard work. If he said that, he must have been given a hard time. He has always been the type to share only the good news with his brothers. Who knows how he has been bragging to his family about the perks of his new job. But in these times, who has it easy? For a moment, Li Hao didn't know how to broach the subject with Zhang Jidong. So, bro, where are you working now? At Azure Jewelry, as the boutique manager, Zhang Jidong replied, a hint of pride in his voice. Wow, you've really made something of yourself. Who knew you had that kind of skill? Li Hao was genuinely surprised, never expecting Zhang Jidong to land a new opportunity so quickly. Our boss gave me a big break. Otherwise, with my skills, I doubt I'd have made store manager in another 5 years. Li Hao knew Azure Jewelry, a company specializing in jewelry. Though not large in scale, their new designs always turned heads. And since Azure Jewelry had no ties to the Mu family, this might be an opportunity, the fastest way forward, after all. Bro, I actually have a favor to ask of you right now. Go ahead. Zhang Jidong was a reliable and loyal guy. Hearing Li Hao's request, he immediately grew serious. We urgently need small diamonds from the foreign brand WX. I've exhausted all other options, and this must remain confidential. Li Hao explained. Zhang Jidong knew Li Hao was a decent man, someone who, even after marrying a wealthy woman, still worried about whether he'd be mistreated. Such a person was naturally someone worth forming a deep friendship with. Don't worry, I'll check with our boss, Zhang Jidong replied. Alright, thanks for your help, bro. I'll keep looking for other options. After hanging up, Li Hao immediately went to find Mu Qingwan, who was still confronting Zhao Jie. Li Hao now understood Zhao Jie's situation. It could only be said that those who are pitiful must also be detestable. Zhao Jie, your urgency is understandable, Li Hao stated upon entering. But disregarding the group's collective interests is unforgivable. There's no need for further pleas. I want you to avoid industry blacklisting even more than you do. After all, you have an elderly mother in the hospital. Take care of yourself. Li Hao remained expressionless. Though he felt some reluctance, he had to make this decision for the company's sake. Ms. Mu, let Zhao Jie resign, Li Hao told Mu Qingwan. At this critical juncture, the more anxious we are, the more we must avoid revealing our hand. Moreover, Mu Qingwan and Mu Yuankai have already openly and covertly become adversaries. We mustn't give them any openings. Besides, Zhao Jie's actions weren't unforgivable. Blacklisting him outright would seem overly harsh. On one hand, we need to win people over. On the other, we must avoid revealing Mu Corporation's current true situation. Understood, Mu Qingwan replied. She recognized the wisdom in Li Hao's reasoning. Though anger simmered within her, she knew this was precisely the moment to handle matters with cool-headedness. I just called my contacts to check if their companies have any. The owner of Azure Jewelry might reach out to you, hoping to curry favor. Li Hao analyzed the situation with Mu Qingwan. Weilan Jewelry isn't as powerful as our Mu family. If they're willing to lend, they'll likely call Mu Qingwan. I'm just preparing you in advance. No sooner had he finished speaking than Zhang Jidong replied. Bro, perfect timing. I checked, our company uses jewelry from them. I called our boss, and she said she'd ask the manager if there's any not urgently needed. If there is, she'll contact you. He'd bypassed his direct supervisor to help Li Hao, risking the displeasure of his immediate superior. Li Hao immediately replied with heartfelt gratitude. Moments later, Mu Qingwan's phone actually rang. Hello? Mu Qingwan answered first. Hello, is this Ms. Mu? Su Lan asked. Yes, and you must be Ms. Su from Azure Jewelry, Mu Qingwan replied. When asking someone for help, one must adopt an attitude of seeking assistance. Mu Qingwan was no exception. She wasn't someone who looked down on others, especially since she currently needed their assistance. Yes, we can lend you the small diamond chips you need. However, we require this batch of jewelry back within 5 days as we need it for an event. You must guarantee its return by then, Su Lan stated. Su Lan understood that Mu Qingwan was a person of integrity and capability. Helping her wouldn't lead to any trouble. Besides, in business, it's always better to have one more friend than one more enemy. Alright. Thank you so much, Ms. Su. I'll treat you to a meal sometime. I'll send someone over to pick them up shortly. Alright, come on over. Su Lan knew they needed it urgently and had already had it prepared. Li Hao and Mu Qingwan exchanged a knowing smile, while Chen Xiaodong finally exhaled in relief. At least the jewelry issue was resolved. Dinner at the ancestral home tonight. As soon as Mu Qingwan opened WeChat, she received a message from Mu Yuanzhang. Seeing it, her mood instantly soured. Both she and Li Hao knew that being summoned to the ancestral home for dinner meant something significant had come to light. Don't underestimate how quickly news spreads. Every faction seems to know about the slightest stir. The business world is like a battlefield. The speed at which news spreads is always astonishing. It's fine. We can stop by to see Grandma while we're at it, Li Hao reassured Mu Qingwan. They sped along the road. Back at the ancestral home, she saw Mu Qingming and Mu Fengxue. Mu Qingwan knew this good father was about to lecture her again. As usual, she visited Grandma first before heading downstairs. Joma had already set the table, ready for dinner. Mu Qingwan picked up her chopsticks, about to serve herself. Qingwan, how could such a thing as losing company property happen? Mu Yuanjing's tone seemed concerned, yet he didn't even glance at her. His tone carried a hint of blame, as if this incident were entirely Mu Qingwan's fault. Mu Qingming and Mu Fengxue both wore expressions of eager anticipation. Dad, the jewelry department is undergoing reorganization. It's been chaotic lately and still isn't fully settled, Li Hao explained. Mu Yuanjing's face remained expressionless, making him somewhat inscrutable. He narrowed his eyes slightly, as if deep in thought. Li Hao, you haven't been with the company long, have you? Qingwan sent you, didn't she? Mu Yuanjing asked Li Hao. At this moment, both Li Hao and Mu Qingwan could probably guess what Mu Yuanjing meant. Yes, Dad, not long, Li Hao replied. In that case, Qingwan, I'll make this decision for you. Arrange for Qingming to start working at the company. While you're at it, see if there's any position suitable for Fengxue. Let them gain some experience. Mu Yuanjing now fixed his gaze on Mu Qingwan. Mu Qingwan gave a cold laugh. There are no positions suitable for either of them. Mu Qingwan knew exactly what her father was thinking. Her words infuriated Mu Yuanjing. Qingming and Fengxue are your own kin, aren't they closer than outsiders? Mu Yuanjing was clearly speaking in veiled criticism, his tone brimming with discontent. Mu Qingwan was no longer the person she once was. Family? Mu Yuanjing retorted. I have no objections to anything else, but this absolutely not. Mu Qingwan declared sternly. Qingming is here in the country, Qingyang is abroad. Sooner or later, the domestic business will be Qingming's. You might as well let him gain experience now. Besides, according to the inheritance rules, these assets should rightfully belong to your younger brother. Chapter 105, Family bonds are not wrong. Mu Yuanjing's scheme was well laid. He knew Mu Qingming lacked capability. Even 10 Qingmings combined couldn't match Mu Qingwan. But he believed that once a woman married out, she became an outsider. Could the Mu family really be ruled by someone from another clan in the future? Father, if you want Mu Qingming and Mu Fengxue in the company, just have grandmother remove me. Then I can spend Mu Corporation's money just like them, Mu Qingwan said to Mu Yuanjing. Mu Yuanjing knew Mu Qingwan wasn't someone to be easily manipulated. Now wasn't the time for a direct confrontation. Besides, the old lady favored Mu Qingwan and Li Hao. She would never remove Mu Qingwan from her position to hand power over to Mu Qingming and Mu Fengxue. Sister, if you dislike me and won't let me join the company, that's fine. But Qingming is a boy, you have to let him learn about the company's affairs. Otherwise, it'll look terrible if word gets out, Mu Fengxue said with her usual sly charm. Shut up. I haven't even had a chance to settle the score with you for what you've done. I won't hesitate to make every word I've said to you come true. Mu Qingwan shot her a piercing glance. Mu Fengxue immediately fell silent. Mu Qingwan lost her appetite and set down her chopsticks to go upstairs and find the old lady. Joma had already relayed the downstairs incident to the old lady. At this point, the old lady not making an appearance was the greatest courtesy she could extend to the entire table. Seeing Mu Qingwan ascend the stairs, the matriarch smiled affectionately. Qingwan, you did well. The old lady never favored sons over daughters, which was precisely why Mu Qingwan felt such a special closeness to her. Sometimes Mu Qingwan genuinely doubted whether she was their biological child at all, even suspecting she might be nothing more than a tool. Qingwan nestled into the old lady's embrace as her gentle hands stroked her head softly, just like when she was a child. As they prepared to leave, the old lady spoke kindly to Mu Qingwan, go forth and do what you wish. Be good to Xiao Hao, he's a dependable young man. Mu Qingwan nodded firmly, her eyes flashing with resolve. Grandma, I understand, she added. Oh, and I won't let Li Hao come up later. I don't want to disturb your rest. After descending the stairs, she found Mu Yuan seated on the sofa. Mu Qingming and Mu Fengxue didn't even bother to put on a show, they simply walked away. Mu Qingwan had no intention of speaking to Mu Yuanjing, but he spoke first, take it easy on the way. All right. Mu Qingwan took Li Hao's hand and promptly exited the Mu residence. The pain inflicted by family was impossible to shake off, especially when parents who clearly didn't love their child would occasionally feign concern and affection. Yet despite their prolonged indifference, Mu Qingwan knew they didn't love her, and yet she couldn't help but crave it. After all, what child doesn't yearn for love? Mu Qingwan furrowed her brow and said that Zhao Jia has already resigned, but this matter isn't over yet. Li Hao nodded. Their thoughts aligned. He too wouldn't let this chance to uncover the real culprit slip away. I'll handle it, Li Hao said, looking at Mu Qingwan. All right. She trusted Li Hao would handle this properly and restore justice for the company. The next morning. Unusually, Li Hao didn't wake up as early as usual. Perhaps the intense pressure from yesterday had lifted after resolving the jewelry matter. Once that immense burden was gone, he naturally slept soundly and ate heartily. Li Hao and Mu Qingwan arrived at the company together. By now, everyone in the company knew they had an excellent relationship, harmonious and respectful. Upon arriving at the office, Li Hao summoned Chen Xiaodong to report on the jewelry project's progress. Progress had now returned to normal, and the order would be delivered as scheduled the day after tomorrow. Chen Xiaodong hadn't expected to retain his position after such a major oversight, a testament to Supervisor Li's trust in him. Determined to prove worthy of that trust, he had risen earlier than usual today, resolved to work even harder. People respond to genuine care. That was Li Hao's leadership philosophy. As long as one was diligent and hardworking, occasional mistakes could be forgiven. Under Mu Qingwan's leadership, Mu Corporation wasn't purely a ruthless enterprise, it was a ruthless enterprise with a human touch. Competition was necessary, but conscience was paramount. Yet handing out jobs without cause was impossible. This wasn't a charity, after all. Li Hao gave a slight nod. The counterattack was about to begin, and this step was merely the first move. Hello, police? I need to file a report. When news of Li Hao's call reached Qin Yu, he was overjoyed. Qin Yu couldn't care less about the paltry fine. Besides, the man who made contact with Zhao Jie had a criminal record anyway, so it wouldn't cause him any real harm. So what did this mean? It meant their plan had succeeded. As long as Li Hao couldn't deliver the goods, Mu's would be trending on social media again. Then, Qin Yu could rally the other shareholders to oust Li Hao and the first step would be complete. Qin Yu assumed Li Hao was swamped with work right now, unaware that the goods were already on their way. I refuse to believe Li Hao can smooth things over every single time. This time, even if he has connections reaching to the heavens, they won't save him. Qin Yu declared arrogantly. Qin Yu believed he had blocked every possible escape route for Li Hao, unaware that arrogance and overconfidence often lead to defeat. Qin Yu had pressured other jewelry companies not to supply Li Hao with small diamonds. Sure enough, after gathering intelligence all day yesterday, he hadn't seen Li Hao borrow anything from any company. It made sense. These jewelry companies were simply unwilling to see Mu's jewelry rise to prominence. Plainly put, they were jealous. Add Qin Yu's meddling to the mix, and naturally, other jewelers wouldn't lend to them anymore. They might even take the chance to kick them while they're down. Li Hao was selling their jewelry alongside his own, yet they felt their share of the market was too small. But that was human nature. Who could ever be satisfied? At this point, if Mu Jewelry couldn't deliver their goods, their Chinese-inspired jewelry would sell like hotcakes. Besides, refusing to lend their own inventory wasn't a crime, nor did it constitute a personal offense. Such a win-win situation, killing two birds with one stone. Why wouldn't they seize the opportunity? Li Hao reported the incident to the police. Soon after, officers summoned him to the station for questioning. Li Hao understood that Mu Qingwan couldn't handle this publicly. She had already established her image in front of her employees. It was best for him to handle this personally. After leaving the police station, Li Hao headed straight to the hospital where Zhao Jie's mother was staying. After confirming with the nurse that Zhao Jie's mother was indeed in critical condition, he looked at her and his own wife in the hospital room, feeling a wave of emotion wash over him. Moments later, he turned and walked out. Hello, payment due. Li Hao paid 300,000 yuan for Zhao Jie's mother's treatment. The nurses couldn't help but stare at him. Not only was he kind-hearted, but he was also handsome and wealthy. Wasn't he the perfect example of a high-income, good-looking, and wealthy man? Stepping outside the hospital, Li Hao looked up at the sky, his thoughts drifting to his own parents. His parents had disappeared when he was a teenager, but before that, he had felt like the happiest child in the world. That was why Li Hao had helped with the payment. Though Zhao Jie had made mistakes, this kind of familial bond was beyond reproach. Chapter 106, Happiness Comes Too Quickly. Afterward, the police took Zhao Jie to the station, all according to Li Hao's plan. He had already made arrangements with the police beforehand. All they needed was to extract the name of the mastermind behind Zhao Jie's actions. Li Hao never intended to make Zhao Jie pay compensation. Given Zhao Jie's circumstances, he had little left to offer. The priority now was to uncover the mastermind behind the scheme. Inside Qin Group, Qin Yu sat in his office, a sinister smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He was now waiting to see Li Hao's humiliating failure to deliver the goods. The mere thought of Li Hao filled Qin Yu with seething resentment. That bastard had been obstructing his attempts to get close to Mu Qingwan all along. His gaze turned fiery and greedy at the thought of Mu Qingwan. To him, she was the epitome of proud, unrestrained, and radiant beauty. Especially her long, fair legs, they seemed to possess a magical allure, powerful enough to haunt a man's dreams. At that moment, Mu Fengxue was relaying intelligence to Qin Yu. Qin Yu studied the report in his hands, a mocking smile curling his lips. He had assumed Mu Fengxue was merely a shallow, self-serving woman with nothing but her looks. Little did he know she possessed such cunning, a woman who knew exactly how to look out for herself. Yeah, but she doesn't have Mu Qingwan's guts. Last time she came here, she was scared like a scaredy cat. She probably won't dare set foot in Qin Corporation again. Qin Yu's assistant chimed in from the side. Recalling the scene from last time, Qin Yu's smile grew even broader. Originally, he had genuinely intended to reward Mu Qingwan handsomely. In his view, Mu Qingwan was the sort who'd sacrifice anything to survive the dignity of a wealthy noblewoman? Pure nonsense. Ironically, Mu Qingwan's reaction only heightened Qin Yu's curiosity about Mu Qingwan. He genuinely wanted to see how the usually aloof Mu Qingwan would react in such a situation. It had to be said, Qin Yu's mind was already twisted and perverse. He enjoyed watching others suffer, yet he also craved the sight of them weeping and begging for mercy on their knees. It seemed only this journey from initial pleas and cries, through agony, to utter despair could satisfy his twisted desires. Meanwhile, the diamond jewelry headquarters expedited the return of the diamond to China. Li Hao wasted no time, immediately instructing Mu Qingwan to contact Azure Jewelry Company. Weilan Jewelry had truly provided invaluable assistance this time, and Li Hao's childhood friend, Zhang Jihong, had also contributed significantly. Mu Qingwan understood immediately. She grabbed her phone, found Su Lan's number, and dialed it. Mr. Su, this is Mu Qingwan from Mu Jewelry. Our shipment of small diamonds has arrived. May I have someone deliver them to you shortly? I'll arrange a meal when you're available. Mu Qingwan said politely. Certainly. Actually, there's no need for formalities, Ms. Mu. The young man who mentioned this to me is someone I admire. I believe he's a close friend of your husband's. It was the least I could do. No need to thank me. Su Lan replied. Who was Mu Qingwan? Having navigated the business world for years, dealing with tycoons and wealthy women, she knew instantly that there was more to this than met the eye. She'd met Su Lan before, a cool, aloof beauty. That someone like her would give a newcomer face? This was no simple matter. Anyway, that admiration was definitely not what it seemed on the surface. But it wasn't her concern. She didn't have the energy to dwell on others' affairs. Her immediate priority was to return this batch of gems safely. After hanging up, Su Lan stared at her phone screen, lost in thought. Mu Qingwan was truly an exceptional person, generous and straightforward, perfect for friendship. They could collaborate more in the future. Besides, helping her out this time hadn't cost Su Lan much effort. It would even add another connection to her network, why not? Li Hao also called Zhang Jidong. Hey, bro, you really saved my ass this time. When you're free, I'll treat you to a meal. Nah, no big deal, howsy? How have you been lately? Zhang Jidong asked with genuine concern. Not bad. How about you? Oh, and guess what? We're in the same business now, haha. Your wife not supporting you anymore? If you're short on cash, just let your buddy know. I'll bail you out. I'm making way more than I did as a chef. Zhang Jidong said with concern. No worries, don't fret. Give me a call when you're free, and we'll grab a drink. Li Hao replied. After hanging up, both men fell into deep thought, their minds drifting back to the past. Li Hao glanced up at the sky, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Fatso's still the same as ever, sacrificing himself to be good to friends. I wonder how his new job is going. He's always worrying about this and that, keeping his own troubles bottled up inside. To have such a loyal friend, I feel truly fortunate. Zhang Jidong was pleased to have helped Li Hao this time. It reminded him of his high school days when, because of his weight, no one wanted to be his friend. Back then, Zhou Qiansheng and Qin Dong were completely unrestrained, always looking for someone to bully. Quiet and reserved, Zhang Jidong became their target. Later, upon hearing about the incident involving Li Hao and Zhou Qiansheng's girlfriend, Zhang Jidong wanted to warn Li Hao to be careful. He understood Zhou Qiansheng's character well. Even if he was slow to grasp things, hearing something repeated a few times would give him a general idea of its meaning. But before he could speak, Li Hao had already clashed with Zhou Qiansheng over the incident and ended up suffering the same bullying fate. Unlike him, however, Li Hao refused to take things lying down. Li Hao dared to challenge those who bullied them, never backing down even when beaten black and blue. He wasn't afraid to fight, nor did he fear getting hit. Later, rumors spread that Li Hao's parents had vanished without a trace, leaving him to face even greater hardship. Yet he never gave up. Whenever bullies came after them, Li Hao would grab Zhang Jidong and run. If they could escape, they would. If not, they'd huddle together and take the beating. Back then, their hearts were united on the same front, and their friendship grew ever deeper through adversity. Time flew by, and before they knew it, the day arrived to hand over the jewels. Zhang Xuejiu arrived at the Mu residence in a flurry, striding in with the wind at her heels, dressed in a stylish business suit. Ms. Zhang, why are you here so early today? Mu Qingwan greeted her with a smile. Well, the company executives insisted I prioritize this jewelry shipment. Because of that, I didn't even go out last night. By the way, where's Li Hao? Zhang Xuejiu asked, scanning the room. She'd met countless handsome men, but few possessed Li Hao's combination of face radiating youthful charm paired with a model-like physique. And Li Hao wasn't just good-looking, he was smart and genuinely sincere, qualities Zhang Xuejiu deeply admired. He must be busy. Should I call him down? No need. I'm afraid our CEO Mu might get jealous later, and that wouldn't be good. Zhang Xuejiu teased with a laugh. She wasn't one to mince words, always speaking her mind. But to Mu Qingwan, such a joke felt a bit too blunt. After seeing Zhang Shuajiao off, Mu Qingwan headed back to her office. She hadn't taken more than a few steps when she overheard several employees nearby engaged in heated discussion. No way, seriously? Is the jewelry department really that impressive this time? Looks like that Li supervisor isn't just a pretty face after all. He's actually breathed life into the jewelry department. I heard from colleagues in jewelry that manager Li started with a major overhaul. Everyone in the department loves him. I was thinking, what real skills could he have? Isn't he just riding on General Manager Mu's coattails? Well, this just proved me wrong. These colleagues were so funny that the employees participating in the discussion couldn't help but laugh. Mu Qingwan didn't mind her staff having a little fun during breaks. She knew work was exhausting enough, and as long as they got the job done when it mattered, she wouldn't say a word. What's going on with the jewelry department today? Mu Qingwan asked her assistant. Sales. Sales. You don't know yet, Ms. Mu? The assistant showed Mu Qingwan the online pre-sale figures and she was stunned. Wait, this happiness came way too fast. Chapter 107, Following the Trail. Meanwhile, in the jewelry department office, Li Hao sat at his desk, eyes glued to the sales figures on his computer screen. He could hardly believe that sales had surged into the top 7. After years of struggling near the bottom of the industry rankings, leaping into the top 7 was nothing short of astonishing. The jewelry department staff were overjoyed upon hearing the news. They were thrilled with the positive outcome, a successful first battle. They were even happier to have a responsible, competent supervisor. Long ago, they stopped caring about whether the supervisor Li was some pretty boy. They only saw him as a good manager, one who got real work done. He was infinitely better than that rotten Wang Yong, who only knew how to squeeze his employees dry. Li Hao was pleased too, but he didn't let the excitement cloud his judgment. He immediately had Qin Xiaoxiao check all the back-end orders from online promotions. He knew full well that while he was out in the open, his rivals were lurking in the shadows. Caution was essential. What if this sudden surge in sales was orchestrated? What if it was a deliberate attempt to praise someone to death? That would be a devastating blow to everyone at Mu Corporation. Qin Xiaoxiao took the task and immediately set off to investigate the data. She, too, hoped Li Hao would deliver results. In her view, a capable leader could steer the team toward a brighter future, and she herself could gain more growth and achievements in the process. No signs of fake orders. All back-end data appeared normal. Qin Xiaoxiao reviewed the back-end data while reporting to Li Hao. Though she spoke with confidence, her heart still stirred with unease. Compared to previous periods, these figures were indeed modest, yielding less profit than before. After all, as a trusted lieutenant who had long followed Mu Qingwan, she had witnessed far more impressive and astonishing figures. But then, Qin Xiaoxiao pulled up the back-end data and offline sales figures for Wang Yong's team utterly dismal. The stark contrast made the gap glaringly obvious. She couldn't help but silently roll her eyes. To lead his team to such results, Wang Yong, as the head honcho, was truly a complete idiot. Li Hao was the reliable one now. To be honest, Qin Xiaoxiao hadn't wanted to work under Li Hao at first. Rumors swirled that he was just a pretty boy who relied on his looks, lacking any real talent. But later, unable to resist Mu Qingwan's arrangement, she had no choice but to stick it out. After some time, however, she discovered Li Hao wasn't merely a pretty face. He possessed intelligence and sound judgment, gradually earning Qin Xiaoxiao's respect. Li Hao nodded upon hearing this, showing no excessive delight. He knew that in the field of jewelry design, innovative creations only grew more challenging with each attempt. Every step felt like struggling against a bottleneck, demanding constant self-transcendence with no room for complacency. It was like rowing against the current. If you didn't advance, you retreated. Once you became complacent with the status quo, all your previous efforts could be lost. Fortunately, the employees under Li Hao weren't the type to talk big and deliver little. They were all down to earth and capable. All credit for this went to the manager before last, who knew how to recognize and select talent. Li Hao suddenly recalled the designer he'd asked Qin Xiaoxiao to look into a couple days ago. If he remembered correctly, that person's name was Zheng Tian. Li Hao had reviewed his resume earlier, a man of genuine talent and substance. What the jewelry design field lacks most are outstanding designers with inspiration and creativity. How's the investigation on that Zheng Tian I asked you to look into last time? Li Hao asked Qin Xiaoxiao. I sent it to your email. I'll resend it to you shortly. Li Hao vaguely recalled Qin Xiaoxiao mentioning it to him, but he'd been so busy the past few days that he'd completely forgotten about it. Got it. After saying that, Li Hao plunged back into his hectic work. Qin Group. Mr. Qin, the Mu Group has already delivered the goods to Mr. Zhang of the Bai Mei Group, Qin Yu's assistant reported cautiously. Mu Group has already delivered the goods? Qin Yu turned sharply, his voice stern. Yes. How could this happen? Didn't we arrange for someone to take the diamonds? Did they actually borrow diamond materials from other jewelry companies? Damn it! Qin Yu was so furious his teeth itched, his face darkening to a terrifying shade. He couldn't fathom how Li Hao always managed to turn danger into safety, always handled situations with such ease. What skills could Li Hao possibly possess? He was nothing but a freeloader coasting through life by selling his looks. But he never considered this. If he and Li Hao had started from the same place, he might not even have had the chance to speak to Li Hao. Their starting points were worlds apart. If he had begun where Li Hao did, he might not have climbed as high as Li Hao did. Qin Yu grew angrier the more he thought about it. He immediately ordered an investigation. At his core, Qin Yu was nothing more than a backstabbing villain, a despicable man who stopped at nothing to achieve his goals. When absolute profit was at stake, there was nothing Qin Yu wouldn't sacrifice. His eyes saw only himself. On Li Hao's end, he opened his email and reviewed Zheng Tian's resume and career path. He discovered Zheng Tian was still with the Mu Group, though no longer as a designer. Instead, he was handling logistics for the jewelry division. What exactly was logistics? It boiled down to fixing broken desks and chairs, swapping out burnt-out light bulbs with a toolbox slung over his shoulder, and repairing malfunctioning air conditioners. In essence, he was nothing more than a handyman, a far cry from the image of a designer. Li Hao decided to summon Zheng Tian for questioning. If something defied common sense, there was bound to be a reason behind it. Have Zheng Tian come to my office. Li Hao instructed Qin Xiaoxiao. Qin Xiaoxiao understood immediately. She knew Li Hao's intentions. He was looking to recruit talented designers for the jewelry department. During Mu Jewelry's heyday, they hired only the most elite designers. Those who secured positions back then possessed genuine talent and expertise. Li Hao closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair. I have a hunch this jewelry incident is very likely Qin Yu's doing. Not sure if the police have any useful leads, but if Qin Yu dared to do this, he wouldn't leave incriminating evidence lying around. For now, we just need to follow the trail, layer by layer, until we reach the top. Then we'll be close to the mastermind behind it all. Just then, Li Hao's phone rang. It was the police calling to ask him to come to the station that afternoon. Li Hao agreed, and just as he hung up, he heard a knock at the door. Come in. The door opened, and Zheng Tian walked in. Zheng Tian knew this new supervisor was Mu Qingwan's husband, yet another connection-based hire. He had looked down on Li Hao for this, but when he saw the actual results Li Hao delivered, Zheng Tian realized not all connections were cut from the same cloth. Supervisor Li, what brings you here? Zheng Tian inquired. Zheng Tian, I'm curious about one thing. You're such an excellent designer, why did you choose to work in logistics support? Li Hao regarded him calmly, his eyes devoid of emotion. Chapter 108, Can those little tricks fool everyone? To be perfectly honest, Manager Li, the only reason I'm still at Mu Corporation is because I have no better options. Unlike others, I don't have a privileged family background, and I have to support my entire family. My transfer was also because I've always stuck to my principles, repeatedly clashing with my superiors. Zheng Tian learned to be smooth-talking long ago. For a meal, he'd say anything against his conscience now. It's because Wang Yang ignored your suggestions and refused to listen to your ideas that you were transferred, right, Zheng Tian? Li Hao said, watching the man before him lower his head. Zheng Tian didn't want to guess what Li Hao meant now. This was the first person since he stopped being a designer who was willing to patiently ask him about it. During his time away from the design team, Zheng Tian truly understood the frustration of the ancients who felt they had no avenue to serve their country. Zheng Tian nodded, tacitly acknowledging Li Hao's interpretation. Well then, I'm offering you a chance to return to your designer position. Are you willing? No need to rush your answer. Just let me know within 3 days. Li Hao watched him, knowing Zheng Tian needed to choose for himself to truly commit to returning and working hard. Otherwise, even if reassigned, it would be futile if Zheng Tian himself lacked enthusiasm. Zheng Tian simply said, alright, exchanged a few brief words, and left. Li Hao pulled out his phone and dialed Mu Qingwan. He informed her about their afternoon trip to the police station. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingwan immediately decided to accompany Li Hao. After hanging up, Li Hao prepared to pick up Mu Qingwan. Outside the police station, Mu Qingwan had assigned a lawyer specifically to handle this case. As soon as the lawyer saw the two approaching, he spoke up. We've made some headway over there. Zhao Jie's higher-ups initially refused to cooperate, acting like a dead pig fearing no boiling water. But once we uncovered his prior record, they had no choice but to play the family card. He confessed and provided a written statement. The investigation pointed to Qin Yu's assistant. Mu Qingwan nodded, her anger rising. It was Qin Yu again. If she didn't warn him, he'd never know his place. Li Hao, however, remained calm, having long suspected Qin Yu's involvement. Digging deeper into this case was actually quite tricky. Although Qin Yu had paid the diamond money to the person who made contact with Zhao Jie, based on the current situation, as long as he actively compensated, there wouldn't be any major penalties. One could say the impact on Qin Yu was virtually zero. Even if criminal charges were brought, Qin Yu's resources would ensure the trouble never reached Qin Corporation. Qin Yu was indeed a master at framing others, leaving no loose ends in his schemes. It was extremely difficult to pin anything on him. Mu Qingwan grew increasingly furious the more she thought about it. Last time she let Qin Yu off because there was no concrete evidence. Now he's stirring up trouble again? If a tiger doesn't show its claws, does he really think I'm a sickly cat? She genuinely felt for Li Hao. Lately, he'd been obsessively tracking the progress of these jewels, demanding daily updates. From the initial concept development to the subsequent drafting, revisions, and final review, every step demanded meticulous attention and adherence to layer upon layer of procedures. Li Hao had poured his heart and soul into this endeavor, wearing himself out in the process. The same went for the Mu Jewelry employees. These pieces embodied the collective passion of their entire team. They were just one step away from completion when Qin Yu suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Mu Qingwan was fiercely protective of her own. Seeing someone she cared about hurt, she was already plotting how to teach Qin Yu a lesson. Having spent so much time with Mu Qingwan, Li Hao knew her well. He knew she would find a way to retaliate against Qin Yu, and he shared the same thoughts. On this point, they were in perfect agreement. As for Zhao Jie, if he wasn't involved in anything serious, they wouldn't pursue it further. His mother was still hospitalized. Li Hao explained to the lawyer. Upon hearing Li Hao's words, Mu Qingwan understood. She guessed Li Hao had visited Zhao Jie's mother in the hospital and might have even generously given her a substantial sum of money. Li Hao wasn't a blind philanthropist. He believed in karma, but he possessed what every businessman should have, a conscience. After bidding farewell to the lawyer, Li Hao and Mu Qingwan walked toward the parking lot. Neither spoke along the way, each lost in their own thoughts. Once in the car, Mu Qingwan remained silent, staring out the window. Qin Yu's countless misdeeds against the Mu family, against her, and against Li Hao kept flashing through her mind. The more she thought about it, the angrier she grew, her hands unconsciously clenching into fists. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Qin Yu was far from idle. He had learned that Li Hao hadn't widely publicized the jewelry loan and understood that other jewelry companies were unlikely to lend to Li Hao. That meant even if he tried to recall the jewelry from overseas, it wouldn't arrive in time. Qin Yu puffed on his cigarette, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Yes, but Azure Jewelry did lend items to the Mu family. Qin Yu's assistant replied. Qin Yu knew this company. In his eyes, it wasn't a major player. He'd never given the company a second thought before, yet now it had unexpectedly allowed Li Hao to slip through the cracks once more. Given Qin Yu's vindictive nature, Azure Jewelry had ruined his plans. He would seize the first opportunity to step on them. Little did Qin Yu know that Mu Qingwan and Li Hao were currently preparing a gift for him, a gift substantial enough to leave him utterly overwhelmed. As Li Hao drove, he caught Mu Qingwan's pensive expression out of the corner of his eye. He could tell she was deep in thought and chose not to disturb her. Outside the car window, the sky gradually darkened as traffic thickened on the road. Li Hao glanced at the dashboard clock. It was already 5:30. He decided to head straight home. The car glided into the garage. After parking, Li Hao and Mu Qingwan stepped out together. The moment he stepped inside and closed the door, it felt as though all the outside noise had been shut out. Li Hao broke the silence first. Qin Yu has always wanted to expose Mu Group's secrets, hasn't he? He's been watching Mu Group like a hawk, just waiting for me to slip up. Why not turn his own tactics against him? Qin Group's secrets are plentiful, but none are truly explosive. Mu Qingwan knew this too. Qin Yu was always cautious in his dealings and wouldn't leave any concrete evidence behind. We're not trying to send him to jail, no need for ironclad proof. It's actually simple, just feed the reporters some vague, unsubstantiated rumors. Just give those reporters a direction, and they'll spin sensational stories. Then, if Qin Yu tried to clear his name, he'd get caught in a self-incriminating trap. We'd just drop a little more dirt at the right moment, even a tiny bit would keep him stuck in this mess. And Qin's stock would keep plummeting. Old Master Qin isn't someone easily fooled, we must plan this carefully. Li Hao's mind raced as he mentally sketched out a complete plan. Taking down Qin Yu would be a piece of cake. Qin Yu, just wait for the blow. Think your little tricks can fool everyone? I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget. But this must be executed subtly. We can't let Qin Yu and his crew catch on too soon. I need to meticulously consider every detail to ensure absolute perfection. And we must anticipate any countermeasures from the Qin family. I need to think this through more carefully. Mu Qingwan hadn't immediately figured out how to deal with Qin Yu, but upon hearing Li Hao's thoughts, she suddenly understood. The more she observed Li Hao, the more she felt she'd struck gold. Thinking of Mu Yuanjing's plan to bring Mu Qingming into the company as well, she couldn't help but shake her head inwardly. Compared to Li Hao, Mu Qingming fell short in every way, whether it was wisdom, capability, or character. The gap was like heaven and earth. Mu Qingwan stared at Li Hao, puzzled by how she could have ever thought Mu Qingming was superior to him. No wonder Li Hao had always teased her about being blind. Li Hao, how did I never notice how brilliant you are before? With that, Mu Qingwan made an unexpected move. Her soft, red lips gently brushed against Li Hao's cheek, rewarding him with a generous kiss. Chapter 109, So Soft I Wish I'd Kissed You Longer. When Mu Qingwan's sweet kiss landed on Li Hao's cheek, he felt as though he'd eaten candy, but more than that, he was a bit surprised. Why did she suddenly kiss me? I didn't do anything deserving of a reward. This woman is so strange. Could it be I look especially handsome today? After that, he said he was going to cook and dashed to the kitchen, where there was also a mirror. In the kitchen, Li Hao stared at himself in the mirror for a while. He felt no change, still as handsome as ever. Though, I did seem to blush just now. After all, I'm not the original owner. We haven't really known each other that long. Getting kissed out of the blue by such a gorgeous goddess blushing is only natural. If Mu Qingwan saw this, she'd laugh her head off at me. But the thing is, how would she know I have zero dating experience? All those romantic entanglements from this life belong to the original owner. I merely possess his memories, I never actually experienced them myself. But honestly, her lips were incredibly soft. Wish I'd kissed her longer. Maybe I could have even squeezed her hips while I was at it. Honestly, I kinda miss that sometimes it felt so good. The way they bounced back was something special. Luckily, Mu Qingwan was still outside and hadn't overheard Li Hao's wandering thoughts. At that moment, Mu Qingwan was on the phone. I want all the negative news about the Qin Corporation. I need it by tomorrow morning. Oh, and once it's compiled, send a copy to Manager Li. After hanging up, Mu Qingwan drifted into a moment of reverie. She finally understood the old lady now. The scene from when she had wanted to marry Li Hao back then was still vivid in her mind. At the time, she herself had thought it absurd. The entire Mu family had been against it, and everyone who saw her tried earnestly to dissuade her. Yet, the first to relent was her grandmother, who cherished her most. The reason was simple: the old lady had a keen eye. She saw that Li Hao was dependable and reliable, someone who could support Mu Qingwan. Moreover, Li Hao wouldn't let Mu Qingwan suffer any hardship. Indeed, the old lady was the one who couldn't bear to see Mu Qingwan suffer. She always possessed insights beyond the ordinary, and now it was clear her decision back then had been absolutely correct. As soon as Mu Qingwan reached the entrance, the aroma of freshly cooked food wafted toward her, rich and inviting. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. Li Hao rose early, his mind still vividly recalling the plan he and Mu Qingwan had discussed the previous day. He intended to prepare a lavish gift for Qin Yu according to their plan, letting Qin Yu taste the bitter flavor of being manipulated. As usual, Li Hao carefully wrote a note, neatly covered the food, and then drove to the company. The moment he entered the office, he found his desk piled high with all the dirt on the Qin Corporation, both old scandals and newly gathered compromising material. He guessed Mu Qingwan had had someone compile and place it there. He picked up the phone and dialed the PR department. Hello, PR? Send someone experienced over here. This is Li Hao from the jewelry department. By now, almost everyone at Mu Corporation knew who Li Hao was. He was no longer the empty-headed figurehead everyone had initially assumed him to be. Manager Li, how can I assist you? Before long, the person dispatched by the PR department arrived. The representative stood respectfully before Li Hao, awaiting instructions. Li Hao briefly explained his intentions, then handed the compiled dossier of Qin's blackmail material to the PR department. Remember, no one else can know about this. Get moving. Yes, sir. Those working in the company's PR department were all sharp individuals, each a seasoned professional. With just a hint, they immediately understood Li Hao's meaning. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Yu didn't take the current situation too seriously. Seated in his spacious, luxurious office with one leg crossed over the other, he hummed a tune under his breath. His plan had been proceeding smoothly all along. Li Hao and his crew couldn't possibly cause any major trouble. His assistant, however, remained deeply concerned. Having worked closely with Qin Yu for a long time, he knew exactly what kind of person Qin Yu was. As long as matters didn't involve Qin Yu's own interests, he couldn't care less about anyone else's fate. But now, Qin Yu's assistant, Zhang Cheng, felt he had grown numb. That's why he had to handle every task Qin Yu assigned with absolute precision. Any slip-up could cost him his own neck. And now, the very thing the assistant feared had come to pass. As certain signs emerged, Qin Yu sensed that Li Hao's side seemed to be making new moves. Moreover, the matters he had arranged were not progressing as anticipated. He gradually realized that things might not be as straightforward as he had imagined. He began meticulously reviewing each step of his plan, agonizing over where exactly things had gone wrong. What he didn't know was that Li Hao had already set a clever trap for him, just waiting for him to walk right into it. Meanwhile, Mu Qingwan arrived at the company. The moment she stepped through the company entrance, she prepared to convene a meeting of senior executives. Li Hao's current position was still too low to qualify him as an executive, so he had no place in such a meeting. However, Mu Qingwan intended to advocate for Li Hao to secure the position of manager of the jewelry department during the meeting. Mu Qingwan knew full well that many executives within the company were scheming to place their own confidants in that position. She understood the tangled web of interests and the open and covert struggles involved as clearly as if they were written on a mirror. Even though this would be an uphill battle, she was determined to fight for Li Hao. How many of those attempting to parachute in through backdoor connections or favors actually possessed genuine competence? If they were truly capable, why resort to such underhanded tactics? As time passed, the executives gradually made their way into the conference room. With everyone present, the meeting commenced. Each executive would report their work in turn. Mu Qingwan sat at the head of the conference table, her gaze sweeping over each person present as she spoke in a steady tone. The executives sat up straight and began their reports. After each executive finished speaking, the conference room fell silent. Mu Qingwan scanned the room. What are your thoughts on the jewelry department's recent performance? At her words, all eyes instantly turned to her, fixated on her alone. Mu Qingwan met their gazes calmly. She felt no awkwardness in this moment, for she was playing a psychological endurance game. After a brief silence, Zhang Shimen, a long-standing shareholder of the company, spoke up slowly. The jewelry department has shown rapid growth recently. Their team has already submitted all their reports and summaries to us. However, no one from the jewelry department is present today. As far as I know, the department manager has already resigned. Mu Qingwan nodded, observing the speaking shareholder. Her expression remained neutral, yet her inner thoughts formed a distinct impression of Zhang Shimen. She clearly remembered that when she and Mu Yuankai convened the shareholders' meeting to elect the president, Zhang Shimen had cast his vote for her. It seemed that this Mr. Zhang had always been someone who judged matters on their merits, not based on personal relationships. In this complex business environment, such a quality proved especially valuable. Mu Qingwan was quite satisfied with such veteran shareholders. They were reserved, avoided unnecessary trouble, and crucially, genuinely prioritized the company's growth. Chapter 110, No time to linger. Securing the top spot early is the only reliable path. In my opinion, we should place one of our own people in charge of the jewelry department. If that division thrives, the profits won't be insignificant. Isn't the current manager of the jewelry department one of Mu's people? Isn't that considered one of our own? That's not the same thing. There's a difference between someone being one of us and truly being our own. Besides, if something were to go wrong, who would take responsibility? As everyone chimed in with their opinions, they gradually realized Mu Qingwan had no intention of joining the discussion. It was entirely their conversation. So, in your opinion, what kind of person would truly be one of our own? Mu Qingwan had actually intended to provoke precisely this reaction. She was decisive in her actions and preferred to cut straight to the heart of the matter. Her silence earlier was precisely to let them dig their own grave. The group exchanged nervous glances, those who had voiced opposition earlier now signaling to each other. Recommending someone rashly now would not only fail but also land both the recommender and the nominee on Mu Qingwan's blacklist, a consequence none could afford. Suddenly, they all regretted their words. If only they hadn't said so much. The more they spoke, the more mistakes they made. Alright then, Mu Qingwan continued, if anyone has a suitable candidate in mind, feel free to propose them. To ensure fairness, we'll decide by vote. After a pause, Mu Qingwan added, personally, I think Li Hao is a perfect fit. First, he's my husband, a trusted ally. Second, his achievements speak for themselves. He's resolved issues for the company and embodies the qualities we seek. Therefore, I nominate Li Hao. If anyone has a more suitable candidate, please present your case. After speaking, Mu Qingwan watched the group in silence. The senior executives present were deeply dissatisfied. They had hoped to leverage their own connections to prevent Mu Qingwan from promoting Li Hao due to conflicts of interest, only to inadvertently give her a way out. The kicker? They couldn't find any real fault with him. At that moment, everyone mentally cursed the person who had suggested their own candidate hundreds of times over. If there are no objections, let's proceed to a vote. Those in favor of appointing Li Hao as manager of the jewelry department, please raise your hands. Mu Qingwan stated. At that moment, the senior shareholder who had spoken first didn't look at anyone. He simply raised his hand, just as he had done when Mu Qingwan and Mu Yuankai were appointed. He followed only his own convictions. Seeing this, the other shareholders had no choice but to follow suit. Ultimately, the appointment passed with a vote of 8-2. Among the dissenting votes was, of course, his uncle Mu Yuankai. Every parent wants to fight for their child, but as the saying goes, you have to be strong yourself. Li Hao's capabilities were undeniable. After the meeting concluded, Mu Qingwan finally exhaled. Though it seemed effortless just now, it had actually burned through countless brain cells. The slightest misstep could have altered the outcome. Opening her phone, she saw a message from Su Lan. Ms. Mu, we're hosting a jewelry gala tonight. If you're free, we'd be honored by your presence. The invitation was digital, complete with the event address below. Mu Qingwan knew Azure Jewelry had always been a low-key company. Su Lan, the heiress of the Su Group, had started Azure Jewelry after falling out with her family. Precisely because she lacked ambition, the other jewelry companies treated Azure Jewelry as a minor player. When had Su Lan changed? After all, she had never hosted a dinner before and rarely attended events hosted by other companies. Mu Qingwan planned to attend with Li Hao. After putting down her phone, she immediately instructed her assistant to draft a personnel notice appointing Li Hao as the new manager of the jewelry department. Her assistant acted swiftly and efficiently, getting to work immediately. Mu Qingwan knew such matters couldn't be delayed. Securing his position sooner was the reliable approach. Especially after seeing those executives earlier, some definitely weren't thrilled about Li Hao becoming manager. They'd kept quiet under pressure, but they might make their moves later. She needed to warn Li Hao. Meanwhile, Li Hao also received an invitation from Zhang Jidong. He looked at it and furrowed his brow slightly. What's going on? This feels like a wedding invitation. Besides, is a store manager a branch manager at that really qualified to send invitations? Did he give me his own invitation? That doesn't make sense either. Internal staff shouldn't receive invitations. Could this fat guy have struck gold? At Qin Group, Qin Yu lounged lazily on a luxurious sofa. He was naturally aware of the news that Azure Jewelry was hosting a banquet. In his eyes, Azure Jewelry was nothing more than a third-rate small company, scarcely worth mentioning. Did Azure send us invitations? Qin Yu inquired. They did. His assistant replied. Oof. That dinner is just Azure's attempt to cozy up to other jewelry companies. Since they help the Mu family, Mu Qingwan and that damn Li Hao will definitely attend. How best to disrupt Azure Group's dinner? Qin Yu toyed with a walnut, speaking with feigned nonchalance while his mind was already plotting. Having worked with him for so long, his assistant could roughly guess his intentions. Qin Yu abruptly stopped his movements, a wild gleam flashing in his eyes, a wicked smile curling his lips. How about a public confession? The assistant's eyes widened in shock at the suggestion. He knew Qin Yu's actions were always reckless, but never imagined it would reach this level of madness. The young master of the prestigious Qin family declaring his love publicly for a married woman? If old Master Qin found out, he'd be furious enough to kill him. However, though Qin Yu was reckless, he wasn't foolish. He intended to use public opinion to achieve his goals, sow discord between Li Hao and Mu Qingwan while simultaneously ruining the meticulously planned gala dinner of Azure Jewelry Company, thereby satisfying his twisted psyche. A deep-seated knot gnawed at Qin Yu's heart. He knew his father had sired several illegitimate children outside the marriage, and the existence of those half-brothers felt like thorns piercing his soul. Once, he had desperately sought his father's approval, striving relentlessly. But later, he realized that no matter how hard he tried, he would never be loved. This unattainable longing only fueled his madness. What he couldn't have forever stirred within him, driving him to commit these heartless acts. The master is here. Qin Yu's assistant reminded him. Qin Yu waved his hand impatiently, signaling he understood. His assistant, Zhang Qing, seeing this, could only sigh and fall silent. Evening. Weilan Jewelry Company. Ms. Mu, I'm so delighted you could come, Su Lan greeted her with a smile. You're too kind. I really owe you for last time. I still need to properly thank you, Mu Qingwan replied politely. After some small talk, Li Hao and Mu Qingwan prepared to look around. Before they had taken a few steps, Mu Qingwan spotted that damn Qin Yu. A flicker of disgust immediately crossed her eyes. But she quickly controlled her emotions. After all, this was Azure's main event. She couldn't let a momentary impulse ruin the atmosphere, especially with so many reporters present. The moment Qin Yu, Mu Qingwan, and Li Hao came within close proximity, it was as if an invisible magnetism drew them together. Some quick-witted reporters instantly aimed their cameras at the trio. I heard Qin Yu and Mu Qingwan are actually a couple. Look how well matched they are, such extraordinary charisma. A whisper rippled through the crowd, prompting hushed murmurs and scrutinizing glances as onlookers studied the trio. Miss Mu, did you know Mr. Qin Yu has always had feelings for you? A reporter called out abruptly. The sudden voice echoed loudly in the banquet hall, instantly stirring up a commotion as flashes of cameras flickered incessantly. Mu Qingwan gritted her teeth in fury. That Qin Yu was utterly despicable, deliberately causing a scene at such an occasion. What a tactless fool, completely disregarding others and recklessly ruining the evening's atmosphere. Chapter 111, How can someone have skin thicker than a city wall? Li Hao narrowed his eyes slightly. He understood immediately these people were undoubtedly Qin Yu's hired agents sent to cause trouble. Qin Yu's brazen disregard for boundaries, his repeated provocations against the Mu family, and his repeated offenses against Li Hao pushed Mu Qingwan's anger to its peak. Just as Mu Qingwan was about to speak up in rebuke, Li Hao gently squeezed her palm. His gaze seemed to say, just wait and see. Mu Qingwan knew well that Li Hao was not one to take things lying down, he was merely biding his time. Qin Yu continued to gaze at Mu Qingwan with what he claimed was deep affection, a sight so sickening it made Mu Qingwan and Li Hao want to vomit. Ugh, that guy by Mu Qingwan's side, isn't he just some pretty boy who leeches off rich women? Hearing such harsh words, Mu Qingwan couldn't help but roll her eyes. Anyone who spoke like that clearly lacked any sense of decency. Most of them were probably Qin Yu's hired cheerleaders. Qin Yu tried to step forward again, his arrogant posture making her sick. Qin Yu, you piece of trash. I didn't want to deal with you, but you really think you're so great now? Li Hao glared at him, his voice low and menacing. There's no such thing as more capable. I like Qingwan. I think you're beneath her. So why are you wasting her time? Qin Yu's voice boomed, showing no restraint. In his mind, Li Hao had already cursed Qin Yu countless times. What a scumbag. A tree without bark is doomed to die, but a man without shame is invincible. How can someone have skin thicker than city walls? Seriously, I can't take it anymore. Qin Yu, you claim to love Mu Qingwan, yet you scheme to exploit her organs and coveted her family's wealth. Is that what you call love? Oomph, disgusting. If you're not afraid to make a fool of yourself, we certainly aren't either. Li Hao had been holding back all along. After all, this was a banquet hosted by Azure Jewelry. Emotionally, it wouldn't be right to cause a scene at someone else's event. Logically, with all these important figures present, any uproar would spread and damage our reputation. However, no matter how much he restrained himself, he couldn't withstand Qin Yu's deliberate provocation. As a result, regardless of whether Li Hao retaliated, the atmosphere of the banquet had already been ruined. The Weilan Jewelry Company's dinner was unlikely to proceed smoothly. Su Lan stood by, feeling utterly bewildered. Why had this clash of titans spilled over to involve her? Zhang Jidong had just entered the room, unaware of the commotion, when he noticed several camera angles trained directly on the group. He immediately sensed something was off. Though the individuals were dressed lavishly, their attire was clearly not high-end authentic pieces. The workmanship was crude, riddled with flaws. These hired actors couldn't even be bothered to put on a decent act. Seeing this, Zhang Jidong wasted no time. He dashed to the entrance, summoned security, and ordered them to remove all the camera positions. He justified this by claiming it was to prevent malicious leaks from paparazzi, while also demanding the deletion of any footage already captured. At that moment, Zhang Jidong couldn't care less about his own status. All he knew was that Li Hao was in trouble. He wasn't sure if he could help, but stopping these people from filming was definitely the right thing to do. Just moments earlier, Li Hao had been agonizing over how to get rid of those cameras. He knew full well that if this footage were widely publicized, it would be extremely detrimental to the Mu family. He dared not act rashly, fearing one misstep could land him on the trending list. Now, thankfully, Zhang Jidong had arrived as a divine assist. Their high school chemistry remained as strong as ever. Meanwhile, Li Hao had already briefed Qin Xiaoxiao on the situation with a concise 6-word update. Time to send a generous gift. The moment Qin Xiaoxiao received the directive, she understood immediately and set about arranging the necessary matters. Otherwise, Li Hao was still pondering the best timing for this grand gesture. Now he had no worries. The other party was practically begging for a generous gift. How could he possibly refuse? Qin Yu, this is between Qingwan and me. It has nothing to do with you. Why are you meddling? Li Hao launched his counterattack, deliberately provoking Qin Yu. He originally ignored the guy, but now he was jumping all over the place. You're not worthy of Qingwan. Qin Yu remained stubborn. Just then, Qin Yu noticed that all the people who had been fawning over him had suddenly fallen silent. He turned to see they'd all been escorted out. They hadn't had invitations at all. Qin Yu had smuggled them in. Qin Yu's eyes widened in fury as he glared fiercely at Li Hao. Li Hao, however, found it amusing. Qin Yu was nothing but a paper tiger. Oh? Well then, Mu Qingwan and I are legally married. We have the certificate. What exactly are you here for, passing judgment? Is it because you, the young master of the Qin family, failed to win her affection, so now you want to sabotage our marital bond? Li Hao struck with a killer blow, suddenly branding Qin Yu as a suitor pursuing a married woman. The truly refined, wealthy spectators remained silent. Justice resides in the hearts of the people, and these individuals all carried their own scales of judgment. Isn't it because you meddled in the first place? Otherwise, what business is it of yours? Qin Yu had fallen right into Li Hao's trap, yet remained completely oblivious. Exactly. Stop obsessing over my wife. I know she's the classic rich, beautiful, and privileged type, but she's mine now. Young Master Qin, you've been through countless women without a single leaf sticking to you. Worried about finding another beauty? Mu Qingwan watched from the sidelines. She'd never seen Li Hao speak with such sharpness before. She knew he was trying to use public opinion to overwhelm Qin Yu. Qin Xiaoxiao's team was equally impressive. The moment Li Hao finished speaking, their own camera crew had already set up and started filming. We've prepared a special gift for you. Li Hao murmured softly, a sly gleam flashing in his eyes. Qin Yu's verbal skills were no match for Li Hao's, nor could his mind keep pace. Playing with him was like playing with a dog. The grand gift that followed would drive Qin Yu mad, turning the Qin family into the center of attention. Li Hao chose to present this generous gift to Qin Yu at this moment precisely because he didn't want to ruin the meticulously planned gala dinner hosted by Azure Jewelry. If tonight's showdown played out well, Azure Jewelry might ride the wave to surge in popularity and traffic. With luck, the returns could even far exceed the value of the jewelry gala itself. Just as Qin Yu was still trying to figure out what Li Hao was up to, an old woman stumbled toward him. Before anyone could grasp the situation, the woman wailed. Mr. Qin, please forgive me for my son's transgression. Stop tormenting him. Give us back my son's medical expenses and his wages. Our entire family depends on this money. Mr. Qin. With that, she collapsed to her knees, her tear-filled eyes brimming with sorrow. The scene was so heart-wrenching that anyone witnessing it would be moved. Qin Yu looked utterly bewildered, having no idea who this suddenly appearing madwoman was. Who are you? I don't even know you. Where did your son owe me money? Qin Yu was already irritable, glaring angrily at Li Hao, who was watching the scene unfold with a smug look. My son is Qin Adong. Mr. Qin. You can't just stand by and watch him die. My son ended up like this because he worked for you. The old woman wailed and cried, her pitiful appearance drawing whispers from the surrounding crowd. The old woman had waited countless days at the entrance of Qin Corporation just to see Qin Yu, only to be turned away each time. This time, she finally had the chance to see him. She was truly grateful to the kind soul who had given her this opportunity to seek justice for her son. Chapter 112, Fool's Luck. This sent shockwaves through the crowd. Who could have imagined that the seemingly refined and scholarly young master of the Qin family was such a ruthless and merciless figure behind closed doors? You old hag! What nonsense are you spouting here? Someone get her out of here! Qin Yu's eyes widened with fury as he bellowed. Su Lan watched the scene unfold quietly. She understood why Qin Yu had chosen to disrupt the Weilan jewelry dinner party. There was a reason behind it. Qin Yu hadn't even bothered to extend an invitation, yet he blamed Azure Jewelry for lending the jewels to the Mu family. This had filled him with resentment, driving his desire for revenge against Azure Jewelry. Su Lan didn't regret lending the jewelry to the Mu family. Now, she despised Qin Yu intensely, thinking he was nothing short of a lunatic. At that moment, she thought, if something could happen to Qin Yu, even if it meant the blue jewelry dinner was all for nothing, she wouldn't hesitate. My son, Qin Dong, was doing just fine at Mu Corporation. Wasn't it you, Mr. Qin, who recruited him? Then the poor boy was beaten up and now lies in intensive care. How can you pretend not to know, Mr. Qin? Qin Dong's mother grew increasingly agitated as Qin Yu flatly denied everything. No way? Isn't Qin Dong the guy Mu Group fired? Yes, I heard he was blacklisted across the entire industry. Back then, I also heard that Mu Corporation blacklisted someone apparently for leaking manuscripts and plagiarism. So Mu Group might know something. They haven't exposed Qin Group yet, but at least they're giving the Qin some face. Speculation swirled among the crowd as eyes darted between Qin Yu, Mu Qingwan, and Li Hao, searching their expressions for clues. Mu Qingwan glanced at Li Hao. Their eyes met, instantly reading each other's thoughts. Most of these whisperers were arranged by Li Hao himself. He was turning the tables on his adversaries. Qin Yu now lay like a fish on a cutting board, utterly defenseless. Get up first. I don't even know Qin Dong. Qin Yu was still stubbornly denying everything, convinced that as long as he didn't admit it, no one could touch him. Li Hao knew he needed to pour more fuel on the fire. Ma'am, Qin Dong is an employee of our company. He used to work under me. Li Hao stepped forward, his expression earnest. Good boy, you must stand up for me. Even if a Dong made a mistake, it doesn't deserve driving him to such extremes. Qin Dong's mother clung to this as if it were her last lifeline, a glimmer of hope flickering in her eyes. Just then, the reporters Su Lan had arranged arrived. Seeing the scene unfold, they wasted no time and immediately began filming. Seeing this, Li Hao and Mu Qingwan felt much more at ease. Now they wouldn't even need to submit press releases themselves. The reporters had already taken care of that, and it was guaranteed to escalate. Even if these reporters knew their assignment was to promote Azure Jewelry, how could they not be thrilled by the prospect of covering a far more sensational story? Besides, Azure Jewelry hadn't even officially launched its promotional campaign yet. But this farce came to an abrupt halt with the arrival of Qin Yu's assistant, Zheng Qing. Zheng Qing knew Qin Yu's temperament well. Qin Yu had instructed him to wait outside, planning to deliver the final blow later. After waiting at the door with no sign of movement, Zheng Qing inquired and discovered their people had been kicked out by security. He instantly realized something was wrong. Having worked alongside Qin Yu for so many years, Zheng Qing possessed strong improvisational skills. He rushed inside, pushed through the crowd, and without hesitation, helped Qin Dong's mother to her feet. Auntie, if you keep causing trouble here and something happens to Mr. Qin, you truly won't get any money. Get up first. We'll take you back to Qin Corporation to discuss this. You don't want your son to never find work for the rest of his life, do you? Zheng Cheng whispered in a low voice. Sure enough, at these words, the elderly woman hesitated. She lifted her tear-streaked face, her eyes filled with uncertainty and worry, but eventually rose slowly to her feet. She knew she couldn't push things to the extreme. After all, her son's future still lay in Qin Corporation's hands. Even if there was only a sliver of hope, she couldn't give up. Seeing this, Qin Yu hurriedly interjected, "This is all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, Mr. Qin, you know best in your heart. Mr. Mu and I, however, would like to know, how did Mu Corporation's employees suddenly become your people?" Li Hao deliberately steered the conversation in that direction. Li Hao, stop trying to trap me. Qin Yu finally snapped. This remark was an implicit admission that he was behind these actions, and his image plummeted in everyone's eyes. Ha, just wait for tomorrow's headlines. You're nothing but a loser, picking on small companies over such trivial matters. Thought you were so great, huh? Just some Qin family scion title. Now your true colors are showing. Let's see how you survive in this circle from now on. Qin Yu, you're worse than a woman. All you know how to do is pull these underhanded tricks behind people's backs. If you've got the guts, come at us fair and square. You're a despicable, shameless scoundrel. This scene today is the disgrace you deserve. What a piece of trash. All this time he's been putting on a show in front of us. Today, his hypocritical mask finally came off. Now the entire industry will see his true colors. He's just waiting to be spat upon. Just thinking about it feels so satisfying. Li Hao ignored him completely, turning his gaze to Mu Qingwan and signaling for her to speak. Mu Qingwan met his gaze, understood his meaning, and nodded lightly. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Mu Qingwan of Mu Group. First, I sincerely apologize for the disruption to Azure Jewelry's gala caused by certain individuals. I extend our deepest apologies to Azure Jewelry. Second, justice lies in the hearts of the people. I shall say no more. I hope you will grant me this favor and grant Mu Group this favor so that the banquet meticulously prepared by Azure Jewelry may proceed to its successful conclusion. Mu Qingwan thanks you all. With that, Mu Qingwan bowed deeply. Her graceful demeanor and refined composure drew spontaneous admiration from the entire gathering. Qin Yu gritted his teeth in fury, yet could do nothing but leave early. He knew that staying any longer would only make him look more ridiculous and become the laughingstock of the crowd. Since Mu Qingwan had spoken, every company naturally owed the Mu family some deference. As a leader in numerous industries, antagonizing the Mu family offered no advantage. Besides, Azure Jewelry posed no real threat to them. Since they were already here, they might as well enjoy the evening, purchase some jewelry they liked, and savor this rare dinner party. Su Lan felt immense gratitude upon hearing Mu Qingwan's words. She knew Mu Qingwan was a person of integrity. This was the essence of reciprocity and mutual support between people. The banquet concluded. Li Hao prepared to seek out Zhang Jidong, as he now had many questions to ask. He knew Zhang Jidong had performed exceptionally well today, but he sensed a subtle emotional connection between Zhang and Su Lan. He wanted to get to the bottom of it. Little did he know, Li Hao saw Zhang Jidong being called away by Su Lan, who was greeting the company executives attending the dinner. Zhang Jidong's face radiated a confident smile, quite different from his usual self. From what I can tell, Su Lan seems to have feelings for you, my friend. Mu Qingwan observed them and remarked. That's exactly what I'm worried about. Li Hao knew that mismatched couples rarely had happy endings. However, he didn't see Su Lan as an arrogant or domineering type. Perhaps there really was a different possibility here. Bro! Zhang Jidong came looking for Li Hao as soon as he finished his work, knowing Li Hao must be waiting for him. You look way more energetic now than when you were a chef. Buddy, tell me straight, are you having some romantic luck? Li Hao still wanted to get to the bottom of Zhang Jidong and Su Lan's situation. Otherwise, it felt like a little cat was scratching at his insides, leaving him restless and uneasy. What romance? Ms. Su is my boss. We met at a friend's gathering. Oh, right, it was Ms. Su who suggested I change jobs to refresh my outlook. Zhang Jidong replied, scratching his head with an innocent look. Watching his brother act like a blockhead, Li Hao suddenly understood maybe this was what they meant by fools have their own kind of luck. Chapter 113, The Qin Family Turmoil. Su Lan's gaze kept drifting toward Zhang Jidong and Li Hao, who were deep in conversation. She knew they were close. They were deep in lively conversation, and Zhang Jidong's face was lit up with that familiar smile. Watching them, Su Lan found her own lips curving upward slightly, a fleeting, almost imperceptible tenderness flickering in her eyes. Mu Qingwan could tell that Su Lan's willingness to help her was likely due to Zhang Jidong. Though Azure Jewelry was a modest company with little daily interaction with the Mu Group, Su Lan wasn't the type to offer help lightly. Mr. Su, it's only just past 8. Because of our business today, the banquet ended so early. Why don't the four of us sit together for a while? Sure. Su Lan nodded in agreement. Mu Qingwan keenly sensed that Su Lan harbored unusual feelings toward Zhang Jidong. People are only human, we all have desires and passions, and we love to join in the fun and gossip. Besides, if those two could actually get together, that would be even better. And so, the four of them sat down together. Bro, how did you end up working for Mr. Su? Li Hao inquired with keen interest. Mu Qingwan turned her gaze to Su Lan. She was indeed a stubborn girl. The Su Group was no ordinary entity at its peak, it had ranked among the top 3 conglomerates. Had Mu Qingwan not happened upon that family portrait during her visit to the Su family's ancestral home, she might never have known Su Lan came from such a powerful lineage. Su Lan rarely revealed her background to outsiders. She truly fought her way up through the ranks, and her personality carried a serene, unassuming quality. It was at a friend's gathering that I accidentally drank myself into a blackout. I kept ranting about work frustrations, and when Miss Su overheard, seeing how unhappy I was in my old position, she invited me to join Azure Jewelry. Zhang Jidong scratched his head and chuckled. Oh, so you two have a shared. Li Hao was mid-sentence when Zhang Jidong's words suddenly clicked in his mind. His eyes widened, and he swallowed the rest of his words. Holy crap, how is my buddy acting even more clueless than that Qin Yu right now? What the hell is going on here? This plot twist is way too melodramatic. Going out with friends and getting so drunk he blacked out in front of a girl? That's ridiculous. What kind of impression does that leave? Ugh, seriously. What on earth does Miss Su see in him? Does she just like this kind of dumb, dim-witted guy, like the foolish son of a wealthy family? Li Hao hadn't even finished saying the word friend before his own thoughts left him speechless. Mu Qingwan overheard his inner monologue and couldn't help but giggle while Su Lan maintained her usual cool demeanor. Here's the real story. That gathering was organized jointly by Zhang Jidong's friends and Su Lan's friends, and they had both received invitations. Su Lan arrived late due to some matters. After a few rounds of drinks, people started teasing her about her tardiness and egged her on to drink more as an apology. Just then, Zhang Jidong stepped in, shielding Su Lan from the drinks. As a result, he ended up blacking out. This dramatic turn of events completely flipped the script, and in the end, it was Su Lan who ended up escorting Zhang Jidong home. After hearing their explanation, Li Hao grasped the gist of the situation. So basically, my good buddy tried to shield Su Lan from the drinks but ended up knocking himself out. That kid is just so adorably naive. Sometimes it's laughable how come when it comes to Qin Yu, the fatso handles things so decisively? He just had the camera crew moved away, giving me the confidence to speak up. That brain of his operates at two extremes when it comes to love and career. He's terrified of making a single misstep that could be twisted against him, yet when it comes to women, he struggles so much. It's both laughable and exasperating. Love truly is a strange thing, it can make people unrecognizable. Mu Qingwan also found Zhang Jidong adorably clueless, like a big, innocent boy. The four of them chatted until past 10 o'clock, like old friends reunited after years apart, sharing stories and filling the air with laughter. I'm off. Take good care of your Mr. Su. Li Hao gave Zhang Jidong a firm pat on the shoulder. Mr. Su, we all need to work hard for our own happiness. Mu Qingwan smiled at Su Lan, her eyes brimming with hope for the two of them. Su Lan understood clearly that they were blessing her relationship with Zhang Jidong. Su Lan loved Zhang Jidong, that feeling had taken root and blossomed within her. Yet Zhang Jidong felt they were worlds apart, convinced their union was impossible. Zhang Jidong had actually sensed Su Lan's feelings for him. Yet he was consumed by self-doubt. Before, he had been just a cook, confined to the small world of the kitchen, constantly facing others' exclusion. It was because of Su Lan that he found the courage to change jobs, filling each day with hope. Even so, he still felt an unbridgeable gap between himself and Su Lan. How could someone as ordinary as him dare to dream of dating someone as exceptional as Su Lan? He feared that a rash confession might push Su Lan away. Love was so strange and frustrating, sometimes it made no sense at all. In the end, neither of them broke the ice. Zhang Jidong felt unworthy of Su Lan, while Su Lan understood his worries, fearing she might push him further away. Some feelings could only be bridged by time. After Mu Qingwan and Li Hao left, they drove home. They stepped into the entryway. Usually, Mu Qingwan would change her shoes first, followed by Li Hao. But today felt different. For the first time, Li Hao changed his shoes first, then stood quietly to the side, waiting for Mu Qingwan. Mu Qingwan felt puzzled. She shot Li Hao a questioning look, but he seemed oblivious, offering no response. Just as Mu Qingwan bent down to change her shoes, Li Hao suddenly knelt down. He gently grasped her ankle, carefully removing her high heels before tenderly slipping her into a pair of slippers. Mu Qingwan's heart fluttered violently. A wave of emotion surged through her, leaving her mind blank for a moment, as if all words had vanished. Indeed, even the strongest woman, when confronted with such unexpected tenderness in matters of the heart, would become like a flustered little girl. Perhaps deep down, Mu Qingwan had already considered Li Hao the man she wanted to spend her life with. After helping her change, Li Hao rose to avoid any awkwardness and silently walked toward the living room. After a quick wash, the two drifted off to sleep, carrying the sweet memories of the day with them. Meanwhile, things were far from peaceful at Qin Group. Due to the incident Qin Yu had caused, the company urgently convened an executive meeting, and the PR team was overwhelmed. Even the reclusive old Master Qin had learned of the incident. He called directly, berating Qin Yu mercilessly. Executives sat with furrowed brows, seething with anger at Qin Yu's actions. "You worthless piece of trash. You better hope this blows over, or you'll be kicked out of the company and sent packing back home." The voice on the phone was full of venom. "Ha! I'm a piece of trash? And what are you?" Qin Yu was played by Li Hao, and he reacted as if he'd been provoked, losing all sense of reason. Now he dares to confront old Master Qin. Qin Yu hung up the phone immediately. The executives, unaccustomed to seeing him like this, assumed he'd never faced such a severe public relations crisis before and had been completely shaken out of his wits. "Mr. Qin, what exactly did you say? What did you do? You must explain everything to us in detail. That way, we can formulate a proper response." One executive pressed anxiously. "I don't know." Qin Yu's eyes were vacant, his expression blank and dazed, as if he'd lost his soul. Qin Yu was now completely bewildered. The company's stock had plummeted, and Qin Group executives were already deeply dissatisfied with him. To make matters worse, he was someone who couldn't read the room, or perhaps he was simply blinded by rage. The Qin Group's PR team was on the verge of panic. Effective damage control required clear details, the sequence of events, individuals involved, locations, yet the young master before them was consumed solely by rage. He remained silent to every question, his mind still in a daze. Chapter 114, they want to whitewash this? Fat chance. Damn it, what a good for nothing. Old Master Qin's pupils dilated in fury, the veins on his forehead bulging. He never imagined Qin Yu would cause such a colossal mess. When Qin Yu was born, old Master Qin was already quite advanced in years. Before that, he'd been consumed by his career, always thinking he'd have children only after securing a stable position. To outsiders, the Qin family had longed for a son like Qin Yu as if waiting for the stars to align. But what was the truth? Like father, like son, that saying couldn't be truer. Back then, old Master Qin enjoyed the benefits and support brought by Qin Yu's mother, Chen Man. In the early years, the two were indeed deeply in love. On the surface, the elder Qin appeared content, but behind the scenes, he deliberately orchestrated schemes. He had people intentionally or unintentionally pressure Chen Man, hinting that if she couldn't bear a son, she wouldn't inherit the family fortune. Chen Man, a gentle and bright young lady, understood the importance of a son to the family business. This immense pressure drove her into depression. Old Fox Qin never once mentioned his schemes, which only deepened Chen Man's psychological burden. When the Chen family noticed something was amiss with Chen Man, they quickly brought her back home. After all, a mother's love knows no bounds. By that time, Chen Man was already pregnant with Qin Yu. However, prolonged psychological stress during pregnancy led to signs of threatened miscarriage, forcing her to undergo constant medical monitoring to protect the fetus. Chen Man suspected foul play, but old Master Qin had covered his tracks flawlessly. Finding no evidence, she let the matter drop. They say one shouldn't forget the well digger when drinking water. Deeply in love with Qin Yu's deadbeat father, Chen Man returned to him after stabilizing the pregnancy. However, the Qin family remained vigilant, placing one of their own to monitor Chen Man. Any suspicious activity was promptly reported back to the household. Under this watchful eye, Qin Yu's unreliable father finally began to rein in his behavior. Yet almost no one knew that Qin Yu wasn't actually old Master Qin's first son. In truth, old Master Qin had long been unfaithful, though his affair had remained undiscovered. His restraint stemmed entirely from his fear of the Chun family. Now that the Chun family had lost its former glory, old Master Qin harbored deep resentment toward this son, heaping criticism upon him at every turn. Though arrogant, Qin Yu wasn't stupid. He knew all about his father's shady dealings, but the old man was too skilled at hiding them. The Chen family never caught on. The PR team should draft a press release about Qin Yidong's mother first. Qin Yu regained his composure slightly. His greatest fear now was that the other side would relentlessly use Qin Yidong's situation to pin down the Qin Corporation, so he had to prepare defenses first. Everyone else, go get some sleep. Come back first thing tomorrow morning. We've got a tough battle ahead. Qin Yu composed himself and said, "Are you kidding me? How can anyone sleep at a time like this?" A minor shareholder who had inherited his father's stake grumbled. "Fine, then you can wait here. Right now, Qin Corporation and you are in a relationship where we rise and fall together. If you still want to remain shareholders of Qin Corporation, you'd better recognize your place." Qin Yu's gaze was sharp as a knife, sweeping over each person. The group couldn't help but shiver. They had always known Qin Yu as a mild-mannered man who never lost his temper. Today, they realized just how skilled he was at hiding his true nature. The Qin Corporation shareholders fell silent. They left without a word, waiting to see how things would unfold the next day. Once the shareholders were gone, Qin Yu erupted completely. Like a raging lion, he stormed through the room in a fury. "Li Hao, you bastard! How dare you scheme against me like this?" His obsession with defeating Li Hao had become an unshakable fixation. Sometimes, a different approach might have been better. But once someone fixates on a stubborn notion, their mind refuses to bend. Early the next morning, Qin Corporation executives rushed to the company headquarters in a flurry of urgency. Qin Yu also arrived at the company early. Observing the current public opinion trends, he furrowed his brow slightly. For now, the first reporter's exposé seemed relatively grounded in reality. Approaching the PR cleanup from this angle still held some feasibility. Qin Yu made an immediate decision, ordering the PR team to post statements and sparing no expense to hire a large army of paid commenters. He aimed to dominate the trending topics comment section, steering public opinion in a direction favorable to Qin Corporation. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the next wave of sensationalist reporters struck. Their articles, written purely for clicks, were wildly exaggerated and utterly absurd. Qin Group's young master Qin severely injured someone, sending them to the ICU. Qin Yu, the young master of Qin Group, is accused of wage theft. Young master Qin tortured someone to death. Qin Yu's vision darkened with rage as he read these false reports, cursing, "Damn it, if you can't do this job, then quit." Meanwhile, Qin Group's PR team found themselves in a desperate situation. Before they could finalize the press release, fresh scandals kept surfacing. In this era of information overload, the public often thrives on sensationalist stories, with no one bothering to verify their authenticity. Reporters knew only one thing: sensationalize these stories. The more outlandish, the more people would devour them. That was the secret to traffic. The PR staff sweated profusely, their fingers furiously tapping away at keyboards. For PR professionals, efficiency is paramount. When handled well, most of the group's past controversies can be minimized. But in this race, they seem to have lost before even starting. At Qin Yu and Wanjia, Mu Qingwan was still deep in slumber, while Li Hao slowly opened his eyes. He knew the Qin family scandal would only escalate. They think PR can whitewash this? Dream on. The moment they make a move, new dirt will surface. I can't wait to see how they handle wave after wave of attacks. This situation is beyond ordinary PR tactics. They're like ants flailing blindly in the dark, while I'm the god controlling it all. Watching them panic and fumble is pure bliss. If the tiger doesn't roar, they'll mistake us for a sickly cat. Qin Yu, you think you can just walk away? This time, you and your Qin group will pay a heavy price for your actions. Li Hao picked up his phone. As expected, Qin Yu's incident had already become the morning's top trending headline, dominating the charts. Li Hao didn't rush to the office today. He leisurely prepared breakfast while waiting for Mu Qingwan to wake up. This was the first time since the jewelry incident that Li Hao had consciously slowed his pace. Hey, don't spill the beans too fast. Their PR team is almost whitewashing the situation. Keep it coming, but don't rush. Bait them slowly. Li Hao said this with remarkable composure. After hanging up, he returned to meticulously preparing the meal. At the Qin family mansion, old Master Qin had also spent a restless night. When he picked up his phone the next morning, he nearly fainted. In all his years at the helm of Qin Corporation, he'd never encountered such a crisis. The sensational headlines were bad enough, but the photos made the allegations seem all the more credible. The old patriarch recognized this as a deliberate attack on the Qin family, undoubtedly orchestrated by the Mu family. He knew Mu Qingwan. For such a young woman to command an entire corporation, her capabilities were undeniably formidable. Watching Qin Yu struggle helplessly, Qin Laoyi felt a pang of sorrow. After all, Qin Corporation was his life's work. Truthfully, Qin Yu's fate meant little to him. But witnessing Qin Corporation crumble? That would make old Master Qin wish he were dead. Have the driver pick me up. I'm heading to the Mu residence. Old Master Qin knew a thing or two about the Mu family, though he remained unaware that Mu Qingwan and Li Hao had already shown mercy to Qin Yu last time. It was his son who didn't know when to back down. Soon, old Master Qin arrived at the Mu residence. The Mu family steward didn't recognize the man before him and was about to report to the matriarch when Mu Yuanzhang happened to see him. Naturally, Mu Yuanzhang knew the Qin family. Mu Yuanzhang stepped forward and invited old Master Qin inside. Madam, I believe it's. Old Master Qin has arrived at our Mu residence. Zhou Ma, being a clever woman with keen insight, promptly relayed the news to the matriarch. Chapter 115, Why provoke her of all people? The old matriarch of the Mu family slowly opened her eyes. She understood well that no one would come unannounced without reason. Since this man had arrived, it must be urgent. The old Madame Mu knew that this much younger Mr. Qin was no pushover, and neither was his son. Though she lived secluded in the ancestral home, her youthful years had honed her ability to read people. A single glance was enough to discern their true nature. Just tell him I'm still asleep. Mrs. Mu instructed. Zhou Ma understood immediately. She went downstairs to the living room and said to Mu Yuanzhang, Master, the old lady hasn't woken up yet. She took some calming medicine yesterday and is still sleeping soundly. Though Zhou Ma appeared to be addressing Mu Yuanzhang, her words were clearly meant for old Master Qin. Old Master Qin understood perfectly well. Mrs. Mu's meaning was crystal clear. But if this matter wasn't handled properly, once the Qin family was saddled with this dark history, it would be as hard as climbing to the heavens to ever recover. Old Master Qin couldn't help but recall that ungrateful son of his, Qin Yu, and all the unsavory deeds he'd done behind his back. It wasn't just that they were shameful, the brat hadn't even had the sense to be discreet and avoid leaving any evidence. Instead, he'd left a trail of scandals as long as your arm. Goodness, Mr. Mu, when did you return? It's been ages since we last met. Old Master Qin said to Mu Yuanzhang. I've only been back a little over a week. I came home to visit. The old lady wasn't feeling well recently, so I seized the chance to return as soon as I could. Mu Yuanzhang's words painted him as the epitome of filial piety. If Mu Qingwan were here, she'd scoff at Mu Yuanzhang's words. Everyone in the elite circle sees through such matters as clearly as a mirror. Ah, Mr. Mu truly has such a devoted heart for his family, ha! Old Master Qin was now pulling out all the stops with his flattery. Meanwhile, Li Hao monitored the trending topics, all of which were under his control. Just then, Mu Qingwan awoke. She picked up her phone and scanned the news, her eyes widening in disbelief. She knew these people loved to exaggerate, but this level of hyperbole was rare. She went out searching for Li Hao, certain this was his doing. Last time with Qin Adong, Li Hao hadn't bothered to engage him. Now he was back at it again? Serves him right. Oh, look at that smug little face of yours. Been up to no good behind the scenes again, haven't you? Mu Qingwan gave Li Hao a half-smile, half-teasing look. Li Hao chuckled. This isn't some underhanded trick, it's just giving him a taste of his own medicine. Qin Yu never stays out of trouble, so he needs to learn his lesson. Alright, you're the only one who's right. Mu Qingwan frowned slightly. While she believed Qin Yu had brought this upon himself, the matter involved two companies, and she couldn't help but feel some concern. Don't worry, I've got this covered. I'll handle whatever comes my way. With Qin Yu's IQ, what can he possibly do to me? Piece of cake. Everything's under control. Seeing them scrambling like this gives me immense satisfaction. After breakfast, the two packed up and drove to the company together. Meanwhile, at Qin Corporation, Qin Yu was still scheming to hire a team of paid commenters to turn the tide. But the current public sentiment was overwhelmingly against him. It was simply not the right time to deploy such tactics. It was clear that netizens were largely not speaking up for Qin's company anymore. They had missed the optimal window to hire trolls. Gradually, the PR team felt overwhelmed. With insufficient time to prepare press releases, no one could guarantee there weren't more flaws lurking. They could only strive for quality, reviewing and re-reviewing each draft. Meanwhile, Qin Corporation's stock plummeted relentlessly, its rapid decline sending shockwaves through the market. Mr. Qin was no exception. At his advanced age, he was forced to visit others to smooth things over for the mess Qin Yu had created, offering apologies with a forced smile. Mu Yuanzhang could tell the old man wasn't there for him. But it was equally clear that the old lady didn't want to get involved either. After all, she usually woke up by 7 at the latest, and it was already 9 o'clock. Unable to influence the old lady's decisions and knowing he had little to contribute, Mu Yuanzhang decided to enjoy a leisurely cup of tea. Mr. Qin, care to join me for a cup of tea? No, thank you, Mr. Mu. I'll just sit here for a bit. Mr. Qin could easily discern the implication. Mu Yuanzhang was merely being polite. If he left, Mu Yuanzhang could see him off. If he stayed, Mu Yuanzhang would simply stop keeping him company. Mrs. Mu knew Mr. Qin was still waiting outside. Keeping him waiting indefinitely wasn't right. She assumed he'd leave soon, but to her surprise, he lingered outside without moving. "Zhou, come up and get me." The old lady pressed the call button by her bedside. Old Master Qin remained tense, glued to the company's stock prices and the headline news that had shot to the top of the charts. Only when he saw Zhou ascend the stairs did he finally exhale in relief. Old Mrs. Mu's legs weren't fully recovered yet. After all, her age made movement difficult, so she could only descend the stairs slowly. Just now, our Zhou mentioned that a gentleman had arrived. She said he looked younger and more handsome than both Yuan Zhang and Yuan Kai. Mrs. Mu always spoke gently, never imposing her seniority or using harsh words. "Oh dear, you're teasing me, madam. I had them bring some premium donkey hide gelatin to nourish your qi and blood, along with tonics to strengthen your bones. I know you're not lacking in such things, but coming empty-handed would have been too embarrassing." Old Master Qin quickly interjected. He couldn't bear to miss this one chance to fully showcase his verbal artistry and exceptional emotional intelligence. He knew that if he didn't speak up next, all his groundwork would be wasted. Old Madame Mu was a formidable figure, sharp as attack, decisive in action, and every bit as capable as any man. "My son, foolish and clumsy, did something he shouldn't have, offending our family's Qingwan and her husband. Now, he knows he was wrong and begged me to plead his case. Youngsters are all about saving face, you know," Old Master Qin said with a forced smile, his eyes filled with resignation. "Qingwan and Xiaohao both know their limits. It's just kids roughhousing, why involve you? What kind of nonsense is that?" How could old lady Mu not understand the underlying implications? Her words carried the unspoken message: children's affairs are settled by those with the strength to intervene. Whoever gains the upper hand. If you can't handle the consequences, don't play the game. If you choose to play, don't come begging for mercy afterward. Exactly. I've always told my good-for-nothing son that the bond between the Qins and the Mus dates back to the days of our grandfathers. I urged him to learn from Qingwan. Little did I know he'd develop feelings for our Qingwan and take a dislike to her fiancé. Kids are just hot-headed like that. Old Master Qin hastened to explain, his meaning clear. He wanted to invoke the bond between their families, emphasizing the favors his family had done for the Mus in the past. Besides, they had once planned a marriage alliance. With such debts of gratitude to repay, there was no need to let a minor issue cause such unpleasantness. I've entrusted all matters concerning the Mu family to Qingwan. That child grew up under my watch, she knows her boundaries. Perhaps it's Xiao Yu who overstepped this time. But Grandma Mu always shields Qingwan and Li Hao the most. If Qin Yu bullies them, shouldn't they be allowed to fight back? Yes, I've already reprimanded him. Grandmother, what do you think? Children have their own destinies. Out of respect for our family's friendship, I can only mention it to Qingwan. You know as well as I do she grew up under my care and has a stubborn streak. Grandma Mu spoke slowly, implying that the kindness your family showed us back then has been repaid this time. Mu Qingwan's stubbornness, whether she succeeds or not, is entirely up to fate. Hearing this, Old Master Qin said no more. He thanked her profusely and took his leave. You good-for-nothing brat. Why did you have to provoke her of all people? Old Master Qin could no longer contain himself, unleashing a torrent of curses at Qin Yu from the car. Chapter 116, The Fatal Blow, Beyond Redemption. After Old Master Qin left, the butler intended to report to the young miss that Qin Sheng had visited. However, old Madame Mu had specifically instructed him not to inform her. She said the young miss had a mountain of work at the company and shouldn't be distracted by matters concerning the old lady. Besides, once the company affairs were settled, the old lady would call her personally. Ever since the incident with Mu Qingwan had berated every servant in the Mu residence, demanding they report any matters to her immediately. She insisted that if not for their negligence and laziness, the matriarch would never have fallen. Since then, the household staff had become exceptionally attentive, reporting even the slightest unusual occurrence or disturbance to Mu Qingwan immediately. The old lady slowly slipped on her reading glasses and scanned the trending headlines. Even a fool could tell this was affecting the stock price, that was why Qin Shang had rushed over in such a panic. He was surprisingly patient, having waited for 2 or 3 points. The matriarch studied the posts on her tablet for a long while. Her piercing gaze instantly recognized Li Hao's handiwork. Knowing Mu Qingwan's temperament, if she'd been handling this, she'd likely have dumped all the dirt at once, crushing the opposition without mercy. But these posts were different. They waited until the Qin family was on the verge of regaining some credibility before strategically releasing new bombshells, plunging them back into chaos. Step by step, they battered away at their psychological defenses. How could anyone endure such relentless battering? Like a small boat tossed endlessly by the waves, they would inevitably be crushed. You good-for-nothing bastard. Why did you have to pick a fight with her? Old Master Qin could no longer hold back, unleashing a torrent of curses at Qin Yu in the car. You're nothing but a blockhead with a useless head on your shoulders. Don't forget I'm your father. If you don't do your job properly, I'll pull you down in a heartbeat. Seated in the car, Old Master Qin continued berating Qin Yu, his eyes burning with fury and the frustration of a father disappointed in his son. Qin Yu had long grown accustomed to his father's tirades. He merely snorted in disdain, his face utterly indifferent, his defeatist attitude laid bare. Ever since he discovered his scumbag father had other illegitimate children outside the marriage, Qin Yu had come to a realization. He finally understood why Qin Shang had always disliked and rejected him. There was a reason. Cut the crap. You're no better than me. Qin Yu no longer craved his father's approval or praise. He shot back with equal venom. When one desperately desires something only to have its true nature exposed, it becomes utterly meaningless. Old Master Qin was furious. Though he wanted Qin Yu out of the picture, his own illegitimate child outside the family still lacked legitimacy. Forget about boosting the stock price, even the idea of going public would lead to consequences no less disastrous than the mess Qin Yu had created this time. Qin Yu watched the plummeting stock price and the increasingly heated headlines, his heart boiling with rage. He couldn't fathom how someone like Li Hao could possess such extraordinary ability, always landing on his feet with perfect timing, location, and support. Old Master Qin and Qin Yu sped toward Qin Group headquarters in their car. While the Qin father and son found themselves in a stalemate, a different scene unfolded within the Mu Group. In the jewelry division of Mu Group, Li Hao was busy in his office when a knock sounded at the door. Come in. Manager Li, I'd like to return to the design department. The entrant was none other than designer Zheng Tian. Li Hao didn't speak immediately, instead sizing him up from head to toe. Not bad. He looks sharp. Suit and dress shoes, meticulously put together, truly the look of a designer. Clothes make the man, and a saddle makes the horse. If you've got the talent, it shouldn't be wasted. Have you made up your mind? Li Hao looked Zheng Tian straight in the eye and asked earnestly. I've made up my mind. Zheng Tian's gaze was unwavering. Seeing this, Li Hao said no more. Assign Zheng Tian to his workstation, Li Hao instructed his assistant. Go ahead. Get familiar with the environment and rediscover your design rhythm. In truth, Li Hao had already reserved a workstation for Zheng Tian, waiting for this day to arrive. Based on Zheng Tian's past design contributions, promoting him to team leader would have been justified. But after such a long hiatus from design work, a sudden promotion would have placed immense pressure on him and sparked gossip among colleagues. After all, rumors can be dangerous. A gradual approach was necessary. Lost in these thoughts, Li Hao was suddenly startled by a ringing sound. Li Hao picked up the phone. The caller ID read Grandma. Hello, Grandma. What's wrong? Li Hao hurriedly asked, worried something might be wrong with the old lady. Little Hao, why don't you and Qingwan come over for dinner tonight? Grandma Mu said gently. All right, Grandma. Qingwan and I will come over after work. Li Hao quickly agreed. All right, then get back to work. When you come back, give Grandma a shoulder massage. My shoulders have been aching terribly these past few days. Grandma Mu said. Sure thing, Grandma. I'll come by tonight. Li Hao was genuinely fond of spending time with the old lady. It wasn't just because she'd given him shares in the company, but because her affection for her younger relatives came from the heart. Grandma asked him to come back to the old house for dinner tonight. After hanging up, Li Hao sent a WeChat message to Mu Qingwan. Okay. Mu Qingwan had just finished her meeting when she saw Li Hao's message. After work, Li Hao picked up Mu Qingwan and drove straight to the ancestral home. Upon entering, they saw the old lady wearing reading glasses, intently studying something on her tablet. Li Hao and Mu Qingwan were initially puzzled why had Grandma suddenly called them home for dinner today, and why had she asked Li Hao to notify them. But when they saw the entry on the tablet, it all clicked. It was all about the Qin family matter. Li Hao knew the old lady must have guessed it was his idea, but he didn't say much. Grandma, didn't you ask me to massage your shoulders? Oh dear, my shoulders have been killing me lately. Li Hao gently massaged the old lady's shoulders, deliberately moving slowly, expecting her to seize the moment to say something. Instead, she stopped him without mentioning anything else. It wasn't until dinner time, sitting at the table, that the old lady finally spoke. Xiao Qingwan. I watched your battle. You fought beautifully. Grandma Mu praised them generously. But do you two know how your grandfather and I took down a company back in the day? It wasn't with petty skirmishes like this. That only makes the opposing company more guarded, and they might even counterattack us while they're on the offensive. Harmony is precious, but when pushed beyond endurance, there's no need to hold back. Deal them a fatal blow, one that leaves them utterly helpless, unable to move. That's when you've succeeded. Grandma Mu delivered a vivid lesson from her own experience. Qin Sheng came to see me today, invoking our old friendship. He said you young people should decide matters for yourselves. As for me, Grandma, I'll just be a spectator. So we'll hold our ground, letting them think this is all we've got. Next time, we'll finish them off with a single move. Li Hao grasped the old lady's meaning. He knew that continuing to leak information would only further erode Qin Corporation's market share and drive its stock price down. But that wasn't the most severe blow. They needed a long-term strategy. Chapter 117. Is this pajama set new? Mu Yuanzheng sat at the dinner table, listening to their conversation. He had probably guessed the gist of it. He knew Mu Qingwan was capable and resourceful, yet deep-rooted prejudice and partiality prevented him from warming to her. He even resented the abilities she displayed. He only wished for her to live according to the path he had laid out. Mu Qingwan had long been acutely aware of this. Ever since she could remember, she understood this harsh truth. But so what? Mu Qingwan was Mu Qingwan. No one could alter her stubborn, unyielding growth. Just like Li Hao, everyone has the right to choose their own path. No one can dictate what form their lives must take. Life is a vast wilderness, not a set of tracks. After dinner, Li Hao and Mu Qingwan drove back to Qin Yu and Wanja. Oh, by the way, during the executive meeting a couple days ago, they had already decided to promote you to manager. But when the appointment letter was issued, it hit some roadblocks. Mu Qingwan broke the silence. There's no rush about this. I've only just joined the company. Bringing it up now would definitely stir up objections. We'd be lucky if it didn't cause a full-blown conflict. Truthfully, my position doesn't matter much. Now, everyone knows he's Mu Qingwan's husband. With that special relationship out in the open, how could the executives not gossip? Mu Qingwan understood this perfectly well, but she simply couldn't bear to see Li Hao wronged. In her view, Li Hao had inherited a messy, difficult situation. He started by making bold moves and laying off quite a few people, which inevitably created many enemies. His promotion from supervisor to manager was earned through his own abilities. There was nothing to criticize. It's fine. You've delivered results. Promotion is only natural. Mu Qingwan declared decisively. Li Hao frowned. Just the other day I said this woman wasn't so foolish anymore. How could she be acting this stupid again so soon? Those executives are all like hungry wolves, eyeing the position greedily. How could she not be more cautious? Damn, I just remembered she hasn't been eating much brain-boosting food lately. I should buy her some walnuts to nourish her brain. Mu Qingwan rolled her eyes dramatically. She fought against all objections to get him promoted, and now he was calling her dumb and brainless? Mu Qingwan was so furious she wanted to strangle Li Hao right then and there. She thought Li Hao was the one who was both foolish and brainless. But then she remembered what Grandma had said, and she understood the logic behind it. So, regarding the matter with the Qin family, she decided to put it on hold for now. For now, she wouldn't continue exposing the Qin family's secrets. Mu Qingwan addressed Li Hao. I've already informed the PR team. The rest depends on Qin Yu's skills and Qin's fate. Li Hao finally grasped the old lady's meaning. If you can't wipe out your opponent completely, don't make rash moves. When the opportunity arises, strike with a fatal blow. After returning to Qin Yu and Wanja, the two stepped out of the car. After washing away the fatigue of the day, they drifted into a deep sleep in the warm, cozy atmosphere. The next morning, Li Hao stuck to his usual routine. He got up first to wash up, then prepared breakfast for Mu Qingwan, who was still lazily in bed. Is this nightgown new? The fabric feels kinda thin. Could she be doing this on purpose? It's a bit too tempting. Strange. She seems to have this magical quality, like she gives off a different vibe every day. And her figure just keeps getting better. Could she be going through a second growth spurt? She was already a D cup before, and now she's clearly heading toward an E. Soon, one hand won't be enough to hold her. And down below, it's getting more and more perky. Anyway, in my past life, you couldn't see scenes like this unless you paid for VIP access. Li Hao shook his head. He feared continuing to watch would lead to something unsuitable for minors, so he hurried out. After Li Hao finished cooking, Mu Qingwan would usually linger in bed for a while longer. By the time she got up, there was often no time for a leisurely meal. So Li Hao usually prepared two options. If time allowed, Mu Qingwan could sit at the table to enjoy her meal. If time was tight, he'd prepare low-fat foods like rice balls for her to take with her. Not only that, Li Hao would also send a message to the housekeeper, instructing her to come clean up after Mu Qingwan left. His thoughtful consideration even astonished Mu Qingwan. A man could be so meticulously thoughtful, combining roughness with finesse, arranging everything with such orderly precision. Inside the Mu group, Li Hao always arrived at the office very early, typically by 7:30 a.m. He cherished every minute at work, relishing the process of tackling tasks with dedication. He refused to become a person who drifted through life aimlessly, waiting for death, whether before he crossed over into this book or now, navigating this complex business world. Thinking about the plot of the book he had crossed into, Li Hao's brow furrowed involuntarily. Given the current plot trajectory, many situations no longer align with the original script. Mu Qingwan likely won't be framed and betrayed by Qin Yu as depicted in the source material. Could it be that my arrival has disrupted the original storyline? But this meant he couldn't control events in advance, increasing the risk factor. Moreover, given the nature of a torturous text, who knew what melodramatic plot twists might suddenly emerge? While Li Hao was still puzzling over this, Zheng Tian knocked on the door. After Li Hao invited him in, Zheng Tian got straight to the point. I feel the previous design lacked a certain vibrancy. Though I've been away from design for 2 or 3 years, I still study it in my spare time. Something just felt missing. Li Hao found Zheng Tian's return rather amusing. The guy had only been back for a couple of days and already dared to speak his mind so boldly. Given Wang Yang's temperament, he'd never accept Zheng Tian's suggestions. It wasn't just a lack of tact, it was downright blunt. However, Zheng Tian's former supervisor had always appreciated this very trait, which was why he had thrived in his previous role, participating in numerous design projects both large and small. Zheng Tian was that kind of person, no hidden agendas, just straightforward and uncomplicated. Li Hao nodded and said, if you have your own ideas, communicate them. Lu is also a straightforward person. They're all quite easy to work with. If you have opinions, feel free to voice them. No sooner had Zheng Tian left than an uninvited guest arrived. Qin Xiaoxiao recognized Qin Yu and knew about the feud between him and Li Hao. Seeing Qin Yu arrive, she stepped forward to block him. Hello, who are you here to see? Qin Xiaoxiao asked politely. Li Hao. Qin Yu didn't even glance at Qin Xiaoxiao, his eyes darting around the room as he frantically searched for Li Hao. Qin Xiaoxiao inwardly despised Qin Yu. After all, he represented the Qin family here. Such a flustered and impatient demeanor, how utterly lacking in decorum. Li Hao heard the commotion outside and said, let him in. You big idiot, you may not care about the Qin family's reputation, but we still have the Mu family's dignity to uphold. At this point, you still think you can threaten me, try to intimidate me? No way. I won't be intimidated by you like the original owner was. Li Hao, don't push your luck. All you've got on me is a few dirt-stained scraps. Qin Yu stormed in, pointing at Li Hao and unleashing a torrent of abuse. Next time, you'd better not fall into my hands. Otherwise, I'll make sure you regret it. You, a useless pretty boy who relies on your looks? You dare mess with me? Qin Yu was trapped in his own misconception, stubbornly convinced Li Hao had no real skills. Well, let me tell you this, you'd better not fall into my hands either. Next time, I won't hold back. Chapter 118, damn it, Mu Yuanjing definitely has something up his sleeve. Qin Yu dismissed Li Hao's words as mere bragging. But Li Hao had no intention of getting bogged down in further arguments with Qin Yu. It was old Master Qin who sought out the matriarch of the Mu family. Only then did she tell us to show mercy to the Qin family and spare them, considering past ties. Otherwise, would you even be standing here talking to me? Li Hao knew exactly how to provoke Qin Yu into losing his mind like a rabid dog. He relished watching arrogant troublemakers like this lose their composure and crumble. That look of fury and frustration was truly satisfying. So, if you ever fall into my hands again, I won't show you any mercy. You'd better watch your back. Oh, and guess why? Every time your PR team cleans up the mess, fresh dirt surfaces, leaving your hired spin doctors scrambling again? Li Hao decided to lay it all out. He wanted Qin Yu to understand he was the one pulling the strings, that Qin Yu was nothing but a puppet being manipulated at will. Qin Yu's defenses crumbled instantly at those words, his mouth opening to unleash a torrent of curses. But Li Hao pressed on, Mr. Qin, you must understand standing here represents the entire Qin Corporation. Your every word and action affects Qin Corporation's reputation. Besides, your company's stock is still plummeting, right? You'd better hurry back and prepare for that press conference. I won't be helping you anymore. Qin Yu snapped back to reality. With bombshells exploding day after day, the Qin Dong incident alone had already thrown the entire company into chaos. Just as Li Hao had said, the moment they caught their breath, a new wave of scandals hit. One crisis barely subsided before another erupted. Qin Yu couldn't help but fall into deep thought, the image of old Master Qin surfacing in his mind. That man, always as proud as a lion, had actually humbled himself to beg others on his behalf because of the mess Qin Yu had created. A complex mix of emotions churned within Qin Yu. Could it be that, for just a moment, the old man had genuinely cared about him? But the thought barely flashed through his mind before he gave a self-deprecating chuckle. If he truly cared, how could the affair with the illegitimate child have ever happened? In the end, what the old man cherished most was himself and the Qin family. Well, young Master Qin, aren't you leaving? Li Hao's tone masked a polite inquiry with an underlying urgency to shoo him away. Qin Yu now understood the full picture. Gritting his teeth, filled with resentment yet powerless to resist, he could only leave with a heavy heart, brimming with frustration and defeat. He couldn't fathom why Li Hao seemed blessed by the heavens, always managing to dodge crises with uncanny luck that bordered on the outrageous. What Qin Yu didn't know was that Li Hao, to handle those thorny issues like the problem with the small diamonds on the jewelry, had also racked his brains and exhausted every effort. There was no such thing as unearned luck. Meanwhile, Mu Qingwan had just finished her meeting and stepped out of the conference room. Her assistant came running up, looking flustered as she reported. "Boss, I just heard that Qin Yu from Qin Group went to the jewelry department to see Supervisor Li." "Qin Yu? He went to see Li Hao." Upon hearing this, Mu Qingwan felt an urge to sprint straight to the jewelry department. Yet reason told her she couldn't act impulsively. Because next, a crucial client was waiting for her. This client was tied to a major business deal for the company, and there was no room for error. Just as Mu Qingwan reached for her phone to call Li Hao, her gaze swept over a message Li Hao had sent her over 10 minutes earlier. "No worries, handling it smoothly." He added an OK emoji. Reading this, Mu Qingwan's racing heart instantly settled. If he said it was fine, then it must be. She took a deep breath, composed herself, and prepared to greet the important client. The Mu family ancestral home. Mu Yuanzhang stared at the calendar. As the days passed, his frown deepened. He was determined to bring both Mu Fingxue and Mu Qingming into the Mu Corporation. But not only was Mu Qingwan blocking their entry, the old madam also opposed their joining. Mu Yuanzhang had no choice but to seek other solutions. Mu Qingyang had already taken over the overseas enterprises, so Mu Yuanzhang wanted Mu Qingming to manage the domestic businesses. Mu Yuanzhang was the classic type who praised the meat while eating it, then blamed the bowl for being dirty after finishing. An idea gradually took shape in Mu Yuanzhang's mind. He would rally the senior executives to pressure Mu Qingwan. The first ally he could think of was his own younger brother Mu Qingwan's uncle Mu Qingwan. In truth, Mu Yuanzhang knew Mu Qingming currently lacked the strength to stand against Mu Qingwan and Mu Yuan. His goal was simple: bring Mu Qingming into the company and cultivate him gradually. Mu Corporation Headquarters. "Big brother, what's wrong? Why the rush? Is something wrong?" Seeing Mu Yuanzhang arrive unexpectedly, Mu Yuan feared something had happened to the elderly Madame Mu. "Nothing major. Just the matter concerning Qingming and Fingxue." Mu Yuan understood immediately his elder brother was here for the other two children. However, Mu Yuan genuinely disliked Mu Fingxue. Especially after she caused the old lady to fall and injure herself last time, Mu Yuan had never given her a friendly look since. Mu Yuanzhang knew about this incident, yet he continued to tolerate Mu Fingxue. Mu Yuanzhang certainly didn't show such patience toward Mu Qingwan. Mu Yuan felt a bit dazed. For a moment, he couldn't fathom what his good older brother Mu Yuanzhang was really thinking. Big brother, Qingming might still have a chance, but Fingxue? That's a tough one. Though Mu Yuan was now fully focused on controlling the Mu group, he remained relatively filial toward the old lady. Therefore, he was unwilling to bring Mu Fingxue into the company. Seeing Mu Yuankai's resolute stance, Mu Yuanzhang relented. After all, he never held high hopes for Fingxue joining the company. Mu Yuanzhang not only sought Mu Yuankai's support but also wanted him to rally executives close to him to pressure Mu Qingwan. Their goal was to get her to agree to let Mu Qingming join the Mu group. As for Li Hao's side, there was no dedicated intelligence department established. Coincidentally, when Qin Zhaozhao went to the real estate department to find someone, she happened to spot Mu Qingwan's father, Mu Yuanzhang. Qin Zhaozhao initially intended to inform Mu Qingwan immediately, but hesitated. Instead, she sought out Li Hao first. Manager Li, Mu Yuanzhang came to the company looking for Mu Yuankai. Li Hao, who had been focused on his work, froze mid-motion upon hearing Qin Zhaozhao's words. His brow furrowed slightly, and a hint of gravity flashed in his eyes. Oh no. That Mu Yuanzhang clearly has ulterior motives. He wouldn't be trying to rally the executives, would he? If that happens, that foolish woman will be in trouble. Mu Yuanzhang alone isn't much of a threat, but that foolish woman insisted on promoting me to manager earlier. That's bound to upset some executives. They'll definitely band together. Chapter 119, No one can shake your position. Meanwhile, Mu Yuankai had already decided to support Mu Yuanzhang. He gathered all the company executives close to him. Mu Yuanzhang understood it wasn't wise for him to appear publicly now. Doing so might only worsen the situation. He therefore entrusted Mu Yuankai with full authority to handle the matter. Meanwhile, in the spacious, well-lit conference room, the atmosphere was somewhat tense. I sincerely apologize for gathering everyone here today. I know you're all incredibly busy with your daily responsibilities. Mu Yuankai began with the customary pleasantries. The executives of Mu Group were already familiar with his routine. It was always like this. The executives summoned here were all those who hadn't gained any advantage from Mu Qingwan. Only they would be co-opted by Mu Yuankai to join the faction opposing Mu Qingwan. But if pressed to point out flaws in Mu Qingwan's work, these executives couldn't really pinpoint anything substantial. Everyone knows I have an older brother named Mu Yuanzhang, and he has a younger son named Qingming. Originally, my elder brother wanted Qingming to join our Mu Corporation for some experience, but who knew my niece Qingwan would refuse to let him. By the time Mu Yuankai finished speaking, the executives present had already grasped the situation. Some executives had previously witnessed Mu Qingming's demeanor, truly the behavior of a spoiled rich kid. Those who hadn't met Mu Qingming were left utterly speechless just hearing the description. They all thought to themselves, is this really the kind of person worth calling us all here to discuss? Even if Mu Qingming somehow managed to join the Mu Corporation, he wouldn't stand a chance at coveting Mu Qingwan's position. With his abilities, he simply wasn't qualified for that position. Even if they forced him into it, this second-generation heir probably wouldn't last long. As for Li Hao, once he pieced together the reason behind Mu Yuanzhang's visit to the Mu Corporation, he naturally rushed to inform Mu Qingwan, urging her to prepare accordingly. He picked up his phone and dialed her number. Qingwan, Dad's at the Mu Corporation. I suspect he's here regarding Mu Qingming and Mu Fingxue. Whatever Mu Yuanzhang's intentions, Mu Yuankai will definitely be involved. This puts that foolish woman at a disadvantage. Even Qin Xiaoxiao sensed ill intent. This matter is likely far from simple. I'll be damned if I don't see what kind of waves Mu Yuankai and Mu Yuanzhang can stir up. Li Hao's eyes sharpened, a cold smile curling his lips. These two think teaming up gives them free rein? How naive. Fine, I'll play along and see who has the last laugh. No problem. I knew his intentions all along and anticipated this move. Before he left the country, he wouldn't rest until he got the outcome he wanted. Mu Qingwan understood her father's mindset well. But rest assured, I won't be led by the nose. For the sake of the Mu Corporation, I won't let my father run wild. Hearing Mu Qingwan's words, Li Hao felt reassured. Inside the Mu Corporation boardroom, the discussion continued. Mr. Mu always has his reasons. One company executive sighed. These executives weren't fools. That second-generation heir Mu Qingming, setting aside whether overthrowing Mu Qingwan would affect them. Even if he succeeded in installing that brainless heir apparent, what benefits could they possibly gain? That would be nothing but shooting themselves in the foot, inviting trouble. Mu Yuankai saw the situation was going south. He knew full well his little nephew was a hopeless loser, a good-for-nothing. But he himself was no match for Mu Qingwan anymore. His only option was to find someone else to counterbalance her. And now that his elder brother had come knocking, wasn't he the perfect candidate? Besides, if even Mu Qingwan's own father couldn't stand her, what reservations could an uncle possibly have? As long as my nephew could secure a position at the Mu Corporation, everyone involved would reap their share of benefits. Mu Yuankai truly knew how to win people over. He never skimped on rewards for those who helped him, speaking directly through money, simple, blunt, and effective. Money? Everyone loves it. Whoever complains about having too much? After Mu Yuankai's persuasion, the executives closest to him ultimately agreed. Whether it was because they disliked Mu Qingwan to begin with or simply because they were drawn to the money, they all sided with Mu Yuankai. Once the executives had departed, Mu Yuanzhang wasted no time in pressing his advantage. There's no time to waste, Yuankai. We both saw how those executives reacted just now. If we don't act quickly, things could get complicated. After all, Mu Yuanzhang was Mu Qingwan's own father. How could he be so blatantly biased? For the sake of his good-for-nothing son who spent his days eating, drinking, and carousing, Mu Yuanzhang was willing to go this far. His own daughter was intelligent and capable, managing the company with precision and order. Yet he insists on removing her from that position. How utterly ironic. But Mu Yuankai didn't dwell on these thoughts. He cared only about what benefited him. President's office. Mu Qingwan was processing documents, having made no special preparations. In her view, what was meant to happen would happen. She would simply deal with whatever came her way. She wasn't some pushover to be manipulated. Even if they banded together with the executives, so what? These executives were usually the sharpest when it came to crunching numbers. She couldn't fathom why they'd willingly give up long-term dividends for uncertain gains. She'd see how these shareholders would vote when the time came. She believed justice would prevail. Just then, a knock sounded at the office door. Come in. Mu Qingwan replied without looking up. The door swung open and Mu Yuankai strode in, his haughty demeanor suggesting he owned the place. Qingwan, schedule an all-executive meeting this afternoon. I want Qingming to join the company for some training. Of course, I'd like to hear everyone's thoughts first. Mu Yuankai addressed Mu Qingwan. Whenever Mu Yuankai spoke to Mu Qingwan, he always held her down. At first, Qingwan felt that since they were family, there was no need to dwell on such things. But over time, this uncle had grown increasingly presumptuous. Sure, uncle. Before long, it was afternoon. The executive meeting was about to begin. Her assistant whispered softly beside her, "Boss, your position is unassailable. No one can shake your standing." Mu Qingwan heard these words and smiled faintly. She had never considered herself particularly strong, but hearing these words from her adorable, clumsy assistant made her realize she had been resilient for so long. Well then, she resolved, she would keep being strong. After all, there were still many people counting on her to do well. Mu Qingwan silently encouraged herself in her heart. Chapter 120, No Turning Back Until You Hit a Wall. The assistant had received Li Hao's promotion notice 2 days prior and had planned to announce it today. But upon arriving at the office, the assistant sensed an unusual atmosphere. Colleagues were whispering among themselves. Though she didn't eavesdrop deliberately, she could guess the gist. Still, the promotion announcement had to be made. So, as planned, the assistant announced Li Hao's promotion from jewelry department supervisor to manager. This meant that at the upcoming executive meeting, Li Hao would attend as a manager. Within the Mu Group, managers were considered part of the executive tier. Mu Qingwan had long grown accustomed to Mu Yuanzhang and Mu Yuankai's tactics. Except for the matriarch, no one in the Mu family truly wanted her to hold on to that position. Li Hao understood perfectly well that Mu Yuanzhang would stop at nothing to get Mu Qingming into the company. Normally, even if the offspring of wealthy families were incompetent, it was common for them to hold a nominal position within the family business. But Mu Qingming, this second-generation heir, was arrogant to the extreme. He possessed no real talent whatsoever, spending his days indulging in extravagant spending, eating, drinking, and revelry, let alone showing any respect for others. There was no way he'd quietly fade into the background without stirring up trouble in the company. Mu Qingwan had shown him nothing but kindness and generosity, never withholding material support. Yet to Mu Yuanzhang and Mu Yuankai, this only proved Mu Qingwan was unwilling to relinquish control, a betrayal of loyalty and duty. Mu Yuanzhang remained utterly blind to his son's faults. Already resentful of Mu Qingwan's authority, he now convinced himself she was deliberately targeting Mu Qingming to seize sole control. News of Li Hao's promotion spread like wildfire throughout the company. After all, it wasn't just his promotion. The sudden executive meeting had sparked endless speculation. "Hey, do you think President Mu might be planning to promote Manager Li straight to President Li? Don't be ridiculous. President Mu isn't the type to abuse his authority or act without consideration. Then what's the real reason behind this? I feel like the atmosphere is super tense right now. Anyway, several news are coming this time. Which one do you think will have the most say? Cut the chatter and get back to work. It's not break time yet. Stop all this idle talk." The real estate manager couldn't stand these baseless speculations any longer and couldn't help but snap at them. Li Hao began formulating a strategy. Knowing Mu Qingwan, she wouldn't proactively court executives. Everything depended on their own judgments. Given that, Li Hao resolved to work toward this end. He wanted to help Mu Qingwan. Just as Mu Qingwan had once been heartbroken seeing his hard work nearly destroyed, he now felt the same pain for the dedication she poured into the Mu Group. The company employees had witnessed it all, Mu Qingwan pouring her heart and soul into the company. If she were successfully countered at this executive meeting, it would only be the beginning. Once these greedy executives tasted success, they would become increasingly bold, launching attack after attack against Mu Qingwan. They were like insatiable beasts, forever seeking to fill the bottomless pit of their greed, fixated solely on extracting more benefits from the Mu Group. Li Hao knew these people's character all too well. Without sufficient financial incentive, they wouldn't easily change their stance. "You foolish woman, you're in grave danger this time. Each of these people wears a mask of virtue, yet personal gain always comes first. So-called team spirit and the greater good of the company are nothing but empty slogans they spout. This meeting is going to be a tough battle. We can't let the fool woman end up isolated and helpless. Print out all the achievements General Manager Mu has delivered since taking office. Ensure every executive attending the meeting receives a copy." Li Hao instructed Qin Xiaoxiao. Even though he was a newly promoted manager, the HR department wouldn't overlook him for an executive meeting. He hadn't received the meeting notice yet, which meant there was still time. He would do everything in his power to help Mu Qingwan break free from this passive situation. Mu Qingwan had always despised the toxic, clique-forming behavior among executives within the company. She understood that such phenomena were difficult to completely eradicate in any company. As long as they didn't excessively impact company operations, she usually chose to turn a blind eye. At the Mu family mansion, the matriarch learned that Mu Yuanzhang had gone to the company. He had previously accused her of favoritism, but she knew full well that he himself was no stranger to partiality. "Grandmother, are you worried about the eldest miss?" Zhou asked softly. Qingwan acted with discretion and courage. She disdained to stoop to the level of those people, steadfastly upholding her principles. She wanted to stand tall in her work, refusing to give anyone ammunition against her. Grandma Mu furrowed her brow slightly, a hint of worry in her eyes. But Xiao Hao is different. That child understands social etiquette and knows his limits. I have no worries about him. As for Yuan Kai and Yuan Zhang, they just won't learn until they hit a brick wall." The old lady sighed helplessly. At Mu Group headquarters, Li Hao finally received the executive meeting notice just half an hour before it was set to begin. He was a bit worried whether Qin Xiaoxiao could prepare the materials in time, but regardless, he had full confidence in both Mu Qingwan and himself. This battle must be won, there can be no room for defeat. It was clear the opposition had come prepared. If Mu Qingwan could weather this executive meeting, her standing within the company would become rock solid. But failure would make establishing authority here in the future as difficult as climbing to the moon. After all, when it came to being stubborn and unreasonable, Mu Qingwan was no match for her spoiled younger brother, Mu Qingming. While he might not excel in company affairs, he was a master at everything else. 7 minutes before the meeting began, Qin Xiaoxiao arrived breathless, her forehead glistening with sweat as she delivered the documents. She might not fully grasp the significance of these documents, but she trusted Li Hao wouldn't do anything to harm Mu Qingwan. Senior executives, today's meeting concerns the vote on young master Mu Qingming's entry into our Mu Group. The meeting chairperson announced. A member of the Mu family joining the company still needs to report to Chairman Mu? Some executives who didn't understand the situation murmured under their breath. These words reached Mu Qingwan's ears verbatim. She scanned the room with a composed expression. Unusually, Mu Yuanzhang was also present at this meeting. Many long-standing shareholders recognized him, and quite a few assumed he had merely returned to China to visit relatives and was dropping by the company to observe. However, a few sharp-eyed individuals had long sensed the discord between Mu Yuankai and Mu Qingwan. Now, with Mu Yuanzhang also present, it was clear to anyone with eyes that this meeting was far from ordinary. Undercurrents were undoubtedly churning beneath the surface. Chapter 121, Your heart has truly drifted off to the Pacific. Hello, everyone. I am Mu Yuanzhang, Mu Qingwan's father. Over the years, you've come to know Qingwan quite well. As for me, I've been running businesses overseas for many years and have 2 other children at home. I was thinking of having them join the company to gain some experience. Mu Yuanzhang stood up, speaking with an air of perfect composure, as if this were the most ordinary proposal in the world. Li Hao's brows furrowed, a wave of displeasure surging within him. Mu Yuanzhang, your tactics are despicable. Your greed is truly disgusting. By saying this, aren't you implying that Mu Qingwan deliberately kept her own siblings out of the company? You're pushing her into the fire. Your heart must be in the Pacific Ocean. To achieve your own goals, you completely disregard Mu Qingwan's situation. Your selfishness knows no bounds. Mu Qingwan was already seething with anger. She'd long known Mu Yuanzhang cared little for her, but never imagined he'd be so utterly indifferent to her feelings, completely disregarding how this proposal would impact her future prospects within the company. He truly stopped at nothing to achieve his ends. However, hearing Li Hao's inner rant slightly eased Mu Qingwan's fury. Those sharp words brought a sliver of solace to her wounded spirit. What exactly is Mr. Mu trying to do this time? Is he putting it to a vote whether the young master and second young lady should join the Mu Corporation? The voice belonged to veteran shareholder Zhang Shimen, a highly respected elder statesman within the company. Zhang Shimen always adhered to the principle of judging matters objectively, never indulging or accommodating people or situations he disapproved of. While Mu Yuanzhang was still trying to figure out who had spoken, Mu Yuankai remained silent. He knew full well how formidable Zhang Shimen was and dared not provoke him lightly. After all, Zhang Shimen never formed cliques, always kept to himself, and acted solely based on his own judgment. If Mr. Mu wants to give the young one some experience, why not just have his assistant arrange HR interviews? Why make such a big deal out of informing all of us? Zhang Shimen continued. Old hands are still the sharpest. Zhang Shimen's words cut straight to the heart of the matter. Mu Qingwan silently admired him. Last time too, Zhang Shimen had spoken first, each sentence clear and logical, without a shred of unnecessary verbiage, showcasing his wisdom. Mu Qingwan surveyed the assembled crowd. Mu Yuanzhang was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. Mu Yuankai, however, seemed ready to bite the bullet. Executives close to Mu Yuankai began stirring restlessly, while Li Hao held his ground, quietly observing the unfolding situation. The Mu family, after all, bears the Mu surname. But when our CEO joined the company, he wasn't hired through HR channels either. The speaker was an executive close to Mu Yuankai. I didn't go through HR interviews, but I didn't just become president overnight either. Could you think before you speak? How long I toiled at the bottom, you have no clue. And now you're here passing judgment on me? Mu Qingwan didn't back down. She was the type to settle scores immediately and couldn't care less about what underhanded tactics these people might be plotting behind her back. Then what about Manager Li, who's sitting right here with us? They skillfully shifted the blame onto Li Hao, masterfully deflecting the issue. Mu Qingwan's anger flared instantly, while Li Hao was utterly speechless. Stupid woman, don't argue with them here. Stay calm. Don't let these petty tricks throw you off guard. If they find a way to pin something on you, you'll be in trouble. Hold your fire. Just wait. I'll make Mu Yuankai's people turn against him and drive Mu Yuanzhang mad. Just as Mu Qingwan was about to slam her fist on the table and confront them, Li Hao's inner voice reached her. The fire that had just ignited within her was instantly doused by half. Who in the entire Mu Corporation doesn't know that Wang Yang from the jewelry division is your relative, Mr. Wang? He's turned the whole department into a complete mess, a total disaster. How can you just stand by and do nothing? Might as well hand the company over to someone else. Other executives, equally dismayed by the jewelry division's decline, couldn't hold back their criticism. Manager Li had only been in the jewelry department for a few days and already achieved such impressive sales. By Mr. Wang's logic, is there anyone more suitable than Manager Li? These executives had already tried to place their own people in the company last time. Their intentions were as obvious as Sima Zhao's ambitions, everyone could see right through them. Regardless, I still hope to bring Mu Qingming and Mu Fingxuan into Mu Corporation for some training. Internal discord within Mu Corporation would reflect poorly on our company if it became public. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Mu Yuanzhang quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Li Hao raised an eyebrow, his mind brimming with disdain. You really know how to stir things up, don't you? Inciting others to play these petty games, I'm truly amazed. Go ahead and keep jumping around. You're trying to pass off pearls as fish eyes, and you expect everyone else to follow your foolish lead? Oof. Just wait. You'll have even less composure soon enough. Everyone knew Mu Qingwan's character well. As long as the company remained profitable, all executives received their dividends on time, never delayed or shortchanged. Every account was crystal clear. That's precisely why many harbored private grievances yet dared not openly criticize her. In business, a leader who ensures mutual benefit is a leader of true capability. Then let's vote on it. But I hear the young master of the Mu family is quite lively and energetic. Continuing this argument over it is pointless, and convening a shareholders meeting just for this seems like overkill. One shareholder spoke up, voicing the sentiments of many. Those present were all in charge of crucial company operations who had time to waste on such trivial matters? Mu Yuanjing's face alternated between pale and crimson. Even with his thick skin, he couldn't withstand such open rebuttal from so many people. Then let's hurry up. Mu Yuanjing finally managed to say after holding his breath for a long time. Hold on. I'm Li Hao from the jewelry department, the very manager just mentioned. You may choose to overlook the jewelry department's progress. After all, compared to the days under Wang Yang's previous manager, our improvements might seem minimal. Therefore, I'm willing to step down as manager and supervisor. I'm prepared to start over as a junior staff member. Li Hao paused after speaking, giving everyone time to digest his words. But surely you can't ignore the achievements General Manager Mu has delivered for this company? To my knowledge, whenever Mu Corporation turned a profit, your bonuses never fell short by a single cent. Moreover, General Manager Mu detests exploiting employees and has always provided excellent benefits. So today, I'm taking the liberty to interject. Let's all think carefully. What more could we possibly want? If I were an ordinary employee, I'd be thrilled to have a boss like this. I've compiled some materials for everyone to review. Here's a copy for each of you. Li Hao motioned for his assistant to distribute the materials, which compared the company's performance under Mu Qingwan's leadership to that under previous management. Li Hao knew full well that these executives were already aware of these facts. His purpose was to serve as a wake-up call, urging them to prioritize their interests and reconsider their positions. We can proceed to a show of hands. After speaking, Li Hao noticed no one moved, not even Mu Yuankai. Mu Yuankai knew full well that Mu Fingxue was responsible for the incident involving old Madame Mu's leg injury, yet his own elder brother was still here bringing up that adopted daughter. Chapter 122. Before you sleep, let me give you a massage. Mu Yuanzhang's forehead veins bulged with frustration. His eyes darted frantically around the conference room, searching for even a flicker of support from Mu Yuankai. Yet Mu Yuankai remained expressionless, merely pausing slightly as if detached from the situation. Only when Mu Yuanzhang mentioned Mu Qingwan's assumption of power did a flicker of emotion pass through Mu Yuankai's eyes, as if he had been roused from deep contemplation. At that moment, only Mu Yuanzhang, Mu Yuankai, and a few executives Mu Yuankai had previously summoned raised their hands. Ironically, not all of those executives were firmly on his side. The others continued to scrutinize the documents in their hands, their gazes cautious. If a more suitable candidate emerged, they would undoubtedly put them forward. But for now, Mu Qingwan was undoubtedly the only choice. Her exceptional management skills were evident to all, and the company had thrived under her leadership. Yet Mu Yuanzhang was still making a last-ditch effort. Mu Yuankai, on the other hand, was already considering stepping aside. This scene felt eerily familiar to him. It had been the same when he and Mu Qingwan were last nominated. Back then, a shareholder had pointed out the differences between him and Mu Qingwan. He was accused of lacking clear goals, acting blindly, always blaming others for problems, and never examining himself. In contrast, Mu Qingwan possessed clear objectives, from the grand vision of expanding the Mu Group to detailed plans for every stage of its development. At the time, Mu Yuankai had dismissed it with disdain. Now, looking back, he felt nothing but utter defeat. This time, the outcome would likely be no different. These executives wouldn't be easily swayed by short-term gains. They understood that fleeting dividends paled in comparison to long-term development, like fireflies light against the moon's brilliance. The choice was obvious. Moreover, allowing that young master into Mu Group would likely cause chaos within the company, making it difficult to remove him later. Mu Qingwan glanced briefly at the number of raised hands in agreement, then signaled her assistant to record the tally. Her voice steady and resolute, she continued. I hope everyone understands that my decision to exclude Mu Qingming from the company is based on sound reasoning. It is absolutely not about my desire to monopolize the Mu family's assets. I realize that many still harbor reservations about my previous promotion of Li Hao to manager of the jewelry division. If resentment persists, I can have every employee who received an irregular promotion or joined the company through non-standard channels start over from the bottom. If I had the confidence to entrust the critical responsibility of the jewelry department to Li Hao, it is because I firmly believe he will prove worthy of that trust. With that, Mu Qingwan nodded to her assistant to announce the final tally of votes. The result showed a mere 30% approval rate. This was far from sufficient to support Mu Yuanzheng and Mu Yuankai's demands. In this battle, Mu Qingwan had undoubtedly emerged victorious. Li Hao was entirely unsurprised by this outcome. Mu Yuanzheng's face was so dark it could have dripped water. He never imagined Mu Qingwan could achieve such remarkable results. In his heart, his daughter had always been insignificant, only his son was the apple of his eye. He snorted coldly and slammed the door behind him. The heavy impact echoed with a thunderous clang, as if echoing his fury and resentment. Mu Yuankai, however, wore a numb expression. This executive meeting, this fierce internal struggle within the Mu family, had temporarily drawn to a close. Mu Yuanzheng, having failed to achieve his goal, wore a face as dark as a pot bottom, while Mu Yuankai remained silent. Back in Mu Yuankai's office, Mu Yuanzheng couldn't contain his accusation. Why didn't you raise your hand at the beginning? Qingming is your own nephew. Don't you want him to gain experience? Mu Yuankai sneered inwardly. Experience? Mu Qingming was nothing but a useless fool, spoiled rotten since childhood and utterly lawless. What could he possibly achieve? He lifted his gaze to Mu Yuanzheng, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Qingming is indeed my nephew, but aren't you also my own elder brother? A hint of ruthlessness flickered in Mu Yuankai's eyes. While he had his own limits, what he could never tolerate was someone who showed no filial piety toward their parents. Mu Yuanzheng's filial piety was nothing but lip service, and this hypocrisy disgusted Mu Yuankai to the core. He could tolerate Mu Yuanzheng's preference for sons over daughters, and he could tolerate his smooth-talking ways. But he absolutely could not tolerate his disrespect toward old lady Mu. Ultimately, the two parted on bad terms, leaving the office thick with a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. After Li Hao and Mu Qingwan left the conference room, Mu Qingwan summoned Li Hao to her office. Her brows furrowed, her eyes filled with worry. What if they retaliate against you after what you said in the meeting today? You've only just established yourself in the company. She genuinely cared for Li Hao, fearing the executives might harbor resentment over his remarks and sabotage him. Li Hao looked at Mu Qingwan, his eyes brimming with tenderness and resolve. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. It'll be fine. He knew that when faced with self-interest, people often made rational choices. Honestly, if you truly worry about me, you'd be better off taking care of yourself. That way, I won't be distracted. Or, whenever you have time, give me a massage to relieve some stress. Getting a massage from a stunner like you, what's there to fear? Even dying would be worth it. The scene, which had been serious, suddenly took on an ambiguous tone after hearing Li Hao's inner thoughts. Mu Qingwan replied, Tonight, before bed, I'll give you a massage. You've been working yourself to the bone lately. Ha? Li Hao froze, realizing his thoughts were running wild. Was this the protagonist's aura? Inside the Mu family's ancestral home, old Madame Mu had long anticipated this outcome. She knew full well that if Mu Yuankai possessed even half of Mu Qingwan's ability and drive, he wouldn't keep losing out to her in their rivalry. And then there was Li Hao, that divine assist. Meanwhile, Mu Yuan returned home looking disheveled and defeated. Grandma Mu had long seen through everything. She had repeatedly cautioned Mu Yuanzheng to treat his children equally. Both son and daughter were his flesh and blood. With dedicated nurturing, they would both grow up to be filial. But Mu Yuanzheng dismissed these words as idle chatter, stubbornly clinging to his own views. He was determined to bring Mu Qingwan down and elevate Mu Qingming to the top. Yuanzheng, after the scene you made at the company today, how is Qingwan supposed to function there? The matriarch's tone was no longer a simple reminder, but a stern rebuke. You can't only think of Qingming. Isn't Qingwan also your child? I knew exactly what you were up to the moment you left. You won't turn back until you hit a brick wall. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. The matriarch's heart ached for Mu Qingwan. This child had never known parental affection growing up. Now, finally an adult, she faced family rejection. How bitter her life had been. At that moment, when Roan chimed in from the side, a girl should carry herself like a girl. She can't always be fighting tooth and nail with men. Old Mrs. Mu trembled with rage. Oomph. Didn't I fight alongside men back in my day? Without me and your father, would there even be a Mu corporation today? You're just as guilty of favoring sons over daughters. Qingming was born from your loins, but Qingwan wasn't? The old lady's anger only grew, her heart a tangled mass of fury and disappointment. Enough. You two should consider returning overseas soon. Qingyang can't manage the overseas businesses alone. With that, old Madame Mu stormed upstairs, leaving Mu Yuanzhang and Wenrong standing there in awkward silence. Chapter 123, with that brain, he can't even guard the family gate. Within the Mu household, the matriarch's dissatisfaction with Mu Yuanzhang was now plain for all to see. Over the years, whenever matters involving Mu Qingming arose, the Mu children would inevitably subject Mu Yuanzhang to unwarranted criticism. Mu Qingyang was the exception. Diligent and ambitious, he understood the privilege of the Mu family's advantages and grew into a bright, disciplined, and positive individual under his family's affection. Yet Mu Qingming, raised in equal indulgence, had grown reckless and wayward. Perhaps this was simply the difference in human nature. Meanwhile, at Qin Group, ever since the last stock plunge, the Qin Group executives' resentment toward Qin Yu had erupted like a volcano. Qin Yu had always dismissed the conservative executives' arguments, let alone those of his unreliable father, Qin Shang. Qin Yu's temper grew increasingly difficult to contain amid this series of events. Truthfully, he had rarely interacted with the executives before, so they hadn't noticed his peculiar temper. But his public confrontation with Chairman Qin shattered their perception of him, causing his reputation to plummet overnight. The executives unanimously criticized Qin Yu for lacking social grace, arguing that since he knew Qin Corporation couldn't compete with Mu Corporation, he shouldn't have acted rashly. Now, the entire Mu Corporation knew that young Master Qin had caused a scene, utterly disgracing Qin Corporation. Qin Shang was furious. He had once thought Qin Yu possessed some intelligence, albeit prone to occasional lapses. But now it was clear this wasn't a lapse, it was sheer stupidity. Qin Yu was already overwhelmed and flustered by Li Hao's meddling, barely able to handle his own affairs. He simply had no energy left to concern himself with anything else. As for Mu Fingxue, that woman was never short on cunning schemes. Qin Yu had intended to discuss matters with her, but before he could, the Qin family found itself trending on social media for certain reasons. This was an extremely sensitive moment. Mu Fingxue was shrewd. She had no intention of wading into this murky water at such a critical juncture. Mu Fingxue understood her position within the Mu family as clearly as a mirror. Within this family, she was nothing more than an insignificant, transparent figure. All these years, she had only managed to carve out a place for herself in the Mu family through her silver tongue and keen ability to read people. In terms of favor, she paled in comparison to Mu Qingyang and Mu Qingming. Those two were like jewels within the family, cherished and protected by the elders. In terms of ability and capability, she was worlds apart from Mu Qingwan. Had it not been for the old patriarch's intervention back then, she had no idea where she might have ended up drifting. After the last incident, Mu Fingxue was thoroughly shaken. For a long time afterward, she dared not scheme against Mu Qingwan again. Yet, she had forgotten the pain of her wounds and was already scheming again on how to harm Mu Qingwan. The more Mu Fingxue dwelled on it, the angrier she grew, her rage igniting a sinister notion within her. Suddenly, the corners of her mouth lifted into a meaningful smile. She reached for her phone and dialed a number, as if a new conspiracy were brewing at her fingertips. Mu Yuanzhang emerged from the executive meeting in a foul mood. Even at the old lady's place, he received no warm welcome. He thought of Mu Qingyang, the child who had always been easy to care for, never crying or causing trouble. Yet even so, he had never felt much affection for Mu Qingyang. In this household, the children who cried got their way, and Mu Qingming and Mu Fingxue had mastered this principle to perfection. Mu Yuankai was equally distracted, Li Hao's words echoing relentlessly in his mind. When he saw Mu Qingwan's grades on the table, he froze. Deep down, he didn't want to see Mu Qingwan succeed. While this goal aligned with Mu Yuanzhang's, their motivations were entirely different. He arrogantly believed that if he were in charge of the Mu family, he wouldn't do any worse than Mu Qingwan, yet he never questioned whether he truly possessed the capability. In the world of the wealthy elite, such internal family strife served as amusing gossip for other powerful families, vividly showcasing the cutthroat rivalries among capitalists. Unsurprisingly, the Mu Corporation's executive meeting had already become the talk of the entire industry. But Mu Qingwan paid no heed to the gossip. She possessed her own confidence. She firmly believed that actions spoke louder than words. One should judge people by what they do, not what they say. In this regard, she and Mu Yuankai shared a certain similarity. Both valued tangible actions over empty promises. Mu Qingwan had always believed that only those with real capability could earn respect. Her guiding principles were to show deference to superiors, compassion to subordinates, and to act decisively and efficiently. Li Hao returned to his office, recalling Mu Yuan's remarks about Mu Qingwan during the meeting. The desire for control was blatantly obvious. This made Li Hao wonder, what kind of biological father would treat his own daughter like that in such a public setting? Though Mu Yuankai had long clashed with Mu Qingwan and his character was questionable, both Li Hao and Mu Qingwan recognized his devotion to the matriarch. Therefore, no matter how much Mu Yuankai opposed Mu Qingwan at the company, she never mentioned these matters when meeting the old matriarch. She understood that having one more person care for grandma was always a good thing. Just as Li Hao was deep in thought, the office door burst open. Li Hao looked up and thought to himself, I was wondering who it could be. Turns out it's just this spoiled brat. What a charmed life he leads, pockets full of cash, a plump face, yet his head is filled with nothing but useless nonsense. And still he struts about like he owns the place. No wonder Mu Yuanzhang insists on fighting for you. If he doesn't secure things for you, with your brain, you'd probably be unable to even guard the family gate. Seeing Li Hao ignore him, Mu Qingming resorted to thuggish tactics. Li Hao narrowed his eyes. He knew full well that a young master of the prestigious Mu family wouldn't act so recklessly without someone pulling the strings behind the scenes. After much thought, he came to a conclusion without needing to guess: it must be Mu Fingxue. Go call security and escort our young master Mu to the CEO's office. Tell him to go see the CEO. Li Hao had no intention of engaging in this farce. Not just one Mu Qingming, even 10 more like him wouldn't faze him. Mu Qingming, hearing this, grew frantic and leapt to his feet. You've got some nerve. Try touching me if you dare. That bold, confident demeanor suddenly made Li Hao feel less annoyed with him. But that courage was misplaced. Right now, Mu Qingming was nothing more than a fool being used without even realizing it, like someone who gets sold out and still helps count the money. Fine. Then no one touches young Master Mu. Let's see him walk to Mr. Mu's office on his own. Li Hao knew Mu Qingming would panic the moment he saw Mu Qingwan. He had no interest in dealing with Mu Qingming right now. He needed to sort out the current situation first. Chapter 124, Sowing Discord. Mu Qingming's blood boiled at Li Hao's words. Furious, he bellowed, "Why did you keep telling me to find her?" His face flushed crimson, eyes bulging like copper bells. Li Hao had no interest in getting entangled with him. He was currently in the eye of the storm. One wrong word could make him the target of everyone's criticism. The image he'd painstakingly built could be shattered if exploited by those with ulterior motives. Mu Qingming, however, believed Li Hao was deliberately ignoring him. Adding fuel to the fire, Mu Fingxue whispered in his ear that Li Hao and Mu Qingwan had adamantly blocked him from entering the company during the executive meeting convened by Mu Yuanzhang and Mu Yuankai. No matter how much the executives pleaded, Mu Qingwan and Li Hao wouldn't budge. Deep down, Mu Qingming knew Mu Qingwan disliked him and looked down on him. He never intended to work at the Mu Corporation anyway. He wasn't the type to sit quietly in an office. Even just sitting idly in the company felt like being imprisoned to him. The executive's description of him as lively and energetic during the meeting was already a very diplomatic way of putting it. Seeing Li Hao didn't respond, Mu Qingming shouted again, "Hey! I won't go find Mu Qingwan, I'll come find you instead." He knew Li Hao wouldn't confront him today like he had in Mu Qingwan's office last time, which was why he dared to be so brazen. "Oomph. Don't think I don't know you, Li Hao, are nothing but a two-faced hypocrite. You've been sabotaging my entry into Mu Corporation behind the scenes. How many days have you been the Mu family's son-in-law? Do you really think you're one of them now?" Mu Qingming bellowed at the top of his lungs, utterly disregarding the Mu family's dignity and the Mu Corporation's reputation. He was nothing but a brainless fool, a head on his shoulders for show. Qin Zhaozhao was sharp. She'd already reported the situation to Mu Qingwan. However, Mu Qingwan was in a meeting and hadn't seen the message yet. Qin Zhaozhao watched Mu Qingming's spectacle, both intrigued and infuriated. In her eyes, he was nothing but a spoiled rich kid, recklessly abusing his family's power and wealth. His father had gone to great lengths to bring him into the company, yet all he knew how to do was bully others. Such a person should stay home quietly, enjoying his comfortable life as a wealthy young master, instead of showing up at the company every other day to flaunt his power. His face was thicker than a city wall. He clearly had no concept of shame whatsoever. Faced with Mu Qingming's unreasonable tantrums, Li Hao remained as steady as an iceberg, unmoved. He refused to engage with any of his provocative remarks. The executive meeting had just concluded, and it had revolved entirely around Mu Qingming. Despite the size of the Mu group, rumors spread with astonishing speed. Mu Yuan's remarks during the meeting had already caused many to misunderstand Mu Qingwan, placing her in an awkward position. Li Hao regarded Mu Qingming with a look of amusement. "Go ahead and make a scene. Let your father see this disgraceful spectacle, see how you're bringing him honor." And Mu Yuankai, the person they schemed so hard to bring into Mu group, turns out to be this kind of person. Absolutely laughable. I'm eager to see how Mu Yuankai explains this to his close executives. Sacrificing their interests for such a useless fool? He won't escape unscathed this time. He's sinking deeper into this quagmire. Mu Qingming tried to keep ranting, but Li Hao cut him off, bellowing, "Everyone, get back to work. Ignore young Master Mu, he's here to supervise your labor." Li Hao was deliberately provoking him. Dealing with Mu Qingming was different from dealing with Qin Yu. Qin Yu at least had some brains, but Mu Qingming was as dumb as a pig. Mu Qingming loathed being ignored. In his eyes, Li Hao was far beneath him. Besides, Li Hao was living off the Mu family. Mu Qingming felt it was only natural for him, as a member of the Mu family, to enjoy every privilege. Just as Mu Qingming was about to erupt in a tirade, Mu Qingwan arrived. "What are you doing, Mu Qingming?" Mu Qingwan had just finished a meeting and saw Qin Zhaozhao's message. Already seething from the meeting, Mu Qingming's antics now sent her anger flaring instantly. "Is this not embarrassing enough? Get to my office." Mu Qingwan's voice was authoritative and commanding, cutting through the air with authority. Mu Qingming froze. Normally, he wouldn't dare disobey such an order and would obediently comply. But today, he refused to listen to Mu Qingwan anymore. Every single time, you treat me like a child, locking yourself in there to lecture me. Who do you think you are? You just snatched what should have been mine, took the position that was rightfully mine, and now you're bossing me around? Mu Qingming shouted, his eyes blazing with anger and a hint of resentment. Mu Qingwan was stunned. Mu Qingming had never spoken like this before. She knew Mu Qingming had never wanted to work or manage the company. All these years, his resentment toward her had mainly stemmed from financial issues. He resented Mu Qingwan's financial restrictions, always complaining she gave him too little money or that she controlled his spending too tightly, preventing him from indulging in a life of luxury as he pleased. The moment Mu Qingming spoke, the surrounding employees turned their gaze toward the three of them. Everyone knew Mu Qingwan was more than capable of handling the CEO position, but Mu Qingming's words inevitably made them wonder. After all, the Mu family was vast and complex. Who knew what hidden secrets lay within? The inner workings of wealthy families were beyond their comprehension. Mu Qingwan sensed someone stirring the pot behind the scenes, though their tactics were rather crude. Mu Qingming, don't forget this position has never been about who it should belong to. Grandmother said it goes to whoever is capable. Besides, even if we go by seniority, when exactly would it be your turn? Mu Qingwan held nothing back. Today's executive meeting, where Mu Yuanzhang and Mu Yuankai had planned to hold a vote, had already pushed Mu Qingwan to the brink of her temper. Now, the main culprit was running around like a headless fly causing trouble. It was impossible for Mu Qingwan not to be furious. Someone, take him to my office. Don't let him make a scene here. Mu Qingwan barked the order. Mu Qingming knew exactly what kind of person he was, a freeloading rich kid living off his family, occasionally struck by a fleeting desire to work hard, but always losing steam after 3 minutes. Nothing he started lasted longer than 3 days. Mu Yuanzhang and Wenrong were far too biased, spoiling their son into this state. He showed none of the virtues of loyalty, filial piety, benevolence, or righteousness. In all this time, Mu Qingming had never once visited the ancestral home of his own accord, except when absolutely required. Mu Yuanzhang and Wenrong didn't intervene either, claiming that young people had their own lives to live, why should they meddle in their children's affairs? These thoughts left Mu Qingwan both furious and helpless, her anger turning to bitter laughter. Chapter 125, Mu Qingming under siege by reporters. The moment Mu Qingming heard Mu Qingwan wanted to drag him to the office, he immediately protested, shouting at the top of his lungs, "What? I hit a nerve, so now you want to haul me off to the office and deal with me?" His face was twisted with defiance, his eyes blazing with anger. Mu Qingwan couldn't help but roll her eyes dramatically, inwardly fed up with this arrogant fool who didn't know his place. She truly didn't want this lunatic, Mu Qingming, to continue embarrassing the Mu family here. This guy never did his proper work when he should have, yet now he was suddenly full of energy and knew how to resist. Where had this drive been before? Mu Yuankai's face twisted with rage upon learning Mu Qingming had caused trouble in the jewelry department. He knew Mu Yuanzhang harbored personal motives, but he never imagined he'd go this far for his beloved son. Mu Yuankai felt he understood his elder brother less and less. The Mu family was only so big with such a major incident unfolding, how could people not come to gawk? Mu Yuankai naturally feared this situation escalating, but he didn't realize that was precisely the outcome Li Hao wanted. Li Hao no longer needed to concern himself with who had instigated Mu Qingming to cause trouble at the company. All he had to do was deliberately provoke Mu Qingming, letting him throw a tantrum here, and it would benefit Mu Qingwan. Li Hao calculated that once the timing was right, he would sweep up all those scheming under the table. Mu Yuankai rushed over to find Mu Qingming refusing to let anyone touch him. It truly proved the saying, alcohol gives cowards courage, or in his case, size gave cowards courage. As more eyes turned toward them, Mu Qingming grew increasingly brazen, convinced Mu Qingwan and Li Hao wouldn't dare touch him. His audacity knew no bounds. Mu Qingwan was so furious she wanted to slap him. The next second, Mu Yuankai, who wanted to deal with Mu Qingming even more than Mu Qingwan, arrived. His eyes blazing with fury, he shouted at Mu Qingming, "What the hell are you doing?" The outburst startled the employees who had been working while gossiping. They all looked up, curious to see what was happening. Mu Yuankai looked at his good-for-nothing nephew, his anger boiling over. He couldn't fathom how such a good-for-nothing had emerged from his family. This man had no sense of shame whatsoever, shouting and causing a scene within the Mu group, dragging the entire Mu family into disgrace alongside him. "Get out of here, Mu Qingming. You're nothing but a good-for-nothing." Mu Yuankai was so furious his head felt like it would explode, and he erupted into a torrent of curses. No wonder Mu Yuanzhang had failed to persuade the shareholders to accept this good-for-nothing. Asking them to vote him into Mu group was nothing short of a pipe dream. "Ha, my dear great-uncle, so you've sided with Mu Qingwan now? Didn't you and my father once push for me to join Mu group?" Mu Qingming was now acting like a broken pot that had been smashed to pieces. If he wasn't happy, he'd make sure everyone else suffered too. Mu Yuankai was filled with regret, so deep it felt like his insides were turning green. He never should have agreed to his elder brother's request to let this guy into the company. The image he'd painstakingly built up, along with all those executives he'd worked so hard to win over, were all ruined because of this. He owed it all to Mu Qingwan's disdain for courting executives, which had allowed him to secretly recruit some talent. Now, everything was ruined. Li Hao, watching from the sidelines, was secretly delighted, thinking to himself, "Go ahead, bite each other. I love watching you squabble among yourselves. It's like dogs fighting nothing but a mess. What's there to be so smug about?" Mu Yuanzhang still dares to slander Qingwan. Just to get this spoiled brat into the company. He's got no real talent yet insists on putting on airs. Others plant the trees, we reap the shade. Mu Yuanzhang's scheme was well laid, but the main player, Mu Qingming, just isn't pulling his weight. Mu Yuankai was at a loss for words now. Mu Qingwan understood clearly, Mu Yuanzhang couldn't sway the executives to vote for him. His influence might hold weight in overseas companies, but domestic enterprises operated under their own systems. Executives generally wouldn't buy into his schemes. That left only Mu Yuankai as his pawn. Drag my good nephew out. Mu Yuankai had completely given up. Mu Qingming could afford to disregard everything, but he couldn't. He still wanted to thrive within the Mu Corporation and had his sights set on that high position. Meanwhile, Mu Fengxue wasn't idle either. No sooner had she fanned the flames for Mu Qingming than she hurriedly called Qin Yu. Mu Fengxue relished this sort of scheming that benefited no one. Her series of maneuvers even made Qin Yu chuckle. Mu Fengxue even directed Qin Yu to quickly gather reporters to stake out the location. She wasn't sure if Mu Qingming would back down upon seeing Mu Qingwan, so she had to take a gamble. Qin Yu didn't consider this a major scoop, but he knew it could spark internal strife within the Mu Group. Increased external scrutiny of Mu Group would allow those so-called righteous voices to criticize them, which could significantly damage Mu Group's reputation. Mu Fengxue wasn't about to let any opportunity to disrupt Mu Group slip by, and neither was Qin Yu. Li Hao's arrogant demeanor still lingered in Qin Yu's mind. He dreamed of bringing Li Hao down. As the saying goes, it's better to offend a gentleman than a villain. Qin Yu was constantly seeking revenge, determined to cause trouble for Li Hao even if it meant stirring up minor waves to ensure he never lived comfortably. Mu Qingming was thrown out of the Mu Group. He never imagined that the one who ultimately kicked him out would be Mu Yuankai and that he'd do it while cursing all the way. Mu Qingming felt his pride deeply wounded. As a young master of the Mu family, being thrown out of his own company by security, who could tolerate that? His anger was certainly justified, but he refused to acknowledge that he had brought this upon himself. Refusing to accept defeat, Mu Qingming tried to re-enter the premises. The security guard seemed to anticipate his intent and stated bluntly, "Sorry, young Master Mu. You know I'm a young master and you still throw me out?" Unable to enter the company, Mu Qingming began harassing the security guard at the entrance. This scene played right into Mu Fengxue and Qin Yu's hands. Before Mu Qingming could react, a swarm of reporters swarmed him. Even someone as thick-headed as Mu Qingming could sense he'd been set up. The reporters' questions grew increasingly sharp. They couldn't care less about what he was actually doing. "Mr. Mu, why did you beat and curse a security guard?" Mu Qingming spat on the ground and snapped, "Did I hit him or not? Are you blind? Can't you see?" Clearly, this reporter was delighted with Mu Qingming's attitude. He'd just walked right into a trap. Facing the reporter's questions, his best course of action would have been to refuse to answer and leave immediately. Instead, he chose to confront them. The security guard, quick-witted, immediately ran to report to the captain. This matter involved the company's image and interests. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingwan was so furious she could have strangled Mu Qingming on the spot. This useless fool who only made things worse. The company couldn't send anyone out now. Whoever went would become fodder for the reporters' pens, making things even worse. Mu Qingwan had no choice but to convene an emergency PR meeting. The thought of what outrageous articles these reporters would churn out tomorrow gave her a headache. The PR department would be swamped again. Whenever incidents like this occurred, PR always bore the brunt of the work, having to manage all the negative publicity. Li Hao also learned about Mu Qingming being ambushed downstairs at the company building. He knew it had to be someone inciting Mu Qingming and leaking information to the press. The timing was so precise, clearly a premeditated move. But who could it be? Li Hao knew that although this incident seemed minor for now, the Mu family was in the open while their enemies lurked in the shadows. He had to be vigilant. Chapter 126, Grandma Mu intervenes personally. Mu Qingming felt as if time had frozen, each second stretching endlessly. Surrounded by reporters like a beehive, he felt trapped in a dead end, calling to heaven, but heaven remained silent, calling to earth, but earth offered no help. He had exhausted every trick in his arsenal, shouting, cursing, yet remained trapped in this chaotic mess. Mu Qingming knew full well the disaster this fiasco would bring upon the Mu Corporation. Tomorrow's headlines would undoubtedly feature him. Mu Fengxue had explicitly told him that Mu Yuanzhang and Mu Yuankai had put his hiring up for a vote, only for Mu Qingwan and Li Hao to sabotage it and block his entry. Yet now, after causing a scene at the company, he'd been thrown out by Mu Yuankai. What on earth was going on? As for Mu Qingming's relationship with Mu Fengxue, it was actually passable. Mu Qingming feared Mu Qingwan, but he held no such apprehension toward Mu Fengxue. He knew Mu Qingwan was adopted, so when he was clear-headed and rational, their interactions were relatively harmonious. But the moment he felt slighted, he turned into a porcupine ready to lash out with his quills at anyone who provoked him. This twisted personality was largely the result of the excessive indulgence from Mu Yuanzheng and his wife. Considering the true nature of Mu Qingwan and Mu Qingming's relationship, Mu Qingwan had no reason to frame Mu Qingming. After all, her sole target had always been Mu Qingwan. Jealousy, like a venomous snake, gnawed at her soul, gradually warping her heart until it became unrecognizable. Mu Qingwan had harbored no hatred toward Mu Qingming initially. Yet, whenever Mu Qingming faced setbacks, he repeatedly brought up her origins, a deliberate act of rubbing salt into her wounds. From that point onward, Mu Qingwan developed a deep loathing for him. Mu Qingwan was truly a master of disguise. In front of Mu Qingwan, she presented herself as a pure, innocent white lotus, concealing her true thoughts deep within. Did she hate Li Hao? Not initially. His plight was even more desperate than hers. Logically, she had no reason to make his situation worse. Yet, witnessing the harmonious, respectful marriage between Mu Qingwan and Li Hao ignited a raging fire of jealousy within her. She refused to see Mu Qingwan happy, convinced that Mu Qingwan had already gained too much while she herself possessed nothing. Those once beautiful memories had long been cast aside in her twisted heart. To achieve her goals, she wouldn't hesitate to use not just one Mu Qingming, but 10, without batting an eye. Qin Yu sometimes felt Mu Qingwan was even more reckless than he was. Driven by selfish desires, she could disregard the Mu family who provided her with a life of privilege. Within the Mu household, she lacked for nothing in terms of food or clothing, yet she possessed no ambition whatsoever. Even with the Mu family's backing, she showed no desire to better herself, instead wallowing in jealousy and resentment. Qin Yu even found himself wondering if Mu Qingwan's meticulously planned scheme to bring down Mu Qingwan truly plunged the entire Mu corporation into crisis. Would she still continue her reckless actions without regard for the consequences? Li Hao remained seated in his office, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon beyond the window. Who could it be? The spoiled heir had barely arrived and been thrown out when a swarm of reporters swarmed over. Could it be Mu Qingming himself? Impossible. Doing this would bring him nothing but harm. Then who could it be who knows Mu Qingming's whereabouts so intimately? A sudden thought flashed through Li Hao's mind, and he conceived a plan. Return to the Mu residence and gather everyone. He knew about the executive vote at the company meeting. There was no way the old lady wouldn't be aware. Though she hadn't said anything, he could sense her deep concern. Let's head back to the old residence tonight and gather everyone. I suspect Mu Qingming being ambushed by reporters downstairs was a carefully orchestrated setup. Li Hao dialed Mu Qingwan's number and said, "Okay, honey." Mu Qingwan replied from the other end of the line. Lately, Mu Qingwan had gradually come to trust Li Hao's judgment. His deductions were usually spot on. Whatever he said turned out to be almost always accurate. She hadn't realized Li Hao possessed such exceptional logical reasoning skills. In this regard, Mu Qingwan had to admit she was indeed slightly outmatched. This might also explain why old Mrs. Mu had asked Li Hao to assist Mu Qingwan. Recalling the past, when old Madame Mu first met Li Hao, she had immediately found him dependable and trustworthy. So when Mu Qingwan proposed marrying Li Hao, though the idea seemed absurd to her at first, her opposition softened considerably after meeting him in person. Later, upon hearing that the couple was experiencing discord and that Mu Qingwan looked down on Li Hao, the matriarch repeatedly urged her to cherish this marriage. Since it was a marriage she had chosen, she should work to make it work. The matriarch didn't know if Mu Qingwan had taken her words to heart. Much later, the old lady could clearly sense a shift in the atmosphere between the couple. At the Mu family's ancestral home, Mu Qingwan had just called to inform them she was returning for dinner. Grandma Mu understood they were returning to resolve two major issues that had arisen at the company that day. "Zhou, call Qingwan back and tell her everyone will be here tonight. She doesn't need to worry about anything. She can come straight home after work," the matriarch instructed. Within the Mu family, the matriarch held absolute authority. Her words carried the weight of an imperial decree. Though the Mu family was vast, 70% of its assets were controlled by the matriarch. The others currently held only management rights. Inheritance rights remained undetermined. The matriarch was the stabilizing force of the Mu family. The slightest move from her could send ripples through the entire household. As the workday ended, Li Hao drove to the company building to wait for Mu Qingwan. "Are you cold?" Li Hao asked with concern. "It's okay. I'm wearing a coat," Mu Qingwan replied. In that moment, Mu Qingwan suddenly realized how profoundly joyful it was to have someone by her side, always present. This feeling of happiness was like the warm sun in winter, warming her heart. Soon, the two returned to the Mu residence. Mu Qingwan caught sight of Mu Yuanzheng, a flicker of coldness passing through her eyes. She had no desire to speak with him and walked straight toward the elderly Madame Mu. Li Hao also ignored Mu Yuanzheng completely. Had he not witnessed and heard everything with his own eyes and ears today, he would never have believed such blatant favoritism existed in the world. Another half hour passed before everyone gradually arrived. "Let's eat," Grandma Mu announced. Truthfully, the matriarch felt profound disappointment toward these people. Were it not for her precious granddaughter Qingwan, she would have preferred not to share a table with them. Dealing with these matters today had drained her of so much energy. At the dinner table, the matriarch turned to Mu Qingming and asked, "Qingming, I heard you were mobbed by reporters today. Why on earth did you go to your sister's company to cause trouble?" Li Hao smirked inwardly. That was precisely the question he had intended to ask, but he hadn't expected the old lady to beat him to it. This clearly showed the old lady was furious about the incident, or more accurately, she was extremely annoyed by everything that had happened today. Mu Qingming answered her grandmother's question, "Because she won't let me work at the company." "And who told you it was your sister who wouldn't let you work at the company?" The fact that old lady Mu personally intervened showed this matter had crossed her boundaries, compelling her to act. Chapter 127, You Only Get What You Ask For. Seeing Mu Qingming about to turn her in, Mu Fengshua's heart clenched. She quickly interjected, "Where were you surrounded by reporters?" All eyes in the room instantly turned to Mu Fengshua, the gaze intense as a spotlight, making her feel utterly uncomfortable. She gave an awkward laugh, trying to ease the tension. "Why are you all looking at me?" "I don't know. I'll ask." Grandma Mu had already figured it out. The last time Mu Fengshua had enraged her into fainting had been like a crack, tearing open the mask Mu Fengshua had always worn. That was the first time Mu Fengshua had revealed her true colors in front of the old lady, and this time, she was likely to resort to the same trick again. Old Madame Mu merely gave a faint nod. Clearly, she had no intention of dealing with several people at once today. She would take them down one by one. These children, each and every one of them, had no idea how high the sky was or how deep the earth was. As members of the Mu family, it was bad enough they didn't contribute to the clan, but to repeatedly stir up trouble like this? "Who told you your sister forbade you from working at the company?" Grandma Mu asked Mu Qingming in her usual unhurried tone. Mu Fengshua tried to interject with a diversion, but a stern glance from the matriarch froze him in place. His mouth shut tight, though a flicker of panic still flickered in his eyes. "Mu Fengshua called and told me," Mu Qingming said nonchalantly. If not for Mu Fengshua, Mu Qingming would never have known about this false information that Mu Qingwan didn't want him in the company. Had it not been for the unexpected ambush by reporters, Mu Fengshua would have been the undisputed heroine of Mu Qingming's entire plan. Alas, man proposes, but heaven disposes. Mu Qingming never imagined a horde of reporters would suddenly appear, and precisely as he was berating that security guard. The scene felt meticulously orchestrated. The reporters pounced like starving wolves, snapping photos. Even someone as dim-witted as Mu Qingming could sense he'd been set up. Li Hao felt a sense of certainty wash over him as he thought to himself, "I knew it. This isn't exactly a sophisticated move. I was wondering who it could be. Turns out it's this lunatic. I really can't fathom this stupid woman. What good does destroying the Mu family do you? You're like a madwoman blinded by jealousy, recklessly wreaking havoc without realizing you'll be consumed by the flames of destruction yourself. If you don't mess with the bull, you won't get gored. But she just keeps pushing the limits over and over. What the hell is she thinking? You. If I ever get the chance, I'll tear you to shreds with my words and make you see how utterly stupid everything you've done is." Mu Qingwan seemed to hear Li Hao's inner thoughts. Glancing at him beside her, a wave of warmth washed over her heart. Amidst this complex family feud, having Li Hao by her side was truly a blessing. He was like a solid fortress, offering her strength and support when she was utterly exhausted. Mu Yuanzheng's expression faltered slightly. Even now, with the truth so blatantly obvious, he remained utterly unmoved. In his eyes, it seemed irrelevant what these two children did to Mu Qingwan. Was it because she was stronger than them, more capable and talented, that she became the dominant party and thus unworthy of pity? "Mu Qingming, do you truly wish to work at Mu Corporation?" Grandma Mu directed her fire at Mu Qingming. Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable force. "And even if they let you in, do you truly believe you could work at Mu Corporation without incident? Look at yourself. Does any part of you resemble a Mu family member? You've brought utter disgrace upon the Mu name. Do you understand?" Everyone was stunned by the matriarch's outburst tonight, including Mu Qingwan. In Mu Qingwan's memory, it had been rare over the years to see Grandma Mu so furious. To the younger generation, she had always been the kind-eyed grandmother who treated them with gentle kindness. Even when she felt Mu Fengshua lacked steadiness, she never showed any favoritism toward her. At home, all the grandchildren held the old lady in the highest regard, never daring to speak ill of her. Mu Qingming knew full well he wasn't cut out for office work. He understood he was in the wrong, but only because the one scolding him was Grandma Mu. Had it been anyone else, he would never have bowed his head in submission without a word. Mu Qingming's monthly allowance is reduced to 10,000. As long as this old woman disagrees, no one in this household is permitted to increase his allowance. This is the lightest punishment possible. When old lady Mu finished speaking, everyone at the dinner table knew there was no room for negotiation on this matter. Mu Qingming opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something in his defense, but Wen Rong grabbed him by the arm. Wen Rong knew that speaking now would only enrage the old lady further. Mu Fingxue, what were your intentions in stirring up trouble between Qingming and Qingwan? Mu Fingxue knew the inevitable had arrived. Her scalp tingled, and cold sweat broke out on her back. I have no ulterior motives, grandmother. Mu Fingxue tried to put on a pitiful expression. But in the eyes of the old matriarch, it was merely another clumsy performance. This is the first and last time I'll tolerate it. If you ever dare to use the Mu family name to sow discord among its members or engage in actions detrimental to the family again, I won't hesitate to declare that Mu Fingxue has no further connection to the Mu family. With that, the old matriarch turned away without another glance at Mu Fingxue. Mu Yuanzhang immediately grew agitated. Mother, Fingxue has made mistakes, but they don't warrant this. He tried to plead for Fingxue's forgiveness, unaware that his very attempt was precisely what enraged the old madam most. Shut your mouth. Now I finally see what kind of children you've raised. Look at the fine offspring you've produced. Grandma Mu trembled with rage. Every last one of them was a member of the Mu family, yet they contributed nothing. They lived off the family day and night, and still found time to stir up trouble? Oomph. Where in the world is there such a good deal? What have you spoiled them into? You're ruining them, and you're destroying this family. Grandma Mu declared, her heart aching with grief. Mu Yuanzhang heard her words and fell silent. He lowered his head, a flicker of guilt crossing his face. Upon hearing the matriarch's words, Mu Fingxue wilted like an eggplant hit by frost. She knew all too well that without the Mu family, she was nothing. She was like a vine clinging to a great tree. Once the tree no longer sheltered her, she would wither away. Mu Qingwan was deeply moved by the old lady's actions. Having grown up by her side, she knew the depth of the old lady's affection for her. With all the turmoil at the company, the matriarch must have been frantic with worry. So consumed by her distress that she couldn't bear to let them eat another bite, she unleashed her full authority to restore family discipline and seek justice for her granddaughter. Within this family, the matriarch was her most steadfast support. Mu Yuanzhang, I warned you long ago, don't let your heart stray too far. Tomorrow had better be uneventful. If anything happens tomorrow, not one of you will ever again live comfortably off the Mu family's legacy. You and Wenrong show favoritism, so I'll keep Qingwan by my side and raise her myself. You're her biological father, how can you be so shameless? For your son's sake, you've treated this daughter worse than an adopted child. Tears glistened in the old Madame Mu's eyes. She ached for Mu Qingwan and felt bitterly disappointed by Mu Yuanzhang's actions. I'm still strong and healthy now. But mark my words, anyone who crosses Mu Qingwan from now on crosses me. Let me be clear, anything belonging to the Mu family will never go to those who oppose me. Those present trembled at her words. They knew best the weight of the matriarch's words. Mu Yuanzhang understood she was truly furious. He also felt his actions today had gone too far. Yet, when he thought of Mu Qingming's future, he convinced himself he'd been forced into it. It seemed to justify his favoritism, allowing him to continue siding with his son with a clear conscience. Yet he remained utterly oblivious to how shameless this line of reasoning truly was. Chapter 128, One without brains, one without heart. That Mu Yuanzhang and Wenrong had driven matters to this point truly astonished the old lady. She never imagined her own son and daughter-in-law could be so foolish, stirring up such chaos within the family. You two, decide when you'll return. Xingyang is quite busy on his own out there. The old lady Mu said this seemingly casually, yet her words carried a hidden meaning. Her attitude toward Mu Yuanzhang and his wife was naturally different from that toward Mu Fingxue and Mu Qingming, for she knew full well that this couple was the root of all evil in this family farce. And you, Mu Yuankai, how many times have I hinted around, urging you not to oppose Qingwan? Did you take my words as nothing but wind? Grandma Mu fixed her gaze on Mu Yuankai, her eyes brimming with reproach and disappointment. Knowing he was in the wrong, Mu Yuankai lowered his head under her gaze, unable to utter a single word of rebuttal. Xiao Hao, I hear you're attending the executive meeting too, and even had your assistant prepare some materials. Mrs. Mu turned her gaze toward Li Hao. Clearly, she was already well aware of everything that had transpired at the meeting. Yes, Grandma. I printed out all the achievements Qingwan has made since becoming president and distributed them to each executive. Li Hao replied. Grandma Mu's eyes brimmed with admiration for Li Hao. She had always known him to be sharp and resourceful, but this particular move still caught her somewhat off guard. Li Hao now recalled the original purpose behind asking Qin Xiaoxiao to prepare the materials. Without those materials, I truly feared those executives might be blinded by short-term gains and rumors, forgetting the immense value this foolish woman has created for the company. If they truly let greed cloud their judgment and fell prey to those with ulterior motives, wouldn't all Qingwan's hard work just benefit others? That's unacceptable. I absolutely won't allow that to happen. Oof. If they think they can snatch the fruits of our labor, they can dream on. Mrs. Mu knew Li Hao was a man with plans, and she nodded approvingly at him. Xiao Hao, I recall there's still an undeveloped resort property under Mu Real Estate. I'm not sure how busy your jewelry division is, but see if you can handle it. If so, take a look at how to proceed with this project. Grandma Mu said casually. The others grew restless upon hearing this. The matriarch's sudden proposal of such a massive project left those harboring ulterior motives feeling like their emotions had been turned upside down, a tangled mess of jealousy, resentment, and frustration. "Grandma, you really should rest more." "I'm fine." Mu Qingwan hurriedly interjected, unwilling to drag the matriarch into further turmoil over her own affairs. "It's fine. I'm just here to ask Xiao Hao about something." Grandma Mu insisted, her mind already set on her own plans. "Grandma, I'll just handle matters in the jewelry division. The real estate sector isn't short-staffed, and Qingwan is already managing it. I'll focus on running the jewelry division properly." Li Hao addressed the old lady respectfully. He knew his place and understood that in such a complex family environment, greed could easily backfire. Grandma Mu was highly satisfied with Li Hao's response. His quality of understanding his role and not meddling in other affairs earned her deep appreciation. In this regard, Li Hao was far superior to Mu Yuanzheng and Mu Yuankai. While the matriarch was pleased with Li Hao's answer, someone else at the table was not. "Mom, aren't you being a bit biased?" The speaker was his eldest uncle's wife, Wang Ruo. Both Wang Ruo and Wen Rong's families were less affluent than the Mu household. Back when their children married, old Madame Mu and old Master Mu hadn't insisted on a match of equal standing. They weren't stubborn old fogies or miserly hoarders, they'd never sacrifice their children's happiness for the sake of family interests. "How am I being biased?" Mrs. Mu retorted. Wang Ruo was a nitpicky sort, but in this household, everyone knew to cut her some slack. Under normal circumstances, no one dared challenge the matriarch. She understood this perfectly well. Compared to Wen Rong, however, Wang Ruo was relatively straightforward. Any dissatisfaction she felt was openly expressed. Wen Rong, though silent on the surface, harbored no shortage of petty schemes in her heart. That Li Hao, how long has he even been with the company? You've given him shares, handed him projects, even put him in charge of real estate ventures. Mom, if that's not favoritism, what is it? Wang Ruo voiced her discontent openly, without a hint of concealment. Li Hao, who had been pondering the shady dealings between Mu Qingwan and Qin Yu, suddenly found himself caught in the crossfire. He was utterly speechless. "Seriously, I'm speechless with this auntie. Even if she gave them to me, I wouldn't want them. It was just the old lady testing the waters. I didn't take it seriously. Why are you getting so worked up over nothing? You two really are a perfect match, one brainless, the other clueless. Forget it. When it comes to being weirdos, who could possibly top you two? You're a match made in heaven." Li Hao was genuinely fed up with people who constantly picked on him for no reason. He found their behavior utterly presumptuous. "If you're capable enough, I could give it to you too. Want it?" Old Lady Mu said bluntly, her words laced with a hint of sarcasm. Mrs. Mu rarely spoke with such sharpness, but this time she was genuinely furious. Mu Yuankai understood perfectly well that the old lady was taking a jab at him, and everyone else present caught the implication too. Wanting the project without the ability to deliver? That's classic freeloading, taking without giving, never satisfied. Mu Yuankai felt a pang of shame, knowing he'd acted dishonorably this time. Wang Ruo tried to say something more, but Mu Yuankai pulled her back. He knew this matter couldn't escalate further, doing so would only make the situation more awkward. As for Mu Qingwan and Mu Qingming, after facing the consequences, they both kept their heads down and remained silent. Grandma Mu understood that this treatment would keep Mu Qingming quiet for a while. As for Mu Qingxue, the matriarch had never held much hope for her. She had long seen through her character. She understood that their reckless behavior stemmed from her own past indulgence and permissiveness. "What about the PR? How are you two handling the PR arrangements?" Though Grandma Mu was addressing Mu Qingwan and Li Hao, her gaze lingered more on Li Hao. "The PR team has been working through the night. We're anticipating what headlines the media will run tomorrow and what phrasing they'll use to grab attention." Mu Qingwan replied. "Xiao Hao, what are your thoughts?" Grandma Mu turned the question back to Li Hao. She intended to make them squirm in their seats, forcing them to realize that their selfish desires had thrust the Mu family into the eye of the storm. Though the situation seemed minor now, one misstep could destroy the family's reputation forever. "I think Qingwan's right, we should start with PR. But if we could find a few journalists friendly to our company to run positive coverage, things would be much easier." At Li Hao's words, the old matriarch's face instantly brightened with a smile, her approval of him deepening. "You Mu family members. Not a single one of you does anything beneficial for the family. You neglect your duties and your hearts have grown crooked. If anything like this happens again, whoever it is, get out of the Mu family." Grandma Mu knew that with Li Hao assisting Mu Qingwan, even if she overlooked something, Li Hao would promptly remind her. "Right, now all of you, get out of here. And mark my words, this old woman hasn't lost her mind yet." Grandma Mu addressed them sternly. Li Hao watched them leave, looking disheveled and defeated, and felt a quiet satisfaction. "You lot usually strut around like you own the place, but now you're all wilted? What goes around comes around. The evil you've done is like a boomerang, it'll come back to haunt you sooner or later. Now, you lot should finally get some peace for a while. Qingwan really has a tough, caught between a rock and a hard place with these people. But it's okay, I'm here, and I won't let them get away with it." Chapter 129, I am the best man in the world. From childhood onward, Mu Qingwan understood that when it came to family choices, she was like a pawn discarded by fate, always the one to be cast aside without hesitation. Over time, she grew accustomed to the pain of being overlooked. Yet when her biological father and uncle within the company she worked so hard to control joined forces to pressure her into yielding for the sake of her good-for-nothing younger brother, the betrayal by her closest kin felt like a sharp blade stabbing deep into her heart. After bidding farewell to old Madame Mu Qingwan and Li Hao departed the ancestral home. By the time they stepped outside, night had deepened and the clock read 9:30 p.m. The car's atmosphere felt heavy. Sitting in the passenger seat, Mu Qingwan's phone lit up with an invitation message from her assistant. Li Hao drove steadily while keeping an eye on Mu Qingwan's expression out of the corner of his eye. He knew today's series of events felt like a mountain of burdens to her. He himself would be exhausted, let alone Mu Qingwan, who was at the center of the storm. Mu Qingwan glanced briefly at the invitation before closing her phone. She leaned back in her seat, closing her eyes to rest. Li Hao glanced at her again, satisfied she wouldn't catch a chill, then accelerated. The car sped through the night. Back home, Li Hao parked the car and was about to head to the kitchen. What are you going to do, honey? Li Hao heard the weariness in Mu Qingwan's voice and knew she was truly exhausted. Cooking. You haven't eaten much tonight. Li Hao replied. He decided to make something simple so she could rest after eating. Hearing this, warmth flooded Mu Qingwan's heart. With Li Hao by her side, this feeling of being cared for was like a bonfire on a cold night, making her feel incredibly happy. Li Hao bustled about in the kitchen while Mu Qingwan retrieved the invitation again, intending to examine it closely. The moment she opened it, the words Mr. Su's 70th birthday celebration jumped out at her, instantly reminding her of her own grandmother. Grandma Mu was the kindest person in the world to her. It was Grandma's boundless love that had healed her childhood wounds, and it was Grandma who had worked tirelessly to fill the void of familial affection in her life. Lost in these thoughts, Mu Qingwan felt her eyes grow moist. Dinner's ready, Li Hao said softly. Mu Qingwan turned to look at him, her eyes red and filled with complex emotions. The next moment, she gently embraced Li Hao, burying her face in his chest. Li Hao knew Mu Qingwan had endured too much injustice today. She hadn't shed a tear even under pressure from family members at the executive meeting, nor had her worries about the impending PR crisis broken her. But now, in this warm home, thinking of her grandmother and watching Li Hao cook for her, she could no longer hold back. Li Hao gently patted her back, his movements a little awkward, like how he used to comfort his little sister when they were children. Yet this clumsiness brought Mu Qingwan an immense sense of security. Like a wounded kitten, she sobbed softly in Li Hao's embrace. Li Hao patiently coaxed her to eat, his voice gentle and reassuring. Once Mu Qingwan sat down at the table to eat, Li Hao sat beside her, watching her quietly. His mind began to wander again. Eat up, sis. My cooking is delicious. You should eat more. That fat guy might be a chef, but his cooking definitely can't compare to mine. Eat more, okay? You're the fierce female CEO by day, but by night you turn into a little crybaby so adorable. I'm the best man in the world, a true all-rounder. TSK, you're so lucky to get to eat my cooking. Mu Qingwan listened to his inner thoughts and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Ever since she gained the ability to hear Li Hao's inner thoughts, she'd noticed he was constantly muttering to himself and he was incredibly self-absorbed. She even wondered if he'd been indulging in these self-praising thoughts every time he cooked for her before. To avoid letting Li Hao know she could hear his thoughts, Mu Qingwan quickly said, I choked. Li Hao had indeed thought he heard laughter earlier, but dismissed it as a mistake. Realizing the truth, he let it go. After dinner, they finished washing up and went to bed. With each other's company, they slept soundly through the night. The next morning, a new day dawned. As usual, Li Hao and Mu Qingwan rose and prepared to head to the office. However, Mu Qingwan rose unusually early today, perhaps preoccupied with company matters. Both tacitly avoided checking the headlines, knowing full well that journalists would sensationalize the story to grab attention. Upon entering the office, an employee approached Mu Qingwan with a report. Li Hao recognized the employee as being from the PR department. Clearly, it was about the headline news. He walked into his office, turned on his computer, and the content that greeted him made him frown. This Mu Qingming really knew how to make a splash. He propelled Mu Group to the top of the trending charts, each headline more sensational than the last. Mu Qing Group's young master publicly assaults security guard at company headquarters, suspected of being expelled. Mu Group's young master explodes, his sister Mu Qingwan is a tyrant. Mu Qingwan of Mu Group disrespects elders, suspected family breakdown. Li Hao stared at these headlines, utterly speechless at the journalists' wild fabrications. This is way too exaggerated, completely out of line with the actual situation. You can practically see the PR department drafting their clarification statement, already proof they didn't rest a moment last night. What was Mu Qingming thinking? Insulting security guards right outside the company building? Now he's really made things worse. They absolutely must give that security guard a proper explanation. Even if he doesn't say anything, the public won't let them off the hook. On Mu Qingwan's end, she forced herself to stop dwelling on yesterday's unpleasantness, focusing solely on preventing this incident from damaging Mu Corporation's image and stock value. But given the current situation, it seemed increasingly difficult, especially with someone seemingly stirring the pot behind the scenes. She knew the PR team was already working around the clock to handle it, and she herself was prepared to fight this tough battle. Though PR arrangements had been made last night, she hadn't anticipated the journalists' utter lack of boundaries, each one more prone to exaggeration than the last. This undoubtedly added significant complexity to the PR efforts, demanding more time and energy to resolve.
Ms. Mu. A knock sounded at Mu Qingwan's office door.
She looked up to see Mu Yuankai standing there.
What is it? Mu Qingwan's tone was cold. She truly didn't want to deal with this uncle right now. This wasn't just because of his orchestrated executive vote, but more crucially, his complete disregard for the Mu family's reputation throughout the entire affair. It was important to remember that although the Mu Group bore the Mu surname, many executives and shareholders within the company did not. These individuals had accompanied the Mu Group through its growth, each holding significant shares and real power. Mu Qingwan had always carefully maintained the internal balance of the company, wary of any executive wielding too much power that could hinder its development. If the Mu Group were to collapse under her watch, how could she ever face the employees or the beloved grandmother Mu? Everything she did was for the entire Mu family. Why couldn't Mu Yuankai understand that? It was precisely this concern that drove Grandma Mu to rebuke Mu Yuankai so bluntly and without reservation last night. Qingwan, I was foolish yesterday to agree so readily. I never imagined this Mu Qingming would prove so incompetent. Qingwan.
Mu Yuankai grew increasingly agitated, desperately trying to justify his actions.
Mu Qingwan couldn't be bothered to listen to his explanations.
There was the security guard incident to handle now, and this matter absolutely had to be handed over to Li Hao. She believed Li Hao had the capability to resolve it properly.
Husband, I want you to handle the security matter.
If someone else botches it, our PR team will have stayed up all night for nothing.
Mu Qingwan relayed the message to Li Hao over the internal line.
As she spoke, her peripheral vision caught Mu Yuankai, and she frowned slightly, gesturing for him to leave.
And the birthday banquet this afternoon we'll attend together.
Chapter 130. This guy is hopelessly self-absorbed.
Mu Yuankai had long since shed his initial haughty, bossy demeanor. He could no longer use his seniority to suppress Mu Qingwan.
Now, fully aware he was in the wrong, he adopted an attitude as submissive as possible. Once a person was in the wrong, all arrogance vanished. That once overbearing air had long since disappeared without a trace. After Mu Yuankai left, Mu Qingwan focused entirely on the progress of the PR efforts. Every company's PR team was like an elite force trained for years and deployed for a single decisive moment. Lately, however, they had been utterly swamped. Seeing the PR situation begin to improve, Mu Qingwan felt a slight sense of relief. The biggest challenge now was the security incident, but she had already entrusted it to Li Hao. She had complete confidence in him and believed he would handle it flawlessly. Li Hao had anticipated needing to address the security issue first, but he also understood the importance of not acting rashly. Today's media were like a pack of hungry wolves. Even a single photo of two people holding hands could be spun into a sensational story. Sitting in his office, Li Hao frowned deeply, racking his brain for a strategy. Those reporters are making a big deal out of the security incident. They're probably trying to set a trap to lure us in.
I won't fall for your tricks. Don't think you'll succeed so easily.
You little punks, I refuse to believe I can't deal with you fabricating nonsense.
Qin Yu must be behind this. How many times has Mu Fengxue collaborated with him?
He's like a persistent ghost. Li Hao knew full well that if the security incident wasn't handled properly and the company failed to provide the public with a reasonable explanation, clients and the general public wouldn't accept it. This would cause long-term damage to the company's reputation. He stood up, glanced at his watch, then resolutely drove away from the company.
Mu Qingming, come out. Li Hao arrived at Mu Qingming's residence and called out loudly. Since the reporters had already framed this as an assault case, resolving the issue would require the alleged perpetrator to step forward. But that was easier said than done. Not only were Mu Yuanzhang and Wenrong at home shielding their son, but even if they weren't, the moment they learned someone was trying to make their precious son take responsibility, they'd likely rush back to confront Li Hao. Li Hao had nothing left to fear now. He'd had enough of this good-for-nothing repeatedly causing trouble for him and Mu Qingwan. Mu Qingming's monthly allowance of 10,000 yuan was practically a drop in the bucket for him, not even enough for a single night out at the bar. Fortunately, he still had the little stash Yuanzhang and Wenrong had set aside for him. Mu Qingming opened the door groggily, his head still spinning from sleep. Seeing Li Hao standing there, he sobered up instantly. While he dared not provoke Mu Qingwan, he held no fear for this brother-in-law. Li Hao was the one who had publicly humiliated him at the company last time, and he'd been harboring resentment ever since. Li Hao instantly saw through his thoughts, raising an eyebrow slightly. Still in the mood to throw a tantrum? He thought to himself. I'll see what you can do about it.
Soon you'll fear me, your stepbrother-in-law, just as much as you fear your sister.
I held back from dealing with you at the company before, but things are different now. Come on, I'm eager to see how you'll beg for mercy. Mu Qingning was about to speak when Li Hao cut him off. If you can go apologize to that security guard you yelled at the other day, we can still be civil. Li Hao said slowly and deliberately. What if I refuse? Mu Qingning still hadn't grasped how dire his situation was, stubbornly refusing to back down. Fine. Li Hao rolled up his sleeves, revealing bulging veins, as if ready to fight. Mu Qingning was actually as timid as a mouse, a classic bully who picked on the weak. Seeing Li Hao's aggressive stance, fear gripped him, terrified of getting beaten. Yet he was also the type to hold grudges even if scared. Now, he wouldn't give in easily. Li Hao, however, held no fear for him. In his eyes, Mu Qingning and Mu Fengxue combined weren't much of a threat. The one thing they had in common was their utter lack of brains. Li Hao didn't waste a word. He grabbed Mu Qingning and dragged him toward the PR department. Once inside the car, Li Hao immediately locked the doors. In his panic, Mu Qingning hadn't even grabbed his phone, leaving him completely helpless as Li Hao took him hostage. Li Hao knew Mu Yuanzheng and Wen Rong all too well. If they found out Mu Qingning was being treated this way, the couple would undoubtedly storm the company and cause a scene without a second thought. But Li Hao had Mu Qingning firmly in his grasp. Today, no matter what, he would resolve this security matter. Company employees watched in stunned silence as manager Li dragged young Master Mu away, a scene so rare it left them wide-eyed. As the PR department finished recording the video, public sentiment regarding the security incident began to gradually shift. This thorny issue no longer posed the massive obstacle to crisis management it had previously been. Qin Group. Qin Yu had no energy left to cause trouble for Li Hao. The Qin Group's stock had taken a severe hit last time, and he still hadn't managed to recover from it. Moreover, the company's executives harbored significant resentment toward Qin Yu. His previous misjudgment had cost both executives and shareholders substantial sums. His involvement this time stemmed from Mu Fengxue actively presenting this scheme to him. His deep hatred for Li Hao, coupled with resentment toward Mu Qingwan, made him seize the opportunity to participate. Soon, the afternoon arrived. Li Hao drove Mu Qingwan to the venue of Old Master Su's birthday banquet. Haha, oh my, this old man truly loves a lively gathering. As soon as Mu Qingwan and Li Hao entered, they heard a loud, resonant laugh. It was Old Master Su. He looked robust and in good spirits. Grandpa Su. Mu Qingwan approached politely to greet him. As a younger generation member, proactively greeting elders was basic etiquette. The moment Old Master Su saw Mu Qingwan, his face lit up with a smile. Qingwan, you're here. It's been ages since I last saw you. I wonder if you remember my granddaughter. She's quite the thinker. I've called her back this time. Once you meet her, you must give your old man some good advice about her. Old Master Su said to Mu Qingwan. Mu Qingwan already guessed he was referring to Su Lan. I'm not sure, Grandpa Su. Hasn't your granddaughter been living abroad all this time? Mu Qingwan replied. Su Lan had been out of the loop for a while. Everyone in the circle knew that Miss Su, the eldest daughter, loved art and design and had gone abroad to study. Mu Qingwan wasn't sure what Old Master Su wanted her to persuade her about, so she didn't immediately agree. This young man seems quite promising. He's the recently famous son-in-law of the Mu family, right? Mr. Su turned to Li Hao and said. You flatter me, grandfather. Hello, grandfather. My name is Li Hao. Mr. Su had long heard about Mu Qingwan's marriage. Seeing Li Hao now, he confirmed he was indeed a fine-looking young man, handsome and distinguished. We'll head over first, grandfather. I'll come back once your granddaughter arrives. Mu Qingwan said gently to Old Master Su. Although their families currently had no business dealings, the future was unpredictable. Moreover, Old Master Su had always been kind to Mu Qingwan, greeting her with a warm smile whenever they met during her childhood. This was precisely why she had chosen to attend the birthday banquet. Hearing Grandpa Su praise Li Hao's handsome looks, Mu Qingwan felt overjoyed inside. But naturally, Li Hao himself was even happier. Li Hao felt a surge of quiet pride. Oh my, Grandpa, you have such good taste. I really am handsome. Otherwise, that silly girl wouldn't have fallen for me back then. Back in the day, I fought my way through countless challenges, bearing the label of a pretty boy, just to get to where I am now. That's my true strength. Mu Qingwan heard his inner monologue and couldn't help but roll her eyes again. This guy was hopelessly self-absorbed. Chapter 131, Love in His Eyes, plain for all to see. Mu Qingwan didn't attend many birthday banquets throughout the year, and Old Master Su rarely hosted such events. This year, however, the Su family had gone all out. Many prominent families from the surrounding areas had rushed to attend, hoping to forge connections with the Su family and secure business partnerships. Li Hao and Mu Qingwan stood quietly in a corner of the banquet hall, carefully observing the other attendees. They noticed many individuals of extraordinary capability. This silly woman just stands here blankly, not even bothering to mingle. Look at everyone else, they're all chatting with potential partners. This is a golden opportunity to expand her network. That person in the corner looks like Su Lan? Is it really her? Li Hao's inner thoughts reached Mu Qingwan's ears. Following his gaze, she spotted their old acquaintance, Su Lan, standing in the corner. This puzzled Mu Qingwan. Why would Su Lan, at the Su family's banquet, keep such a low profile and avoid drawing attention? Mu Qingwan gently pinched Li Hao's arm and tugged him toward the corner. As they approached Su Lan, the group exchanged glances. Su Lan playfully raised her index finger, making a shushing gesture, then pulled the two of them further into the shadows. Keep it down. Don't let my grandfather catch us. That little old man wants to use this birthday banquet to find a marriage partner for me. I'm not having any of it. I'll stall as long as I can. Hearing this, Li Hao's mind instinctively drifted to Zhang Jidong, the man who shared Su Lan's mutual affection yet kept his feelings hidden. He thought to himself, if Zhang Jidong knew the Su family was arranging a match for Su Lan, he'd probably be heartbroken. Poor fatso, if you don't make an effort yourself, even your brother can't help you. Ugh, what to do? This is killing me. Li Hao maintained a perfectly serious expression, showing no sign of unease, though his inner monologue was quite lively. Mu Qingwan listened nearby, finding it utterly amusing, and couldn't help but let out a low chuckle. The sound caught Li Hao's attention. As his gaze shifted toward her, Mu Qingwan quickly made up an excuse to cover it up. Well, dragging this out isn't a solution either. How about telling your grandfather you have a boyfriend? What if the old man insists on bringing him home? Then I'd be exposed. Su Lan frowned, her mind involuntarily conjuring Zhang Jidong's image. She felt a pang of resentment. That stubborn fool just wouldn't confess. Did he expect a girl to make the first move? Seems a bit disappointed. Should I send Fatso a message? Wait, who is that guy? Qin Yu? How did he end up here? Li Hao was deep in thought when he looked up, his expression suddenly turning serious. He locked eyes with Qin Yu mid-air. In the end, Qin Yu lost and Li Hao emerged victorious. Just then, Su Lan's phone rang abruptly. It was Old Master Su calling. The moment she answered, her grandfather's furious growl erupted from the other end. Su Lan, you little brat, do you even recognize me as your grandfather anymore? Yes, I do. I'm coming. I'll be right there. Su Lan replied helplessly, casting apologetic glances at Li Hao and Mu Qingwan before turning to leave, heading toward where Old Master Su was. The moment Su Lan arrived, the banquet officially commenced. Grandfather Su stood at the front of the banquet hall, beaming with a broad smile. He began with some opening remarks thanking the guests for their attendance, then publicly revealed another crucial purpose behind hosting today's birthday banquet. The moment the old man finished speaking, numerous young talents immediately stepped forward to offer their services. Old Master, our Wang family manages hundreds of enterprises, making us an exceptionally compatible match for the Su family. Might you consider me? Other young heirs from prominent families followed suit, eagerly volunteering their services. The atmosphere in the banquet hall grew increasingly lively. Observing these eager suitors, Old Master Su beamed with satisfaction. He gave a slight smile, then patted Su Lan's hand. 1,000 good points, 10,000 good points, none compare to what my granddaughter thinks best. Ultimately, who she chooses depends entirely on her wishes. Ah, the ways of love in this world are truly strange. Those she truly likes deem her family background unsuitable and dare not confess, while those she dislikes insist on pursuing her. Alas. Li Hao sighed inwardly. Stop standing there like an idiot. Hurry up and call Zhang Jidong, you fool. Mu Qingwan saw through Li Hao's thoughts and prompted him. Li Hao snapped out of his daze. He scanned the area, found a relatively quiet corner, pulled out his phone, and dialed Zhang Jidong's number. Zhang Jidong was busy in his shop at that moment. The faint clamor of activity could be heard in the background. Li Hao didn't bother with pleasantries and got straight to the point. Fatso, you like Su Lan, don't you? Ha? Of course not. We're just good business partners. Zhang Jidong paused briefly before responding with a hint of melancholy in his voice. Others might not have understood his feelings, but Li Hao had known him for years. How could he not? Li Hao didn't beat around the bush. He laid out the situation unfolding at the banquet. Old Master Su is currently seeking a son-in-law for Su Lan. If you come now, you still have time. Otherwise, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. With that, Li Hao hung up and immediately sent Zhang Jidong his location. Sigh, this chubby guy is usually so carefree, yet he drags his feet when it comes to matters of the heart? Hope he takes the advice and comes over. Otherwise, this couple might truly drift apart. Li Hao muttered to himself as he walked toward the banquet hall. Barely a few steps later, Mu Qingwan approached him. She tugged at Li Hao's sleeve and whispered, "How's it going?" "I've notified him, but whether he'll come or not remains to be seen." Reminding him was the only thing he could do. Hopefully, Zhang Jidong would come to his senses. Inside the jewelry store, Zhang Jidong remained restless after hanging up. His employees noticed his unease, and one quietly asked, "Assistant manager, what's wrong? Feeling unwell?" "Nothing. Just something I can't wrap my head around." Zhang Jidong replied casually, then turned to the employee with a serious expression. "Tell me," he asked, "would you rather be with someone you love or someone with great prospects?" "Of course I'd choose someone I love. A person with good prospects can't bring me happiness." The employee shared his thoughts with Zhang Jidong without hesitation.
This simple statement pierced Zhang Jidong's confused heart like a ray of light, instantly giving him courage.
He set down the jewelry he was organizing and dashed out.
He hurriedly bought a gift from a street side shop and rushed toward the banquet hall.
He hadn't known Grandpa Sulan was hosting a birthday banquet and hadn't asked Sulan for an invitation. Now, blocked at the banquet hall entrance, he felt utterly at a loss.
After a moment's hesitation, he thought of Li Hao and quickly pulled out his phone to message him.
Bro, I need a favor. Can you come pick me up? You're here? Out front? Yeah, but I don't have an invitation. Got it.
Li Hao tucked his phone back into his pocket and turned to Mu Qingwan. Fatso's here.
I'll go pick him up. You take Sulan to a corner for a bit.
Mu Qingwan nodded readily, then walked over to Sulan and struck up a cheerful conversation with her.
You're my brother through and through. I knew you wouldn't back down. You take the first step and I'll cover the remaining 99.
Li Hao arrived outside the banquet hall, spotted Zhang Jidong, and gave him a crooked smile before turning to greet the security guard.
This is my friend. He forgot his invitation. I'll escort him inside. All right.
The security guard, knowing Li Hao had arrived with Mu Qingwan, dared not obstruct them and promptly stepped aside.
Zhang Jidong entered the banquet hall. Surrounded by people dressed in designer suits, he couldn't help but feel a pang of inferiority.
He leaned in slightly and whispered to Li Hao.
Do you think I can measure up to these people? Why compare yourself to them? They're all daddy's boys. You made it on your own, how could you possibly be the same?
Li Hao gave Zhang Jidong a firm pat on the back, his eyes brimming with encouragement.
Chin up, chest out. You're my brother, don't embarrass me, okay? Got it.
Zhang Jidong returned the hearty pat, his confidence visibly boosted.
Mu Qingwan had been watching the entrance.
Spotting Li Hao and Zhang Jidong, she quickly tugged Sulan toward them.
This silly woman handles things quite well, she's sharp.
Sulan clearly has a thing for the chubby guy.
That look in her eyes is pure adoration, anyone can see it. Chapter 132, Mu Qingwan, don't you depend on me? Why are you here?
Sulan stared intently at Zhang Jidong, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Her heartbeat quickened involuntarily, as if awaiting a long-awaited answer. Hearing this, Zhang Jidong froze momentarily, feeling his own heart skip a beat. His mind went blank. He opened his mouth several times, but it felt as if something had lodged in his throat, preventing him from forming a single coherent sentence. Seeing his state, the anticipation in Sulan's eyes gradually faded. A wave of disappointment washed over her as she silently took the gift from Zhang Jidong's hands, trying her best to treat him like any other ordinary guest. Since you're here, find a seat yourself.
Damn it, that was such a perfect opportunity. You really chickened out, Fatso. If you'd confessed now and met old man Su, things would have been out in the open. Women are stubborn when it comes to feelings. If you win Sulan's heart, why worry about being together?
Li Hao watched from the sidelines, his heart burning with impatience.
Mu Qingwan noticed his agitation.
She stepped forward, pulled him aside, and whispered instructions into his ear. The banquet hall is crowded and full of prying eyes.
It's perfectly understandable that your brother feels awkward.
Later, find an opportunity to take them to the back garden for some privacy.
Alright, I'll take your word for it.
Li Hao found the plan sound, his gaze brimming with admiration for Mu Qingwan.
My woman, indeed. That little brain of hers works fast. If these two end up together, I absolutely must ask the fat man for a referral fee. Otherwise, I'll be out of pocket.
Sulan placed Zhang Jidong's gift on the table and was about to turn away when the Wang family's young master stopped her. This young master of the Wang family had always enjoyed a good reputation among the elders, always appearing gentle and refined. But those slightly younger knew what he was really like, just skilled at putting on a facade. Sulan knew deep down that even if she couldn't end up with Zhang Jidong, she would never marry this Wang family scion.
Young Master Wang, forcing a lady is hardly the act of a gentleman. Sulan gave him no sign of favor.
The young master felt slighted, though his expression remained unchanged.
After all, he had come with a mission today to win Sulan over. Miss Su, He was about to explain when Mu Qingwan interrupted him. From a distance, Mu Qingwan had witnessed the entire scene. Realizing Sulan was in trouble, she hurried over.
Lan, why are you still here?
The surprise for the old master in the back garden is almost ready.
You should hurry over and supervise. With that, Mu Qingwan lifted her eyes to meet the Wang family young master's gaze, her expression filled with regret.
Young Master Wang, I'm afraid I must take Lan away now.
With Mu Qingwan having made her position clear, the young master of the Wang family could not press the matter further and could only nod in understanding. With that matter settled, Su Lan hurried to the backyard with Mu Qingwan. The moment they entered, she was instantly stunned. The entire courtyard was filled with white bellflowers. The pure white blossoms swayed gently in the breeze, creating a dreamlike sea of flowers. Zhang Jidong stood in the center of the sea of flowers, his face tense with nervousness, tiny beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Yet his gaze was unwavering, as if he had made a profound decision. Spotting Sulan's arrival, Zhang Jidong drew a deep breath before stepping forward. His lips trembled slightly as he stammered out his confession. Sulan, I really like you.
His voice was hoarse, tinged with nervousness. I didn't want to rush this, but I heard your family is arranging a marriage for you, so I'm a bit panicked. These bellflowers are leftover from the hotel. I used them all. It might be a bit simple, but... Before Zhang Jidong could finish, Su Lan suddenly threw herself at him, wrapping her arms tightly around him. Tears glistened in her eyes as she declared firmly, I accept. From around the corner, Li Hao and Mu Qingwan secretly watched this tender scene, their hearts filled with emotion. Thank goodness I'm crafty and skilled at arranging flower displays, otherwise I wouldn't have made it in time. What's with that silly woman's envious look? You've had these things too, haven't you? What, feeling nostalgic? Ah, what can I say? You're my wife. I'll indulge you. While Mu Qingwan's attention was fixed on Su Lan and her husband, Li Hao slipped away quietly, intending to find the remaining flowers. Little did he know, the moment he left, Mu Qingwan noticed. She muttered under her breath, if I hadn't played along, did you really think you could slip away? Sigh. I'll have to pretend to be surprised later. What a sweet burden. With that, Mu Qingwan stopped watching Li Hao's retreating figure and turned back to observe Su Lan and the others. But was it just her imagination, or what? She couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching her, making her feel uneasy. Mu Qingwan composed herself and scanned her surroundings, only to find Qin Yu staring intently at her. When their eyes met, Qin Yu noticed the slight softening in Mu Qingwan's gaze. A faint smile touched his lips as he raised his wineglass in her direction. This seemingly harmless gesture only made Qin Yu appear more scheming. Mu Qingwan's heart tightened. She knew Qin Yu was cunning and scheming. While she wasn't afraid of him personally, she worried he might cause trouble here, potentially affecting Su Lan and the others. Just then, Li Hao returned. Seeing the scene, he immediately stepped in front of Mu Qingwan, blocking Qin Yu's line of sight. Leave it to me. Damn you, Qin Yu. If you dare cause trouble and upset Qingwan, I'll make sure you never have it easy again. Stubborn woman, why must you always be so strong? Can't you rely on me? Right. Where'd you go? Mu Qingwan held Li Hao's hand, feeling its warmth, and suddenly realized that leaning on him wasn't so bad after all. What else could I be doing? Preparing a surprise for you, of course. Guess what? Li Hao built suspense, setting the stage for his gift. Mu Qingwan knew exactly what he'd done, yet she played along, I can't guess. Then close your eyes. As soon as Li Hao finished speaking, Mu Qingwan obediently closed her eyes. Moments later, she felt a cool sensation on her index finger and instinctively opened her eyes to look. Ha! This is a ring I made from flowers. What do you think? Is it pretty? Li Hao asked expectantly. If that fatso hadn't taken all the flowers, would I have to resort to such a shabby alternative? But it's okay. This ring is quite delicate. The silly girl should like it. It's beautiful. I love it. Mu Qingwan gazed at the ring, her eyes brimming with emotion. Without any extra flowers, he used his own hands to make up for it. How could she not know how much thought Li Hao had put into this? The two clasped hands tightly, gazing deeply into each other's eyes. Just then, Zhang Jidong approached from behind and gave Li Hao a sharp pat on the back. What's with the act? You two are practically an old married couple still pulling this stuff? Fatso, don't forget you still owe me a favor. Li Hao blurted it out, and Zhang Jidong instantly tensed, reaching to cover his mouth. Don't say that. Fatso, for Su Lan's sake, I'll spare you the embarrassment and keep your dirty laundry under wraps. Alright, you two stop fooling around. Come with me to see Grandpa. Su Lan tugged Zhang Jidong's arm, refusing to let him back out. Just as they approached Old Master Su, Qin Yu appeared and spoke before they could. Grandfather, I've come today with the intention of asking for Miss Su Lan's hand in marriage. If you're willing, I'll offer half of Qin Corporation's shares. Half of Qin Corporation's shares? That's an astronomical sum. Such a lavish dowry truly shows immense respect. Old Master Su's expression flickered as he contemplated the offer. Just then, Su Lan's eldest uncle, Su Li, stepped forward, grasping Qin Yu's hand warmly. Is what you just said true? A gentleman's word is as good as gold. I would never go back on my promise. Qin Yu agreed readily. Hearing this, Su Li instantly perked up and leaned in to persuade Old Master Su. Father, this young man Qin has always enjoyed a good reputation in our circles and possesses considerable ability. Now he's willing to pay a sky-high price to marry Lana. This is a good thing. Marriage is a major life decision the children should decide for themselves. Old Master Su was stubborn and was about to refuse Qin Yu when Su Li interrupted him. If they're to decide for themselves, let them get to know each other first. Qin, would you be willing to pursue Lana sincerely? I'm willing, sir. I'll get to know Miss Qin properly and strive to formalize the engagement soon. Qin Yu smiled smugly, glancing at Su Lan. Su Lan, hearing their exchange, clenched the hand at her side. She was about to step forward to argue when Li Hao stopped her. Don't. Qin Yu is doing this on purpose. If you confront him now, rumors of discord within the Su family will spread tomorrow. Chapter 133, you should just pay more attention to me. Then the stock market will be shaken, and the Su Corporation will suffer heavy losses. And you, Su Lan, will be the scapegoat. Li Hao's expression was grave. He understood the malicious intent behind Qin Yu's actions. If Su Lan acted impulsively now and rumors of internal discord spread, the consequences would be unimaginable. That Qin Yu is like a persistent ghost, constantly sabotaging us. If anything happens to Su Lan, the fat man will be heartbroken. I absolutely cannot stand by and let that happen. He wants to scheme against us? Then I'll make sure the Qin family finds no peace. I need to quickly devise a plan to shift the focus to the Qins. Make them too preoccupied with their own troubles to stir up trouble here. Mu Qingwan sensed Li Hao's agitation and squeezed his hand gently, soothing him. It's fine. This is easily resolved. Just leak some scandalous gossip about Qin Yu, and old Master Su will see his true colors. Li Hao nodded and patted Zhang Jidong's shoulder. All relationships need to be tested. Don't give up, understand? He hoped Zhang Jidong would hold fast to his relationship with Su Lan amidst this complicated situation. I understand. When Zhang Jidong confessed his feelings, he had already braced himself for the storm. Now, he certainly wouldn't back down easily. Seeing everyone remained calm, Su Lan suppressed her inner turmoil. She tugged Zhang Jidong's hand and led him before old Master Su. Grandfather, allow me to introduce him. This is Zhang Jidong, the deputy manager of my jewelry store. He possesses extraordinary talent and has been very considerate toward me. He seems quite capable. Which family's young master is he? Old Master Su inquired instinctively. Su Lan paused, then answered firmly, he's not a young master from any family. He's built everything he has today through his own efforts. Lanner, when parents work hard, their children start from a higher position. Even if you don't consider yourself, you must consider the family. Before old Master Su could say anything, Su Lan's eldest uncle stepped in. His meaning was clear, he was hinting that Su Lan should prioritize the family's interests and choose a marriage partner who could better serve the family's ambitions. Fortunately, Su Lan had only introduced Zhang Jidong to her grandfather without revealing any deeper intentions. Thus, when confronted with Su Li's subtle hint, she simply feigned ignorance. What was uncle trying to imply? Was he planning to start his own company to secure a future for his sister? Su Li had always clung to the Su family, currying favor with old Master Su to secure more shares and solidify his position within the clan. At Su Lan's words, Su Li's expression instantly darkened. What nonsense are you spouting, Lanner? Our family's business requires my management. He felt a surge of anger and embarrassment, yet he couldn't afford to show it too obviously. All right. Su Lan nodded and didn't press the matter further. The tense atmosphere between the two did not escape old Master Su's notice. He shot Su Li a furious glare before beckoning to Mu Qingwan with a smile. Mu family girl, did you happen to see my granddaughter earlier? I did. And it was quite a coincidence, an old acquaintance. Mu Qingwan wore a sweet smile as she walked over to old Master Su's side, speaking obediently. Qin Yu stood by, unable to interject. Seeing no immediate advantage in this situation, he could only leave, feeling a bit resentful. These two women are quite formidable. Will they team up to suppress me and the fat guy in the future? No way. I need to limit their interactions from now on. Otherwise, I'll never have a moment's peace. Their combined strength is far more than just 1 + 1 = 2. Li Hao muttered to himself, determined not to face the consequences of these two clever women teaming up against him. Mu Qingwan overheard Li Hao's inner thoughts and couldn't help but reflect on herself. She didn't think she was usually that harsh, so why would he say that? It seemed she hadn't shown enough tenderness lately. Tonight, she'd make sure Li Hao experienced her gentleness firsthand. The birthday banquet concluded after 3 hours. Li Hao, Mu Qingwan, and Zhang Jidong departed together, while Su Lan accompanied old Master Su back to the Su residence. Su Lan didn't usually live at home, but today was the old master's birthday, so naturally she had to return to keep him company. On the way, Zhang Jidong looked troubled, clearly preoccupied with something. Li Hao noticed this and grew anxious. Why won't this chubby guy confide in me? How am I supposed to help? Seriously, what's there to fear? Uncle isn't your father, how could he stop you from marrying Su Lan? But that Qin Yu really needs to be dealt with. That dumb woman's idea seems pretty effective. But what kind of person could make Qin Yu lower his guard? It's still early to head back. Why don't we swing by the deep sea bar? Mu Qingwan suddenly spoke up. She knew Qin Yu was a regular there and figured dropping by might yield some useful information. Hearing this, Li Hao was about to ask when Mu Qingwan began explaining. I'm not going for drinks. We're going to find a way to deal with Qin Yu. Old Master Su may seem gentle on the surface, but he's fiercely strong-willed at heart. If he approves of Qin Yu, it'll be trouble. Qin Yu's facade must be torn down quickly and exposed for all to see. Got it. Without another word, Li Hao turned the car around and headed straight for the deep sea bar. This woman is truly sharp, she actually sensed the fat man's thoughts. So considerate. With a wife like this, what more could a man ask for? From now on, pamper her more every day, especially at night. You'll need to put in extra effort, hee. Li Hao's compliments were like seasoning for life, making Mu Qingwan both delighted and flushed with embarrassment. She also looked forward to just how much effort Li Hao would put in later. Meanwhile, Zhang Jidong's expression had eased considerably, clearly relieved. Deep-sea bar, a veritable melting pot where all walks of life mingled. Li Hao feared something might happen to Mu Qingwan, so he grabbed her hand and sternly reminded her, "Stay close to me later. Don't wander off." "Okay." Mu Qingwan nodded, feeling completely reassured. Lately, the Qin Corporation had been facing crisis after crisis. Qin Yu had been swamped with company affairs, leaving him no time to seek any fun. Today, having finally found some free time, he rushed to the deep-sea bar to seek out his deeply hidden hostess. This girl was a poor freshman in college, with an innocent appearance and no ulterior motives, making her quite alluring. Qin Yu kept her under his patronage at the bar, serving only him. They rarely went out together, so no one had ever seen them. Qin Yu was so confident in their secrecy that he eventually stopped bothering with disguises. This, however, became the crucial moment when Mu Qingwan discovered this vulnerability. Today, the three of them came here to investigate and happened to catch the two in an intimate moment. Mu Qingwan, overcome with excitement, tugged at Li Hao's sleeve. "Look, he really is here. Fatso, take a picture." Before Li Hao could finish speaking, he covered Mu Qingwan's eyes. "Why would a girl want to see such obscene things? Aren't you afraid of getting a sty? You women are something else, curious about everything. Why not just look at mine more often? Wait, does she frequent places like this? How else would she be so unfazed?" Chapter 134, How is her figure getting better every day? The more Li Hao thought about it, the more jealous he grew. Hearing his inner thoughts, Mu Qingwan sighed helplessly before explaining softly. "I rarely come to places like this. Don't misunderstand. Okay? I get it." Li Hao gave a light nod, instantly appeased. Deep down, he knew he'd overthought it. This woman's pretty sensible, knows how to explain herself. Not bad. We really are on the same wavelength. But seriously, this fat guy is taking way too long with the photos. Could he be hooked? Is the fat guy done yet? Li Hao asked quietly. Only then did Zhang Jidong snap out of it. He glanced at the finished photo and nodded. Done. Alright, let's go. Don't linger here, we don't want to get caught. No sooner had Li Hao spoken than his fears came true. Qin Yu inside the room sensed someone at the door. He shoved the college student aside and strode straight toward the entrance. Zhang Jidong froze in place, stunned. Li Hao shot him a disdainful glare, yanked him away, and blended into the dance floor. With the crowd thick, Qin Yu couldn't immediately spot who was at the door. After scanning the area and finding nothing amiss, he gave up, returning to the sofa and glaring at the woman before him. Why didn't you lock the door? If someone had snapped a photo, I'd hold you accountable. Young Master Qin, I know I was wrong. I'll be more careful next time. Please forgive me. The college girl cooed sweetly, her voice dripping with honey. Qin Yu was once again lost in her tender embrace, completely forgetting about the incident. Once out of danger, Li Hao and his two companions quickly left the dance floor and returned to their car. They checked the photos and videos they'd just taken extremely clear. With this evidence, they could fabricate exaggerated stories and utterly destroy Qin Yu's reputation. Perfect. With these photos and videos, Qin Yu's reputation was utterly ruined. Li Hao stared at the photos on his phone, a smug smile curling his lips. That bastard Qin Yu, a womanizer through and through. Now that we've got him by the balls, we'll make him pay dearly. Thanks to that dumb woman this time. Otherwise, making Qin Yu eat humble pie would have been no easy feat. Better reward her properly when I get back, haha. Having a good wife really saves so much trouble. Ah, bliss. Ahem. We still need to carefully plan how to maximize the impact of these photos. Mu Qingwan had been calmly analyzing the situation, but upon hearing Li Hao's inner thoughts, a blush spread across her lovely face, though she quickly suppressed it. This guy really has no sense of occasion. What kind of nonsense is he thinking about now? Exactly. We can't just release these photos publicly, it'll arouse Qin Yu's suspicion and might even turn old Master Su against us. I have an idea. A flash of inspiration lit up Mu Qingwan's mind. We could anonymously send these photos to several media outlets, letting them investigate and report on it. That way, we can stay out of it. My woman, you said exactly what I was thinking. Seems spending time with me has made her much more savvy, nothing like the original version where she got played by Qin Yu and lost everything. Wait, this woman just keeps getting more stunning. How does her figure get better day by day? What man could resist her in the future? Mu Qingwan rolled her eyes inwardly, wondering where she'd ever been foolish before. But her face soon lit up with delight. After all, Li Hao complimenting her looks was more thrilling than winning the lottery. Great idea. Li Hao nodded approvingly. This way, we can expose Qin Yu's true colors without arousing old Master Su's suspicion toward us. Let's proceed this way. Although Zhang Jidong wasn't particularly adept at these scheming games, he understood this was for Su Lan's own good and gave his full support. After the three agreed, Mu Qingwan immediately contacted several media outlets. She anonymously sent them the photos and videos, attaching suggestive captions that were more than enough to make the media smell the news value. The next day, major outlets flooded with reports on Qin Yu's scandalous bar escapade, each headline more sensational than the last. Qin Group's young master Qin Yu secretly meets female college student at bar, engaging in intimate behavior. Qin Yu's double life, business elite by day, bar regular by night. The decadent life of Qin Group's heir, Qin Yu's true colors exposed. The reports immediately caused a huge uproar. Qin Yu's reputation plummeted overnight. Upon seeing the reports, Old Master Su's face turned ashen. Qin Yu, you have truly disappointed me. Old Master Su slammed the newspaper onto the table in fury. How could such a person be worthy of my granddaughter? Upon learning of the reports, Su Lan felt a quiet sense of relief. She knew this must be the work of Li Hao and Mu Qingwan, and her heart filled with gratitude toward them. Grandfather, such a person isn't worth your anger. Su Lan gently comforted Old Master Su. Rest assured, I will find someone who truly cares for me. Grandpa Su looked into Su Lan's determined eyes, and his anger gradually subsided. Su Lan was a child with her own convictions. Since she had spoken so firmly, he could finally relax. Meanwhile, in Qin Yu's office, he tore the newspaper to shreds in fury. Deep down, he knew this was someone deliberately targeting him, and the most likely culprits were Li Hao and Mu Qingwan. Li Hao, Mu Qingwan, you just wait. Qin Yu swore through gritted teeth. I won't let you off easy. Meanwhile, Li Hao and Mu Qingwan sat leisurely in their office, watching Qin Yu's scandal continue to escalate online. Looks like our plan worked. Li Hao smiled with satisfaction. This is only the beginning. A cold gleam flashed in Mu Qingwan's eyes. Qin Yu won't give up easily. We still need to handle this carefully. Don't worry, I'm prepared. Li Hao clasped Mu Qingwan's hand, his eyes filled with resolve. Whatever tricks Qin Yu has up his sleeve, we'll counter them one by one. Mu Qingwan nodded. She trusted Li Hao's abilities and believed that together, there was nothing they couldn't overcome. Meanwhile, at the Su residence, Old Master Su had begun reconsidering Su Lan's marriage prospects. To him, Su Lan's happiness was paramount. As for those so-called family interests, he no longer placed much importance on them. Lanner, do you truly like that Zhang Jidong? Old Master Su asked earnestly. Su Lan nodded, her eyes filled with determination. Grandfather, I truly love him. Though he isn't the son of a prominent family, he treats me with genuine kindness and possesses remarkable abilities. Mr. Su gazed into Su Lan's earnest eyes and finally nodded. All right. Since you've made up your mind, Grandpa will support you. Overwhelmed with emotion, Su Lan threw her arms around Old Master Su. Thank you, Grandpa. You're the best. Meanwhile, on the Su family's side, Su Li's expression had turned grim. He had been counting on Su Lan's marriage to solidify his position within the Su family, but now it seemed that plan had completely fallen through. Su Lan, you rotten brat, how dare you ruin my plans? Su Li cursed through gritted teeth. Just you wait, I won't let you off easy. And that Li Hao, what business does he have meddling in the Su family's affairs? Chapter 135, trying to steal the spotlight here. Su Li's rage burned within him. He never imagined his plans would be ruined by a mere Su Lan. He turned, determined to seek out his younger brother Su Yuan to devise a countermeasure. Su Yuan, look at the mess Su Lan has caused. Su Li stormed into the room, fuming with rage. She actually rejected Qin Yu's proposal. This was a crucial marriage alliance for the future of our Su family. Su Yuan sat on the sofa, his brow furrowed. He understood the gravity of the situation. What did Qin Yu say? Sigh. Qin Yu won't let this go easily, but his reputation is tarnished now. We need to find a way to salvage the situation. Su Li paced anxiously as he spoke. We must first placate Qin Yu, then find a way to persuade the old master. As for Su Lan, we need to show her who's in charge of the Su family. Su Yuan said after a moment of deep thought. Su Yuan, what's your plan? Su Li's eyes lit up, as if he'd seen a glimmer of hope. We'll arrange a banquet, inviting Qin Yu and other influential figures. We'll make Su Lan look foolish at the event. Then the old man will naturally reconsider her worth. Su Yuan finished with a cold chuckle. Great idea. Su Li clapped his hands excitedly. Then we'll have people spread some negative rumors about Su Lan to ruin her reputation. The two exchanged a knowing smile, already envisioning Su Lan's miserable downfall. Meanwhile, Su Lan remained completely unaware. She was busy working alongside Zhang Jidong at the jewelry store. Since gaining her grandfather's support, her mood had lifted considerably, and she worked with renewed motivation. Su Lan, what do you think of this design? Zhang Jidong approached her with a design sketch in hand. Su Lan studied it carefully and nodded. It's excellent. This design is very creative. I'm sure customers will love it. Then I'll proceed with this design. Zhang Jidong's confidence soared with Su Lan's approval. Su Lan watched Zhang Jidong's busy figure with a smile, her heart brimming with happiness. She knew that no matter how turbulent the outside world became, as long as they supported each other, there was no obstacle they couldn't overcome. Meanwhile, Li Hao and Mu Qingwan weren't idle either. They knew Qin Yu and Su Li wouldn't give up easily, so they decided to take the initiative. Qingwan, reach out to our media contacts. Have them stand by to report on Su Li and Qin Yu's movements at any moment, Li Hao proposed. Alright, I'll handle it immediately. But we also need to prepare countermeasures in case they launch a sudden attack. Exactly. We must be prepared to protect Su Lan and Zhang Jidong. My wife really thinks of everything. If they get desperate and hurt the fat man, that'd be bad. But when will this silly woman ever be this considerate toward me? Still, I need to protect her too, lest she only thinks of others and neglects her own safety. Mu Qingwan listened, her heart sweet with the words. It seemed she could reward him too, though why keep such compliments bottled up? Wouldn't it be better to voice them? At Qin Group, Qin Yu paced restlessly in his office. His reputation was tarnished, stock prices were plummeting, he desperately needed a victory to turn things around. Mr. Qin, the Su family has sent an invitation for you to attend their banquet. His assistant knocked and entered to report. Qin Yu's eyes lit up. An opportunity had presented itself. Excellent. This is precisely what I need. Prepare everything. I intend to make a strong impression at the banquet and convince old Master Su to reconsider my value. At the Su family estate, preparations were underway for a grand charity auction. Having just concluded their birthday banquet, they secured the hosting rights for this charity auction, a feat that commanded admiration. The Su family truly seemed blessed with good fortune lately. Though old Master Su was well aware of Su Li and Su Yuan's ill intentions, he was more eager to see how Su Lan and Zhang Jidong would navigate the storm. After all, true character and capability could only be revealed through trials and tribulations. On the night of the auction, the Su family estate was ablaze with lights as luminaries from all walks of life gathered. Su Lan wore an elegant evening gown, while Zhang Jidong sported a well-tailored suit. Hand in hand, they made their entrance at the banquet, drawing numerous admiring glances. That fatso actually looks presentable dressed up like this. Still, he falls a bit short compared to me. Clothes really do make the man. Wonder if this woman likes seeing me dressed like this too. Probably going to sweep her off her feet. Mu Qingwan overheard Li Hao's inner monologue and inwardly scoffed at the self-absorbed fool. But she couldn't bring herself to argue, she genuinely did like Qingwan. Look at Su Lan and him, they really are a perfect match. Li Hao smiled and whispered to Mu Qingwan beside him. Mu Qingwan smiled and nodded. Yes, their love had weathered this storm and would surely endure. Yet as the two whispered, Su Li and Su Yuan lurked unseen in the crowd, quietly observing Su Lan and Zhang Jidong. The corners of their mouths lifted slightly, revealing a barely perceptible sly grin. Su Yuan, is the plan ready? It's time to show them what we're made of. Su Li murmured. Su Yuan nodded. Rest assured, I've made all the arrangements. Today, they'll be humiliated in front of everyone. Unaware of Su Li and Su Yuan's scheme, Su Lan and Zhang Jidong were busy greeting guests, showcasing their charm. Su Lan's elegance and Zhang Jidong's steadiness earned praise from many attendees. Midway through the auction, Su Li suddenly stepped onto the stage, cleared his throat, and captured everyone's attention. Distinguished guests, tonight we are honored to have Mr. Qin Yu of the Qin Group. During the intermission, he will present a spectacular performance for us. Su Li spoke, not forgetting to give Qin Yu a knowing glance from the stage. Qin Yu understood immediately, smiling as he stepped onto the stage. Holding a violin, he began to play. His gaze kept drifting toward Su Lan, as if hinting at something. This Qin Yu is like a persistent ghost. After embarrassing himself at the Su residence, now he wants to show off here to win Su Lan's favor? Look at him. Does he really think he's handsome? That's hilarious. What a clown. Su Lan hasn't even glanced his way. Looks like he's destined to fall flat on his face wherever he goes. Su Lan keenly sensed Qin Yu's intense, persistent gaze, yet she remained utterly unfazed. Instead, she nestled even closer to Zhang Jidong, their intimate display glaring at Qin Yu from the stage, filling him with seething hatred and grinding his teeth in rage. As the piece ended, Qin Yu set down his violin and strode directly toward old Master Su. Mr. Su, my feelings for Miss Su Lan are as clear as the heavens and as evident as the sun and moon. I am willing to prove my deep affection for her through my actions. Qin Yu spoke earnestly, attempting to sway old Master Su. Chapter 136, Ridiculous. Watch me expose you. Old Master Su smiled faintly. Qin Yu, I appreciate your feelings, but Miss Su Lan's happiness is what matters most. Seeing this, Su Li immediately interjected. Dad, we've all seen Qin Yu's sincerity. Why not let Su Lan and Qin Yu spend more time together? Maybe they'll spark something special. Upon hearing this, Su Lan stepped forward. Uncle, I already have someone in my heart, Zhang Jidong. Our feelings are genuine, and I don't want anyone interfering. Su Li sneered coldly. Su Lan, are you joking about the Su family's future? Have you considered how much benefit Qin Yu could bring us? My happiness isn't a bargaining chip. I won't sacrifice my love for profit. Su Lan's words were firm and resolute. Zhang Jidong stepped forward without hesitation, clasping Su Lan's hand tightly. Mr. Su, though I come from humble origins, I will cherish Su Lan with all my heart and prove my worth through my dedication. Mr. Su gazed at the unwavering determination in Su Lan and Zhang Jidong's eyes. His answer was already clear. Very well. I respect Su Lan's choice. Her happiness is what matters most to me. Upon hearing these words, Su Li and Su Yuan's faces instantly darkened. Su Li, unwilling to accept this, tried to speak further, but was silenced by a stern look from old Master Su. Very well. Let the banquet continue. Mr. Su's voice carried an unquestionable authority that silenced everyone present. This old man truly understands what matters most. But judging by the looks on those two jerks' faces, they're probably still plotting something. I'll have to keep a close eye on them. They absolutely cannot be allowed to jeopardize my brother's future. Though Su Li felt resentful, he could only concede for now. Lowering his voice, he whispered to Su Yuan, "We can't just stand by and let them succeed. We need a more thorough plan." Su Yuan nodded, a flicker of ruthlessness crossing his eyes. "Don't worry. I already have a plan. Tonight, I'll make Su Lan and Zhang Jidong look like fools in front of everyone." A wicked grin spread across Su Li's face. "Good. I'll be waiting to see the show." The banquet continued, with Su Lan and Zhang Jidong becoming the focal point of everyone's attention. They moved gracefully among the guests, showcasing their charm and talent. Every smile from Su Lan and every handshake from Zhang Jidong seemed effortlessly natural and impeccable. Qin Yu watched from the sidelines, his eyes nearly popping out of his head with rage. His heart was filled with resentment. He resolved to stir up trouble at the banquet, to humiliate Su Lan and Zhang Jidong. That Su Lan, she actually rejected me. I'll make her regret it. Qin Yu vowed silently to himself. He slipped away from the banquet hall, preparing to execute his plan. Li Hao and Mu Qingwan followed closely behind, knowing Qin Yu wouldn't give up easily. They had to stay vigilant. Li Hao whispered to Mu Qingwan. "I'll follow Qin Yu. You stay here and assist Su Lan and the fat guy." Mu Qingwan nodded. "Be careful. Qin Yu isn't someone to be taken lightly." Li Hao gave a slight smile. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." He quietly followed behind Qin Yu, ready to intervene at the critical moment. Meanwhile, Mu Qingwan returned to the banquet hall, her gaze fixed intently on Su Lan and Zhang Jidong, ready to respond to any potential crisis. Su Lan sensed Mu Qingwan's gaze and approached her, whispering softly, "Qingwan, thank you for your and Li Hao's constant support." Mu Qingwan smiled in response. "We're friends. It's what we should do. Just focus on what you need to do. Leave the rest to us." Su Lan nodded, her eyes brimming with gratitude. She knew that with Li Hao and Mu Qingwan by her side, she and Zhang Jidong would surely weather the storm. As the banquet reached its climax, Old Master Su slowly rose to his feet. He was about to announce an important decision. In an instant, the entire banquet hall fell silent, awaiting the elder's words. Old Master Su cleared his throat. "Today, on the occasion of this auction, I wish to announce a significant decision. Su Lan and Zhang Jidong's relationship has earned my approval. I have decided to support their marriage. Once an auspicious date is chosen, they may become engaged. I sincerely invite everyone to attend the banquet celebrating this occasion." A wave of enthusiastic applause filled the banquet hall. Su Lan and Zhang Jidong exchanged a smile, their eyes brimming with happiness and gratitude. With the elder Su's blessing, they felt as if a beautiful future was unfolding before their eyes, their hearts brimming with deep affection for each other and anticipation for their life together. Qin Yu watched from the corner, a flash of ruthlessness crossing his eyes. He knew this fierce battle of interests and emotions had only just begun. In his mind, this was far from over, it was merely the beginning. How could he possibly accept defeat so easily? Amidst this warm moment, a woman suddenly burst into the banquet hall, her hair disheveled as she lunged toward Zhang Jidong and Su Lan. The banquet hall had been filled with warmth and harmony, with Old Master Su's endorsement solidifying the family's acceptance of Su Lan and Zhang Jidong's relationship. Yet this tranquility was shattered by the sudden appearance of a woman. Her hair was disheveled, her emotions raw as she charged toward Su Lan and Zhang Jidong, screaming, "Zhang Jidong, how could you do this to me?" The scene left everyone present stunned, including Su Lan and Zhang Jidong, who looked utterly bewildered. Li Hao and Mu Qingwan exchanged a quick glance, both realizing this might be Qin Yu's scheme. "Qin Yu, oh Qin Yu, I really did overestimate you. You just love pulling stunts like this. The same tactics he used against me are now being deployed on the fat man? Sigh, he's beyond redemption. What era is this, still resorting to such underhanded tactics? Ridiculous. Just wait until I expose you." Li Hao had long anticipated Qin Yu's devious maneuvers and prepared countermeasures in advance. Seizing the moment, Li Hao stepped forward, positioning himself between the woman and Su Lan and Zhang Jidong. "Miss, may I ask who you are? What grievance do you have with Zhang Jidong?" Li Hao asked calmly. Her eyes brimming with tears, the woman pointed at Zhang Jidong with a pitiful expression. He promised to marry me. Now he wants to marry this woman instead." Zhang Jidong looked utterly shocked and denied it vehemently. "I don't even know you. How could I have promised to marry you?" Su Lan clasped Zhang Jidong's hand tightly. Though a flicker of unease crossed her eyes, her gaze held more trust in Zhang Jidong. She knew Zhang Jidong's character well and firmly believed he would never betray such a promise. Chapter 137, Fatso, you finally act like a man. Li Hao's mind raced as he formulated a countermeasure. Mu Qingwan also sprang into action, approaching Old Master Su and whispering softly. "Grandfather, this might be Qin Yu's scheme. We can't let him ruin the relationship between Su Lan and Zhang Jidong. Old Master Su frowned deeply, clearly recognizing the danger. He prepared to order security to escort the woman out, preserving both the banquet's decorum and the family's dignity. What proof do you have? Li Hao seized the moment before she was expelled to press the question. He knew this wasn't the moment to fully expose her scheme. He needed more concrete evidence to make Qin Yu's true colors show. If she were thrown out now, there would be no follow-up. The woman tremblingly pulled a crumpled piece of paper from her bag and handed it to Li Hao. This is the promise letter he wrote to me. Li Hao took the paper and glanced at it. It did bear Zhang Jidong's signature, but the content was vague and contained no specific commitments. He already knew in his heart this was nothing more than a forgery Qin Yu had arranged. Fatso, do you recognize this? He handed the paper to Zhang Jidong. This absolutely wasn't written by me. I don't even know her. Zhang Jidong glanced at it and shook his head immediately. I believe you, Jihong. Su Lan clasped Zhang Jihong's hand tightly, her eyes brimming with trust. At that moment, Mu Qingwan stepped forward and said, Miss, if you have no other evidence, I suggest you refrain from making baseless accusations here. Seeing this, the woman seemed flustered. She began to cry, attempting to elicit sympathy from the assembled guests. But Old Master Su snorted coldly. The Su family will not tolerate such baseless accusations. Security, escort her out immediately. Wait. This time, however, Su Yuan intervened. Turning to the assembled guests with a hint of smug satisfaction, he declared. Ladies and gentlemen, an unfortunate incident has occurred within the Su family today. But rest assured, we will handle this matter appropriately. The Su family will never show favoritism or injustice to anyone. Su Yuan's words sparked murmurs among the guests, but he had successfully captured everyone's attention. Li Hao grew inwardly wary, knowing Su Yuan wouldn't pass up this chance to smear Su Lan and Zhang Jidong. Mu Qingwan also sensed Su Yuan's hostility and whispered to Li Hao. We must be cautious of Su Yuan. He might use that woman to stir up more trouble. Li Hao nodded, his eyes flashing with resolve. Rest assured, I won't let him succeed. Su Lan clasped Zhang Jidong's hand tightly, her voice trembling slightly. Jihong, I trust you, but I fear this matter will affect us. Zhang Jidong squeezed Su Lan's hand tightly, his voice steady and resolute. Lanner, no matter what happens, I'll protect you. I'll protect our love. Fatso, you finally act like a man. That's how a man protects his woman. I'm behind you. That old fox Su Yuan is clearly trying to stir up trouble. I need to figure out a way to help Fatty smooth things over. Old Master Su's gaze swept over Su Yuan and the woman. His voice carried an authority that brooked no argument. Su Yuan, you'd best not complicate this matter. Otherwise, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Su Yuan's expression changed abruptly. He clearly hadn't expected Old Master Su to say that, but he quickly regained his composure. Father, I only seek the truth to be revealed. I do not wish to bring shame upon the Su family. Li Hao sneered inwardly. He knew Su Yuan's words sounded noble and righteous, but in reality, they were riddled with calculation. Su Yuan, what exactly do you mean by that? Li Hao stepped forward, meeting Su Yuan's gaze with unwavering resolve in his voice. Do you really want to cause a scene in front of all these prominent figures? Su Yuan felt uneasy under Li Hao's intense gaze, but he quickly regained his composure and let out a cold laugh. Li Hao, are you accusing me? I merely wish to uncover the truth. Is that wrong? Li Hao sneered inwardly, but he knew this was no time for impulsiveness. He had to stay calm. Mu Qingwan stepped forward, her voice calm yet firm. If you truly care about the Su family's reputation, you should stop this farce immediately. Don't let outsiders laugh at us. A flicker of approval passed through Old Master Su's eyes as he looked at Mu Qingwan and nodded. Qingwan is right, Su Yuan. Stop this nonsense. Su Yuan's expression darkened further. He hadn't expected even the patriarch to side with Mu Qingwan. He turned to glare at the woman, his eyes flashing with malice. He had intended to use this opportunity to let her speak and further discredit Zhang Jidong, but now his hands were tied. Explain this to me, he demanded. Startled by Su Yuan's glare, the woman took a step back. A flicker of panic crossed her eyes, but she quickly regained her resolve. Everything I said is true. Zhang Jidong really promised to marry me. Li Hao sneered inwardly. He knew he needed more compelling evidence to expose her lies at this moment. Then tell us, Li Hao pressed, when and where exactly did Zhang Jidong make this promise to you? Li Hao pressed. The woman stammered, clearly unable to answer, her gaze shifting nervously. Su Lan stared at the woman coldly, her voice tinged with contempt. Miss, you can't even specify the exact time and place, yet you expect us to believe your story? Zhang Jidong stepped forward, his voice firm. I, Zhang Jidong, may not be a great man, but I would never betray my word. Young lady, I don't know who sent you, but I can assure you I never agreed to marry you. Old Master Su turned his gaze toward the woman, a flicker of anger in his eyes. Young lady, if you cannot produce evidence, do not blame me for being impolite. Seeing the situation turn against her, the woman suddenly burst into tears, attempting to win sympathy with her tears. I just want someone to lean on. I don't want to be alone. Her tears glistened harshly under the banquet hall's dazzling lights. Her sobs stirred sympathy among the guests, yet Li Hao's heart remained utterly unmoved. He knew this was all an act, and he must expose it. Miss, if you truly need someone to lean on, you should seek out someone genuinely willing to support you, not falsely accuse an innocent person here. Li Hao's voice was not loud, yet every person present heard him clearly. The woman's sobs abruptly ceased. A flicker of panic crossed her eyes, swiftly replaced by resolve. Everything I said is true. Zhang Jidong really promised to marry me. Chapter 138. Rest assured, my skills are top-notch. Though her voice remained loud, it now carried a noticeable edge of self-doubt, lacking the earlier certainty. This woman really is stubborn to the end. If I hadn't been prepared, I would have fallen for it. By now, the police should be arriving. Just stall her, don't let her escape, and we'll expose the mastermind behind this. Li Hao sneered inwardly, then turned to Old Master Su. Old Master, I believe it's best to leave this matter to the police. They will uncover the truth for us. Old Master Su nodded, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. Li Hao is right. This isn't something we can resolve privately. Security, call the police. Su Yuan's face instantly drained of color. He hadn't anticipated things escalating to this point. He rushed forward, trying to stop him. Old Master, there's no need to make such a big deal out of this. Family matters should be handled within the family. Family matters? Li Hao retorted. Weren't you just urging this woman to continue speaking? Li Hao stared coldly at Su Yuan, his eyes brimming with contempt. Su Yuan took a step back under Li Hao's piercing gaze, his voice trembling slightly. I was just. Just what? Just trying to use this woman to achieve your own hidden agenda? Li Hao's voice grew harsher. Su Lan clasped Zhang Jidong's hand tightly, her eyes brimming with resolve. Grandfather, I trust Jihong, and I trust the law will give us a fair answer. Old Master Su nodded, a flicker of relief passing through his eyes. Very well. I trust you both. Security, call the police immediately. Just then, the banquet hall doors swung open as a group of police officers entered. Who's in charge here? The lead officer demanded. Old Master Su stepped forward. I am the head of the Su family. We received a report alleging defamation and fraud here. The individuals involved will need to accompany us. The officer's gaze swept across the banquet hall, finally settling on the woman. Her face instantly drained of color, and her body began to tremble. I didn't. She tried to defend herself, but her faint voice sounded utterly powerless in this solemn atmosphere. Whether fraud is involved will be investigated thoroughly at the police station. The officer stepped forward and swiftly led the woman out of the banquet hall. Su Yuan's face darkened considerably. He hadn't anticipated things escalating to this point. He shot Li Hao a fierce glare before turning and storming out of the banquet hall. Li Hao watched Su Yuan's retreating figure, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. After this commotion, the atmosphere in the banquet hall gradually returned to normal. Old Master Su rose to his feet, his voice tinged with apology. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the spectacle tonight. I reiterate that Su Lan and Zhang Jidong's feelings are genuine, and I support their marriage. With the Su family matter settled, Li Hao dragged his weary body into Mu Qingwan's car. Though exhausted, his eyes couldn't help but keep glancing at Mu Qingwan's legs. Today's farce really wore me out, but thankfully it ended without incident. No harm came to Fatty and the others. I have to admit, my wife's legs, wow, the more I look, the better they get. Those curves, that proportion, absolutely perfect. If only she'd wear black or white stockings, that would be even more captivating. No, I need to find a chance to suggest it to her. Mu Qingwan's face flushed with barely perceptible blush and fluster. Meeting Li Hao's gaze, she shot him a fierce glare. If you're tired, just get some rest in the car. Stop staring around like that. Li Hao chuckled at her words, closed his eyes, and drifted off, his heart brimming with delight. This woman's been surprisingly gentle today. She didn't even scold me, just asked if I was tired. I'm crying tears of joy. She used to be so critical of me, but this sudden change in attitude has me feeling both flattered and bewildered. Maybe my performance at the Su family today made her see me in a new light? Mu Qingwan was momentarily speechless, her heart filled with both embarrassment and annoyance. She wanted to stop the car and give him a good pinch for teasing her like this. Li Hao leaned back in his seat, eyes slightly closed, yet a satisfied smile played at the corners of his mouth. Soon, the car came to a stop in the garage. His thoughts drifted back to Mu Qingwan. The care she had inadvertently shown had warmed his heart. Mu Qingwan seemed to sense Li Hao's gaze and asked softly, "What are you smiling about? Up to something mischievous again?" Li Hao opened his eyes and looked at Mu Qingwan, his gaze holding both teasing and deep affection. "I was wondering why my Qingwan is being so gentle today. Could something good be about to happen?" Mu Qingwan shot him a glare, but the flush on her cheeks betrayed her inner blush and delight. "Stop flattering yourself. I just saw you were tired and wanted you to rest properly." Li Hao chuckled. He reached out and gently took Mu Qingwan's hand. "I know you're just looking out for me." Mu Qingwan tried to pull her hand away, but Li Hao held it tighter. She could only let him hold her, though her words remained defiant. Who cares about you? I just don't want you causing a scene in the car. Li Hao paid no mind, savoring this rare intimacy and tranquility. The two returned home together. The moment they stepped inside, Li Hao stretched lazily. Home still felt cozy. The next instant, his gaze fell upon Mu Qingwan's S-class figure, and suddenly, he felt a surge of desire. Qingwan, you worked hard today. Would you like me to give you a massage? Li Hao spoke as he headed toward the kitchen. Or perhaps I could brew you a cup of tea? Mu Qingwan slipped off her high heels and into comfortable slippers. She walked over to the sofa, sat down, and gently rubbed her calves. Do you really know how to massage? Don't make it hurt worse. Li Hao smiled as he approached, gently pressing Mu Qingwan's shoulders. Don't worry, my technique is top-notch. With that, Mu Qingwan lay face down on the sofa, allowing Li Hao better access especially to her lower back, which had grown stiff from recent busyness. The moment Li Hao reached her waist, the atmosphere instantly grew a bit suggestive. Goodness, what a slender waist. And such smooth skin. Good thing I rescued her. Imagine if some sleazy guy had taken advantage of her, what a waste that would be. But, should I really massage lower? Wouldn't that make me seem improper? But those hips are so beautiful any man would want to touch them. Though his thoughts wandered, Li Hao's hands never crossed the line. Even though their relationship had improved significantly, he still couldn't bring himself to make such a vulgar move. Hearing Li Hao's inner thoughts, Mu Qingwan felt satisfied at first. But when he still didn't make a move, she grew speechless. Doesn't he even know how to take advantage of a golden opportunity? Did he really need to wait until she stripped completely naked before he'd finally get the hint? Chapter 139, Underground Overlord? What, is this a TV drama? That said, Li Hao's technique was undeniably skilled. Mu Qingwan's furrowed brows gradually smoothed out. Keep massaging me. It feels so good. Mu Qingwan murmured softly before closing her eyes, savoring the tranquility and comfort. After several days of calm, Li Hao's life seemed to return to normal. One day, as Li Hao sat leisurely on the sofa watching TV, his phone suddenly pinged with a new message. He unlocked the screen to find the sender both familiar and unfamiliar. The contact note revealed it was his long-lost classmate. In his memory, she always wore a faint smile, quietly sitting by the classroom window, a very gentle girl. The message was simple, just a single line, old classmate, free anytime? Meet me at Time Cafe. Li Hao felt puzzled. He hadn't seen this old classmate in ages. Why was she suddenly inviting him for coffee? He didn't want to go, but curiosity got the better of him. Little did Li Hao know that soon, he would regret his choice. He stepped into the place called Time Cafe. Its decor was vintage and elegant, as if it could truly transport one back to the old days. Li Hao scanned the room, searching for the figure he remembered. Li Hao, over here. A familiar voice called out. He turned to see a woman in a long black dress waving at him. Tall and slender, she stood well over 5 feet 7 inches, making her stand out in the crowd. Her legs were straight and long. Peeking out from beneath the hem of her dress, her calves were as white as jade, glowing with a healthy sheen, flawless and perfectly proportioned. The black dress clung tightly to her form, perfectly accentuating her slender waist that could be grasped in one hand. Following the smooth curve downward were her perfectly rounded hips, neither exaggerated nor understated, embodying feminine softness and grace. Her features remained largely unchanged, yet her style now carried an air of maturity and mystery. A faint, almost imperceptible smile played at the corners of her lips, leaving one guessing at its meaning. Holy crap, those legs are unreal. So white and straight, she's the epitome of perfect legs. Compared to my silly wife, these legs are on par, though when it comes to the chest, my Qingwan still takes the crown. Who knew after all these years she'd blossom into such a sexy, captivating woman? But what's with this sudden invitation? It can't just be a simple reunion, right? I'd better be careful. Yilan, it's been years, but you haven't changed a bit. Li Hao smiled as he walked over and sat across from the woman. His smile remained unchanged on the surface, yet his guard was up. Years of experience had taught him that unusual events often concealed something sinister. Behind this seemingly ordinary reunion, there was likely a hidden secret. Yilan smiled faintly, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. You're still so trusting, Li Hao. Li Hao froze slightly, sensing the subtle shift in the atmosphere. Before he could react, several men in black suits suddenly appeared, surrounding them completely. What's going on? Li Hao frowned and asked. We were supposed to just grab coffee, but now 3 burly guys have pinned me down. What the hell is this all about? Could this be a honey trap? But I didn't do anything. Damn it. I should have brought Mu Qingwan along. Today's a total bust. Yilan looked at Li Hao and sighed softly, a hint of resignation in her eyes. Li Hao, I never expected this to happen, but I must take you to see someone. Who? A sense of foreboding rose in Li Hao's heart. The ruler of this city's underground underworld. Yilan murmured. Li Hao's pupils contracted slightly, and the coffee he'd just been about to swallow nearly sprayed out. His eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell? Underground kingpin? This is straight out of a soap opera. Who in their right mind would come up with such a melodramatic plot? Li Hao forced himself to calm down. He knew panic would be useless now. The urgent priority was to find a way out, otherwise, his life might truly be in danger. His mind raced, searching for possible countermeasures. Why did you do this? A tremor tinged Li Hao's voice. Yilan offered no reply. She simply rose silently, shot Li Hao a meaningful glance, then turned toward the cafe's back door, clearly urging him to follow. They slipped through the back door into a concealed passageway. At the passageway's end stood a heavy iron door. The woman tapped lightly, and the door slowly swung open, revealing a lavishly decorated room. Seated in the room's center was a middle-aged man. A vicious scar marred his face, and his gaze was as sharp as an eagle's. He looked at Li Hao, a cold smile curling his lips. "You're Li Hao. I've been waiting for you for a long time." The man's voice was deep and commanding. Li Hao's heart tightened. He knew he might be facing an unprecedented crisis. Yet his face betrayed no fear. He asked calmly, "Who are you? What do you want with me?" The man rose and slowly approached Li Hao. "You may call me Night Owl. As for why I seek you out, naturally, there is a deal to be discussed." His real name was Yi Xiao, but in the underworld, he was known as Night Owl, a predator of the shadows. Countless thoughts flashed through Li Hao's mind. He knew this deal could be a matter of life and death. "Mr. Night Owl, I'm just an ordinary man. I don't know what I could possibly offer you." Li Hao forced his voice to sound calm. Night Owl chuckled, picked up a document from the table, and handed it to Li Hao. "This is a contract. Sign it, and we become partners." Li Hao took the document and scanned it quickly, his brow furrowing deeply. The contents involved illegal transactions. Signing it would mean stepping onto a path with no return. "I can't sign this." Li Hao placed the document back on the table and stated firmly. Night Owl's expression darkened. He hadn't expected Li Hao to refuse so decisively. "Li Hao, you'd better reconsider. Those who refuse me usually don't end well." Li Hao stood up, meeting Night Owl's gaze directly. "I know it's dangerous, but I can't break the law just to protect myself. If you choose to act against me because of this, I can't stop you, but I will never yield." Night Owl fell silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed. "Good. You've got backbone. I like people like you." He waved his hand, signaling his men to release Li Hao. "You're free to go. Consider today's events never happened." Li Hao was somewhat surprised, but he didn't ask any questions. He immediately turned and left this dangerous place. He knew he'd narrowly escaped this time, but the storm was far from over. Shortly after Li Hao departed, Yilan grinned as she sidled up behind Night Owl and began kneading his shoulders. "So, are you satisfied?" The latter frowned slightly, seemingly displeased with Yilan's performance. "We'll need to see his background and connections to know for sure. I've already sent someone to follow him." Yilan merely smiled at the remark, not taking it too seriously. "Oh, Dad, it's just a romance. Why make such a big deal out of it?" Yi Xiao couldn't really get angry at her. His daughter had truly been spoiled rotten by him. He'd arranged a suitable match for her, yet she claimed she'd already set her sights on a young man. But seeing him today, he was actually quite interesting. Most young men would be scared to tears coming here, yet this one had the guts to refuse me. That's something. Still, the lad you brought along isn't half bad. You've got good taste. Yilan chuckled, a sly gleam flashing in her eyes as she added. Father, don't get too excited. This fellow is already married. Yi Xiao could no longer sit still. His usual composed demeanor vanished as he slammed his hand on the table and stood up. Chapter 140, I have a wife. Daughter, we don't mess with married men. Yilan blinked, flicking her shoulder-length, jet-black hair nonchalantly. Dad, even though he's married, I still have a chance. Besides, I've finally met someone I genuinely like, how could I just let him go? In her view, if you like someone, you should pursue them fiercely. Marital status be damned. Success meant fulfilling her heart's desire. Failure only proved his loyalty and validated her discerning eye. Either outcome was good news, so Yilan was determined not to let it go. Yi Xiao gazed at his daughter's dreamy eyes. Though his heart ached, he could only shake his head and sigh helplessly. Fine, have it your way. But just one thing, know your limits. You handle it. After all, he cherished his only daughter like the apple of his eye. He figured if her straightforward advances were rebuffed, he could simply step in to smooth things over later. Li Hao returned home, still shaken by the events of the day. He collapsed onto the sofa and grabbed a glass of water from the table, gulping it down in one go. Close call, almost went down the wrong path. At that moment, a flood of memories surged through his mind, and he suddenly remembered. Yilan, the daughter of a crime lord, was a supporting character in the original story. Despite her powerful family background, she met a tragic end due to poor choices in men. According to the plot, she was supposed to marry a man named Xiaopang, who was portrayed in the book as Qin Yu's cousin. Xiaopang, a returnee from overseas, operated as the provincial Hummer dealership owner on the surface. Behind the scenes, however, he ran a dark industry, sourcing organ matches for wealthy foreign businessmen and trafficking people. He approached Yilan specifically because her family's connections to the underworld could facilitate his illicit operations. Throughout the story, Yilan, who had always been sheltered, lacked discernment. Faced with Xiaopeng's advances, she became utterly captivated, hopelessly ensnared by his seduction. The inevitable outcome was clear, framed by Xiaopeng, she took the fall for his crimes. Not only was the Yi family destroyed, but Yilan herself was thrown into prison, ultimately succumbing to despair and death. What a tragic and brutal life indeed. What puzzled Li Hao was this: why would Yilan suddenly seek him out after so many years apart? Could it be she really wanted to lure him into the underworld? Is this another plot twist? Let's be honest, could this underworld heiress actually have feelings for me? After all, with my protagonist aura, you never know. Though such thoughts might seem a bit narcissistic, Li Hao was now utterly confident in his own charm. Looking at it another way, if his intervention could alter Yilan's fate, it might actually be a good thing. Evening. The last lingering rays of the setting sun streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a soft glow over the marble tiles. Mu Qingwan had called earlier, saying she had an important meeting and telling Li Hao to fend for himself with dinner. Bored, Li Hao opened his phone to find another message from that familiar contact. Li Hao, I've reserved a table at Sia restaurant. 8 o'clock sharp, don't be late. A cute emoji trailed the message. Alright, now Li Hao was certain she had ulterior motives. Coffee shop by day, Western restaurant by night. Now he only hoped he'd emerge from this rendezvous with both his body and virtue intact. After saying goodbye to Mu Qingwan, Li Hao set off precisely on time. The Xi'an restaurant boasted luxurious yet tasteful decor, with melodious Western tunes playing softly in the background. Under the warm, dim lighting, the wine glasses swayed, casting faint, shimmering reflections. Given the hefty price per person, the clientele here was predominantly society's elite. Li Hao sat upright, his gaze fixed on the woman across the table. She wore a black strapless evening gown, her fair skin exposed just enough. Her makeup was exquisitely applied, her lips a vibrant red, as if she were a blooming rose. Yet this appearance was a stark contrast to her daytime self. Li Hao, I knew you'd come. Yilan spoke softly, lifting the stemmed glass beside her with graceful elegance. She swirled it gently, sending ripples through the crimson liquid within. Li Hao chuckled softly, nodding slightly as he replied with unwavering resolve. Yilan, I won't be making any deals with you. Give up on that idea. He was a model young man, upright and incorruptible, untouched by gambling, prostitution, or drugs. Yilan suddenly smiled, a faint blush spreading across her cheeks. She fluttered her alluring eyes, fixing them intently on Li Hao. Yet beneath that restless gaze lay something deeper, a yearning. Li Hao, you misunderstand me. That incident earlier today was merely a test my father and I set for you, and you've already passed it. Li Hao's pupils flinched, leaving him speechless. Damn it, it really was a test. They must be bored out of their minds to come up with something this pointless. So the test is over. What now? Don't tell me I'm the perfect match for the Yi family. Crazy? Crazy is good. Watching the animated expressions play across the face before her, Yilan's smile grew even brighter. She was now even more certain that the sudden voice in her ear was coming from Li Hao's heart. Her growing fondness for Li Hao stemmed from overhearing such amusing inner thoughts at a business dinner she'd reluctantly attended the previous week. That day, she'd reluctantly attended the tedious event at a friend's invitation. Resigned to killing time, she unexpectedly overheard a few complaints. When the hell is this stupid party gonna end? I'd rather be at home sleeping in. These sunflower seeds are pretty good, nice and crunchy. After several confirmations, Yilan pinpointed the source of these whispers to Li Hao, who was cracking sunflower seeds nearby. The sight of this man dressed impeccably in a tailored suit, yet inwardly grumbling like a child, struck a peculiar chord within Yilan. This striking contrast resonated deeply with her, stirring something within. The daytime invitation and their current meeting further confirmed to her that the inner voice truly belonged to Li Hao. Yilan's lips curved upward as she declared triumphantly, therefore, you are the suitable candidate to become the Yi family's son-in-law. Li Hao. Actually, I like you. I've liked you for a very long time. Though it was only a week ago. Li Hao was stunned. He hadn't expected to guess correctly. But his expression remained unruffled as he said earnestly, thank you for your feelings, but I have a wife. He had to refuse, after all, he was a good man. I know you have a wife, she replied softly, her eyes glistening with emotion. But having a wife doesn't mean the bond between us ends, does it? Otherwise, why would you agree to meet me tonight? Yilan spoke softly, her eyes glistening with moisture. Besides, you agreed to meet me because your wife can't satisfy you, right? You're actually looking for excitement, aren't you? Chapter 141, Don't be so awkward. Yilan's voice was soft and melodious, while beneath the table, her feet grew restless. She slipped off her high heels and began moving her legs against Li Hao's like a water snake. Li Hao's brow furrowed as he felt the hem of his trousers being lifted at the ankle, the silky smooth fabric sliding up his calf. Damn it, did it have to be this intense? How am I supposed to defend against a zero-frame opener? Cut it out, I've got a wife and family. My heart's as cold as a fishmonger's knife. He hurriedly clamped his legs together, terrified that any delay would cost him his virtue. Miss Yilan, please restrain yourself. But this righteous yet flustered expression only endeared him more to Yilan. Seeing this, Yilan obediently withdrew her foot and slipped back into her high heels. Li Hao, I know you have a wife, but I don't mind. If you're willing, I can offer you far more excitement and thrills. What do you say? She propped her face in her hands, eyeing her prey with keen interest. You don't mind, but I do. I have a wife. I have a wife, damn it. I distinctly remember Yilan during our student days all in white, pure and quiet. Was that just an act? Or does this girl automatically transform into a wild horse when she meets someone she likes? If it weren't for wanting to do a good deed and save you from Xiaopeng's clutches, I wouldn't want to get involved in this mess. Seriously, this crazy chick seems like she's got people wrapped around her finger, yet somehow Xiaopeng managed to fleece her down to her underwear. Yilan heard these thoughts and couldn't help but twitch her lips slightly. Xiaopeng? Who is Xiaopeng? Could she really be deceived by Xiaopeng? Impossible, she didn't even know the man. Despite her confusion and disbelief, a shadow of doubt quietly settled in her heart. But compared to this person whose very existence was uncertain, Yilan was far more preoccupied with how to secure the one she cherished. She continued her offensive, her voice sweet and velvety. Li Hao, are you sure you don't want to give it a try with me? It might just open the door to a whole new world. Miss Yilan, please behave yourself. I'm already married. I admit you're beautiful, but there's really no possibility between us. You're young now, the perfect time to focus on your career. It's best not to get bogged down in petty romantic entanglements. Li Hao spoke earnestly, his expression solemn. Under normal circumstances, he would have walked away long ago. The only reason he lingered was to avoid cutting things off completely. By leaving a sliver of possibility, he could keep Yilan's affection alive. When your heart belongs to one person, there's no room for another. That way, Yilan wouldn't fall for Xiaopeng and could escape his clutches. He wasn't trying to string her along, this was a well-intentioned plan. As long as he didn't break his principles or betray anyone, Mu Qingwan should understand. But Yilan, stubborn as she was, could only hear the words "you're beautiful" as Li Hao's lips moved. He called me pretty? Does that mean he likes me too? Don't men just like pretty girls? Too bad, though even with her superior looks, she still fell short compared to Mu Qingwan. Who knows where Yilan picked up her superhuman ability to misinterpret things? Li Hao kept repeating "I have a wife" to state his position, but to her ears, it sounded like the lament of a man who wanted to cheat but couldn't. This meal was utterly baffling. Once they stepped out of the restaurant, if not for the need to maintain his gentlemanly demeanor, Li Hao would have bolted on the spot. Yilan, however, was utterly delighted, her mind filled with pink bubbles. Miss Yilan, it's getting late. I really should be heading back, my wife will be worried. Li Hao said, his body already poised for a 100-meter dash. Oh my! Yilan let out a muffled cry, pressing her hand to her forehead with a frown as her steps grew unsteady. The next second, she fell squarely into Li Hao's arms. The fluid motion felt rehearsed. Li Hao, my head hurts terribly. I feel like I'm drunk. Here's the hotel key card. Could you take me back to the hotel to rest? Yilan spoke while shoving the key card into Li Hao's hand, simultaneously rubbing against his neck. Speechless. You haven't even drunk as much as the kid at the next table. What the hell are you drunk about? Sure, so you're drunk but can still find your hotel key card in a split second, huh? What kind of good person books a hotel room in advance just to go out for dinner? That's way too obvious. Li Hao inwardly rolled his eyes so hard they nearly popped out of his head. Yilan, of course, heard this merciless exposure, but for the sake of appearances, she steeled herself to keep up the act. A good deed deserves a proper finish. Despite his complaints, model citizen Li Hao still escorted her to the hotel. As the hotel room door slid open, a soft, spacious bed came into view. Li Hao gazed at the flushed face in his arms, his hands already wrapped around her waist. Here we go. With a thud, Yilan was tossed face down onto the bed. She gritted her teeth in frustration, yet dared not protest. Couldn't he show a little more tenderness? Li Hao smoothed the wrinkles from his clothes, clapped his hands, and prepared to leave. But just as he stepped halfway out the door, the person behind him couldn't hold back any longer. Li Hao, don't leave me. Yilan had already turned over, her eyes reddened as she gazed at him. Her one-shouldered top had slipped down at just the right moment, revealing half of a snow-white peak that complemented her jet-black hair perfectly. Fortunately, a man of integrity like Li Hao. He would never be swayed by such a scene. I need to go home to my wife. Li Hao, could you really bear to leave me, a helpless woman, here alone? What if someone takes advantage of me? It won't happen. Security here is quite good. Li Hao, I'm drunk now. My whole body feels weak and limp. I won't resist whatever you do to me. Li Hao, my chest hurts so much. Could you rub it for me? Before she could finish, Li Hao shut the door without hesitation. Suddenly, the world fell silent. Demon, cease corrupting my spiritual path. Come to think of it, this scene of escorting someone to a hotel feels strangely familiar. Could someone be secretly filming me to spread rumors again? With these thoughts swirling, Li Hao quickly scanned his surroundings for any suspicious figures following him. Fame brings trouble, one must be vigilant. The next morning, Yilan was jolted awake by a ringing phone. She sat up, running her fingers through her hair. Hey, Dad. Where are you, kid? Come back right away. Something's up. Got it, I'll be right back. Yilan rubbed her sleepy eyes, glancing at the empty bed. Everything that had happened last night instantly flooded back. Despite her blatant seduction last night, Li Hao had managed to stay true to himself and hadn't fallen for it at all. It seemed she hadn't misjudged him after all. Even as she tried to reassure herself, restless thoughts relentlessly invaded her mind. Damn it! Yilan slammed her fist hard against the soft mattress. He really didn't do anything to me. Chapter 142, Your husband went to the hotel with me. After a quick wash at the hotel and changing into her regular clothes, Yilan hurried back home. The vast Yi residence immediately revealed visitors upon her entry. Yi Xiao spotted his daughter returning and waved her over. Daughter, this is Xiaoping, the Hummer dealership owner. Let's introduce you. Before Yilan could even take in the man's appearance, the name itself set off alarm bells. Xiaoping? Your name is Xiaoping? Xiaoping smiled faintly. Miss Yilan, do you recognize me? No, I don't. Yilan shook her head, stammering her reply. But the memory of Li Hao's inner thoughts from last night instantly made her tense. Was this Xiaoping before her here to deceive her? Is that true? Though still uncertain, Yilan had already grown wary of the man before her. My dear, Xiaoping came to our door today to propose marriage. He says he's long been fond of you. Would you consider getting to know each other? Yi Xiao explained Xiaoping's purpose at that moment. He didn't want his daughter to put all her eggs in one basket, especially when that basket belonged to a married man. Yilan remained silent, calmly observing Xiaoping before her. Dressed in a sharp suit, he stood tall and straight, his face as fair as jade. His eyes always held a faint smile, giving him an undeniably distinguished aura and handsome appearance. Such a handsome, well-mannered, and polite man was indeed her type. Yet Yilan's heart already belonged to Li Hao. Even the appearance of a man who perfectly matched her ideal partner criteria didn't sway her in the slightest. Moreover, having taken Li Hao's feelings to heart, she now harbored an added sense of hostility toward the man before her. Miss Yilan, I've long heard of your reputation and have been deeply captivated. I apologize for intruding without prior notice. This is a gift prepared for you, please accept it with a smile. Xiaoping spoke as he presented an exquisitely crafted box. Upon opening it, a pair of jade bracelets lay inside. The bracelet was smooth and translucent, of excellent quality. Its high value was immediately apparent. In the past, given Xiaoping's status, Yilan would have been deeply moved. But times had changed. To her, that jade bracelet now felt like nothing more than bait in his sinister scheme. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Xia, Yilan said. But I'm not ready to marry so soon. I appreciate your gesture, but please take your gift back. You should return now. Yilan glanced at her father twice before turning to address Xiaoping in a firm tone. Xiaoping's smile froze. He was taken aback by the response from this underworld heiress. He had done his homework beforehand, crafting this persona specifically to win her over. But how? He suppressed his smile, yet maintained a gentle demeanor, his gaze fixed intently on Yilan's eyes. No problem. If fate doesn't bring us together, friendship is fine too. After being rejected, Xiaoping felt his pride wounded. Still, before leaving, he exchanged contact information, hoping Yilan might change her mind. Watching Xiaoping walk away, Yilan's expression finally cracked. She plopped down on the sofa, feeling irritated. What's wrong, girl? Didn't you like that Xiaoping? Or are you just shy? If you're interested, just tell me. I'll have someone look into his background. When it came to her daughter's future, Yi Xiao wouldn't take it lightly. I'm not interested. Not interested, Yilan snapped impatiently. Don't tell me you're still hung up on that kid Li Hao? Yilan sat up straight, pouting and nodding with a look of grievance, then proceeded to tell her father about last night's events. Not bad, not bad. Yi Xiao listened with satisfaction, running his fingers over the scar on his forehead. The kid's got integrity and is trustworthy. But even if he's perfect in every way, it doesn't change the fact that he's already married. So what if he's married? I refuse to believe marriage creates an insurmountable barrier. Besides, it doesn't matter at all. Yilan exclaimed hysterically. If that's not important, then what is, girl? What matters is that he didn't touch me last night. That's a blatant insult, an insult. Yi Xiao listened in stunned silence, nervously wiping sweat from his forehead. He'd been worried his daughter was being taken advantage of, but now it seemed the other party was the one needing protection. Yi Xiao cleared his throat and replied calmly. That said, I've already had someone look into Li Hao's background. He's the design department manager at Blue Jewelry, and his wife is the president of the Mu Group. While his wife's connections certainly helped him get into Blue Jewelry's design department, he's also genuinely capable. He secured numerous major commercial contracts and was just promoted from department head to manager. Really? So this Li Hao isn't just all looks after all. His abilities are truly outstanding, and he has such charisma. Yilan beamed with delight, mentally adding another layer of admiration for Li Hao. Yi Xiao watched his daughter's starstruck expression and suddenly regretted sharing this information with her. Inside the manager's office, Li Hao stared at the thick stack of documents, his head pounding. The design department manager position had been vacant for quite some time, leaving behind a mountain of unresolved work. Now that he was the new man in charge, Li Hao had to be extra vigilant. "What were you and that old classmate of yours doing last night? Why did you come back so late?" Mu Qingwan stood before Li Hao's desk and couldn't help but ask. Li Hao had returned close to 11 last night. She should have asked then, but Mu Qingwan had been too exhausted from handling work matters to bring it up. It wasn't that she didn't trust him. After everything they'd been through, their mutual trust had only grown stronger. But Mu Qingwan was genuinely curious. Li Hao looked at Mu Qingwan and felt a pang of unease. How could he possibly explain? She was pretending to be drunk, I took her to a hotel, nothing happened, and then I came back? It all sounds so melodramatic, who would believe that? But I'm a man of integrity. I didn't do anything. That woman had a great figure, but she's still no match for my wife. If I really wanted to do something wrong, I'd definitely do it at home. Mu Qingwan's eyebrows twitched slightly. Hearing this made her feel quite pleased. Before Li Hao could answer, she continued. Forget it. I believe you. Husbands and wives don't need to interrogate each other. Before Li Hao could breathe a sigh of relief, Qin Zhaozhao knocked on the office door. Ms. Mu, someone's here to see Manager Li. No sooner had she spoken than the visitor swept into the office with purposeful strides. She wore a black pencil skirt and high heels, her long, wavy hair casually draped over her shoulders. Her imposing presence was undeniable. Even with sunglasses covering her face, Li Hao recognized her instantly. Who else could it be but Yi Lan? No need to ask. Last night, your husband was with me. We even went to a hotel. Listen to that, what a deceptively innocent statement. Thankfully, this was inside the office, where no one outside could hear the commotion. Otherwise, the gossip would be flying all over the place. Li Hao immediately stood up and said. Yilan, you'd better watch your words. I only drove you to the hotel, nothing happened. Chapter 143, Why did you have to meddle? Yilan took off her sunglasses and winked playfully. But I didn't say anything wrong. You did have dinner with me, and we did go to the hotel together. With the real party right here, she dared to speak so brazenly, clearly not giving the real party a second thought. Mu Qingwan's face visibly turned ashen. This was the first time she'd encountered someone daring to provoke her so brazenly. Miss, Li Hao continued, my husband kindly escorted you to the hotel after you were drunk, then left immediately. He did absolutely nothing. Besides, whether you were genuinely drunk or feigning it remains unclear. Could it be said you deliberately seduced a married man? Bolstered by Mu Qingwan's words, Li Hao suddenly felt emboldened. Right, my wife is absolutely correct. I hadn't even had a chance to explain, and yet my wife already figured it out. We truly are a couple in perfect harmony. Mu Qingwan crossed her arms, her clear, beautiful eyes blazing with intensity. Dressed in a professional OL outfit, she exuded a queenly aura, commanding presence even when simply standing still. Sovereignty was sacred and inviolable, this was her absolute principle and bottom line. Yilan, having experienced little of the world, naturally adopted the boldness of a newborn calf unafraid of tigers. Seduction? So what if I seduced him? Mu Qingwan, I've set my sights on your husband. I'm going to compete with you fairly. What a powerful declaration, what a commanding presence. Fair competition? You actually have the nerve to say that. Li Hao felt like the sky was falling. He thought he was doing a good deed, trying to save one person at a time, but now he was stuck with this complete fool. Thankfully, Qin Xiaoxiao had locked the office door before leaving. Otherwise, if this embarrassing incident got out, the next day's trending topics would be unbearable to watch. Are you out of your mind? Mu Qingwan's brows furrowed. She was beginning to suspect that the person standing before her wasn't quite right in the head. Li Hao is my husband. We've been happily married for 5 years. What gives you the nerve to demand a fair fight? So what if you're married? So what if it's been 5 years? Marriage can end in divorce, pregnancy can end in abortion. As long as I'm alive, I won't give up fighting for Li Hao. Mu Qingwan's face flushed crimson with rage. She now wondered if the company's security needed upgrading. How had they let such a crazy woman inside? Yilan was still basking in the glow of her own sharp-tongued wit when she turned to look at Li Hao. Li Hao, you tell me, are you willing to let me compete fairly with your wife? If you're not, I'll find someone else immediately and won't bother you anymore. The moment she spoke, both pairs of eyes turned sharply toward them, collectively awaiting Li Hao's response. Li Hao was utterly dumbfounded. He never imagined that after agonizing over whether the final multiple-choice question on the college entrance exam math paper was B or D, he'd now face such a thorny dilemma. If I refuse outright, you'll just go after Xiaopang. Then everything I've done so far would be for nothing. But I have a wife. My wife is the one I love most, my little treasure. Why must you come barging in? Young man, must you fall for every girl you meet? Can't you just not love anyone? If I refuse her decisively now, who knows? This little darling might lose all hope, seek revenge by marrying Xiaopang immediately, and her fate would remain unchanged. Though this was her fate in the novel, Li Hao had now entered the plot. If he couldn't change the course of events, he'd feel genuinely guilty. He gave an awkward chuckle and offered a compromise. What competition? We're all complete individuals living for ourselves. I have a wife, and I only love my wife. As for you, Yilan, you're also exceptionally talented. You were bold enough to confess your feelings. That takes real courage. I believe you could achieve great things in other areas too. Why not consider joining our design department? That last line was pure politeness from Li Hao. He knew Yilan, a pampered heiress, would never settle for working like a slave under someone else. Little did he know, Yilan had overheard his inner thoughts earlier. Combined with his explanation now, it only confirmed her suspicions. She thought, it seems Li Hao really cares about me being with Xia Peng. Though he hasn't openly confessed, he's clearly afraid I'll choose someone else. What else could it be but liking me? Yilan smoothed her collar, lifting her chin high with renewed confidence. Li Hao, you're being a bit too eager. I understand your desire to work with me, but I'm not planning to take a job right now. Still, I'll consider it. Li Hao froze, then smacked his forehead. Damn my big mouth. Why did I have to say that extra thing? Yilan, you're a precious princess. Don't even think about joining the workforce and becoming a drudge. Did Yilan even catch the main point of all my rambling? I'm married. Is a man with a wife really that sought after these days? Yilan was indeed prone to self-delusion. She selectively heard only the flattering words she wanted to hear. Today's answers seemed promising. With that thought, she slipped her sunglasses back on, her lips curving into an unabashedly bold smile. Mu Qingwan had long since grown weary of this escalating farce. One phone call, and two burly security guards were already standing by. The office door swung open as the guards flanked her, ready to act. Escort her out. Memorize her face. She is never to set foot in the blue jewelry building again. Yes, Ms. Mu. Calm returned to the office. Outside, a few nosy employees occasionally passed by, peering in for a glimpse of the drama, only to be driven back by Mu Qingwan's piercing glare. Li Hao remained seated at his desk, feeling restless and uneasy. He glanced nervously at Mu Qingwan's icy expression, sensing trouble brewing. What should I do? Is my wife going to kick me out? Those two security guards are huge. I couldn't take them on. If reporters snap photos of this, I'll be utterly humiliated. Shocking. Weakling manager tossed out by burly security guards. Is this a distortion of humanity or a collapse of morality? Mu Qingwan's eyes had been wide with fury, but upon hearing these inner thoughts, she couldn't hold back and completely lost her composure. She turned to look at Li Hao's face. He appeared flustered yet innocent, like a child who'd done something wrong. Her urge to vent and confront him vanished instantly. A mocking chuckle escaped her lips, forming a beautiful curve. Li Hao scratched his head, trying to explain. Honey, you. But the situation was complicated, and he didn't know where to begin. We'll talk about it when we get home tonight. You should get back to work. Mu Qingwan's expression returned to normal as she spoke softly. Chapter 144. Even when angry, my wife is so beautiful. Qin Yu and Wanjia. Li Hao deliberately returned home late. Feeling guilty, he lingered at the supermarket for quite some time before heading back. When he finally arrived home, he was laden with two large bags in each hand. They contained meat, eggs, dairy, vegetables, and various fresh ingredients, along with an assortment of fruits. As the saying goes, the way to a woman's heart is through her stomach. I'm home. Li Hao announced, panting from exhaustion. Let Auntie rest tonight. I'll make dinner. But Mu Qingwan remained seated on the sofa, not even turning her head, offering no response. Li Hao opened the refrigerator on his own, neatly arranged all the ingredients, then trotted over to the sofa. Mu Qingwan wore a white silk loungewear set. Her long black hair was loosely pinned at the back of her head. Her makeup-free face was simple and elegant, like a lotus blossom in clear water. She resembled a withdrawn child, her arms tightly wrapped around her legs, her neck buried deep between her knees as she curled into a ball. The sight was both pitiable and heartbreaking. Honey, what are you doing? Li Hao asked with concern. Mu Qingwan looked up at him blankly, her voice hoarse. I'm watching TV. Shedding her daytime business attire was like shedding armor, revealing the tender, soft woman within. She could be hurt, she could feel jealous, and she needed someone to care for her. But the TV showed no mercy, airing that iconic scene at the worst possible moment. If you're seeking thrills, you might as well go all the way. Li Hao's face darkened as he quickly grabbed the remote control from the table. Honey, this isn't good. Let's change the channel. He pressed a button, and the screen instantly shifted back to the Republican era. Aunt Shui stood outside the door, banging on it furiously. You've got the nerve to steal a man, but you don't have the guts to open the door? Li Hao broke out in a cold sweat. Geez, why are all the dramas so boring today? Let's switch to the music channel and relax with some tunes. He switched to the music channel and finally set down the remote control with a sense of relief. Just then, a melodious song began playing on the TV. Mistresses have feelings too, mistresses have love too. Li Hao couldn't take it anymore. He lunged forward and slammed the TV's power switch off. The singing abruptly stopped and the world fell silent. "Honey, you look tired. Why don't I give you a shoulder massage?" Li Hao said, eagerly sitting beside Mu Qingwan, ready to show off his skills. "No." Mu Qingwan shook her head, deliberately hunching her shoulders and burying her face deeper, her eyes staring blankly at her toes. "What's wrong, honey? Not feeling well?" She didn't respond, only lifting her head slightly to shoot him a dagger-like glare before retreating back between her knees like a frightened little rabbit. Li Hao was utterly charmed. "Is my wife upset? Didn't she forgive me earlier? But why does she look so darn cute? Guess that's the beauty effect even when she's angry, she's so stunning I can't look away." "Ha!" Mu Wanqing naturally heard his inner chatter, but this time she wasn't amused. She grabbed the nearby throw pillow and hurled it at Li Hao. "Li Hao, are you annoying or what?" "Not annoying at all." Li Hao caught the pillow firmly, completely unharmed. With that opening, a floodgate of emotions poured out. Without pause, she grabbed every throwable object within reach and hurled them at Li Hao. He parried each one, catching them all. Finally, with nothing left to throw, she accidentally swung a slap at him. Li Hao neither dodged nor guarded, simply standing rooted to the spot, accepting it willingly. But the slap rose mid-air, suspended just inches from Li Hao's handsome face. Li Hao smiled and deliberately sniffed the air. "When my wife waves her hand, even the air smells sweet." "You!" Mu Qingwan glared at him but still lowered her hand. Looking at Li Hao's face, she suddenly felt all her pretenses crumble. The next moment, she threw herself into his arms, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck. Caught off guard by this sudden warmth, Li Hao felt momentarily flustered, yet he responded instinctively, pulling her close against his chest. A faint, indescribable fragrance wafted from her neck and hair, a scent uniquely hers that brought Li Hao a deep sense of peace. "Honey, don't be angry. I only love you. We're husband and wife. If I don't love you, who else could I love?" As for Yilan, I only showed her basic courtesy. I swear, I never harbored any improper thoughts toward her. Sigh. Money's hard to earn, hard to swallow, but being a good person is even harder. I just didn't want Yilan to fall into Xiaopeng's hands, get tricked into marriage, and end up with her remains scattered to the winds. Besides, if Xiaopeng's influence grows, his cousin Qin Yu will naturally get a piece of the pie too. That'll make him even tougher for us to deal with. What's more, if we cultivate a good relationship with the Yi family, her father's connections in the underworld might even benefit us. After all, more friends mean more paths. Mu Qingwan blinked. Hearing this explanation, her anger subsided considerably, and she found the person before her increasingly agreeable. So that was Li Hao's reasoning. Everything he'd done was actually for the sake of our future. So who was Xiaopeng? Qin Yu's cousin? If we really fell out with the Yi family, it would only benefit Xiaopeng. Trouble would only multiply. Mu Qingwan analyzed the situation carefully, her expression finally softening considerably. She released her hands and continued. "But that woman causing trouble at the company was also because of you, so I still need to punish you." "Punishment? What kind of punishment?" "Tonight, when we sleep, you're punished by holding my right arm as my pillow all night long. No switching arms, got it?" "All right." Li Hao nodded quickly in agreement. What else could he do? She was his wife, he had to indulge her. The next morning, Li Hao finally got his arm back. Staring at his numb arm, he glanced back at Mu Qingwan, still fast asleep in bed. He seriously wondered if she'd deliberately used a scale weight to crush his arm last night. Breakfast today was a scrambled egg sandwich, a new dish Li Hao had just learned to make. Western-style preparation, paired with Chinese lao gan ma chili sauce. A fusion of East and West, a chef's original creation. Whenever he had free time, Li Hao was always happy to show off his skills in the kitchen. After all, he was used to cooking, and it often gave him a sense of accomplishment. If there wasn't enough time, they'd each fend for themselves. Most days, Li Hao would buy double portions, since Mu Qingwan often forgot to eat breakfast. "Quick, try it." Li Hao was quite pleased with his culinary skills. Surprisingly, this new creation perfectly suited Mu Qingwan's taste. She devoured it in one go and promptly demanded Li Hao make it for her every day. Li Hao nodded. As long as his wife wasn't upset, anything was negotiable. Besides, watching such a beauty eat every day was a pleasure in itself. After all, who else got to see her in her pajamas? And thin ones at that. It seems like she isn't wearing anything underneath today? Is she doing this on purpose, or did she genuinely forget? Could she possibly be wearing nothing underneath? Chapter 145, Li Hao, you dare flirt with me? But the moment he finished speaking, he caught Mu Qingwan staring at him strangely. Wait, how did she know I was thinking dirty thoughts? If she finds out, it'll ruin my image. But Mu Qingwan quickly regained her composure and said casually, "Honey, how did you make these eggs? Why are they tastier than the ones outside?" Li Hao casually replied, "Of course my eggs taste good." Mu Qingwan frowned, not understanding what Li Hao meant. She probably didn't catch the meaning behind my words. It was just a casual joke. I wonder if she even appreciates these little joys in life. Does she think I'm being really, really bad? Mu Qingwan froze. Without hearing Li Hao's inner thoughts, she hadn't considered the double meaning behind the egg remark, especially since Li Hao never joked like that normally. Especially not this kind of suggestive, riddle-like humor. Once she caught on, Mu Qingwan's eyebrows shot up in anger as she snapped, "Li Hao, where did you pick up such bad habits? How dare you flirt with me? No way. I didn't do anything. What exactly did I flirt with?" Li Hao stubbornly denied it. He thought to himself, Mu Qingwan really is adorable and amusing when she gets angry. Yi residence. Yilan had just woken up when she heard a commotion coming from the living room downstairs. She usually enjoyed lively atmospheres, but lately her mind was elsewhere. Any disturbance was enough to irritate her. Aunt Li had already come to inform her that guests had arrived, urging Yilan to get up, freshen up, and greet them. When she changed and came downstairs, she saw that familiar face again. There sat Xiaopang on the sofa, chatting and laughing animatedly with her father. He wore a gray suit, his hair freshly cut, clean and crisp, without a single flaw. His face resembled a bookish young gentleman, every glance gentle and perfectly measured. Back in his student days, this face would undoubtedly have been the object of many young girls' affections. Yilan should have felt a flutter, but her gaze lingered on his face only for a moment before shifting elsewhere. It seemed Xiaopang had come well prepared this time. Beside him sat a large bouquet of pink lilies, and behind him were bags and packages filled with various gifts. Judging by the packaging, there were gifts not only for her, but also for her father. He knew how to curry favor with both parties. Yet the more he went out of his way, the more he inadvertently revealed his ulterior motives. Only those with ulterior motives would put so much effort into such things. Thinking this, Yilan felt even more that this man was a hypocrite, and all his careful preparation seemed like nothing more than a means to an end. Xiaopang noticed Yilan descending the stairs, his gaze softening noticeably. He quickly gathered the lilies beside him and respectfully presented them before Yilan. "Miss Yi, I hope you'll forgive me if I disturbed your peaceful slumber." Yilan rolled her eyes, her gaze fixed on the lush bouquet. This man was indeed no ordinary fellow. Last time, she had refused his expensive jade bracelet, so this time he brought flowers, a gesture that showed sincerity without being overly sentimental, making it impossible to refuse. She gave an awkward smile. "Mr. Xia, there's no need to be so formal. Miss Yi, you're too kind. My heart moved me to visit again, though I know it's improper. Without an apology gift, it would be even more inappropriate. I wondered what flowers might please you. Roses seem too bold and vibrant, so I chose lilies instead. Their delicate elegance better suits your pure, unblemished appearance. I hope you like them?" Yilan tugged at the corner of her mouth, her hands hovering mid-air. After a moment's hesitation, she reached out and accepted the bouquet. But the torrent of inner complaints surged like a floodgate opened, unstoppable and uncontrollable. Where did he pick up this pretentious, overly refined, and sour-sounding speech? It was utterly affected. "I never contacted you, yet here you are showing up uninvited, disturbing my sleep, and you expect me to feel fond of you?" Despite these thoughts, she maintained a polite smile out of courtesy. "Mr. Xia, you've really gone out of your way." Seeing Yilan accept the bouquet, Xiaopang's face lit up with a satisfied smile before he continued in a polite tone. "Earlier, I had a lengthy and fruitful conversation with Mr. Yi, and I've secured his approval. My purpose in coming today is to extend an invitation to Miss Yi to accompany me to view Master Fang's solo art exhibition. This exhibition is exclusively for invited guests, and tickets are extremely hard to come by. I've been struggling to find a kindred spirit to attend with me, which is why I thought of you, Miss Yi. Would you be so kind as to grace me with your presence and join me in experiencing it?" Yilan paused briefly, lifting her gaze to meet Yi Zhao's. Her father's expression remained as calm as still water, utterly unruffled, offering only a slight nod in her direction. Yilan instantly understood. This meant that if she wished to go, she could proceed with confidence. Her father would discreetly send someone to follow and protect her. What an ingeniously crafted invitation to an exhibition! This Xiaopang is truly no ordinary man. He hadn't booked a Western restaurant or suggested a private movie screening, issuing all cliched dating tactics. Yilan found herself unable to refuse. His sincerity was undeniable. To decline now would make the Yi family appear inhospitable. Very well then, I'll leave it to Mr. Xia to lead the way. Inside the art exhibition, a dazzling array of paintings filled the space, overwhelming the senses. Yet for Yilan, lacking both artistic sensibility and an eye for appreciation, these works, whether abstract and obscure, concrete and hyper-realistic, dazzlingly colorful, or strikingly vivid, failed to stir the slightest emotional resonance or admiration within her. In stark contrast, the other visitors who had come to view the exhibition were thoroughly engrossed, each one immersed and utterly enchanted. "Miss Yi, should any painting capture your interest, and if you find yourself wanting more, I could arrange for Master Fang to join us and share his creative vision and insights." Xiaopang had been meticulously projecting an image of impeccable manners and refined demeanor throughout, constantly observing Yilan's subtle emotional shifts in an attempt to discern her preferences and thoughts. But in Yilan's eyes, Xiaopang had already been labeled with the most fitting description, a phony. "Not interested." Yilan shook her head gently, stating the truth.
It wasn't so much that she lacked interest in the paintings as that she felt utterly uncomfortable, as if countless ants were crawling freely over her body, causing extreme discomfort.
Not interested at all? How about taking a look at that piece, Morning Flowers? Its colors are bold and vibrant, and the emotional expression is lively and full of youthful energy. It should be something a young and beautiful girl like you would appreciate.
Just as Xiaoping was about to continue, Yilan abruptly cut him off.
No interest. None whatsoever. These paintings, and you, I have no interest in any of it.
These words struck right at the heart, cutting deep. Yilan had no desire to maintain any semblance of politeness anymore. If this continued, she feared she'd suffocate from the frustration.
Xiaoping froze upon hearing this, standing there like a wet log.
The moment the words left Yilan's mouth, she felt a surge of relief. Yet moments later, she realized her blunt refusal might have been too harsh. She sighed, her voice tinged with resignation.
Never mind, Mr. Xia. I'll be honest with you. I'm simply not interested in you, nor do I like you. Besides, I already have someone I care about. I also have no interest in being friends with you. Why don't you find someone else? Is that okay? Xiaopeng's expression now was as ugly as it could possibly get.
The smile he'd struggled to maintain was slipping away, his breathing becoming erratic.
I'm sorry, Mr. Xia.
I was being unreasonable, but I don't want to waste either of our time.
Do you understand? Xiaopeng took a deep breath, trying to stay composed. Understandable. Naturally understandable. Not winning Miss Ye's favor is my shortcoming. But I still have one lingering question. He lowered his gaze to Yilan, the tenderness on his face fading bit by bit in the icy atmosphere. Miss Yi, who is the person you like?
Yilan, with her simple and uncomplicated nature, had no idea what Xiaoping was scheming.
She answered candidly. The person I love is Li Hao. He works for Lanzhou Jewelry.
Even though he's married now, my feelings for him won't fade. She hoped this resolute answer would finally put Xiaopeng's hopes to rest. With that, Yilan felt no reason to linger and strode purposefully out of the art exhibition.
Chapter 146, Why Would I Feel Jealous? Xiaopeng watched Yilan's receding figure slowly vanish from view, his composure finally cracking. His bloodshot eyes seemed to hold countless flames gathering and exploding, revealing only intense hatred and rage. Damn Li Hao, daring to ruin my plans. You just wait, you bastard. What kind of upstanding citizen could someone involved in illegal businesses possibly be?
In truth, he was nothing but scum. After all that pretense, it had all been for nothing.
Xiaopeng's resentment toward Li Hao had reached its peak.
He wanted nothing less than to tear him limb from limb and devour his flesh and bones. He had heard his cousin Qin Yu mention Li Hao before, but hadn't taken it seriously. Little did he know he'd end up stumbling so badly because of this man. Stepping out of the art exhibition, Yilan breathed in the fresh air outside, finding it refreshingly invigorating. Being around Xiaopeng made her feel utterly uncomfortable, her mind consumed with the urge to escape. She wandered aimlessly down the street, her heart feeling hollow and empty. After a moment's thought, she pulled her phone from her bag and dialed Li Hao's number. Li Hao was busy working at his computer when he saw the caller ID. His heart skipped a beat and he felt a pang of PTSD. Hello? He steeled himself and answered the call. The voice on the other end was sweet, tinged with a hint of petulance.
Brother Hao, what are you doing? Miss Yilan, mind your language. Li Hao said sternly. Fine. Are you free now? Come meet me on Future Street. I'll take you out for Japanese food. No way. I'm working, and besides, I have a wife. I don't go out to eat with other women. Li Hao declared with righteous indignation, his tone as resolute as if he were applying for party membership. You're lying. You went out with someone else last time. Cough cough, spit it out already.
Li Hao was really starting to lose his patience.
Oh come on, I'm bored out here on Future Street all by myself. Can't you drop everything and meet up with me? No way. You're so heartless. Yilan still wasn't giving up.
She shouted into the phone, Li Hao, someone's actually chasing after me right now.
Aren't you jealous? Why would I be jealous? Li Hao blurted out, but immediately grew wary. Don't tell me the guy chasing you is Xiaopeng. Bingo, you got it right.
Xiaopeng took me to an exhibition today, but I found it too boring, so I left early.
What? That guy has ulterior motives. Don't agree to anything with him. Li Hao suddenly grew agitated.
After all, so much was at stake, and this moment seemed like a crucial turning point.
How do you know he has ulterior motives? Or is it just jealousy because you saw me with someone else? I knew you had feelings for me. No, you misunderstood.
I meant you should take your time finding a boyfriend, test his character and integrity.
Don't let someone with ulterior motives take advantage of you. Anyway, this guy isn't quite right. You should keep looking. Oh, come on. You're so concerned about me, clearly you like me. You like me but won't admit it. What a coward. What kind of twisted logic is that? Li Hao was utterly speechless.
Yilan, however, was in high spirits after the call, convinced the man on the other end had been utterly charmed and was now completely smitten with her. After hanging up, Li Hao felt a wave of irritation wash over him.
Work was already keeping him busy enough, and now this goddess was constantly mentally tormenting him. If only I could be a monkey at the zoo, just eat bananas all day and whistle at pretty girls walking by. Even though I couldn't get any information out of Xiaopeng, I figured this goddess Jean probably hadn't agreed to his proposal yet. Otherwise, she wouldn't have asked me to accompany her shopping. Ah well, I'll just take it one step at a time. At least I'm keeping him out of Xiaopeng's clutches. Guys with my level of righteous indignation are a dime a dozen these days. Since she hadn't managed to meet up with Li Hao, Yilan didn't linger on the street. She bought a cup of milk tea by the roadside and headed back home. Yi Xiao didn't seem surprised by his daughter's early return, merely asking casually, "How was the art exhibition?" Yilan took a sip of her milk tea and flopped onto the sofa. "So boring. Not fun at all." Yi Xiao's gaze was filled with indulgence. "So, you're not satisfied with this Xiaopeng, huh?" "Not satisfied." Yilan shook her head like a bobblehead. "Not your type?" "No." Yilan answered with unwavering certainty. "Right now, my heart only has room for Li Hao. I can't stand anyone else. But this Xiaopeng? Honestly, even if I didn't like Li Hao anymore, I still wouldn't go for him. He's way too calculating. Talking to him is exhausting." Yi Xiao was somewhat surprised, feeling deeply that his daughter seemed to have grown up. Looks like your energy repels him. That's probably for the best. He's definitely not a good person." Yilan's eyes widened as she looked at Yi Xiao, whose expression had grown somber. "Dad, what did you find out?" "Not everything is clear yet, but we've discovered his income isn't solely from being a car dealership owner. We've got people looking into it. What's worth noting is that this man is deeply calculating and overly purposeful. I admit my daughter's beauty could attract young men's attention, but his repeated visits, each time meticulously prepared, every word dripping with admiration for you, are downright suspicious." Yilan slapped the sofa hard, thrilled to find she and her dad were on the same page. "Exactly, Dad. That's exactly what I thought. I know I'm beautiful, but he's got it all, handsome and loaded. He doesn't need to fixate on me. Besides, we've never even met. I bet he wants to marry me for the Yi family's influence." Yi Xiao felt deeply relieved. Clutching the thick glass cup on the table, he was momentarily lost in thought. "My girl, you've truly grown up." He had always regarded his daughter as his most precious treasure, shielding her from life's storms with his arms at every moment. Though he had grown accustomed to this role, he still feared she might be mistreated. Even though he operated in both legitimate and underworld circles, engaging in unsavory activities that couldn't be brought into the open, he never allowed the filth of the sewers to touch his precious daughter in the slightest. Thus, despite her reputation as the underworld's heiress, Yilan grew up sunny and cheerful, devoid of any dark side. Though often pretentious and unreasonable, she never hid her true self, daring to think and act boldly. This very nature only deepened Yi Xiao's worries. After all, the world was cold and treacherous, a society teeming with hidden currents of deceit and cunning. Without the ability to discern, one could easily fall into an abyss of no return. Yet now, he witnessed the carefully nurtured little flower blossoming step by step with her own strength, unfurling new buds. Though her progress was small, he saw it clearly. Flattered by the praise, Yilan beamed with pride, twisting her shoulders. "Yeah, I feel like ever since I started liking Li Hao, I've become smarter, you know?" After all, without her feelings for Li Hao already in place, facing Xiaopeng's passionate confession, she would have been completely love-struck. She would have thrown caution to the wind, impervious to any advice, utterly devoted. But precisely because her heart was already occupied by someone else, she found the space to calmly assess Xiaopeng's intentions and character. Chapter 147, You Have to Work for Someone Else? Yilan seemed to have suddenly made up her mind, a look of anticipation lighting up her face. "Dad, I don't want to just sit around at home doing nothing anymore. I want to get a job." Hearing this, Yi Xiao's hand holding the cigarette jerked violently, scattering ash onto the floor. His deep eyes instantly filled with astonishment, his face etched with disbelief. "Seriously, kid?" Throughout Yilan's 20-plus years of growth, she had endured hardships only in her academic pursuits, never facing harsh trials in the wider world. Despite this, Yi Xiao had never voiced any dissatisfaction. In his heart, he would have been perfectly content for his daughter to remain by his side forever, allowing him to care for her meticulously. Moreover, he possessed the complete capability to protect her throughout her entire life. But now, this daughter, cherished like a delicate greenhouse flower, always held in the palm of his hand, was actually volunteering to venture out into the world. How could he not be moved? "Yeah, Dad, I'm serious." Yilan nodded, her fist clenching tightly beneath her palm. "Very well." Yi Xiao not only agreed but began planning for her. "I'll start arranging things tomorrow. Begin with a low-level position. It'll be good experience to gain some skills and knowledge." Having navigated both legitimate and underworld circles for years, Yi Xiao possessed extensive connections. Securing a low-key position for his daughter with his capabilities and influence would be effortless. "No." Yilan stubbornly shook her head in refusal. Her expression turned serious and earnest as she insisted, "Dad, I want to make it on my own. I've studied abroad and pursued advanced education. How could I not find a decent job? Thanks to her family's generous educational resources and financial backing, Yilan had pursued advanced studies abroad. She had earned a degree from a prestigious university with outstanding grades and even received scholarships. With her academic credentials and achievements, she could easily secure a position at any company in China if she chose. In fact, she had always been considered a highly educated woman. Unlike the mature composure and elegant poise often associated with the broader intellectual elite, her mindset remained somewhat ahead of its time, making her appear more lively and free-spirited. Hearing his daughter's determined response, Li Hao felt an even greater sense of relief wash over him, and he couldn't help but laugh heartily. Fine, if you insist on doing this on your own, then so be it. Just don't come crying to your old man when the work gets too tough, okay? Of course not. Yilan agreed verbally, though her mind was already set on a clear goal. Inside the office of the design department manager at Blue Joe Jewelry, Li Hao cradled his thermos, his legs propped up on the desk in the most comfortable position, looking utterly content. Truth be told, that thermos wasn't filled with any health-boosting herbal tea, it was brimming with cola. And playing on his computer screen was his favorite sci-fi movie. As he put it, handling work was exhausting enough on a daily basis, so he deserved to relax and treat himself occasionally. Just then, the office door creaked open, revealing Qin Xiaoxiao standing in the doorway. Li Hao felt a pang of embarrassment and quickly tucked his legs back under his desk. He thought his luck was running out just when he managed to slack off for once. He got caught red-handed. After a moment, he put on a serious face and said, "Qin Xiaoxiao, next time you enter, remember to knock. Even managers need some privacy." Qin Xiaoxiao looked helpless and sighed softly. "Managerly, HR has assigned a new intern." Fine. Arrange it. The design department has been getting busier lately and could use the extra hands. Li Hao responded nonchalantly, his eyes already drifting back to the movie on his computer screen. "Aren't you going to check it out?" Qin Xiaoxiao pressed again, her expression oddly guarded, as if hiding something. "Just an ordinary intern. Why would I need to go see them?" Li Hao replied casually, inwardly puzzled by Qin Xiaoxiao's unusual persistence today. Qin Xiaoxiao's brows furrowed deeper, her tone tinged with urgency. "I really think you should go see him." Fine. Li Hao rose reluctantly, guessing this must be part of the company's so-called humanistic philosophy. Managers were expected to demonstrate care for their subordinates. Otherwise, Qin Xiaoxiao wouldn't have insisted so strongly. It wasn't until Li Hao was led to the new employee's workstation that he truly understood the meaning of being dumbfounded. He stood there frozen, unable to recover for a long moment. "Yilan?" Li Hao's eyes widened in shock. "How could it be you?" There sat Yilan in her office chair, dressed in a crisp white blouse and a form-fitting black slit skirt, the quintessential office lady ensemble. "Good morning, Manager Li." Her makeup was flawless as she fluttered her long, thick lashes and greeted him with a warm smile. "You're the new hire?" "Yes." Yilan pursed her lips in a smug smile, then lowered her chin coyly before glancing up at Li Hao with a hint of mischief in her eyes. "Are you pleasantly surprised to see me?" "No, what brings you here?" Li Hao felt anything but surprised. He was startled. What was this young lady doing here all of a sudden? What's that supposed to mean? Yilan pouted in displeasure, her voice tinged with petulance. "Didn't you tell me to come?" "Li Hao, have you forgotten your own words?" Li Hao sighed helplessly, pressing his hand to his forehead, wishing time could turn back. "Not Ajin, you're serious?" "I was just being polite." "Who knew you'd take it seriously?" "Miss, why would you give up your comfortable life to work for someone else? It's just so unwise. With you here, I'm afraid my life won't be peaceful anymore." But now that it's come to this, no amount of words could change the outcome. Yilan propped her face in her hands, silently watching Li Hao, seemingly relishing the look of defeat on his face. "Li Hao, you were the one who suggested I consider joining your design department. You're not going back on your word now, are you? A gentleman's word is his bond. As a manager, you shouldn't resort to such underhanded tactics." Li Hao tugged at the corners of his mouth, awkwardly denying it outright. "Not at all. Once I've given my word, I certainly won't go back on it. It's just that our design department has a lot on its plate. The work is complex and tedious. Honestly, it's not exactly a dream job. I'm worried you might not handle it." Yilan seemed to have anticipated this response, flipping a strand of hair from her forehead with nonchalance. "No problem. I was far busier when I was studying abroad for my double degree." Her intent was clear, she was determined to stay. Such a dramatic scene naturally drew a crowd. The gossip-loving onlookers nearby naturally gathered in small groups. "What's going on? Isn't she just a new employee? Why is Manager Li so concerned, even coming over personally? I recognize that woman. She was here just the other day. Even Mr. Mu showed up and had security escort her out." "No way, really? You think this might involve some kind of love triangle?" "Love triangle or not, it's hard to say. But this woman definitely got hired through connections. Maybe she's Manager Li's old flame." "Don't talk nonsense. I heard from HR that she studied abroad and graduated from a prestigious university. Her resume is impressive. Coming to our design department as a regular employee? She's more than qualified. Tisk, it's definitely a love triangle. Look how attentive our manager is, he's clearly taken a shine to her. The gossiping crowd was already convinced that the newcomer, Yilan, was the object of Li Hao's affection. Some even dug up that they were deskmates back in their student days. Now that's something old acquaintances shared student days, buffs stacked to the max. It's practically a done deal that there's more to their relationship than meets the eye. Stop spreading rumors. Manager Li is married, how could he possibly like someone else? Lulu couldn't stand it anymore and stepped in to smooth things over. On, the colleague who loved to stir up trouble immediately shot back. Lulu, you're not Manager Li, how could you possibly know what he's thinking? Besides, it's perfectly normal for men to be a little flighty. But openly bringing his girlfriend to the office? That really does reflect poorly. Chapter 148, the ultimate that figure is simply perfect. None of you know if this is a misunderstanding or what the real situation is. Making such wild assumptions is no different from spreading rumors. Lulu felt indignant and retorted with righteous indignation. It was precisely because of Li Hao's arrival that the design department was gradually improving. How could such a hard-won atmosphere of harmony be destroyed by baseless rumors? Most of the others, hearing Lulu's words, were jolted back to their senses and wisely kept quiet. Yet a few continued whispering among themselves until Mu Qingwan's arrival restored order. She appeared in a tailored suit, her jet-black, glossy hair cascading neatly down her back like a waterfall. The click-clack of her pointed high heels echoed crisply, like the trumpet call of a queen. Qin Xiaoxiao followed closely behind, clearly the one who had reported the situation here to Mu Qingwan. Mu Qingwan moved with purpose, stopping only when she reached Li Hao. Her gaze swept downward, appraising Yilan. Her eyes were breathtakingly beautiful, yet carried an underlying threat. But her gaze lingered on Yilan for only a second before shifting to Qin Xiaoxiao beside her. Where were the security guards? She had explicitly forbidden Yilan from setting foot in the Blue Everlasting building. Hey, Ms. Mu, I'm a company employee now. You can't just kick me out like that. Yilan lifted her chin haughtily, clearly unafraid of Mu Qingwan. From start to finish, she had viewed this woman as a competitor. Now, there was merely an additional layer of superior-subordinate relationship. Mu Qingwan naturally treated ordinary employees with a level-headed attitude. But Yilan was different. Her motives were impure, her attitude arrogant, which made Mu Qingwan particularly loathe her. Now, this woman who had openly declared her intent to steal her husband had actually come to apply for a position and ended up in the same department as Li Hao. How could Mu Qingwan possibly remain calm? Miss Yi, this is not the place for you. Mu Qingwan's voice carried a chill, serving as a warning. But generally, whatever Yilan set her mind to, she could obtain. So having secured her position in the design department, she had no intention of leaving. Ms. Mu, I haven't broken any laws or caused trouble. I didn't pull strings or bribe anyone. I got into this company purely on my own merits and through proper channels. What grounds do you have to ask me to leave? Besides, with my credentials, being stuck as a mere intern in your design department is a complete waste of my talent, okay? Besides, it was Manager Li who recognized my potential and invited me to the design department. Now that I'm here, you want to kick me out? Blue Jewelry is a major corporation. If you can't keep your word, where's your corporate integrity? Yilan's arguments were so sound and logical that there was simply no room for rebuttal. Li Hao heard her words and closed his eyes in resignation, a faint sense of despair welling up inside him. He desperately wished he could go back 2 days and slap himself for speaking out of turn. Mu Qingwan took a deep breath, struggling to suppress the rage boiling in her chest. Very well, Miss Yi. Since you've been hired, you are now our employee. However, as you yourself mentioned, we are a major corporation. We absolutely will not tolerate conduct that undermines our standards or neglects professional duties. I hope you understand this point. The meaning was clear, a warning to Yilan that once inside the company, work must come first, and she must not set her sights on Li Hao. Yilan's lips curved upward into a faint smile as she casually agreed. But in truth, her reason for choosing to work at Blue Geo was Li Hao. Work diligently, fulfill her duties, and refrain from flirting with the boss? That was impossible. To avoid making a scene, Mu Qingwan merely touched on the subject briefly, offering some perfunctory remarks before heading to the manager's office with Li Hao. Steaming hot braised beef rice bowls sat on the manager's desk. It's lunchtime. I picked up a meal for you downstairs since I know you often eat at this place. You should like the flavor. Mu Qingwan said, handing him the chopsticks. Thanks, honey. As Li Hao accepted the chopsticks, he studied her expression. He had expected Mu Qingwan to fly into a rage after all, bringing the wolf into the house was undeniably his fault. But the expected storm never came. Instead, Mu Qingwan stood there, her gaze unfocused, as if lost in thought. Honey? Li Hao asked tentatively. Mu Qingwan glanced sideways at him and responded blankly. Ha? She seemed to snap back to reality, her half-parted cherry lips carrying a hint of innocence. Li Hao found this expression amusing and chuckled. You're laughing? Mu Qingwan's gaze darkened, instantly revealing displeasure. Was it because you went around flirting that you attracted such a persistent suitor? Managing the Mu Group's numerous affairs was exhausting enough, now she had to divert energy dealing with a romantic rival? It was utterly exhausting. Honey, that's impossible. I have no idea when she even started liking me. I swear to heaven. Sigh, guess I'm just too charming. What can I do? I can't control how my charm radiates. But as long as I stay true to myself and keep myself pure, I'll never be tempted by those colorful distractions. You can trust me completely, honey. Hearing Li Hao's self-absorbed monologue, Mu Qingwan felt both exasperated and amused. In the end, she could only sigh helplessly. With other matters to attend to, she didn't linger long. After finishing her cup of tea, she rose and departed. Left alone in the office, Li Hao finished his lunch while watching the sci-fi movie he hadn't finished that morning, then got down to work. He stared intently at the computer screen, beginning to review last month's financial statements. Yet the next moment, he froze in surprise. There was someone sitting at his desk. Beneath a black pencil skirt were a pair of long, shapely legs. Accentuated by black stockings, they appeared even smoother and more delicate. His gaze drifted upward, taking in the full, pert curves of her hips and the slender waist that met them, a perfect display of feminine beauty. Holy crap, those legs, that waist, absolute perfection. Her proportions are unreal, like a model stepped right off a fashion magazine cover. But why is she sitting on my desk? That's way too unprofessional. What kind of behavior is this? Wait, this familiar feeling. Could it be Yilan? What's she up to now? Good heavens, what does this little darling want? Yilan gently swept a strand of hair from her temple behind her ear, a radiant smile gracing her face as she gazed intently at Li Hao. She sat sideways, the collar of her tight-fitting white shirt deliberately undone by one button, revealing a hint of snow-white skin that stirred the imagination. Li Hao's hand jerked violently at the sight, nearly knocking over the water glass beside him. Managerly, I've finished the documents. Could you take a look? After placing a folder on the desk, Yilan's hand unconsciously brushed against her chest. For a moment, Li Hao couldn't tell if she wanted him to review the documents or her chest. You should ask your team leader about this kind of thing, not me. But the team leader is too busy to help me. Please take a look for me, managerly. Her voice was sweet and seductive, drawn out with a lingering inflection, dripping with temptation. Chapter 149, Cuteness pales in comparison to sexiness. Fortunately, Li Hao was upright and principled, refusing to bow to any corrupt forces. If your team leader is busy, then as the manager, I must be even busier. I'd rather not pile more work on myself. This is the manager's office. Your attitude and behavior could easily cause misunderstandings. Get off my desk right now, you hear me? Black stockings? Gorgeous legs? I couldn't care less. Despite his inner voice protesting, Li Hao's eyes refused to obey him, fixating uncontrollably on Yilan's figure. Seeing this, Yilan's smile grew even brighter, stretching almost to her ears. She loved it when Li Hao acted like this, saying no with his words but betraying himself with his eyes. To further achieve her goal, Yilan casually undid another button on her blouse. That deep, alluring cleavage instantly came into view. Li Hao's eyes went wide. Savoring his gaze, Yilan purred sweetly. Managerly, do you like me dressed like this? I have plenty more at home, innocent looks, sexy outfits, you name it. What do you think I should wear tomorrow? A school uniform or a lace skirt? Ahem. Li Hao snapped back to reality, quickly grabbing the water glass beside him and taking a sip. He suddenly realized things were starting to go in a very wrong direction. I'm a model citizen who stays clear of gambling, drugs, and prostitution. What test could possibly challenge a cadre like me? Beauty is poison, I'll never be charmed. Though I do have a thing for lace skirts, haha, adorable pales in comparison to sexy. Despite this, Li Hao kept his face stern, striving to maintain composure. He feigned solemnity and let out a deep sigh. Yilan, I know your feelings for me. But you're in the prime of your life, you must pursue the one you love in the right way. Remember, what you use to attract people is exactly the kind of people you'll attract. After speaking, he cast a rather regretful glance at Yilan, his demeanor genuinely bearing a touch of a philosopher's air. Yet his words didn't quite match his inner thoughts, rendering them utterly unconvincing. Yilan seemed to acknowledge the truth in his words. Then she winked playfully. You're right. I'll wear a lace skirt tomorrow. Li Hao. Then how about you get off my desk first? As luck would have it, Mu Qingwan happened to walk in on the two of them in the office. Fortunately, she hadn't seen Yilan sitting on the desk with her clothes disheveled, or else it would have been even harder to explain. Mu Qingwan stood before Yilan, her delicate features betraying a hint of disapproval. Yilan, you're not at your workstation. What are you doing here? This woman's hiring felt like a thorn in her side. Though she trusted Li Hao wouldn't cross any lines, she couldn't bring herself to care not a jot. Ms. Mu, you're not working at headquarters either, yet you're always running over here. Mu Qingwan's expression shifted slightly as she clenched her jaw. Yilan, you're now an employee of the jewelry department. I am your direct supervisor. Mind your words and actions. Li Hao stood beside them, utterly at a loss. Caught between the two women's conflict, he found himself in a bind. Neither intervening nor staying silent felt right.
Playing peacemaker felt wrong, but siding with one party seemed equally unacceptable.
Fine, fine. Ms. Mu, I'll return to my workstation immediately. Satisfied?
Yilan said, giving Mu Qingwan a dismissive snort before leaving the manager's office.
Mu Qingwan felt utterly drained.
She picked up the tea from her desk and took a sip. It took a long while before her emotions finally began to settle. Li Hao hurried over, massaging her shoulders with concern.
Honey, you've been working so hard. You really don't need to come over all the time. I can handle things.
Though he couldn't exactly be called a paragon of virtue, he had never let Yilan take advantage of him.
Who said I came to see the two of you?
I'm here as the CEO to inspect the work of your jewelry department.
Mu Qingwan was practically boiling with jealousy, but she stubbornly refused to admit it.
In truth, Qin Xiaoxiao, acting as the informant, rushed to tip off Mu Qingwan at the slightest stir from Yilan's side. Now, with Yilan on the scene, Mu Qingwan was practically shuttling between two places. She'd just finished a meeting over there and rushed straight over here without even stopping to drink water. Alright, I promise my wife that not only will I handle my work responsibly, but I'll also manage my personal affairs properly.
It absolutely won't affect our marital relationship. With Li Hao's promise, Mu Qingwan's worries dissipated by half. Before leaving, she didn't forget to give him a big hug. Subsequent tasks proceeded methodically and smoothly as planned.
That afternoon, Qin Zhaozhao walked into the manager's office carrying documents.
Managerly, there's a new project collaboration requiring your presence for negotiations.
It's scheduled for 8 p.m. at the private room on the 3rd floor of Jufulu.
Would you like to attend? Go ahead. Li Hao never turned down opportunities to make money. Alright, I'll go handle it then. Alright, but who's seeking to discuss the partnership with me?
The caller is Xia Peng, the owner of a Hummer dealership. He hasn't worked with us before, so he must be a new client.
Xia Peng? Hearing that name, Li Hao's nerves instantly tightened.
He had anticipated Xia Peng would eventually reach out, but never imagined it would happen so quickly. Though this was ostensibly about discussing a partnership, Li Hao knew deep down it was likely connected to the matter involving Yilan. Since that was the case, he would meet him openly. He figured Xia Peng wouldn't dare make any rash moves during their first meeting.
Qin Xiaoxiao noticed Li Hao's uneasy expression and asked again. Are we still going? If not, I'll decline. Yes. You handle the arrangements.
Soon, the appointed time arrived. After clarifying the itinerary with Mu Qingwan, Li Hao set off for the designated location. On the surface, he appeared to be going alone, but in reality, he had already secretly arranged for protection. After all, Xia Peng was involved in the unscrupulous business of human trafficking, which couldn't help but cause Li Hao some concern. Still, within the country, Xia Peng likely wouldn't dare to act brazenly. Before long, Li Hao arrived at the private dining room. The round table was laden with an array of delicacies, and Xia Peng was seated at one end, looking as though he had been waiting for quite some time. The moment Xia Peng spotted Li Hao, he approached eagerly.
Managerly, I presume? Long time no meet. Then you must be Mr. Xia. No need for formalities.
The two exchanged a polite handshake and made a few casual pleasantries before taking their seats.
Li Hao couldn't help but glance around the surroundings.
The private room was spacious and bright, with attentive waitstaff standing by on either side. Xia Peng had also come alone, carrying only a briefcase behind him, looking every bit the serious businessman.
Managerly, I trust you haven't dined yet? Let's eat while it's hot. We can discuss business after the meal.
Li Hao was genuinely hungry, especially since the food here was so visually appealing and aromatic that it made one's mouth water.
The meal proceeded smoothly.
Li Hao kept wondering when Xia Peng would steer the conversation toward Yilan, but even after they finished eating and the dishes were cleared away, he still hadn't mentioned her.
Chapter 150. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? That easy to fool?
After the meal, Xia Peng calmly produced a stack of documents and placed them on the table. Managerly, here are the contracts.
You can review them first. I'll explain the details of this collaboration later. Li Hao took the contract and began flipping through it.
The black text on white paper was clear and unambiguous, showing no signs of irregularity. Yet the very smoothness of the proceedings only deepened Li Hao's suspicions. Xia Peng was the one seeking to purchase jewelry from Lanzhou, bringing them capital and wealth. Yet here he was, hosting the meal and explaining everything with such excessive courtesy it simply didn't add up. Had Li Hao not already known the script, aware of Xia Peng's shady dealings behind the scenes, he might have been fooled by this facade of dignified politeness.
Mr. Xia, you're too kind. I've reviewed the contract and found no issues.
After carefully reviewing the contract, Li Hao gave his response.
Right.
As the owner of a Hummer dealership, my role is to sell vehicles and promote the brand. It has nothing to do with the jewelry industry. However, the Hummer brand targets high-end consumers and has launched several globally limited edition models. We currently have a model specifically designed for affluent women, which requires extensive jewelry inlays. I know Lanzhou holds considerable influence in the industry and boasts top-tier quality, which is why I thought of partnering with you.
Managerly, you're a straightforward person. Working with you gives me peace of mind, and I firmly believe that with Lanzhou Jewelry's support, our cars will sell exceptionally well. Xiaopeng's words rang with conviction. Any partner would find them compelling. It seemed he truly had a knack for winning people over. And just like that, the contract was signed smoothly, so effortlessly that even Li Hao hadn't anticipated it. Xiaopeng seemed exceptionally talkative, pouring out a torrent of words. When he reached an especially enthusiastic point, he even called the waiter over to bring 2 bottles of rather expensive liquor. He rose to pour wine for Li Hao, treating him as if they were already brothers. Manager Li, meeting you today has been a true blessing. I've been abroad for quite some time and just returned recently. With few friends in this vast city, the struggle feels lonely indeed. Manager Li, we hit it off so well that I already consider you a close friend. Should you ever need help in the future, don't hesitate to reach out. Li Hao smiled politely, accepting glass after glass of wine. Thank goodness I'm resourceful enough to secretly pour mine out. Otherwise, you'd have me drunk as a skunk. You consider me family after just one meal? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? That easy to fool? You're so smooth talking and good at putting on airs, no wonder Yilan was completely fooled by you in the original story. Good thing I'm not into guys, or I might have actually fallen for your fake affection. After 3 rounds of wine, dusk deepened until night completely shrouded the earth. The round table lay in disarray, cups toppled haphazardly. Li Hao glanced at his phone screen and saw it was already past 10. Time to head home, my lovely wife was waiting. Seeing Li Hao about to rise and leave, Xiaopeng hurriedly stood up and poured him one last cup of wine. At that moment, he skillfully steered the conversation toward Yilan. Brotherly, tell me, with a stunningly beautiful CEO wife by your side, how could you possibly set your sights on a naive young girl like Yilan? Li Hao thought to himself, it seems we're finally getting to the point. He sat back up straight, lifted his wine glass, and pretended to take a small sip. Mr. Xia, I believe you've misunderstood. Brotherly, as a fellow man, how could I not understand your feelings? After all, remaining devoted to just one woman is no easy feat. You could easily choose other intelligent, mature, and sensible beauties. There's really no need to waste your time on Yilan. Xiaopeng's face flushed crimson as he tapped his fingers lightly on the wine bottle, appearing somewhat tipsy. Yet these seemingly heartfelt words spoken under the influence were actually the true purpose he had long endured in silence. Li Hao remained fully sober. As he spoke, he had already discreetly activated the recording function on his phone. Mr. Xia, what do you mean by that? His words were deliberately designed to draw Xiaopeng into elaborating his assessment of Yilan. The more offensive the words, the better they served Li Hao's recording purpose. You don't know Yilan, so you have no idea. She's nothing but a spoiled princess with a superiority complex. Not only is she arrogant and overbearing, but she looks down on everyone else, acting like she's God's gift to the world. She's well into her 20s yet still leeches off her parents. If not for her rich and powerful father, she'd probably struggle to even feed herself. Choosing a woman like that is no different than picking up an unreasonable giant baby. So, brotherly, you really shouldn't bother with her. We're all grown-ups here. Who doesn't prefer a sweet, sensible, gentle, and charming young woman? A woman like her? Totally boring. Xiaopeng raised his glass, downed it in one gulp, then wiped his lips. Brotherly, I'm only telling you this because I consider you a friend. Other people less business? I couldn't care less. Li Hao pressed his lips together, struggling to suppress the corners of his mouth from curling upward, lest Xiaopeng notice anything amiss. Brother Xia, how did you find out about all this? To draw him out, he mimicked the direct tone of his counterpart, addressing him as brother. Well, you only know these things after experiencing them yourself. I didn't know what kind of person Yilan was before, but I pursued her too. And guess what? She never gave me a single kind word. She couldn't even manage basic courtesy. She took the gifts but never said a single nice thing. What use is marrying a woman who thinks so highly of herself? If she can't even fulfill her duties as a wife, how could she be a good lover? So I say, brotherly, you don't need to choose her. If you like, I can introduce you to someone prettier and more sensible. A person's true nature is deeply ingrained. They may put on a facade, but it's hard to sustain their true colors show through easily. Xiaopeng, who appears polite on the surface, is rotten to the core inside, all show and no substance. Perhaps all his earlier efforts were merely to build rapport with Li Hao so he could undermine Yilan, prompting Li Hao to abandon her. This would allow Xiaopeng to reap the benefits and win Yilan's favor once more. Unfortunately, Xiaopeng miscalculated from the very beginning. Li Hao had never been interested in Yilan. And once Yilan heard the recording, she would begin to despise him intensely from this day forward. After everything concluded, on his way home, Li Hao had already edited the recording from the dinner table into an audio file and sent it to Yilan. It was best for Yilan to recognize the scum for who he was sooner rather than later. As long as he could ensure Yilan would never have anything to do with Xiaopeng again, Li Hao's goal would be achieved. At that moment, Yilan was lazily lying in bed watching a show. Seeing Li Hao's message pop up on her phone, she beamed with delight and hurriedly sat up to click and view it. But upon opening the audio file, its contents made her frown deeply. Her hands, clutching the phone, trembled uncontrollably. Each sharp, merciless word felt like a thunderbolt striking her directly, sending a chill through her heart. Yilan didn't care about Xiaopeng's feelings for her. What she found impossible to believe was that the man who appeared so charming and constantly professed his love was, in fact, such a thoroughly despicable person. Chapter 151, Framing and Slander. Dad, listen to this. Xiaopeng actually dared to ruin my reputation like this. Fury consumed Yilan. Oblivious to her father's slumber, she stormed into his room and roused him from sleep. Yi Xiao showed no sign of irritation. He merely cleared his throat twice before slowly sitting up, leaning his back against the headboard as he listened intently to his daughter's outburst. Dad, just look at what Xiaopeng said. Calling me a princess with a complex is one thing, but then he claims I accepted his gift without even saying a nice word? Yilan's face flushed crimson with anger, her hair slightly tousled from her agitation, her usual polished appearance completely gone. When did I ever accept his gifts? I clearly told him to take back that jade bracelet, okay? Didn't I return all the gifts he sent later? All in all, I only accepted a bouquet of flowers from him, and now I'm supposed to be grateful to him? She gritted her teeth in fury, her clenched fists trembling as if ready to tear Xiaopeng to shreds. After listening to the recording, Yi Xiao had his own calculations. He waited patiently until his daughter had vented her fury before speaking in a measured tone. Xiaopeng truly had ulterior motives. He was utterly despicable, one thing on the surface, another behind the scenes. Someone like that was indeed unworthy of association. I've finally seen this scumbag for who he truly is. How dare he slander me like this? Yilan had always lived a pampered life. When had she ever endured such humiliation? Yet Yi Xiao looked away, his voice steady. Li Hao is indeed a decent man. By giving you this recording, he's helping you escape these despicable people. It's just a pity such a fine man is already married. Otherwise, Yi Xiao might well have considered Li Hao as a potential son-in-law. With her father's companionship and reassurance, Yilan's anger gradually subsided somewhat, though her loathing for Xiaopeng remained undiminished. Before leaving, she couldn't stop muttering indignantly. There's no chance for me and Xiaopeng in this lifetime. A person like that is truly disgusting. 2 days had passed since Lanjiu Jewelry and Xiaopeng sealed their partnership. Li Hao had almost believed this would be a straightforward, mutually beneficial partnership, but it turned out he had rejoiced too soon. Early that morning, while driving to the office, Li Hao received a call from Qin Zhaozhao. Manager Li, things aren't looking good. The deal you closed with Mr. Xia 2 days ago has hit a snag. This situation felt strangely familiar to Li Hao, and he wasn't particularly surprised. If Xiaopeng didn't seize the opportunity to stir up trouble, Li Hao would actually feel uneasy. Mu Qingwan, sitting in the passenger seat, frowned deeply. The atmosphere inside the car turned icy cold. She reached over to take the phone from Li Hao, who was driving. Qin Xiaoxiao, what exactly happened? Ms. Mu, it's hard to explain over the phone. I'll give you the full details when you get to the company. Mu Qingwan sighed deeply and hung up. She pursed her lips and turned to Li Hao beside her, her expression filled with concern. Honey, you mentioned this contract with Xiaopeng before. Everything's been handled according to standard procedures, right? Li Hao gripped the steering wheel tightly, his gaze fixed ahead. His expression showed little visible worry, only an added layer of seriousness. Honey, it's fine. I've been keeping a close eye on everything. Every step has been reviewed. Nothing will go wrong. Even if something did go wrong, it would be Xiaopeng deliberately sabotaging and framing us. The more critical the situation, the more I must stay composed. Panic only invites traps. As long as I have a clear conscience, they won't find any leverage. Since trouble has come, we'll just face it head on. Mu Qingwan, who had been filled with worry, finally felt much more at ease after hearing Li Hao's words and inner thoughts. Running a company successfully seemed to require navigating such difficulties. Together, they had weathered many storms, overcoming obstacles until the clouds parted and the sun shone through. This time would be no different. Husband, I'll go with you. Let's see what's really going on. Though Mu Qingwan now trusted Li Hao's ability to handle matters, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry. It's fine, honey. I can handle this kind of thing. Besides, I was the one who negotiated the deal with Xiaopeng and signed the contract. If anyone's to blame, it's me for misjudging him. There's no need to involve you. Besides, don't you have a shareholders meeting this morning? Don't let this delay you, otherwise, people will start complaining. Though I still don't know the specifics of what happened, I did leave myself some wiggle room regarding this collaboration with Xiaopeng. Every step of the process and all the plans for working with him are documented. If I can't handle a minor figure like Xiaopeng, how can I maintain any authority within the department going forward? I'll see what tricks he's got up his sleeve. Honey, you can rest assured. Watch me handle this with style. Mu Qingwan shrugged, her furrowed brows finally relaxing. Alright then, honey. If you can't handle it, don't forget to ask me for help. After parking in the underground garage, the two split up. Li Hao rushed straight to the jewelry department, afraid he might be too late. Upon arriving at the company, Qin Zhaozhao was already waiting. Compared to before, her attitude toward Li Hao was gradually changing. from her previous lack of trust to her current obedience. So even when trouble arose, she held her ground, waiting patiently for Li Hao to issue instructions. Managerly, take a look, our blue everlasting jewelry is trending everywhere. Qin Xiaoxiao's red lips twitched as she handed over her phone. Li Hao stared intently at the content on his phone, seeing that all the trending topics were pointing fingers at Lanzhou jewelry. Lanzhou jewelry passed off cheap jewelry as high-end pieces, showing no corporate integrity whatsoever. Lanzhou jewelry bullies customers and treats them differently based on their status. Where is Lanzhou jewelry's credibility? Can the newly appointed manager Li truly handle the job? Clicking on these trending topics instantly redirected him to a post published at midnight today. The poster bore an official verification logo, belonging to the local Hummer dealership's official account. Reading the post, Li Hao nearly lost his composure. As the authorized dealer for Hummer vehicles in Jiang Province, I hereby publicly denounce Blue Ever Jewelry for its egregious practices of deceiving customers and passing off inferior goods as genuine. 2 days ago, I purchased a batch of gemstones from Blue Ever for luxury vehicle decoration. Only now have I discovered Lanzhou's consumer fraud. Our company paid premium prices for demantoid garnets, yet received cheap savorite garnets instead. The goods do not match the description. Such a large corporation committing such an outrageous act is truly despicable. Perhaps I should remain silent after all. A major enterprise like Blue Everlasting is beyond the reach of a small dealer like me. But if I stay quiet, how will others who face similar discrimination in the future defend their rights? Chapter 152, What a masterful twist of truth, confusing the public. The entire text is forcefully written, hitting the nail on the head with overwhelming momentum, as if determined to destroy Lanzhou at all costs. Not only does it paint Lanzhou as a thoroughly despicable villain, but it also positions the author as an ordinary victim of oppression, rallying others to join the fight against this dark force. Thus, anyone unfamiliar with the truth who reads such an accusatory piece would inevitably feel outraged and join the chorus of condemnation against Lanzhou. And this was happening online, where most believed they bore no responsibility for their words. Thus, a chorus of voices could melt metal, and repeated slander could erode bones. Lies repeated 1,000 times became truth, and falsehoods were embellished until they seemed real. Li Hao couldn't help but marvel at Xia Peng's meticulous planning. First, he'd been earnest at the dinner table, carefully crafting his persona. Once the deal was sealed, he'd immediately launched into slandering Yilan to achieve his goal. He held back for 2 days without posting. I actually thought this guy might genuinely settle down and do business with me. Who knew his true intentions were this? Deliberately timing the midnight post? Nothing more than giving his troll army time to stir the pot. After a night of fermentation, combined with those inflammatory words, it attracts a crowd of uninformed onlookers. What a masterful inversion of truth and confusion of public opinion. Li Hao shook his head helplessly. Beyond a faint surge of anger, he found the whole affair absurd and laughable. Just how much did Xia Peng hate him to go to such lengths orchestrating this farce? It was utterly laughable. Qin Xiaoxiao watched Li Hao's upturned lips and thought he'd been scared into stupor. She hurriedly asked with concern. Manager Li, are you okay? I'm fine. Li Hao waved his hand dismissively, appearing unconcerned. So what should we do now? We'll proceed as planned. We haven't done anything wrong, so there's no need to fear him. From the color perspective, the garnet green carries a yellow undertone, while the savorite green has a higher saturation. This difference alone is enough to distinguish between the two. Such a clear distinction is impossible for even the most ordinary factory worker to mistake. Therefore, an error in the inventory allocation process is absolutely unthinkable. Blue Geo Jewelry has worked hard to get where it is today. We wouldn't do something that would shoot ourselves in the foot. Our factory shipments are handled by professional craftsmen, and I personally oversee the entire process. Mistakes are impossible, let alone intentional ones. Although Xia Peng's post included so-called evidence, nothing more than contract photos and certification reports, including what he claimed were pictures of the counterfeit gemstones he received. But in today's world, anything can be forged. These fabricated proof reports are merely for the entertainment of the gawking crowd. Moreover, if there truly was a discrepancy in the goods, the customer should have first contacted the merchant to discuss solutions or seek compensation. Yet he neither contacted me nor reported it to Lanzhou's customer service. Instead, he immediately edited this text after the incident and paid for a large number of paid commenters. This frame-up was far too transparent. Li Hao's brow furrowed, his gaze sharpening. I'll issue an official statement immediately. Qin Xiaoxiao, you contact our key client to refute the rumors and reassure them. If necessary, send some consolation gifts. Understood, Manager Li. The jewelry industry primarily targets high-end clientele, so the number of clients capable of large-scale collaborations is limited. Most transactions occur between businesses, making the retention of core clients absolutely critical. Meanwhile, online sentiment directly impacts Lanzhou's corporate image, targeting individual buyers a segment equally vital. Both are indispensable, neither can be neglected. Since Xia Peng wields the power of words and media to deceive and distort the truth, Li Hao can easily turn his own tactics against him. Before preparing the statement, Li Hao gathered all necessary invoices, receipts, supply certificates, on-site videos, and his own gemstone inspection reports. Fortunately, he had been cautious when collaborating with Xiaopeng initially, allowing him to prepare more thoroughly. With everything in order, his statement was drafted and released. I am Manager Li of Lanzhou Jewelry. Regarding the issues raised by Mr. Xia, I now respond as follows. Mr. Xia claims our blue jewelry products are not as advertised. Very well. Below, I have attached on-site video footage of the delivery. The public's eyes are sharp. It clearly shows no issues existed prior to delivery. Furthermore, as video evidence confirms, our blue jade sapphires are premium quality, clear and free of impurities. However, the photos released by Mr. Xia show sapphires with a faint grayish tint. Clearly, these are not from our blue jade supply. In summary, Mr. Xia's actions constitute outright defamation. To prove Blue Joe's innocence, we welcome inspection by relevant authorities. Should there be interest, I am prepared to hold a press conference to resolve this publicly. At that time, I invite Mr. Xia to attend and confront me directly. Claiming Lanzhou specifically targets you with counterfeit goods? That's flattering your own importance. Risking a company's reputation for your petty ill-gotten gains? Only a fool would do such a thing. Seriously, Xiaopeng, could you at least think before framing people? Not a shred of originality. Good thing I came prepared. All these photos, videos, and reports were pre-prepared evidence. No need to waste time, just open the folder and send them. You don't even draft your lies. Clearly, that sapphire product you're using to slander us isn't even ours. You don't even do market research before scamming people. Don't you know that to win every battle, you must know both yourself and your enemy? At the end of the statement, Li Hao even seized the opportunity to promote his own products. We welcome everyone to purchase Blue Jewel's new designs. Should any buyer encounter quality issues or discrepancies between product and description, we pledge compensation at a ratio of 1 to 10,000. This statement alone generated massive buzz without Li Hao needing to hire any paid commenters. Logically sound and well-reasoned, it not only addressed the issues head-on but also proactively invited scrutiny. Such resolve and confidence clearly stemmed from absolute faith in their products. Moreover, it effectively promoted their products. The staggering 10,000 to 1 compensation pledge captivated numerous consumers, sparking intense interest in Blue Ever Jewelry's offerings. Following Li Hao's statement, numerous loyal Blue Jewelry customers stepped forward to actively defend the brand's reputation. Zhang Xuejie was among the first to join the effort to clear Lanzhou's name. Based on my extensive collaborations with Lanzhou, I can attest that the quality of their jewelry is absolutely trustworthy. This brief statement significantly boosted Lanzhou Jewelry's credibility. We at Weilon have also worked with Blue Jewelry and never encountered any issues. As a small manufacturer, we once engaged in a small-scale collaboration. The jewelry quality was excellent, and we are considering partnering again in the future. Beyond endorsements from manufacturers and enterprises, an increasing number of individual buyers are now speaking up for Lanzhou. Chapter 153, You're Coming Home With Me, got it? Lanzhou Jewelry is part of the Mu Group, headed by a stunningly beautiful woman. Such a female entrepreneur truly understands women's perspectives, which is why their jewelry resonates so well with us. I frequently shop at their physical stores. I once bought a ring at Lanzhou. When they were out of stock, the saleswoman was incredibly helpful. She immediately called to arrange a transfer, and I got the style I wanted the very next day. Even though I didn't buy anything during my first visit, the staff's warm smiles and attentive explanations left me with a very positive impression. Amidst the strong support from numerous consumers, the malicious insults and abuse directed at Lanzhou Jewelry across the internet swiftly transformed into heartfelt praise and admiration. The reversal of public opinion was as swift as lightning. The fierce rumors seemed to lose their foundation, dissipating on their own within a short time. They didn't even have time to affect Lanzhou's stock performance before the crisis was successfully resolved. As for Xiaopeng, he seemed to have lost his voice. Despite his confident tone when posting the original claims, he couldn't utter a single word in response to Li Hao's repeated rebuttals. He dared not post any further rebuttals, let alone attend a press conference. His cowardly demeanor was laid bare for all to see. Xiaopeng never anticipated Li Hao would be so thoroughly prepared. No matter which angle he attacked from, it seemed the other side had already anticipated every countermeasure, as if deliberately guarding against him all alone. He had hoped that even if the rumors failed to crush Lanzhou, they would at least dent Li Hao's morale. Ideally, he could have Li Hao punished for incompetence and demoted. But not only did this incident fail to backfire on Blue 9, it actually served as a promotional boost. Their official account even gained a significant number of new followers. Once the dust settled, the entire design department breathed a collective sigh of relief. Many cheered and celebrated, as if marking another victory. That afternoon, Yilan knocked on the manager's office door. When the door opened, she stood there like a timid little bird, head bowed, not moving, glancing over at Li Hao with a look of hurt and resentment. "What's wrong?" Li Hao asked first. Yilan was unusually quiet today. She took a few steps forward, stopping only when she reached the desk. Her eyes were slightly lowered, and she bit her lower lip lightly before finally speaking after a long pause. Managerly, I'm so sorry for causing you so much trouble. Ha? Li Hao looked utterly bewildered, completely lost. This time, Xiaopeng deliberately caused trouble, and I must take responsibility. I should be the one apologizing. She stared at her two intertwined index fingers, her voice now devoid of confidence as she spoke pitifully. Because Xiaopeng had been pursuing Yilan all along. After being rejected, she had also declared that Li Hao was the one she truly loved. That's why Li Hao had become the target of Xiaopeng's jealousy and hatred, suffering this undeserved calamity. Yilan wasn't stupid, she must have known this matter was inextricably linked to her. Li Hao waved his hand dismissively, appearing remarkably magnanimous. No big deal. I knew he wouldn't have good intentions, so I had a backup plan ready. See? Everything's sorted out now. But I feel like ever since I fell for you, I've just been causing you trouble. Yilan rubbed her eyes guiltily. Li Hao froze, lifting his gaze to meet hers. Holy crap, you've actually reached this level of self-awareness. Seems you've finally caught on. But what can I say, I just love doing good deeds. Besides, Xiaopeng's never been one to keep quiet. His cousin's no saint either, it's only a matter of time before he stirs up trouble. Yilan unconsciously tightened her grip on the hem of her shirt and added. But to make up for it, my dad will refer a few clients your way. Consider it my small token of goodwill. No. Li Hao shook his head like a bobblehead. I'm not getting involved in any shady deals with your old man. No, that's not it. Yilan hurriedly widened her eyes to explain. They're legitimate clients, people who do jewelry business with you. My dad genuinely thinks you're a good person. He feels reassured having me work here and is very grateful for how you've looked out for me. Hearing this, Li Hao felt a bit embarrassed, a faint smile touching his lips. Taking care of you? I wouldn't put it that way, but still, thanks to your dad. Although the matter with Xiaopeng had been resolved, to avoid any lingering issues, Li Hao stayed late at work, not leaving until deep into the night. Several colleagues voluntarily stayed behind to help out. Besides Qin Zhaozhao, Lulu and Yilan were also among those working overtime. Meanwhile, after wrapping up her tasks, Mu Qingwan hurried over to the jewelry design department. Here you go, honey. Dinner. She placed a plate of fragrant pork tenderloin patties on the desk. The patty featured a crispy exterior and tender interior, filled with aromatic, juicy tenderloin. Paired with fresh vegetables and spicy sauce, each bite was absolutely perfect. Yes, Mu Qingwan had bought it from a street vendor. But it was Li Hao's favorite. Ever since his parents went missing and he fell into poverty, being able to buy a pork tenderloin patty from a street stall felt like one of life's greatest blessings. Even though life was now comfortable and prosperous, his tastes hadn't changed much. He still cherished the flavors of those street stalls and hole-in-the-wall eateries. Mu Qingwan didn't understand at first, but gradually went from refusing to joining in. Even though she ate little herself, she didn't mind indulging Li Hao. Wow, honey, this is amazing. I love you so much. Li Hao took a bite and immediately let out a heartfelt exclamation, giving it the highest praise. Mu Qingwan pursed her lips in a half smile, half pout, teasingly scolding him. You love me to death over a pork cutlet? Your affection sure is cheap, honey. Enough talk. Let me kiss you. In Li Hao's heart, nothing felt more intoxicating than this late-night street stall, filling him with pure happiness and contentment. In that moment, he set down his meat patty, spread his arms wide, and swept his wife into an embrace, pressing his lips to hers without hesitation. The sudden kiss came on so fiercely that Mu Qingwan couldn't dodge in time. An oil-smeared lip print instantly marked her fair, delicate cheek. Li Hao! Her brows furrowed in exasperation, a mix of frustration and amusement bubbling up inside her. In the end, she could only sigh helplessly. You really get me. With that, she pulled a tissue from the table and began meticulously wiping Li Hao's mouth. Her fingers were ice-cold, yet her palms held tenderness. The tissue dabbed gently, making Li Hao feel an irresistible tingling sensation. Once it was finally clean, his handsome face returned to normal. Li Hao chuckled, cupping Mu Qingwan's face and planting another kiss on her cheek, this one accompanied by a crisp smacking sound. Mu Qingwan froze for a moment, then her cheeks flushed crimson. She lowered her head slightly, instinctively glancing toward the office door before quickly averting her gaze. This is the office. Save the kissing for home, got it? Yet her words were laced with playful reproach and shy embarrassment. Chapter 154, Warning. After a bit of playful banter, their conversation finally turned to business. You handled today's situation very well. Everyone at the shareholders' meeting was quite satisfied with you. Mu Qingwan murmured softly, her eyes brimming with admiration. Ever since bringing Li Hao into the company, she had witnessed his steady progress. Now it was clear that Li Hao was becoming increasingly adept at handling all kinds of issues. At today's shareholders' meeting, Mu Qingwan had again heard voices led by Mu Yuankai expressing distrust toward Li Hao. They argued that Li Hao lacked professional management experience and was unqualified for the department manager position, urging Mu Qingwan to consider other candidates. Yet, observing Li Hao's response to this recent incident made it clear, no one was more suited for the manager position than him.
A department manager must possess capability and leadership skills, but more crucially, they must align personal honor with corporate honor. Li Hao's ability to step forward immediately after the incident to protect the company's image and prevent negative publicity from damaging Blue Joe's reputation was even more important than his skills. Li Hao was praised again, grinning ear to ear. "Oh, it's nothing truly trivial. No need to keep praising me." Though he said this, his heart was already bursting with joy, floating on air. "Sometimes, don't blame me for being overly confident, it's just that I'm too strong. What can I do? Keep the praise and admiration coming more. Don't get too attached to me, I'm just a legend." Outside the office, Yilan sat at her workstation, seemingly busy with tasks, but her eyes never left the office interior. The door wasn't fully closed, and the gap allowed her to see every move Li Hao and Mu Qingwan made inside. While affection between spouses was perfectly normal, to her eyes, it carried an inexplicable sense of loss and emptiness. It was a feeling she never experienced before. Though she couldn't pinpoint the exact emotion, she knew for certain it tasted bitter. She shifted her gaze elsewhere, drifting into a daze. Yet the next moment, a steaming meat pie appeared on the desk. Mu Qingwan had appeared beside her without warning. She looked down at Yilan, her gaze as cool as ever, yet now tinged with warmth. "It's so late, and you haven't eaten yet. Have something to tide you over. Work can wait until tomorrow." On the table lay pork tenderloin patties Mu Qingwan had bought 2 portions. Yilan was taken aback, as if surprised that such words had come from the lips of the person before her. She hesitated for a moment before picking up a meat patty. "How kind of you to buy me dinner," Yilan muttered, still incredulous. "What else could I do? You're my employee. Should I just let you starve?" Mu Qingwan flicked a strand of hair from her temple and replied indifferently. Yilan nervously glanced at Mu Qingwan before lowering her eyes to the meat pie in her hands. She spent ages wondering if it might be laced with poison, but in the end, she simply said obediently, "Thank you, Ms. Mu." Mu Qingwan seemed to see right through Yilan's little thoughts and couldn't help but snort derisively. "Don't worry, it's not poisoned. This is Li Hao's favorite. He just ate some and is still alive and well." Hearing this, Yilan couldn't help but smile herself, finally taking a big bite. She was genuinely hungry. Normally at home, she'd eat 4 meals a day without fail, but today, with all the commotion, she'd been too anxious to eat anything since breakfast. The taste was indeed good, but it still fell short of her favorite Japanese cuisine. "There's an amazing izakaya on Future Street if you ever go, mention my name and you'll get a 40% discount." Mu Qingwan had no interest in Japanese cuisine. She simply watched Yilan quietly, suddenly feeling the hatred she harbored for the person before her vanish in that instant. She genuinely despised her romantic rival and loathed the mistress even more. She couldn't tolerate anyone who came to destroy her relationship and family. She had always viewed Yilan as precisely that kind of person. But now it seemed Yilan was more like a child with no sense of boundaries. She simply knew that what she liked, she had to have and fight for. She knew that the Japanese food she loved, she had to eat often, even recommending it to everyone around her. At its core, she harbored no malicious intent, no cunning schemes, only the purest form of affection and love, nothing more. Though her pursuit of a married man was indeed inappropriate, she never crossed any boundaries. Everything stemmed from her feelings for Li Hao. As long as Li Hao stayed true to himself, she could do nothing. Only after realizing this did Mu Qingwan suddenly see how ridiculous her sulking had been. Who would hold a grudge against a child? "Alright, finish your meal and hurry back. It's chilly at night, don't catch a cold and make the company cover your medical bills." "Got it, Mr. Mu. You've worked hard." After returning home, Yilan's mind remained tangled in complex emotions. Regarding Lanzhou's defamation, though neither Mu Qingwan nor Li Hao held her accountable, a relentless sense of guilt continued to weigh heavily on her heart. After much consideration, she decided to arrange a meeting with Xia Peng. They arranged to meet at an ordinary Western-style restaurant. With fewer customers and a quiet, serene atmosphere, it was ideal for discussing matters. Yilan applied light makeup and wore simple casual attire, a long-sleeved jacket over jeans. Xia Peng, however, arrived early, dressed in his usual bespoke suit, maintaining his gentlemanly facade. "Miss Yi, I thought you'd forgotten about me." Seeing Yilan again, Xia Peng couldn't hide his excitement, his face beaming with a broad smile. Behind him, he held a large bouquet of red roses, intended as a declaration of love. Yet when Yilan saw Xia Peng's face, a wave of disgust washed over her. "Mr. Xia, I came to speak with you about some matters today." She forced herself to suppress her inner revulsion, striving to keep her tone as calm as possible. I know. Miss Yi must have something important to discuss." Xia Peng's heart swelled with joy. He surmised that Yilan had summoned him today because she'd been rejected by Li Hao and had finally changed her mind, setting her sights on him. Yilan took a deep breath, her gaze piercing as she spoke each word deliberately. "Mr. Xia, I don't care what your reasons are for persecuting Li Hao, but I'm warning you, never do anything like this again. If you do, I will not let you off the hook. Furthermore, I have no interest in you whatsoever. Not even a little. It's impossible between us for the rest of our lives. Understand?"
Perhaps when she had bluntly rejected Xiaopeng last time, Yilan still harbored a trace of guilt. But now, that lingering remorse had vanished completely, replaced only by deep disgust and hatred. Xiaopeng's expression was a sight to behold, transforming from elated joy to furious humiliation in a mere second. He slammed his fist on the table, his face instantly contorting into a hideous grimace. Who the hell do you think you are? Seriously, you actually think you're some kind of princess? Me pursuing you? That's me doing you a favor. Stop flattering yourself, okay? You don't seriously believe I can't live without you, do you? Had it not been for the influence behind Yilan, Xiaopeng would never have wasted his time on her. Seeing that there was no possibility between them, he naturally couldn't keep up the act any longer. The carefully crafted image of a gentleman crumbled to pieces in that moment. Yilan had never argued with anyone before. Seeing the man before her suddenly transform, his emotions running so high, she couldn't help but be startled. Chapter 155, You Dare Hit Me? Even so, Yilan showed no sign of flinching, maintaining her composure and calm. Mr. Xia, so now that you can't achieve your goal, you're resorting to anger and shame? You can't even be bothered to keep up the pretense anymore? Put. Xiaopeng's eyes were bloodshot, his aggressive demeanor making him look like a street thug, his ugly true colors fully exposed. Yilan, you're so full of yourself, with all your rotten habits. You didn't actually think I genuinely like you, did you? If it weren't for your father's influence, I wouldn't even give you the time of day. And yet you dare act so arrogant in front of me? Deep resentment had long festering within him. This attempt to slander Li Hao not only failed but backfired spectacularly. Hummer headquarters slapped him with a hefty fine for severely damaging the brand's image. Yet he stubbornly refused to admit his own fault, instead blaming every ounce of the blame on Li Hao and Yilan. In the serene atmosphere of the Western-style restaurant, Xiaopeng's wildly erratic behavior stood out like a sore thumb. Nearly every diner present turned their gaze toward him. But when he spoke with such insolence and filth, Yilan no longer cared about the gawking stares. She retorted sharply. Xiaopeng, you call me a princess with an attitude, but aren't you just a phony, a fake? Your so-called pursuit of me was nothing but coveting the power of the Yi family, wasn't it? What else could it be? A self-important, vulgar, ugly woman like you? Only someone with a screw loose would like you. That kid Li Hao is surprisingly undiscerning. No wonder he's stuck with that for life. What did you say? Yilan shrieked, veins bulging on her forehead as fury boiled over. Xiaopeng, however, nonchalantly pulled out a cigarette, lit it with a sneer, and stared at her with utter contempt, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Oh, so you don't like me talking about your lover? Well then, I'll just wish you two 100 years of bliss together. You two are a perfect match, a pair of dogs in ES, truly made for each other. Before he could finish, a sharp, crisp slap echoed through the air. Instantly, a vivid red handprint bloomed across Xiaopeng's cheek. Yilan paid no heed to the stinging pain radiating from her palm. Instead, she savored the sight of the fury boiling in his eyes, the rage distorting his features. She had grown up in a sheltered environment, never having endured such a vicious insult. Not only had she been unjustly insulted, but Li Hao had been dragged into this slander as well. This was the last straw. If she couldn't bear it anymore, then there was no need to endure it further. You dare strike me? Xiaopeng's temper flared instantly. His chest heaved violently, his eyes bulging menacingly, his expression terrifying. I'm hitting you. Yilan stood her ground, her words sharp and forceful. Yet before she could finish, a piercing chill swept over her from head to toe. Xiaopeng lifted his wineglass and poured its contents directly onto Yilan's face. Her white shirt was soaked and stained, her delicate makeup completely smudged. Her voluminous hair clung wetly to her face. She was utterly disheveled, looking like a drenched chicken. Yilan couldn't believe what was happening before her eyes. She clenched her fists, ready to explode, but was stopped by a waiter who rushed over. Sir, ma'am, if there's any issue with our service, please let me know. There's no need to lose your composure in the restaurant. Just moments ago, the waiter had been watching the spectacle with curiosity, but seeing the two about to come to blows, he knew he had to intervene before they tore the place apart. To prevent the situation from escalating, Yilan forced herself to swallow her anger and chose to leave first. Before leaving, however, she made one final point. Xiaopeng, if you ever dare to cross Li Hao again, don't blame me for being unforgiving. This was no idle threat. After all, Yi Zhao's influence in the underworld was something everyone feared. And when the time came, it wouldn't be as simple as a slap. Upon returning home, Yilan washed up, changed into clean clothes, and rushed to tell her father all about it. Daddy, that Xiaopeng actually dared to splash wine on me. Her eyes were red and swollen, as if she'd suffered the greatest injustice in the world. She'd held it all in while out in the cold, but once back in the warmth of home, her strength simply gave way. Yi Xiao, however, showed little surprise or shock. He simply patted his daughter's back gently. It's okay, sweetheart. Xiaopeng didn't get away with much. Someone already dealt with him. Yi Xiao knew exactly what had happened at the restaurant today. He knew his daughter had arranged to meet Xiaopeng, so he had someone follow her to the restaurant. Once Xiaopang left the restaurant, his men dragged him into an alley and gave him a thorough beating. Really? Yilan blinked her swollen, tear-stained eyes, droplets of crystal-clear tears still clinging to her lashes. It's true. He got beaten so badly he looks like a puffed-up fish. Hearing her father's answer, Yilan finally broke into a smile through her tears. Rubbing her eyes, she looked just like a child rewarded with candy. However, I've already had people look into Xiaopeng's background. Yi Xiao stroked the stubble on his chin, his expression suddenly turning grave and meaningful. Domestically, he may be a car dealership owner, but overseas, he's involved in the despicable business of human trafficking and organ trafficking. He's utterly heartless. Having navigated the underworld, Yi Xiao had engaged in numerous borderline legal transactions, yet he had never harmed the innocent or treated human life as cheap as grass. Compared to him, Xiaopeng was truly the scum of the scum, the dregs of the dregs. Ha! Yilan froze, instinctively covering her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. She had thought Xiaopeng was merely a hypocritical phony, but never imagined he was also a murderer with blood on his hands. Had it not been for Li Hao, Yilan might well have fallen into the glittering trap Xiaopeng had deliberately crafted for her. Once ensnared in that world, she would likely have plunged into an abyss from which there would be no escape. The thought sent a chill through her heart, her fingertips trembling uncontrollably. She suddenly realized that it was precisely because of her that a dangerous man like Xiaopeng had targeted Li Hao, nearly ensnaring him in his trap as well. In contrast, Li Hao had been warning her to stay away from Xiaopeng all along. He was trying to pull her out of this quagmire. Yet because Yilan liked Li Hao and pursued him relentlessly, it had fueled Xiaopeng's malicious intent, driving him to use every means possible to frame Li Hao. She now saw that while she loved Li Hao, she had only brought him tangible and intangible troubles. Conversely, Li Hao had secretly and openly given her so much help. Seen this way, her affection felt more like a burden. Dad, did I make a mistake? Yilan suddenly sank into gloom, her head drooping and lips tightly pressed together, her expression heavy with worry. Chapter 156, Husband, I must return with you. This sudden confession seemed utterly baffling and out of the blue, yet Yi Xiao fully understood the turmoil and conflict churning within his daughter's heart. He simply stroked Yilan's back gently, speaking with heartfelt sincerity. Making mistakes isn't scary. As long as you learn from them, find the right path, and keep growing and transforming along the way, that's what matters. Yi Xiao also felt more keenly than ever that since his daughter had fallen for Li Hao, she had steadily progressed toward greater maturity and rationality in every aspect. Perhaps this unexpected growth and harvest were precisely the gifts brought by this relationship. Manager's office. Mu Qingwan came to inspect the work once again. On the surface, she claimed it was to check on work progress, but in truth, her real motive was to keep an eye on whether Yilan had any new underhanded moves. Though she was now trying hard not to let jealousy get the better of her, the urge deep inside to come and check on things remained difficult to suppress. After all, should Yilan exhibit any inappropriate behavior, she would still step in without hesitation. Today, however, she was taken aback. Yilan, the woman who usually hovered around Li Hao, had spent the entire morning quietly seated at her own workstation, completely absorbed in her tasks. There was no sign of her usual habit of flitting around Li Hao. Mu Qingwan couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Her gaze immediately shifted to Li Hao. Honey, didn't Yilan come to the office to see you today? No, she hasn't. Li Hao shrugged. Probably because our team leader gave her too much work. She's too busy to bother. That's the best outcome. We'll mind our own business, sparing me the awkwardness. But after hearing that recording of Xiaopeng berating her the other day, I doubt even that silly girl would still have any lingering feelings for him. Unless she's some masochistic rich girl who enjoys being berated. Mu Qingwan exhaled softly at Li Hao's response, letting out an unnoticed sigh of relief. She didn't press further. Hey, honey, lunch. Lately, since she'd been visiting the jewelry department frequently, bringing lunch for Li Hao had gradually become a daily routine. Every day, Mu Qingwan meticulously prepared different dishes, ensuring no repetition, all of which were Li Hao's favorite foods. Truthfully, she found great joy in this routine, for each time Li Hao showered her with emotional fulfillment, leaving her deeply content. Wow, honey, you really know me. This fish-flavored shredded pork rice bowl is so fragrant and delicious, authentic and tasty. Li Hao never held back his praise even if it was just a simple dish, he could wax poetic about it. Hearing Li Hao's praise, Mu Qingwan couldn't help but feel overjoyed, her face lighting up with a sweet smile. Well then, honey, you'd better cook something delicious tonight to reward me. Absolutely. Li Hao replied with brimming confidence. After all, he was a model new century gentleman. Just as they were halfway through their meal, Li Hao seemed to suddenly recall something important. Oh right, honey, I need to head back to my hometown this weekend. Actually, I've been meaning to go for quite some time, but with everything going on lately, I just couldn't find the time. The main purpose of this trip was to visit his younger sister and help improve her living conditions. You see, the original owner hadn't returned home in 5 years. To think he could abandon such a sensible sister, the original owner didn't care, but he certainly did. Now that things are finally calming down, it's only natural to put this trip back home on the agenda. Hometown? Sounds good. I'll wrap up my current tasks these next few days, then we'll head back together. You're coming back with me? Li Hao was a bit surprised. What's the matter? Mu Qingwan stepped forward, her eyes sparkling. Don't you want me to go with you? No. Li Hao quickly denied it. It's just that my hometown isn't exactly a pleasant place. I'm afraid you wouldn't feel at home there. The old house back home, though I had it repaired recently so it doesn't leak anymore, is still pretty rough. Even the bathroom is an outhouse. I doubt you've ever seen one. I still suggest you don't come. Otherwise, you silly woman will end up crying. But hearing Li Hao's true feelings only fueled Mu Qingwan's competitive spirit. She felt more determined than ever to return to that hometown. She refused to believe any place could be so harsh it would make her cry. A woman of steel would never be defeated by hardship. No way, honey, I'm going back with you. Better not. I'll be back soon, no need to act like you can't live without me. No, I'm going. Fine. Seeing Mu Qingwan so determined, Li Hao gave up arguing. He thought to himself, fine, let her go. Maybe she'll actually get to see a good show. At the employee workstations outside the office, Yilan stared blankly at her work. She had actually noticed Mu Qingwan's arrival at the jewelry department today. Though Mu Qingwan seemed slightly better than 2 days prior, Yilan still felt an inexplicable bitterness lingering deep within her heart. This time, however, she suddenly understood the root of that indescribable emotion. Every time Mu Qingwan came to visit, she brought Li Hao food, always his favorites. Li Hao accepted them gladly, offering praise, and constantly kept her in his thoughts. The emotional investment between them was not one-sided but mutual, a genuine two-way journey where each genuinely considered the other's perspective. Yilan realized that true love should be about mutual care and concern, not just constant taking. Love required both parties to invest their hearts in nurturing and preserving it. In comparison, her own past behavior seemed so frivolous and selfish. She constantly claimed to like Li Hao and wanted to compete with Mu Qingwan, yet in reality, she didn't even know what Li Hao liked to eat or do. She only wanted Li Hao's company when she felt lonely or bored. She liked Japanese food, so she wanted to take him there too. From start to finish, her liking was entirely self-centered, driven solely by her own needs and feelings. Rather than affection, it was a manifestation of selfishness. In that instant, the confusion and turmoil that had long tormented her seemed to be gently blown away by a breeze, revealing the purest and truest answer. She understood deeply that she could never compare to Mu Qingwan, for her so-called affection fell far short of true love, not even a fraction of it. At this realization, Yilan suddenly felt her vision blur. When I get off work tonight, I'll bring Dad a box of his favorite tea and tell him I truly love him. She murmured softly. Weekend. The sky was clear and bright, not a cloud in sight. The sun poured its warmth generously over the land, bathing everything in a cozy glow. Li Hao greedily inhaled deeply, wanting to savor the scent of fresh air and appreciate the gift of this beautiful weather. Does it smell nice, honey? Mu Qingwan furrowed her brow slightly, a hint of disdain flitting across her face. Chapter 157, I can't let you suffer any longer. She pointed her finger toward the lawn nearby. There, a bichon frise was frolicking joyfully, occasionally leaving its mark on the grass. Li Hao. Li Hao's hometown was located in Bishui Village, Dongyuan County, H-City. For years, it had been a poverty-stricken area, barely sustaining itself through government support and assistance. Geographically, it wasn't far from City A where the two lived, but due to the village's poor transportation, driving there still took nearly half a day. Since the hometown was far from the nearest train station and lacked an airport, Li Hao concluded after careful consideration that driving back was the most reliable option. The 5-hour drive left him utterly exhausted. Upon arrival, Li Hao felt aching in his waist and back, his entire body drained of energy. Mu Qingwan, however, had slept the entire way. When she awoke, the surroundings had changed dramatically. It was now 6 in the afternoon, and the town streets were bustling with people coming and going. Many passers-by dressed plainly could be seen, while street vendors busily packed up their stalls. Scattered along the roadside were discarded vegetable scraps and fruit. Looking up, the sky had grown dim, taking on a dusky, grayish-black hue. The view stretched vast and open, unobstructed by tall buildings, allowing the eye to see far into the distance. It seemed to coincide with the school's dismissal time. After a crisp bell rang, a crowd of high school students in uniforms poured out of the school gates like a tide. Some laughed and played, others walked in groups, their cheerful voices echoing throughout the street, creating a lively atmosphere. Mu Qingwan stood quietly, her eyes curiously taking in everything around her, a wave of profound emotion welling up within her. This scene of everyday life, so full of simple, unadorned charm, felt utterly unfamiliar to her. She had never experienced anything like it firsthand. Is this your hometown, dear? Mu Qingwan asked softly. No, this is the town. My home is still in the village. We're heading to where Li Qingyao works part-time. It was just the start of Li Qingyao's winter break. To save on rent, she chose not to stay in the city for work and returned to the town to find a part-time job. Desperate for income, she found a dishwashing job at the bustling Shaolu noodle shop. Though the dishwashing job seemed incongruous with her identity as a top-tier university undergraduate, Li Qingyao never paid it any mind. She was simply making ends meet. This was something Li Hao had only recently learned. Soon, they arrived at Xiao Lu's noodle shop. In the back courtyard, Li Hao immediately spotted his sister sitting on a small stool, bent over with intense focus as she washed dishes. She wore a loose, ill-fitting apron, her ponytail pulled high at the nape of her neck. Though still a young girl, her fair face bore a determination beyond her years. Even clad in simple coarse cloth garments, her face free of any makeup, she couldn't hide her innate beauty and innocence. This was the first time Li Hao had ever seen his sister in person. Standing at a distance, he gazed at her for a long time, his heart filled with a complex mix of emotions. For a moment, he dared not step forward. It wasn't so much that he was moved as it was that his heart ached for her. This girl before him, clearly in the prime of her youth at 18, had been forced to shoulder burdens unimaginable to her peers. How pitiful. Li Hao's earlier behavior was a bit excessive, only knowing how to sacrifice for the female lead without caring for his own sister. It's already winter, and she's still washing dishes with cold water. Her hands must be freezing. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'd never have known she endured so much suffering, far worse than anything described in the book. Since I'm here as her brother, I won't let you suffer any longer. Mu Qingwan heard Li Hao rambling about strange things again, especially this book business she couldn't comprehend. Still, she followed his gaze. The moment she saw Li Qingyan, she froze in place. Is that your sister? She had never met Li Hao's sister before, her only impressions of this girl coming solely from Li Hao's words. Now, witnessing her appearance firsthand, Mu Qingwan felt a profound stir within her heart. Yes. Li Hao nodded, a hint of timidity flickering in his eyes. After all, he hadn't seen his sister in 5 whole years. He had no idea how to begin the conversation with her. Moreover, this return had been secretly planned behind Li Qingyao's back. She knew nothing of it. Honey, go say hello to your sister. You haven't seen each other in so long, she must miss you terribly. Mu Qingwan felt she might be superfluous standing there, so she decided to step aside for now, giving the siblings some private time. With that, she slowly walked away and stood a short distance off. Li Hao took a deep breath, trying to muster his courage. Just as he was about to step forward, he noticed a chubby boy with a face full of fleshy folds standing in front of Li Qingyao. The boy appeared to be around the same age as her. Li Hao didn't rush forward. Instead, he stood quietly in place, waiting to see what was happening. Hey, Li, wanna hit the bars with me tonight? What's the point of just washing dishes here? Li Qingyao lifted her head, her eyes brimming with disgust and defiance. Lu Erzwang, keep talking like that and don't blame me for getting rough. Oh yeah? Lu Erzwang crouched down, his bulging thighs piling up against his buttocks, a sinister grin spreading across his face. With your skinny arms and legs, what could you possibly do to me? As he spoke, his filthy hand reached out toward Li Qingyao's face. Seeing this, Li Hao could no longer hold back. He lunged forward in a single stride, delivering a flying kick that sent Lu Erzwang crashing to the ground. Lu Erzwang grimaced in pain, writhing on the ground for a long while, unable to get up. Ouch! Ouch! What kind of lunatic are you? How dare you hit me? You're dead meat. Li Qingyao was startled by this sudden turn of events. She looked up abruptly and saw the face she had been thinking about day and night, a face she knew all too well. Brother? Her voice trembled, tinged with disbelief. She feared she might have mistaken him for someone else, but her brother's features were etched so deeply in her heart, how could she possibly be wrong? Once she confirmed the arrival was indeed her brother, whom she hadn't seen in 5 years, Li Qingyao could no longer contain her excitement and joy. Tears streamed down her face. Unmindful of the dishwater still on her hands, she dashed straight toward Li Hao. This embrace, she had waited 5 long years for it. Li Qingyao clung tightly to Li Hao, afraid to let go for even a moment. She feared that the moment she let go, everything before her would vanish like bubbles, turning into nothingness. Alright, little sister, you're choking the life out of your big brother here. Li Hao affectionately ruffled Li Qingyao's hair, his heart brimming with joy and fulfillment. Hero saves his sister. This scene perfectly matched the entrance he'd always imagined for himself. Li Qingyao sniffed back tears and finally slowly released her grip. Her eyes were red-rimmed as she looked up at her brother's face, choking back sobs. For a long moment, she couldn't utter a single word. Brother, you're finally back. I missed you so much. Chapter 158, I don't mind if you both come at me together. Li Qingyao's voice trembled with tears as large droplets fell uncontrollably. Seeing his sister so heartbroken and distressed, Li Hao felt a sharp pang of sorrow in his heart. He couldn't bear to see a girl cry. There, little sister. Stop crying. I'm back now. You'll never suffer again. Sis, it's all my fault. No, it's all that bastard's fault. How could he not even glance back to visit his only blood relative for 5 straight years? Is that even human? If you won't cherish your sister, I will. From now on, anyone who dares mistreat Li Qingyao is my enemy. Lu Erzwang lay on the ground wallowing in self-pity for a long while before finally getting up. But he wasn't done yet. He was about to unleash his ultimate move, summoning Dad. Dad! Come out! Someone's beating up your son. The shout worked like a charm. Moments later, a similarly burly, hefty middle-aged man arrived in the backyard, panting heavily. Clearly, this was Lu Erzwang's father. Father and son bore a striking resemblance, both with fleshy faces, one lecherous, the other ferocious. He stood before Li Hao, hands on hips, seething with rage. You dare bully my son? Yes, Lu. I kicked your son because he was groping my sister. In my opinion, your son's hands should be chopped off. Li Hao replied without flinching. What? What did you call me? Lu Erzwang's father completely ignored the second half of the sentence, focusing solely on the first part. Little Lu? Isn't this Little Lu's noodle shop? You're the owner, what else would I call you? Li Hao raised an eyebrow, looking perfectly nonchalant. The noodle shop owner eyed Li Hao up and down, his lips curling slightly. Oh, I know you. You're Li Qingyao's brother, right? Though one lived in the village and the other in town, the place was small enough that rumors spread quickly. Naturally, the noodle shop owner had heard bits and pieces about Li Hao. Li Hao merely shrugged, offering no reply. Instead, he shielded Li Qingyao tightly behind him. Talk about being poor and still trying to play the hero? If you were really capable, you wouldn't let your sister suffer working here. The noodle shop owner sneered. Li Hao remained calm, replying only with a quiet tone. So I'm here to take my sister away. Xiao Lu, settle her wages. We're done here. At these words, the noodle shop owner snorted coldly. He grinned, revealing 2 gleaming gold teeth, his smile looking particularly sly. Li Hao, don't think I don't know your family's financial situation. You've got no money, so why are you putting on airs? You say you're quitting, but how will you get money if you don't work? Your sister needs money for college, food, clothes, everything. If you were really that bold, Li Qingyao wouldn't be washing dishes here. The noodle shop owner clearly had no idea that Li Hao was no longer the same person he once was. He still thought of him as that good for nothing who couldn't even afford to fix the leaks in his house. Li Qingyao instantly tensed up. She understood that while speaking her mind felt satisfying, the future livelihood issues demanded careful consideration. Her hand instinctively reached out and clasped Li Hao's arm, as if unwilling to let her brother face hardship because of her. Li Hao keenly sensed his sister's inner conflict. He turned his face slightly and gently placed his other hand over her small one, resting on his arm. It's okay, little sister. I'm here. You don't need to worry about anything. Her brother's words acted like a reassuring pill, instantly calming Li Qingyao considerably. She fell silent. After all, having long faced life's hardships alone, I finally have someone to lean on now. At worst, he'd lose this job and simply find another one. Li Hao didn't rush to argue back. He just stood there, gazing at the noodle shop owner with the air of someone in a position of authority. Time for everyone's favorite show-off and face-slapping segment. But this isn't me trying to show off, you're the one eager to play the masochist. Go ahead, keep talking. I'm just here to see what you've got. Laugh all you want. Just don't start crying in the middle of it. He couldn't be bothered to argue with the noodle shop owner. He simply wanted to see just how low this man's contempt for others could sink. Meanwhile, he was already plotting in his mind the most humiliating way to expose him later, ensuring the owner's agony would be maximized. Seeing Li Hao fall silent, the noodle shop owner grew even more smug. He believed his words had struck a nerve, cutting straight to Li Hao's heart. In his eyes, he'd seen plenty of poor people like Li Hao, all talk and no action. Running his fingers through his scruffy stubble, the owner circled Li Hao, sizing him up. Li Hao, you're still young, but your mindset is far too narrow. Look at yourself, you've been struggling in City A for 5 years now, yet you still haven't made a name for yourself. You're still dressed so shabbily. Li Hao's plain coat and black sweatpants weren't designer brands, appearing utterly unremarkable. But in reality, every piece of clothing was meticulously selected by Mu Qingwan brand name items worth tens of thousands each. Only because the logos were inconspicuous did they go unnoticed unless examined closely. And as luck would have it, the noodle shop owner was someone who couldn't tell quality when he saw it. In his mind, as long as Li Hao wasn't sporting gold teeth or a thick gold chain, he was just a cheap, low-class loser. TSK. The noodle shop owner grew more and more worked up as he spoke. He relished putting people down like this. Li Hao, what kind of job are you doing now? It probably doesn't pay well, right? Want me to hook you up with something that makes quick cash? You've got a fair complexion, those lonely older women at the KTV would definitely like you. And your sister's pretty too. My son fancies her, that's her lucky break. As long as she keeps quiet and plays nice, I'll bump up her pay. What do you think? The noodle shop owner grinned with a lecherous, cunning smile, his gums half exposed, eyes narrowed to slits. As he spoke, the fleshy jowls on his face trembled incessantly. Li Qingyao felt a surge of fear, instinctively pressing herself closer behind her brother. Witnessing this, Li Hao finally lost his temper. He suddenly swung his leg up, delivering a clean, swift flying kick that struck the noodle shop owner squarely in the stomach. He could tolerate the man hurling filthy insults at him, but daring to set his sights on his sister was something he absolutely could not tolerate. Ouch! Ouch! The noodle shop owner curled up on the ground in agony, rolling back and forth like a ball. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't just say whatever you want. Lu, remember this kick. Lu Erzwang, the chubby kid who'd been watching the whole scene unfold, couldn't hold back any longer. He rushed over and threw himself onto his dad. Dad! Dad! Get up! Avenge me! What a touching scene of filial devotion. After struggling on the ground for a while, the noodle shop owner finally managed to get up. Clutching his stomach with one hand, he pointed at Li Hao with the other, seething with anger. Li Hao, it seems you don't know when to stop. This is town, not some backwater where a country bumpkin like you can run wild. Lu Erzwang gripped his father's hand, grinding his teeth in fury. Dad, beat him up. He just hit your son, then hit you. How can you stand it? Hit him. Li Hao showed no fear whatsoever. He waved provocatively at the noodle shop owner. I don't mind if you two come at me together. Just don't blame me for disrespecting elders and failing to cherish the young when the time comes. Chapter 159. No matter what, I'll stand by your side. Dad, go on, beat him up. Lu Erzwang was so anxious he almost shoved his father forward. However, the noodle shop owner had just taken a solid kick from Li Hao and was still reeling from the blow. He dared not make a move so easily. With nowhere to vent his anger, he lashed out in frustration and slapped Lu Erzwang across the face. Shut your mouth. You good-for-nothing brat. The blow landed with such force it stunned Lu Erzwang. After a second's pause, he let out a piercing wail. Li Hao stood frozen in shock. This little chubby crying has nothing to do with me, I haven't even lifted a finger yet. Little Lu sure knows how to raise his son, that slap felt satisfying. His crying is so annoying. Another slap should knock some sense into him. The noodle shop owner was beyond caring about such details now. His breath came in heavy puffs like a bull's, his narrow eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Li Hao, resembling a wild boar poised to charge. He bellowed, Daju! Haigu! Get out here now! True to his command, two bare-chested men immediately emerged from the back kitchen. The two men flanked Li Hao, their faces twisted with murderous intent. But with their skinny arms and legs, and their shifty, cowardly looks, they hardly seemed threatening. Li Qingyan felt even more frightened, but she didn't show it. She simply pressed herself tightly against Li Hao's back. Before Li Hao could comfort her, she spoke first. It's okay, brother. No matter what happens, I'll stay by your side. I'm not afraid. Perhaps it was the immense power of familial love, for in that moment, all she desired was to be with her brother. You two, attack him. Break his legs. The noodle shop owner barked the order. Daju and Haigu were itching to jump in, and a bloody brawl seemed imminent. But before they could move, 3 or 5 uniformed agency personnel burst into the backyard. At the front stood a woman with delicate features, dressed in sophisticated urban attire. Honey, what are you doing here? Li Hao asked, his voice brimming with surprise and delight. Mu Qingwan smiled softly, her deep eyes seeming to hold a sea of stars. She shot a sidelong glance at Daju and Black Dog, who were watching them, then turned to Li Hao and said, Husband, I'm here to help you. Their brief exchange sent shockwaves through the entire crowd. The noodle shop owner stared at Mu Qingwan in astonishment, unable to fathom that such a stunning beauty could be Li Hao's wife. Li Qingyao felt equally surprised. She stared at the elegantly dressed, stunning woman before her, unable to tear her eyes away for a long moment. When had her brother married behind her back? Several uniformed officials immediately recognized the situation as official business. A man wearing white gloves and an armband stepped forward, stating in a business-like tone, Hello, I'm Chen Lu from the Food Safety Supervision Bureau. We've received a report that the kitchen at Xiaolu Noodle Shop has failed to meet food hygiene standards. We'll now begin our inspection. With that, he waved his hand, and his colleagues immediately headed straight for the kitchen. The noodle shop owner visibly panicked, trying to follow them into the kitchen to cover something up, but Chen Lu called him back. Mr. Lu, you may wait here. You'll be informed of the inspection results shortly. At that moment, Li Hao looked at Mu Qingwan, his eyes filled with admiration and awe. Honey, how did you come up with this? Good wife, you're a godsend. This is perfect. If they actually find something, you'll be in for a world of trouble, Mr. Lu. I'll see how long you can keep gloating. Mu Qingwan lifted her chin triumphantly, her long lashes casting a shadow beneath her eyes. The kitchen hygiene at their place was obviously filthy and chaotic at a glance. Though she hadn't intervened in the earlier altercation between Li Hao and the noodle shop owner, she'd witnessed it all. Determined to help, she immediately contacted the local food safety inspection department. The owner knew full well the true state of his shop's hygiene. Fearing the unknown penalties awaiting him, he was now overcome with dread. Gone was his earlier imposing demeanor, replaced by a timid, fearful expression. Soon, the inspection results were in. Several officials emerged from the back kitchen carrying a basket filled with garbage, expired food, and even various illegal additives that were explicitly banned. Chen Li's expression was stern as he pointed at the confiscated items. Mr. Lu, our inspection reveals severe hygiene violations in the kitchen. Not only that, but expired food, improper storage practices, and excessive use of food additives are rampant. I will report these findings immediately. Effective today, Xiaolu Noodle Shop is suspended for rectification and must prepare to face corresponding fines. This outcome was a win-win for everyone. Li Hao was thoroughly satisfied and began stirring the pot without haste. Comrade, this owner Lu isn't just irresponsible toward diner's safety, he's a terrorist. Look, these two were about to attack me. If you hadn't arrived in time, I'd be finished. As he spoke, he gestured with his eyes toward Daju and Haigu, who stood flanking him on either side. The stark contrast became immediately apparent. At first glance, the Lu father and son stood broad-shouldered and thick-waisted, their bodies covered in layers of fat. Then there were Daju and Haigu, bare-chested and baring their teeth, clearly ready for a fight. Now look at the Li siblings, one a delicate little girl, the other a refined young man. It took no genius to figure out who was being bullied. Chen, the supervisor who always championed justice, couldn't stand by and watch this display of bullying the weak. He solemnly declared, "Mr. Lu, it seems you're not only of poor character but also abuse your power to bully others. You're coming with me to the police station now." The Lu father and son instantly felt more wrong than Doi herself. They had each taken a kick without gaining anything, yet now they were being labeled as the aggressors. But Mr. Lu had completely lost his nerve. Rather than continue fighting Li Hao, he desperately wanted to save his shop. After all, he was lazy and indulged in drinking and chasing women, spending money like water. If the shop closed, how would he enjoy life anymore? Mr. Lu hurriedly grabbed Chen Lo, bending over backwards with a forced smile. "Comrade, it's all a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. My shop's been open for decades, I've never done anything to wrong a customer." Li Hao wore a look of utter disdain, nearly bursting into laughter. People really do laugh when they're speechless. The evidence is already out there. The hygiene violations are a done deal. And you're still playing the misunderstanding card? Your shop's been open for decades, that means you've been poisoning people for just as long. If they haven't died from it yet, it's only because they're tough as nails. This is utterly unforgivable. Seeing Chen Lo unmoved, Boss Lu grew impatient and hurried over to Li Hao. "Little Hao, there must be some misunderstanding here. Your wife isn't from our town, is she? She's unaware of the ins and outs. Why don't you and your wife talk some sense into this, comrade? My shop can't close down." Look at how quickly his attitude shifted, no need for Li Hao to even slap him in the face. Li Hao gave a dry chuckle, feigning innocence. "Mr. Lu, Comrade Chen isn't demanding permanent closure. It's just a temporary suspension for rectification. No need to panic. As long as you admit your mistakes and make corrections, I'm sure you'll be able to reopen soon." Chapter 160, Sister-in-law, did you marry my brother of your own free will? But how simple could a temporary closure for rectification really be? Without any income for an extended period, how could Mr. Lu maintain his extravagant lifestyle? And then there were the fines to consider. What's more, being shut down for food safety issues would leave a lasting impression on customers. Even if the noodle shop reopened, business would inevitably suffer. Xiao Hao, even if you don't care about my feelings, think about your sister. If the noodle shop closes, what will happen to her? She'll have nowhere to work, how will she earn money? Mr. Lu shifted his gaze to Li Qingyan, attempting to appeal to her emotions. As if suddenly struck by an idea, he pinned his hopes on her. "Qingyan, you don't want to lose your job either, right? You've worked here for so long, you know the hygiene standards of the noodle shop. Why don't you tell this comrade whether our hygiene actually meets the standards?" Chen Lu also looked over, as if Li Qingyao's feedback could truly serve as the basis for judgment. All eyes converged on her. Li Qingyao paused briefly before giving a satisfied answer. "Yes, I can confirm it. I've been working here for quite some time now, and the hygiene here is truly at its worst. The boss even instructed me to reuse the dishwashing water, no waste allowed." Well, that just compounds the offense. Owner Lu painfully slapped his forehead, his expression worse than crying. Inspector Chen Lu crossed his arms. "Mr. Lu, we now have both eyewitness testimony and physical evidence. We haven't wronged you, so there's no point in denying it any longer." Seeing that fines and closure were inevitable, Boss Lu flew into a rage once more. This time, however, he vented all his fury on the Li siblings. Pointing at Li Qingyao, his sausage-like mouth opened and closed. "Li Qingyao, you scheming little brat. Now that the shop's closed, you're out of a job. Happy now?" Li Hao shot back immediately. "Don't worry, Boss Lu. My sister has 2 good hands and feet, plus she's a college graduate. She doesn't need to be stuck here as your exploited dishwasher. Without our noodle shop, I doubt any place will hire your sister, a clumsy college student who can't do anything right." "Oh? Then she won't work. I came here today to take my sister home to enjoy a life of leisure anyway," Li Hao said, pulling a stack of red bills from his backpack and placing them directly into his sister's hands. The sudden weight caught Li Qingyao off guard, causing her body to sink uncontrollably. A total of 100,000 yuan. "I withdrew it in city specifically as living expenses to improve my sister's life. Honestly, I didn't need to give it to her now. I just wanted to show off a bit and let this snobby boss see what he's missing. This 100,000 yuan is merely a small token of my regard. Your life will only grow happier from here on out, and you'll never have to worry about money again." Sure enough, Li Hao had pulled off the show-off act. Mr. Lu's pupils dilated as he stared blankly at the towering stack of red bills. As a noodle shop owner, he wasn't unfamiliar with large sums of money. But someone like Li Hao, who could casually pull out 100,000 yuan from his bag. That was a first. After all, this was still considered a poverty-stricken area. At that moment, the money-obsessed Mr. Lu's eyes were fixed solely on the 100,000 yuan, his greedy eyes gleaming with desire. He couldn't fathom how the seemingly penniless young man could afford such extravagance. Alright, let's go. Here's hoping Mr. Lu reforms his ways and never engages in such heartless deeds again. Li Hao clapped his hands, taking a moment before leaving to savor the noodle shop owner's expression, utter disbelief mixed with agonizing pain. No wonder everyone loves to show off and rub it in. That feeling was truly exhilarating. Leaving the noodle shop, the trio headed toward the village. It was still a half-hour drive back. In the driver's seat, Li Hao navigated the familiar road, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. It wasn't just the satisfaction of delivering a crushing blow to the unscrupulous noodle shop owner. What brought him even greater joy was finally fulfilling his wish to protect his family. In the backseat, Li Qingyan gazed at the familiar faces before her, her emotions tangled in a complex knot. She still couldn't quite grasp why her brother had suddenly gotten married without telling her. Li Hao caught his sister's uneasy expression in the rearview mirror and couldn't help asking. "Little sister, are you curious about your new sister-in-law?" Mu Qingwan turned her head upon hearing this, smiling warmly at Li Qingyao. "Hello, little sister. I'm Mu Qingwan, your brother's wife." Li Qingyao nodded blankly, returning a sweet smile. "Hello, sister-in-law." After her polite greeting, she fell silent again, clearly still feeling quite awkward. Having lived alone for 5 years, the sudden presence of 2 new family members beside her was indeed difficult to adjust to at first. Yet the happiness within her heart needed no words. Accepting all this with a clear conscience would simply take some time. Mu Qingwan didn't mind at all. In fact, she was quite fond of this younger sister. Though she had a sister of her own, the bond between them had changed beyond recognition as they grew up. Mu Qingwan had grown increasingly worldly and smooth-talking, with a penchant for gossiping behind people's backs. The pure, sincere sisterhood she once imagined seemed utterly lost between her and Mu Qingwan. Yet Li Qingyao before her, though younger, was not only beautiful and endearing but also resilient and mature beyond her years, so considerate it tugged at one's heartstrings, making anyone want to protect her. Li Qingyao lifted her head and met her sister-in-law's steady gaze with her own, her eyes meeting hers in a moment of quiet courage. Clearly, she too liked this beautiful woman. After a long moment, she suddenly asked, "Sister-in-law, did you truly marry my brother of your own free will?" The question instantly livened up the atmosphere inside the car. Li Hao was caught completely off guard. "Sis, do you really think your brother is that bad?" "Damn you, Li Qingyao. You've already forgotten how impressive and handsome brother looked right in front of you just now. Even though I'm a book jump, we're still blood-related. Don't turn your back on your own family. I've wasted all my affection on you." Mu Qingwan beamed with delight, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. Of course, no one would get upset over such an innocent remark, just childish words spoken without malice. Li Qingyao felt she might have said something wrong. She licked her lips awkwardly and joined in the laughter. She wasn't denying her brother's words, it was just that, judging by her sister-in-law's attire, she must come from a wealthy family. Add to that the luxury car they were riding in now, and the generous 100,000 yuan her brother had just handed her at the noodle shop. All these signs pointed to one conclusion: her brother had hooked up with a rich woman. But Li Qingyao couldn't be blamed for thinking that the truth was exactly as she suspected. Li Hao had always been criticized as a freeloading son-in-law living off his wife. It was only after he entered this new life that he began using his abilities and connections to slowly climb upward and prove his worth. But in front of his sister, Li Hao absolutely couldn't let himself lose his composure. "Sis, your sister-in-law was definitely into it. You should know she went to great lengths to chase me back, then crying and screaming on the street, insisting on being with me. I couldn't shake her off. In the end, I felt sorry for her and reluctantly agreed." But this was just self-deception for Li Hao. Li Qingyao, of course, didn't believe a word of it. She muttered under her breath, "You're such a liar, brother. Shame on you." Chapter 161, Who's Going to Compliment Me? Mu Qingwan was amused again, her smiling eyes as beautiful as peach blossoms. Qingwan chuckled, her eyes crinkling like peach blossoms. Li Hao, gripping the steering wheel, sighed deeply, feeling utterly helpless. Well, that's that. All dignity gone. After this book jump, even the rare gift of a real sister got snatched away by my wife. She might as well be her own. Can female friendships really form this quickly? Who's going to praise me? Wasn't my performance at the noodle shop impressive enough? Mu Qingwan stifled her laughter, glancing at the dejected Li Hao before continuing. But your brother's right, I married him willingly. And now, I'm truly happy. He's worked his way up to department manager at the company. Pretty impressive, huh? She finally fulfilled Li Hao's desire to be praised. Sure enough, male psychology is just like child psychology. After receiving that validation, Li Hao felt much more at ease. Really? Li Qingyao's doe-like eyes widened with delight. 5 years had brought such profound changes, even her brother had transformed so much. Really? Mu Qingwan nodded earnestly. Li Qingyao's interest was piqued and she pressed on. And you, sister-in-law? What kind of work do you do? As for me. Mu Qingwan glanced at Li Hao. I'm your brother's boss. Seems like the sister-in-law is the more capable one. Li Qingyao's lips turned up slightly, a hint of mischief in her voice. Driving intently, Li Hao heard this and felt a chill sweep through his heart, leaving a lingering coolness. Though my sister speaks the truth, I am still her elder brother. Why can't this girl say something nice to comfort me? Has my heroic image crumbled so completely in your eyes? Hearing Li Hao's inner grumbling, Mu Qingwan hurried to defend him. But your brother is quite remarkable too. He can handle both formal occasions and domestic chores, and he's very attentive. Her words weren't meant to placate Li Hao, they flowed from genuine affection. Their marriage grew stronger through these trials and tribulations. From initial disdain and contempt to complete acceptance, even dependence. Receiving praise once more, Li Hao's mood felt like a roller coaster, rising and falling. Guided by the navigation, the car finally entered Bisui village and came to a stop in front of the Li family's ancestral home. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening, and night had fallen. The night in the countryside was vastly different from the city. Here, there were no streetlights, no nighttime entertainment venues, and no towering skyscrapers. Instead, there were quiet country lanes, rustic farmhouses, and the occasional bark of a dog. Though night had only just fallen, the entire village was already enveloped in a serene atmosphere. Only the distant murmur of a stream, like an ancient tale being whispered, broke the silence. Looking out from the small bridge at the village entrance, most households had already extinguished their lights for the night. Only a handful of homes still glowed faintly, like scattered stars in the darkness. Having grown up amidst the bustling metropolis, Mu Qingwan was accustomed to streets teeming with traffic and neon-lit nightscapes. This pure, rustic village life was undoubtedly a novel and mysterious experience for her. She couldn't help but take a deep breath of the uniquely fresh country air, savoring the unusual tranquility and peace. Li Qingyao deftly pulled a key from her pocket and gently unlocked the slightly weathered gate of the old house. Having lived away at school, she hadn't set foot on this familiar yet unfamiliar land in quite some time. As the door swung open, a faint musty scent immediately filled her nostrils. As the lights came on, she recognized the home where Li Hao had grown up. A small courtyard, cement floor, tall red square table, and a large iron pot hanging from the chimney. To be precise, this was where the original owner had once lived, not Li Hao's current home. Yet to him, it felt strangely both unfamiliar and familiar. It was as if, through the peeling paint on the dining table and the stained white walls, he could glimpse the warm scenes of a family of 4 living here before. Alas, times had changed, and though the place remained, the people were gone. Seeing Li Hao lost in thought, Li Qingyao also drifted into reminiscence. Pointing to the wall marked with dark footprints, she smiled. Brother, do you remember? This is where you came home covered in mud from playing outside as a kid, kicked up a muddy footprint on Dad's freshly painted white wall, and got a good scolding from him. Ah, that. Li Hao scratched his head. I remember, of course I remember. Truthfully, the memory was hazy in his mind after all, he wasn't the same person he once was. Bro, it's getting late. I'll heat some water on the stove. You two can wash up and get some sleep early. There's no water heater or shower here in the old house, and your wife might not be used to it. Li Qingyao spoke as she headed toward the kitchen, already moving swiftly to begin preparations. It's fine, it's fine. Mu Qingwan waved her hands hurriedly, a faint smile on her face. Just do everything according to your own habits. By 9 o'clock, the countryside night had grown even quieter. Li Hao and Mu Qingwan lay in the same bed, neither feeling sleepy. Compared to the spacious bed in their city apartment at Qin Yu and Wanjia, this one was narrow and hard, carrying a faint chill. The quilt, long untouched by sunlight, offered neither softness nor warmth. Li Hao didn't mind. He was never one to fuss over details and could fall asleep anywhere. But Mu Qingwan had never experienced such conditions before. For her, this was indeed a rather difficult challenge. Tucked under the covers, Li Hao clasped Mu Qingwan's hand and found it surprisingly cool to the touch. Are you okay? He asked with concern, gently turning his body to pull her close. Yet Mu Qingwan didn't seem to feel the warmth. Her slender body trembled slightly in Li Hao's embrace. What's wrong? Li Hao grew tense, instinctively touching her forehead, worried she might be ill. I'm fine. Mu Qingwan replied softly. After a brief silence, she added, sounding a bit embarrassed. I need to use the restroom. Truthfully, she had this urge since getting into bed to sleep, but she hadn't been able to locate the bathroom, leaving her unsure what to do. Li Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, that's what you meant. But there's no bathroom here, just an outhouse. Are you sure you can manage? Mu Qingwan gritted her teeth. I can manage. She knew deep down that even if she couldn't, she'd have to grit her teeth and go through with it after all, nature calls. Then put on your coat. I'll take you outside. Li Hao said, rising to search for his clothes. Late at night, the country breeze blew in gusts, its chill cutting to the bone. Li Hao led Mu Qingwan out of the old house. After turning right a few steps, they reached the outhouse. He turned on his phone's flashlight and stood at the entrance. Go inside. I'll stand guard outside for you. Mu Qingwan nodded, but when she saw the unbelievably crude outhouse, her heart skipped a beat. The outhouse consisted of 2 worn wooden planks and a large vat, looking as if it might collapse at any moment. Mu Qingwan rarely felt this flustered, but right now, she was genuinely scared. What's wrong? Li Hao could completely understand her feelings, but he couldn't help but feel like laughing. Go ahead, it's fine. The boards are sturdy, you won't fall through. Rest assured, you definitely won't fall through. Triangles are inherently stable. Once you step on it, you'll form a triangle. Though it may look a bit crude, in this rural area, it's an essential facility for taking care of your needs. Many people have used it this way, there's nothing to be afraid of. Mu Qingwan heard Li Hao's inner thoughts and grew even more anxious. She gripped Li Hao's arm tightly, refusing to let go. I can't do it. What if I fall? Her expression was as if she were about to face a life or death battle. You won't fall. Really? Li Hao blinked, his expression sincere. But physical needs are real. No matter how scared she was, she had to deal with it. Mu Qingwan closed her eyes tightly, as if psyching herself up. After a fierce internal struggle, she finally took the first step. This experience left an indelible mark on her. Even after returning to bed, Mu Qingwan still felt a lingering dread. No one could fathom how utterly shattered she felt, facing the dual mental pressure of confronting filth while fearing she might slip. Meanwhile, Li Hao chuckled unabashedly beside her. Ha! The esteemed female CEO was actually afraid of using the restroom. Stop laughing. Mu Qingwan frowned, her face displeased, unwilling to revisit the recent ordeal. Chapter 162, Something's fishy, right? Alright, don't be upset. Didn't I tell you before we came that the living conditions back in my hometown aren't that great? Li Hao spoke as he rolled over, gently pulling Mu Qingwan into his embrace. He had warned her beforehand, but she hadn't believed him. Now she was finally convinced. Husband, first thing tomorrow morning, let's go to town and find a master craftsman to build a proper toilet. I'll pay for it. Mu Qingwan suggested. Li Hao rested his chin on the top of her head, inhaling the faint, delicate fragrance in her hair. Even if we hire someone, the toilet won't be finished in a day. What are you going to do tomorrow? True. Mu Qingwan sighed softly, a hint of melancholy in her expression. If you feel uncomfortable, I can take you to stay at a hotel in the county tomorrow. How about that? No need. Mu Qingwan slowly turned her body to face Li Hao's chest, wrapping her arms around him. It's not that I dislike this place, I just feel a little sad. What's troubling you? I ache for your past. Your life was so hard. When love reaches its deepest point, it becomes nothing but heartache. Mu Qingwan couldn't fathom that the environment she couldn't endure was where Li Hao had lived for 20 years. He had to work tirelessly to support himself and his younger sister. How utterly exhausting that must have been. Oh dear, why am I suddenly feeling so sentimental? It's making me a bit embarrassed. From now on, we'll build a good life together. You'll never have to endure those hardships again. Mu Qingwan's voice was as gentle as a spring breeze, yet it plunged Li Hao into deep, lingering thought. He tightened his arm slightly, pulling Mu Qingwan close into his embrace, one hand gently stroking her shoulder. My dear, having you is truly wonderful. Dawn broke, and the countryside was enveloped in a poetic, misty haze, resembling a fairyland. Passers-by moved through it as if traversing clouds, dreamlike and ethereal. Li Qingyan was the first to rise, and not only that, she thoughtfully prepared breakfast for the entire family. White rice porridge, salted duck eggs, and stir-fried greens. Those simple dishes, they were heartwarming and perfect for breakfast. Li Qingyan seemed unsure of her cooking skills. Sitting at the table with her bowl, she watched her brother and sister-in-law's reactions with a hint of nervousness. Your cooking is excellent, sister. It tastes wonderful. Mu Qingwan was the first to offer praise. Though she was accustomed to Western breakfasts, occasionally switching things up like this seemed quite pleasant. Li Qingyan's lips curved into a smile at the recognition. Glad you like it, sister-in-law. Li Hao was even more enthusiastic, polishing off 3 bowls of plain rice porridge in quick succession. After all, the plain rice porridge was light and refreshing, easy on the stomach, and before they knew it, they'd eaten quite a lot. After filling up, Li Hao smacked his lips and got down to business. Xingyao, don't take on any more part-time jobs during winter break. Come with me and your sister-in-law to City A. I'll rent you an apartment, it'll be closer to us, so we can look after you better. Li Qingyao's eyes widened. Her lips parted slightly, a hint of anticipation visible. This? Yes, Yao, move in and live with us. Mu Qingwan said, taking Li Qingyao's hand. The warmth in her palm touched Li Qingyao's heart, but she still declined politely. No, thank you, brother and sister-in-law. Just having you come back to see me this time is more than enough for me. She didn't want to impose on others, even if they were her family. Being sensible had become her defining trait. Years of experience had taught her to shoulder burdens alone, making it impossible for her to readily accept any kindness. What's there to be satisfied about? I'm not asking for your opinion, this is a decision. You're coming back with me and your sister-in-law. Now be a good girl. Li Hao slammed his bowl down and said firmly. This trip back home was meant to change our living situation in the first place. Why else would I come back? If I hadn't returned at just the right time, I wouldn't have known you were being bullied like that. What if I hadn't seen it? Such a young woman, right when she needs money, forced to make do in that old house. It's pitiful. Brother, can I come find you in city during the new year? I still want to stay here for now. Li Qingyan lowered her head as she spoke, leaving unsaid the reasons behind her desire to stay. Li Hao wanted to insist, but considering the possible reasons his sister might have for staying, he couldn't bring himself to push further. He sighed helplessly and settled on a compromise. All right then. But don't stay in the old village, go live in the county town. Conditions are better there. When the new year approaches, I'll bring you back to City A. Upon hearing Li Hao's arrangement, Li Qingyan looked satisfied. She nodded excitedly in agreement. And here's another 100,000 yuan for your living expenses during this period. Once we get to City A, I'll give you additional funds. Thank you, brother. After breakfast, the three headed to Aunt Lu's house at the eastern edge of the village. In Li Hao's original memories, Aunt Lu was a kind-hearted old woman. After Li Hao's parents went missing, he often worked odd jobs in town to earn money. Sometimes he'd return late, finding his sister and himself still hungry. It was always Aunt Lu who would take them in, not only feeding them but also showering them with tender care. Beyond that, Aunt Lu took special care of the siblings in their daily lives. When the weather turned cold, she would send them winter cotton pants and socks. One should never forget the well-digger when drawing water. Kindness bestowed is remembered for 1,000 years. As Aunt Lu was the benefactor of the original protagonist in the book, Li Hao naturally felt compelled to pay her a visit. Yet the memories of Aunt Lu's later fate grew hazy. He only knew she succumbed to a long illness, passing away in her bed. That such a kind-hearted soul did not meet a good end was truly heartbreaking. Therefore, Li Hao resolved to visit her and see what he could do to help. Aunt Lu's home was not far away, merely a few hundred meters down the road. According to Li Qingyan, Aunt Lu had recently fallen ill, confined to bed with exhaustion and a persistent cough, yet she had received no medical treatment. Based on these symptoms, Li Hao had a rough idea of what might be wrong. Drawing on his memories of medical texts he had studied before, he went to the village pharmacy, bought some medicine, had it decocted, and brought it along. I haven't heard much from Aunt Lu lately either. I tried to visit her a couple of days ago, but Uncle Wang chased me away, refusing to let me see her. Li Qingyan sighed as she spoke. Not allowed to visit? Something fishy is going on. Li Hao frowned, stroking his chin in thought. Something felt off about this situation. Uncle Wang is Aunt Lu's eldest son. Not only is he refusing treatment for his own mother's illness, but he's also barring visitors. That's fishy, isn't it? Besides, it's just a persistent cough and weakness. Doesn't sound like anything life-threatening. It shouldn't be untreatable. It's probably not that it can't be cured, someone just doesn't want her to get treatment. Mu Qingwan, hearing Li Hao's inner thoughts, grew alarmed as well. Let's go see Aunt Lu right now and figure out what's really going on. Though this wasn't her hometown and these people held no connection to her, since it involved Li Hao, she couldn't help but be concerned. The three made up their minds and headed straight to Aunt Lu's house with the freshly brewed medicine. Chapter 163, Should I call the police immediately? Aunt Lu's home was a two-story house, appearing quite spacious and clean from the outside. From afar, the entire house was bathed in warm sunlight, exuding an atmosphere of tranquility and peace, appearing exceptionally cozy. Yet, as they approached the gate, the conspicuous soul-guiding banner hanging overhead sent a sudden chill through their hearts. Auntie Lu hasn't even passed away yet, so why are white flowers already hanging above the doorway? Li Hao's thick, dark brows knitted tightly together as a wave of ill fortune seemed to wash over him. He couldn't help but suspect that someone must have secretly wished for Aunt Lu's early demise. A chill swept through all three of them, yet they pressed onward. Before they could reach the main house, however, a middle-aged man blocked their path. Who are you? What brings you here? The man scrutinized them from head to toe, then recognized several familiar faces. Li Qingyan? Li Hao. His expression shifted from surprise to a broad grin. Well, Li Hao. When did you return? Didn't even give your uncle a heads up. In an instant, memories flooded Li Hao's mind. The man before him was Aunt Lu's second son, Wang Tianxi. Uncle Wang, it's been ages. We heard Aunt Lu wasn't feeling well, so we came especially to visit. Li Hao's expression softened as he greeted him politely. Oh, ha ha. At the mention of Aunt Lu, Wang Tianxi's expression shifted abruptly before regaining composure. Li Hao, you know how kind Aunt Lu was to you back in the day. It's just a pity, she's grown old now, and her body can't hold out anymore. I'm afraid she won't make it. As Wang Tianxi spoke, tears welled up in his eyes. Whether those tears were genuine or feigned remained unclear. Li Hao stepped forward and quickly explained the purpose of their visit. May we see her? It's been so long since we last saw Aunt Lu. My sister and I miss her dearly. You'd better go back. Wang Tianxi said bluntly. My mother's illness is terminal. Be careful not to catch her illness. Seems he's determined not to let us in. The more he refuses, the more suspicious it seems. Perhaps he fears we'll discover Aunt Lu's illness isn't nearly as severe as they claim? These ungrateful scoundrels, don't they even care about their own mother? As Li Hao pondered how to find an excuse to enter, a sudden crash of shattering glass echoed from the main bedroom. The sound also caught Wang Tianxi's attention. He looked curiously in the direction of the noise. Seizing the moment, Li Hao called out loudly, "Aunt Lu, we've come to see you." With that, the three pushed past the resistance and squeezed inside. Inside the main house, they saw 2 men and 3 women, all middle-aged, along with a teenage boy. They were all gathered around the bed in the center of the room, where the ailing Aunt Lu lay. Her face was gaunt, her body emaciated, her eyes tightly shut. She looked utterly tormented. "Mom, just tell me already, where did you hide that foreign money?" The speaker was a middle-aged man with a crew-cut Lu Jiejiao's eldest son, Wang Yue. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the stout woman standing beside Wang Yue yanked his arm hard, her eyes darting toward Li Hao. "Watch your language. People are coming." At that moment, Wang Tianxi followed them inside. Everyone in the room noticed the three who had suddenly barged in. Wang Yue shot Wang Tianxi a reproachful glance before turning his attention to Li Hao. "Oh, Li Hao, you're back. Come visit another day. Aunt Lu isn't feeling well today." "No need, Uncle Wang. We just came to check on her. We'll be leaving shortly." Li Hao replied firmly, his expression grave. Seeing this, the others in the room exchanged glances and knew better than to say anything more. On the bed, Aunt Lu's breathing was heavy and labored, yet she was clearly awake. Upon hearing Li Hao's voice, she slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were cloudy and dim, yet they fixed intently on Li Hao. Her lips trembled slightly, struggling to form words, but not a single syllable escaped. It was as if she were sending him a silent plea for help. Seeing this, Li Hao felt as though an invisible hand had clenched his heart. He knew deep down that today's events meant he had no choice but to intervene. Wang Yue and his group had moved to the side room, where they spoke in hushed tones. The stout woman spoke first. "People have arrived now. They won't be leaving anytime soon. Why not discuss it tomorrow?" "No," Wang Yue refused without hesitation. "Mother looks like she's about to pass away. If we don't get her to talk today, who will I ask for those $3 silver tomorrow if she dies?" Wang Tianxi chimed in. "So they're here. So what? They're just a bunch of kids. Mother's about to pass. We just want to know where she hid those few silver dollars she treasured. What's the problem?" The third brother, Wang Zhanghai, who had remained silent, couldn't stand it anymore and tried to dissuade them. "Big brother, second brother, I don't want those silver dollars. Let's just drop it. I can see mother suffered too much." Wang Yue exploded at this. "Shut your mouth. What are you pretending to be, some rich man? Your daughter still needs tuition money. I asked an expert. Mama's $3 silver could be worth 10,000 yuan each. Isn't that faster than selling rice?" After some discussion, the group returned to the main house. Clearly, they hadn't changed tactics. Wang Yue even continued inquiring about the silver coins in front of Li Hao and the others. "Mom, why are you doing this to yourself? We brothers have been so devoted to you. You're so sick now, there's nothing more to be done. Countless doctors have seen you. Why won't you accept it? Must you die without telling us where the foreign coins are? Are you determined to leave us brothers in poverty for the rest of our lives?" Though $3 silver equaled 30,000 yuan, meaning each brother would only get 10,000, it didn't sound like much, hardly enough to change anyone's life. But when money is involved, so-called family ties vanish. The little boy who'd been sobbing beside the bed suddenly stopped crying. He rushed forward and clung to Wang Yue's leg. "Uncle, you're lying. You never took grandma to see a doctor. You're just lying. Get lost, you little brat. What do you know? Who says I'm your uncle? You're just a bastard my mother picked up off the street." Exposed so ruthlessly in front of others, Wang Yue flew into a rage. He kicked the boy hard, sending him flying several meters away. The boy was only 12 or 13. How could he withstand such a brutal blow? Li Hao couldn't bear to watch and rushed forward to help the boy up. "Little brother, are you okay?" The boy shook his head tearfully, clutching Li Hao's sleeve. "I'm fine, big brother. Please save grandma. Uncle 1 and Uncle 2 want to suck grandma's blood." "Li Shun, you little bastard. Keep talking nonsense and I'll tear your mouth off." Wang Tianxi roared furiously, raising his palm as if to strike. Li Hao swiftly shielded the boy behind him. Beside him, Mu Qingwan and Li Qingyao instinctively pressed close, forming a solid barrier together. What kind of hero bullied a child? "Do you need me to call the police right now?" Mu Qingwan clenched her jaw, her gaze piercing as she fixed it on Wang Tianxi. The sheer intensity of her stare made him hesitate, unable to take another step forward. Chapter 164. Nothing but bullies who only pick on the weak. Wang Tianxi's lips curled into a faint smirk as his eyes roamed freely over Mu Qingwan's body. On any other day, he wouldn't have been able to restrain himself. Whistling and making lewd remarks would have been inevitable. But today, more important matters demanded his attention, forcing him to temporarily suppress those impulses. Meanwhile, Wang Yue employed both soft and hard tactics, trying to pry the whereabouts of the silver coins from Auntie Lu on the bed. Yet, he remained unsuccessful, growing increasingly irritable and restless. He turned to Li Hao, his mind focused solely on getting rid of these people as quickly as possible. Li Hao, my boy. It's been 5 years since we last met. You've grown into quite the handsome young man. Remember when your uncle used to carry you around? But as you can see, we have matters to attend to today and can't entertain you properly. You've seen Auntie Lu. Best head back now. Li Hao showed no intention of leaving. He pointed to the cloth bag in his hand. Uncle Wang, I know your family has matters to attend to. That's precisely why I came today to help resolve them. What do you mean by that? Wang Yue frowned, his face clouded with confusion. Auntie Lu is ill, so I've come to treat her. The medicine is already prepared. Li Hao explained calmly. Wang Yue's gaze fell on the dark, murky medicinal liquid, his eyes brimming with skepticism. You're no doctor, what makes you think you can cure her? Li Hao, if you keep being so rude, don't blame Uncle Wang for not giving you face. Stop meddling and go home. Uncle Wang, what are you afraid of? I want to treat Aunt Lu, yet you won't let me. Could it be, you don't want her to get better? Li Hao's words struck right at the heart of the matter. Wang Yue's expression instantly turned grim, yet he would never admit it so easily. Li Hao, don't say I didn't warn you. Your Aunt Lu has a serious illness, it won't just be cured by some random treatment. We've tried so many doctors to no avail. What special skill do you have that could possibly cure her? Whether it can be cured or not, just let me try. Rest assured, Uncle Wang, I won't charge you a penny for the treatment. Li Hao responded with neither humility nor arrogance. Wang Tianxi, standing nearby, heard this and instantly boiled over with rage, snapping back. Hey! You little brats, you're here to cause trouble, aren't you? That's my mother. Who knows if your preparations are meant to heal or harm? How could I possibly let you experiment freely? You said it yourselves, Auntie Lu's illness is terminal. If she can't be cured, why not let Li Hao try his formula? If it doesn't work, then it truly is beyond saving. But if it does work, wouldn't that be a win for everyone? The speaker was Mu Qingwan, her chin lifted slightly in an elegant and confident posture. But now you insist on barring Li Hao from treating Aunt Lu. Word gets out, and the villagers will surely suspect you all of harboring sinister motives. Mu Qingwan paused, her gaze suddenly sharpening like a blade, tinged with a chill. She looked at their ugly faces with a faint, mocking smile. Do you know who I am? Are you certain you wish to persist in denying treatment? Li Hao froze in shock upon hearing Mu Qingwan's words, his gaze toward her now tinged with genuine admiration. Holy crap, that was a brilliant move. These bullies who only dare to pick on their own mothers, they lord it over the village like tyrants, but they're nothing but cowards who cower like mice the moment they step outside. Their fear of the unknown is what makes them cower like this. What a bunch of cowards. Hearing Mu Qingwan's words, the crowd fell into confusion. They exchanged nervous glances, tension rising in their hearts. Indeed, they had no idea who this beautiful woman truly was. Judging by her exquisite attire, she was definitely not from the village or even the town. Could she be some high-ranking official from the big city, sent to crack down on immoral behavior in the countryside? Wang Yue, though lacking in worldly experience, feared they might have provoked someone they shouldn't have. He dared not continue the gamble. Fine then. Give the medicine you brought to my mother to drink. But if anything happens, we won't let you off lightly. Though Wang Yue appeared to concede, he secretly gloated inside. He was certainly how and his group of young people would be utterly helpless against this tricky illness. Though Aunt Lu's ailment wasn't particularly complex, prolonged neglect had transformed a minor illness into a serious one. Li Hao carefully helped Lu Jiong up, while Li Qingyao took charge of administering the medicine, feeding it to her bit by bit with utmost care. After one dose, Aunt Lu's lips, once ashen and dull, visibly improved, losing their lifeless pallor. She slowly opened her eyes, and a faint flush gradually returned to her complexion. In just half an hour, Aunt Lu was able to prop herself up and sit comfortably on the bed to rest. This miraculous scene left everyone present utterly speechless. Wang Yue's expression darkened. Torn between crying and laughing, he tentatively asked, "Mother, are you feeling better now?" Aunt Lu took a deep breath. Though her voice remained faint, her words were now clear. "You heartless creatures. Oh my, mother, you've truly recovered. This is truly cause for celebration. Li Hao, you are truly our lifesaver." Wang Yue forced a smile and clapped excitedly in celebration, yet not a shred of sincerity lingered in his words. Even his smile was a mask. Right now, he wanted nothing more than to tear Li Hao limb from limb. Now that Aunt Lu's condition had improved, she was no longer vulnerable to blackmail. The whereabouts of those $3 silver would be even harder to uncover. Wang Yue was filled with regret and resentment, yet he had nowhere to vent his fury. Wang Tianxi sighed repeatedly, his dejected appearance truly resembling someone who had lost his own mother. They couldn't fathom how the young and inexperienced Li Hao could have actually cured this illness. Only Wang Jianghai genuinely rejoiced at Aunt Lu's recovery. Hidden in a corner, he wiped away tears while muttering, "Heaven has eyes, heaven has eyes." Lai Shun was overcome with joy, sobbing loudly as he knelt by Aunt Lu's bedside. Li Hao watched Wang Yue and Wang Tianxi's crestfallen expressions, feeling a secret thrill of satisfaction. "Ha! Meeting this divine healer was your misfortune. An illness like Aunt Lou's? Even if it were worse, I could still cure it. You're all as venomous as scorpions. Now that your mother's better, you're all frowning? I've never seen such a bunch of rotten people. But since I'm here today, I'll see to Aunt Lou not just her current illness, but her lifelong care. Listen up, all of you. Li Hao cleared his throat solemnly. From now on, all of Aunt Lou's medical expenses will be covered by me. I will deposit funds at the town's first people's hospital, sufficient to cover all her medical costs for the rest of her life. Therefore, whenever she feels unwell, you must take her to the hospital. The Wang family members exchanged glances upon hearing this, then burst into derisive laughter. Li Hao, I'll admit you did well today, but there's a limit to lying. Everyone knows you're a poor kid. Where'd you get the money? Yeah, you were still relying on your mother's handouts when you were young. Even if you've made something of yourself now, you still can't escape the poor man's class. See? Here we go again. Li Hao was utterly unperturbed by this familiar scene. Now he needed to prove his wealth and financial capability to shut these people up. But what decent person carries hundreds of thousands in cash around? After a moment's thought, Li Hao simply wrapped his arm around Mu Qingwan's shoulder beside him. I don't have it, but my wife does. Chapter 165, Carrying Gold Bars Around? That's bold. Li Hao's plain attire stood in stark contrast to Mu Qingwan beside him. Mu Qingwan looked like a fairy stepping out of a painting, her white mink coat and long boots accentuating her tall, graceful figure. Her exquisitely applied makeup perfectly accentuated her features, making her even more radiant and captivating. Her shoulder-length hair flowed like smooth, glossy black silk, every strand seeming to whisper of her nobility. Though she wore no gold or jewels, an innate air of nobility radiated from her, a unique aura cultivated through years of privileged upbringing, instantly identifying her as a lady of distinguished lineage. Witnessing the couple's intimate display, the crowd suddenly realized they had been duped. They had assumed this beautiful woman was a mysterious, formidable figure with dangerous skills, only to discover the two were actually husband and wife. Mu Qingwan seemed to understand Li Hao's thoughts perfectly. Her hand slipped into her handbag and pulled out a gleaming gold square ingot, its brilliance striking even in the dimly lit room. What was that? A gold bar? That big? It must be worth tens of thousands. The crowd immediately erupted in murmurs, voices rising and falling in a cacophony. Unmasked greed flashed in their eyes. Even Li Hao was startled by this sudden move. Seriously, you didn't have to flaunt your wealth like that. Way too flashy. But this tactic seems to work best. These people are money hungry. Whoever has wealth gets their respect. Carrying a gold bar around like that? That's some serious swagger. This gold bar had originally been Mu Qingwan's gift for Li Qingyao's first meeting. Since it was their initial encounter, she hadn't known what her younger sister liked, so she'd simply tucked the shiny gold bar into her bag. Now, holding the gold bar in her hand, Mu Qingwan felt a strange unease. Before this, she had never used wealth to make the poor submit to her. But in this situation, it seemed only this approach would work. Li Hao cleared his throat and announced in a loud voice. Do any of you still have objections? The usually arrogant Wang Yue and Wang Tianxi fell silent, their eyes fixed intently on the gold bar, their hearts filled with boundless desire. Li Hao, seizing upon their miserly nature, continued. From now on, no matter what illness Auntie Lu contracts, you must take her to the hospital and ensure every single penny spent there goes solely toward her treatment. His gaze then shifted to Lai Shan. Lai Shan, I'm entrusting you with the task of overseeing this. Can you handle it? Yes. Lai Shan immediately stopped crying, his eyes flashing with determination. Of course, if all of you take good care of Aunt Lu, allowing her to live out her twilight years peacefully until her natural end, then I will conduct a comprehensive evaluation based on Aunt Lu's, Lai Shuan's, and the villagers' assessments. Whoever proves most filial will receive a gold bar identical to the one my wife holds. Li Hao waved his hand decisively, his expression serious. Unable to stay by Aunt Lu's side constantly to observe and care for her, and worried she might have no one to rely on in her old age, Li Hao devised this plan. It was a way to manually force the unfilial sons into being dutiful. They were already money grubbers, and gold bars were far more valuable than silver coins. Where there's competition, there's motivation. The announcement sent ripples of astonishment through the group. Is this for real? Treating mother well earns gold bars? Don't tell me he's pulling our leg. It doesn't seem like a scam to me. Did you notice the luxury car that drove into the village yesterday? We don't have cars that nice around here. I bet it was Li Hao and his wife riding it back. I saw it too. My son said that car's worth millions. After confirming the details with each other, the group immediately broke into laughter. After all, they knew exactly how to crunch the numbers, whether it was splitting 10,000 yuan each among the brothers or taking that gold bar worth tens of thousands. Dealing with this group who valued profit over sentiment was actually the simplest kind of transaction as long as the money was in place. Wang Yue shed his earlier menacing demeanor, replacing it with a fawning expression. Li Hao, who would have thought you'd make such a name for yourself? We uncles can't hold a candle to you. With all that money, why not contribute some to rural development? Exactly, Wang Tianxi chimed in. Don't take offense at what the uncles said earlier. Things have been tough for us lately. Fugue's tuition is due. Would you consider helping uncle out a bit? Li Hao's expression shifted. Fugue? That name rings a bell. Wang Tianxi's eldest son. In college, but instead of studying hard, he's a deadbeat. No wonder Wang Tianxi was so desperate for that 10,000 yuan, probably to bail out that deadbeat. Li Hao pressed his lips together and smiled faintly. Uncle Wang, you're so desperate for money because your son got scammed by a prostitute and now you're scrambling to pay off the debt, right? Wang Tianxi froze, his weathered face flushing crimson. Having such a shameful affair exposed in public left him feeling utterly humiliated. Lu Jiaojiao, who had remained mostly silent, spoke up again. After a period of rest, her energy had somewhat recovered. You disgraceful animals! Get out of here immediately! After witnessing this incident, Aunt Lu realized that her own son and daughters-in-law, whom she had raised with such hardship and devotion, were no better than a few outsiders. Li Hao quickly chimed in. Did you hear that? Aunt Lu told you to leave. From now on, you must obey her every word if you want to get your gold bars. After the crowd dispersed, the room finally regained its long-lost tranquility. Sitting at the bedside, Li Hao gazed at Aunt Lu, a woman who was not blood but felt like family, and felt an overwhelming wave of emotion wash over him. In the original story, Li Hao possessed a kind heart but misdirected his efforts. Struggling to save himself, he could never hope to rescue others. But now, he could use his own will to alter the course of events, ensuring that kind-hearted people received a happy ending. Aunt Lu gave a subtle nod to Li Shan beside her, and he immediately understood. When he reappeared, he held a wooden box in his hand. Aunt Lu opened the box to reveal a tightly wrapped bundle of flowered cloth. Layer by layer, she unwrapped it until $3 silver lay exposed. It turned out Li Shan had always known the whereabouts of the silver coins, but had kept it to himself. It seemed he truly had Grandma's best interests at heart. Aunt Lu took $1 silver and grabbed Li Hao's hand. No, Aunt Lu, I can't accept this. Hao, be a good boy. You saved my life this time. If you don't take it, I won't feel at peace. After some back and forth, Li Hao finally relented and accepted the aged silver coin. A benevolent smile graced Aunt Lu's face as she carefully repackaged the remaining 2 coins, closed the box, and handed it back to Li Shan. These 2 are for Li Shan and Qingqing. Not a single one of my greedy sons will get their hands on them. Just then, a voice called out from outside. Grandma! The visitor was a girl in her early 20s, dressed in a coarse cotton padded jacket and sporting 2 thick, long braids. Her face, free of makeup, bore faint traces of sun exposure, a healthy, uplifting beauty like a small flower resisting the cold wind in a crack. Though simple and ordinary, it possessed a unique charm. Oh my, Qingqing is back. A smile instantly blossomed on Aunt Lu's face, like a flower in full bloom, as she eagerly waved toward the new arrival. Chapter 166, Yi Lan's Resignation Letter. Hearing the name Qingqing, memories slowly surfaced in Li Hao's mind. Qingqing was the daughter of Aunt Lu's 3rd son, Wang Jianhai. They had attended the same elementary school in town. Li Hao had few impressions of her, only vaguely recalling her as a well-behaved and sensible girl. Among the few people present, she was one of the rare ones who genuinely cared for Aunt Lu. Grandma, I heard you were ill. I couldn't rest easy in town. I finally took leave from the factory manager to come see you. Grandma, how are you feeling now? Qingqing's eyes brimmed with tears as she clasped her grandmother's hands tightly, unwilling to let go. Her concern and heartache were plain to see. After a brief exchange of pleasantries between grandmother and granddaughter, Lu Jiaojiao's smile suddenly took on a subtle, almost unreadable quality. She glanced at Li Hao, then shifted her gaze to Qingqing, yet remained silent. Only then did Qingqing notice Li Hao's presence. But after just one glance, her face flushed bright red. She lowered her head and refused to lift it. Grandma Lu chuckled softly for a moment before finally voicing the underlying truth. Hao, you probably didn't know, but Qingqing has always liked you. Hearing it stated so plainly made Qingqing even more bashful. Her face burned fiercely, and her voice was as thin as a mosquito's buzz. Auntie, please don't tease me anymore. Like me? But I hardly ever talk to Qingqing. I haven't done anything to show my charm either. Seems like I'm just too charismatic. Qingqing, I'm afraid you're too late, I'm already taken. Mu Qingwan, who had been quietly waiting by the side, could no longer sit still. The real person was right here, how could they be eyeing her own husband? And Li Hao's hesitant confession only heightened her sense of crisis. She cleared her throat softly, took a small step forward, and stood beside Li Hao. Though she said nothing, her meaning was clear. Qingqing also noticed the exquisitely beautiful woman before her. Beyond a momentary shock, she felt mostly envy. Only then did Aunt Lu realize she'd spoken out of turn and made a misguided match. She hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. But Hao already has a wife now. She's so young, beautiful, and capable, truly a rare match. Grandma's reminder made Qingqing realize the woman's true identity. Her heart instantly sank halfway, and the flush on her face was more from shame than anything else. Qingqing cautiously lifted her eyes to meet Li Hao's gaze. The moment their eyes connected, she immediately looked away. The joys of youth often end in regret. From now on, you two must live well together. Do not harbor suspicion or doubt. Help each other grow and improve. Understand, how? Understood, Auntie Lu. This trip back to the hometown had come to an end. I arrived burdened with worries, but now I feel light and free because I did what was right. At this moment, the white funeral banners hanging high at the entrance of Aunt Lu's house had been taken down. And by her bedside, a different scene unfolded. Mother, I just bought these fruits at the market. Please try some. Mother, don't listen to second brother's nonsense. You've only just recovered from your illness and are still weak. How could you possibly eat cold fruit? Not seeking sincerity, only dedication. Lanjiu Jewelry Department. Early morning, Li Hao was already seated in the manager's office. With Christmas approaching, he pondered launching a new jewelry design to capitalize on the holiday season. Linking it to the holiday would create a special atmosphere. While it couldn't be a long-term product, it could be promoted as a limited edition. A short-term surge in sales would significantly boost the annual sales total. Lost in thought, he heard Qin Zhaozhao knock on the office door. Manager Li, here's my resignation letter. Whose? Yours? Li Hao was genuinely startled, fearing the woman had faced unfair treatment in the jewelry department. Of course not mine. If it's not yours, that's good. Li Hao breathed a sigh of relief and asked again. Then whose is it? If you're quitting, why not hand in your resignation letter in person? Don't you want your pay? It's Yi Lan's. Li Hao. Alright, this capricious woman clearly doesn't need her salary. The pittance she'd earn working here for a few days wouldn't cover a single meal at a luxury Japanese restaurant for her. Seems the young lady finally realized this place isn't for her after all. Li Hao pondered, then opened the resignation letter. Li Hao, I've decided to respect your opinion and focus on self-improvement. Wait for my good news. A brief sentence, yet it explained the reason she wished to leave. Well, that's fine. I've already achieved my original goal anyway. After everything that's happened these past few days, Yilan has seen through Xiaoping. There's no way the two of them will ever get back together. Since that's the case, my goal is achieved. All's well that ends well. I hope you truly find your path and become a bird soaring freely. Tucking away his resignation letter, Li Hao returned to his work with renewed focus. Before he could get into the groove, Lulu walked in again with some blueprints. Manager Li. She stood before his desk, handing him a hand-drawn jewelry design sketch. The sketch depicted a jewelry necklace featuring a 5-pointed star motif, combining red and green gemstones. With Christmas approaching, I thought we could create a festive jewelry design to capture the holiday spirit. What do you think, Manager Li? She spoke cautiously, her expression slightly reserved. That's a great idea. I was thinking along those lines myself. The red in the sketch represents Santa Claus, while the green symbolizes the Christmas tree. Though the combination might seem a bit jarring at first glance, it clearly evokes the holiday spirit. Paired with gemstones of relatively low saturation, it's bound to stand out. Li Hao couldn't help but marvel at Lulu's efficiency. He had only just conceived the idea, and she had already presented a tailored solution. He hadn't made a mistake in letting Lulu take charge of the design team. Alright, Lulu, I'm handing over the responsibility for launching the new Christmas product designs to you. After all, you're the team leader, and this task shouldn't be too difficult for you, right? Li Hao looked into Lulu's eyes as he spoke. Lulu paused for a moment, then her face lit up with obvious delight. I'll make sure it's done right. I won't let Manager Li down. Although she had been assigned to manage the design team after the previous supervisor and manager left, it hadn't been an official title, more of a temporary arrangement. Now that Li Hao had explicitly stated she was the design team leader, it proved her promotion was a done deal. This not only signified recognition of her abilities but also meant her salary would increase accordingly. With her financial situation improving, the burden of supporting her daughter would be eased. Moreover, being entrusted with full responsibility for the Christmas product line was a double affirmation of her capabilities. Thinking of this, Lulu couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Chapter 167, Is it a crime to look a little longer? Yes, and regarding the Christmas collection, you may consult with Zheng Tian on the details. Li Hao spoke gently, patiently assigning the work. In his mind, Lulu was undoubtedly his most capable assistant, diligent, responsible, and reasonable. Though a woman, her professional competence was in no way inferior to that of her male colleagues in the department. As for Zheng Tian, recently transferred from logistics to design, he was determined to give his all as he embarked on a new chapter in his career. Li Hao was confident he would make his mark in his new role. Thank you, Manager Li. However, I have one more favor to ask, if it's not too much trouble. Lulu lowered her head slightly, hesitating to speak, a blush of shyness creeping onto her cheeks. Go ahead, speak freely. As a kind and considerate leader, Li Hao never refused reasonable requests from his employees. Are you free tomorrow? Would you mind coming over for dinner? Lulu's voice was soft as she unconsciously clasped her hands together, her nervousness palpable through her fingertips. Dinner at your place? Li Hao paused slightly, sensing something odd about the invitation. Yes. Lulu nodded firmly. It's like this, Manager Li. Since you joined the jewelry department, you've been so kind to me. When Xiaonuan fainted and was hospitalized, it was thanks to your help. It's been so long, and I've been wanting to find a way to thank you, but I never knew how to bring it up. As a divorced single mother raising a child, Lulu felt deeply grateful for her manager's kindness but didn't know how to repay it. Gifts felt inadequate, and a restaurant dinner seemed insincere. After much deliberation, Lulu decided the best way to show her appreciation was to cook a meal herself and invite Li Hao over for dinner. This idea had been on her mind for a long time, but it wasn't until today that she finally found the courage to speak up. Those things were no trouble at all. You really don't need to be so formal. A slightly shy smile touched Li Hao's lips. Managerly, I genuinely want to invite you over. Xiaonuan knows you helped her and she really wants you to come visit. Fearing rejection, Lulu's tone grew slightly urgent. That doesn't seem quite appropriate. Li Hao still hesitated. A manager going to an employee's home for dinner just feels a bit odd, no matter how you look at it. There are plenty of gossip mongers in the office. If word gets out, it'll just turn into another unpleasant scandal. But I really do want to try Lulu's cooking. Lulu clutched the hem of her blouse tightly, her palms slightly sweaty. Her brows were furrowed, lips pressed together. Her slightly hurried breathing made the collarbone at her neck stand out more clearly, adding to her delicate, vulnerable charm. Well, if that's how you feel, managerly, I suppose I won't push it. Liuli's voice was thick with disappointment. The strands of hair falling across her forehead only accentuated her disheveled appearance, giving her the look of a broken beauty. Indeed, though she bore the weight of raising a child alone after divorce, time had never robbed her of her exquisite beauty. Even in such a flustered state, her beauty remained undiminished. Li Hao was naturally a man who cherished beauty. Seeing Lulu looking so pitifully vulnerable, his heart softened and he finally relented. All right. I'll go tomorrow then. I don't have much planned for lunch, so we can just grab a bite. Lulu's expression softened instantly and she curved her lips into a smile, her eyes brimming with joy. Great. Tomorrow at noon it is. I'll finish my work early. I'll make it in time. The following noon, Li Hao arrived at Lulu's home as promised. It was an older neighborhood. The peeling paint and great exterior clearly showed its age. Lulu's two-bedroom apartment wasn't large, but it was quiet, tidy, and very cozy. Mr. Li, please have some tea while you wait. Lunch will be ready shortly. Lulu greeted him warmly before bustling back into the kitchen. Viewed from behind, Lulu wore a solid-colored loungewear set, a long-sleeved sweater paired with tight-fitting jeans. Though simple and unadorned, the outfit accentuated her alluring curves, creating a unique charm. Wow, curves in all the right places. This figure is absolutely stunning, okay? I'm just taking a second look. That can't be illegal, right? This is too sinful. No, I must channel my desires into appetite. Li Hao considered himself an absolute gentleman, so while his eyes might wander, his body and soul remained completely honest. Lulu maintained her gentle smile as she brought out dish after dish of visually appealing, aromatic, and delicious cuisine from the kitchen. The aroma of the dishes filled the air. Though Li Hao hadn't felt hungry before, the scent now made his stomach growl. Lulu, let me help you. Li Hao felt awkward just sitting there waiting to eat and quickly stood up. No need. Lulu gently pressed Li Hao's shoulder back down. Managerly, please just sit. Otherwise, I'd feel truly uncomfortable. Just then, the sound of a door lock turning echoed, and the door slowly opened. A small head peeked out. Oh, Xiaonuan, you're back from school? This is Uncle Li. Say hello. Lulu said with a smile. Xiaonuan looked about 7 or 8 years old, with 2 playful pigtails and a round, adorable face like a rosy apple. Her big, dark eyes, like plump grapes, scanned Li Hao curiously before breaking into a bright smile. Hello, Uncle Li. Her sweet voice practically melted Li Hao's heart. Hello, Xiaonuan. Li Hao responded with a smile, unable to resist reaching out to gently pinch her chubby, smiling cheeks soft and plump to the touch. Here, Xiaonuan, this is a big bag of snacks Uncle brought for you, he said, handing the bag from behind to Xiaonuan. Wow, thank you, Uncle Li. Xiaonuan accepted it excitedly, her eyes sparkling like stars twinkling in the night sky. Lunch officially began. In the blink of an eye, the table was filled with all kinds of dishes. Braised pork belly, spicy boiled fish, coconut chicken, stir-fried beef, braised sausage. In short, the table was packed with 10 dishes, a full spread of chicken, duck, fish, and meat, with a perfect balance of meat and vegetables. For Lulu to prepare this entire spread by herself, she must have started shopping for ingredients the day before. Managerly, my cooking skills are nothing special, please don't be too critical. Lulu untied her apron, sat down at the table, and murmured softly. You're being too modest. With a table like this, everything looks so good it has to be delicious. Lulu was so capable, great cook, stunning looks, and she takes such good care of her family and kids. What kind of jerk dumped a woman like her? He really has no eyes. Come to think of it, I could use this chance to brush up on my cooking skills. I'll surprise my silly wife back home. Li Hao took a bite of the steamed fish. Tender without any fishy taste, it was springy on the tongue, spicy, numbing, and savory. Delicious. He couldn't help but praise it aloud, simultaneously giving a thumbs up, a simple gesture that conveyed profound appreciation for the dish. He then sampled every dish on the table one by one. Each bite sent him into raptures. Whether it was the selection of ingredients, the mastery of heat control, or the precision of seasoning, everything was flawless, utterly beyond reproach. Wow, Lulu, you're a hidden culinary genius. Lulu, basking in the praise, beamed with joy. Her eyes kept drifting toward Li Hao, yet she did quickly avert them, as if afraid of being caught, radiating a girlish shyness and reserve. Chapter 168, That's just too thoughtful. Li Hao sensed the slightly awkward atmosphere at the table. He didn't dwell on it much, though. Stretching his arm to grab a piece of green vegetable farther away to moisten his mouth, he accidentally knocked over the cup of cola in front of Xiaonuan. The cup tipped toward Li Hao, and the cola instantly soaked his clothes. Unable to dodge in time, his white shirt was ruined. Oh no. Li Hao scrambled to his feet, his shirt still dripping liquid. He looked up, feeling embarrassed, his whole body reeking of the cloying sweetness of cola. Oh no, oh no. This cola smell is ruining my image. I still have to go back to the office later, and there's no time to change now. What am I supposed to do? I can't possibly go back to the office soaking wet and give the employees some kind of wet look temptation. Lulu acted fast, setting down her chopsticks and bowl before rushing over like a whirlwind. Her hands moved before her brain could process it. Managerly, take off your shirt. It's cold out, you'll catch a chill in wet clothes. As she spoke, her slender, pale fingers reached for the top button of his white shirt, positioned just below his Adam's apple. Only then did Lulu jolt into awareness. Lifting her gaze to meet his eyes, she realized how close they stood, close enough to feel the warmth of each other's breath. I'm sorry. Lulu's face flushed bright red, like a ripe apple, and she quickly withdrew her hand. Li Hao gave a nervous chuckle, his eyes darting around as if searching for a place to rest. It's fine, it's fine. Managerly, don't worry. I'll get you a new one to change into. With that, Lulu walked into the bedroom. Moments later, she emerged holding a crisp, brand new white men's dress shirt. Li Hao took the shirt, finally letting out a sigh of relief, feeling saved. Lulu gestured toward the bedroom. Managerly, please change in there. Leave the wet one with me, I'll wash it for you. Before Li Hao could react, she hurriedly added an explanation. Managerly, don't get the wrong idea. This shirt has never been worn. I bought it specifically and left it on the balcony to make it look like there's a man in the house. Li Hao glanced toward the balcony and saw several men's shirts hanging to dry. Without exception, none of them showed any signs of having been worn. It seemed Lulu had a tough life, not only working hard to make ends meet, but also constantly worrying about her safety. In this big city, a woman raising a child alone truly had it rough. It's fine. I don't mind. When Li Hao emerged from the bedroom, he slipped on the new shirt. Though not as well fitted as his own, it was clean and crisp, carrying a faint scent of laundry detergent, exactly the same fragrance as Lulu herself. The smell was comforting. Li Hao still clutched the damp shirt in his hand. He felt awkward just tossing dirty laundry to an employee to wash, and he was wrestling with what to do. Lulu seemed to read his hesitation. With a smile, she reached out and took the shirt. Managerly, once I wash and dry it, I'll deliver it to your office tomorrow. Would that work for you? Alright, I'll leave it to you then. I'm truly sorry this happened after inviting you to dinner. No, it's ultimately my fault. I shouldn't have been so greedy and insisted on trying that dish. Despite the minor hiccup, the meal was well worth it. The dish tasted like something from a high-end restaurant, every bite leaving a lingering flavor. Time flew by, and another morning passed in a flurry of activity at Lanzhou Jewelry. Managerly, regarding the Christmas collection, Zhang Tian and I organized a team discussion and finalized the design draft. Please take a look. Lulu stood before the manager's desk, carefully presenting the final design drawings and proposal. Li Hao opened the file and began reviewing it intently. It was clear that Lulu had put her heart into this. Both the design concept and the execution were ingenious and tasteful, with excellent ideas throughout. It seemed the collaboration between Zhang Tian and Lulu truly sparked impressive synergy. One is diligent, creative, and proactive, the other is a professional designer with unquestionable expertise. Very good. Let's continue in this direction. I'll organize a meeting this afternoon where you can freely exchange ideas and share your thoughts. Li Hao nodded in admiration, offering his sincere praise. Upon hearing this, Lulu's face lit up with joy. Though she worked tirelessly every day to earn money for her family, she showed no signs of weariness or discouragement. Instead, she radiated youthful energy, more vibrant than many recent college graduates. If one didn't know her circumstances, who would have guessed she was a divorced single mother raising a child? There's one more thing, managerly. As she spoke, Lulu opened the cloth bag slung across her shoulder and pulled out a flat cardboard box. She placed the box carefully on the desk. Managerly, here are your clothes from yesterday. I've washed and dried them. Li Hao was taken aback. Opening the box, he saw the white shirt neatly folded inside, even ironed to perfection. If not for the stubborn yellowish stain lingering on the collar, he might have thought it was brand new. Just then, a faint lavender scent wafted out. He recognized it instantly, the same fragrance that lingered on Lulu. This is just too thoughtful. I can't help but wonder what kind of blind man could possibly have dumped such an amazing woman. This makes me feel embarrassed. Li Hao felt embarrassed because the shirt Lulu had given him yesterday was still sitting at home, unwashed. Compared to her, he truly felt ashamed. You really didn't have to go to such lengths, Lulu. And that shirt you gave me. Li Hao grew increasingly embarrassed as he spoke. It's fine, Manager Li. If it's convenient for you, just return it to me directly, no need to wash it. If it's inconvenient, don't worry about returning it. After all, as a woman, I can't wear men's shirts anyway. Lulu's tone remained calm as she offered a solution that satisfied both parties. Gentle and considerate seemed to be her defining traits. This woman, as gentle as flowing water, instantly enveloped Li Hao in a soothing warmth, not in any messy way, but with a profound sense of peace. Little did he know that outside the office door, Mu Qingwan had been standing there for some time. Ms. Mu, aren't you going in? Xin Xiao whispered beside her. Mu Qingwan's expression was grim as her eyes fixed intently on the half-open door, as if she could see right through it. She took a deep breath and finally pushed the door open. Honey, I brought you lunch. This time I ordered from a private kitchen, clean, healthy, and delicious. You're here. Perfect timing. Take a look at our new jewelry designs for the Christmas holiday collection. What do you think? Li Hao was delighted to see Mu Qingwan and promptly handed her the folder on the table, eagerly awaiting her reaction. Mu Qingwan's eyes scanned the blueprints, but her mind was elsewhere, lost in her own thoughts. Chapter 169, Honey, you're not jealous, are you? Earlier, Mu Qingwan had been standing outside the door for a while, hearing every sound inside clearly. No wonder Li Hao's clothes seemed odd when he came home yesterday. The problem was right here. What woman could possibly tolerate her husband dining at another woman's house, then changing clothes before leaving? What's more infuriating is that the other woman had even washed those clothes and sent them over. Those were Li Hao's intimate garments, yet they ended up in another woman's hands. Even with Mu Qingwan's broadest mind, she couldn't help but wonder. But she didn't explode on the spot. Instead, she waited quietly for Li Hao's explanation. Whether it came from his heart or his lips, she wanted to hear what he had to say about it. Of course, Li Hao had no idea that Mu Qingwan's mind was already in turmoil. He was still basking in his own self-satisfaction. Haha, I really know how to pick employees, don't I? I sure know how to promote people. Talented individuals are common, but discerning mentors are rare. Lulu is a truly exceptional employee. More importantly, she's not only capable but also has a great personality, so gentle and considerate, with a figure that's not half bad either. These inner thoughts all reached Mu Qingwan's ears, making her expression grow increasingly grim. Lulu, waiting nearby, was alarmed, fearing there might be a problem with the design drawings. Ms. Mu, is there something I haven't done well enough that needs adjusting? Please let me know, and I'll make the changes immediately. No. Mu Qingwan dismissed the suggestion outright, shifting her gaze to Lulu instead. Mu Qingwan possessed breathtaking beauty. Her petite, palm-sized face was exquisitely painted, with eyes that dominated her flawless features. A single glance revealed her emotions with unmistakable clarity. At this moment, those eyes were as cold as frosty stars, and Lulu found herself unable to muster the courage to meet them. Lulu, do what you're supposed to do. The brief words carried profound meaning, stopping precisely where they should. As an employee of the jewelry department, she should focus on her work and not set her sights on the wrong person. Mu Qingwan didn't want to escalate the situation. She only hoped Lulu would understand the subtext. Lulu wasn't stupid either. She lowered her eyes submissively and said nothing more. A tacit understanding passed between the two women, though Li Hao remained utterly confused, lost in a fog of confusion. What's wrong, honey? Is there something wrong with Lulu's design? I think it's pretty good. Honey, aren't you being a bit too hard on the staff? I think she's already put in enough effort. Li Hao kept chattering on, partly to vindicate his employee and partly to showcase his talent for spotting hidden gems. But he was completely out of sync with his wife. Yet because every word was meant to smooth things over for Lulu, it sounded as if he was siding with her against Mu Qingwan. A surge of anger mixed with inexplicable bitterness welled up inside Mu Qingwan. She looked at Li Hao, feeling nothing but frustration. I'm leaving. With just that one sentence, Mu Qingwan swept out of the office as if her feet were on fire. Li Hao, still clueless, called after her. Honey? Ms. Mu? What's going on? Hey, wait, why did you take back the lunch I packed for you? I didn't even get to eat it. But Mu Qingwan didn't even glance back, showing no intention of stopping. Even after Mu Qingwan had left the jewelry department, Li Hao was still completely baffled. This is weird. If something was wrong, she could just say so. Why is she upset? Li Hao sat back down in his office chair and turned to Lulu, who had remained silent. Lulu, it's okay. Ms. Mu hasn't managed the jewelry department in a long time. Your design is fine, just keep going. Lulu's designs were certainly fine. The issue Mu Qingwan had wasn't with the design blueprints. Yes, thank you, Manager Li. Lulu nodded. She understood what had upset Mu Qingwan, and she knew exactly what she was standing firm on. Ms. Mu's warning rang like a bell, echoing persistently in Lulu's mind. She knew this feeling, which had crept up on her without warning, was wrong. Yet she couldn't shake it. She knew it was forbidden, yet it grew uncontrollably within her heart. This conflicting feeling had gradually blurred the line between right and wrong for her. Managerly, I need to get back to work. All right, go ahead. Evening, inside the car. Li Hao drove happily, humming a tune. He always felt cheerful when heading home after work. But Mu Qingwan in the passenger seat didn't seem to share his feelings. She'd been radiating low energy the whole way. What's wrong, honey? Not happy? Li Hao glanced over at the passenger seat and asked. Could she be on her period? She seems to be holding something in. Or did someone upset her? Could it be me? But I didn't do anything wrong. Besides, I didn't even get to eat lunch today. I'm not the one who's upset. Mu Qingwan turned her face away, gave Li Hao a deep look, then turned back again. Nothing. Two simple words, yet her inner world was already churning with turmoil. This man still doesn't know why I'm upset? He defended Lulu right in front of me. What about when I wasn't there? I didn't press you about yesterday's lunch at Lulu's because I trusted you. Well, look what happened, you even changed clothes. Mu Qingwan dared not dwell on it further, for every thought led to a grim conclusion. She impatiently pulled her coat tighter around herself, her gaze casually landing on the car's armrest compartment. What's this? Mu Qingwan pointed at the plain metal box and asked. Oh, this? It's osmanthus tea. Li Hao replied. Osmanthus tea? I don't recall you liking osmanthus tea. Lulu gave it to me. She said her mom specially picked and sun-dried the flowers from osmanthus trees back home and brought me a box. I don't usually like teas with such strong aromas, but since it was a kind gesture, I couldn't refuse. The moment she heard Li Hao mention that name again, Mu Qingwan's anger, which had been subsiding, flared up instantly. What do you mean you couldn't refuse? Refusing someone for me, is that really so hard? Li Hao, you're openly refusing to be with me now, aren't you? Though her mind was already cursing Li Hao to high heaven, she forced herself to hold it all in. Her icy expression only seemed more frosty in the winter air. Seeing Mu Qingwan's silence, Li Hao finally caught on. He chuckled. Oh my, honey, you're not jealous, are you? I'm a good leader, my employees appreciate me, so they gave me a little gift. Isn't that perfectly normal? What's there to be jealous about? As Li Hao spoke, Mu Qingwan shot him a cold, piercing glare. When did I ever say I was jealous? Chapter 170, so beautiful, your hands are truly artistic. You say you're not jealous? It's so obvious. Li Hao's lips curved into a teasing smile as he mercilessly ribbed her. I'm not jealous. Stop flattering yourself. Mu Qingwan retorted stubbornly, her defiant expression clinging to the last shred of pride and dignity. As night fell, Li Hao had already warmed the bed, eagerly anticipating Mu Qingwan's arrival. But she was acting unusually, sitting on the sofa staring at the TV for a long time, showing no signs of returning to her room to rest. Honey, what's wrong? Why aren't you sleeping yet? Li Hao, like a dutiful sleep-promoting messenger, asked with concern. Mu Qingwan remained impassive, though a hint of weariness had quietly settled around her eyes. She lifted her gaze to meet Li Hao's. I haven't been sleeping well lately. I'd like to sleep alone tonight. You go ahead and rest. Sleep problems? Li Hao looked utterly puzzled. If you're having trouble sleeping, why not go to bed earlier? It's almost midnight, what are you still watching TV for? You don't need to worry about me. Mu Qingwan didn't want to explain further and turned her gaze back to the TV screen. But the show airing was an outdated variety program, not at all her usual taste. What's more, she'd already forced herself to watch for a full hour. Li Hao scratched his head, thoroughly puzzled. What the hell is wrong with this crazy woman? Could she be going through menopause? Is she really entering menopause in her 20s? Or has she set her sights on some new favorite and is slowly pushing me away? These thoughts reached Mu Qingwan's ears, only fueling her anger further. Her lips twitched slightly, as if she wanted to explain something, but she remained silent. She was sulking, so she refused to correct Li Hao's mistaken assumptions. In fact, she secretly hoped he'd brood in silence just like her. Li Hao thought that way precisely because the original plot in the book unfolded exactly like this. Though he didn't know how Mu Qingwan had ultimately come to her senses and avoided falling into Qin Yu's trap, the current situation seemed to introduce new variables. This thought only strengthened Li Hao's resolve. They had been arranged to be together, sharing their lives. After spending so much time together, Li Hao had gradually developed feelings for Mu Qingwan. But he wasn't foolish enough to throw away his own well-being for love, like the original owner had done. Precisely because of this, Li Hao would respect Mu Qingwan's choice and face whatever might happen with composure. Returning to the room, Li Hao lay alone on the spacious, comfortable bed. He stretched out his limbs, forming a large character shape. Sleeping alone feels so good. Come to think of it, could Mu Qingwan have really fallen for some pretty boy? If that's the case, then let her go. After all, I came here for the money, not love. With nearly 10 million in my account now, it's more than enough to live carefree in City A. Li Hao was now crystal clear about what he needed to do. His original goal had always been to make money. Meanwhile, Mu Qingwan lay awake in the side room, unable to sleep. Despite the heater running in the house, she found her body trembling uncontrollably. The quilt was soft, and the room temperature was just right. She wasn't actually cold. Yet the trembling wouldn't subside. This Li Hao, he actually left me to sleep alone without even trying to make amends. Has he really taken a dislike to me, or has he fallen for Lulu? Back then, he was always chasing after his white moonlight. Now, he's probably found a new target. Mu Qingwan's thoughts spiraled deeper and deeper, her body shaking violently. Leaving a woman alone in the dead of night to dwell on such thoughts was truly terrifying, for their minds would inevitably weave a dramatic narrative. Both of them silently assumed the other had changed their heart. As deep winter arrived, the weather grew increasingly bitter. Though snow had yet to fall, the air outside was piercingly cold, the wind cutting painfully across one's face. Li Hao arrived at the office early, well before the start of the workday. It was only 8 o'clock, and the biting wind deterred people from coming in, so no one from his department had arrived yet. Yet Lulu was already hard at work at her desk. With Christmas approaching, her production plan required only final touches. Once confirmed, it would be sent immediately to the manufacturing department for development and production. To complete the task as soon as possible, Lulu was always the first to arrive at the office and the last to leave. Lulu, you've been working so hard. Once the new jewelry line goes on sale, I'll give you a bonus. Li Hao had quietly approached her workstation. Dedicated employees deserved recognition. He always rewarded merit and addressed shortcomings fairly. Thank you, Manager Li. Lulu pressed her lips together and looked up at him. Truthfully, more than the bonus, what mattered most to her was Manager Li's praise and recognition. These warm words carried the momentum to propel her forward, becoming a warming campfire in the cold winter. Oh, Lulu, those dark circles under your eyes, did you pull an all-nighter last night? Li Hao suddenly noticed that Lulu had been the last one to leave work yesterday. She must have stayed up late finishing work. Yeah, there were still some revisions needed on the final proposal, so I stayed a bit longer. Don't do that again. There's plenty of time. If others find out, they'll say I'm overworking my staff. Lulu was exceptionally dedicated, bordering on obsessive perfectionism. Even Li Hao himself was puzzled. He was such a gentle leader, so why did his employees feel so much pressure? Manager Li doesn't treat employees harshly at all. You've been very considerate to me. She smiled gently, then pulled a craft paper bag from the drawer. Lulu clutched the brown paper bag in her hand. The moment she handed it over, it seemed like she'd made a huge decision. What is this? Li Hao asked curiously. A scarf, Manager Li. I knitted it myself. I hope you'll accept it. Lulu's voice grew softer and softer until it was barely audible. She kept her head bowed, eyes fixed on the floor, hands holding out the craft paper bag. The scene resembled a young girl confessing her feelings in a Japanese drama. A scarf knitted for me? Yes, I hope you'll accept it. The scarf was finished yesterday, which was one reason for Lulu's deep dark circles. Perfect timing, today was unusually cold, and they were the only two in the office. This seemed the perfect moment to give the gift. Lulu felt flustered. Compared to washing clothes or giving tea, a hand-knitted scarf seemed far more suggestive. She feared Li Hao might refuse it, yet dreaded even more that if he accepted, her feelings would only grow stronger and harder to suppress. Thus, in this moment, she felt exceptionally tense. As she waited anxiously, Li Hao had already opened the bag and pulled out the scarf. Wow, you knitted this yourself? It's so beautiful, your hands are incredibly skilled. He praised, though deep down, he was more in awe. Do you like it? I do. It's really nice. I'll take it then. Li Hao beamed with delight, his heart brimming with joy. He didn't dwell on the deeper meaning behind it, feeling instead like he'd scored a huge bargain. From his initial reluctance when accepting Lulu's gift to his current eager acceptance, his face seemed to have grown thicker without him even noticing. Chapter 171, The silly woman, her mood's been a bit off lately. Unfortunately, this scene ripe with misunderstanding was once again caught by Mu Qingwan. She had originally come to discuss matters with Li Hao, but now it seemed her presence was unnecessary. Li Hao clutched the scarf, his face beaming with delight as if he'd found a priceless treasure. To Mu Qingwan, that sight was unbearably jarring, like a blinding flash of light piercing straight into her heart. Mu Qingwan turned and left the jewelry department. She pulled out her phone, her fingers trembling slightly as she dialed a number. Hello? Ms. Chen? I no longer need the scarf I reserved at your store 2 days ago. Are you certain you don't need it, Ms. Mu? That's a limited edition piece extremely hard to come by. Yes, I don't need it anymore. After hanging up, Mu Qingwan's heart remained in turmoil, unable to settle. Indeed, she had also prepared a scarf for Li Hao, a handcrafted piece ordered from a luxury boutique. Yet ironically, this brand name wool scarf worth tens of thousands seemed to pale in her heart compared to the hand-knitted one made with someone else's heartfelt effort. She couldn't help but sneer inwardly, her smile tinged with bitterness and disappointment. In the office, Li Hao remained oblivious. He draped the scarf around his neck, feeling it, and was quite pleased. Not bad at all. Lulu's craftsmanship is truly exceptional. This is warmer and more stylish than anything you'd find in stores. Maybe I should get one for my silly wife too. I'll talk to Lulu, I can pay extra for the effort. But that silly woman's been acting a bit strange lately. Better not. Lunchtime. Ayun, whose desk was right next to Liuli's, suddenly leaned over with a sly grin. Sis Lu, you and Manager Li seem to be on the wrong page lately. Yeah, I've known something was off for a while now. Wen Xiao caught the scent of gossip and leaned in too. As the company's newest intern, he loved to join in the fun and spoke his mind bluntly. Caught off guard by the direct question, Lulu's face flushed bright red, the blush spreading all the way to her ears. Stop talking nonsense. We're just colleagues with a superior-subordinate relationship. Oh my, Sister Lulu, your face is all red, something's definitely up. Wen Xiao leaned in close, grinning as he asked. Sis Lu, do you have a crush on Manager Li? Faced with this relentless teasing, Lulu was mortified beyond words. If she were straightforward, she could easily shut them up. But precisely because they were speaking the truth, Lulu's mind was in complete disarray, utterly at a loss for words. Ayun, Wen Xiao, stop spreading rumors. Manager Li is married with a family. Your gossip could easily cause trouble. Lulu protested, her tone firm but her flushed cheeks betraying her. This meant that no matter what else she tried to explain, no one listened. Instead, they found it amusing and teased her even more relentlessly. Honestly, even though Manager Li is President Mu, I think you and him would make a great match, Lulu. I'll take that bet. Oh, come on, you don't have to be so shy. We'll keep it a secret, Mr. Mu won't find out. But in my opinion, Sister Lulu, you were already fooled by a jerk before. Don't make the same mistake again this time. The group chattered away in a chaotic hubbub, drawing even more people into the gossip. As the center of the discussion, Lulu seemed to become the target of everyone's criticism. Whatever she said just sounded wrong. So fond of gossip? Is your workload too light? At some point, Li Hao had appeared before them, his voice booming with reprimand. Seeing the manager had been disturbed, the group fell silent. They obediently returned to their workstations and resumed their tasks. Lulu turned her head, gazing up at Li Hao with eyes that seemed to look upon a savior. Li Hao had saved her from the situation. Manager Li, I'm truly sorry. As the team leader, she was also at fault for failing to maintain order in the office. It's fine. Just focus on your work. He glanced around at the group and sighed. Seems my authority as their leader hasn't been established yet. Why are these people so obsessed with gossip? If I let them keep talking nonsense, things will only get worse. Truly a headache. On the eve of Christmas, the new jewelry collection finally launched, hitting shelves in all major physical stores. Prior to this, the marketing department had put in considerable effort, running ads and promotions. Nothing was overlooked. Having poured considerable effort into this new collection, Li Hao felt confident about the offline sales performance. The outcome was as expected. The new jewelry line sold exceptionally well, setting a record for the jewelry industry's highest single-day sales on Christmas Day itself. Truly cause for celebration. This resounding victory naturally put Li Hao in an excellent mood, and he was beaming with joy all day long. To reward the employees who had worked tirelessly on the new product's design and development, he decided to host a celebratory banquet. First, to celebrate the jewelry's success. Second, to boost employee morale. Li Hao firmly believed that maintaining a positive work environment was essential for motivating everyone. The celebration banquet was set for the evening at a 5-star hotel in the city center. Li Hao had already reserved a private room and arranged the catering in advance. Early that morning, driving to the office, Li Hao glanced at Mu Qingwan in the passenger seat. Honey, the jewelry department is having a celebration dinner tonight. Would you like to join us? Mu Qingwan exhaled softly, her gaze fixed straight ahead, seemingly deep in thought. Congratulations, the new collection sold exceptionally well. Everyone praised you at the shareholders' meeting. Her tone sounded somewhat formal, still stung by the scarf incident. Oh? Li Hao chuckled twice. Honestly, I didn't contribute much to this design. The staff really stepped up. So, let's go to the celebration dinner together. I'll pick you up tonight. Mu Qingwan remained silent, seemingly deep in thought. After a long pause, her tone remained cool and detached. Forget it. I won't be going. Not coming? Are you sure? If the big boss doesn't show up, I'll have a hard time explaining it to the staff. Just come for my sake to save face for me. Forget it. You've already earned their trust. I'm not needed to back you up. Fine. Li Hao felt he'd made a fool of himself and didn't press further. This woman has been acting stranger and stranger lately. Not only are we sleeping in separate rooms, but she's talking to me less and less. What on earth is going on that she won't even tell me? Li Hao was naturally straightforward. He'd already concluded that Mu Qingwan's recent attitude shift was likely because she had a new lover. Since he'd already reached that conclusion in his mind, he didn't ask. But precisely because he didn't ask, the rift between them only deepened. Though he kept telling himself it wouldn't matter if Mu Qingwan really did have someone new, the thought of that outcome still caused a dull ache in his heart. Mu Qingwan turned her gaze to the window. Trees along the roadside flashed past like a rapidly rewinding painting. Yet the pain in her heart felt like a sharp blade, repeatedly twisting within her soul, its agony spreading throughout her entire body. Chapter 172, Lulu steps up to take Li Hao's drinks. Mu Qingwan had always believed she could read Li Hao's innermost thoughts, convinced she understood him completely. But in reality, she was utterly mistaken. Sleeping apart had been a rash, impulsive act born of hurt and frustration. Later, when she wanted to resume sharing a bed with Li Hao, she found herself unable to speak up, as if an invisible force held her back. This deadlock now felt like an inescapable loop, impossible to break. In the president's office, Mu Qingwan sat listlessly at her desk, her mind a chaotic jumble. Out of boredom, she unlocked her phone to check the time, then locked it again. She repeated this action countless times, unsure why she was doing it. Her hands moved on their own, as if this simple act could somehow ease the restlessness in her heart. Just then, a knock sounded at the office door. Mu Qingwan looked up to see who it was, and her temper flared instantly. "What are you doing here?" she snapped. "Oh, sis, no matter what, I'm still your little sister. Isn't it perfectly normal for me to come see you?" Mu Qingwan responded coldly, unwilling to utter another word. Her mood was absolutely dreadful right now, and she really didn't feel like dealing with Mu Fingxue. "Then leave after you're done. I have things to attend to." "That won't do." Ignoring Mu Qingwan's attitude, Mu Fingxue walked straight behind her and reached out to knead her shoulders. "Sis, you're in a bad mood now, how could you possibly get anything done? Just let me keep you company. Whatever you want." Mu Qingwan massaged her temples, her voice cold. "Sis, is this pressure okay?" Mu Fingxue rarely showed such attentiveness when she did, it meant she had a new scheme in mind. Mu Qingwan understood her nature completely by now, yet she didn't send her away. Her hands worked on the shoulders with just the right pressure, feeling reasonably comfortable though nowhere near as skilled as Li Hao's touch. As this thought crossed her mind, Mu Qingwan realized it had been ages since Li Hao had last massaged her shoulders. "Sis, have you and your husband been having some trouble lately?" Mu Fingxue finally steered the conversation toward her true purpose. After all, her entire visit was intended to sow discord. Stirring trouble when a relationship was already strained was the most effective tactic. "How did you know?" Mu Qingwan looked puzzled, but a flicker of unease stirred within her. "Oh my, it's all over the jewelry department. I have a friend who works in your jewelry department, he told me." Mu Fingxue described it vividly, as if she'd witnessed it herself. "What do you mean?" Mu Qingwan grew curious. What else could they say? "Everyone's talking about how my brother-in-law is having an office romance. Heard it's with some girl named Lulu. Things are heating up." Mu Fingxue smacked her lips, recounting the story vividly. The moment she heard the name Lulu again, Mu Qingwan's breath turned icy. "Sis, I'm only telling you this for your own good. The whole jewelry department is buzzing about it. Even if it's not 100% true, it's pretty close to it. That brother-in-law is so ungrateful. You were the one who helped him climb to this position, yet not only does he fail to repay your kindness, he goes and finds a mistress on the side. Honestly, if he'd picked a young, pretty mistress, I could understand. But this woman? She's an older woman who's already had children. Think about it, sis, isn't he blatantly humiliating you?" Mu Fingxue grew more animated as she spoke, her lips stretching nearly to her ears. Mu Qingwan's insides were churning violently, but she forced herself to maintain a calm exterior. "Mu Fingxue, this is none of your business. Stop spreading rumors. They're just maintaining a normal superior-subordinate relationship. If you gossip like this again, don't blame me for being harsh." She had warned Mu Fingxue like this before. Only this time, her words lacked the conviction they once held. Because deep down, she herself felt uncertain. "Sis. Enough. You needn't say more. I've made up my mind. Now leave. I have work to attend to." Mu Qingwan had issued her dismissal. After Mu Fingxue departed, the president's office fell silent once more. Yet despite this, her heart remained restless. While she suspected Mu Fingxue might have exaggerated the story, she also knew well that there's no smoke without fire. If everything were truly above board, why would it spark gossip? Moreover, during her previous visits to the jewelry department, Mu Qingwan had witnessed their interactions firsthand. This made her, even if she hadn't believed it before, now have to acknowledge a degree of certainty. Mu Fengshue's words buzzed like a persistent fly in her ear, impossible to shake off. Her once unshakable confidence now felt like a crumbling skyscraper, teetering on the brink of collapse. The celebratory banquet commenced promptly at 7 in the evening in a private room at the 5-star hotel downtown. The large round table in the center of the private room was laden with an array of delicacies, and waitstaff continued to shuffle back and forth, bringing out more dishes. Li Hao had planned no entertainment for the celebration, he simply wanted everyone to eat and drink to their heart's content. The group gathered around the round table, ready to take their seats. Managerly, as our leader, you should take the seat of honor. Li Hao wasn't one to fuss over formalities, but since they'd offered, he couldn't refuse. Then Sister Lulu and Brother Zhang should sit beside Manager Li. You two were instrumental in this success, so it's only fitting you sit next to him. Wen Chao quickly pulled out the chair next to Manager Li, gesturing for Lulu to take her seat. Lulu gave a slightly nervous smile, then glanced at Li Hao as if seeking his approval. "It's fine, sit down, Lulu. And Zheng Tian, you too." With Li Hao speaking up like that, refusing would be downright rude. The banquet officially began as everyone picked up their chopsticks. "Manager Li, you're such a great leader. Let me raise a toast to you." The speaker was Wen Chao, who had already risen to his feet, holding his wine glass with respectful deference. Li Hao didn't refuse. He poured himself a glass and said, "Go ahead." All right. Here we go again with the inevitable drinking rituals at every banquet. It always feels like you can't get through these gatherings without downing a few rounds. Fine, I'll drink. Your hospitality is too generous to refuse. Everyone's in a good mood. If I don't drink, I'd be dampening the spirits. How could we work together smoothly afterward? With these thoughts swirling, Zheng Tian, seated beside Li Hao, suddenly raised his glass. "Manager Li, allow me to toast you," he said, already pouring wine into Li Hao's glass. Li Hao stared at the glass, inwardly groaning, but unable to refuse. He steeled himself, raised the cup to his lips, and downed it in one gulp. The fiery liquor slid down his throat, its sharp sting instantly spreading across his tongue and throat, making him frown involuntarily. "Manager Li, allow me to offer you a toast as well." "Me too, Manager Li, let me toast you." Toasting Li Hao seemed to become the fashion at the table, with everyone following suit. Li Hao watched the commotion unfold, his heart racing with unease. He knew his tolerance was poor, he only occasionally sipped a few drinks. How could he withstand this relentless barrage of enthusiasm? Just as Li Hao felt at a loss, Lulu suddenly stepped forward. "I'll drink for Manager Li." With that, she picked up the glass without hesitation and downed it in one gulp. As the liquor burned its way down her throat, a flicker of pain crossed her eyes, but she forced herself to endure it, not even blinking. Lulu's action instantly sparked a roar of laughter from the table. The laughter carried hints of surprise, a touch of teasing, and a heavy dose of gossipy intrigue. All eyes turned toward them, curiosity and scrutiny flickering in their gazes, as if asking, is there something special between Lulu and Manager Li? Why else would she go to such lengths to shield him from the alcohol? Chapter 173, We're Divorced. Would you pursue her? Lulu. Li Hao was taken aback, staring at Lulu's cheeks, which had turned a soft peach color at some point. He was momentarily speechless, unsure where to begin. Lulu merely offered Li Hao a gentle smile, as soft and captivating as willow branches swaying in the spring breeze. With that, as if by unspoken agreement, the others stopped toasting Li Hao. Instead, they all tacitly turned their cups toward Lulu. Truly, they were men who knew nothing of cherishing beauty. Or perhaps, they were doing it on purpose. By the end of the banquet, Li Hao felt quite pleased with himself, but Lulu, seated beside him, had ended up thoroughly intoxicated. Her cheeks flushed like ripe apples, her entire body lightheaded and limp. Slumped over the dining table, she had already fallen into a deep, unconscious sleep. Seeing this, Wen Chao deliberately called out loudly. "Manager Li, Lulu is drunk. We need to find someone to take her home." Xiao Yuilu looked worried, "But we don't know where Sister Lulu lives. What should we do? She's too drunk to tell us anything now." "Manager Li." Wen Chao turned to Li Hao, his face beaming with schadenfreude. "Sister Lulu got drunk for your sake. The task of taking her home should fall to you, Manager Li." Li Hao sighed but didn't refuse. "Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have offered to take Lulu home myself. I've been to her place before and know the address. Come to think of it, why do these people look at me strangely? No way. When I get back, I'm going to make sure these people who kept urging me to drink get extra work." The celebratory banquet concluded, and the crowd dispersed. Li Hao supported Lulu as they stood by the roadside and hailed a taxi. Though she was dead drunk, she was merely asleep, neither babbling nonsense nor acting out drunkenly. This situation hadn't caused Li Hao much trouble at all. In the distance, outside a coffee shop, Mu Qingwan stood holding a steaming latte, her gaze fixed intently on the scene unfolding before her. Her husband's arms held another woman. Though there was no excessive physical contact between them, in her eyes, it was unbearable. "Ma'am, it's cold outside. We have the heating on inside. Would you like to come in for a drink?" the waiter inquired politely. "No, thank you. I like it this way." Mu Qingwan declined the cafe attendant's offer, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on Li Hao and Lulu. Only when the two got into the same taxi and disappeared from view did she slowly snap back to reality. Today, when Li Hao invited her to the celebratory banquet, Mu Qingwan declined. Yet she felt restless and uneasy. After tossing and turning, she decided to wait outside the cafe next to the banquet hotel. She waited for as long as the celebration banquet lasted. Watching the jewelry department staff leave the hotel one by one, yet seeing no sign of Li Hao and Lulu for a long time, Mu Qingwan felt her heart tighten. Finally, when she saw them emerge side by side and depart together in a car, her heart felt utterly hollow. A faint yet bone-chilling sorrow lingered like a dark cloud, while the once warm latte in her hand had grown icy cold, mirroring her current state of mind. Qin Yu and Wanjia. Li Hao arrived home quite late. After dropping Lulu off, he asked her female neighbor to help look after her and took a moment to comfort Xiaonuan. Only after everything was settled did Li Hao hail a cab back, which indeed took quite some time. Midnight. Li Hao assumed Mu Qingwan had probably already fallen asleep, but upon entering, he unexpectedly found her sitting at the living room bar in her pajamas, lost in thought. "Sorry, honey, I got back late," Li Hao said apologetically, gesturing toward the bag in his hand. Inside were meals he'd ordered from the hotel, not leftovers, but freshly purchased. But after leaving the hotel and going through the hassle of dropping Lulu off at home, the steaming hot dishes had turned lukewarm. "Honey, you haven't eaten dinner yet, have you? I'll go heat up the food for you," he said, turning and slipping into the kitchen. Before long, the living room bar counter was filled with steaming dishes. "Dig in. I tried it, it's delicious." Li Hao sat down in the chair opposite her, his eyes sparkling as he watched Mu Qingwan. His gaze was filled with anticipation, hoping she would praise the food or dig in heartily, easing the slight pang of guilt in his heart. But Mu Qingwan sat there as if frozen in place, staring blankly without a word for a long while, her entire being as lifeless as a wooden statue. "Honey?" Li Hao felt uneasy, waving his hand in front of her face. As if suddenly awakened, Mu Qingwan's gaze came into focus. She gave Li Hao a faint glance before mechanically picking up her chopsticks, lifting a piece of beef, and slowly placing it in her mouth. This was a dish meticulously prepared by a 5-star hotel chef, something most people would rave about. Yet after chewing a few times, Mu Qingwan found the beef as tasteless as chewing wax. She'd only had a latte that evening, and her stomach had been growling for ages. Yet now, her appetite was completely gone. A heavy stone seemed lodged in her chest, weighing her down. Mu Qingwan set down her chopsticks and slowly lifted her head, her eyes fixed intently on Li Hao across from her. She had seen this face for so many years, familiar beyond measure. Yet now, seeing it again, her mind played like a movie reel, endlessly replaying the scene of Li Hao supporting the drunken Lulu. That image was like a thorn, deeply embedded in her heart. "What do you think of Lulu?" Mu Qingwan's sudden question came out of nowhere. Her voice betrayed no emotion, yet it made the already somewhat stifling atmosphere even more tense. Li Hao froze at the question, scratching his head instinctively, his face filled with confusion. "She's great," he answered honestly. In his view, Lulu was unquestionably competent at work, diligent, responsible, and friendly to colleagues. Among the staff, she was a model employee. "So you like her like this?" Mu Qingwan bit her lip, her eyes fixed intently on Li Hao. "Ha?" Li Hao was even more confused, completely baffled by Mu Qingwan's sudden change of subject. "If we weren't married, would you like her this way?" Mu Qingwan's rapid-fire questions left Li Hao no chance to breathe. Has this woman lost her mind? Or been traumatized by something? Why is she suddenly asking all this? Oh, I get it. She must be getting closer to her new lover and wants to dump me now. That's why she's asking these questions, trying to make me back off. She's ruthless to use every trick in the book just to be with her new guy. I might like her, after all, she's beautiful and kind-hearted. But we're married, we're husband and wife, so I won't do anything inappropriate. Li Hao's tone carried a hint of irritation, sounding less than cheerful. Then if we were to divorce, would you pursue her? Mu Qingwan's questions grew sharper with each one, her gaze turning increasingly icy. Chapter 174, Divorce? Fine. I'm done serving you. The air in the room seemed to freeze solid, the silence almost frightening. Despite the radiators blasting full heat, filling the room with warmth, Li Hao felt a chill run down his spine, a coldness that seemed to crawl from his feet straight to the top of his head. Just as he opened his mouth to explain, Mu Qingwan waved him off abruptly. Never mind. No need to answer. I was wrong. But when it comes to feelings, once a crack appears, once suspicion takes root in the heart, can it really be mended with a simple explanation? Damn, this woman has truly lost her mind. No idea how far she's gone with that new guy, rushing to divorce me like this? Divorce it is. Who's afraid of who? I'm sick of catering to her anyway. But getting a divorce won't be that easy. She'll have to pay me a hefty settlement. I won't let her get the better of me. Li Hao's thoughts poured out like floodwaters bursting through a dam, and Mu Qingwan heard every word. She knew his misunderstanding of her had deepened so much so that it might be beyond repair. Deep down, she understood that if she just explained herself, she could probably clear things up. But she simply didn't want to explain. It felt like two little people were fighting inside her heart. This conflicting emotion tore her heart to shreds, while her resentment swelled like an inflated balloon. Could 5 years of marital affection really be outweighed by money? What kind of man was Li Hao, still thinking about money at a time like this? Was she really less valuable than those tens of millions? Mu Qingwan could hear Li Hao's inner thoughts, yet they were like a hazy glass barrier, preventing her from fully understanding him. Humans were inherently complex, multifaceted creatures. Their inner thoughts often ran counter to their outward expressions. Sometimes, even their innermost thoughts could conceal undisclosed pretense and deception. Though Li Hao constantly harped on the divorce settlement, since becoming manager, he'd earned substantial income for the company while also accumulating personal wealth. So did he truly place such importance on the compensation Mu Qingwan would need to grant him after filing for divorce? When he first entered this story, the answer would have been an unequivocal yes. But now? Even he couldn't say for sure. Their conversation trailed off, leaving a long, heavy silence. As the clock neared 1 a.m., Li Hao felt it was his duty as a man to break the deadlock. Are you still going to sleep in separate beds tonight? Mu Qingwan's heartstrings were plucked by those words. She jerked her head up, a flicker of unmistakable hope flashing in her eyes. How she wished Li Hao would set aside all his pretense and stubbornness in this moment, offering her a hint of warm retention. Yet in an instant, images of Li Hao with Lulu surged through her mind, crushing that budding hope. The softer tone she had intended to use now turned stiff and cold under the brutal impact of these memories. MHM. Her response was almost instinctive, brief, without a trace of hesitation or lingering affection. Hearing this answer, a wave of intense displeasure surged through Li Hao. Fine. Whatever you say. This woman must have someone else. Maybe she's even keeping a young lover on the side. She's hiding it well enough. Wonder who the new lover is. Mu Qingwan listened to Li Hao's inner monologue, brimming with suspicion and resentment, and felt as if a jar of mixed emotions had been overturned in her heart. She opened her mouth, wanting to explain, wanting to vent the grievances and helplessness bottled up inside. But the towering mountain of past misunderstandings stood like an impenetrable fortress between them. Combined with the seemingly ambiguous scenes between Li Hao and Lulu, they felt like merciless shackles clamping down on her throat. Her voice was imprisoned deep within her heart, unable to escape. The Mu family mansion. Mu Qingwan sat on the wide sofa, her gaze vacant as she stared at the cup on the crystal table before her. Qingwan, you seem to have lost weight lately. A gentle voice broke the silence. It was Grandma Mu. Her heart had been filled with thoughts of her precious granddaughter these past days, and seeing her today brought her joy that was impossible to hide. Oh, I've just been a bit swamped with work lately. Mu Qingwan instinctively raised her hand, gently touching her slightly sunken cheeks. It's nothing, Grandma. Don't worry about me. But Grandma Mu was no fool. She wasn't fooled by such dismissive words. You've been having disagreements with Xiao Hao lately, haven't you? Grandma, how did you know? Mu Qingwan looked up in surprise, her eyes brimming with confusion. Oh dear, the frustration and worry are written all over your face. How could someone with my experience not see it? Whenever they came to visit her in the past, Mu Qingwan and Li Hao always arrived together, inseparable as shadow and light. But today, she was alone. The reason for this change was obvious. Grandma, please don't tease me. She had indeed come to the old house during this rare moment of free time because she was feeling troubled. She longed to find some solace in Grandma's care and companionship, hoping to ease the tangled emotions knotting her heart. But contrary to her hopes, the familiar surroundings and familial warmth did nothing to dispel the gloom that hung over her heart like dark clouds. Just then, Mu Yuan and Wen Rong returned from outside. Spotting Mu Qingwan, they paused in surprise before breaking into smiles. Qingwan, you're just in time. Look who's here. Mu Yuanzhang finished speaking and stepped forward, making room for the man behind him. Mu Qingwan glanced over curiously, her eyes meeting a face both familiar and strangely unfamiliar by Shu Yuan. Memories flashed through her mind like a kaleidoscope. Bai Shu Yuan had been Mu Qingwan's high school boyfriend. Back then, they were just discovering love and knew little about romantic relationships. After 3 months together, they parted ways for a simple reason: the pressure of exams left no time for dating. Seeing him again now, Mu Qingwan felt momentarily dazed. Mu Qingwan, it's been a long time. Bai Shu Yuan smiled, his expression as refined and gentle as ever. Long time no see. Mu Qingwan gave a slight nod, returning the greeting politely. Qingwan, Bai Shu Yuan's father has some business dealings with your uncle, so we've known each other for a while. He's a good young man, and today he came specifically to visit your grandmother. Mu Yuanjing took his time making the introductions, his tone carrying a hint of subtle anticipation. Wen Rong seized the moment to open the conversation. Qingwan, why didn't you come with Li Hao today? This was a sensitive topic, and Mu Qingwan was reluctant to answer. Chapter 175. This woman actually made a surprise return. Mu Qingwan merely pursed her lips, lifted the cup before her, and took a light sip of tea, attempting to sidestep the question. But even if Mu Qingwan remained silent, the others knew the truth. Mu Fengshuet, ever the instigator, had already embellished the story of Mu Qingwan and Li Hao before the group. Seeing Mu Qingwan's evasive attitude now, Mu Yuanzhang couldn't help but feel a secret sense of satisfaction. Though Mu Qingwan was his biological daughter, her happiness didn't seem to be his top priority. He had never approved of Li Hao. Now that the couple was in conflict, with divorce even a possibility, this was undoubtedly welcome news in his eyes. Mu Yuanzhang had already calculated his moves. If Bai Shuyuan could rekindle his relationship with Mu Qingwan, Mu Qingming's path to joining the Mu group would become smooth sailing. Qingwan, you and Shuyuan are old acquaintances. You two should have a good chat. Mu Yuanzhang warmly grabbed Bai Shuyuan's arm, pulling him toward Mu Qingwan and gesturing for him to sit down. The deliberately orchestrated atmosphere made Mu Qingwan feel inexplicably oppressed and uncomfortable. How could she not understand her father's intentions? His ambitions were as obvious as samurai shows. Yet, out of courtesy and upbringing, she chose to set aside her reservations when facing an old acquaintance, offering a friendly greeting. "How have you been lately?" After all, their parting hadn't stemmed from any fundamental disagreement, nor had they ended things on bad terms. Maintaining a casual friendship now seemed perfectly reasonable. Bai Shuyuan, clearly prepared, responded swiftly. "I'm doing well, though I still haven't married." His words seemed to hold hidden meaning. Mu Qingwan instinctively looked up, only to find Bai Shuyuan's gaze fixed intently on her, unwavering from the start. Mu Yuanzhang, standing nearby, seized the moment to play matchmaker. "Shuyuan, you're of marriageable age, yet you still don't have a girlfriend? Could it be you have someone special in mind?" Bai Shuyuan appeared reserved and restrained, yet when confronted with such a direct question, he showed no sign of evasion. "Yes, it's just a pity that the person he cares about is already married." "Not at all. Even if they're married, there's always the possibility of divorce." Mu Yuanzheng stroked his chin smugly, as if everything were already under his control. Grandma Mu cleared her throat twice, pulling the conversation back from its increasingly tangential path. "Marriage is a lifelong commitment. Divorce isn't something to be taken lightly. You should be more careful with your words." She then clasped Mu Qingwan's hand tightly, her face radiating kindness. "Qingwan, dear, there's no hardship you can't overcome, understand?" Mu Qingwan had always been the most obedient to her grandmother, and she knew this was an attempt to reconcile them. But this time, an inexplicable wave of rebellion surged within her. So when Bai Shuyuan suggested exchanging contact information, Mu Qingwan agreed almost without hesitation. Though reconnecting with an old flame wasn't what she truly desired, in that moment, she seemed to want to use this method to declare to Li Hao that she wasn't without suitors. After returning from her grandmother's, Mu Qingwan remained restless. She began seriously examining their relationship, trying to pinpoint where things had gone wrong. Morning, Lanjiao Jewelry Reception Area. Li Hao and Mu Qingwan stood side by side, their expressions solemn as they awaited an important guest. This jewelry consultant had studied abroad. After her visit and subsequent writing, Lanjiao's influence overseas would undoubtedly become even more formidable. Qin Zhaozhao briefly introduced the visitor. Soon, the distinguished guest finally arrived. The black luxury sedan pulled up, its door swung open, and a woman stepped out with graceful poise. Wearing sunglasses and a high-end designer suit, her long, wavy hair cascading over her shoulders, she was the epitome of an urban sophisticate. Li Hao furrowed his brow, feeling an uncanny sense of familiarity with the woman before him. It wasn't until she flicked her hair back with a carefree gesture and removed her sunglasses that both Li Hao and Mu Qingwan gasped in unison. "Yilan?" Yilan seemed quite pleased with their exaggerated reactions. She swayed her slender waist as she walked forward confidently. "Li Hao, President Mu, it's been a while." Though she claimed it had been ages, in truth, not much time had passed. "Yilan, you're the jewelry consultant who studied abroad?" "Yes, is that surprising?" Yilan beamed brightly, even winking playfully at Li Hao. Mu Qingwan watched the exchange and couldn't help but gasp inwardly, her emotions instantly becoming tangled and complex. Still, she followed protocol and said solemnly, "Welcome to Blujio, Yilan." A hint of mischief flickered in Yilan's eyes. "Ms. Mu, do you truly welcome me?" "Of course. You're here to assist Lanjiao Jewelry with its promotional efforts, and I shall treat you with the courtesy due to a guest." Mu Qingwan replied. I've come bearing a heavy responsibility to conduct a thorough inspection of Lanjiao's jewelry production processes. Should any non-compliance be found, I will not conceal or shield it." Seeing Yilan in this new role, Li Hao was genuinely taken aback. When Yilan resigned, she said she was going to study and improve herself. So she was learning about jewelry? Who knew this woman would make a comeback? I thought we were done for good. You gotta hand it to her, Yilan learns fast. But does that mean even someone this capable can get swept up in love and deceived by a bad man? Yilan turned to Li Hao, who was deep in thought, and gave a slight pout. "Manager Li, aren't you happy to see me back? I did take your advice and went for further studies, you know." "Very good. Very good." Li Hao forced a faint smile, offering a perfunctory response. After the reception ceremony concluded, Mu Qingwan returned to headquarters, while Yilan lingered in the jewelry department. As she put it, observing the work of managers and employees was also part of her inspection of Blujio. Sure enough, through this aimless wandering, she did catch something off. At a desk to the left of Li Hao's office, a woman kept casting glances toward the manager's office without seeming to notice. Women understand women best, so Yilan knew exactly what that look meant. Yilan strolled leisurely in front of the woman, blocking her view, and curved her lips into a smile. "Sis Lulu, long time no see." Lulu's body jerked violently, as if startled awake from deep thought. Only then did she slowly shift her gaze to Yilan. A flicker of panic crossed her eyes, like a startled fawn. She forced a smile and replied, "Miss Yi, it's been ages. Sis Lu, you're a full-fledged team leader now. I heard your Christmas designs did exceptionally well recently, breaking the day's highest sales record." Chapter 176, You're even more alluring than before. Lulu's eyes darted nervously from side to side as she leaned forward slightly. Miss Yi, you flatter me. It's the result of everyone's hard work. Besides, you've done even better, you're now a senior jewelry consultant. Yilan turned slightly, lowering her gaze to her toes. We just each have our strengths. Like you're skilled at design, while I prefer pursuing certifications. We each do our part. Isn't that fine? Lulu's eyes sharpened with suspicion. Miss Yi, what exactly are you implying? Sister Lulu, you're the sharpest here, you should understand me, shouldn't you? Lulu was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. Her mind plunged into chaos, as if swept into a sudden storm, her thoughts tossed about in disarray. Sis Lulu, am I wrong? Yilan spoke, then suddenly moved behind Lulu and snatched the box she'd hidden in the drawer. Lulu's face flushed instantly. Miss Yi, what are you doing? Give it back to me. She clenched her teeth, her voice steady despite her agitation, careful not to disturb the colleagues working nearby. Yilan raised an eyebrow but didn't press the issue. She handed the box back and leaned in close, whispering softly into Lulu's ear. Sis Lulu, this newly bought tie is for Manager Li, right? When Yilan first noticed Lulu, she had spotted something off in her eyes clearly, she was preparing something. As Yilan approached, Lulu began hiding things furtively. Such furtive behavior was painfully obvious. Having been a student herself, Yilan knew this well. She acted exactly the same way when sneaking snacks during class. When that box was brought out earlier, Yilan could tell from the logo and shape that it contained a tie. Everyone knew Lulu was a single mother. Combined with her constant, seemingly unintentional glances toward Li Hao and the fact that Mu Qingwan and Li Hao's relationship had hit rock bottom. Putting all these clues together, Yilan could confidently conclude that this was the root of the problem. But she wasn't some Cupid angel healing love wounds, she simply wanted one less competitor. Li Hao and Mu Qingwan were legally married, she couldn't compete with that, which was understandable. But Lulu was different, so she refused to lose. With her thoughts exposed, Lulu's face flushed crimson like a ripe apple. She pressed her lips together and furrowed her brow, no longer bothering to defend herself. Sis Lulu, do you like Manager Li? Yilan asked again, her voice equally low and hushed. Lulu didn't respond, only clenching her fists in embarrassment. But she didn't need to explain, because Yilan already knew the truth. Sis Lulu, what you're doing isn't quite right. Yilan said, already pulling up a stool to squeeze in beside Lulu. It seemed less like she was here to admire the jewelry and more like she was here to observe the office gossip. Sis Lulu, you know this relationship has no future, right? Li Hao is married. You'll just invite gossip. Lulu understood this logic all too well. Every step she took in pursuing Li Hao required immense courage. But when Yilan spouted such high-minded platitudes, they held little persuasive power. After all, she herself was coveting a married man. Just as Lulu was about to retort, Yilan cut her off. Sis Lulu, you're different from me. I'm still young, it's normal for me to do reckless things. But you have a daughter. If you keep acting so immature, it won't be good for her either, will it? Though this argument sounded somewhat forced, it struck like a pebble tossed into Lulu's tranquil heart, sending ripples that forced her to seriously reconsider her actions. Sis Lulu, the truth is, Ms. Mu has long had her eye on you. Thankfully, she is too kind-hearted to pursue it, but if you keep overstepping, she could find any excuse to fire you. What then? How would you and your daughter survive? Live off thin air? Sis Lu, I'm not like you. No matter what I do, I've got someone backing me up. But you're different, you don't have that many chances to mess up. So you just gotta do your best not to screw up, you know? Though it stung to hear, it was the truth. Lulu suddenly realized she'd been so consumed by her forbidden love that she'd overlooked countless practical problems. Yilan grew more animated as she spoke, slapping her thigh emphatically. And you know what? If you really like Li Hao, stop hiding like this. Be bold like me. You got the guts? No sooner had she finished speaking than Li Hao emerged from the office. Yilan, like a hunter spotting prey, immediately strode toward Li Hao. Her swaying gait was like a snake gliding through water, utterly seductive. Li Hao's heart tightened, and he instinctively took a step back. But Yilan gave him no breathing room, pressing herself tightly against him. Her arms wrapped around his right arm, and she kept rubbing against him. Her low-cut dress offered an unobstructed view of her ample cleavage. Holy, what the hell is she doing? What the hell got into Yilan, pulling this stunt in public like this? This lady must be bored out of her mind lately. Seriously, Yilan, what's with the seduction skills? You've only been gone a few months and you're already up to this? This isn't me staring on purpose, you're the one deliberately flashing. TSK. I may be a man of integrity, but when a snow-white expanse wiggles right before my eyes, a couple glances aren't too much to ask. Consider it a free perk. The surrounding employees witnessed the scene and began to cheer, their gasps and exclamations rising in waves. Li Hao mustered all his strength to break free from Yilan's clutches, then cleared his throat deliberately. Everyone, stop fooling around and focus on work. He'd intended to stretch his legs, but after Yilan's antics, Li Hao slunk back to his office, feeling thoroughly humiliated. Faced with Li Hao's reaction, Yilan felt quite smug. She flicked a strand of hair from her forehead, her confident expression radiating triumph. Soon, she was back in her original seat, right next to Lulu. "Sis Lulu, did you see that?"
Lulu frowned, feeling deeply uncomfortable but forcing herself to remain polite.
"Miss Yi, doing this in front of everyone puts Manager Li in an awkward position. Putting him in a tough spot is fine. Manager Li can just refuse me. But you're different. You're always sneaking around, trying to curry favor. Manager Li can't even reject you openly. In that sense, you're far more scheming than I am."
Yilan never minced words, regardless of whether it offended others.
Chapter 177, Husband, are you jealous? Lulu froze upon hearing Yilan's words. She'd never considered the issue from this angle. "Alright, Sister Lulu, Li Hao is handsome and charming, it's only natural he's popular. After all, I like him too. But you really shouldn't get involved in this mess. The consequences might be too much to handle."
Yilan flashed a smile and winked before rising to leave.
Truth be told, Yilan went to such lengths to dissuade Lulu ultimately for her own sake. With Mu Qingwan already posing as a formidable rival, she certainly didn't want anyone else vying for Li Hao's attention. Night fell, and a grand banquet was about to commence. Hosted by Old Wang, a veteran of the financial industry, it gathered CEOs from various conglomerates and enterprises. Li Hao had attended countless such banquets, places for exchanging information and building connections. Li Hao always attended alongside Mu Qingwan, and this occasion was no exception. Whether he could build meaningful connections remained uncertain, but feasting at the banquet was a sure thing. Yilan, also an invited guest, accompanied them. Mu Qingwan looked exceptionally captivating tonight.
Even in casual attire, she radiated a stunning beauty beyond compare. Her purple fishtail dress cinched at the waist, subtle makeup accentuated by crimson lips, hair elegantly swept up, every smile and gesture radiated peerless grace. Though he'd been in this world for so long, Li Hao should have grown accustomed to this face by now, yet he still found himself occasionally taken aback by its beauty.
"Honey, you look absolutely stunning tonight," Mu Qingwan murmured softly. "I didn't really dress up much." Though it sounded like a backhanded compliment, it was the honest truth. Her beauty seemed innate, requiring no artificial adornment to radiate its most dazzling brilliance. The banquet commenced, attended by the upper echelons of society. Amidst casual conversation and laughter, a wave of the hand could seal deals worth millions. Li Hao stood behind Mu Qingwan, maintaining a deliberate distance. Since the atmosphere between them had grown awkward, they rarely had any intimate contact. "Qingwan, what a coincidence!" A man's voice suddenly broke the silence.
Li Hao turned to see a man dressed in a light blue suit and wearing gold-rimmed glasses standing there.
A faint smile touched Mu Qingwan's lips, though her eyes betrayed a hint of surprise.
"Bai Shuyuan, I never expected to run into you here."
As Li Hao's thoughts deepened, the original host's memories flooded back instantly. Bai Shuyuan? Isn't he Mu Qingwan's ex-boyfriend from high school? How did I run into him here? Did I even check the almanac before leaving today? Running into him is such bad luck. He's already calling her Qingwan? Wait, how far have these two gone?
Mu Qingwan heard these thoughts and instantly fell silent. She hadn't done anything, yet Li Hao always jumped to conclusions.
Couldn't he have a little more confidence in her?
Seeing Li Hao's flustered expression, Mu Qingwan realized Bai Shuyuan's appearance might be the perfect chance to teach Li Hao a lesson.
Maybe then he'd stop overthinking things.
So, disregarding Li Hao standing right behind her, Mu Qingwan struck up a conversation with Bai Shuyuan. Bai Shuyuan raised his eyebrows, his face beaming with a smile. "Haha, actually, I knew you'd be at tonight's banquet, so I came over specifically."
"Is that so? Ha ha."
Standing nearby, Li Hao felt like an outsider, a bitter taste in his mouth.
"You two are having a blast chatting, but has anyone considered my feelings? Come on, we're the married couple here. Don't you even want to introduce us?"
This guy's a total creep.
That crazy woman isn't seriously thinking of doing something stupid, is she?
Li Hao's suspicions weren't baseless. In the original story, Bai Shuyuan was a deeply concealed villain. Compared to Xiaopeng, he was operating on an entirely different level.
While Xiaopeng's outward gentleness was an act, Bai Shuyuan's refined elegance was genuine.
Only when no one was watching did he reveal his other side.
A paranoid, abusive psychopath.
In the original story, Mu Qingwan, thinking Bai Shuyuan was a decent person, introduced her best friend to him, acting as a matchmaker.
Unfortunately, the good times didn't last.
Just as her friend was about to discuss marriage with Bai Shuyuan, she suffered horrific torment and abuse at the hands of this psychopath.
This betrayal even severed her friendship with Mu Qingwan.
Mu Qingwan's well-intentioned act backfired because she never truly knew Bai Shuyuan's character. Her understanding of him was merely superficial. But now that Bai Shuyuan had come after Mu Qingwan, it was clear the plot was veering off course again. Perhaps due to unforeseen conflicts between them, the psychopath Bai Shuyuan was preparing to extend his demonic claws toward Mu Qingwan. Li Hao grew anxious, quickly pulling Mu Qingwan aside and whispering urgently,
"Honey, this guy is a total psychopath. Stay away from him."
Mu Qingwan paused slightly, yet a warm current seemed to flow through her heart.
She was secretly delighted by Li Hao's unexpected concern. "How do you know?" "Trust me, I'm absolutely certain." Li Hao's eyes were unwavering, his tone carrying an unquestionable certainty. Mu Qingwan glanced at Li Hao doubtfully, half convinced. Finally, she chuckled. Husband, are you jealous? Ha! In Mu Qingwan's eyes, Bai Shuyuan had always been the epitome of grace and humility, the last person she could imagine resorting to violence. Therefore, she was certain that Li Hao's words stemmed from jealousy, deliberately slandering the other man. Yet, the more Li Hao painted Bai Shuyuan as despicable, the stronger an inexplicable sense of pleasure grew within Mu Qingwan. From Li Hao's flustered demeanor, she felt a tangible sense of her own importance to him, a sweet taste of being cherished and valued. When the two stood before Bai Shuyuan again, he casually inquired about Li Hao to Mu Qingwan. Is this your assistant? Li Hao's expression darkened instantly, as if clouds could drip water from his face. This bastard is definitely doing this on purpose. You're playing a pretty dirty trick here, kid. Asking about me like this in front of my wife, trying to intimidate me and embarrass me, huh? That phony act of yours makes me sick. Fine, let bygones be bygones. It's beneath me to stoop to your level. Mu Qingwan watched the exchange, a faint, mocking smile curling her lips. She casually explained, that's my husband, Li Hao. Oh, so this is your husband. Pleased to meet you. Bai Shuyuan extended his hand with feigned sincerity, offering a friendly greeting. Li Hao, however, acted as if he hadn't seen him, merely patting Bai Shuyuan on the shoulder. Hello, hello. Bai Shuyuan's smile instantly froze, and he awkwardly withdrew his hand. I wonder if Li Hao feels uncomfortable seeing Qingwan and me catching up. Chapter 178, Are you too serious? Is she really your new flame? Mu Qingwan also glanced sideways at Li Hao, a hint of anticipation flickering in her eyes as she wondered how he would respond. Uncomfortable isn't quite the right word. It's just that no matter what your past relationship was, Mu Qingwan is my wife now. Certain boundaries need to be respected. Maintaining appropriate distance is the most basic form of respect. Hearing this, Mu Qingwan's expression softened slightly, and a faint, relieved smile touched her lips. Amidst their silent standoff, she glimpsed a sliver of triumph. Now you're worried, aren't you? I've got suitors lining up. You can run around flirting with others, but I can't make a few handsome friends? Mu Qingwan cleared her throat softly and turned to face Li Hao. Honey, why don't you go rest over there? Bai Shuyuan and I need to talk. Li Hao's eyes widened in utter disbelief. Wait, are you too serious? Is this a new fling? I've been pleading with her for ages, yet I still can't sway this stubborn madwoman? Fine, fine. I'll leave then. Let's see what kind of mess you can stir up. Li Hao sighed helplessly and silently stepped aside. Watching Li Hao walk away, Mu Qingwan felt an inexplicable pang of sadness. She had seemingly gained the upper hand in this emotional tug-of-war, yet why did she feel no joy in her victory? Bai Shuyuan, noticing the rift in the couple's relationship, grew increasingly smug. Qingwan, to put it bluntly, I don't think your husband loves you as much as you think he does. Shut up. Mu Qingwan was already in a foul mood, and Bai Shuyuan's tactless remark instantly ignited her anger. No matter who he was, such hurtful words were absolutely intolerable. Oh, Li Hao, why aren't you with your wife? Yilan approached with a playful smile, teasing him. Li Hao took a bite of his apple and replied with feigned nonchalance. She's got a new flame now. I can't very well stand there like a third wheel, can I? Though he said this, his gaze kept drifting toward Mu Qingwan's direction. Oh? Is that so? Yilan felt a surge of satisfaction upon hearing Li Hao's response. She had been hoping for a rift between Li Hao and Mu Qingwan, as this would give her an opening. In her view, if she could skillfully eliminate Lulu as a romantic rival first, she could reap the benefits. She planned to sow doubt between Li Hao and Mu Qingwan in their emotional tug-of-war, allowing her to step in and claim the prize. Yilan raised an eyebrow, her eyes glinting with a hint of allure and anticipation. Since Mu Qingwan has found someone new, shouldn't you consider finding someone new yourself? Li Hao pursed his lips, his expression a mix of amusement and sarcasm. You mean you? Of course. Yilan swayed her slender waist, deliberately showcasing her alluring curves. Forget it. Li Hao clicked his tongue and shook his head gently. What? Am I not good enough to catch your eye? No, you're great. It's just that I'm already married. Seriously, why are you so stubborn? After all, my wife and I are still living together. I can't just casually find someone new. At worst, I'll just wait until that crazy woman finally decides to divorce me. Then it won't be too late to look. A good man like me is practically impossible to find these days. Yilan heard his inner thoughts and just wanted to call him an idiot. You really are clueless. Finding a new love is exactly the kind of thing you need to plan ahead for. No, I'm an ambitious young man about to soar toward my dreams. I won't get bogged down in petty romantic entanglements. At the banquet, this couple who should have been inseparable now seemed separated by an invisible chasm, standing worlds apart. Mu Qingwan stood beside the dashing, seemingly refined Bai Shuyuan, while Li Hao was accompanied by the vibrant, fiery-hearted Yilan. Such a dramatic scene naturally drew the attention of those around them, sparking waves of speculation and gossip. What on earth happened to Mr. Mu and his husband? Young people, full of vigor and passion, naturally crave novelty and tire of the old. Perhaps they've grown tired of each other and are both seeking new lovers. If they want new partners, why do they have to do it right in front of each other? Well, you just don't get it. It's probably one of those trendy new things young people do called an open marriage. Just the name of marriage, but everyone does their own thing. That's what makes it exciting. How avant-garde. Mu Qingwan looked at Bai Shuyuan before her. Though he still possessed the handsome features she remembered, an inexplicable sense of unease stirred within her. Li Hao's earlier warning and the inadvertently revealed thoughts hadn't fully convinced her, yet a quiet sense of caution had begun to take root in her heart. Moreover, she had long since lost that flutter of affection and lingering attachment she once felt for this old friend. All of this was merely a petty ploy she employed to deliberately teach Li Hao a lesson. Yet when she glanced over at Li Hao, she saw him chatting and laughing with Yilan, clearly enjoying each other's company. First there was Lulu's ambiguous advances, and now Yilan's persistent attentions had been added to the mix. Love often plunges people into the quagmire of self-doubt. At this moment, Mu Qingwan couldn't help but feel a pang of doubt, as if she had become an outsider in this relationship. It seemed women were never in short supply around Li Hao. She had tried to make Li Hao jealous by meeting new people, hoping to prove his care for her. Yet now, it was she who found herself entangled in self-doubt and sulking in silence. "Qingwan, are you okay?" Bai Shuyuan asked with concern, slowly reaching out to take her hand. Mu Qingwan instantly grew alert, snatching her hand back as if electrocuted. She coldly reminded him. "Bai Shuyuan, mind our positions. Don't break the rules. But your husband doesn't think that way. Look how happily he's chatting with that beauty. What he thinks is his business. I have my own principles and boundaries. I know what I must do." Mu Qingwan gripped her wine glass tightly, her gaze serious. This banquet sparked industry speculation about the Li couple's marital issues, drawing Mu Yuankai to the scene the very next day upon catching wind of the situation. In the reception room of Mu Group headquarters, Mu Yuankai held a cup of tea, his expression grave. Mu Qingwan softened her expression slightly. "Uncle, what brings you here?" Mu Yuankai took a small sip from his cup before letting out a long sigh. "Qingwan, I hear your relationship with Li Hao has been strained lately. Is that true?" Mu Qingwan's brows immediately furrowed. She felt deeply resistant to this topic, seemingly unwilling to dwell on it further. Chapter 179, Really Getting a Divorce? Kicking out the old me. But why were the people around her, especially those wealthy socialites and bigwigs in the business circles, so eager to pry into her marital secrets? "No, uncle, you're overthinking it." "Oof." Mu Yuankai chuckled softly, shifting his legs into a cross-leg pose, as if he already knew everything. "Qingwan, stop pretending. Everyone saw how distant you two were at that Wang family banquet last time. What's there to hide?" Mu Qingwan closed her eyes in exasperation, her heart brimming with annoyance at this baseless gossip. "We've just had a minor disagreement lately. You're married too, uncle. Haven't you and auntie ever argued?" "That may be true." Mu Yuankai took another leisurely sip of tea, the sound of his swallowing echoing uncomfortably in the quiet reception room. "You two were never meant to be on the same level. If you truly had a falling out, it only proves you were never meant to be together." Mu Qingwan furrowed her brow, deeply resentful of such preachy remarks. Ever since she married Li Hao, the outside world's controversies had never ceased. In the past, she had mostly chosen to agree and go along with it, but now, a different voice was stirring within her. While conflicts with Li Hao were undeniable, she refused to let her marriage become mere gossip fodder for relatives' idle chatter. Seeing Mu Qingwan's silence, Mu Yuankai seemed to draw encouragement and continued his tirade. Although Mu Qingwan now oversaw the first company of the Mu Group, as an elder, Mu Yuankai found it difficult to shed his mindset of acting as the senior authority. "Qingwan, you are the hope of the Mu Group, our pillar of strength. Since ancient times, a girl of your caliber should enter into a business marriage. Your partner must not only represent the Mu family's prestige but also be capable of assisting you in business matters. I never approved of your marriage to Li Hao. While he possesses good character, your current position demands not a good person, but someone with capability." Mu Yuankai glanced at the wall clock, his voice icy. Regarding Li Hao's personal abilities, Mu Yuankai only acknowledged his competence as manager of the jewelry division. But when it comes to bearing the responsibility for the rise and fall of the entire Mu Group, he falls far short. "Uncle, I now manage the headquarters. What kind of man my husband is should be my decision to make. Besides, marrying Li Hao was also grandmother's wish." Mu Qingwan stood her ground. Though her relationship with Li Hao had recently hit a rough patch, she remained resolute in defending her husband before her uncle. "Then do you think you two are doing well? If things were fine, what about all those rumors?" Mu Yuankai suddenly countered. This time, Mu Qingwan fell silent. She didn't know how to answer that question herself. Deep down, she began to question when their problems had started and why things had deteriorated to this point. Mu Qingwan, who had just scoffed at her uncle's words, now fell into an even deeper silence. Yes, Li Hao kept bringing up the divorce settlement, and he'd often talk about going back to his first love. Perhaps, in his eyes, this marriage truly was nothing more than a cage of shackles. If he were truly content with this marriage, how could he be entangled in those ambiguous rumors with other women? In that moment, Mu Qingwan's resentment toward Li Hao seemed to vanish by half, replaced instead by self-doubt. Fate was like ice. I held it close, but when the ice melted, I realized the bond had vanished too. Did I think that if I didn't let go, he would stay forever? She murmured these words silently within her heart, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over her. Even her fingertips trembled slightly beyond her control. Was leaving truly the better choice? The question haunted her mind like a specter. That evening, at Qin Yu and Wanjia, Mu Qingwan was unusually silent. From the moment she got in the car, she kept her lips tightly sealed, unwilling to utter a single extra word. The atmosphere felt so strange that Li Hao felt a chill run through his body. Unable to bear it any longer, he finally broke the silence. "Honey, how about we wash up and go to bed?" "Wait a moment." Mu Qingwan interrupted coldly, suddenly lifting her head. Her stunning eyes glinted with a hint of icy chill. "What's wrong?" Li Hao looked at Mu Qingwan, but she remained silent, only rummaging through her bag. The next moment, a document landed on the table. Li Hao focused his gaze and saw the bold words "divorce agreement" on the title page, standing out starkly. Are you really divorcing? This woman has truly lost her mind. Seems she can't wait to kick me, the old man, to the curb. Did Bai Shuyuan put a spell on her? Divorce meant the compensation he'd longed for was finally within reach. Yet for some reason, despite having yearned for this compensation since he first entered the story, now that it was finally within reach, he felt less excited than he'd imagined. Mu Qingwan took a deep breath, trying to steady her emotions. She carefully handed him the pen. Li Hao, you've always wanted a divorce. This time, I'm granting your wish. Yet as she spoke, her voice trembled slightly, her eyes brimming with tears that threatened to spill. Fearing Li Hao might notice her distress, she lowered her head, silently observing his every move through the corner of her eye. Truthfully, even at this moment, her heart was still torn in 1,000 pieces. Her decision to divorce stemmed more from a sense of accommodation. As Mu Yuankai had said, Li Hao might not be satisfied with this marriage. Their mutual suspicion was nothing short of tormenting each other. Ever since she'd chosen to sleep in separate rooms, she'd tossed and turned sleeplessly night after night. If Li Hao was unhappy in this marriage, why not let go? Perhaps it would be better for both of them. Yet within this complex, contradictory mindset lay a hint of that uniquely feminine testing. Much like how many women often use the threat of breaking up to test whether their partner still loves them. Only now did Mu Qingwan realize she had become so petty. Li Hao took the pen and looked at the clearly listed items, his heart trembling slightly. The property division was remarkably generous. Not only did it grant him a luxurious residence and a high-end vehicle, but it also included shares in Lanzhou and a staggering 50 million yuan in compensation. Li Hao should have accepted such terms without hesitation, yet now, his hand holding the pen lingered, unwilling to sign. As he prepared to sign the divorce agreement, an indescribable ache welled up inside him. Chapter 180, 30 million in compensation is enough for a lifetime of freedom. What do you mean, granting my wish? I wasn't the one who wanted this divorce. Fate brings those meant to meet, fate separates those not meant to be. When bonds form, we gather, when bonds fade, we part. Perhaps this is destiny's design, destined to lead us to this point. Enough with the dwelling. 30 million in compensation is more than enough to live out the rest of my days in blissful freedom. Li Hao sighed deeply, as if he had made an incredibly difficult decision. Finally, he signed his name on the divorce agreement and pressed his fingerprint onto it. He felt genuine reluctance, yet he knew all too well that he must not repeat the original owner's foolish mistakes, ending up with no wife, no money, and even losing his organs. Even if the days ahead might bring hardship, at least for now, the money was still there. In his view, as long as the money remained, the hope for a good life still existed. Seeing Li Hao actually sign his name so readily, Mu Qingwan could no longer hold back the tears welling in her eyes. They fell in a steady stream. But she swiftly raised her hand, gently wiping away the tears. In her heart, she knew she must remain strong and proud, no matter what. The divorce agreement felt like a high-stakes game with a hidden test. But it was clear that Li Hao's departure was resolute. Mu Qingwan could even sense in his words that he didn't seem to be suffering much pain or struggle over this outcome. Instead, there was a faint hint of relief and lightness. After signing the divorce agreement and completing the 30-day cooling-off period, they could obtain the divorce certificate. She slowly tucked the agreement back into her bag and murmured softly, So during this period, shall we continue living together?" Li Hao asked tentatively. "Is it because you can't bear to part with me? If you can't bear it, just say so. We can withdraw the divorce registration during the cooling-off period." Mu Qingwan snorted, her tone half joking. "Who said I don't miss you? I just think this place is pretty comfortable to live in." Li Hao retorted stubbornly. "Fine. Now you can be with your new flame without any reservations. You must be thrilled, right?" Mu Qingwan's words carried a barely perceptible edge of bitterness. "Happy? Very happy." Li Hao answered just as stubbornly, yet his gaze instinctively avoided Mu Qingwan's eyes. Faced with this standoff, both acted like stubborn children, neither willing to yield first, their stubbornness as hard as rock.
After a few moments of playful banter, Mu Qingwan suddenly let out a long sigh, one filled with endless melancholy and loss.
Don't tell grandma about our divorce yet.
Her health isn't good, and I'm afraid it would upset her.
Li Hao nodded repeatedly. Of course not.
Li Hao was momentarily at a loss for words, simply staring silently at Mu Qingwan.
By the way, honey, what exactly do you plan to do after we divorce?
Mu Qingwan asked curiously, wanting to understand what kind of ideal life Li Hao envisioned for himself in a future without her.
Li Hao paused slightly. Truthfully, he'd never seriously considered this question before.
Use the money you gave me to start a business, open a small restaurant. Open when I feel like it, close when I'm tired or sleepy.
Whether it makes money or not doesn't matter, happiness is all that counts.
In his view, no one wanted to toil like a tireless ox or horse. Now that he had money, he just wanted to enjoy life freely, unbound by any constraints.
What about your other half? Who would that be? Or when do you plan to remarry?
A spark of curiosity flashed in Mu Qingwan's eyes, yet behind that gleam lay a subtle, almost imperceptible hint of loneliness.
What partner?
After getting rich, women are just clouds.
Can't I just focus on making myself happy first? Li Hao declared with feigned nonchalance.
In his heart, love was merely a cherry on top of life, never an indispensable necessity. He faced partings with composure and cherished the beautiful memories he'd once held.
True. Mu Qingwan nodded slightly, a faint smile touching her lips.
From Li Hao's description, she could see that the future he envisioned seemed freer and more interesting than his current life. He wouldn't have to rack his brain daily at the company figuring out how to sell more jewelry, nor would he have to deal with her, a woman who could be stubborn and willful at times. On weekends, sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting golden rays across the room.
It was a rare day off.
Early in the morning, Mu Qingwan sat before the mirror, meticulously grooming herself.
Wow, getting all dressed up like that. Looks like you have plans today.
Li Hao wandered through the living room in his slippers, teasing her as he passed. Mu Qingwan stood facing the mirror, carefully comparing whether pearl earrings or jeweled ones suited her better. Truthfully, she had no special plans, she simply wanted to lift her gloomy mood through meticulous grooming.
Li Hao yawned.
If you're going out, remember to grab me a few starch sausages.
I'm craving them. If you're too busy, never mind.
The air outside was fresh and pleasant, carrying a faint floral scent. Mu Qingwan hadn't planned to go out, but her inner restlessness pushed her out the door, while Li Hao chose to stay home and sleep in comfortably.
Time slipped by unnoticed until noon arrived.
After wandering the streets for a while, Mu Qingwan finally settled on a newly opened Korean restaurant, eager to try something new. Sitting alone in the restaurant, she felt a sense of emptiness and boredom. After much deliberation, she pulled her phone from her bag and dialed Bai Shuyuan's number. Since they had chosen to divorce, each needed to face new lives and new people. Though Mu Qingwan didn't harbor much affection for Bai Shuyuan, she intended to use him as a shield. After all, she was fiercely competitive by nature and refused to lose face on the very day of her divorce. Besides, she sensed Li Hao had already set his sights on someone new. How could she concede defeat so easily? At the dinner table, Bai Shuyuan was exceedingly attentive, proactively pouring tea, fetching water, serving dishes, and handing tissues to Mu Qingwan, his face perpetually lit with an enthusiastic smile. Qingwan, I truly never expected you to invite me today.
I'm absolutely thrilled.
His excitement was palpable, his emotions running high.
Mu Qingwan responded with a polite smile.
After all, we are friends.
During their brief time together, she couldn't detect any obvious abnormalities in Bai Shuyuan.
Yet Li Hao's earlier warning lingered like a deep shadow in her mind. She knew she needed to keep a close eye on this man before her and not let her guard down. The meal passed in a blur, Bai Shuyuan talking incessantly throughout. He made a concerted effort to steer the conversation toward topics that might interest Mu Qingwan and maintained impeccable table manners, displaying the utmost gentlemanly courtesy.
Strangely, Mu Qingwan still couldn't muster the slightest interest in him. In fact, a faint sense of annoyance was stirring within her. Chapter 181, Silly woman, you mustn't get hurt. I'll head back now. See you next time.
Mu Qingwan just wanted to escape this uncomfortable place as quickly as possible.
Qingwan, you finally have some free time. Why don't I take you around the neighborhood? Do you like plays? I have tickets. Or do you prefer movies? I can reserve an entire theater just for us.
Bai Shuyuan pleaded urgently.
No, thank you.
Mu Qingwan forced an awkward smile, her refusal firm.
Qingwan, are you sure you don't want to stay with me a little longer?
Bai Shuyuan smiled gently, yet to Mu Qingwan, that smile seemed strangely unsettling. In that moment, Mu Qingwan suddenly felt her vision blur, her consciousness gradually becoming hazy and unfocused. Her entire body felt limp and weak, as if she lacked the strength to lift even a finger.
Speaking itself became an immense struggle. What did you do to me?
After forcing out these words with her last ounce of strength, darkness engulfed her vision, and she collapsed onto the table. Bai Shuyuan swiftly rose, rushing forward to catch her shoulders, a triumphant smile playing on his lips.
Qingwan, leave the rest to me. It was nearly 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Li Hao finally stirred awake from his slumber. He stretched lazily, feeling utterly relaxed.
His stomach growled in protest, having gone without food for so long. Damn it, why hasn't that silly woman brought back my starch sausage yet? Does it really take that long to run an errand? Judging by the time, she must have eaten out already. What on earth is she eating alone in the middle of the day? Could she be with some friend? Could it be by Xu Yuan? Something doesn't feel right. Li Hao instantly felt a surge of tension, an ominous foreboding rising in his chest. The thought of Mu Qingwan possibly being with Bai Shuyuan now made Li Hao feel something was terribly wrong. Possessing the original host's memories, he knew full well this man was a complete monster. If Mu Qingwan spends too much time alone with such scum, who knows what harm he might inflict on her. Though their divorce was imminent, memories both sweet and bitter flooded back like a tidal wave, making him acutely aware that he could never stand by and watch Mu Qingwan face danger. Even as their marriage neared its end, he couldn't stand by and watch her be tormented by that monster, by Xu Yuan. This thought made Li Hao's nerves fray further. He quickly dialed Mu Qingwan's number. His fingers tapped frantically on the phone screen, his heart pounding wildly. In the car, Bai Shuyuan drove while the unconscious Mu Qingwan lay in the passenger seat. A twisted smile played on his face as he occasionally glanced sideways at the beauty beside him, his eyes brimming with greed and malice. He yearned to reach out and caress her face, but the need to focus on driving held him back. His hand trembled slightly in mid-air, betraying his uncontrollable desire. Such a beauty would become his plaything sooner or later. But the ringing of a phone shattered the tense atmosphere. Bai Shuyuan suddenly grew agitated, his previously composed expression instantly contorting into a grimace. Seeing the caller ID marked as Li Hao, a flicker of panic and anger shot through his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he shut off Mu Qingwan's phone. At this point, he couldn't care less about anything else. Only the uncontrollable, wicked thoughts within him continued to spread and grow. He wanted nothing more than to drive Mu Qingwan home quickly so he could begin his heinous plan. Li Hao, meanwhile, was burning with impatience. Beads of sweat the size of beans formed on his forehead, his eyes filled with anxiety. He had called repeatedly, only to hear the same message: "The number you have dialed is turned off." Each cold automated message felt like a heavy hammer striking his heart. The more this happened, the more he sensed something was terribly wrong. "You stupid woman, you better not be in trouble." Just then, the doorbell rang. Li Hao's heart leapt with hope, thinking Mu Qingwan had returned. He practically sprinted to the door and flung it open. But when he opened the door, he saw a different face. "Yilan? What brings you here?" Li Hao's voice betrayed a hint of unmasked disappointment and anxiety. "Just came to see you. Brought some goodies along." Yilan pouted, speaking in a playful, teasing tone. "Wait, how did you even find my place? You really underestimate me. My dad's in the underworld, after all. Getting your home address? That was a piece of cake," Yilan said nonchalantly, a hint of smugness on her face. Fine. Li Hao didn't press the issue. His mind was entirely preoccupied with Mu Qingwan. He had no energy left to dwell on such matters. "Look, I made these sushi rolls myself. This is fresh tuna and salmon flown in by air. Try some," Yilan said, her slender fingers already gently pinching a piece of sushi, motioning for Li Hao to open his mouth. "No, Yilan, I have things to do right now. Why don't you head back first?" Li Hao waved dismissively, turning to leave. "What's wrong?" Yilan asked in confusion. "Oh, is Mu Qingwan not home? She went out, but I can't get through to her on the phone right now," Li Hao said anxiously. "Oh, she's out? Well, that makes things easier for us," Yilan said, nudging Li Hao with her shoulder and flashing a suggestive smile. Li Hao pressed his hand to his forehead in exasperation. "Yilan, I'm not free to entertain you right now. Why don't you head back first? Okay?" Yilan shrugged indifferently, crossing her arms over her chest. "Seriously, what's the big deal? Mu Qingwan's an adult. Going out in broad daylight, what could possibly happen? Of course something happened. She must have run into trouble." Li Hao had no intention of continuing this back and forth with Yilan. This time, it wasn't just the original story's hints to him, his own intuition was also overwhelmingly strong. Mu Qingwan was definitely in danger right now. He had to act fast. He grabbed his car keys and prepared to leave. Yilan hurried after him. "What's going on? Tell me. I can help. I need to go to someone's house. Mu Qingwan might be there. I have to rescue her." The moment she heard it involved rescuing someone, Yilan knew this wasn't a simple matter. "All right, I'll come with you." In the car, Li Hao gripped the steering wheel so tightly his knuckles turned white. His mind was heavy as he drove toward the West 2nd Ring Road, the horrific scenes from the original host's memories replaying relentlessly in his mind. In those memories, Mu Qingwan's female friend had been trapped in by Xu Yuan's home, subjected to days of abuse and violence. The harrowing scenes sent chills down his spine. Li Hao could only hope it wasn't too late. Chapter 182, Honey, Will You Hold Me? In the dimly lit room, only a small purple lamp cast a faint glow. Its light flickered uncertainly in the darkness, as if it might extinguish at any moment. A strange, overpowering fragrance filled the air, so thick it made one feel nauseous and drowsy. Mu Qingwan slowly opened her eyes, her head splitting as if countless needles were piercing her skull. Where was this? How had she ended up here? Her mind was filled with confusion and dread. My princess, you finally awakened. A voice echoed, and Mu Qingwan looked up to find Bai Shuyuan gazing at her with an eerie, almost sinister expression. Mu Qingwan shuddered as she realized her surroundings were strewn with petals, and various tools lay neatly arranged nearby. Nail clippers, scalpels, whips, clubs. Mu Qingwan sucked in a sharp breath, suddenly realizing these tools were meant for her. Bai Shuyuan, have you lost your mind? Mu Qingwan shouted angrily. Simultaneously, her body retreated steadily backward, her hands fumbling behind her, searching for something to defend herself with. My princess, you're being rather disobedient. But never mind. Let me choose. First, how about my bare hands? Bai Shuyuan spoke as he inched closer, a savage grin spreading across his face. His hands flailed through the air, as if showcasing his weapons. Mu Qingwan had never felt so helpless. She kept retreating, her heart filled with endless regret. If only she had listened to Li Hao and never gotten involved with Bai Shuyuan, none of this would have happened. She berated herself relentlessly. She didn't even know if she'd survive leaving this room. Fear washed over her like a tidal wave, completely engulfing her. Bai Shuyuan moved with lightning speed, lunging forward to pin Mu Qingwan to the floor. He clamped his hands around her throat like he was squeezing a lamb awaiting slaughter, his grip tightening relentlessly. Mu Qingwan couldn't breathe at all, her face flushed bright red. Her hands desperately tried to pry Bai Shuyuan's fingers apart, but it was futile. Bai Shuyuan let out a maniacal laugh, raising his palm as he muttered to himself. Tell me, what would it look like if a bright red handprint appeared on such a beautiful face? As his palm descended, Mu Qingwan closed her eyes and mustered every ounce of strength, delivering a kick straight to his groin. Bai Shuyuan grimaced in pain. Ah! Bai Shuyuan let out a piercing scream, rolling onto the ground as he clutched his groin, moaning in agony. Mu Qingwan scrambled to her feet, frantically searching for an exit, her eyes filled with panic. She just wanted to get out of this hellhole as fast as possible, but all the doors and windows were locked tight. The room was pitch black except for the faint light from earlier, and she couldn't tell which way was north or south. What should I do? What should I do? The words echoed in her mind as tears welled up in her eyes. Her earlier actions had clearly enraged Bai Shuyuan. He stood up, grabbed a pair of scissors, and walked straight toward Mu Qingwan, his eyes filled with murderous intent. You filthy woman, you dare resist? I'll destroy you today. Li Hao and Yilan, after a death-defying drive, finally reached their destination. Before the car had even come to a complete stop, he frantically opened the door and leaped out, sprinting toward Bai Shuyuan's house. Yilan followed close behind. Wait for me. The front door was locked. Li Hao kicked it several times, but the heavy door didn't budge an inch. He circled halfway around the house, frantically searching for an entrance. Finally, Li Hao spotted a small side door. The small door didn't hold up to a kick. Li Hao, overcome with rage, kicked it open in 2 or 3 swift blows. The two then frantically searched the house for Mu Qingwan. But the house was large, with many rooms and a complex layout, making Li Hao grow increasingly anxious. Damn it, where the hell did that bastard hide her? Bai Shuyuan, you monster. If you dare harm Mu Qingwan, I won't let you off. You stupid woman, please don't let anything happen to you. After searching for a while, Yilan quickly noticed an inconspicuous, hidden room. Li Hao, come here fast. There's movement in here. Inside the room, Mu Qingwan had once again been seized by Bai Shuyuan. Exhausted and trembling with fear, she was no match for Bai Shuyuan. Pinned to the floor, her eyes flashed with a cold light, her last defiant glimmer of resistance. Bai Shuyuan now held scissors, aiming them at Mu Qingwan's face. Such a beautiful face, if slashed once, it would surely become even more beautiful. Mu Qingwan's heart had turned to ashes. She closed her eyes tightly, utterly powerless to fight back. Just as the scissors were about to slice her face, a sudden thud echoed as the locked door was kicked open. Mu Qingwan opened her eyes and looked up, only to see Li Hao standing in the doorway. At first, she thought she was hallucinating, but seeing Bai Shuyuan's expression of shock mirroring her own, she knew it was real. In that instant, all her pent-up grievances poured out. Her eyes flushed crimson, tears spilling over her cheeks. Seeing this, Li Hao lunged forward in a single swift motion, delivering a flying kick that sent Bai Shuyuan crashing to the floor while he was still reeling from shock. You devil in sheep's clothing, I'll beat you to death. Li Hao pinned Bai Shuyuan to the ground, clenching his fist and landing blow after blow to his face, each punch fueled by his fury. By now, Bai Shuyuan had no fight left in him. He could only clasp his head and beg for mercy. Stop hitting me. I know I was wrong. Please spare me. If you keep hitting me, I'll die. But how could Li Hao let him off easily? Before long, Bai Shuyuan was beaten to a pulp, his face swollen and bruised, until he finally passed out. Honey, are you okay? Only then did Li Hao approach Mu Qingwan, gently stroking her face with eyes brimming with heartache and concern. But Mu Qingwan remained unresponsive for a long while. Oh no, oh no. How could this woman be so traumatized? It's all my fault for arriving late. I told you Bai Shuyuan was a monster, but you wouldn't listen. Will you still be so reckless in the future? Forget it. No point arguing with her now. The priority is getting her to the hospital immediately. By Shu Yuan, I will settle this score with you. The next moment, Mu Qingwan suddenly threw herself into Li Hao's arms, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist and refusing to let go. Her earlier silence had been to listen to Li Hao's thoughts, to see if he still cared about her. Li Hao held her tightly, enveloping her petite frame completely within his embrace. He stroked her head, each gentle caress brimming with heartache, as if he wanted to melt her into his very being. It's okay now, it's okay. Li Hao repeated soothingly. Husband, why did you take so long? Mu Qingwan's voice trembled with tears. Now stripped of her tough exterior, she resembled a rose wilting in the storm, revealing her softest, most vulnerable side, a side reserved only for Li Hao. Come. Let's go home. Li Hao stroked her back softly. Honey, my legs are weak. Can you carry me? Chapter 183, is she going to demand a divorce now? Mu Qingwan lifted her head, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at Li Hao pitifully, her gaze filled with dependence and helplessness. Without hesitation, Li Hao stood up and scooped Mu Qingwan into a princess carry. Her slender frame felt effortless to carry. Yilan watched the affectionate couple, a wave of sourness rising in her heart. That bitterness spread like a tide within her, but what dominated more was envy. Especially the tender care Li Hao showed Mu Qingwan, something she might never experience in her lifetime. Once they were out of sight, Yilan hurried after them. Even with Bai Shuyuan unconscious, this eerie place still held an indescribable dread. Thankfully, Mu Qingwan was unharmed this time. Otherwise, Li Hao would surely be devastated. Yilan thought to herself. Li Hao carried Mu Qingwan to the car, carefully placing her in the passenger seat before heading to the driver's side. But Mu Qingwan suddenly clutched Li Hao's hands like a child afraid of losing a cherished toy, her eyes brimming with tears. Husband, please don't leave me. Li Hao felt even more heartbroken, but then he forced a doting smile. I'm not leaving you. I'm just driving to take you to the hospital first. No, honey, please don't divorce me, okay? Only in moments of danger did she truly realize she couldn't live without Li Hao. Beside them, Yilan listened with wide eyes, her expression brimming with curiosity. She was deeply interested in how Li Hao would respond to this question. Li Hao felt a bit helpless at that moment. What a silly woman. You were the one who brought up divorce, and now you're the one saying you don't want it. And she's always crying. Now you realize you can't live without me, huh? If I'd been a moment later, who knows what state she'd be in. This is what happens when you don't listen to me. Fine, no divorce. Be good. Let's go to the hospital first. Mu Qingwan bit her lip so hard she left a faint mark. She clutched Li Hao's arm tightly as he tried to pull away. Husband, I was wrong. I don't want a divorce. I'll listen to you next time. Please don't leave me. Seeing this scene, Yilan suddenly realized she seemed somewhat redundant. Li Hao, I'll leave your wife to you. I have things to attend to and will head back first. Yilan said helplessly, a hint of disappointment in her voice, before turning to leave. Shortly after, Li Hao took Mu Qingwan to the hospital for a full examination. Thankfully, she was fine, just a bit shaken and with some scrapes. It was only because he had rescued her in time. Otherwise, he couldn't even imagine what state Mu Qingwan might have been tortured into. On the way home, Mu Qingwan made a direct stop at the Civil Affairs Bureau to rescind their divorce registration. The cooling-off period hadn't even lasted a week. The earlier divorce turmoil now felt like a false alarm, a fleeting dream. Qin Yu and Wanjia. Mu Qingwan changed into comfortable loungewear and followed closely behind Li Hao, as if afraid he might run away. What's with you? I'm cooking for you. Stop messing around. Li Hao sighed helplessly. No, I need to keep an eye on you. Mu Qingwan said coquettishly, wrapping her arms around Li Hao's waist and pressing her face against his back to feel his warmth. Now you won't be clamoring for a divorce, will you? Li Hao teased deliberately. Exactly. Now that you won't get divorced, your compensation money is down the drain. Guess your wish didn't come true. Mu Qingwan sniffed, feeling wronged, her nose wrinkling slightly. Yeah, I'm so upset my settlement money's gone. Li Hao said deliberately, though a smile played on his face. Mu Qingwan rolled her eyes. I won't let you get your way. You'll never shake me off this lifetime. Fine. At the end of the day, you're the one who can't live without me. Guess I'll just have to reluctantly oblige. Strange as it may seem, I only intended to rescue you back then. Never expected I'd end up paying the price myself. But with you being this beautiful, I don't think I'm losing out. Now that I've accepted this, I need to plan carefully, especially the plot's direction. Any deviation must be addressed immediately. Absolutely cannot let Mu Qingwan face this kind of crisis again. Mu Qingwan felt a surge of emotion upon hearing this, but her eyes twinkled mischievously as she added with a hint of playful reproach. Then you better stop flirting around. I haven't settled the score with you over Lulu yet. Li Hao froze, so this silly woman was still jealous of someone else. He instinctively stroked her silky hair. I've always seen Lulu as my subordinate, nothing more. If there were even a hint of anything else, I'd be struck dead by lightning. What about Yilan? Even less likely. Have I ever crossed any lines?
I just felt Xiaopang wasn't a good person, so I helped her out, nothing more. If I had any such intentions, I would have already slept with Yilan by now.
My CEO, couldn't you be a little smarter? If you're going to suspect someone, at least put some thought into it. This time, Mu Qingwan's lips curved into a faint smile, instantly lifting her spirits. But then, Li Hao suddenly refused to be outdone and joined in the teasing. So now that you're not getting divorced, what about all your lovers?
What lovers?
I was just trying to get under your skin. Mu Qingwan's face darkened instantly.
She had only intended to use Bai Shuyuan as a shield. Her original plan was to provoke Li Hao, but she ended up getting herself into trouble instead. Fortunately, nothing too serious had happened. Otherwise, she'd never recover from the trauma. She probably wouldn't have the face to see Li Hao again. At least Li Hao hadn't left her now. He was back by her side.
That was better than anything.
This time, Bai Shuyuan dared to commit such a heinous crime in broad daylight, and he naturally got his just desserts. Not only did the partnership between Bai's father and Mu Yuan Kai officially fall through, but Bai himself faced criminal penalties. Moreover, his perverted tendencies were broadcast across the internet. Even if he were to be released from prison someday, he would likely become a pariah, shunned and reviled by all. It happened to be a short holiday.
Li Hao took Mu Qingwan on a trip.
On the return flight, Mu Qingwan had largely emerged from Bai Shuyuan's shadow. However, she was genuinely exhausted from the trip and had fallen asleep beside Li Hao.
Sir, would you like something to drink?
We have coffee, juice, or soft drinks available. The voice belonged to a flight attendant with a beautiful face and sweet voice. Dressed in her uniform, she had the delicate, sweet face of a girl next door, her doe-like eyes blinking brightly with lively charm.
I'll have an apple juice, please. This little beauty is truly lovely. And what a figure she wears, that uniform like a dream, a natural clothes hanger. A feast for the eyes, truly a feast. But, she looks familiar. Like I've seen her somewhere before. Chapter 184, Husband, keep your eyes to yourself.
But no matter how hard Li Hao racked his brain, he couldn't place where he'd seen her. He gave up, thinking maybe she just bore a slight resemblance to someone else, causing a momentary illusion.
Perhaps his inner monologue was too loud, because Mu Qingwan stirred awake.
The moment she saw the flight attendant blushing from Li Hao's compliments, Mu Qingwan instantly stiffened her expression and glared at him indignantly. Noticing this, Li Hao immediately tried to divert Mu Qingwan's attention.
Honey, would you like something to drink? No, thank you. After the flight attendant left, Mu Qingwan continued to glare at Li Hao. Honey, why aren't you sleeping?
Li Hao felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. He took a sip of juice and asked. Husband, keep your eyes to yourself.
Don't look where you shouldn't. Mu Qingwan said sternly. Okay. Li Hao nodded quickly. This woman's intuition is really sharp.
I only glanced at her a couple times, and she noticed even while asleep.
But her reaction proves she's genuinely fallen for me.
If she didn't care, she probably wouldn't bat an eye even if I were holding another woman. After that, Li Hao obediently kept his eyes to himself. If he did glance around, it was only at Mu Qingwan. And honestly, she was a goddess he could never tire of looking at. After a few days of not paying attention, her figure had improved even more. Suddenly, however, a heated argument erupted from the back seat.
Didn't I ask for hot water? Why did you give me ice water? Ma'am, you did indeed request ice water.
The middle-aged woman who had asked the question instantly flew into a rage, hurling the water-filled cup onto the floor. The water splashed out, soaking the flight attendant's shoes and socks.
When did I ever ask for ice water? At my age, how could I possibly drink something cold? You young girl have no good intentions. Are you trying to make me sick?
The flight attendant clenched her teeth, feeling utterly wronged in that moment.
She tried desperately to explain. No, ma'am. You first said you wanted hot water, then later added that you needed ice water. If you still want hot water, I can go get you a replacement right now. But the middle-aged woman persisted, her tone intimidating.
You got my order wrong and now you're making excuses.
Is this your idea of service? Go get the flight attendant in charge. I'm filing a complaint against you.
Faced with this unreasonable passenger, the flight attendant felt helpless. If she were to be reported, not only would her pay be docked, but it would also significantly impact her performance rating.
Ma'am, can we discuss this calmly? If you want hot water, I'll go get it for you right now. Oomph. Whether the water is hot or not doesn't matter anymore. What matters is you.
Not only is your service inadequate, but you're spouting nonsense.
You lack even the most basic integrity. I have no idea how someone like you became a flight attendant. Li Hao overheard their entire exchange and felt deeply sympathetic toward the flight attendant. What the hell? This is bullying.
Mu Qingwan, unaware of the full story, watched the commotion behind her with a grave expression.
She wanted to intervene but didn't know how. This woman, there has to be a limit to how much you can push someone, right? Li Hao finally couldn't stand it anymore. He stood up to speak for the flight attendant.
The middle-aged woman, confronted, lost some of her swagger but remained defiant.
What do you mean? Are you jealous of the flight attendant's beauty, so you're picking on her? I heard your entire conversation clearly. First you asked for hot water, then you demanded ice water, claiming you needed to cool down because you were frustrated. Does being angry give you the right to take it out on ordinary people? How miserable must your life be that you have to make things difficult for service staff like them? The flight attendant gasped, staring in disbelief at the passenger who had just stood up for her. The middle-aged woman's dark motives were exposed, and she instantly lost her nerve. Rolling her eyes, she fell silent. Li Hao pressed on, don't even think about giving this young lady a hard time. If you file a complaint, I'll vouch for her, and it'll just be dismissed anyway. Fine, fine. The middle-aged woman was left speechless, her dignity completely shattered. Fine, I was wrong. Just give me a fresh cup of hot water. Li Hao turned to the flight attendant, who was still standing there stunned. He smiled and glanced at the name tag on her chest. He Rue. Nice name. Don't worry, it's all good now. Thank you. Tears welled up in Hirue's eyes as she expressed her profound gratitude. No problem. Go ahead. Li Hao settled back into his seat, his mood lifting considerably in that moment. Disgusting old women like that need to be taught a lesson. Age doesn't give them the right to act however they please. I'll stand up every time I see this kind of thing. I won't tolerate these social cancers. Mu Qingwan watched Li Hao, who was now basking in his own satisfaction. Though he had annoyed her earlier, what he did just now was absolutely the right thing. Honey, you did the right thing. Li Hao smiled softly and leaned in close. I know. Just before reaching their destination, Hirue appeared before Li Hao once more. She stood there, looking somewhat anxious. Sir, I'm truly grateful for what you did today. After finding herself in a predicament where she was being blamed, only Li Hao had been willing to step in and resolve the situation, leaving her with an excellent impression. No problem, no problem. Sir, do you also live in City A? Because this flight's destination happens to be City A. Yes, I do. Really? We live in the same city. I truly hope we can meet again. I'd like to treat you to a meal to express my gratitude. Hirue said with genuine sincerity. We'll see. If fate allows, we'll meet again. Mu Qingwan shot a glance at Li Hao beside her, growing restless. What was going on? These two were chatting so animatedly right in front of her? She cleared her throat at just the right moment, as if to give the two of them a subtle hint. Her gaze shifted toward Hirue. Miss He, next time you encounter something like this, don't be afraid. You did nothing wrong, so you needn't fear these baseless accusations. If you constantly compromise and make concessions, you'll only give others ammunition to use against you. After all, next time, there might not be someone like my husband to come to your rescue. Mu Qingwan's smile was composed, and her words were measured. Though she observed the two conversing warmly, she refrained from expressing direct displeasure. Instead, while teaching Hirue a lesson, she subtly revealed the nature of her relationship with Li Hao. Hirue froze for a moment, then instantly understood, her face flushing crimson. Alright, I'll remember that. Thank you, ma'am. By the time Mu and Li returned home, it was already late at night. Before heading home, they had stopped by the Mu family's ancestral home to visit Grandma and deliver the local specialties they'd bought during their trip. So tired. Standing at the front door, Li Hao deftly entered the access code while Mu Qingwan waited behind him. He stretched lazily, his entire body aching with fatigue. Though they'd gone out to relax, the daily grind of walking thousands of steps had been both enjoyable and exhausting. Just then, the neighbor's door clicked open. A girl in a fluffy pajama set appeared, holding a bag of trash ready to take downstairs. Li Hao instinctively glanced over, meeting the girl's gaze. Sir, is that you? You're that flight attendant. Chapter 185, with a figure like that, not saving her would be unconscionable. This truly felt like fate. Two people who shared the same flight turned out to be neighbors. They say she's the girl next door type and now she literally is next door. Mu Qingwan froze, even wondering if this was all staged. Perhaps she was just a pawn in some grand scheme? Sir, it really is you. I never imagined we lived in the same neighborhood. Hirue covered her mouth in delight. Wait, I'm sure that apartment has always been vacant. Did I misremember? Li Hao asked in confusion. I just moved in recently. The owner emigrated overseas and the place had been vacant. Since we're relatives, they rented it to me at a low price. I couldn't afford to buy in such a high-end community. Hirue said, a look of envy crossing her face. It's okay, you'll be able to afford it someday. Li Hao reassured her, his eyes inadvertently glancing at Hirue. Huh, a fluffy pajama set? It actually looks kinda cute. I'd give it an 8 out of 10. Even though it's loose-fitting, it can't hide her impressive figure. Those two round, full, snow-white mounds up top look incredibly substantial. Still, showing a bit of calf in the dead of winter? Impressive cold tolerance, clearly prioritizing style over warmth. These inner thoughts were overheard by Mu Qingwan, who now wanted nothing more than to grab Li Hao by the ear and drag him inside. But these comments weren't just heard by Mu Qingwan, Hirue overheard them too. Hirue was taken aback by the sound of the voices. She glanced down at her own outfit and her face flushed instantly. Well, the heater's on at home, so I'm not cold, she explained. But after speaking, she felt something was off. Who was she explaining to? Whose voice was that just now? Li Hao, meanwhile, was also puzzled. Why was Rui suddenly explaining this? Could she really tell what he was thinking just by looking at him? As they spoke, a man suddenly appeared behind Rui. Tall and imposing, his face was dark and impatient. Xiao Rui, who are you talking to? Li Hao noticed the man. He sported stubble and wore a menacing expression. His face alone suggested he was no good. Ming, this is the passenger I told you about, the one who helped me out on the plane. Rui smiled and took the initiative to introduce them. The man first shot Li Hao a dismissive glance, then lingered his gaze on Mu Qingwan for a moment before finally withdrawing his eyes and responding perfunctorily. Hello, I'm Zhang Ming, Xiao Rui's boyfriend. I'm here to help her move some furniture. Hello, I'm Li Hao. I live next door. So she has a boyfriend after all. I thought she was single. But they don't seem to be living together yet. Still, it's obvious it's only a matter of time. Rui seems pretty dependent on him. But why would a girl as great as Rui pick such a fierce boyfriend? But for some reason, after hearing their introductions, Mu Qingwan felt a slight sense of relief. At least this time, she wouldn't have to deal with someone as relentless as Yi Lan, right? With this man joining them, the atmosphere grew awkward. He wore a perpetually sour expression, as if everyone owed him money. Finally, he simply yanked Rui back into the house and slammed the door shut. Late at night. In the spacious, comfortable bed, Li Hao held Mu Qingwan in his arms. She slept soundly, her breath rising and falling evenly. But Li Hao found himself lost in thought about the appearance of Rui and Zhang Ming. After a wave of memories flooded his mind, he suddenly found some traces in the original host's memories. In the original story, Rui was a flight attendant from a modest background who had worked hard to attain her current position. Born with a deep-seated need for affection, she became intensely dependent on anyone who showed her kindness. Her boyfriend, Zhang Ming, was a complete scumbag. Not only did he live off Rui's money, but he also cheated on her 3 times while sponging off her. In the original story, Li Hao met Rui after divorcing Mu Qingwan and receiving his settlement. But by then, she was already deeply entangled with Zhang Ming, so deeply that even Li Hao couldn't rescue her from her obsession. Later, Li Hao learned that her boyfriend had manipulated her into using her body to earn money, turning her into a prostitute. Eventually, she contracted diseases, her health collapsed, and the airline discovered her situation, firing her. Upon learning this, Zhang Ming not only failed to comfort her but saw her as a liability now that she couldn't earn money. He colluded with an organ trafficking ring to extract every last shred of value from her. Thinking of this, Li Hao felt Zhang Ming was truly despicable, such a good girl, ruined by him like that. Suddenly, a wave of pity washed over him. He couldn't stand by and let such a heartless tragedy unfold. If he didn't intervene and allowed events to follow the original storyline, it might even affect his own script. Wait, at this point, they hadn't known each other long yet. Rui hadn't become a fallen woman. Now that you mention it, there's still time. Rui just craves affection. If I treat her well, she won't end up being manipulated by Zhang Ming. I'm definitely better than Zhang Ming. The next day. It was the last day of the weekend. Li Hao sat on the sofa watching TV, while Mu Qingwan, after finishing breakfast, chose to go back to bed for a nap. The doorbell rang. Li Hao set down the remote and went to answer it. Good morning. It was Rui. Her smile was sweet, adding another beautiful touch to this bright morning. She wore a white, form-fitting sweater that accentuated her curves. Turns out I was right yesterday, her figure really is top-notch. First thing in the morning, and I'm already admiring this beauty. With a figure like that, it would be unnatural not to help her. Plus, she seems to have developed a bit of a crush on me. Could it be because of me that the plot is starting to shift? Rui froze in surprise. This time, she deliberately observed that Li Hao's lips hadn't moved, and there was no one else nearby. She became even more certain that this strange voice was indeed Li Hao's inner thoughts. She was utterly baffled. How could she possibly hear Li Hao's inner thoughts? But it was kind of interesting. She pressed her lips together and cleared her throat awkwardly. Li Hao, this is a cake I made myself. I didn't know how to thank you, so this was the only way I could think of, and I happened to be pretty good at making desserts. Only then did Li Hao notice the cake in her hands. It was mango-flavored, with large chunks of mango and mango sauce dotted across the pale yellow cream. Li Hao wasn't much of a sweet tooth, so he planned to wake Mu Qingwan to eat it. But Mu Qingwan was already standing behind him. When it came to matters of sovereignty, her reactions were indeed swift. Honey, cake. Li Hao pointed to the mango cake. Seeing the visitor, Mu Qingwan offered a strained smile. Thank you. You're very skilled. We'll have to talk another time, I have a flight mission today. Rui waved politely in farewell before heading back. Back in her room, Rui's cheeks flushed crimson as Li Hao's image filled her mind. Those voices were coming from Li Hao. I could hear them when he helped me out on the plane earlier too. Suddenly, she recalled a book she'd read, which mentioned that 2 people with a deep spiritual connection could hear each other's thoughts. At this thought, Rui covered her burning cheeks. If that were true, wouldn't it mean Li Hao was her true love? Lost in thought, Hirue drifted away. But I already have a boyfriend, how could I even think like this? Hirue immediately admonished herself. Chapter 186, so soft, no man could resist. But Zhang Ming wasn't really her official boyfriend, and they hadn't known each other very long. Zhang Ming pursued her intensely, and after all these years of striving on her own, she did need someone to lean on. So she decided to give it a try. But Li Hao's appearance stirred something within her. Beyond his heroic intervention on the plane to save her, the crucial factor was that she could hear his inner thoughts, meaning she knew exactly what Li Hao was thinking. This eliminated any worry about misjudging his feelings. In contrast, with Zhang Ming, she sometimes genuinely couldn't tell if he actually liked her. Take yesterday, for instance, why did he suddenly drag her back? Was that how someone showed affection? Even if he was jealous, he shouldn't treat her like that, right? The more she reflected on these incidents, the more she realized Li Hao was truly exceptional. So much so that the long-dormant heart within her began to stir uneasily. Thump, thump. In the quiet room, only the sound of her heartbeat remained. But suddenly, a crucial question struck her. Li Hao was already married. And he had such a beautiful wife. What on earth was she thinking? Just as Hirue was lost in her thoughts, her phone beside her lit up. Upon seeing the message, Hirue panicked. It was the elderly woman from yesterday. She had been hospitalized. Meanwhile, at Li Hao's place, the mango cake sat on the table. Mu Qingwan and he sat across from it, both staring at it in silence for a moment. Finally, Mu Qingwan spoke first. Honey, I thought you didn't like sweets? No, I actually quite like them. Li Hao, completely unaware of the implication in Mu Qingwan's words, replied casually. No, honey. Think about it again. Mu Qingwan's tone grew slightly sharper. The smile playing at the corners of her mouth made Li Hao sense a hint of danger. I don't like sweets? Is that even true? How could I have forgotten? Li Hao fell deep in thought. Moments later, it dawned on him. Oh, I get it now. That silly woman probably meant to invite Hirue over for dinner. After all, she just moved in. Building good neighborly relations is important. Plus, she brought us cake earlier, we really should reciprocate. So that is why my wife was upset with me for being socially inept. With that realization, Li Hao sprang to his feet and addressed Mu Qingwan earnestly. Honey, I get it now. I'll go invite that young lady over right away. You. Of course that wasn't what Mu Qingwan meant. She was merely trying to hint to Li Hao that she had some reservations about their interactions. What on earth is going on here? Li Hao, is your brain wired that uniquely? But just as Mu Qingwan was about to say something, Li Hao spoke again. Honey, you're truly kind-hearted. Knowing that a young girl is all alone and struggling to make it in the big city, I specially invited her to our place as a guest so she could have more friends here. Thinking back, I was just as helpless when I first came to city, truly a painful memory. Hearing this, Mu Qingwan's eyes softened and the words on the tip of her tongue vanished. After a moment's thought, Li Hao's words made sense. Life was indeed tough for a woman, she knew that all too well. Alright then. Thinking of how she'd ignored Li Hao before, Mu Qingwan couldn't help but reach out her delicate hand, gently caressing his cheek. I'll go with you to find Hirue. The two approached the next room and knocked on the door. Moments later, Hirue opened the door, her face heavy with worry. Seeing it was Li Hao, she managed a strained smile. Noticing something was off, Li Hao furrowed his brow slightly. What's wrong? Did something happen? Li Hao's gentle voice became the final straw that broke the camel's back. The pent-up frustration in her heart burst forth like a flood breaking through a dam, and Hirue instantly lost control of her emotions. She threw herself into Li Hao's arms and began wailing uncontrollably. Holy crap! What's going on? This is way too sudden. But this woman's body is so soft few men could resist. And her scent is irresistible. I, Li Hao, am a man of integrity, how could I possibly harbor such improper thoughts? Besides, I'm a married man, not some philanderer. Mu Qingwan had intended to step forward and separate them. But seeing the young girl crying so fiercely, and hearing Li Hao's inner thoughts, though her face was flushed with anger, she held back from interrupting them. Don't get angry, Li Hao doesn't have those kinds of thoughts anyway. Though she kept telling herself not to get angry. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Fortunately, Hirue promptly realized her own indiscretion and stepped out of Li Hao's embrace. What's wrong? What happened? Mu Qingwan's expression softened slightly as she asked. Hirue sobbed uncontrollably, struggling to find the words to explain. Don't cry. Tell us what happened. We'll help you. Just then, Li Hao reached out and wiped the tears from her face. To Hirue, the seemingly ordinary gesture from Li Hao felt like an unprecedented wave of care and tenderness. She lifted her head, suddenly feeling that Li Hao seemed to be the man she had been searching for. It felt like meeting him too late in life. This girl's face is so soft. But still not quite as soft as that silly woman's. Oomph. Good to know. Beside her, Mu Qingwan raised an eyebrow and muttered under her breath. And Hirue finally revealed the truth. It was that middle-aged woman. Hirue's voice still trembled slightly. It turned out the woman who caused trouble on yesterday's flight had been hospitalized. But the woman's son stubbornly insisted it was all Hiroe's fault. He claimed that simply because she had served the woman a glass of ice water, it had triggered the woman's anger, causing her to suffer a heart attack and be hospitalized. So the old woman's son went straight to Hiroe's supervisor demanding compensation. How outrageous! Hearing Hiroe's account, even Mu Qingwan beside her couldn't stomach it. You did absolutely nothing wrong on the plane yesterday, it was that woman who was being unreasonable. We can all vouch for you. Li Hao said firmly. Really? Thank you so much. Soon, the group arrived at North City Hospital. Because of this incident, Hiroe's flight for the day had been cancelled. For someone from a modest background like her, missing a single day of work meant losing her perfect attendance bonus and a reduction in income. And now the other party was demanding a huge sum of compensation from Hiroe. It was nothing short of extortion. Sure enough, upon arriving at the hospital, it turned out the old lady wasn't seriously ill at all. Had this happened to Li Hao, he probably wouldn't have needed to go to the hospital until much later, and his condition would have improved on its own. But her son clung to her like a parasite, stubbornly insisting Hiroe was the root of all evil. It's all your fault. All your fault. You're the reason my mom's bedridden. Chapter 187, What if she falls for me? Hearing her son's words, the old lady immediately launched into her act. Wailing dramatically from her bed. My stomach. My knees. My chest. The old woman rattled off a long litany in one breath, nearly matching the skill of a professional crosstalk performer. She didn't look like she was seriously ill at all. Li Haoqiang stifled a laugh and interjected. What's up, auntie? Are you just ruling things out? Or is nothing hurting you at all? The woman shot Li Hao a withering look before turning her scolding toward Hiroe. I'm in agony, and you say I'm not in pain? It's all her fault. She has to pay up, she absolutely has to pay up. Hiroe was on the verge of tears, utterly clueless about what to do. Judging by her demeanor, this woman was clearly extorting money. She wouldn't rest until she'd squeezed every last penny out of Hiroe. Watching this shameless old woman, Mu Qingwan grew furious too, pointing at her and snapping. Stop making unreasonable demands. You specifically asked for ice water, how can you blame the flight attendant? This is extortion. She did absolutely nothing wrong. Seeing his wife speak up, Li Hao immediately chimed in to vouch for Hiroe. That's right, I can testify. This very lady first asked for hot water, then suddenly demanded ice water, claiming she felt irritated and needed to cool down. After we brought her ice water, she blamed the staff. Now she's trying to extort us. You can't indulge people like this, they'll only get worse. My wife seems quite pleased with this. Looks like I need to keep up the good work. But I helped Hiroe again this time. What if she falls for me? After all, I'm so charming. Hearing these inner thoughts, Mu Qingwan thought Li Hao was being way too self-absorbed. But then she realized at least his heart was in the right place. Seeing Li Hao and the others speak up for her, tears welled up in Hiroe's eyes. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she said. Thank you. Thank you so much. I don't care about you. You're all in cahoots, trying to frame my mom. You must pay compensation. If you don't pay, this won't end. The woman and her son continued to rant. Just then, a man walked in. He looked closely and recognized him as Hiroe's boyfriend, Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming's face darkened at the scene, and he immediately began berating Hiroe. How did you manage to get into so much trouble again? All you do is cause trouble, and now you're arguing here? How embarrassing. Pay up immediately. Zhang Ming's face was twisted with fury. But this ferocity was only directed at Hiroe. When faced with the middle-aged woman and her even more vicious son, Zhang Ming didn't dare utter a single harsh word. What a despicable man. Seeing this, the middle-aged woman and her son's faces lit up with delight, and they immediately chimed in. You're the only one speaking sense here. That's right. He must pay compensation 1,000,000 yuan? 1 million. This is outright extortion. Mu Qingwan couldn't bear to watch any longer. Pointing at Zhang Ming, she spoke up. You're Xiaobi's boyfriend, what gives you the right to accuse her like this? We're all here to vouch for her, yet you're siding with an outsider? My wife is awesome. She's truly a domineering female CEO, nailing that aura perfectly. How did a guy like Zhang Ming even trick Hiroe in the original story? What brain-dead author came up with this melodramatic plot? No way, I absolutely must change this storyline. Meanwhile, Hiroe stood tearfully, feeling wronged. She'd hoped her boyfriend would come and stand up for her, but this was not what she expected. Her disappointment deepened. But suddenly, she overheard these thoughts and was instantly moved. At this moment, even a single word of fairness would have moved Hiroe to tears. I've never met such a good man in my entire life. How could I have ever fallen for Zhang Ming back then? Without comparison, I never would have realized how vast the gap between men can be. It was clear that Hiroe had already made her decision. Li Hao, thank you so much. Hiroe said gratefully. Ha? Li Hao froze. She just said thank you, why was she thanking him again? But Li Hao didn't dwell on it, assuming her emotional state was causing this repetition. Honestly, Hirue's tear-stained face really did make one feel protective. Plus, that figure is seriously impressive, and that petite face is genuinely adorable. Impressions score plus 111. Too bad I'm already married, can't have feelings for anyone else. Listening to these thoughts, Mu Qingwan was about to explode with anger until that last comment deflated her fury. Meanwhile, Zhang Ming was still seething over Mu Qingwan's earlier scolding. After stewing over it for ages, he still couldn't swallow his pride. He glared at Mu Qingwan with venom. "You're so great you're rich, so you deal with her. I'm done with this." He then pointed his finger at Hirue. "You never let me touch you, yet when trouble arises, you expect me to take the fall. Go live your chaste life then. You caused this mess yourself, so you handle it. If you don't, we're done." With that, Zhang Ming strode out of the hospital room, slamming the door shut with a loud bang. That slam felt like a punch to Hirue's heart. Hirue watched his retreating figure, filled with disappointment. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. Seeing the tide turn in their favor, the old woman and her son grew even more brazen, pointing at Hirue and hurling insults. "Hurry up and pay up. If you don't pay today, I'm staying right here in this hospital, I'm not leaving. Every day I stay, you pay for me. And I'm going to complain to your company and get you fired." At that moment, Li Hao stepped forward, placing himself in front of Hirue. Has this woman gone mad for money? All she talks about is money. Is this even money they can get? What grounds do they have to demand it? Even if we paid, they'd be committing extortion. Think again. You won't get a single penny. Dare to make trouble for this girl? Whether it's a complaint or extortion, come on, I'll testify for her. Cut the nonsense. Call the police right now. Let them investigate what really happened. When they're convicted of extortion and sent to jail, we'll see who feels guilty. Hirue gazed deeply at Li Hao's retreating figure. In that moment, her long dormant heart began to beat more intensely. Meaning by chance, yet being shielded by another stranger, this feeling was truly wonderful. Her resolve solidified completely. She would bravely pursue Li Hao's heart, her determination growing even stronger. After speaking, Li Hao pretended to pull out his phone. At the mention of calling the police, the old woman and her son instantly lost their nerve. They muttered a few curses under their breath but soon fell silent. Her son caught the hint and immediately stopped causing trouble. He put on a magnanimous act and said, forget it. My mom's fine. No need for compensation. You two should leave now and not disturb her rest." The incident finally came to an end. Stepping out of the ward. "Thanks for helping me out this time. If you hadn't stepped in, I might have lost my job." Li Hao shook his head and said calmly. She was just trying to extort money. Anyone with a shred of conscience would have stepped forward to testify. After this lesson, Hirue probably won't fall for Zhang Ming's tricks again. It's fate, after all. I couldn't just stand by and watch her die. A girl as wonderful as Hirue, if she really met that kind of end, it would truly be a cruel twist of fate. But we can't be too complacent. Who knows if the plot might twist again? We should keep a close eye on things for a while longer. Just as Li Hao pondered potential plot twists, he never imagined Hirue would suddenly throw herself into his arms and burst into tears, weeping so pitifully, her tears like pear blossoms in the rain, evoking deep sympathy. Meanwhile, Mu Qingwan's face darkened beside them. Chapter 188, This trap is way too tempting. Brother Li, thank you so much. Li Hao stared at the beauty in his arms, frozen in place with fear, especially with Mu Qingwan still standing nearby. Hirue continued to sob, clinging even tighter to Li Hao. Li Hao swallowed hard, his gaze involuntarily drifting downward to the voluptuous curves pressed against his chest. You're repaying kindness with ingratitude. Oh no, my wife will be furious when she sees this. But from this angle, it really is beautiful, so tempting. Could this be intentional? No way, is this plot twist happening way too fast? Li Hao's mind raced. Hirue didn't usually dress provocatively, but the sensation right now was overwhelming. It felt absolutely exquisite. Just this sensation alone makes my impression score skyrocket by 111 points. What should I do now? Stay calm. Honey, let me explain. She's repaying kindness with betrayal. I didn't do anything. My wife won't suspect me, right? Li Hao looked utterly flustered, his hands held high in the air like a surrender. How to leave was a major problem. Hirue wept with tears streaming down her face. Though her voice trembled with sobs, it remained sweet, and an intoxicating fragrance wafted straight up his nose. So sweet. Oh dear, don't test me like this. What if I can't resist? Mu Qingwan heard every word of this inner monologue. Her eyes flashed with anger as she shot Hirue a glare. Hirue radiated girlish charm at that moment, a quality Mu Qingwan simply couldn't match. After all, a domineering CEO like her couldn't possibly adopt such a girlish demeanor. The more Hirue acted this way, the more resentful Mu Qingwan felt. What makes her better than me? Is that why you like her so much? And you say I can't handle the test? Just wait till I get back, I'll show you. It was infuriating. Still, Li Hao's behavior was commendable, at least he hadn't taken advantage of the situation. Holding his hands high like that was something Mu Qingwan found somewhat satisfying. Mu Qingwan took a deep breath, forcing down the rage boiling inside her. Her gaze gradually grew colder. Irue, stop crying. This is over. No one will bully you anymore. Go back to work. Li Hao gently lifted his gaze, meeting Mu Qingwan's icy stare at chill that could have frozen him into a block of ice. Only then did Irue, who was clinging tightly to Li Hao, snap back to reality. She quickly let go, adopting the demeanor of a young girl who'd done something wrong. I'm sorry, brotherly. I really couldn't help myself just now. Sister-in-law, I'm so sorry. Mu Qingwan, with nowhere to vent her frustration, chose to believe it was an unintentional act. She nodded, tugged at Li Hao's sleeve, and let him out. As they walked, Mu Qingwan deliberately drew closer to Li Hao, the icy glint in her eyes nearly solidifying. So you like the scent, huh? Come smell it and see if it's fragrant. Li Hao's heart leapt with joy. Whoa, what's this? My wife's giving me a treat? Fragrant sweetheart, you're the sweetest. If I don't behave myself right now, she'll never forgive me. Irue is being a bit much, completely deviating from the script. And here I was thinking about how to rescue you. But now I get why Irue got manipulated by Zhang Ming in the original story. With a personality like hers, she is way too easy to fool. After a moment's thought, Li Hao immediately moved closer to Mu Qingwan, gently inhaling her scent again and again. Only then did Mu Qingwan relax. Li Hao narrowly dodged another crisis. But once they returned home, things went back to normal. He thought the matter was settled. All Li Hao needed to do was keep an eye on Irue's movements. If Zhang Ming completely vanished from her life, that would essentially alter the plot. But the next day, when the doorbell rang, Li Hao suddenly had a bad feeling. He rushed to open the door and sure enough, Irue was there again. Her outfit today was a stark departure from her usual style. Previously, she'd favored cute, girlish looks, but now she'd transformed into a mature, sophisticated look. And she certainly carried it off well. Usually low-key and unassuming, today she radiated charm in this outfit. Brotherly, I came to see you and bring a little something I picked up on the way. You all helped me out so much yesterday, it wouldn't be right if I didn't come by to thank you in person. With that, she cast a lingering, affectionate glance at Li Hao before slowly stepping inside. Irue walked forward, her slender waist swaying rhythmically. Her outfit was quite daring today, a white blouse on top paired with a form-fitting pencil skirt. The skirt hugged her curves tightly, showcasing her fiery figure. Every step exuded charm, every stride accentuating her curves. Especially the ample front, each stride creating a wave-like motion that drew unavoidable attention. The most irresistible touch was the sheer black stockings adorning her legs. Paired with the outfit, she resembled a devilish temptress, igniting desire and drawing one in completely. Li Hao's gaze was utterly transfixed. Truth be told, what man wouldn't be captivated? Li Hao turned his head away. Irue gave a soft smile. She had already caught Li Hao's gaze out of the corner of her eye. A surge of delight filled her heart, and she offered an even more charming and adorable smile. Li Hao felt his heart pounding wildly. The plot's doling out perks? No, it's definitely a trap. But this trap is way too tempting. A stocking-clad beauty? Who could resist? This can't be a seduction tactic, right? No way is the plot moving this fast? No, I must resist. Nothing good comes for free, it's always a trap. The prettier the woman, the more likely she is to deceive. Such a beautiful girl, so delicate, she must be a big con artist. Honey, you have to believe me, I'm innocent. Save me. Moments later, Irue placed the gift on the table. She turned slightly, fixed her gaze on Li Hao, and flashed an incredibly seductive smile. Then, with a provocative look, she turned to Mu Qingwan. Just a small token of my appreciation. Mu Qingwan gave a faint hum, her eyes brimming with hostility. You have the nerve, Irue. I saved your skin yesterday, and now you're trying to steal my man. Li Hao's inner thoughts were all heard by her. What a fool, already losing his cool. No way. I'll see just how much you can take, humph. With that, she straightened her back indignantly and addressed Irue. You two chat. I'll go make you a cup of coffee. With that, she strode purposefully toward the kitchen. Irue glanced around at the furnishings. The decor was quite tasteful, not extravagant, but clean and elegant, exuding understated luxury. The sofa felt like genuine leather to the touch, and every appliance imaginable was present, all top-tier brands. None of that mattered, though. What truly mattered was having a man willing to give his heart to her. Irue overheard her inner thoughts and felt a surge of joy. She sensed that Li Hao still harbored feelings for her. Hearing the subsequent inner thoughts left her feeling a bit down, but she knew what she wanted couldn't be left to fate, she had to fight for it herself. Seeing such a wonderful man, she truly didn't want to miss her chance. So what if he was married? If she could win him over, it would only prove that she and Li Hao were meant for each other. Brotherly, why are you standing there? Sit down. Let me pour you a glass of water. With that, she eagerly picked up the kettle, preparing to pour him a cup. Irue acted as if she owned the place, deliberately leaning in close while pouring the water. Li Hao felt prickly, dreading that Mu Qingwan might catch them. What's going on? Today's Hirue feels like a completely different person from yesterday. If I'd known she'd be this clingy, why did I put on such a good show yesterday? Chapter 189. Do you like it when I dress like this? Mu Qingwan was still preparing coffee in the kitchen. Just as Li Hao reached out to take the cup, Hirue suddenly stumbled and lost her balance. Whether intentional or not, she spilled a full cup of water right onto Li Hao's chest. Hirue's face instantly drained of color as she hurriedly apologized. Brotherly, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. After speaking, she hastily grabbed a tissue from the table and began wiping Li Hao's chest. Her white, soft fingers brushed past his neck, gently dabbing away the water droplets. A pleasant scent wafted up through his nose, straight to his brain. The two were pressed so close together that Li Hao froze, utterly bewildered by the situation. He stared at Hirue, now right before his eyes. Though flustered, her features remained exquisitely delicate, her eyes holding a hint of allure and bashfulness. Hirue was also feeling the masculine charm emanating from Li Hao. Her eyes were practically melting, glued to him, unable to look away. When Li Hao snapped back to reality, fearing Mu Qingwan might notice, he quickly grabbed her hand and said, "Miss He, no need to wipe it. I can handle it myself." Hirue said with a hint of self-reproach. How could that be acceptable? It's all my fault, I'm so clumsy. I accidentally got you wet. Why does that gaze feel like she's about to devour me? Oh no, she's trying to lure me in? How did the plot twist like this? What's going to happen next? Given the original story's melodramatic twists, could I become the victim? After all, in situations like this, someone always has to take the fall. Thinking about Hirue's fate later on, Li Hao felt a chill run down his spine. He reminded himself, absolutely cannot be blinded by beauty. Must stay alert at all times. But the problem was, resisting such beauty seemed rather difficult. You're the guest. Please sit down first. After speaking, he picked up the glass, now only half full, and downed it in one gulp. Somehow, he still felt parched. An inexplicable tension gripped him, as if he'd done something shameful. Hirue was curious about Li Hao's inner thoughts. What kind of plot twist? What kind of scheme? But wasn't she the one playing games with Li Hao? Yet Li Hao's thoughts made her feel a pang of sadness. Why did he have to avoid her? Unconsciously, she glanced at her reflection in the water glass, still graceful and elegant. Silently, she gave herself a pep talk. Come on, Hirue, you can do this. Li Hao had intended to stay composed, but his gaze kept drifting toward Hirue. It was impossible to resist. Her outfit today was bold, with buttons left undone at the neckline, revealing a glimpse of flawless, snow-white skin. It stirred countless fantasies, and her ample cleavage added an extra touch of allure. Hirue met Li Hao's gaze. Li Hao felt guilty and lowered his head, but Hirue tilted her head back, deliberately meeting his eyes. How could you test me like this? What man could withstand such a trial? This wasn't my intention. Plot convenience. Plot convenience. The next second, Li Hao lifted his head with unflinching composure. If he couldn't resist, he might as well embrace it boldly. How peculiar. Mu Qingwan went to grind coffee and hasn't returned for ages. Hirue edged closer, their bodies now almost touching as they sat side by side. Brotherly, do you like how I'm dressed? Do you like looking at me? Li Hao's body stiffened, but his head mechanically nodded in response. Hirue smiled softly, her expression both alluring and delighted. As long as Brotherly likes it. Thanks to you, I got to keep my job. I really appreciate it, Brotherly. She slid closer, their bodies pressed together intimately. Hirue gently placed her hand on Li Hao's knee. Her face flushed with a blush of innocence and timidity. Brotherly, do you like me? Do you have feelings for me? Is there a spark? The directness of the question left Li Hao momentarily stunned. You're acting like this. Who would believe me if I said no? Hirue heard Li Hao's inner thoughts clearly. But outwardly, Li Hao shook his head repeatedly, not daring to hesitate for a moment. No. I'm married. I have a wife. Li Hao glanced left and right, avoiding Hirue's gaze entirely. At that moment, he truly dared not look at her. Hirue, however, let out a soft chuckle, her eyes sparkling with a hint of triumph. Here's your coffee and iced Americano. Mu Qingwan approached, observing the pair. Sensing the peculiar atmosphere, a barely perceptible hint of suspicion flashed across her expression. Seeing Hirue looking so beautiful, she shot Li Hao a sharp glance and said, Li Hao, look how gorgeous Hirue looks today. Isn't she stunning? Do you like it? Li Hao, driven by a strong survival instinct, glanced at Hirue, sizing her up from head to toe. Without hesitation, he shook his head. No, I don't like it. Like I don't like it. If only my wife dressed like this. Honey, when are you going to treat me? Do I need to take the initiative? I'll go to the mall tomorrow to look for clothes. Honey, just wait for me to buy them for you. Mu Qingwan's smile froze instantly. Seeing Hirue's flirtatious demeanor, she suddenly mimicked Hirue's manner and said, Looks like you like it. Why don't I accompany you to buy a few sets tomorrow? Li Hao felt a chill run down his neck. His eyes widened as he stared at Mu Qingwan, convinced she'd somehow heard his inner thoughts. No, no, I don't like it. Seeing her benefactor being so dominated, Hirue wanted to speak up for him, but the words died on her lips. Sis, don't speak to brother like that. I heard him say he doesn't like it. Mu Qingwan looked at Li Hao, whose words contradicted his true feelings. Don't all men like these things? My husband enjoys watching them, and I'm not the stingy type. The atmosphere turned awkward. Hirue quickly broke the ice. Sis, I just moved in and the light in my bedroom is broken. Could Brother Li help me replace it? I'm really putting you out. After speaking, she fixed a pitiful gaze on Mu Qingwan. Mu Qingwan's temper flared. Staring at this delicate-looking white lotus, she angrily agreed. If he wants to go, let him go. I have work to do. Oh, and Li Hao, don't forget you're only going to change the light bulb for Sister Hirue. After saying that, Mu Qingwan changed clothes and headed straight to the company. Seeing her prepare to leave, Li Hao immediately stepped forward to pledge his loyalty. Honey, what's wrong? Don't be angry. Can I go with you to the office? Mu Qingwan, still fuming, said nothing. She turned and walked out, slamming the door shut behind her. Only Li Hao and Hirue remained in the room. The tension in the living room eased slightly. Hirue's heart leapt with joy, feeling as if fate had granted her a perfect match. Brotherly, come on. Help me change the light bulb. With that, she flashed Li Hao a flirtatious glance. The implication couldn't have been clearer. Hold it in. Hold it in. It's all scripted. Hearing Li Hao's inner monologue and seeing how hard he was trying to act, Hirue couldn't help but chuckle to herself. She reached out and took Li Hao's hand. Brotherly, let's go. The tender touch instantly flooded his entire body. Li Hao stiffened involuntarily, unable to speak. Yet Hirue continued to hold his hand lightly, deliberately teasing him. Brotherly. Chapter 190, Feigning Retreat to Capture. Brotherly, your sister-in-law has agreed. Let's go. Li Hao had no choice but to straighten up, push open the door, and follow Hirue into her home. The interior decor was exceptionally simple and elegant, clashing with her adorable and charming aura. Yet it exuded a sense of tranquil peace. Hirue, still radiating allure, kept her gaze fixed on Li Hao. She led Li Hao straight to her bedroom. The pink quilt and adorable decor instantly filled his vision. He even caught sight of something he shouldn't have in the corner and quickly turned his head away. Hey, Hirue, shouldn't you tidy this up? Hirue didn't hesitate, pulling Li Hao inside as she rested her chin on one hand. No need, brotherly. You're not an outsider. Li Hao froze in place. I'm not an outsider? Does that make me an insider? What exactly is she trying to do? Teasing like this, doesn't she know men can't resist temptation? Never mind. Play it by ear, defend against whatever comes. Li Hao quickly changed the subject, glancing up at the ceiling. The ceiling wasn't particularly high, but Hirue's home only had a flimsy plastic chair, clearly not sturdy enough to stand on. Seeing how light and flimsy the chair felt in his hands, Li Hao addressed Hirue. That chair's too flimsy. I'll go get my ergonomic chair to swap it out for you. That'll be more comfortable. Hirue wasn't about to let this chance for alone time slip away. She reached out and grabbed Li Hao's arm. Brotherly, how about this? I'll climb up and switch it myself. You just hold me steady so I don't fall. After speaking, she adopted a pitifully helpless expression. Li Hao stiffened slightly, then nodded mechanically. Hirue's heart leapt with delight. She placed the chair nearby, then promptly slipped off her shoes, revealing her slender legs clad in black stockings. She smoothly climbed onto the chair, her supple body pressing tightly against Li Hao. Her delicate, boneless arms rubbed against Li Hao's shoulders. An invisible wave of heat surged through him, and Li Hao felt his resolve crumbling. Hirue, wait a moment. I'll get a drink of water. With that, he set Hirue down. Spotting a large pitcher of water on the table, he poured himself a glass and gulped it down in one go. Only after finishing did he notice the cup was rather cute. It was actually a cartoon cat design. Could this be Hirue's cup? No way. Her cup? Indirect kissing. Oh my god. My purity is gone. No, I absolutely can't let her catch me in this awkward moment. But honestly, the cup still had the sweet taste of her lips on it. Kind of addictive. Li Hao hastily covered the cup, but Hirue had already seen it and heard his inner monologue. She covered her mouth and giggled. Brotherly, that's my cup. Drink up. Oh no, she caught me. Li Hao felt slightly embarrassed. No, I'm full. Even after drinking a bellyful of water, he still felt a wave of heat wash over him, his mouth parched and dry. Li Hao struggled to steady his nerves. Still holding onto the chair, Hirue gently climbed onto it, her jade-like legs encased in black stockings once again catching his eye. Long, slender legs, flawless feet encased in black stockings. Li Hao couldn't help but swallow hard, struggling to suppress the heat rising within him as he shifted his gaze to the nearby coat rack. The items on the rack were even more awkward. He scanned it thoroughly, finding nothing remotely decent to look at. Li Hao simply closed his eyes. Brotherly, hold me a little tighter. I'm scared. Hearing that sweet, delicate voice nearly made Li Hao lose his composure again. Only a second later did he stiffly place his hand on the black-stockinged, jade-like leg. The soft sensation made him swallow again, his heart pounding wildly. Such long legs and black stockings. If only the woman before me were my wife, I could touch them right now. No! This is temptation. Stay rational, Li Hao. But these are black stockings. What man could resist? Fine, the strategist must immerse himself. Despite his resolve, Li Hao was utterly captivated, his face breaking into a look of pure enjoyment. Hirue held the light bulb in her hand, showing no hurry to install it. She occasionally looked down at Li Hao and asked, "Brotherly, are you and my sister-in-law very close?" This was a quick-fire question, and Li Hao immediately nodded in affirmation. Of course. Mu Qingwan and I are the best couple in the world. No woman can come between us. Don't even think about flirting with me, I've got a wife. Hearing Li Hao's inner thoughts, Hirue nearly lost her balance and stumbled. Li Hao caught her swaying body just in time. Her admiration for him deepened, a man of deep affection and unwavering loyalty. Truly a great guy. A wave of jealousy washed over Hirue. Why isn't such a wonderful man mine? But sooner or later, he'll surrender to my advances. Lowering her head, Hirue's eyes brimmed with alluring charm. She lightly placed one delicate foot on Li Hao's arm, pretending to struggle with installing the light bulb. Her voice dripped with allure. "Brotherly, hold me tight." After a moment of struggle, the light bulb was finally installed. Before Li Hao could relax, Hirue let out a shriek and began to fall. He could only reach out desperately to catch her. The next second, he wrapped his broad arms around Hirue. Her body stiffened, panic clearly visible in her eyes. Though Hirue presented herself as alluring and tender, she remained utterly inexperienced, like a seductive, crimson cherry. Still carrying a hint of innocence within. "Brotherly, your embrace feels so warm and safe." Li Hao gently set Hirue down. But Hirue refused to let go, wrapping her arms around his neck instead. Her eyes brimmed with allure and anticipation. A triumphant smile played at the corners of her lips, revealing an adorable and captivating expression. Their eyes locked, and an air of intimacy instantly filled the space. Hirue playfully stared at Li Hao, batting her eyelashes before whispering softly into his ear. "Big brotherly, you're so handsome. Are you free tomorrow? I have a surprise I'd like to give you." Li Hao's face darkened. This wasn't a surprise, it was a shock. "Hirue, don't bite the hand that fed you. I saved your life. Be reasonable. I just came to change a light bulb. No need to go to such trouble. Let me go." "What surprise?" "Forget it. I've got plans with my wife tomorrow." Hirue gave a mysterious smile. "Brotherly, it's nothing serious. I just want to thank you. If you're uneasy, you can bring your wife along." With that, she gave Li Hao's arm a suggestive little pinch. "Oh no, this plot twist is going wrong. Hirue, calm down, I'm already married. Don't push the story forward so aggressively." Chapter 191. Oh no, the Tsundere CEO is angry. Li Hao's face flushed slightly. He dared not respond and could only refuse. "No, really, it's not necessary. It's just a small thing, changing a light bulb." Passionate girls always make people nervous. Li Hao's voice trembled with panic as his eyes instinctively dodged Hirue's intense gaze. Seeing Li Hao's innocent demeanor, a strange pang of jealousy welled up in Hirue's heart. It felt as if something that belonged to her had been snatched away, and she wasn't about to let it go. Hirue slowly drew closer to Li Hao, casually resting one foot lightly on his knee. The unique sensation was utterly irresistible. Must resist. This is just a plot perk. I'm a righteous person, I absolutely cannot let the story lead me by the nose. But this isn't something just anyone could withstand. Li Hao forced himself to suppress the turmoil within, swallowing hard with effort. "No, thanks. I just remembered I need to wash the coffee cups at home. I'll head out now." With that, Li Hao swiftly departed. Hirue was left standing alone, flustered in the wind. Hirue wasn't discouraged. Watching Li Hao's retreating figure, she instead smiled triumphantly. "How adorable. Perfect. I knew you had feelings for me. I refuse to believe I can't win you over." Li Hao returned to his room, panting heavily. "That was close, I managed to dodge that bullet." After a quick tidy up, the room felt refreshed. Li Hao waited patiently for Mu Qingwan's return. Mu Qingwan rode home slowly. As she passed the mall, her gaze casually swept over the brightly lit display window, and a sudden thought struck her. She coldly ordered her assistant, "Stop the car. I'm going to the mall to buy a few outfits." Stepping into the mall, Mu Qingwan felt awkward for the first time. She had never bought particularly sexy clothes before, and today was a groundbreaking first. Suppressing her inner shyness, she picked out a few outfits and then nervously left the mall. Dressed so provocatively, wasn't she just trying to seduce Li Hao? "I refuse to believe I can't outshine you." Mu Qingwan placed the clothes confidently at her feet, leaving her assistant puzzled. "What did you buy? Let me help you put it in the trunk." Mu Qingwan couldn't bear anyone seeing them. She immediately retreated like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "No need. Just take me home first." Back home, the tidy and orderly interior instantly lifted Mu Qingwan's spirits. You tidied up really well today. I never thought you'd have time for that. Come clean. Besides changing her light bulb, what else did you do? Oh no, that Sundara CEO is angry. But I wasn't tempted. My heart belongs only to you, my wife. Nothing else. I came straight back after changing the bulb. Honey, you have to believe me. Mu Qingwan reluctantly believed him, though her lingering anger remained unresolved. Cut ties with that Rue. Dressing like that, all dolled up to look so provocative, she's clearly trying to seduce you. Don't think I didn't notice. Anyone could see it. Rue was being far too blatant. It's practically a provocation. Having read the plot thoroughly, Li Hao knew Rue was a good girl who'd simply gone astray. He couldn't help but speak up in her defense. Rue is a flight attendant, it's only natural she dresses nicely. Don't be upset, she definitely didn't mean anything by it. What would you like to eat today, honey? I'll place the order. Li Hao tried to change the subject, his eyes betraying a hint of nervousness. What had just happened was indeed all too easy to misinterpret. Mu Qingwan looked at Li Hao, her eyes holding an indescribable meaning. Stubborn as a dead duck, huh? You like watching, don't you? Today, I'll let you see. Mu Qingwan lifted her gaze slightly. Though her eyes held a chill, they also concealed a hint of bashfulness. Wait a moment, I'll go change into something else. Li Hao obediently waited, only then noticing the few garments she held in her hands. Upon closer inspection, they appeared to be some alluring outfits. Bonus! Haha, today really is my lucky day. Li Hao waited patiently. Less than 10 minutes later, Mu Qingwan's voice called out. Li Hao, come in for a moment. Listening to Mu Qingwan's melodious voice, he detected a hint of allure and shyness in her tone. Li Hao sensed something was off, even feeling a bit uneasy. The more Mu Qingwan spoke like this, the more he feared it was a sign of her jealousy. It felt like the calm before the storm. He moved forward slowly, staring at the closed door. He gently turned the handle, and the door creaked open. His gaze was immediately drawn to the room's interior. The tri-colored lights had been replaced by a soft yellow glow, and the bed was slightly disheveled. Lying on the bed was a beauty in black stockings. Good heavens, that erotic business attire was nothing short of exquisite. The tailored blazer hugged her curves, accentuating her slender waist. The deep V neckline revealed a generous expanse of smooth, fair skin, rising and falling with her gentle breaths, dizzying to behold. Her lower half was clad in a barely there mini skirt, the fabric scantily covering just the tips of her buttocks. Paired with ultra-high-waisted fishnet stockings, the ensemble radiated a tantalizing mix of resistance and invitation. Mu Qingwan's cheeks were flushed, her eyes darting nervously with a blush of shyness. Was she being too frivolous? Oh well, she'd just consider it a special treat for him. Mu Qingwan worried Li Hao might dislike it, dreading the sight of disgust on his face that would be humiliating. Li Hao froze momentarily, staring at Mu Qingwan right before him, her exquisite features, her bashful eyes. A ripple stirred within him. While adjusting her slightly revealing clothes, Mu Qingwan secretly observed Li Hao's expression. Her eyes brimmed with anticipation, eager to see his reaction. This must be a dream. My wife never wears clothes like this normally. I've fantasized about her wearing something like this someday, and now my dream has come true? My wife truly looks best in a business suit with black stockings. And today's outfit is extra special. If only I could see her like this every day. Li Hao gently pinched his own cheek. The sharp sting confirmed it wasn't a dream. Do you like it? Do I look better in it, or does Rue look better? Mu Qingwan asked triumphantly, her confidence unwavering. Li Hao answered without hesitation. Of course my wife looks better. My wife looks the best. Li Hao stepped forward gently, savoring the delicate texture. Suddenly, he felt this journey through time hadn't been in vain. My wife sure knows how to play the jealousy card. Now I've seen another side of her so fiery and uninhibited. Everyone else pales in comparison, she's the real deal. Mu Qingwan's style differed from Rue's. While Rue was cute and lively, Mu Qingwan's cool, aloof aura held a distinct advantage. Especially that glimpse of fair skin, gleaming like white jade. Mu Qingwan's figure was already stunning, and now, clad in that alluring professional attire, the tantalizing hint of her cleavage drew even more attention. Finished looking? Yes, I'm done. Now get out. Mu Qingwan's face flushed crimson, she couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Li Hao could only resort to a tactical diversion, though his gaze lingered in the corner of his eye. Chapter 192, Today's outfit is so adorable. Though reluctant to leave, Li Hao could only drag his feet, glancing back repeatedly as he moved toward the door. His gaze remained glued to Mu Qingwan, as if he wanted to etch this image into his very bones. Before stepping out, he stole one last glance back into the room, his mind filled with delightful fantasies. The days ahead seemed full of promise. The next day, Mu Qingwan arrived early to handle company affairs. For some reason, seeing Li Hao today made her cheeks flush instantly. Recalling last night's events, she felt even more bashful. It was her first time doing something like this. Blushing inwardly, Mu Qingwan exchanged a brief greeting before hurrying off to work. Leaving Li Hao alone at home. Just as Li Hao was about to step out for a walk, the doorbell rang again. The one ringing the doorbell was none other than Hirue. After Li Hao left yesterday, Hirue flushed crimson as she recalled his image in her mind. Hearing his inner thoughts, she felt certain he liked her, though he was held back by his marriage. But Hirue didn't care about that. She only wanted to pursue true love. Since she could hear Li Hao's inner thoughts, it proved they were soulmates. And if they were truly connected, she was determined to seize this chance and fight for it. Li Hao opened the door to find Hirue dressed adorably. Her outfit today wasn't as daring as yesterday's, a long dress with white sneakers, her hair tied up in a ponytail. She looked like the pure, innocent girl from his school days. This outfit must have been some secret technique for charming men she'd picked up somewhere. How impressive. She didn't even catch a cold. Yesterday was freezing, and she was dressed so lightly. Her cold resistance is truly remarkable. But today's outfit is genuinely adorable. Hearing Li Hao's completely irrelevant inner monologue, Hirue nearly stumbled to the ground. She'd put so much effort into her look, and he was thinking about that? Hirue fought back the urge to laugh. But she really looks stunning. That face is so pure and innocent, and the white dress flatters her figure perfectly. Seeing this first thing in the morning, thank goodness my heart is strong enough. The atmosphere grew even more awkward. Their eyes met, and yesterday's events made today's situation feel even more tense. Hirue pursed her lips slightly and said coyly, "Li Hao, I really don't know how to thank you for all the trouble you went through yesterday. I was wondering if you'd like to go out together today? Would that be okay?" Only then did Li Hao notice the 2 zoo tickets in Hirue's hand. The zoo was indeed running a promotion these days, with a major draw apparently a newly transferred panda that was exceptionally eye-catching. Li Hao gave an awkward smile and declined repeatedly. "No need. You've been so thoughtful. I heard these zoo tickets are incredibly hard to get." Hirue nodded, glancing at the tickets she'd bought at a premium. A twinge of regret flashed through her, but seeing Li Hao made it all feel worthwhile. Li Hao changed the subject and began to decline. "But I really don't have the time. I won't be joining you. See if any of your colleagues are free? You two can go together. I'll stay out of it." "Hirue, you're trying to get me killed. If my wife finds out I went to the zoo with you to see the pandas, she'll be furious. It's not that I don't want to go, it's just that I really can't." After repeated refusals, Hirue felt a twinge of displeasure and promptly lowered her head in hurt. For a girl to go this far already took tremendous courage. Seeing her unhappy expression, Li Hao felt flustered and awkwardly tried to placate her. "What's wrong? Are you okay?" Hirue lifted her head, her eyes glistening with tears. Her small mouth was slightly pouted, her eyes reddened, looking utterly wronged. "Don't be angry. I really don't have time. Let's talk about it when I'm free." Li Hao's cold refusal felt like the final straw that broke the camel's back. Hirue's pent-up frustration erupted like a burst dam, instantly spiraling out of control. The next second, tears began falling onto the floor with a soft patter. Li Hao froze. "What's going on? I didn't do anything. Why is she suddenly crying?" Just then, an elderly woman approached slowly. Seeing Hirue weeping, she pointed directly at Li Hao and began lecturing him. "Men should be more generous and considerate toward young women. Look how you've hurt this girl. When you lose her, regret won't be enough." The passing auntie radiated righteous indignation, like a living embodiment of justice. Hirue wiped her tears, trying to defend Li Hao. "Auntie, it's not like that. It's not like that." Those few words only made matters worse, and the auntie grew even more animated in her lecture. "Your girlfriend is crying her eyes out, why aren't you comforting her? If you've done something wrong, don't you fear divine retribution?" Li Hao felt like crying but couldn't. "Auntie, I didn't do anything." The middle-aged woman stormed off in anger, leaving the two of them feeling awkward. Unable to contain her hurt feelings any longer, Hirue threw herself into Li Hao's arms. "Hirue, please don't do this. Let's go inside first, lest others misunderstand." Li Hao glanced around nervously, dreading the appearance of another person. This situation was only getting worse. If Mu Qingwan found out, it would be disastrous. "Seriously? I just refuse to go to the zoo. What's gotten into Hirue? But man, her arms feel so soft, the sensation. And the scent is lovely too. But please, stop this. I'm a man of integrity. You can't tempt me into sin. I have a wife now. I absolutely cannot betray Mu Qingwan." Every single thought in Li Hao's mind landed squarely in Hirue's heart. Her jealousy intensified, and Hirue couldn't stop sobbing. Li Hao could only offer comfort from the side as the same scenario played out once more. While comforting her, Li Hao couldn't help but admire Hirue's face. Though tears streaked like a pear blossom, she was truly beautiful, radiant with a gentle grace. So lovely. But crying too much isn't pretty. Can't we just talk things out? Flustered, Li Hao scrambled for tissues, wiping away the tears streaming down Hirue's face. Hearing these thoughts, Hirue felt somewhat better. She looked at Li Hao, and a long-forgotten warmth rose within her heart. Li Hao was still as gentle and warm as ever. After a while, she felt a bit better, though her voice still carried a slight tremor. Hirue leaned into Li Hao's embrace, tilting her head slightly. Their eyes met, a strange spark dancing within them. Her eyes were red, streaked with tears. Her lovely face now held a hint of fragility. Please don't look at me like that. It makes me feel like some kind of scumbag, but I haven't done anything. Though this look on you is truly beautiful, your eyes and brows are so captivating, and your aura is absolutely stunning. A woman in tears always possesses a unique kind of beauty. Hirue realized her emotional state and slowly reached up to smooth the strands of hair framing her face. Brotherly. Chapter 193, You're both stunning beauties in your own way. Brotherly, do you think I'm beautiful? Hirue asked softly, her voice tinged with shyness, the implication clear. Li Hao could only feign ignorance, his gaze lingering on her for a moment. But the next second, he shifted his gaze elsewhere. Li Hao dared not meet Hirue's gaze, fearing his soul might be stolen away without warning. Yet he couldn't crush her hopes too harshly. He had promised to save her. If he hurt her too deeply, Zhang Ming might end up benefiting from the situation later. After a brief silence, Li Hao finally responded with a perfunctory reply. Beautiful? Of course you're beautiful. The moment I saw you, I couldn't tear my eyes away. Hirue felt a quiet thrill of delight, yet she remained unsatisfied. She wanted Li Hao to say more after all. What woman didn't enjoy hearing compliments? Hirue bit her lip again, hesitation flickering in her eyes as she asked with a hint of reluctance. Li Hao, between me and Mu Qingwan, who's prettier? Hirue gave a playful wink. Her gaze fixed intently on Li Hao. Those eyes truly added to her charm, making her all the more captivating. Li Hao hadn't expected to fall into this trap so easily. He couldn't bring himself to say anything hurtful. But to spare her feelings, he had to resort to a white lie from the bottom of his heart. You and Qingwan each have your own unique charms, both stunning beauties. There's no need to compare who's better. For instance, your voice is gentle, your eyes sparkle, and your figure is stunning. These are all uniquely yours, unmatched anywhere in the world. Hearing this, Hirue felt an indescribable surge of happiness. Seeing her reaction, Li Hao felt a twinge of regret. Had he gone too far? Would this little girl misunderstand? Just as the thought crossed his mind, Hirue threw her arms around him. The soft sensation made his heart race, his steps quickening involuntarily. Just then, the phone rang. The lingering tension in the air finally eased a little. Hirue took the call. It was a work issue. Just as she'd been about to take things further, she now pouted and told Li Hao. Li Hao, wait for me. I have a work issue to handle. I'll come back to keep you company once I'm done. With that, she turned and walked away, her earlier demeanor completely gone. Watching her retreating figure, Li Hao couldn't help but wonder if he'd been played. This girl's mood swings are as quick as they come. Did she misunderstand something? She's pretty, but how could she possibly compare to my wife? They each have their own charms, but it's all just deception. My wife is still the best. Finally made it through another day. This plot twist is so unpredictable, when will it ever end? Forget it. I'll just wait patiently for my wife to come home. Wonder if there'll be any perks today. Recalling yesterday's scene, Li Hao couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. Hirue walked cheerfully along the road. Even the usually tedious work tasks didn't feel like a bother today. As she walked, her mind was already filled with all sorts of thoughts. I don't want to leave at all. Fine, I'll just go ask for time off. Brotherly said I'm pretty, he must like me. He definitely doesn't want to be apart from me for too long. The thought of Li Hao filled Hirue with a sweet, warm feeling, a mix of happiness and a touch of secret delight. Before she knew it, evening had arrived. Hirue nodded slightly, her eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation as she slowly made her way toward the elevator. To spend time alone with Li Hao, Hirue had already prepared an excuse. She was certain he wouldn't object to it. The elevator quickly reached their floor. Taking a deep breath, Hirue stepped out of the elevator and headed toward Li Hao's apartment. Each step carried a mix of nervousness, anticipation, and joy, yet also the fear of rejection. Finally gathering her courage, she knocked softly on the door, each tap tinged with nervousness. Li Hao opened the door and looked at Hirue outside, clearly surprised. Wasn't she supposed to be working today? Why was she here again? Hirue stood at the doorway, a sweet smile lighting up her face. Brotherly, did you miss me? Her voice was charming and melodious, radiating youthful vitality. It was Li Hao who found himself growing distinctly uneasy under her gaze. Li Hao instinctively took a step back, afraid she might pounce on him again. Glancing at the time, his wife would be back soon, he couldn't risk any more misunderstandings. Hirue glided softly beside Li Hao and spoke in a gentle voice. Li Hao, look at this poster. The orphans at the orphanage are so pitiful. I want to help them, but I'm scared to go alone. Please, let's go together. Her small eyes brimmed with pleading. Li Hao didn't notice her expression, he simply took the poster. The content on it was indeed heartbreaking. Big Brotherly, you're the best. Let's go together. Li Hao felt a headache coming on. Truthfully, he didn't have much time either. But after some thought, he decided this was a good cause. After much hesitation, he finally nodded and agreed. Alright, I'll go with you tomorrow. I'll check if my wife is free. Hirue, ever the thoughtful one, chimed in, brotherly, your wife is a busy bee with a million things on her plate. No need to bother her, just the two of us can handle it. After saying this, Hirue felt a secret thrill of satisfaction. She was quite pleased with her little scheme. Right. The moment Li Hao spoke, he sensed something was off, though he couldn't quite put his finger on it. It felt like he'd stepped onto her ship again, but now that he'd agreed, it would be awkward to back out. Seeing him finally agree, Hirue was overjoyed, basking in the glow of a victor. Brotherly, it's settled, don't miss tomorrow's gathering. You absolutely have to come. Li Hao nodded helplessly. In the dead of night, Mu Qingwan returned home. Seeing Li Hao sitting on the leather sofa, her eyes held an expression that was hard to define. Honey, is tomorrow's schedule packed? Are you tired today? Mu Qingwan sensed something off and replied, tomorrow's schedule is pretty packed. I am a bit tired today. Come give me a shoulder massage. Li Hao slowly walked over, positioning himself behind her. He began gently kneading Mu Qingwan's shoulders. After a moment, seeing her expression soften, he whispered softly in her ear. Honey, I have to step out early tomorrow morning. Li Hao tried his best to keep his voice steady, lest he give anything away. But Mu Qingwan immediately grew suspicious, her eyes fixed on Li Hao with a questioning look. Li Hao, where are you going? Could it be that they're going on a date together tomorrow? Could it be that he's really with Hirue now? But there might be some misunderstanding here. Never mind, I'll figure out a way to verify it myself. What if he's not going with her at all? Mu Qingwan steadied her voice as much as possible and said gently, alright, then make sure to come back early tomorrow. Early the next morning, Mu Qingwan headed to the office. Li Hao was utterly surprised, but it was a good thing. Whoa! My wife left so quickly, perfect timing. Saves me from a bunch of demands when I head out. My ears will get some peace and quiet for a while. If that silly woman found out I went out with Hirue, the consequences would be unimaginable. It'd probably trigger a full-blown world war at home. Chapter 194, If my wife finds out, I'm done for. After a quick tidy up, Li Hao was about to head out when the doorbell rang. Opening the door, he found Hirue standing there, her eyes sparkling with a smile as she looked at him. Li Hao, let's go. Seeing Hirue outside, Li Hao couldn't help but think she looked exceptionally beautiful today. Her makeup was flawless, and her hair was neatly tied back in a ponytail. She wore a t-shirt and jeans, and the pair of white sneakers on her feet added a touch of youthful charm. Her ponytail bounced with her movements, making her look playful and lively. Her voice was brimming with energy, instantly lifting anyone's spirits. It's true that no girl stays 18 forever, but there will always be girls who embody that age. Just look at Hirue, she's so fresh you could squeeze water out of her skin. That figure, that energy, she's the epitome of youth. But honestly, wouldn't it be amazing if my wife could switch it up like this every day? One moment she's all sultry and commanding, the next she's sweet and playful. Just thinking about it gets me excited. Heaven help me, may this trip go smoothly without any unexpected obstacles. And whatever happens, I mustn't slip up. Otherwise, I'm dead meat when my wife finds out. Li Hao looked helplessly at Hirue. After glancing around to make sure no one was watching, he gave a heavy nod. Alright, let's get going. Li Hao walked step by step, his heart pounding like a thief's. In stark contrast, Hirue's stride was light and brisk as she headed toward the elevator. Hirue didn't own a car, and coincidentally, Li Hao's own vehicle was in for maintenance. With no other options, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and borrow Mu Qingwan's car. After requesting remote start access from his assistant and unlocking the car door with his phone, Li Hao still felt uneasy. The moment Hirue got in, she was utterly fascinated, looking around in wonder. Li Hao stepped on the gas and sped out of the residential complex, racing toward the orphanage. Li Hao, this volunteer work is really inconveniencing you, you have to come with me. Next time I can go alone, but if you want to accompany me, I'd be happy to bring you along every time. Her voice carried a hint of allure, laced with a touch of sweetness. Hirue sat in the passenger seat, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she asked Li Hao. Li Hao didn't respond, but his inner thoughts spoke volumes. Just this once. No more next times. If my wife finds out, I'm done for. Hearing this inner monologue, Hirue visibly felt a pang of disappointment. Yet, undeterred, she gently placed her hand on Li Hao's knee the very next second. Holy crap! What is this girl doing, putting her hand there in broad daylight? Oh no, if my wife finds out, she'll tear me to shreds and turn the house upside down. Though her hand felt soft and the touch was nice, this was serious business, he couldn't let himself get carried away. But Hirue showed no sign of pulling her hand away, leaving it resting on Li Hao's knee. Li Hao had no choice but to speak up. Okay, take your hand off my knee. I need to focus on driving. Hirue gave a soft snort, her lips pouting slightly as she drew out an O that clearly carried a hint of displeasure. Her head turned away in a sulk, gazing out the window at the rapidly receding cityscape. Did I go too far? This really can't be happening. We're going to volunteer, not on a date. The car continued to speed toward the orphanage. Meanwhile, Mu Qingwan had already arrived at the company. Sitting in the spacious leather chair, a hint of worry lingered between her brows. What on earth was Li Hao up to? Could he really have gone out with Hirue? No, that couldn't be. Li Hao absolutely wasn't that kind of person. What was wrong with me that he'd choose her over me? Ms. Mu, Li Hao took your car. I've already granted him remote authorization. The GPS shows he's heading out of the city. Hearing this news, Mu Qingwan couldn't sit still. She immediately stood up and instructed her assistant. Postpone today's schedule. I'll see exactly what Li Hao is up to. Seeing Mu Qingwan like this, the assistant grew tense. It had been ages since the CEO had been this angry. She promptly cancelled all appointments and accompanied Mu Qingwan as they rushed to Li Hao's location at top speed. Li Hao and Hirue arrived at the orphanage, which had fallen into disrepair over the years, its facilities severely outdated. The orphanage director's eyes welled up with tears at the sight of helpers arriving. Overwhelmed with emotion, he kept thanking them profusely. Seeing the emaciated children with timid eyes, Li Hao felt a pang of sorrow. He rolled up his sleeves and joined Hirue in the work. The two of them prepared ingredients in the open-air courtyard, chatting and laughing, the atmosphere warm and friendly. Coming here today was truly meaningful. I thought I was pitiful enough, but seeing them made me realize there are those even more unfortunate. But thankfully, I have you by my side. Hirue sighed softly. Hearing this, Li Hao's smiling face suddenly stiffened. It's nothing. It's all for the children. They really are pitiful. Li Hao brushed it off vaguely before joining Hirue in playing with the children. Later, the two of them entertained the children by telling stories and singing songs, making the little ones laugh heartily. Watching the joyful children from the sidelines, the orphanage director couldn't help but sigh. Thank you so much. If only you could come visit these children more often. They have enough to eat and wear, but what they lack most is companionship. Most of them have lost their parents, and their emotional needs are what truly demand attention. If possible, perhaps you could introduce some of your friends to visit as well. Li Hao nodded. Hirue seemed deeply moved by these words, suddenly breaking into tears. Li Hao could only helplessly pull out a tissue from his pocket to wipe the tears from her face. Just don't let anyone you know see this, otherwise, you'd never be able to clear your name. Less than 50 meters from the orphanage, Mu Qingwan and her assistant stood watching the pair's every move. Mu Qingwan's gaze grew increasingly icy, her mind filled with confusion. What exactly was Li Hao up to? What was he trying to accomplish? Watching their intimate gestures, dark clouds gathered in Mu Qingwan's heart. Jealousy and despair swirled within her, as if her most cherished possession had been snatched away. The assistant, witnessing this scene, felt deeply for the CEO. But this was the president's personal matter. Did I just witness something terrible? I shouldn't have come here. This is bad. Mu Qingwan paid no heed to her assistant's thoughts. Her heart grew cold, yet she maintained her composure, turning gracefully to enter the car waiting at the intersection. Inside the car, the assistant stared at the steering wheel, head bowed, silent, afraid Mu Qingwan might notice. Keep today's events completely confidential. Don't let anyone know. Until I know the truth, I still believe Li Hao isn't that kind of person. Perhaps he simply wanted to come see those poor children. The assistant nodded hastily. You're absolutely right, madam. Rest assured, no one else will find out about this. Mu Qingwan nodded in satisfaction as the assistant drove them back to the company. Li Hao and Hirue also concluded their visit. Hirue's performance today was particularly impressive. She was genuinely sincere with the children. Li Hao couldn't help but feel that saving her had been the right decision. I never imagined you'd be so fond of children. Hirue smiled sweetly and nodded. They're so pitiful. I'll come visit them often from now on. Thank you for today. If I'd come alone, I probably wouldn't have been able to bring them this much joy. Between the lines, Hirue hinted she wanted Li Hao to accompany her again. Li Hao, however, completely ignored the suggestion. Once was enough. Did she really want a second time? And if she did come again, it would be with Mu Qingwan. The two returned to the residential complex, and Li Hao didn't linger for a single moment. After saying goodbye, I headed straight home. Chapter 195, Why do you smell like perfume? The elevator reached his floor. Li Hao watched the doors slowly open. A sigh of relief escaped him, and a smile spread across his face. Having accomplished something meaningful today, Li Hao felt quite pleased. Wonder if the wife is back yet? Please don't come home now, otherwise, I'll be busted. But honestly, I did a genuinely good deed today. The kids at the orphanage were overjoyed. I'd love for my wife to praise me. If she knew how compassionate I was, she'd be so proud. Holding on to this sliver of hope, he approached the door and pushed it open. To his surprise, he saw Mu Qingwan sitting on the leather sofa. The atmosphere inside felt awkward. Mu Qingwan sat with a stern expression, not uttering a word. Something was off. Seeing Li Hao return, Mu Qingwan said indifferently, "Come sit down, husband. Let's talk." Seeing Mu Qingwan's stern expression, Li Hao sensed something was amiss. His heart felt like a bucket of water dangling from a rope, swinging wildly up and down. Oh no, oh no. Could she have found out about me going out with Hirue? That shouldn't be possible. I didn't slip up anywhere. But the way she's acting, she's clearly about to interrogate me. How am I supposed to explain this? I really didn't do anything, honey. You have to believe me. Even though you look fierce when you're angry, you're still stunning. Ah, if only you weren't angry and were smiling instead, that would be so much better. Li Hao sat beside Mu Qingwan, feigning calmness, his gaze shifting nervously. He simply couldn't meet her stern stare. Mu Qingwan's tone carried a hint of icy coldness. Why is there a scent on you? It smells like another woman's perfume. Li Hao's heart skipped a beat before he scrambled to explain. I must have picked it up when I visited the orphanage today. Mu Qingwan furrowed her brow slightly, her suspicion deepening as she looked at Li Hao and asked. What were you doing at the orphanage? And this perfume scent on you, it feels strangely familiar. Mu Qingwan feigned ignorance, leaning closer to inhale the scent before feigning sudden realization. This scent is familiar, could it be Hirue's? Li Hao froze. How could he explain this? Oh no. My wife's gaze is like X-rays, nothing can be hidden from her. This time, I'm afraid even jumping into the yellow river wouldn't wash me clean. Mu Qingwan lifted her gaze slightly, the chill in her eyes intensifying. She coldly demanded of Li Hao. Tell me the truth. Why did you go to the orphanage today? And why do you smell like Hirue? What exactly were you doing? Li Hao forced a smile and explained. It's not what you think. I swear I didn't do anything. I'm completely innocent. Mu Qingwan keenly noticed these details, her gaze growing even colder. Don't play games with me. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't try to pull the wool over my eyes. Li Hao felt panic rising within him, desperate to end this ordeal. In his haste, he came up with a quick idea. Honey, it's getting late. Let's grab something good to eat and get some rest early, okay? But the more he tried to cover it up, the more it poured out like a flood. Mu Qingwan couldn't take it anymore. She reached out and grabbed Li Hao by the ear. Today, you must tell me everything in detail, where you went and what you did. Not a single word left out. Li Hao winced at the pain in his ear and sighed helplessly. Alright, I'll tell you. I did go to the orphanage with Hirue today, but it wasn't what you think. I swear to heaven and earth, you have to believe me. Not a single word of Li Hao's explanation held any credibility in Mu Qingwan's eyes. This Li Hao was simply too much. Things had come to this, yet he still wouldn't come clean and dared to try covering it up. He actually went to the orphanage with Hirue behind her back. And to make matters worse, they'd been acting all lovey-dovey right in front of her. Mu Qingwan's heart ached with pain. Li Hao tried to explain. Don't be so hostile toward Hirue. She's truly a good girl. She invited me to help at the orphanage today. She's incredibly patient with the kids and reliable in her work. Sure, her style might be a bit trendy, giving off a slightly frivolous vibe, but her heart is in the right place. As he spoke, his brain overheated, and he foolishly started accusing her. Alright, stop being so petty. There's really nothing between us. She'll be our neighbor from now on. Stop overthinking things and jumping to conclusions. Li Hao didn't realize he was only making things worse. Hearing this explanation, Mu Qingwan fell silent, only glaring coldly at Li Hao. Damn it, absolutely infuriating. This Li Hao is beyond frustrating. Even now, he still defended Hirue. Did he really think I was an idiot? He went to the orphanage with Hirue, who knows what they were doing there, and he still smells like her perfume. It was all too obvious. Furious, Mu Qingwan raged inwardly. Is it my fault? You do things like this, yet you dare call me petty? As a CEO, am I not good enough for you? Yet you go chasing after women who throw themselves at you? How despicable. Li Hao kept babbling on with his explanations, convinced he was making himself perfectly clear. Suddenly, Li Hao realized he'd said the wrong thing and fell silent. He approached Mu Qingwan pitifully, extending a hand to rest on her arm. Mu Qingwan took a deep breath, glanced at the clock on the wall, then addressed Li Hao with a blank expression. Take your hand off me. Don't touch me. Alright, it's getting late. You should get some rest. Li Hao froze. Wasn't it supposed to be us resting together? Why just me? He stood up, wanting to say something, but Mu Qingwan gave him no chance. She turned and headed toward the bedroom. Seeing this, Li Hao prepared to follow her inside. Mu Qingwan abruptly halted, turning to stare at Li Hao with icy eyes. Li Hao, you're in the wrong place. You should be going to the other room. A chill ran down Li Hao's spine as he stared at Mu Qingwan in disbelief. He hadn't expected that just because of what happened earlier, Mu Qingwan would be this angry. Seeing Li Hao's stunned expression, Mu Qingwan grew impatient. What are you still standing there for? I said you should go back to your own room. Only then did Li Hao snap out of it. He lowered his head, a sense of disappointment washing over him, and halted his steps. The door slammed shut, leaving the vast room filled with icy silence. Drained of all energy, Li Hao slowly made his way to the sofa, consumed by self-reproach and regret. Why did I agree to Hirue? Back in her room, Mu Qingwan lay on her bed, her heart heavy with pain. She couldn't understand why Li Hao had acted this way. Even less could she fathom how things had escalated to this point. Was it simply because Hirue was young, vibrant, and captivating? Chapter 196, It's over, my wife is angry. Does Li Hao genuinely like Hirue? The more Mu Qingwan thought about it, the more agonizing it became, as if her brain would explode. That night, she tossed and turned, unable to sleep a wink. The next day, Li Hao rose early, preparing a heartfelt breakfast to make amends. Admiring the exquisitely plated fried eggs, steaming hot congee, and golden brown crispy toast on the table, he clapped his hands in satisfaction. Who knew I had hidden culinary talents? After my wife eats this breakfast, she'll probably calm down a lot and might even compliment me. Mu Qingwan, freshly washed and dressed, remained unusually silent. Her expression showed no hint of emotion as she looked at the breakfast Li Hao had prepared. The atmosphere remained icy. Even though the room temperature was perfectly comfortable, Li Hao still felt a chill. To lighten the mood, Li Hao spoke up. How busy have you been at work lately? I can accompany you to handle paperwork and help lighten your load. Li Hao handled Mu Group's work with ease, facing few challenges. Moreover, his current projects were wrapped up, leaving him relatively free. Mu Qingwan replied coldly, no need. You're doing a great job. Just enjoy your time off at home. With that, she lifted her gaze slightly, her icy stare piercing straight through Li Hao, sending a chill down his spine. Just as Li Hao opened his mouth to plead his case, the doorbell rang at the worst possible moment. Mu Qingwan's face remained icy, while Li Hao's heart pounded with anxiety as they both walked toward the door. The moment the door opened, Li Hao felt as if struck by lightning. The visitor was none other than Hirue. Hirue stood behind the door, her face aglow with excitement as she stared at Li Hao, as if gazing upon her beloved. She naturally noticed Mu Qingwan behind Li Hao, yet showed no sign of restraint. Good morning, Li Hao. I had such a wonderful time going out with you yesterday. Thank you for your company. After speaking, she shot Mu Qingwan a smug glance. Mu Qingwan felt her limbs instantly grow ice cold, the chill seeping into her bones. Gritting her teeth, she asked coldly. You two had quite a good time yesterday, didn't you? The icy chill in Mu Qingwan's tone was palpable, even a fool could sense it. Li Hao felt his scalp tingle as he weakly replied, not that much. Inside, he was screaming frantically. We did have fun, but it was just helping the kids. I was doing it for charity. Honey, you have to believe me. Heaven knows I'm telling the truth. Hirue's calm gaze met Mu Qingwan's directly, momentarily making Mu Qingwan wonder if she'd misunderstood. Yet Hirue seemed like that fool, oblivious to the hidden meaning, speaking without reservation. Of course I was happy. Being with Li Hao was the happiest time of my life. But the happiest times always come to an end. A hint of reluctance flickered in Hirue's eyes, mingled with nostalgia. The next moment, she reached out and took Li Hao's hand. Li Hao felt his brain buzz with a sudden explosion. This little hand is so soft. The texture is absolutely amazing. And it smells amazing, so sweet. Did she change perfumes today? It's lighter and fresher than yesterday's, and it's even more intoxicating. Wait, no, oh no. My wife is watching right here. I swear I didn't mean to. She initiated it. Li Hao quickly pulled his hand back. Watching Hirue flirt with Li Hao right in front of her. Mu Qingwan felt a surge of anger rise within her, her gaze turning slightly disgusted as she stared at Hirue. Miss He, you shouldn't be doing this with my husband. You should be with your own boyfriend. My husband is kind-hearted and chose to accompany you out of his own goodwill. I hope this sort of thing doesn't happen again. As soon as Mu Qingwan finished speaking, Hirue instantly looked wronged. She lowered her head, her small eyes blinking rapidly, on the verge of tears. Li Hao, fearing the conflict would escalate, hurriedly explained to Mu Qingwan. Honey, there's really nothing between us. Yesterday we just visited the orphanage to cheer up the children. Nothing happened. Mu Qingwan cleared her throat, seemingly to break the awkward silence, and said, that's best. The next second, she slammed the door shut. Inside, Li Hao persisted in his defense. Honey, it's not what you think. I went out with her yesterday, but we didn't do anything. But Mu Qingwan wasn't listening anymore. Her heart was filled with anger and disappointment. Honey, you're the only one in my heart. That girl came to the big city all alone to make a living. There's no need to treat her like this. Mu Qingwan stared at him, her voice thick with fury. Am I wrong to suspect you? You two started flirting right in front of me. Who knows what you'd have done if I hadn't been there? With that, she flung open the door and stormed out. The moment she stepped outside, she collided with Hirue, who had been quietly weeping in the shadows. Their eyes locked, and the tension between them instantly thickened. Seeing Hirue like this, Mu Qingwan marveled at her cunning. What a clever trick, do the deed but refuse to own up to it. With that, she stormed off in anger. Hirue watched her retreating figure, wiped the tears from her eyes, and felt a flicker of secret delight. In her mind, Mu Qingwan's anger and accusations were nothing to fear. Right now, her entire focus was on Li Hao's reaction. Li Hao, observing the tense standoff before him, swallowed hard and offered reassurance. My wife isn't usually like this. This time, it was truly a misunderstanding. Alright, you should hurry off to work. Don't come looking for me these next few days. Hirue wasn't about to let this rare chance to connect slip away. As if she hadn't heard Li Hao's last words, she didn't move back. Instead, she took a step forward. She gazed into Li Hao's eyes, smiling sweetly. Li Hao's mood lifted slightly, and only then did he notice Hirue's outfit. She wore a flight attendant uniform today, accentuating her figure. Her stunning face and adorable demeanor complemented the outfit perfectly, creating a unique beauty. But Li Hao had no mind to admire her now. His thoughts were entirely occupied with how to placate both sides and prevent further complications. He glanced at her briefly, then dared not look any longer. He gave a simple greeting and closed the door. Hirue stood outside, listening to the door close. The smile on her face faded slightly, yet the hint of secret delight in her eyes grew more intense. In her mind, the conflict between Li Hao and Mu Qingwan was utterly insignificant. What mattered was that despite his flustered state, Li Hao hadn't decisively pushed her away. This confirmed to her that Li Hao wasn't entirely indifferent to her. She firmly believed that sooner or later, they would overcome all obstacles and walk hand in hand. Such thoughts unconsciously brought a resolute expression to her face, and her heart, fueled by this fervent hope, began to wander. So much so that she found herself distracted even at work. "I asked for a Coke, why did you give me Sprite?" Hirue finally snapped back to reality, stammering, "Sir, I'm so sorry. I'll replace it right away." Chapter 197. This protagonist's aura is truly headache-inducing. Li Hao called Mu Qingwan countless times at home, but no one answered. Even his assistant wasn't picking up his calls. Li Hao felt utterly defeated. He had already completely captured Mu Qingwan's heart, but now, because of Hirue, everything would have to start over. Mu Qingwan glanced at the long list of messages on her phone, and her mood lifted slightly. He still cares about me. Maybe there's a misunderstanding. I'll listen to his explanation when I get home tonight. Just as she was thinking this, her assistant reminded her to attend the meeting. Today's meeting was extremely important, and President Ma had already sent word in advance. "Ms. Mu, today's meeting is critical. You really should arrive early." Mu Qingwan nodded. "Make sure everything runs smoothly. Tell Mr. Ma I'll be there shortly. Our cooperation is proceeding as planned." With that, she rose slowly and left her office. At home, Li Hao was feeling incredibly bored. He had intended to talk things through with Hirue, but she had also left for work. Li Hao was scrolling through his phone at home when a message suddenly popped up. "Li Hao, what are you up to? Haven't seen you in days. I miss you. Come out for dinner with me." Li Hao was startled. The matter with Hirue hadn't been resolved yet, and now Yilan was reaching out again. He hadn't been busy with work these past few days, so his meetings with Yilan had been almost non-existent. Yilan seemed to be growing impatient, and today she'd even taken the initiative to message him. What should I do? Should I just ignore it? Li Hao kept playing with his phone, but the next second, her call came through. What does Yilan want now? She's only been quiet for a few days, truly a handful. Could it be another problem caused by the script? Does this script have a grudge against me? Why is everyone coming after me? Li Hao had no choice but to answer the call. Why haven't you been coming to work lately? I've actually missed you. Let's grab lunch together. Are you free at noon? No time. Been swamped lately. Yilan teased playfully, if you're busy at noon, you must be free tonight. I've already booked the restaurant. See you there, dare not show up, and you'll regret it. Li Hao felt a headache coming on. He opened his mouth to refuse, but the call had already been hung up. The gangster's daughter sure was a headache. He'd finally managed to distance himself from her, so why was she showing up again today? Could it be that I'm hopelessly smitten? Seems this protagonist aura really is a headache. No, I must explain this as soon as possible. I need to head to the company office. Mu Qingwan's mind was in turmoil. She kept replaying their moments together, trying to figure out where things had gone wrong. Ms. Mu, Manager Li is here to deliver your lunch. On his way over, Li Hao felt uneasy, unsure how to broach the subject. It wasn't until he spotted the roadside restaurant that an idea finally came to him. He entered the office. Honey, don't forget to eat even when you're busy. This is from your favorite place. Yilan invited me to dinner tonight. I couldn't get through when I called you, so I came to bring you lunch and ask your opinion while I'm here. Li Hao cautiously studied Mu Qingwan's expression. Things had already been tense because of Yilan's situation, and this time he feared she might be even angrier. To his surprise, Mu Qingwan showed no signs of anger, let alone the hysterics he had anticipated. The anticipated scene failed to materialize. Instead, Mu Qingwan's eyes held a hint of puzzlement, her expression icy, her thoughts entirely unreadable. Li Hao tentatively asked, Honey, maybe I shouldn't go after all? Mu Qingwan pondered for a moment before replying coldly. You're the company manager. Currently, Yilan is handling the cooperation matters with the company. Having a meal is perfectly reasonable. Li Hao breathed a sigh of relief. I knew you'd be the most reasonable and understanding wife. Seeing Li Hao's slightly excited expression, Mu Qingwan's face darkened instantly, whether from jealousy or lingering anger, she couldn't tell, and she replied unhappily. You can go, but only to discuss work. No other topics. Don't give her any false hope. Mu Qingwan felt a headache coming on. The matter with Hirue hadn't been resolved yet, and now Yilan was getting involved. Li Hao's old habit of spreading himself too thin was truly infuriating. Li Hao immediately raised one hand and swore, "Honey, I swear I'll only discuss work. Absolutely no personal feelings." After swearing, Li Hao felt a small pang of pride. How could this be my fault? If blame must be assigned, blame my good looks and irresistible charm. But rest assured, honey, I'll stay true to my principles. I won't be swayed by all those temptresses out there. How self-absorbed. Hearing these inner thoughts, Mu Qingwan nearly burst out laughing. But to avoid arousing Li Hao's suspicion, she forced herself to hold back. Alright, head over to the jewelry department and handle some issues. You haven't been in for days, and the company has new projects. Li Hao nodded and headed to the design department. Under Li Hao's transformation, the jewelry department had undergone a complete metamorphosis, becoming a fully independent and capable division. Seeing Li Hao arrive, the design department staff couldn't help but sigh in admiration. "Manager Li, it's been ages since you showed up. We were starting to think you and your wife had a falling out." "Exactly. I was ready to eat some gossip." Listening to their chatter and teasing, Li Hao felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Alright, back to work. Li Hao hurried back to his office. Just as he let out a sigh of relief, the door knocked again. "Manager Li, I have some work to report to you. Come in." Lulu entered, her face flushed with a faint blush as she looked at Li Hao. "Manager Li, here are some daily designs from the design department for your review." Li Hao flipped through the design drafts. He had to admit that Lulu's work was truly impressive, meticulous and responsible, with each drawing exceptionally refined. "Excellent. You're doing a great job. Keep it up, promotion and raise by year end." Li Hao set the designs aside and looked up at Lulu. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere suddenly grew awkward. As a good leader, Li Hao was adept at painting rosy pictures. "If you have something to say, speak up now. Any issues at work must be reported to management promptly. Solvable problems will be resolved, and even unsolvable ones will be tackled by creating the conditions to do so." Hearing Li Hao's words, Lulu found her courage and lowered her head to whisper. "Manager Li, there's something I need your help with. I've truly exhausted all other options before coming to you." Her expression turned troubled as she finished speaking. Li Hao sensed something was off. What could this matter be? An ominous foreboding instantly washed over him. "Are you free tomorrow evening? Could you accompany me to the school after work?" Chapter 198, like what you see? Want to get closer? Lulu, why go to the school? Li Hao picked up the water on the table and took a tactical sip to ease the awkwardness. Lulu fidgeted with her shirt hem, her voice trembling with embarrassment. "Manager Li, single-parent families always face challenges. Shanwan gets teased at school for not having a dad. I'd like you to accompany me to the elementary school parent-teacher meeting this time. Just do me a favor, nothing else. Single-parent families do face many challenges, especially social issues for children at school." Lulu had been searching for a solution for a long time but hadn't found the right person. She had almost given up, but then she saw Manager Li arrive on the very last day. That's why she plucked up the courage to try. The request wasn't unreasonable, but Li Hao felt a wave of conflict in his heart. A divorced single mother raising a child certainly needed support, but not in this way. Li Hao gave an awkward chuckle. This matter is a bit tricky. It was quite tricky. If anything went wrong, the gossip would surely cause a huge uproar. Lulu lifted her head slightly, her cheeks flushed crimson, a hint of disappointment in her eyes. "Manager Li, I'm simply asking for your help. Shanwan needs your support too. If you're willing to help me with this, I'll explain it for you. I can also explain it to Mr. Mu. I'll go explain it right now. Should I agree or not? If I agree, can Lulu really explain things to Mu Qingwan? But refusing would break another child's heart. A company leader attending a parent-teacher conference for an employee? That's bound to look suspicious. Besides, Mu Qingwan already misunderstood before. People today love gossip. I'll just end up in the spotlight again. What needs explaining to me?" Mu Qingwan pushed open the office door and walked in. Li Hao's office door was tightly shut, and Mu Qingwan immediately guessed something must have happened inside. As she entered, her suspicions were confirmed. Seeing Lulu with a flushed face, a peculiar look flickered in Mu Qingwan's eyes. Li Hao hurriedly explained. "It's like this, honey. Lulu is divorced and raising her child. The kid got bullied at school, so she asked me to accompany her to Xiaowan's parent-teacher meeting." "Oh, I see." Mu Qingwan exhaled in relief, though her gaze toward Lulu still held a trace of coldness. "This situation seems rather inappropriate, doesn't it?" Mu Qingwan found the whole situation utterly absurd. Yet as a fellow woman, witnessing Lulu's pitiful demeanor stirred a flicker of compassion within Mu Qingwan. "Alright, since you've put it that way, Ms. Mu, I'll drop the matter. I'm sorry, I was just being unrealistic." Her words conveyed her anguish with heartrending clarity. They instantly painted the image of a mother raising a child through hardship and sacrifice. Mu Qingwan wasn't heartless. Seeing this, her resolve softened. Li Hao, observing Lulu's state, felt a pang of pity himself. How pitiful. But I must control myself. Absolutely cannot attract unwanted attention. I must preserve my marriage with my wife. I absolutely cannot let our child suffer such mistreatment in the future. Mu Qingwan couldn't help but blush. She hadn't expected Li Hao to be thinking such things, and she turned her head away slightly. What nonsense! Who would want to have your child? Still, since Li Hao had no ill intentions, she could help him with this matter. Lulu had given her all to the company, and Mu Qingwan had seen it. Seeing her in this state, as a leader, it was necessary to help resolve her worries. But this was indeed a situation prone to complications. Lulu slowly walked away, her retreating figure carrying an air of melancholy. Mu Qingwan ultimately couldn't bring herself to be harsh and changed her tone. You've been truly dedicated to the company. Since the jewelry department doesn't have any pressing matters right now, I'll have Li Hao accompany you. Li Hao was a bit surprised. Lulu instantly brightened, turning back with a delighted expression. Thank you, President Mu, and thank you, Manager Li. I will fulfill my duties to the best of my ability and never betray the company's trust in me. With that, Lulu, fearing they might change their minds, pushed open the office door and turned to leave. Li Hao looked at Mu Qingwan and said, "Honey, why did you agree to this?" Seeing Li Hao's smug expression, Mu Qingwan replied with a hint of exasperation. As a leader, it's my duty to resolve my subordinates' issues. With that, she walked out expressionless. Li Hao couldn't fathom Mu Qingwan's thoughts for a moment, but he didn't dwell on it. He went home, tidied up briefly, and prepared to attend the banquet. The gangster's daughter's banquet is definitely no simple affair, it's likely a trap. Upon entering the reserved restaurant, they discovered that aside from the staff, there were no other guests present. Clearly, Yilan had reserved the entire place. Good evening, sir. Miss Yi requests your presence. Inside the private room, Yilan had been waiting for quite some time. As Li Hao approached, she slowly moved closer to him. Standing nearly face to face, Li Hao felt Yilan's breath wash over him, a mysterious, faint fragrance filling his nostrils. Her exquisitely beautiful face made Li Hao involuntarily take a step back. Only then did he notice how strikingly provocative Yilan was dressed today. His gaze drifted downward, landing on a red bodycon skirt that hugged her curves, revealing a pair of long, shapely legs encased in black stockings. Adorned by the stockings, those legs were even more captivating. The tight-fitting red pencil skirt accentuated her fiery figure. Li Hao felt a sudden warmth at his nose and quickly averted his gaze. What the hell is this? Oh my god. I have to hold it in, I absolutely can't get a nosebleed. Yilan watched Li Hao with a playful smile. Li Hao swallowed hard. Did you call me here today for something? Yilan shifted slightly to the side, revealing a mountainous landscape before his eyes. Though covered modestly, this close-up view still left him parched and his imagination running wild. Manager Li, after so long apart, you're acting so formal? Not even asking how I've been? That's really disappointing. Li Hao stared at the captivating sight before him, desperately trying to calm the turmoil within. I'm a man of integrity, but what honest soul could resist such temptation? This is bad. They definitely mean trouble. I'm not interested. Not in the slightest. Honestly, I'm not. His inner voice was exceptionally upright, yet his eyes refused to obey. Uncontrollably, they scanned every inch of Yilan's figure from head to toe. Hearing the righteous thoughts in Li Hao's mind contrasted with the feast for his eyes in reality, Yilan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Manager Li, you like what you see? Want to get a closer look? Chapter 199, My wife's the best unmatched control skills. No thanks. I genuinely don't like it. Watching Li Hao stubbornly deny it, Yilan purred. But I think Manager Li really likes it. Why don't I change into another outfit? I have even sexier clothes. If you like watching, I'll go change right now. Li Hao nervously waved his hands repeatedly, let's just eat quickly. Yilan stuck out her tongue and took a step back. Only then did Li Hao step forward and take his seat. Exquisite dishes were swiftly served, and the private room door closed tightly behind them, leaving only the two of them inside. Yilan gazed at Li Hao, gently brushing a strand of hair from her forehead. Why so nervous? I'm not going to eat you. Li Hao looked at Yilan before him, silently complaining to himself. You look like you're about to eat me. How could I not be nervous? Yilan suddenly smiled, a faint blush spreading across her cheeks. She blinked her fox-like eyes, staring intently at Li Hao. Her gaze held a hint of longing, and her feet couldn't stay still. The distance between them was extremely close, separated only by a chair. Yilan's foot began to move restlessly. She slipped off her red high heels. One foot gently pressed against Li Hao's, slowly inching forward until it lightly lifted the hem of his trousers. The delicate sensation instantly transmitted to him. Li Hao's eyes widened. He reached out to pick up a mouthful of food, then lowered his head, chewing incessantly. My heart can't take this. Stop it, I'm a married man. No, I have to leave quickly, or I'll lose my virtue. Li Hao took a few quick bites and tried to stand up. But the moment he moved to stand, Yilan's legs clamped around his. Li Hao could only scramble back down in a panic. What's the rush? Didn't you like watching? Here, take a look. Yilan giggled mischievously, gently lifting her collar. That glimpse of skin made Li Hao's breathing quicken involuntarily. Li Hao desperately tried to calm himself, but his eyes still drifted toward that expanse of pure white. It took a full minute before he finally regained his senses, speaking with the solemnity of a sage. Yilan, please behave yourself. I already have a wife. Yilan paid no heed, studying Li Hao from head to toe. I know, she replied, but I don't care. All I know is that I like you, and that's enough. Don't you like me? Be with me, and I'll show you something different. Li Hao lowered his head slightly, unable to meet Yilan's gaze. What kind of different experience? It must be thrilling. Too bad I already have a wife. I absolutely can't betray her. Yilan heard Li Hao's inner thoughts and pursed her lips slightly. What kind of enchanting potion had Mu Qingwan poured into Li Hao's mind? Still, Li Hao's resolve had already wavered slightly. Yilan smiled faintly, confident she could easily wrap him around her little finger. So Yilan deliberately ignored the latter part of his words, choosing to remember only the first. Please behave yourself. I already have a wife, and you're still an unmarried girl. It's simply inappropriate for a man and a woman to be alone together. Let's call it a night here. I need to head home. Mu Qingwan drove home, her mood growing increasingly sour with every passing thought. Yilan was a thorny rose who knew what might happen if the two were left alone together. After much deliberation, she turned around and headed straight for the restaurant where Li Hao's car was located. Arriving at the restaurant, she saw it completely empty. Alarm bells rang in Mu Qingwan's mind, and she barged straight inside. Inside the private room, Yilan was clutching Li Hao's hand, her eyes narrowed seductively as she murmured. Li Hao, what are you afraid of? Your wife isn't here. Even if she came, so what? Mu Qingwan walked in, catching them red-handed in the private room. Li Hao quickly yanked his hand away. Honey, you have to believe me. I'm innocent. She was the one pulling me, not letting me leave. Mu Qingwan stood in the doorway, her gaze carrying a hint of jealousy. Li Hao was a man who knew his limits and would never cross the line, but Yilan was another story. A woman tugging at her husband's arm, even CEO Mu Qingwan couldn't pretend not to notice. Yilan met Mu Qingwan's gaze without a trace of fear, her eyes instead carrying a hint of defiance. Ms. Mu, what brings you here? Li Hao hurriedly stood up and moved behind Mu Qingwan. Honey, it's not what you think. We're completely innocent. Mu Qingwan nodded at Li Hao, then turned her gaze to Yilan. Am I not allowed to come here? I'm Li Hao's wife. You should mind your words and actions when catching up with old friends. Li Hao looked between the two women, utterly at a loss. In a battle between two women, no action is right and no advice is sound. Help one, and you'll be in a world of trouble. Favor one, and you'll be in trouble. Yilan shot Li Hao a pitiful look before casually brushing dust off her clothes. Why should I be careful? I came here to seduce your husband, so what? When I said fair competition, I wasn't joking. Li Hao's composure shattered. This was practically an attempt to frame him. How could she utter such words? Mu Qingwan felt mortified, yet remained composed. Yilan, we are legally married. Even if Li Hao likes you, you're still the third party. How can you talk about fair competition? Li Hao nodded repeatedly, inwardly delighted. My wife is the best, she's got top-notch control. Besides, I would never like Yilan. I only love my wife. I only intended to rescue Yilan earlier, nothing more. Though Yilan heard his inner thoughts, she didn't see it that way. She felt that Li Hao's every action was proof of his affection for her, held back only by the fact that he was married. Otherwise, why would he come to the rendezvous? Why would he enjoy looking at her? Therefore, it must be affection. No matter what, whoever I, Yilan, set my heart on would be mine. After speaking, she picked up her bag from the table and turned away with a smug look. Mu Qingwan stared at Yilan's retreating figure, her heart filled with endless bitterness. Either Yilan was mentally impaired or had lost her mind. How else could she utter such words? Li Hao hurried to reassure her. Honey, don't worry. I'd never do anything inappropriate. It's just dinner. Nothing to worry about. Through repeated confrontations, Li Hao had honed his skills. At most, he'd look, but he'd never cross any fundamental lines. Mu Qingwan's jealousy flared. I'm here, and you two are still holding hands? If I hadn't come, who knows what you'd be up to? Seeing his wife's jealous expression, Li Hao felt a tinge of amusement. Honey, you're jealous. Mu Qingwan stubbornly denied it. I'm not. I just came to see how your talks were going. I'm doing this to protect the company's interests. After speaking, she turned her face cold as ice. Honey, don't be angry. I really didn't do anything. Seeing Mu Qingwan's anger, Li Hao instinctively apologized, though he couldn't pinpoint what he'd done wrong or how to explain it. Mu Qingwan took a deep breath. Let's discuss this at home. Chapter 200, Can I sleep in the room tonight? The car ride was filled with an awkward silence. Li Hao tried to strike up conversation repeatedly, but all he met was Mu Qingwan's cold, unyielding expression. Back at home, Mu Qingwan sat motionless on the sofa, as still as a wooden statue. Li Hao kept muttering beside her. Honey, you must be exhausted after working all day. Tonight, leave all the housework to me, even dinner. By the time they arrived home, Li Hao had already sent the housekeeper on her way, leaving only the two of them in the house. Mu Qingwan offered no response, while Li Hao began tidying up, acting like a domesticated husband. Watching Li Hao tidy up, Mu Qingwan couldn't help but glance at him. Yet her heart still ached with hurt. Recalling Li Hao and Yi Lan's intimate gestures, a wave of jealousy surged through her. Feeling helpless, Mu Qingwan curled up on the sofa. The coolness on her face deepened, adding a touch of beauty and fierceness, yet also a hint of pitiable vulnerability. "Honey, why are you sitting like that?" Mu Qingwan shot him a glare. "I like sitting like this. Go turn on the TV for me." Li Hao obediently walked over and turned on the TV, selecting one of her usual favorite shows. Mu Qingwan glanced at the screen, then turned her gaze back to Li Hao, her petulant mood now fully apparent. Mu Qingwan was indeed a formidable CEO who navigated the business world with ease, yet at home, she remained a woman who craved attention and affection. "My wife is upset. She must be really upset. She's definitely jealous. Otherwise, why would she be sulking alone like this? Yi Lan's behavior today was truly over the line. I really shouldn't have gone. Honey, you must be exhausted today. Let me help you relax your muscles and knead your shoulders." With that, he shamelessly pushed his way over to Mu Qingwan's side, extending both hands to massage her shoulders. But Mu Qingwan kept resisting, running straight to the other end of the sofa. "No need." Mu Qingwan shook her head firmly in refusal, burying her face in her hands, unwilling to communicate or interact with Li Hao. Her gaze was vacant as she stared straight ahead. She's jealous after all. Looks like she's upset over Yi Lan. Even though I've always been upright and proper, I still need to comfort my wife. My wife is so adorable even when she's upset, she looks beautiful and charming. Li Hao shamelessly pressed on. "Honey, don't be mad. There's really nothing between me and her. What do you feel like eating today? I'll cook it for you. How about braised pork belly? I see a big chunk of premium pork belly in the fridge. Or maybe chicken drumsticks?" Mu Qingwan tilted her head, staring blankly at Li Hao, her tone thick with irritation. "You're so annoying. Don't come near me." With that, she lowered her head again. Seeing Mu Qingwan like this, Li Hao felt a chill in his heart. Nevertheless, he continued to approach her, gradually cornering her against the edge of the sofa. With nowhere left to retreat, Mu Qingwan swung her tiny fists at Li Hao. Though she appeared to be hitting with gusto, her blows were actually light and harmless. They carried no threat whatsoever. "You're so annoying. Can't you just leave me alone? Stop coming over here. Go do whatever you need to do. Go back to your room. Don't bother me again, got it?" Li Hao smiled, feeling the rain like barrage of tiny pink fists. "My wife is so adorable, even when she's angry. Her little punches don't hurt at all. I love it." Li Hao willingly endured it all. Mu Qingwan heard his inner thoughts and grew even angrier. She shifted her body slightly, trying to escape, but unexpectedly slipped and fell straight to the ground. Seeing this, Li Hao truly panicked. He'd rather hurt himself than let Mu Qingwan get hurt. He instantly leapt sideways, catching Mu Qingwan mid-air in his arms. A dull thud echoed as Li Hao, serving as the human cushion below, slammed heavily onto the ground. The two clung tightly together. Feeling Li Hao's heartbeat, Mu Qingwan scrambled to her feet the next second. "Li Hao, are you okay? Are you hurt? Li Hao, are you okay?" The impact was indeed severe. Li Hao felt as if his internal organs had shifted out of place. Seeing Li Hao in such a state, Mu Qingwan became so anxious she burst into tears. Frantically fumbling for her phone in her pocket, she was about to dial emergency services when a strong hand suddenly seized her arm. "Honey, I'm fine." Li Hao grinned, trying his best to reassure Mu Qingwan. Mu Qingwan, overcome with panic, buried her face in Li Hao's chest and began to sob uncontrollably. "You scared me to death. I'm just glad you're okay." Feeling the softness pressed against his chest, Li Hao closed his eyes for a moment, savoring the sensation. "What's wrong? Don't scare me, are you really hurt?" Li Hao instantly opened his eyes, his voice tinged with rapture. "My wife is so soft. When you climbed on top of me just now, even the air at my nose tip was fragrant." Seeing Li Hao like this, Mu Qingwan couldn't help but smile through her tears. "You really are a lust-driven man. Even at a time like this, you can still think about such things." As Mu Qingwan laughed, tears welled up in her eyes. Li Hao quickly wiped them away. "Honey, don't cry. I'm fine." Mu Qingwan completely let down all her defenses, shedding every pretense as she embraced Li Hao. Their skin touched, and the strange sensation made Li Hao freeze for a moment. The next second, he instinctively pulled her tightly against him. They clung to each other, their hearts pressed together. Li Hao felt an unprecedented sense of peace, and Mu Qingwan felt the same. Li Hao gently patted her back, murmuring softly, "My love, I, Li Hao, have only ever loved you. I've never loved anyone else, nor have I ever harbored any improper thoughts toward anyone else. Honey, you have to believe me. I'll only ever be good to you in this lifetime. So tonight, may I return to our room and sleep beside you?" Mu Qingwan, who had been caught up in the emotional moment, suddenly smiled. The anger in her heart dissipated by more than half. She lifted her head to look at Li Hao, who was completely lost in the moment and found him looking rather pleasing to the eye. But she couldn't let him off so easily. After a moment's thought, Mu Qingwan addressed Li Hao. Either way, you're the reason I'm upset. I can't just let you off the hook so easily. Cook me a meal that satisfies me tonight, or else you won't be allowed back in the room. Li Hao scrambled to his feet. Sure thing, honey. Watch me work my magic. Li Hao was supremely confident in his culinary skills. If he weren't a son-in-law, he'd surely become a nationally renowned chef. Honey, the final dish, braised pork belly, is ready. Mu Qingwan ate heartily. Watching her eat with such satisfaction, Li Hao said pitifully. Honey, did you enjoy the meal? Can I sleep in the bedroom tonight? Chapter 201, The Single Young Wife is Truly Gorgeous. The food was pretty good. I'll make an exception tonight. Li Hao raised his hands in triumph. Yes. That's great. A faint smile touched Mu Qingwan's lips. The following afternoon, Mu Qingwan returned home early. Today, Li Hao was going to help Lulu attend Shanwan's parent-teacher conference. Though it was supposed to be just helping out, Mu Qingwan always felt Lulu had ulterior motives, which was why she returned early to give Li Hao instructions. Seeing Mu Qingwan return so early, Li Hao gave a dazed smile, both delighted and visibly nervous. Seeing his expression, Mu Qingwan frowned and said sternly, "Once you're there, remember you're only helping. Don't get any funny ideas. Come back early, understand?" Mu Qingwan was giving him a heads up. Li Hao caught on. Honey, are you jealous? If you're upset, I can skip it. Mu Qingwan shook her head. Go ahead. As the manager, it's your duty to support your staff. Besides, Lulu has been doing an excellent job lately. Her tone then sharpened as she added. But you two better not get too cozy. Come right back after the parent-teacher meeting. Seeing his wife's angry expression, Li Hao felt a warm glow in his heart. My wife truly cares about me, giving such detailed instructions. Rest assured, honey, I'll be good. I won't have any extra contact with Lulu. Mu Qingwan looked utterly adorable right now. Though she wore a pouty expression, her puffed-up little mouth gave her a charmingly dopey cuteness. It made one want to pinch those little cheeks. That little face is so adorable. If only I could pinch it. Pervert. Mu Qingwan stared at Li Hao, utterly speechless. How could he miss the point? Alright, stop thinking inappropriate thoughts. Mu Qingwan almost blurted out her inner thoughts. Alright, let's head out early. Li Hao arrived at Lulu's home as planned. With the experience from last time, this visit was a breeze. It was the same old neighborhood again. Following his memory, Li Hao walked in and soon arrived at Lulu's home. Lulu had already contacted Li Hao earlier and came out to greet him directly. Manager Li, I'm truly sorry to trouble you again. Thank you so much for helping me. Please have some tea. I'll leave with you right away. Li Hao nodded. Lulu's home wasn't large, but it felt warm and cozy. Children's doodles adorned the walls, and every item was arranged with meticulous neatness and order. Before long, Lulu was ready. Lulu had an excellent figure. Though she wore a black down jacket, it couldn't hide her impressive curves. Paired with straight-leg jeans and a pair of Dr. Martens boots, she looked exceptionally stylish. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her pretty face bore a hint of flustered nervousness that only added to her allure. What incredible presence! Even in a puffer jacket, she's got curves in all the right places. Absolutely stunning. This single young woman's beauty is truly breathtaking. Honey, forgive me. I didn't do anything, just glance twice. Li Hao kept glancing up and down at her, clearing his throat awkwardly to hide his embarrassment. Lulu gave him a faint smile. Manager Li, shall we head out? I'd appreciate it if you could give me a ride. Li Hao nodded. You have such a great figure. Wait, no great. I'll drive you. I'll drive you. The two walked, one in front, one behind. Li Hao walked slowly, a heady fragrance wafting up from behind him, filling his nostrils and sparking endless imagination. Lulu in the passenger seat looked even more alluring. Manager Li, just keep driving straight ahead. Could I ask you a favor in a moment? Li Hao swallowed hard, his voice slightly strained. Ah. What is it? Lulu looked troubled and lowered her head. This child is usually so warm to everyone, but without a father, she's always being bullied. I hope you could speak up for her at the parent-teacher meeting. Her eyes widened, filled with pleading. Li Hao immediately relaxed. No problem, no problem. Li Hao drove straight to the mall entrance, got out of the car, and began shopping in earnest. As a leader, he needed to address his subordinates' concerns while also maintaining good relations. Li Hao loaded the back seat with a large pile of snacks and some children's items. Lulu looked deeply moved. Manager Li, I'm already so grateful you came to help me. How could I let you spend money on this? Li Hao replied generously, you've given your all to the company, this is what you deserve. Here, take it. Lulu's gaze toward Li Hao grew even more earnest. What a wonderful man, warm and sincere. Too bad he's already married. A shadow of disappointment flickered in Lulu's eyes, and her expression grew slightly downcast. Outside the school gates, a large crowd of parents had gathered, waiting for dismissal to enter the parent-teacher conference. Li Hao pulled up in his luxury car, making a high-profile entrance at the kindergarten gate. This scene drew countless glances. As the dismissal bell rang, children streamed out one after another. Each child searched for their parents, eager to be taken to their classrooms for the parent-teacher conferences. The crowd was exceptionally dense, a jumble of children and adults. Lulu looked around anxiously, searching for Xiaowan's figure. Suddenly, a little head popped up from the crowd, waving at Lulu and Li Hao. Seeing Li Hao's luxury car, her little face flushed with excitement. Though she didn't recognize the brand, she thought it was absolutely gorgeous. Mommy! Uncle Li! Xiaowan excitedly ran toward her mother, her eyes curiously fixed on Li Hao. Lulu pulled Xiaowan close and said, Xiaowan, this is your Uncle Li. You met him last time. Say hello to Uncle Li. Xiaowan obediently addressed Li Hao. Hello, Uncle Li. After saying this, she kept examining Li Hao with curious eyes, her little face beaming with smiles. Li Hao looked at Xiaowan, with her two little pigtails and chubby little face, and felt genuine affection welling up inside him. Xiaowan, it's good to see you again. Have you been a good girl lately? Make sure to listen to your mom. Oh, and Uncle has a present for you. Li Hao opened the car door, pulled out some snacks, and tucked them into Xiaowan's arms. Seeing all the delicious treats, Xiaowan's eyes instantly crinkled into crescent moons as she beamed with delight. Li Hao couldn't help but adore her adorable expression. He gently pinched her chubby cheeks so soft and plump to the touch. Li Hao had a knack for handling children. Sure enough, once the snacks appeared, Xiaowan's attitude toward Uncle Li grew even warmer. Mommy, let's go. Teacher Zhou is waiting for us. So many classmates came to the parent-teacher meeting today. Some laughed at me for not having a dad, but now Uncle Li is here, so they won't laugh at me anymore. After saying this, Xiaowan's face fell with a look of hurt. Chapter 202, Uncle Li, are you my dad? Hearing this, Lulu felt her heart twist in agony. Tears welled in her eyes as she clutched Xiaowan tightly. Li Hao also fell silent. His eyes drifted involuntarily to Lulu. At that moment, she looked exceptionally poignant and beautiful. Dressed with extraordinary elegance, her tear-filled eyes added a touch of heartbreaking beauty that made one want to look at her again and again. The child is pitiful, but Lulu looks stunning today. I'm a man of integrity. I absolutely mustn't entertain such thoughts. I only love my wife. Li Hao prided himself on being a man of integrity in his thoughts and actions, that is. As for his eyes wandering toward beauty? Well, he couldn't help but take a look. Following Xiaowan's lead, they soon arrived at her classroom. Xiaowan was already 8 years old, a second-grade student. By the time they reached the classroom door, nearly everyone had arrived. Li Hao and Lulu took seats directly in the middle of the front row. Teacher Zhou sat at the front, greeting Xiaowan warmly. Xiaowan, you're back so soon and you brought your parents, right? She then extended her hand and said warmly to Li Hao. It was always Xiaowan's mother who came before, but I never imagined Xiaowan's father would show up this time. My name is Zhou Min, and I'm Xiaowan's homeroom teacher. Li Hao tried to speak up, but Lulu looked at him with pleading eyes, her gaze filled with endless supplication. This left Li Hao feeling helpless, and he could only give a dry chuckle and nod. Hello, Ms. Zhou. How has Xiaowan been doing? Ms. Zhou looked at Xiaowan proudly and said, Xiaowan's grades are excellent, and she's been doing very well. Alright, please take your seat. Li Hao sat down awkwardly to Xiaowan's right. The seating arrangements were already set. Next to each child's seat was a seat reserved for a parent. So now every child had their mom or dad sitting beside them, or at the very least, their grandparents. Of course, there were also those with only one parent present. But the child whose parent came alone looked noticeably more downcast. Li Hao finally understood why Lulu had pleaded with him to attend this parent-teacher conference. Xiaowan's two dark, grape-like eyes kept scanning Li Hao's figure, her face beaming with an enthusiastic smile. Sitting upright in her chair, her back straight as an arrow, her head lifted proudly without even realizing it. Children are so innocent and adorable, easily satisfied. They feel inferior when others have something they don't, and conversely, they feel happy when they do. Lulu gazed at Li Hao, her eyes brimming with endless warmth. Teacher Zhou's earlier mention of mom and dad had stirred a ripple of emotion in Lulu's otherwise calm heart. As everyone gathered, Teacher Zhou cleared her throat and began the parent-teacher meeting. Welcome, parents. Thank you for your care toward your children, and especially for your support and attention to the school by attending this meeting promptly. Li Hao listened with a face full of sleepiness. Going through the motions, this sort of thing was never his cup of tea. Teacher Zhou proceeded to review the students' daily conduct, starting with a stern admonishment of the misbehaving pupils. Li Hao felt a wave of nervousness wash over him. Fortunately, Xiaowan's daily conduct was indeed exemplary, sparing Li Hao from witnessing a major disciplinary scene. Alright, parents, today I'd like to specifically commend several students in our class who consistently maintain excellent and stable academic performance. At this point, Xiaowan lifted her head proudly. Sure enough, Teacher Zhou pointed at Xiaowan. Please come forward, Xiaowan's parents. Li Hao froze momentarily, his gaze shifting to Lulu. Lulu looked at Li Hao with pleading eyes. Manager Li, just help me this once. Go up there. It'll help our child gain confidence at school. The difference between having a father present and not is enormous. Reluctantly, Li Hao rose awkwardly and stood before the blackboard. Teacher Zhou said warmly, I hope all the parents here will give Xiaowan's father a warm welcome. This is his first time attending a parent-teacher meeting for his child. I hope he'll come more often in the future and pay more attention to his child's growth. Li Hao nervously gripped the hem of his shirt and nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. Li Hao was about to step down when Teacher Zhou, still speaking, pulled out a small red flower medal. Parents, let's all congratulate Xiaowan on achieving first place in the Chinese exam. Xiaowan's father, please pin this medal on your chest. In an instant, a little red flower badge appeared on Li Hao's chest. Thank you. Thank you. Li Hao accepted the red flower medal under the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd. Teacher, can I go down now? Teacher Zhou smiled to lighten the mood. Xiaowan's father is here for the first time and isn't familiar with her grades. Please wait a moment longer. Li Hao stood there awkwardly, feeling like he was on a public stage for punishment. Congratulations to Xiaowan for achieving first place in math on this exam. Xiaowan's father, congratulations on earning another little red flower medal. Without waiting for a response, Teacher Zhou pinned another medal to Li Hao's chest. After enjoying several rounds of applause, Li Hao gradually began to adjust. Thank you, teacher. May I leave now? Teacher Zhou shook her head again and produced another little red flower medal. Congratulations to Xiaowan for achieving first place in English on this exam. This little red flower medal is for Xiaowan's father. With his chest covered in little red flowers, Li Hao truly made quite a splash among the elementary school parents. Li Hao looked at Xiaowan, his eyes brimming with joy. Xiaowan's grades are truly outstanding. I hope my future children with my wife will excel like this too. Li Hao drifted off into daydreams, a silly grin spreading across his face. Teacher Zhou then said, Xiaowan's father, you may step down now. Li Hao walked down the stairs with his head held high and chest puffed out, the three little red flowers on his chest shining brightly. He had certainly made quite an impression this time. Lulu's gaze toward Li Hao held a touch more affection, her eyes softening with tenderness. If only Manager Li were Xiaowan's father. Thinking this, Lulu clasped Xiaowan's small hand tightly. No sooner had Li Hao sat down than Xiaowan whispered in his ear. Uncle Li, are you my daddy? Li Hao glanced at the parents on either side. He couldn't refuse now, so he stiffened his expression and nodded. Yes, I'm your dad now. Children's hearts are pure, how could they grasp the subtleties of such phrasing? Just as Li Hao was about to speak, his phone rang again. Seeing it was Mu Qingwan calling, he didn't dare delay and answered immediately. Li Hao, how did the parent-teacher conference go? Just as Li Hao was about to speak, he heard Xiaowan whisper in his ear. Daddy, it's so nice you came to my parent-teacher conference. Daddy, can you come to my next one too? Li Hao froze, staring at the phone in his hand as the atmosphere grew tense. Chapter 203, Unexpected. On the other end, Mu Qingwan froze as well. The word dad felt like a system crash in her mind, momentarily erasing yesterday's events. It took her a while to remember that this was Lulu's daughter, Nuan, and Li Hao had gone to help out. But why did she feel so uneasy? Shaking her head, Mu Qingwan replied coldly, you seem to get along quite well with the little one. Li Hao detected the unusual undertone in Mu Qingwan's voice, but with Nuan standing nearby, he could only offer a forced smile. Nuan's been quite the star, top marks in Chinese, math, and English. They're handing out awards right now. Good. You go ahead, Mu Qingwan said indifferently. Li Hao's heart tightened, but thankfully she added, come back early, before hanging up. Li Hao exhaled. Thank goodness. After the parent-teacher conference ended, he left the school amid Lulu's gratitude. Li Hao realized Mu Qingwan seemed a bit upset, so he decided to head home first. It was rush hour, and traffic crawled along the road. Amidst the incessant honking of impatient horns and the slow-moving traffic outside his window, Li Hao, growing restless, turned on the car radio. He flipped through several stations, finding nothing but entertainment news or songs that didn't interest him. Just as he was about to turn it off, a news bulletin came on. Breaking news, Zhonghang Flight 722 crashed early on the 12th while en route from this city to New York State. All 122 passengers and crew members perished. Li Hao's eyes widened. Wasn't this He Rui's flight? His heart skipped a beat. Could He Rui have been on that plane? One hand gripped the steering wheel while the other reached for his phone. Just as he was about to dial, it rang a call from Mu Qingwan. Are you coming back? Mu Qingwan's voice was cold. Almost. What do you want to eat, honey? I'll buy it and cook it for you? No need. We're meeting someone today. I'll wait for you at home. Li Hao wondered, who could this be? But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. He picked up his phone and dialed He Rui's number again. Sorry, the number you dialed is out of service. A bad feeling washed over Li Hao, but he quickly pushed the thought away. No, she couldn't be that unlucky. She was such a good girl. After several more failed attempts, the out-of-service area message remained, and Li Hao's heart sank. Just then, the traffic began to move slowly, forcing Li Hao to focus his attention on driving. As the car inched forward with the traffic, Li Hao found himself reminiscing about his time with He Rui, a wave of melancholy washing over him. In the book, she was already a victim of fate, and now she might face an even greater catastrophe. Was fate truly unchangeable? The traffic crawled forward as Li Hao lost himself in thought. He didn't know how much time had passed when the phone suddenly rang. It was Hirue. Li Hao felt a wave of relief wash over him and quickly answered the call. Hello, is this Hirue? Are you okay? There was no response from Hirue. Li Hao called out several more times, but all he heard was the sound of rushing water. After a moment, Hirue's voice finally came through. Li Hao, it's me. Waves of sobbing came through the line. What's wrong? Hirue, say something. After crying for a while longer, Hirue finally spoke. Li Hao, did you see the news? My flight crashed today. Yeah, I know. All 122 people died. Today? You weren't on it, were you? Li Hao felt a chill run down his spine. Is this a ghost encounter? Is she calling me from the depths of the ocean? That explains the water sounds. No, Hirue, who had been crying, suddenly laughed. I'm not dead. I took the day off and didn't fly. Thank goodness. Almost had a ghostly romance. Li Hao switched the call to speakerphone and waited quietly for her to speak. After Li Hao's interruption, Hirue's emotions had calmed slightly. She slowly recounted today's events. She was indeed scheduled to work today, and it was a flight to New York, a place she'd always wanted to visit. She could use her annual leave to spend a few days exploring New York. Just as she was leaving, her phone buzzed with a notification. She'd successfully snagged tickets for tonight's concert online, 2 tickets, no less. This was the concert she'd been longing to attend with Li Hao. Thinking of Li Hao, she hesitated for less than a second before deciding to find someone to cover her shift. Since she needed to pick up the tickets first, Hirue headed to the box office. The concert featured a hugely popular domestic star, so the ticket collection area was packed, causing signal congestion. This was also why Li Hao hadn't been able to get through on the phone. The moment Hirue stepped away, her phone regained signal only to deliver the news of the plane crash. This is possible? It's surreal. I knew I was chosen by the heavens, even my rescues are this bizarre. Li Hao was stunned, never expecting Hirue to have narrowly escaped death like this. On the other side, Hirue wiped away her tears, clutching her phone as she stared at the 2 tickets in her hand. My best friend died. I'm the one who caused her death. I should have been the one to die. Li Hao gasped, calling out to Hirue. No, Li Hao, listen to me. Her voice choked with emotion as she continued. When I first joined the company, people bullied me because I was new. She was the first to stand up for me. Later, when I upset a passenger due to my inexperience, she immediately stepped in to explain for me, only to get scalding hot water thrown in her face. When my boyfriend hit me, she stood up for me and got pushed down by him, injuring her foot. Yet I ended up going back to that scumbag, breaking her heart all over again. Hirue gave a self-deprecating laugh and continued. Truth is, she's been through hell herself. Her husband died in a car accident, the driver was never found, and she never got a penny in compensation. Her daughter has autism, requiring long-term treatment and constant care. Most of her money went to her daughter. Despite her own suffering, she was always so willing to help others. Compared to her, my good deeds like visiting an orphanage pale in comparison. Li Hao remained silent, his heart heavy too. She's the kindest person to me, and I made her die in my place for my own sake. I feel so terrible. Hirue's voice was bitter. She spoke slowly. Li Hao, do you think I was wrong? Li Hao. Hirue gave a bitter laugh. Truthfully, I know you never loved me. I just wanted to stay with you a little longer. I foolishly imagined you'd be moved by me, leave your wife, and I was stupid enough to compete with her. Li Hao. Hirue released her grip, and the exquisitely printed concert ticket slipped from her palm. On the way back, I thought about so many things. So many. I finally understood. Her voice carried a carefree resolve Li Hao had never sensed before. I'll leave this place. I'll take my sister's daughter with me and go everywhere I can, searching for a cure for her. Thank you for being there for me, Li Hao. She paused, as if wanting to say more. Then, after a few beeps, the call abruptly cut off without warning. Li Hao stared blankly at his phone. For some reason, he could sense that on the other end, there would be only eternal silence. Though he didn't know what Hirue had intended to say, Li Hao didn't plan to call back. Let it all be. Chapter 204, The Spokesperson. Qin Yu and Wanja. Under Mu Qingwan's disapproving gaze, Li Hao stepped into the room. With a woman's innate intuition, Mu Wanqing sensed an unusual atmosphere, as if a trace of sadness lingered in Li Hao's eyes. Rest for a bit. We'll go meet a celebrity shortly. She said it in her usual calm tone before heading toward the bedroom. Strange. I came back late, yet my sweet wife isn't angry at all. Could she have seen the news about the plane crash too? Too bad she doesn't know about her invincible husband's divine physique and his incredible ability to save lives without even trying. Hirue may not be dead, but she won't be appearing again. She should be happy about that. Too bad for her sister. Mu Qingwan's footsteps faltered, her expression shifting. What was going on? News? Hirue isn't dead? And what sister? She entered the room and opened the news app on her phone.
Soon, several pop-up notifications about the plane crash appeared on her screen. After reading them, Mu Qingwan covered her mouth with her hand, tears welling in her eyes.
So many people had tragically lost their lives. Recalling Li Hao's inner thoughts, it seemed Rui hadn't boarded the flight after all. Mu Qingwan patted her chest. She never imagined her first thought would be relief for Rui. Her sharp mind had already pieced together what Li Hao meant by that sister. Composing herself, Mu Qingwan stepped out of the room. Li Hao sat alone on the living room sofa. Spotting her emerge, he flashed a simple, earnest smile. Mu Qingwan frowned, lost in thought, yet to Li Hao's eyes, she appeared softer and more gentle than ever before. Heavens, my adorable wife is so beautiful, like a saint. No wonder Rui knew she couldn't compete with her. My wife is the most unbeatable. A smile touched Mu Qingwan's lips. That Rui really knew her place. Her mood lifted considerably, and she spoke softly, let's go. Li Hao cautiously inquired, who are we meeting? What kind of celebrity? When you mention celebrities, I think of those concert tickets Rui bought. The biggest star around here lately must be the one performing tonight, right? Mu Qingwan replied, you'll see when we get there. Oh, and I want to sign him as our brand ambassador. Li Hao didn't think much of it. With Lanjiu Jewelry's growing reputation, it was indeed time to find a spokesperson to expand their influence. The two got into Mu Qingwan's car and headed toward the largest hotel in Jiangcheng. On the way, Mu Qingwan couldn't help but say, I saw the news about the plane crash today. Is Rui okay? Li Hao, sitting in the passenger seat, turned to look at her curiously. What was up with his wife today? She was actually showing concern for someone else, and this person was the woman he considered the other woman. But upon reflection, there was nothing particularly sensitive to withhold. He recounted Rui's story, carefully omitting the part about how one of the tickets she'd purchased was intended for him. Mu Qing sighed with sympathy. That woman is truly pitiful. Let's donate some money to her daughter. Li Hao figured Rui wouldn't be leaving so soon, at least the adoption paperwork would take time, so he agreed. Soon they arrived at the hotel parking lot. After parking, the two entered the lobby. As soon as they entered, a well-dressed man approached them with a professional smile. He bowed slightly to Mu Qingwan and inquired, may I ask if you are Miss Mu? After receiving her confirmation, his expression grew even more courteous. Good day, Miss Mu. I'm Mr. Yi Lin's agent, Gu Taichu. He offered an apologetic smile and continued, as a public figure, Mr. Yi is concerned about causing any disturbance. He has kindly arranged for a private room where he awaits your arrival. Mu Qingwan silently nodded to herself. This Yi Lin truly lived up to the humble reputation he had in the industry. Even his agent was so courteous and well-mannered. You should know that nowadays, even the most obscure celebrities look down their noses at ordinary people. Yi Lin debuted with a boy band and, thanks to his striking looks, first gained popularity within a niche circle. After leaving the group, he landed supporting roles in several period dramas. Both his acting and appearance were spot on, earning positive feedback and some buzz. Recently, he starred in a wildly popular drama, showing clear signs of ascending to the ranks of China's top-tier celebrities. This popular star, blessed with both looks and acting chops, enjoys an impeccable reputation both within and outside the industry, with almost no negative news. This was precisely why Mu Qingwan chose him as the brand ambassador for her product. Following Gu Taichu into a private room, Mu Qingwan surveyed the elegant decor, refined and tasteful. Then, a man who had been sitting quietly at a table rose and walked toward them. Smiling as he approached, he extended his hand. Hello, I'm Yi Lin. He first shook hands politely with Li Hao, then turned to Mu Qingwan, his eyes widening in admiration. Ms. Mu, you are truly beautiful and graceful, radiating an elegant aura. Today I truly understand what it means that all the beauties in the six palaces pale in comparison. Yi Lin's compliment was direct, yet paired with his handsome features and sincere expression, it felt entirely genuine, without a trace of insincerity. Mu Qingwan flushed slightly. She knew she was beautiful, but Yi Lin was the only outsider who had ever complimented her so openly. Damn it, flirting with my wife right to my face? Think I don't exist? Even though my adorable wife is graceful and breathtakingly beautiful, you don't have to stare like that, you little brat. Where do you think you're looking, you little brat? Take your lecherous eyes off her. Mu Qingwan startled. Today she wore a strapless dress. Could Yi Lin be all show and no substance, some lecherous devil? She instinctively reached to cover her chest. But then Yi Lin praised, Miss Mu, that crystal necklace around your neck complements your skin tone perfectly. It's a stunning match, absolutely beautiful. He seemed to have discovered a new treasure. This is your company's product, right? It's so beautiful. I'm even more excited to endorse your jewelry line. Mu Qingwan's defensive gesture transformed into a gentle caress of the necklace around her neck as she smiled. This is our latest design from Blue Jiu. Thank you for your compliment, Mr. Yi. After some small talk, the group sat down. Li Hao could tell Mu Qingwan was quite pleased with this Yi Lin. Just then, the waitstaff began serving the dishes. One round-faced waitress spotted Yi Lin. Her eyes widened instantly. An avid drama fan, she immediately recognized the man before her as her current favorite celebrity. Just as she was about to make a move, Yilin noticed her reaction. With a smile on his lips, he gently patted her shoulder. "Excuse me," he said gently, "I have guests here. If you'd like, we can take a photo together later." The waitress beamed with delight, practically skipping away. She served the dishes at a brisker pace, eager to bring every single one herself. Chapter 205, Yilin's Inner Thoughts. Throughout the meal, Yilin found several opportunities to compliment Mu Qingwan, his words refined and courteous. With Qin Taichu skillfully interjecting compliments from the sidelines, the entire dinner unfolded in a spirit of mutual enjoyment. Li Hao mostly offered polite smiles without saying much. A strange feeling crept over him. This Yilin seemed to want more than just a simple endorsement deal. Li Hao wasn't the type to get jealous over other men admiring his wife's beauty or exchanging a few extra words with her. After all, every man appreciates beauty unless he's a eunuch. But Yilin was different. Just how he was different, Li Hao couldn't quite put his finger on yet. I'll have to keep an eye on this guy. His motives toward my dear wife seem impure. Then again, with my wife being such a heavenly beauty, it's only natural someone would covet her. But you're not allowed to covet her. I'll be keeping an eye on you. Mu Qingwan overheard Li Hao's inner thoughts. Her lovely face flushed crimson as she shielded her eyes with a napkin, shooting him a furious sideways glance. Yilin was being perfectly straightforward. How could his motives be impure? Still, her heart felt sweet. Li Hao scratched his head in confusion. How had he managed to provoke her again? After the meal, Mu Qingwan called the waitress over to settle the bill. The round-faced waitress approached. She stole a glance at Yilin, who returned her look with a smile. The waitress's heart began to pound wildly. "No, I'm sorry, miss, but the bill has already been settled by that gentleman over there." She pointed toward Qin Taichu. This lunch had actually been Mu Qingwan's initiative, using her connections to extend the invitation. She hadn't anticipated someone else paying first. "Being straightforward by nature," she said, "then I'd like to thank Mr. Yi for his hospitality." After a moment's thought, Mu Qingwan decided to get straight to the point. "Regarding the endorsement, we are very satisfied with both Mr. Yi's image and reputation. Would Mr. Yi be interested in collaborating with Blue Jewelry? It would be my honor to partner with your esteemed company. As I mentioned earlier, I'm truly captivated by your jewelry. It's utterly enchanting." As he spoke, Yilin's eyes sparkled with amusement as he looked at Mu Qingwan. Before Mu Qingwan could respond, he continued, "How about this? I have a concert tonight right here in Jiangchang. I need to prepare for that. Let's discuss the specifics of the contract in a couple of days." Yilin's smile blossomed, radiating the sunny charm of a young man. "Ah, I see. My apologies, I haven't been following entertainment news closely. So today's concert at the stadium is hosted by Mr. Yi? Then I wish you every success." Mu Qingwan extended her hand gracefully and shook Yilin's. "This woman, I want her." Suddenly, a jarring voice pierced Li Hao's ears. "Who's talking?" Li Hao froze, glancing around. Besides their group, only the staff peeking through the doorway waited for autographs. They were too far away and wouldn't dare come, and it couldn't be them. Just then, a pair of clean, bare hands reached out. "Mr. Li, you have such an astonishingly charming wife, truly enviable. I hope we can enjoy a pleasant collaboration in the future." Li Hao offered a faint smile and extended his hand, but alarm bells were ringing inside his head. That voice. That phrase. He had definitely seen that phrase before. But where? With a slap to his thigh, Li Hao finally recalled in the original story, there was someone else who loved to say that line. But in the original story, that person wasn't named Yilin, it was Zhong Siyuan. The moment the two figures linked in Li Hao's mind, he couldn't help but tense up. In the original story, Zhong Siyuan was the boyfriend of Mu Qingwan's best friend, Gao Ningyu, a man who acted with no moral boundaries whatsoever. And Gao Ningyu, whom Mu Qingwan considered her confidant, didn't truly regard her as a friend either. She was actually jealous of everything about Mu Qingwan. She resented Mu Qingwan for being happier, prettier, and somehow living a better life than her. This hatred had long warped Gao Ningyu's psyche. Later, when Mu Qingwan fell on hard times, it was Gao Ningyu who ordered Zhong Siyuan to assault her and then posted her nude photos online. Thinking of this, Li Hao felt a suffocating tightness in his chest. Fortunately, his intervention seemed to alter the course of the original story. Li Hao's gaze grew intense. Regardless of whether Yilin was Gao Siyuan, he must prevent anything that could lead Mu Qingwan to the tragic ending of the original story. "What are you thinking about? Let's go." Mu Qingwan affectionately hooked her arm through Li Hao's, pulling him away. He glanced back. Yilin watched them with a warm smile, nodding slightly. "This woman. I want her." The voice echoed in Li Hao's ears once more. In an instant, Li Hao's gaze toward Yilin shifted from calm detachment to icy coldness. Li Hao would not let anyone covet Mu Qingwan go unpunished. Yilin paused, but her smile quickly returned, tinged with a hint of strangeness. "Yilin, you're so handsome. Can I get your autograph? And me too, I want a photo together. Sign it on my shirt, wow." As Mu Wancheng and the others left, the waitstaff immediately rushed into the room. Yi Lin maintained his signature smile, calmly directing everyone for photos and autographs. It was like a celebrity meet and greet. On the way from the private room to the parking lot, Li Hao pondered Yi Lin's connection to Zhong Xiyuan, while Mu Qingwan contemplated the details of the upcoming contract signing. Neither spoke. Just as they neared the elevator entrance, a voice called out from behind, "Ms. Mu, Mr. Li, excuse me, please wait a moment." They halted and turned to see their agent, Qin Taichu, jogging toward them. Presenting 2 exquisitely printed tickets, Qin Taichu smiled. "Mr. Yi instructed me to give these to you both. These are tickets to Mr. Yi's concert tonight, both front row VIP seats. If you have time, you're welcome to attend." He handed the tickets over. Mu Qingwan accepted them and said, "Thank you." Qin Taichu turned and headed back. Staring at the tickets in Mu Qingwan's hands, Li Hao remarked, "Looks like Rui went to pick up tickets for Yi Lin's concert." Mu Qingwan's heart sank. Her hand trembled, and the 2 tickets fluttered lightly to the floor. They landed precisely in the gap beneath the elevator doors, slipping inside and vanishing from sight. Li Hao suddenly realized that not even the last of the 4 tickets Rui had bought remained. What did this portend? "Honey, this Yi Lin is bad luck. You'd better stay away from him," Li Hao said earnestly. "Put." Mu Qingwan shot him a disdainful look. "What's unlucky about him? It's all coincidence. What nonsense are you spouting?" Li Hao sighed. Mu Qingwan currently had a favorable impression of Yi Lin, and he had no concrete evidence. He couldn't exactly say, "I heard his thoughts," could he? "Right," Mu Qingwan said. "It seems Yi Lin isn't opposed to being our spokesperson. I think signing him should be no problem. I've been thinking after signing him, we could leverage his sunny image to launch a romantic crystal collection. What do you think?" Mu Qingwan looked at Li Hao. Li Hao remained non-committal. Sunshine? More like the devil's light from the abyss. Chapter 206, Divergence. Qin Yu and Wanjia. Upon returning home, Mu Qingwan promptly shed her high heels and changed into casual attire in her room. She disliked social engagements by nature, but for the company's growth, she had to endure the inconvenience. The moment she stepped through her door, she shifted into a different state of being. After changing, Mu Qingwan sank comfortably into the plush sofa, scrolling through her phone. The cozy, domestic aura of this young woman stirred Li Hao's heart. He approached and sat down beside her, gently taking hold of her delicate, pale feet. Her delicate feet fit perfectly in his palm, feeling incredibly soft. Li Hao caressed them briefly before beginning to massage them. Mu Qingwan tried to pull away, but the sensation made her reluctant to let go. Her face flushed crimson like a red apple, yet the unusual comfort drew her in, and she closed her eyes, surrendering to the sensation. Li Hao silently watched her long lashes flutter slightly, suddenly enveloped by a profound sense of happiness. This quiet, intimate moment of sharing beauty between lovers was a life he had never even imagined before. Lost in thought, Li Hao's pressure on her foot unconsciously intensified. "Ah!" Mu Qingwan, who was experiencing Li Hao's massage, suddenly felt a sharp pain in her foot and couldn't help but let out a soft, enchanting moan. "Damn it, honey, do you have to be this tempting? I can't take it anymore, I can't take it anymore, this little vixen is going to devour me. I can't hold back, should I pounce? Or should I pounce?" His inner thoughts reached Mu Qingwan's ears word for word, and she pinched him hard. Ouch! A sharp pain shot through Li Hao's waist as Mu Qingwan's fingers dug into the tender flesh. Mu Qingwan shot Li Hao a withering look, thinking, "You talk dirty, you're so good at teasing, do you say this to other women too?" Li Hao was speechless. What was going on? Getting pinched for his loose lips was one thing, but now his heartfelt thoughts weren't allowed either? He sighed helplessly, "Honey, are we still pressing this?" "Oomph." Mu Qingwan shot him a dismissive look. "Don't think I don't know what you're thinking." Seeing Li Hao's utterly incredulous expression, she chuckled inwardly. "You didn't expect me to actually know what you're thinking, did you? Is it wrong to think?" Li Hao teased. "No." Mu Qingwan pinched him again. "That'll teach you to be so mischievous." Fine, I give up." Li Hao conceded. After a moment of playful banter, Mu Qingwan headed to the kitchen. Minutes later, she returned with 2 cups of tea. "Thanks, my dearest wife," Li Hao exclaimed dramatically, earning another disapproving glance from Mu Qingwan. Placing the teacups across from Li Hao, she took a sip and said seriously, "Li Hao, do you have some issue with Yi Lin?" Seeing Mu Qingwan bring up the topic herself, Li Hao was more than happy to oblige. He replied earnestly, "This man cannot be trusted. I think we should consider other options. I can confirm Yi Lin is the one. We can't take that risk. How could I possibly let someone who has designs on my wife stay close to me? Besides, he won't end well. It'll inevitably affect the company." Mu Qingwan was baffled and found it slightly amusing. "You've only met him once. How can you already deem him untrustworthy? Such deep-seated malice?" Li Hao's inner thoughts led Mu Qingwan to conclude he was jealous, and not just a little, but completely out of the blue. "I had people investigate Yi Lin. From his debut to becoming a top-tier star, he hasn't had a single negative story, not even a hint of scandal." Mu Qingwan remarked, "You know how rare such an artist is in today's domestic entertainment industry. My interaction with him yesterday also showed me he's quite polite, just a big, innocent kid. Li Hao sighed and said, actually, there are other stars like that. We can keep looking. I don't think we need to rush the endorsement deal. Mu Qingwan's expression suddenly darkened. I don't understand why you view Yi Lin this way. Yes, it was my first time meeting him too, but I still stand by my decision. Lanjiao jewelry has grown well, but it's reached a certain bottleneck. We need new growth drivers. I'm not just considering a celebrity endorsement, I'm looking at the traffic they bring. Jewelry isn't as popular among young people these days, and we can't afford to ignore that consumer group. Li Hao, you know Lanjiao jewelry's position within our Mu group. With many of our group's businesses struggling now, Lanjiao is the one holding everything together. She actually had more to say. Lately, taking advantage of the group's declining performance, her uncle Mu Yuankai had been pulling strings behind the scenes, trying to force her out. Mu Qingwan delivered the entire speech in one breath before suddenly realizing she seemed overly agitated. She composed herself, thought for a moment, and decided to speak her mind. I'm sorry, Li Hao. My uncle's recent maneuvers have thrown me off balance. I'm going to rest for a bit. With that, Mu Qingwan stood up and walked into the room. Li Hao felt his head buzzing from Mu Qingwan's words. He stared at her retreating figure in surprise. Besides Yi Lin, was Mu Yuankai also stirring up trouble? Was this the impact of the plot change? Had the butterfly effect kicked in? Li Hao could distinctly feel the plot difficulty escalating. Zhong Siyuan, essentially Yi Lin in a different guise, was one example. Mu Yuankai's premature attack was another change. If handled poorly, Mu Qingwan's tragic ending might repeat itself. Li Hao fell deep in thought. These plot developments were straying from his understanding. He needed to thoroughly review everything. On Mu Yuankai's side, Mu Qingwan had controlled the Mu group for quite some time. While she wasn't unshakable, there was no need to rush. As for Yi Lin, given Mu Qingwan's current stance, forcing her to abandon him now would only escalate the conflict. Li Hao rubbed his temples. This was frustrating. Knowing the other party had ulterior motives and was a potential threat, yet having to give him a chance, felt incredibly unpleasant. Yes, extremely unpleasant. Amidst the chaos of his thoughts, a sudden insight flashed through Li Hao's mind, then expanded infinitely. Like parting the fog to see the moon, his perspective shifted. Originally, Li Hao had been adamant about not using Yi Lin. He knew the man's character well. Trouble was bound to erupt later. Yi Lin's downfall wouldn't be the worst part. If he became Lanjiao's spokesperson, it would inflict massive damage on the company, something absolutely unthinkable. But now, his perspective had shifted abruptly. After re-examining the original storyline, Li Hao suddenly realized, compared to Mu Qingwan's fate, the Mu group truly meant nothing. If it meant allowing Mu Qingwan to defy fate and escape the original story's conclusion, sacrificing the Mu group was a small price to pay. A clear objective crystallized in his mind. Beyond Mu Qingwan, the rest of this world held no relevance to him. Whereas he had once feared plot deviations, he now cared not. Whether Yi Lin or Mu Yuankai, they were merely a bunch of NPCs utterly insignificant. Chapter 207, The Plan. After weighing all the options, Li Hao had reached his decision. Rather than isolating the threats and remaining ignorant of their subsequent actions, he would draw them all to his doorstep. Whether it was Yi Lin or Mu Yuankai, he wasn't afraid of losing control. He would take the initiative. Whether this world was good or bad, he couldn't leave it. Since he couldn't leave, he would live well. All the demons and monsters stay put. For a moment, he felt invigorated, as if something powerful had surged through his veins. I need a plan, Li Hao thought, striding into his study. An hour later, Li Hao glanced at his watch. Evening had fallen. He carefully prepared several dishes in the kitchen. After setting the table, he gently knocked on Mu Qingwan's door. Mu Qingwan opened the door quickly, her face looking somewhat haggard. Li Hao, having rediscovered his purpose, was full of energy, creating a stark contrast between them. Grabbing Mu Qingwan's hand, he led her to the table and gently guided her into a chair. Qingwan, I'm sorry. I've thought it through. Yi Ming must be used. Li Hao looked at her earnestly as he spoke. Mu Qingwan froze. Though she had previously vowed to sign Yi Lin, she knew deep down that he wasn't the only option. She just couldn't explain why she'd been so adamant in front of Li Hao. Of course, she had no idea this was the power of the plot. She certainly couldn't have known that her man was about to break free from its constraints. Mu Qingwan couldn't fathom why Li Hao had changed so drastically all of a sudden, which in turn made her own resolve waver. After a moment's thought, her rational mind instantly conjured several candidates, all celebrities with solid reputations and considerable fame. Why hadn't she thought of this before? Was it just to argue with Li Hao? Mu Qingwan felt a bit baffled. Still, she spoke up. Actually, it doesn't have to be Yi Lin. I think several other celebrities would work too. She listed the names of the celebrities she'd thought of earlier. No way. Li Hao's tone was unusually firm. Yi Lin it is. You were right earlier, I was being narrow-minded. Li Hao gave her a look that said, I get you. Mu Qingwan. Still reeling from the shock, she finished her meal. Li Hao swiftly cleared the table, then pulled out another proposal and placed it on the surface. Mu Qing, this is the plan I just came up with. Mu Qingwan took it. Inside were plans for the signing ceremony and a venue layout for a concurrent exhibition. The signing process left her puzzled, but the exhibition venue design concept lit up her eyes. Li Hao, is this your own idea? She looked at Li Hao as if he were a different person. You don't believe in your husband anymore, huh? Your husband is pretty amazing, you know. You'll see soon enough your husband is no ordinary man. This feeling of my wife's admiration is so satisfying I should have shown off my talents to her ages ago. Mu Qingwan heard Li Hao's inner thoughts. She felt like laughing, yet a heavy weight lifted from her heart. She was certain he was still her husband, unchanged. Li Hao said, I'll design some new products in the next few days. Guaranteed to turn heads. What? This time, Mu Qingwan was genuinely shocked. When had Li Hao ever been able to design jewelry? And guarantee it would turn heads? After all, finding a seasoned jewelry designer was incredibly difficult. Lanjiao had spent a fortune scouring the globe to assemble their current team of designers. Your husband has many more talents, just wait and see. The next day, at Li Hao's urging, Mu Qingwan contacted Yi Lin's agent and the two parties quickly reached an agreement on their collaboration. At Yi Lin's suggestion, the group shared dinner together. But under Li Hao's direction, Yi Lin didn't get much of a chance to shine in front of Mu Qingwan, and the meal ended rather abruptly. Back at the company, Li Hao summoned Lu Lu and handed her the venue design proposal. Like Mu Qingwan, Lu Lu was stunned upon seeing the plans. It was incredibly imaginative. She could already envision the awe-inspiring impact it would have. When Li Hao then pulled out several jewelry design sketches, she covered her mouth in disbelief. Was this really the same Mr. Li she knew? As a jewelry designer, Lu Lu instantly recognized the extraordinary quality in the sketches Li Hao presented. Take that diamond necklace alone, its design concept was wildly imaginative yet perfectly cohesive. She could already envision how breathtaking the final piece would be. Mr. Li, did you design these yourself? She suspected Li Hao had paid a fortune for these designs just for this exhibition. As a company designer, Lu Lu disapproved of this approach. No matter how brilliant a purchase design might be, it was a one-time investment. If a customer fell in love with your product but you couldn't deliver on follow-up, they'd likely be lost. Of course I designed it myself. Would I ever present something unworthy? Li Hao quipped. No, of course not. Lu Lu blushed. Didn't her question imply she didn't trust Li Hao? She hurriedly explained, no, it's so good, really. Ha ha. Li Hao laughed heartily. Lu Lu's reaction amused him. It was a feeling he hadn't experienced before. It was as if, after realizing he wasn't a slave to the plot, his perspective on many things had shifted. In the story, Lu Lu was a tragic character, but hadn't he changed that for her? And then there were He Rui, Yi Lan, and others. His arrival had turned their lives around, preventing the tragic endings they were destined for. In the future, Mu Qingwan would be no different. Li Hao was utterly confident he could make it happen. He didn't consider himself a god, but since he knew the entire novel's plot in advance, then he would begin to control it, not merely follow it. Looking at the diamond necklace blueprint in Lu Lu's hands, Li Hao had an idea. Right, this necklace must be completed quickly, before the launch event. Yes, Mr. Li. Lu Lu replied, no longer daring to speak out of turn. Her gaze toward Li Hao now held nothing but admiration. The things in his hands had left her utterly stunned. Li Hao said no more, heading to the engineering department to give further instructions. The main focus was the construction of the exhibition venue, a critical step in his plan that he would personally oversee. Whether it was Yi Lin, Mu Yuankai, or even Mu Qingwan's father and younger siblings, he would place each and every one of them within the framework he was constructing. Not a single one would escape. After a busy day, Li Hao returned home. Qingwan, I need to discuss something with you. Li Hao addressed Mu Qingwan with solemn seriousness. In the past, Mu Qingwan might have thought Li Hao was fussing over nothing. But for some reason, today her first instinct was that Li Hao had something important to discuss. All right, go ahead. She adopted a similarly serious demeanor. I want a child. Li Hao said with a strange grin, staring at her. Before Mu Qingwan could react, Li Hao's next words stunned her even more. I want your uncle to join the Lanjiao management team. Mu Qingwan. Chapter 208, The Exhibition. Lanjiao Jewelry Tower. Today was the day to sign Yi Lin as their spokesperson. It's also the launch event for Lanjiao Jewelry's new collection. Outside the building, a large crowd of reporters had already gathered. As a newly emerging jewelry company, Lanjiao Jewelry had gained significant fame in recent years. Its jewelry designs were strikingly avant-garde yet harmoniously blended with classical concepts, earning acclaim in both the commercial and artistic spheres. It's not just popular in the mainstream market, but also highly sought after in the high-end segment. Lanjiao Jewelry has transcended being merely a product. It has become a symbol of fashion and humanistic values. Therefore, their first ever brand ambassador signing drew significant media attention. The public was not only eager to know which celebrity would endorse their products but also keenly interested in Lanjiao Jewelry's new collection. When it comes to endorsements, choosing the right ambassador can be a major asset for a product. Conversely, choosing the wrong ambassador can spell disaster for a company. To achieve an element of surprise, Lanzhou maintained strict secrecy about the identity of their spokesperson, releasing absolutely no information. Lanzhou's secrecy was truly impressive, not a single detail leaked out. Outside the door, a male reporter grumbled. Getting an early scoop on the spokesperson would undoubtedly give him a lead over his competitors in both timing and content. But wow, there are so many reporters here. Haven't seen a scene like this in ages. That's because Lanzhou is riding high right now. Major fashion shows are clamoring to work with them. Another reporter, a young beauty, had been covering entertainment news for some time. And it's not just domestically. At the recent M-Country Line Music Awards, several actresses wore Lanzhou jewelry. Damn impressive, the male reporter exclaimed. For so long, it's always been our big-name stars scrambling to borrow their pieces, even ending up in repeated fashion clashes. Who'd have thought Lanzhou could pull off such a comeback? In the fashion world, Donghua has always been at the bottom of the food chain. Not only against the West, but even in the East, it can't hold a candle to the two neighboring countries. This has also turned the East into a dumping ground for their trashy entertainment, and it's not just entertainment products. Things like LGBT and effeminate culture are all flooding in, overwhelming the young people of the East. The people of the country watched helplessly. At that moment, Blue 9 staff arrived at the entrance, announcing that everyone could now enter the venue. The waiting journalists surged into the building in a flurry. The first floor of the building had been transformed by Lanzhou staff into a jewelry exhibition hall. The moment they entered, the journalists' eyes widened. As seasoned journalists, they had seen it all and were no strangers to grand spectacles. Yet this spectacle still left them speechless. Spanning thousands of square meters, dazzling jewels sparkled brilliantly within the display cases. That alone wouldn't have been extraordinary. What was astonishing was that beyond the display cases on the floor, the majority of the exhibits weren't on the ground at all. They were suspended in midair. The vast ground floor hall seemed like a space where gravity had vanished. War chariots of the Qin dynasty, tricolored glazed pottery of the Tang dynasty, sacred artifacts of Babylon, and Greek scepters. Elements from both East and West were represented here, with exquisite jewelry artfully arranged among them. Light poured onto the exhibits from every conceivable angle, evoking a sense of traversing through time and space within the reporter's mind. Absolutely stunning, the journalists exclaimed. Just as everyone was frantically snapping photos and checking in, the host announced the arrival of Bluzhou's president, Mu Qingwan. The reporters instantly became excited again. The exhibition could wait. Mu Qingwan rarely appeared in public. In an instant, the journalists all rushed back to the conference area. Under the spotlight of all eyes, Mu Qingwan walked gracefully into the venue. Today, she wore a form-fitting dark green satin dress. The V-neck design perfectly accentuated her slender neckline. A diamond necklace sparkled with a warm, captivating glow upon her collarbone. Paired with her snow-white skin and exquisite features, she radiated a mesmerizing beauty. Honey, are you trying to kill me? You're the very definition of mesmerizing. What a loss with such a stunning wife. I should keep her out of public view. Amidst the click of camera flashes, Mu Qingwan clearly heard Li Hao's inner thoughts from backstage, her smile growing even more enchanting. This prompted many male reporters to press their shutter buttons even faster. Clearly, they were seasoned pros. After the photo session concluded, Mu Qingwan calmly prepared to address reporters' questions about the press conference. The first question came from the beautiful reporter who had been chatting outside earlier. Ms. Mu, the diamond necklace around your neck is absolutely stunning. Is it also a new product from this launch? After the reporter asked this, the other journalists who had already found the necklace stunning clicked away once more. Upon closer inspection, everyone agreed with the reporter's discerning eye. The diamond necklace resembled stars in the night sky, each diamond radiating dazzling brilliance. It lay quietly upon Mu Qingwan's neck, yet seemed like a flowing Milky Way. An overwhelming sweetness filled Mu Qingwan's heart. This necklace had been specially designed for her by Li Hao, and she adored it herself, so she'd worn it to the launch event. She hadn't expected the question, but since it related to the product, she smiled and answered. Thank you for the compliment. This was personally designed for me by my husband. It's not a new product from this launch. Wow! The crowd gasped in unison. Designed by CEO Mu's husband himself? What a devoted husband! A fairy tale come true. After answering a few more questions, Mu Qingwan stepped down from the stage. The host then introduced Lanzhou's new products, saving the brand ambassador announcement for last. After stepping down, Mu Qingwan entered another lavishly decorated room where over a dozen distinguished men and women had gathered. These individuals included CEOs of major entertainment companies, leading figures in the fashion industry, and several astonishingly wealthy socialites. They had already previewed today's new products before the official event began. Before Mu Qingwan's arrival, they had already begun mingling, networking, and maintaining connections being one of their primary purposes for attending. Upon entering, Mu Qingwan greeted each distinguished guest. Several wealthy women had been staring intently at the necklace around her neck since she entered. They were seasoned connoisseurs, yet the effect this necklace produced was something they had never witnessed before. Ms. Mu, you finally arrived. One of the ladies pointed at the diamond necklace around Mu Qingwan's neck and remarked with a hint of envy, keeping something this exquisite hidden away from us? That's not very nice of you, is it? Chapter 209, The Starlight Necklace. This woman was the wife of a real estate tycoon named Qingwan. Anlei, it's not that I didn't want to show it off. My husband Li Hao just gave it to me yesterday. I only received it yesterday. Mu Qingwan explained with a smile. Li Hao had actually instructed her that if anyone was interested, they could accept custom orders, though delivery would take a month. As for the custom price? Well, that was naturally extraordinary. But these wealthy ladies were all well-heeled, and a little money was no problem for them. As for Li Hao, he had deeper plans. This starry sky necklace would mark another beginning. Sure enough, Mu Qingwan's promotional effect went viral instantly. Ms. Mu, I won't stand for it if I can't get this necklace, I won't accept it. Exactly. I like several pieces outside, but if I can't have this one, I won't take any of them. The wealthy ladies chattered excitedly. My husband doesn't usually design jewelry himself, but since you all like it so much, I'll talk to him. Mu Qingwan feigned reluctance before dialing Li Hao. Li Hao, of course, had no problem with this. He had plenty of such designs in his head. My darling wife really is a super salesperson. As long as my products can be promoted in the top-tier circles, Lanjiu won't matter much anymore. Let Yilin go play with that old codger Mu Yuan Kai on his own. While Mu Qingwan played the role of super saleswoman, the unveiling of the spokesperson was underway at the venue. In a backstage room at the venue, comfortable sofas and an array of exquisite snacks and drinks were laid out. Yet, facing this empty room, Yilin's face was dark enough to drip water. Just then, the door opened. Xin Taichu entered cautiously. Not my turn yet? Yilin asked coldly. Not yet. The organizers scheduled you for last, Xin Taichu replied, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face. Yilin stared at him coldly. Xin Taichu swallowed hard and quickly added, they said you're the grand finale. The damn finale? Are they ing with me? Smack. Yilin swept the cup off the table with one hand, sending shards of glass scattering across the floor. Xin Taichu recoiled in terror at Yilin's fierce expression, scrambling backward. What are you running from? What's the situation outside? Yilin suddenly seemed perfectly calm again, brushing tea leaves off his pant leg. Well, they've turned the first floor into an exhibition hall. The display is quite a success. Xin Taichu fumbled for his phone and pulled up photos of the venue. Yilin glanced at them. Interesting. He could clearly see this exhibition would draw massive attention, further diminishing the impact of his own appearance. Still, as long as he could connect with Mu Qingwan, everything else was tolerable. It wouldn't significantly alter his plans. His goal was to connect with Mu Qingwan and secure this woman. This woman is mine. The thought of Mu Qingwan made him feel a certain part of himself swell. Were it not for certain hidden reasons behind the scenes, he would have already forced his way through by any means necessary. But for now, he had to proceed step by step. Yilin stood up and walked toward the wardrobe. What was Mu Qingwan wearing today? He had deliberately brought several formal outfits, carefully chosen to complement Mu Qingwan's style. After the signing, he would appear on stage with Mu Qingwan. He planned to draw attention and encourage her to join him in showcasing jewelry. Once they appeared together in print, he'd deploy paid commenters to hype things up. In this era where traffic reigns supreme, the buzz around a golden boy and girl could be hyped up in no time. A heartthrob and a beautiful CEO in the public eye, Mu Qingwan and he would naturally become a power couple. With this foundation established, everything else would gradually fall into place. Mu Qingwan isn't here. Xin Taichu stammered. She left after her presentation. There's a new company debtor, also surnamed Mu, I believe. Left? So Lanjiu's contract isn't with her? Yilin's handsome face instantly twisted into a grimace. Yes, that's right. He gritted his teeth. Anything else out of the ordinary? His focus scattered, his plans repeatedly disrupted, Yilin felt on the verge of collapse. Mu Qingwan's jewelry today was a new design by Li Hao called the Starry Sky Necklace. It's incredibly eye-catching. I heard many wealthy ladies have placed orders. It's stealing the spotlight from the exhibition in high society circles. Yilin. Oh, right. Xin Taichu suddenly remembered Yilin's earlier question and hurriedly added, Mu Qingwan is wearing. Yilin's defenses crumbled. Xin Taichu awkwardly turned away, desperate to leave as soon as possible, unwilling to linger another second. His hand had barely touched the door handle when Yilin shouted again, come back. Xin Taichu sighed inwardly and turned back. Have someone come clean this up. Yes, I accidentally broke the cup. Yilin resumed his refined demeanor, smiling gently. Be kind to the staff. They've got it tough. Xin Taichu lowered his gaze, watching this man whose mood shifted like the weather. A chill ran down his spine. If he had a choice, he'd rather be the manager for some obscure, third-rate celebrity than endure this constant emotional roller coaster. His heart couldn't take it. But he dared only keep this thought to himself. Recalling the formidable power behind Yilin, he shuddered. Though Yilin's expression remained unruffled, his mind had already reached a conclusion. From the timing of his appearance to the exhibition, to Mu Qingwan unexpectedly not signing with the company, to the starry sky necklace. This series of events pointed to one conclusion: someone was deliberately obstructing his access to Mu Qingwan. And that person, he was certain, was Li Hao. From their first meeting, Yilin sensed Li Hao was different from what he'd heard. Not merely a pendant for Mu Qingwan, but a leopard lying in wait. Li Hao, I truly underestimated you. Yilin burst into laughter. Tai Chu, go prepare. The signing ceremony should be nearly ready. Watching Qin Taichu's timid retreating figure, Yilin's lips curled into a cold smile. Useless, but at least he obeys. Pulling out his phone, Yilin made a call. In a riverside villa within the city, a stern-looking middle-aged man answered his phone. Hello, Yilin. What? The signatory has been changed to someone surnamed Mu? Another member of the Mu family? Hold on, I'll look into it. After hanging up, the man summoned his subordinate and issued instructions. 10 minutes later, his subordinate returned with a document. The man pulled out his phone with one hand and took the documents with the other. Mu Yuankai, 48 years old, shareholder of Mu Group, and the eldest uncle of Mu Qingwan, president of Mu Group. He began reading aloud into the phone. Yilin listened to the voice through the receiver, a peculiar smile spreading across his face. Mu Yuankai? Interesting. Chapter 210, Signing the Contract. Blue Zhou Jewelry Exhibition Hall. On stage, Mu Yuankai stood with his back straight, wearing a warm yet dignified smile. What we are about to present to you is a ring designed by our Blue Legacy's premier designer, Lulu. Named the Star Whisper Dreamwave Ring, it features sapphire. As the host spoke, staff members carried a satin-lined box onto the stage. Inside the box lay a serene sapphire ring. Its band, crafted from delicate yet resilient white gold, encircled a tranquil, deep blue Sri Lankan sapphire. The entire ring radiates a dreamlike, dazzling beauty. Next, Lulu took the stage. Today, she wore a white silk blouse with a slightly open collar revealing her collarbone. Black high-waisted straight-leg pants accentuated her long, straight legs, while a rose-gold heart-shaped diamond necklace sparkled between her collarbones. This sophisticated urban look, paired with Lulu's reserved and elegant features, drew a flurry of camera flashes. The next jewelry showcase followed. For this exhibition, Lanjiu had brought out his most prized possessions, displaying them one by one, each piece radiating brilliant luster. Mu Yuankai remained outwardly composed, though inwardly he was overjoyed. Within the Mu Group, although Mu Qingwan held the title of president, the day-to-day operations were managed by various family members. Mu Yuankai's subsidiary focused on engineering and logistics. Over the past 2 years, the market had weakened, and compounded by poor management, the subsidiary had incurred severe losses. Moreover, news that the group was about to audit all subsidiaries made him fear his embezzlement would be exposed. Mu Yuankai set his sights on Mu Qingwan. If he could seize control of the group, wiping out those losses would be a simple matter. Unfortunately, that damn girl clung tightly to her power, and with the backing of Mu Qingwan's grandmother, he never found an opening. When Mu Qingwan suddenly offered him the position of CEO at Blue Zhou, he accepted without hesitation. This was his chance to control the company with the group's largest cash flow. How could he possibly pass it up? As for why Mu Qingwan did this? In Mu Yuankai's view, she had uncovered his scheme. Knowing the situation was beyond salvaging, she sought to win him over, paving the way for a graceful exit that wouldn't leave her destitute. Good for you, Mu Qingwan, for knowing when to back down. Otherwise, you'd have seen what was coming. Mu Yuankai thought with no small measure of satisfaction. He now regarded Lanjiu, indeed, the entire Mu Group, as his personal possession. So when the host announced Lanjiu as the brand ambassador, Mu Yuankai's face darkened with displeasure. That spendthrift brat. Signing some actor for 8 million yuan? Does she really think the Mu family's money grows on trees? Little did he know that half an hour earlier, Mu Qingwan had placed a call to Yilin. The deal they struck would make Mu Yuankai spit blood. Backstage, upon hearing the host announce, "And now, please welcome our company's brand ambassador, Mr. Yilin." His previously gloomy expression instantly shifted to one of radiant sunshine. Qin Taichu stared in astonishment. No wonder he was an actor. That was some quick-change act. Yilin stepped onto the stage with light, brisk strides. Reaching the center, he bowed politely to the audience and reporters below. It's actually Yilin? Oh my god, I'm currently binge-watching his latest drama, The Legend of Wuxuang. So handsome. Yilin, look this way, I'm your biggest fan. Just like the rumors say, he's genuinely polite. I'm officially a fan. Click. Countless camera flashes erupted. Thank you all. Yilin took the microphone from the host. I'm Yilin. Thank you, Lanjiu, for giving me this opportunity to endorse your products. His speech was flawless, perfectly embodying the image of a humble and courteous young actor. The host smiled and remarked, "There's an ancient saying, a gentleman is like jade, peerless in the world." Seeing Yilin today, it feels like this gentleman has stepped right out of the ancient poetry. Yilin felt a surge of pride, yet he remained modest. The host flatters me. I'm not that good. The greatest achievement for me as an actor is simply that the audience enjoys my work. As the two exchanged banter on stage, Mu Yuankai curled his lips in disdain behind them. This scene was clearly observed by Li Hao, who had just arrived and was standing behind the reporters. If this is what it's like, let the dogs fight among themselves. You two have 800 tricks up your sleeves, go ahead and duke it out. Want the Mu group? Fine. But I doubt you'll be able to handle it. No one noticed Li Hao's arrival. Moreover, Mu Qingwan had already announced an internal personnel change within the company. Li Hao had resigned as company general manager, with Mu Yuankai, a shareholder of Mu Group, taking over the position. Thus, Li Hao was no longer part of the picture here. Another unpublicized change was Mu Qingwan selling her 49% stake in Lanzhou jewelry to Yilin. Yilin hesitated for less than 3 seconds before accepting. This was his chance to get closer to Mu Qingwan, and blue jewelry itself was a prime asset. Such an opportunity was rare, and he pondered why Mu Qingwan believed he had the capability to make the acquisition. In his view, none of it mattered. In the face of absolute strength, everything else was trivial. During the subsequent signing ceremony, Mu Yuankai representing Mu Group and Yilin each affixed their signatures to the two documents. Afterward, they shook hands in a gesture of mutual respect. Mu Yuankai offered a forced smile and whispered in a voice inaudible to those nearby, "Young man, you show great promise." Yilin maintained his modest smile. "Thank you, Mr. Mu, for giving me this opportunity." Mu Yuankai retorted, "Don't thank the wrong person, this opportunity wasn't granted by me. 8 million yuan is easy money." He was already regretting parting with that 8 million. "Is that so?" Yilin's expression remained unchanged. "Oh, I forgot to mention to Mr. Mu, I'm now a shareholder of Lanzhou too. No need for profits to flow into outsiders' pockets." Before Mu Yuankai could react, Yilin leaned close to his ear and whispered, "The reporters are watching. Don't embarrass the company. Also, you'd better start figuring out how to cover the deficit at your branch office." With that, Yilin grasped Mu Yuankai's hands with utmost deference. To outsiders, it appeared as a junior showing respect to a senior. They didn't see Mu Yuankai's face turning purple with suppressed anger. They couldn't have imagined that every move unfolded precisely as Li Hao had planned. Having successfully drawn the two major antagonists of this mid-story arc into the arena to fight to the death, Li Hao would temporarily cease meddling in Mu Group's affairs. At least not for now. Reviewing the original storyline, he noted that in the source material, Mu Qingwan was first ousted from her CEO position and then framed, ultimately leading to her tragic demise. But in truth, these were merely the surface reasons. Even without Mu Yuankai, Mu Qingwan's fate would have been the same. A colossal force was manipulating everything behind the scenes. Mu Qingwan was merely a sacrificial pawn crushed beneath the wheels of a colossal machine. Chapter 211, Change of Plans. Li Hao remained unaware of the true identity behind this force, as his knowledge of the plot ended with Mu Qingwan's death. Therefore, all he could do now was eliminate the overt factors that led to Mu Qingwan's tragedy. Trapping Mu Yuankai and Yilin with Lanzhou was the first step in his plan. The second step was to establish a new company capable of generating substantial funds. Thus, the Starry Sky necklace came into being. As for the third step, if possible, he hoped never to reach that point. The first step was no easy feat, gaining Mu Qingwan's absolute trust. The Mu Group was the lifeblood of her existence. She would never relinquish it lightly. For anyone else attempting this, it would be virtually impossible. But for Li Hao, who held the blueprint of Mu Qingwan's entire life, it posed no difficulty. Qin Yu and Wanjia. Li Hao, am I truly giving up the Mu Group? Mu Qingwan's expression held a hint of sadness. The Mu Group was something she had painstakingly built step by step from the brink of disaster. Now, with just one sentence from Li Hao, he was asking her to relinquish it. How could she not feel distressed? Li Hao sighed, walked to Mu Qingwan's side, and gently stroked her cheek. Do you trust me? Mu Qingwan, but I can't explain this to grandmother. Her voice was sorrowful. Thinking of grandmother's unwavering support, Mu Qingwan hesitated. But then she recalled the events Li Hao had foretold, and a chill ran down her spine. Alright, but I must explain this to grandma first. I fear it will break her heart. No problem. I'll go with you. Li Hao gazed at Mu Qingwan with affection, his face betraying a look of heartache. Yet he didn't regret his decision. He didn't even know whether that force was targeting the Mu Group or Mu Qingwan herself. Until he uncovered the truth, he couldn't rest easy. Rather than remain a target in plain sight, he'd rather step out of the fray. At least in the original storyline, the Mu Group was the direct factor dragging Mu Qingwan down. He would slowly seek opportunities to break the deadlock. Li Hao wasn't one to dwell on things, he acted on his decisions. Suddenly, another thought struck him. There was one person left unresolved in the original storyline, Mu Qingwan's best friend, Qin Yu. Without her malice, Mu Qingwan wouldn't have suffered so terribly. Eliminating every potential threat became Li Hao's sole focus. Honey, I'll make sure you're never threatened again. I'll handle everything. From now on, just be my good wife. I don't know how many obstacles lie ahead, but for you, I'm willing to face them. Li Hao, do you remember when we first met? Mu Qingwan suddenly asked. Of course. Li Hao replied softly. Back then, I never imagined we'd end up like this. From now on, I won't be the CEO anymore. How about I become a devoted wife who supports you and raises our children? Mu Qingwan's eyes sparkled as her voice flowed like water. Sounds good. Let me think, how many kids should we have? 3? No, 4. Do you take me for a pig?
Mu Qingwan playfully pinched his nose, then raised her slender hand and held up 3 fingers.
3, no more than that. Alright, then we'll start working on it today. Li Hao began to get handsy. Stop.
Mu Qingwan protested coyly, though her eyes betrayed a hint of desire.
That's not up to you. We've got to make progress.
Li Hao laughed heartily, scooping up Mu Qingwan's delicate frame and carrying her toward the bedroom.
Thud. The door slammed shut. A night of passion.
The next morning, a ringing phone jolted Li Hao from his sweet slumber. He answered, and Lulu's timid voice came through the receiver.
Mr. Li, are you really not coming back to Lanzhou anymore? She asked cautiously. Yes. How are you holding up? Has Mu Yuankai been giving you trouble? No. It's just.
Lulu's voice trembled with tears.
What's wrong?
A bad feeling rose within him, and Li Hao immediately got out of bed and went to the study.
Did that old bastard Mu Yuankai bully you?
If Mu Yuankai really bullied Lulu, Li Hao wouldn't mind ending him early. Lioli, remember this, even though I'm gone, no one can bully you. Li Hao's voice carried a menacing edge.
Over there, Lulu finally couldn't hold back any longer.
Tears fell in big, heavy drops. Hearing her sobs, Li Hao grew frantic.
Lulu? Manager Li, it's Yilin. Last night, Yilin invited our design department out to dinner.
Through her sobs, Lulu recounted last night's events in broken sentences.
After the exhibition ended, Yilin came to the design department.
With his signature smile and words, the design department staff only then learned. Yilin had not only become their company's spokesperson but also its second largest shareholder. So when he proposed taking the entire design department out for dinner that evening, everyone was thrilled. Only Lulu declined the invitation, thinking she needed to go home to help her daughter with homework. Yilin didn't object, but said regretfully, "It's my first day here too. Since Lulu doesn't want to go, I guess we'll skip this gathering."
This put Lulu on the spot.
Her colleagues, who rarely got the chance to dine with a celebrity, were unwilling to let this opportunity slip away.
They kept urging Lulu to join them.
Unable to resist their persistence, Lulu called the nanny who had looked after her daughter before and asked her to come to her home to take care of Nuanyuan. Then she handed the phone to Nuanyuan. "Be a good girl and listen to Auntie.
Mommy will be back soon, no matter how busy I am."
Little did she know this would almost be her last conversation with her daughter.
After the dinner, Yilin invited everyone to go karaoke.
Yilin, who had started in a boy band and even held concerts, was down to earth and sang several of his hit songs.
Later, even Lulu, who wasn't into celebrities, felt that this star was genuinely down to earth. No wonder he was so likable. She couldn't help but let her guard down.
In that atmosphere, everyone drank quite a bit, and Lulu was also pressured into several shots of baijiu. Before long, unable to hold her liquor, she passed out on the sofa. When she woke up, she found herself in an unfamiliar room. She frantically checked herself, thankfully finding all her clothes still intact. Just as she was puzzling over the situation, Yilin walked in. What followed was a nightmare scenario. Yilin was a pervert. He brought out a pile of tools specifically designed for torture. Amid Lulu's desperate pleas, he applied each one to her body. Had Yilin not suddenly received a phone call forcing him to leave, Lulu would have perished by the time he finished using all those instruments. After hearing Lulu's account, Li Hao felt his blood boil.
Damn that bastard. Why don't you just stay put in Lanzhou? If you insist on stirring up trouble, don't blame me when things go wrong. Li Hao wasn't one to act impulsively, but Lulu's situation suddenly made him realize something.
If someone is determined to make your life miserable, no matter how brilliant your plans or how deep your schemes, you simply can't stop them. Li Hao knew he should stay calm and not act rashly, lest all his previous efforts go to waste.
But he couldn't hold back. Chapter 212, The Beginning of Retribution. Where are you now?
Stealing his nerves, Li Hao asked. I'm still at home, Lulu said weakly. Then stay home, Li Hao instructed.
I'll send someone to take you to the hospital. Thank you, Mr. Li. I always trouble you. I really don't know.
Lulu was on the verge of tears again. After offering a few more words of comfort, Li Hao ended the call. Lulu wasn't just a designer he'd personally mentored, she was someone he genuinely wanted to protect. The time had come to make a decision. In his study, Li Hao sat quietly. On the desk lay a blank sheet of paper. In bold black marker, several names were written: Yilin, Mu Yuankai, Gaoning Yu. Since you refuse to follow the script, don't blame me for bringing about a world collapse. After a moment of silent contemplation, Li Hao dialed a number. Meanwhile, in an office building in Jiangchang, at a company called Grey Star Technology, a lean, slightly pale young man sat in a luxurious office chair. His fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, the blue glow from the monitor reflecting eerily in his glasses.
Then, the phone rang. Chang Xing, it's Li Hao. Chang Xing's originally pale face instantly flushed with excitement. Brotherly, it's been ages since we last met. Let me finish, Li Hao cut him off. I need you to handle some matters for me. And after that, you might need to leave Jiangcheng. You've made it now, living a normal life. I really didn't want to bother you. Li Hao's voice carried a hint of regret, but Chang Xing's abilities were precisely what he needed at this moment. Chang Xing was also a character from the original story, originally a freelance hacker whose computer skills ranked among the world's elite. His physical prowess and execution capabilities were equally formidable. Driven by a personal vendetta, he hacked into a massive organization's servers, unaware he'd been under surveillance all along. When cornered by the organization and prepared to go down fighting, he was fortuitously encountered by Li Hao. Leveraging his knowledge of the plot, Li Hao successfully rescued him. Later, Li Hao again leveraged the intricate power dynamics between this organization and another rival faction to divert their attention away from Chang Xing, ultimately enabling his escape. Later, he invested funds to establish Grey Star Technology, placing Chang Xing in charge. Brotherly, Chang Xing's voice was calm yet resolute. Everything I have now is thanks to you. If it's gone, so be it. What's stopping me from starting over? Alright. Li Hao wasn't one to beat around the bush. I'll send you some materials. These were background files Li Hao had compiled on Yilin, Mu Qingwan, and Gao Ningyu. He intended to deal with them all at once. After receiving the files, Chang Xing skimmed through them swiftly, immediately shifting into action mode. Meanwhile, Li Hao was preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Mu Qingwan sat in the living room. Seeing the study door closed, she knew Li Hao was handling matters. Earlier, she had faintly heard Lulu's voice on the phone, and it seemed like things weren't going well. If this were her old self, she would have jumped in immediately. But now, she simply waited for Li Hao to make his decision. Honey, come eat. Help me get the bowls, Li Hao called from the kitchen. Coming, Mu Qingwan replied obediently, heading to the kitchen to fetch the bowls. After placing them on the dining table, she returned to the kitchen. Li Hao was still busy preparing the food. Hearing her return, he didn't turn around but smiled softly. Honey, just wait outside. I'll be done soon. Suddenly, he felt a warm body wrap around him. From behind it was Mu Qingwan. What's gotten into my dear wife? She's being so clingy. But this feels so good. Honey, if you want a hug, wait a moment, the eggs are about to burn. Mu Qingwan's face flushed, and she quickly let go of him. Flip them over quickly, she called out. Li Hao suddenly turned around, spread his arms wide, and scooped her up with a mischievous grin. No, put me down. The eggs are burning. Who cares? Li Hao pressed his broad cheek against Mu Qingwan's delicate face. Mu Qingwan's face flushed crimson instantly. A sweet, cloying scent mingled with the burnt aroma of the eggs. A few minutes later. Alright, time to eat. Though reluctant, Mu Qingwan struggled to call out. Li Hao gave Mu Qingwan's lips another quick pack before letting her go. Alright, he said with feigned seriousness, I know you're dying for it, honey, but let's eat first. What do you mean I want to? Mu Qingwan's cheeks flushed crimson as she retorted fiercely, you're the one who won't let go of me, and now you're accusing me? She shot him a glare as she spoke, and Li Hao burst into laughter. Fine. I'm the one who wants it. The two wrestled playfully for a while longer before finally settling down at the dining table. The meal passed quickly in cheerful conversation. Afterward, Li Hao returned to his study. Chang Xing called. Brotherly, I need to show you something. Li Hao opened his computer, received the file, and clicked it open. A video began playing, showing surveillance footage of a hallway. It was clearly a hotel. Li Hao continued watching patiently, confident Chang Xing wouldn't send him anything useless. First came an empty shot, then a man and a woman appeared in the frame. Li Hao looked closely, his expression immediately becoming quite animated. He recognized both of them. Yilin and Gao Ningyu. Judging by their demeanor, they had clearly just emerged from a room. As for what they'd been up to, anyone could guess. Li Hao rubbed his chin thoughtfully. He hadn't expected Yilin and Gao Ningyu to have already gotten together. This brought things back on track with the original storyline. In the source material, Yilin, essentially a mirror image of Zhong Xiyuan, had always been part of Gao Ningyu's faction. The only question was whether their relationship this time would be partners in crime or partners in business. Of course, Li Hao leaned toward the latter, since Yilin's identity had clearly diverged from the original story. If that was the case, then there was room to maneuver. Now, he needed to gauge the depth of their bond. If it mirrored the original story, Li Hao would have little opportunity. But if Gao Ningyu was merely Yilin's plaything, then Li Hao could leverage her to achieve certain objectives. Li Hao immediately called Chang Xing, keep digging into their relationship. I need more intel on them. No problem, brotherly. Chang Xing agreed readily. After hanging up, a faint smile touched Li Hao's lips. Things were progressing more smoothly than he'd anticipated. Chang Xing's capabilities also exceeded his expectations. This meant even more possibilities were opening up. A few hours later, Chang Xing sent over some more videos. Chapter 213, Giving Others Ammunition. Li Hao opened them and his mood lifted considerably. Yilin, you're finished. Chang Xing, you're incredible.
Without hesitation, Li Hao called Chang Xing again.
Chang Xing, how did you get this footage? Li Hao was curious. Simple. I checked Yilin's itinerary and found he's very cautious. There wasn't much to uncover. Chang Xing continued with a smug tone, so I switched tactics and looked into Gao Ningyu instead.
I discovered she frequently left Jiangqing to visit Yilin's home in Shanghai.
But Yilin's home surveillance wasn't connected to the internet, so I couldn't see inside. I kept tracking Gao Ningyu and found she recently visited a hotel in Jiangcheng. That was around the time Yilin and Lanjiao signed their contract, right? Yeah, brotherly, it seems like that kid Yilin couldn't hold back anymore and called Gao Ningyu to the hotel.
The cameras in the hallway are the hotel's public surveillance system. This hotel's.
But that footage alone wouldn't be enough to pin anything on him. So I wondered, could there be something from inside the room?
You know how it is these days, hidden cameras get installed in hotel rooms for couples.
So I booked that room on a whim, just to see. Turns out I found a hidden camera that hadn't been removed. Interesting. Li Hao burst out laughing. Qin Yu and Wanjia. Honey, are you still in touch with Gao Ningyu? Li Hao suddenly asked. Ningyu?
Oh, we went shopping together last week and had dinner.
Why?
Mu Wanqing replied, a look of confusion crossing her face as she wondered why Li Hao had suddenly brought this up. Li Hao opened his mouth, hesitating.
He hadn't yet revealed Gao Ningyu's true nature to Mu Qingwan.
He feared Mu Qingwan couldn't handle it, a loved one's betrayal, a close friend's stab in the back.
No one could bear it. He decided to hold off for now.
If Mu Qingwan found out now, it might unnecessarily disrupt his plans.
Li Hao smiled. Qingwan, here's the thing. Do me a favor, call Gao Ningyu and invite her out to dinner. Dinner? What are you planning? Mu Qingwan grew even more puzzled.
She knew that although Li Hao also knew Gao Ningyu, they had hardly any contact.
Why would he suddenly invite her out to dinner? Trust me, I have things planned. Li Hao kissed her forehead. Honey, don't worry.
Your husband will handle everything. Those who hurt you, those who stabbed you in the back, I'll deal with them all.
Wait for me. It'll be over soon. Hearing Li Hao's inner thoughts and observing his expression, Mu Qingwan was suddenly overcome by a sense of foreboding.
Still, she agreed to his request. At this moment, her trust in Li Hao was absolute. Half an hour later, Li Hao arrived at a private hospital where Lulu was receiving treatment. This was the location arranged by Chang Xing. After all, if Lulu's injuries were treated at a public hospital, it might attract unnecessary trouble. Outside the hospital room, Li Hao composed himself before pushing open the door.
Lulu lay quietly in bed reading.
The moment she recognized Li Hao entering, tears welled up and spilled over her cheeks.
As if realizing this wasn't appropriate, she quickly wiped the tears from her face. In her flustered state, the book slipped from her grasp and fell to the floor. I'm sorry, Mr. Li, Lulu stammered nervously. Li Hao picked up the book, placed it on the table, then sat down beside Lulu's bed and took her hand. Startled by the sudden gesture, Lulu froze. This felt like the first time Li Hao had ever taken her hand of his own accord. Her heart pounded wildly, and her hand began to tremble. Fortunately, Li Hao didn't notice her reaction. Li Hao gently pulled back the wide sleeve of Lulu's hospital gown, revealing rows of glaring wounds that met his eyes. And these were only on her arms. He could only imagine how many such wounds covered the rest of her body. What had this always fragile woman endured last night? Li Hao clenched his teeth, the fire of rage in his eyes nearly boiling over. Seeing Li Hao's silence and sensing his fury, Lulu grew anxious. She feared he might do something reckless. Yilin was a celebrity with obvious connections. She didn't want Li Hao to do anything foolish for her sake. It wasn't worth it for her sake. Mr. Li, I'm fine. The doctor said it's all superficial injuries. I'll recover in a month or two. Lulu said urgently. Besides, he only hit me. He didn't do anything else to me. For some reason, Lulu felt compelled to clarify. After saying this, she blushed herself. I know. Li Hao composed himself and replied calmly, just focus on your recovery. I'll handle everything else. He saw her worry and forced a smile. Don't worry. I won't put myself in danger. Hearing his words, Lulu's tense emotions finally eased a little. I'll have someone take care of Nuan Nuan. Just focus on getting better, okay? Lulu nodded silently. Stepping out of the ward, Li Hao dialed a number. Chang Xing, how's the digging up of Yilin's other dirt going? It's ongoing. But on the surface, this Yilin seems pretty clean, hardly any negative news online. Li Hao had anticipated this outcome. Yilin was a master at crafting his public persona. Ha! A rat in the gutter, no matter how well he hides, his stench will eventually seep out. Look into his former agent, his assistant, and the members of the boy band he used to be in. Oh, and his current assistant, Xin Taichu, could be a good starting point too. Got it, brotherly. The video of Yilin and Gao Ningyu could ruin his reputation, but for Li Hao, that wasn't enough. That's why he needed to find more dirt on Yilin, dirt that could send him spiraling into irreparable ruin. After arranging all this, Li Hao drove to an upscale restaurant. Mu Qingwan and Gao Ningyu were already waiting in the private room. Originally, Li Hao didn't want Mu Qingwan involved, but at her insistence, he decided to bring her alone. One reason was that without Mu Qingwan's presence, Gao Ningyu might not have accepted the invitation. Another reason was that after seeing Lulu, Li Hao felt it might be better for Mu Qingwan to know about those dirty secrets sooner rather than later. Mr. Li, Gao Ningyu stood up to greet him, her smile sweet. This woman always projected an approachable and charming image in public. Who could have imagined how vile she was behind closed doors? Li Hao smiled and nodded. Miss Gao, it's been a while. This woman is such a damn good actress. On the surface, she's your best friend behind your back, she'd stab you in the heart. Qingwan is still so innocent, blinded by her for so long. Mu Qingwan's expression darkened upon hearing Li Hao's inner thoughts. Gao Ningyu and she had known each other for a long time. Though her family background couldn't compare to hers, it was still respectable. She was usually kind, considerate, and always thought of her. Could all of this have been an act? Chapter 214, I just envy you. Mu Qingwan found it hard to accept, yet she held her composure, observing Gao Ningyu without betraying her thoughts. That poised, considerate facade was her best friend truly the person described in Li Hao's inner thoughts? Mu Qingwan felt a bit dazed. After greeting Li Hao, Gao Ningyu turned to Mu Qingwan with a warm smile. Qingwan, how have you been lately? I heard you sold your shares in Lanzhou to Yilin? Gao Ningyu inquired with feigned concern. Yes, it was necessary for the company's development, Mu Qingwan replied. Alarm bells rang in her mind. The sale of shares wasn't public knowledge. How did Gao Ningyu know? Oh, I see. I've met Yilin, a very polite man, quite charming too, Gao Ningyu remarked with a radiant smile. Li Hao noticed her glance at Mu Qingwan as she spoke, a flash of jealousy in his eyes. Of course she was jealous. When Yilin was with her, he had mentioned Mu Qingwan more than once. Mu Qingwan was better than her in every way, better family background, more beautiful looks, and even the man she loved preferred her. Her jealousy was driving her mad. Unlike the original storyline where Zhong Xiyuan was Gao Ningyu's devoted admirer, their relationship had now reversed. Not long ago, Gao Ningyu, just a lowly employee at a planning company, suddenly received an assignment. A celebrity wanted to hold a fan meet and greet and specifically requested her to handle the planning. As a relative nobody, Gao Ningyu couldn't fathom how anyone had even heard of her, let alone specifically requested her. When she asked her boss, he was equally clueless. However, her boss did tell her that this was a major celebrity. If she pulled off this event successfully, her standing within the company would rise accordingly. With a nervous heart, Gao Ningyu headed to the meeting only to discover it was none other than Yilin, the currently red-hot celebrity. Yilin was warm and courteous, just as rumored, even personally discussing the meet and greet plan with her. Moreover, Gao Ningyu could sense that Yilin was genuinely interested in her. The event concluded successfully, and Gao Ningyu was promoted as she'd hoped. What thrilled her even more was that one day, Yilin invited her to meet him privately at his home. Gao Ningyu wasn't a little girl, she understood perfectly well what that meant. After carefully dressing up, she went to the rendezvous. What followed unfolded naturally. Yet just as she was dreaming of becoming a celebrity's girlfriend, Yilin's brutal nature surfaced. She endured his use of perverted tools at that time, but in the end, Yilin actually made her spy on Mu Qingwan. Only then did Gao Ningyu realize Yilin's true motive for approaching her, it had all been for Mu Qingwan. In that instant, all her resentment toward Yilin transformed into boundless jealousy toward Mu Qingwan. Inside the private room, Gao Ningyu continued chatting and laughing with Mu Qingwan, acting as if they were genuine best friends. Keep pretending. You'll have time to cry later. I'll be damned if you can keep smiling after this. My Qingwan still hasn't learned her lesson. Listening to Li Hao's inner thoughts, Mu Qingwan couldn't help but glance at Gao Ningyu again. How many secrets was this person, who had always treated her as a confidant, still hiding? Just then, a waiter brought over a glass of juice. Gao Ningyu's order. Just as she reached for the glass, Li Hao suddenly spoke up. Miss Gao, let's discuss Yilin's matter. Gao Ningyu's hand froze mid-motion. The smile on her face stiffened for an instant before quickly returning to normal. Yilin? He's a celebrity. I know him, but we're not particularly close. What exactly would you like to discuss, Mr. Li? Not familiar? But I heard Miss Gao and Yilin are quite close? Gao Ningyu forced a smile. Not at all. Mr. Yi simply hired our company for some planning work, so we've met a few times. Li Hao didn't respond. Instead, he pulled out his phone, opened a video, and turned his back to Mu Qingwan, facing Gao Ningyu. In the video, Yilin was abusing a woman, and that woman was none other than Gao Ningyu. Gao Ningyu's face instantly turned ashen. She recognized it immediately. This was what had happened between her and Yilin in the hotel. Who recorded this? How did Li Hao get it? What does he want? This is fake, she blurted out frantically. Mu Qingwan was also curious, but her composure kept her seated. Li Hao suddenly turned to her. Qingwan, Miss Gao and I need to discuss something. Why don't you head back first? Mu Qingwan looked at Li Hao, then at Gao Ning's flustered expression. Even if she was slow to react, she knew Gao Ning must have done something to enrage Li Hao. Otherwise, his personality wouldn't be so aggressive. Though she felt resentful, they were longtime friends. After hesitating, she said, even if Ning Yu did something, for the sake of our friendship, honey, could you? She's been gathering information about you for Yilin all along. And without her tip-off, Lu wouldn't have been. He didn't finish. He trusted Mu Qingwan would understand. Mu Qingwan's eyes widened in disbelief. She sprang to her feet, pointing at Gao Ningyu. Why? Her voice trembled with suppressed fury. How could you? I trusted you as my best friend, and this is how you repay me. Gao Ningyu forced herself to remain calm. Qingwan, I didn't mean to. Yilin deceived me. So you betrayed me? What do I mean to you? I've never treated you unfairly. I shared everything good with you. I treated you like a sister. And you? Gao Ningyu suddenly let out two cold laughs. She wasn't pretending anymore. The video Li Hao held proved her relationship with Yilin. There was no need to pretend anymore. What does it matter? I'm just jealous of you. You're better than me in every way. Your family was rich since childhood, you're beautiful, you get good grades, everyone adores you. And me? I can't even hold a candle to you. You always look down on me, and your condescending attitude was disgusting. I just couldn't stand you. So what? Mu Qingwan froze, tears streaming down her face. Her longtime friend had viewed her this way behind her back all along. In an instant, she felt drained of all strength, slumping back into her chair. Li Hao quickly reached out to steady Mu Qingwan. He hadn't intervened when she and Gao Ningyu had their falling out, knowing this day would come sooner or later. Mu Qingwan would eventually learn the truth. But this was for the best, it would make his revenge all the sweeter. Once Mu Qingwan regained her composure, Li Hao let her leave on her own. Mu Qingwan left without once glancing at Gao Ningyu. Alright, let's talk. Li Hao leaned back in his chair, perfectly composed. What do you want? Gao Ning sneered. If it's me, we can head to the room right now. A flicker of disgust crossed Li Hao's eyes. Gao Ningyu caught his reaction, snorted, and said, if you want to threaten Yilin, go find him yourself. To him, I'm nothing more than a toy with some use. Chapter 215, Not afraid I can't persuade you. Miss Gao, I hear you're getting married. Li Hao didn't respond to her earlier remark, suddenly interjecting. You, how did you know? Gao Ningyu genuinely panicked. Before she was with Yilin, she had actually been engaged to a wealthy second-generation heir with modest assets. The man treated her exceptionally well, fulfilling every demand and willing to do anything for her. Gao Ningyu knew he genuinely loved her, and with his family's considerable influence, she had agreed to the engagement to keep him. But Gao Ningyu had always been searching for something better. Even after the engagement, she never truly settled down. Later, when she met Yilin, she initially thought it was her chance to rewrite her destiny. But she soon discovered Yilin's true nature, and all hope vanished from her heart. Yet despite Yilin's twisted nature, he was generous with his wealth. Coupled with her desire to exact revenge on Mu Qingwan, she never left. I know a bit more than you might imagine. Li Hao cut to the chase, my target is Yilin, not you. As long as I can bring him down, no one will ever know about these videos. Why should I trust you? Gao Ning retorted. You don't have to, Li Hao replied, his tone dripping with undisguised contempt. But targeting you holds no value. You're not worth the effort. Anger flared across Gao Ningyu's face. Li Hao ignored her and continued, as for Yilin, not only did he plot against Qingwan, he also tried to swallow the Mu group whole. That's why he's my target. Gao Ningyu appeared unconvinced, but deep down, she believed him to some extent. Indeed, to Li Hao, she had merely provided Yilin with some information, nothing that caused irreparable damage. This thought brought her some measure of calm. Li Hao watched her expression, a cold smile playing in his mind. You think that's all? What you did to Qingwan deserves 100 deaths. Oh, you haven't done it yet. But does that matter? My responsibility is to send you to hell. Li Hao took a sip of tea and spoke slowly. So, can we talk now? If you want to target Yilin, sending him this video or leaking it publicly would destroy him just the same, wouldn't it? Gao Ningyu asked, still uneasy about the video's safety. Though she believed Li Hao wouldn't target her, if he exposed it to take down Yilin, she'd be implicated too. That won't achieve my goal. Ruining his reputation isn't enough. I want him utterly destroyed. Li Hao said coldly. A chill ran through Gao Ningyu's heart. She had assumed Li Hao merely wanted her to gather more dirt on Yilin, but it seemed his ambitions extended far beyond that. She hesitated. Sure enough, Li Hao continued, therefore, I need you to find evidence that can land him in prison. With that kind of evidence, this video won't matter at all. I won't need to release it. Li Hao's gaze burned into Gao Ningyu. Hearing his words, Gao Ningyu lost her composure. Her tone hardened as she declared, no. I can't do that. Yilin has powerful backers. While I don't know exactly who they are, I know he rose to prominence in the entertainment industry thanks to their influence. I can transfer you 10 million yuan once this is done. Li Hao straightened up, his tone persuasive. Gao Ningyu was deeply tempted. Though Yilin was generous, he usually gave her only tens of thousands at most. 20 million could completely turn her life around. Yet the thought of Yilin's powerful backers made her shake her head firmly. She dared not. Gao Ningyu gritted her teeth. Even if you release the video, I can't do it. They won't let me off the hook. Ha! Li Hao chuckled non-committally. Seems you're not quite as clever as you think, Miss Gao. Gao Ningyu's voice grew urgent. If Yilin merely suffers disgrace, he might still hold some value. But if he ends up in prison, would those behind him still need him? Under these circumstances, would that sucker still bail him out? Gao Ningyu shook her head. I won't take that risk. Even if you threaten me with the video, I won't do it. Li Hao smiled, leaned back in his chair, pulled out his phone, and said, seems Miss Gao still can't make up her mind. Then let me show you something else. He scrolled through his phone and pulled up a photo. Miss Gao, weren't you feeling unwell a few days ago? Didn't you go to a private hospital? Gao Ningyu froze. Due to Yilin's perverse actions, she had indeed experienced lower abdominal pain a few days prior and visited a hospital for examination. She underwent several tests, but Yilin suddenly called her, so she left after getting the results. Right, she recalled it was the very day she was filmed. Li Hao seemed to read her mind and chuckled. You left before getting the results that day, didn't you? Let me guess, was it Yilin who told you to leave? Gao Ningyu remained silent. Li Hao didn't seem to mind, saying with a hint of regret, what a pity. What? What do you know? Gao Ningyu couldn't hold back. A terrible premonition gripped her. Nothing much. I happened to be at that hospital that day. Seeing Miss Gao was busy, I picked up the results for you and had the doctor take a look while I was there. Gao Ningyu stared at Li Hao. What exactly are you trying to say? The doctor said that if you'd been there, immediate surgery could have saved the uterus. Or even without surgery, avoiding strenuous activity afterward might have given a chance to preserve it. But it seems. Gao Ningyu felt darkness engulf her vision, nearly fainting. She remembered clearly how Yilin had been unusually violent that day, as if driven by some unseen rage. Li Hao just watched him, his gaze icy. This woman deserved whatever terrible fate befell her. After a long moment, Gao Ningyu finally regained her composure. Her face was ashen. Suddenly, she let out a laugh that sounded inhuman. Fortunately, they were in a private room with no one else present, otherwise, they would have drawn a crowd. She glared fiercely at Li Hao. I'm done. I won't help you with anything. Get out. Get out. Li Hao shook his head. No. You still have a chance. You can still marry that rich second-generation heir who adores you. You can still get the 20 million I promised you. All you have to do is help me finish this. A flicker of light appeared in Gao Ning's vacant eyes. Yes, that man loved her deeply. As long as he didn't know her condition, he would still marry her. Even if he discovered later that she couldn't bear children, she'd still inherit a substantial fortune. So as long as Li Hao's secrets didn't leak out, she could continue her perfect life. What do you want me to do? Gao Ningyu finally relented. Li Hao smiled, but his eyes remained icy cold. Yilin's phone, just find a way to get it. Chapter 216, The Phone. The phone? Gao Ningyu froze, surprised by how straightforward Li Hao's demand was. To be precise, the data inside the phone. Li Hao clarified. Now that we're partners, I won't hide anything from you. I hacked into Yilin's phone and found an encrypted photo album. It contains evidence of Yilin's crimes. If you can copy that album out, you'll be free. But I couldn't get the password. Yilin wouldn't decrypt it in front of me. Could you even open it if you got it? Gao Ningyu whispered. Indeed, fewer than 10 people in this world could crack that encryption. Li Hao took a slow sip of tea and said, fortunately, one of my friends happens to be one of those 10. Li Hao smiled at Gao Ningyu, his tone laced with temptation. Seems simple enough, right? With that, he slid a USB drive toward Gao Ningyu. What is this? Gao Ningyu asked warily. Li Hao smiled. This USB drive contains a special program. As long as you can insert it into Yilin's phone, it will automatically copy all the data from his phone. Gao Ning's eyes flickered. But Yilin never leaves his phone behind. I might not get a chance to access it. Miss Gao, I don't want to hear excuses that treat me like a fool again. Li Hao's gaze turned icy. If I weren't running out of patience, I wouldn't be wasting my time on you. Given Yilin's twisted tastes, all I need to do is plant a beautiful woman near him, and this task becomes effortless. You don't seriously believe Yilin would only pursue you, do you? Li Hao sneered. Gao Ningyu fell silent. Li Hao showed no impatience, merely fixing his gaze upon her. After several minutes, Gao Ningyu extended her hand. It trembled slightly, but she finally placed the USB drive into Li Hao's palm under his watchful gaze. That's more like it. Li Hao smiled with satisfaction. All you need to do is slip the USB drive into his phone when he's showering or briefly steps away from it. The program will run automatically. Just pull it out after a few minutes. Gao Ningyu nodded silently. Yilin will return to Jiangcheng in 2 days for an event. That's when you can make your move. Li Hao instructed. Gao Ningyu bit her lip. Like you said, just from what I know, Yilin has several women in Zhangcheng. I'm not making excuses, but if he doesn't reach out to me, I have no way to get close to him. Li Hao smiled indifferently. Don't worry. He'll come to you. I promise. Gao Ningyu stared at him in disbelief. If I handle the people around Yilin, do you think I'd tell you? The game is about to begin. Can't wait. Gao Ningyu, Yilin, don't disappoint me. Alright, you can go prepare now. Gao Ningyu stood up. Remember, I'm giving you only 3 days. Li Hao said coldly. After 3 days, if I haven't seen anything, those videos will appear on your fiancé's phone. Li Hao waved her off. Gao Ningyu left the private room, her steps heavy. Li Hao sat alone in the private room, silently sipping his tea. He stared at the doorway where she had departed, lost in thought. A few minutes later, Changxing walked in. How did it go? Li Hao asked, picking up the teacup and pouring a cup for Changxing. Changxing accepted it with both hands. No problem. She went straight home. He picked up a handheld device and tapped the screen a few times. So far, no new call records appeared on her phone. Li Hao chuckled softly. No need to worry about her. I'm confident she'll complete the mission flawlessly. Are you certain about the forces backing Yilin? I've got some leads. I checked Yilin's publicly available itinerary for the past few months and combined it with the materials you gave me. That's led me to a hypothesis. Tell me. There's this faction that cultivates numerous elites. These individuals are spread throughout the entertainment industry and business circles. They don't engage in real business operations, yet they control numerous high-quality assets. I analyzed their acquisition patterns and found over half were non-standard transactions. How to put it? Changxing scratched his head. There were just too many coincidences, like target companies experiencing sudden, drastic drops in market value or major accidents occurring out of nowhere. Li Hao listened silently, his suspicions already taking shape in his mind. In some cases, the actual controlling shareholders suddenly faced incidents or even death. Changxing opened his handheld device and pulled up some news reports. Shanghai Tsunhui Pharmaceuticals exposed for fatal drug issues. Massive explosion at Haiqing Chemical Plant. Tengxin Technology stock plummets. Dongshan Logistics CEO suffers sudden accident. Then they acquired these assets at rock-bottom prices. Li Hao's voice was heavy as he recalled Mu Qingwan's ordeal in the original story. Changxing's expression darkened. What was even more terrifying was that most of these assets eventually ended up under foreign control for inexplicable reasons. Li Hao sighed and said, "It's now confirmed just as I suspected. We're facing a colossal entity, a behemoth no single individual can rival." He suddenly smiled lightly. "I may not kill them, but I won't let them off easy either." Changxing nodded, now filled with immense admiration for Li Hao. Then, his curiosity piqued. He asked, "Logically, much of this information shouldn't have leaked. How did you find out, Brother Li?" Someone provided it to me." "Any guesses who?" Li Hao asked with a smile. Changxing scratched his head again. "I looked at the files on Yilin's associates. They all seem pretty loyal. I can't figure it out. You'll find out in a few days. Gao Ningyu needs him to successfully return to Yilin's side. Oh, and Brother Li, there's one thing I still don't understand. Since you've already identified the forces backing Yilin, why?" Li Hao replied, "Why send Gao Ningyu to steal it, right?" "Exactly. You could have just used the person you control in Yilin's inner circle. Why go through all this trouble?" He couldn't do it. He's a man. Besides, do you really think all my actions are solely about eliminating that cancerous threat to the nation? Changxing asked curiously, "Isn't that it? You could also send Yilin to prison, where he'd likely never see the light of day again." "Maybe," I replied. "But I want both Yilin and Gao Ningyu to burn in hell." Changxing looked up, staring in shock at Li Hao's cold expression. "I set up an auto-send feature on the USB drive with 2 delivery addresses. One was for mobile hidden data, but I added a delayed send. The other was set for immediate delivery, a threatening message from Yilin, his handler, demanding 10 billion yuan or else he'd expose the organization's secrets." Changxing was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 217, All Tools. Li Hao laughed heartily. "It's simple. Regardless of whether his superior agrees or not, Yilin would betray the organization anyway. Of course, you could also say his phone betrayed him. The end result seemed the same, but the crucial difference was that Yilin's superior now had time to react. Yilin, meanwhile, would have time to track down the traitor who would naturally be Gao Ningyu." "Impressive." Changxing gave him a thumbs up. Li Hao's plan was so deeply calculated that even Changxing, the executor, hadn't fully anticipated it. Changxing recalled something and asked, "Brother Li, how did you know who Yilin's handler was?" Li Hao glanced at him and replied, "Remember how we met?" Changxing suddenly understood. "The organization that hunted me down back then? No wonder you asked me to send you the files I uncovered back then. You found Yilin's handler in there?" Li Hao nodded. He could only call it luck. In the original story, after Mu Yuankai took control of the entire Mu group, he had contacted someone. He recalled Mu Yuankai referring to that person as Mr. Kong. It was a very rare surname, so it stuck in his memory. He searched through Chongqing's files and actually found it. Publicly, this individual served as a director at a listed company. Whether he was Yi Lin's superior remained to be seen. No plan is ever perfect. He could only hope for the best possible outcome. 2 days later, Jiangcheng Splendor Hotel. A group emerged from the Hotel Yi Lin's team. Today, he was attending a new product launch. The host company was Haolaying Technology, one of the enterprises controlled by the organization backing him. Last month, the company's founder had suddenly passed away from a severe illness, leaving the company leaderless. Its stock price plummeted, and internal chaos ensued. Days later, the founder's son was chosen to take over the company. The new leader, stepping into the crisis, lived up to expectations. He swiftly restored order and stabilized the company. Just as the outside world believed the situation was under control and the company's stock price was gradually recovering, news broke that the new helmsman had died in a car accident. Suddenly, only the founder's wife remained, utterly incapable of controlling the situation. Power struggles among shareholders immediately reached a fever pitch. Ultimately, a minor shareholder who had initially been overlooked by everyone took control of the company. Within a short period, the company underwent restructuring, equity dilution, and share transfers, leaving the actual controller unknown. All of this, of course, was orchestrated by Yi Lin's organization. Once actual control was secured over these high-quality companies, the organization would find ways to put them back on track. Leveraging vast capital and extensive networks, they revitalized these entities. These companies already possessed well-functioning projects. With proper execution and a fresh image presented to the outside world, recovery was merely a matter of time. Yi Lin was essentially one of the star figures crafted by the organization, with his persona and image meticulously shaped behind the scenes. When any company needed a reputable spokesperson, they would be dispatched to make appearances. Of course, this is far from sufficient. Numerous pawns like Yi Lin exist across the business, political, and cultural spheres. At the press conference, Yi Lin faced the barrage of questions from numerous media outlets with a warm smile. The journalists posing these questions had been pre-arranged by the organization, and the inquiries were carefully crafted to benefit both the company and the respondent. Yi Lin's responses, meticulously crafted by specialists, were flawless. After the press conference, Yi Lin and his entourage returned to the hotel. Yi Lin felt a persistent unease today, a deeply unsettling sensation that refused to dissipate. Distraught, he decided to find a woman to vent his frustration. Back in his hotel room, Yi Lin dismissed everyone except Qin Taichu. Call Gao No, call in Zihui. Tell her to come to my room. Yi Lin instructed Qin Taichu. He had considered calling Gao Ningyu, but that woman was too greedy. If she hadn't served him well, he would have dumped her long ago. Today's bad mood left him with no desire to deal with Gao Ningyu. And Zihui was also one of his women, but she was far gentler and more obedient. She was far more suitable for his venting. As for their phone numbers, Yi Lin never bothered to save them himself. They weren't worthy enough. Qin Taichu obediently agreed and began dialing. A moment later, Qin Taichu cautiously reported, "Boss, I can't get through to Zihui." Yi Lin cursed in displeasure, then ordered, "Call Yun Yuanchuang, the TV host from last time." "Yes, boss." Qin Taichu replied, dialing again before pressing the phone to his ear. The receiver emitted a message, "The number you have dialed does not exist." Strangely, Qin Taichu didn't hang up. Instead, he waited expectantly, letting the automated message repeat 7 or 8 times. Only then did he cautiously report to Yi Lin, "Boss, her line is also unanswered." Yi Lin was about to lose his mind. What the hell was going on? He needed everything to work perfectly right now, and everything was going to hell. Next time, he'd make them pay dearly. The urge to vent grew stronger. Yi Lin's eyes darted around. Should he just call someone random? But he quickly dismissed the idea. Anyone he didn't handle properly up front would likely cause major headaches later. He knew his methods were extreme. If word got out, he could handle the fallout, but the damage to his reputation would be minor compared to the organization's retaliation. Just as Yi Lin was feeling flustered, Qin Taichu cautiously suggested, "Boss, how about I try calling Miss Gao?" Yi Lin swallowed hard, feeling like he was about to explode. "Fine. Get her here. Now. Immediately." "Yes, sir." Qin Taichu turned and dialed the number. The call connected quickly. "Miss Gao, hello, this is Qin Taichu. The thing is, Mr. Yi is in Jiangcheng today and would like to meet with you. The address is..." Qin Taichu finished the call swiftly, then turned to Yi Lin with respectful deference. "Boss, Miss Gao has agreed. She said she'll be here in 20 minutes. Yi Lin, seated in his chair, was flushed and visibly in a state of desperate need. "Got it. You can leave now." He waved impatiently. "Yes, boss." Qin Taichu withdrew from the room, carefully closing the door behind him and hanging the "Do Not Disturb" sign on the doorknob. Watching the closed door, a mocking smile curled at the corner of Qin Taichu's lips. "Alright, goodbye, Yilin. No, never again." He silently mouthed the farewell before turning and stepping into the elevator. He descended to the hotel lobby and exited the building. A yellow taxi was already waiting at the hotel entrance. Qin Taichu opened the door and got in. "Driver, to the airport." "Got it." The driver replied, shifting gears and pulling away. Steam billowed from the rear as the taxi merged onto the highway, racing straight toward the airport. Chapter 218, The Grand Finale. A few minutes later, another taxi of the same model pulled up slowly at the hotel entrance. The door opened, and a stylishly dressed young woman carrying an elegant clutch stepped out. Standing at the hotel entrance, gazing up at the towering building, her hand inside her bag trembled slightly. In her hand, she clutched a USB drive tightly. The woman was none other than Gao Ningyu, coerced by Li Hao. After a minute of hesitation, Gao Ning took a deep breath to steady her nerves and stepped through the hotel entrance. Soon, the elevator brought her to Yilin's room. Staring at the door, fear flickered in Gao Ningyu's eyes, as if some terrifying beast lurked within. Taking a deep breath, she raised her hand to knock. The door swung open, revealing Yilin's slightly contorted face. His eyes lit up at the sight of Gao Ningyu, and he yanked her inside. Soon after, faint cries of a woman could be heard drifting out. 1 hour later, Gao Ningyu emerged trembling from the bathroom. Her body bore marks that wouldn't wash away. Glancing at Yilin, who lay satisfied on the bed, having fallen asleep, a flash of hatred flickered in her eyes. This perverted man treated her as a tool for his release, even robbing her of the chance to become a mother. Now, it was time for him to pay the price. She tiptoed over to Yilin's phone on the nightstand and tremblingly pulled out the USB drive. Throughout the entire process, she kept a watchful eye on Yilin's face, terrified he might suddenly wake up. Fortunately, no accident occurred. She retrieved the phone and carefully aligned the USB drive with its port. The moment it was inserted, the phone vibrated and the screen flashed. Gao Ningyu immediately tensed and stared at Yilin. Seeing no sign of him waking up, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. A few minutes later, she pulled out the USB drive, quickly gathered her things, and left the room. What she didn't know was that a text message had already been automatically sent from Yilin's phone. Meanwhile, in a luxurious office somewhere in the metropolis. "Mr. Kwon, your phone." A middle-aged secretary in a crisp suit hurried in and handed over an encrypted phone. Mr. Gung, engrossed in paperwork, took the phone without looking up. But when he saw the message, he froze as if struck by lightning. The message was simple: transfer 1 billion yuan within 8 hours, or all the information he possessed about the organization would be exposed. Sender, Yilin. Was he out of his mind? President Gung slammed his fist on the desk, his face contorted with fury, yet a thin sheen of sweat beaded on his forehead. "Connect me to Yilin." The call connected immediately. "Yilin, have you had enough of living?" General Manager Kang's voice was bone-chillingly cold. "Mr. Kong? What is it?" Yilin hadn't fully recovered from his indulgence, sounding groggy and drowsy. "Stop pretending. That threatening message you just sent me, did you really think I wouldn't dare touch you?" "What threatening message?" "Mr. Kong, I really have no idea." Yilin was bewildered. What message had he sent? How could he not know? "Fine, Yilin, you're something else. Just wait and see." Mr. Kong cut him off coldly. Before Yilin could respond, Mr. Gung hung up. Yilin's reaction was peculiar, but it no longer mattered. This man couldn't be left alive. He dialed another number, initiate the elimination procedure. Target, Yilin. I want results today. On Yilin's end, he was jolted awake by General Gung's inexplicable call, utterly bewildered. Was that threatening message really sent by me? Confused, he grabbed his phone and opened his message history. Instantly, cold sweat broke out on Yilin's forehead. The extortion text sat right there in his sent folder. How could this be? I clearly did nothing. Regardless, he knew he was finished. The organization wouldn't let him off the hook. He hurriedly packed his things, preparing to flee. Suddenly, something occurred to him. He hurried back to the bedroom. On the dresser directly opposite the large bed sat a Smurf doll. Yilin picked up the doll, removed its eyeball, and found a camera inside. This was his hobby, recording his perverted acts. To prevent leaks, the camera wasn't connected to the internet. Yilin removed the memory card inside and inserted it into his computer. He opened the video, skimming past scenes that once aroused him. Until he reached the moment he fell asleep, Gao Ningyu picked up his phone and inserted a black object. Bitch. Yilin's eyes turned bloodshot. He understood everything. Gao Ningyu's home. She had just returned and taken a shower, yet her body still felt unclean. Changing into fresh clothes and packing a few things, she prepared to find Li Hao and leave immediately. She'd return once the dust settled and find some excuse to brush off her fiancé. Of course, she couldn't just hand over the USB drive to Li Hao. She had to wait until the 20 million yuan was deposited. That way, even if he reneged and released the video, she wouldn't be left with nothing. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as the door was kicked open. Yilin? Gao Ningyu stared at the figure at the doorway and stumbled back in fright. Yilin looked terrifying, his eyes bloodshot and his face twisted in fury. You! What did you do? I don't know what you're talking about, Gao Ningyu stammered, backing away in terror. The USB drive was still in her possession. Li Hao hadn't gotten anything. That meant Yilin's secret hadn't been exposed. Why was he here? Still playing dumb? Yilin snarled. If I can't live, neither will you. He strode forward and grabbed Gao Ningyu by the throat. No, don't. Gao Ningyu struggled desperately. She couldn't comprehend what was happening. You like being tortured, don't you? Fine. Today I'll give you a thrilling ride. Yilin laughed hysterically, pulling out a fruit knife from behind his back. A piercing scream echoed through the room. Half an hour later, Yilin emerged from Gao Ningyu's home. Glancing at the sky, he knew he had to leave quickly. He was well aware of the organization's terrifying power. Better to go abroad. Find a small island nation to hide away in. Snap. A barely audible sound. A blood hole appeared on Yilin's forehead as he collapsed stiffly to the ground. From a shadowy window in the building across the street, a figure watched the fallen Yilin. Retracting the long gun, they dialed a number, target eliminated. Several hours later, the Dongwei Security Department suddenly received an encrypted file. It contained data from Yilin's phone, triggered by a timer set by Chang Xing. The contents of the file sent shockwaves through Dongwei's security officials. From these materials, they uncovered a vast organization infiltrating every sector of society. From predatory corporate takeovers to political business collusion, from illicit funds to offshore transfers, the revelations were horrifying. A storm was brewing. 3 days later. Shock. Renowned artist Yilin dies in a mysterious accident. Yilin's hidden side suspected murderer. A mysterious organization surfaces, exposing a shocking conspiracy. Headlines flood major media outlets. 1 month later. Breaking. Major transnational crime syndicate crushed. Multiple listed companies face major investigations. Mu Group chairman Mu Yuankai commits suicide to evade justice. Qin Yu and Wanjia. Li Hao turned off the TV and gazed at the sunlight streaming through the window. It's finally over. Not a single person who hurt Qingwan got away with it. My dearest wife, I'll protect you with all my strength from now on. Mu Qingwan nestled against his shoulder and whispered softly, Husband, is all of this truly over? Yes, it's all over. Li Hao gently stroked her hair. Let's go see Grandma. It's been a while since we visited her. Mu Qingwan nodded, nestling closer in his embrace. Okay. Outside the window, the sun shone brightly, and spring blossoms bloomed.